Chapter 1: The Terrifying World. 7 gutted human skins were found on the old locust tree in the urban village. After opening a sausage set at midnight, it turned out to be fried fingers. It is reported that the shop owner had committed suicide by jumping off a building due to bankruptcy from debt several months ago. A red-clothed pregnant woman hanged herself on the rooftop at midnight. The frequency of strange incidents has increased again recently. Citizens are advised to take protective measures and avoid going out after dark. In Jincheng's old street, deserted at night, the only lit-up small pharmacy echoed with the news broadcast from the TV. "Hi, this is my pharmacy." Fiki opened his sleepy eyes in shock. He stared at his wrist in a daze. A conspicuous red thread was tied around his wrist, emitting a faint smell of blood and decay, causing deep blood stains and slowly rotting the surrounding skin. The veins kept twitching as if something inside was crawling around, but Fiki did not feel any pain throughout. He just felt his body getting heavier and could not muster up any spirit. The red thread signifies fate binding, but this red thread bound no good fate. The evil spirit of Jincheng, the Brenna, was formed by the grievance of a bride who died violently and had the appearance of a ghost queen. Anyone entangled by her red thread would have their blood and young energy sucked dry until they became mummies. But Fiki felt nothing but joy in his heart. He's back. Earth's spiritual energy had just begun to recover. Historically, Earth underwent an unknown mutation. The spiritual energy revived, changing the landscape drastically. Everything could cultivate, and beasts roamed wildly. Things that only existed in history, legends, myths started appearing in relics. Evil spirits like the Brenna began wandering all over the earth, often leading to similar bizarre events in cities. Now the malevolent chi in the Brenna's red thread has already begun to affect my mental state. I'm afraid she will attack me within these 2 days. I need to find a way to deal with the impact this red thread has on me as soon as possible. Fiki thought inwardly, heaven gives me another chance at rebirth. I can't fall into the same trap and become incapacitated by the Brenna again, losing my qualification to cultivate. When the Brenna tried to devour him in his previous life, he was rescued but ended up injuring his physical foundation, losing his qualification to cultivate. He could only watch helplessly as his loved ones were killed one by one before him. Now he has been reborn. He will change his fate. Just then, a delicate female voice sounded, "Brother Fiki, why are you still here looking after the store? The Awakened One's assessment will take place in a couple of days. Others are putting in effort to adjust their bodies to optimal conditions while you pull an all-nighter. Are you planning to give up on the evaluation?" Awakened Ones, humans who receive the baptism of spiritual energy earliest, awaken mysterious abilities, and possess the potential to cultivate. Some Awakened Ones sprouted wings on their backs, speed comparable to airplanes. Some possessed extraordinary strength, able to withstand tanks. Others had flesh as tough as fine steel, impervious to blades. The Awakened One's assessment is to test whether one has the potential to awaken special abilities and join the Awakened One's organization, embarking on the path of cultivation. Many of the earliest Awakened Ones in his previous life became supreme powerhouses because they obtained the first treasures on Earth. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" A girl wearing a purple pleated skirt walked into the pharmacy, scolding Fiki, who gazed at her blankly. The girl was Lin, Monica's best friend, who was Fiki's younger sister. She was a member of the Awakened One's organization, responsible for protecting Jincheng's safety. Lin awakened the ability of purple fire, capable of burning everything. Even the hardest diamond acknowledged as indestructible melted under the purple fire. In his past life, she saved Fiki from the Brenna but was eroded by the death chi of the Brenna, leading to her demise. Before her death, she encouraged Fiki not to lose hope. This event has always been Fiki's greatest regret, so when he suddenly saw Lin, who had disappeared from his life, appear before him, he was momentarily lost in thought. Then Fiki gave a meaningful glance towards Desai Temple outside the window and smiled at her. "Don't worry, this time I will definitely become an Awakened One." Lin was stunned, unable to understand why Fiki was so confident. Knowing that Fiki had always been at the bottom in the previous 9 Awakened One's assessments, and was deemed never to be able to become an Awakened One. He got the opportunity to participate in this Awakened One's assessment because she begged many people. So seeing Fiki staying up late to guard the pharmacy instead of preparing physically for the assessment made her very angry. It's not that easy to awaken. Even if not this time, there will be future opportunities. Lin glared at Fiki, reminding him. She didn't want to discourage Fiki, but she was worried that Fiki might get too disappointed after failing the assessment due to excessive confidence. "Iran, believe me, this time I won't let you or Shueyao down." Fiki's smile deepened as he said confidently, "I will go home right now to adjust my state and aim for a good score in the assessment." Lin still couldn't understand where Fiki's confidence came from. After sidestepping this topic and chatting with Fiki for a couple of minutes, she left. Fiki also followed closely out of the pharmacy. He had said he would definitely become an Awakened One partly to ease Lin's worries about him, and partly because in his previous life's memories, there was a great opportunity hidden within the statue of Desai Temple that could definitely cure the injury inflicted by the Brenna, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Fiki ran all the way to the front of Desai Temple. There stood a massive seated Buddha stone statue embedded deep into the body of Mount Desai, appearing solemn and majestic. In his previous life, his master Emil had told him the method to unlock the profound secrets of the great mercy-seated Buddha. He hurriedly began prostrating 3 times for every step he took in front of the Buddha, stepping on blue stones according to a specific pattern. Soon, he reached the feet of the Buddha. A beam of auspicious Buddhist light emerged from the Buddha's chest and entered Fiki's mind. "Hell is not empty. I vow not to become a Buddha. All beings are saved before I attain enlightenment. The gods have died, the demons have been destroyed. The deities return to heaven, the devils descend to hell. But what is God? What is demon? What is Buddha? What is saint? In the end, they are just fleeting spring and autumn dreams. Hell, in the end, is merely a vessel." Deafening thunder-like voices echoed in Fiki's mind, depicting countless scenes of fallen deities and vanquished demons. The gods have died? The demons have been destroyed? The deities return to heaven? The devils descend to hell? What kind of secret lies hidden within this underworld? Chapter 2. The Netherworld. Yehya, did you obtain the Netherworld back then, which enabled you to achieve enlightenment on Earth, and then proceed to the Great Thousand World? Fiki had never imagined in his wildest dreams that the divine object inside the seated Buddha would actually be the ancient legendary Netherworld. He sneered, in this life, I will wait for you in Jinqing, and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Yehya was the person who made Fiki's previous life a tragic one. He was Fiki's cousin, an outstanding individual with extraordinary talent throughout his life, and the successor of the prestigious Yi family in Jinling. In his past life, his father, Jie, was expelled from the Yi family because he married a mother with no background, Ariana. Later on, when his father achieved great contributions for the family and wished to return, he was rejected by Yehya with the words, our Yi family does not permit a man who has married a lowborn to return, thus turning all his father's efforts into nothing. In a fit of anger, his father pointed at him once, only for Yehya to threaten the lives of Fiki and his sister Roxy, forcing his parents to commit suicide by jumping into the river. This netherworld was originally an opportunity obtained by Yehya in Jinqing, allowing cultivation with death chi. Later on, when good fortune descended upon Mount Ame, relying on the netherworld, he slaughtered countless ordinary people for promotion, resulting in his sister Roxy's tragedy. Upon learning about his sister's death, Fiki sought revenge on Yehya. Although he finally got close to him, Fiki's dagger could not pierce his skin at all when stabbing him. Yehya did not kill Fiki. Instead, he stepped on Fiki's face, humiliated him as he pleased, declaring that he wouldn't kill Fiki, but would let him endure torment for life, watching helplessly as Yehya rose like a myth while unable to do anything. Later on, Isaiah toured Earth and took Fiki as his disciple, bringing him to the Great Thousand World with richer spiritual energy than Earth, intending to impart supreme martial arts. However, due to early damage, Fiki couldn't cultivate. Isaiah collected countless spiritual medicines for Fiki, only managing to extend his lifespan. It was his fellow disciple Gracelyn who stayed with him all along, consoling him, enabling him to regain vigor and start researching cultivation methods. Isaiah found countless cultivation manuals for him, hoping his disciple could discover a suitable method. But just as Fiki was about to succeed, Yehya, rising meteorically in the Great Thousand World, joined forces with Heavenly Emperor to kill master and fellow disciple, killing Fiki casually with a single sword strike. Then he was reborn back to this time. These blood debts, one by one, must be settled with Yehya in this lifetime. Why do projections of mighty beings such as Emperor Huang, Empress Purple Phoenix, and Empress Wu Zhong exist within the netherworld on Earth? Could there be some mysterious connection between the Great Thousand World and Earth? After being agitated, Fiki watched the phantom floating inside the netherworld and murmured, did the gods die? Did the demons perish? Do the gods ascend to heaven? Do the demons descend to hell? What secrets are hidden within this netherworld? Those seeking the inheritance of the netherworld must first endure the pain of reincarnation, endure 3 lifetimes of reincarnation, awaken 6 hells, endure 6 lifetimes of reincarnation, awaken 12 hells, endure 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, awaken 18 hells. The voice rang out again. Those who cannot endure the suffering of reincarnation, die. Suddenly, Fiki felt as if his head was about to explode, beginning the process of reincarnation from infancy to death. Each reincarnation left him watching helplessly as loved ones, lovers, and friends died, unable to do anything, each time hurting so much he couldn't breathe. But this kind of pain brought about by these reincarnations had already played out in real life, 2 lives making his spirit resilient beyond measure. He ultimately endured until the end of the 9th reincarnation without going completely mad. Now, the netherworld emitted 18 beams of strange light, symbolizing the legendary 18 layers of hell, far surpassing the 6-layered version used by Yehya in his previous life. Boy, today I will bestow upon you the highest inheritance of the netherworld. However, this netherworld is incomplete. You must find the missing pieces. Failure to find them will result in the netherworld's backlash, leading to your death. Dare you accept this inheritance? Just as Fiki was preparing to expel the netherworld from his body, a cheerful laugh echoed. I dare. Fiki hurriedly replied. I am Dongyue, chant my true name, and receive the inheritance. Dongyang? Could it be the legendary Lord Dongyue, who oversees the underworld in Chinese mythology? Even Bodhisattva Dizong is said to be under his jurisdiction. Is this legendary figure actually real? Chanting Dongyang evoked countless wondrous sensations in Fiki, even a Tao scripture chanted beside his ear, which he quickly memorized. Then his expression changed dramatically. Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Strength. This was a partial text that Isaiah found in the desolate ruins of the Great Thousand World and passed down to him. Despite having only 8 levels, it rivals immortal level techniques, yet he never expected to find the complete version here. In his previous life, Fiki relied on this very technique to find a glimmer of hope in cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden rays of Buddha light emerged from the golden summit of Mount Ame in Sichuan, saint lamps flickering continuously amidst the misty cloud sea. Inside an open crystal coffin lay a green-clothed goddess, opening her eyes and softly muttering, Bear, where art thou? The 9 Jigo 5-colored pool emitted countless rays of strange light. Snowflakes fell from the snowy mountains, and the earth's rivers and mountains, as well as grass, trees, insects, and stones, all began to undergo tremendous changes. Finally, Shu has changed. Heaven blesses our Huaxia. Is it true that the legend of the golden summit of Mount Ame opening and revealing the heavenly court is real? At Huangshan, an old Taoist stood under the famous welcoming guest pine, looking far into the direction of Mount Ame, and said softly, What happened? Wasn't it said that only this seal in my hand can open the treasure in Shu? Who has taken away my opportunity? In the misty and rainy land of Jinling, within a lush garden covered in blooming flowers, Yehya, dressed in black, looked at the dim ancient seal with underworld, inscribed on it, and his face twisted in fury. No matter what, now that Mount Amei is emitting strange light, the sword gate pass must have opened, and the passage preventing people from entering Shu has vanished. I must go to Shu and take back what belongs to me. Shu finally begins to recover its spiritual energy, and the opportunity is mine. At Taishan, the ancient imperial Fengshan site, a young man carrying an ancient sword said confidently. After all, Taishan and Huangshan had recovered their spiritual energy earlier than Mount Amei, so their cultivation was much stronger than those from there. Chapter 3 The Brenna. Now that I have subdued the underworld, and the Yin-Chi red thread of the carol has also been absorbed by the underworld, I should be able to cultivate the divine prison dragon elephant stance, right? Fiki muttered. With 3,000 great truths, all kinds of marvelous methods, the dragon and elephant are naturally formed. Strands of extinction aura flowed around Fiki, as sounds akin to dragon roars and elephant cries echoed from within his body. The underworld emitted strange lights, aiding him in condensing the dragon elephant force. The foundation setting process of the divine prison dragon elephant stance went surprisingly smoothly. He felt an extreme surge of power, reaching the early stage of the flesh body realm, where a single punch could kill lions and tigers. Cultivation realms were divided into the flesh body realm, grotto realm, dragon gate realm, golden core realm, etc., with each realm having early, middle, and late stages. Under the excitement, Fiki looked towards the most famous green pagoda graveyard in Brocade City, his eyes filled with malice. In a previous life, this carol had caused Lin's death and tied a Yin-Chi red thread around him. She was currently at the green pagoda graveyard. He removed his black windbreaker, using his own blood as a medium. He drew the simplest wind thunder array on it, containing wind thunder force, which is what malevolent spirits like the carol feared most. Drawing arrays, a method that enhances strength through external objects, was Fiki's forte because his master, Emil, worried about his weak abilities, invited countless array masters from the 10,000 worlds to teach Fiki array knowledge. After some time, the wind thunder array was completed. Under the moonlight, the black windbreaker with the array patterns appeared exceptionally dominant, the wind thunder patterns shimmering faintly with silver light, almost transparent. Soon after, fully prepared, he arrived at the green pagoda graveyard. Amidst the tombstones stood upright in the dim valley, green fire clusters would sporadically emerge, floating indeterminately. Tap tap tap. The red thread on Fiki's hand turned hot, and in the air, a woman's crying and sobbing sound echoed. A spirit hall, hanging red lanterns, filled with a cold Yin-Chi, suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the wilderness. Husband, I thought you wouldn't come. Here I greet you humbly. A woman dressed in a phoenix crown, adorned in red wedding attire, her appearance beautiful with tears in her eyes, conveyed longing with her autumn-like gaze, gently shaking her arm and speaking softly. Her lips curled slightly upward, though smiling. It gave people a sense of ominous terror, causing involuntary chills down their spines. Why doesn't my husband speak? Are you repulsed by my unattractive appearance? The woman's eyebrows knitted slightly, tearful eyes making her look pitiful, arousing compassion, making one want to embrace her. Threads of white death chi streamed from her mouth, entering Fiki's nostrils. Originally intending to take action, Fiki paused. Surprisingly, the underworld within his dantian emitted a bright light, converting the death chi capable of eroding and controlling human mind and spirit into pure energy, nourishing him instead. The underworld was a legendary supreme treasure capable of sending countless evil spirits and ghosts into reincarnation. How could this carol's death chi possibly affect Fiki's mental state? Surprised, Fiki immediately changed his plan. Based on cultivation level, this carol had reached the mid-stage of the flesh body realm, with abundant death chi within her. In his previous life, Lin died under the strong corrosion of death chi, leaving no medical treatment effective. Although he could kill her with the wind thunder array, he would also be injured. Getting hurt in this dangerous world wasn't wise. The best method was to entangle with this carol until she consumed a large amount of death chi trying to erode and control him, thereby gaining a stronger self before delivering a final, decisive blow. How could I find you unattractive? Go prepare some wine and dishes. Tonight, I will savor every inch of your body, allowing you to experience utmost bliss. Fiki lifted the carol's chin, pretending to be captivated. I will comply. The carol wept joyfully and lightly brushed her sleeves, revealing a shy expression. But in an instant, her smile turned cold and indifferent. With Fiki's vigorous vital energy, it was better than consuming the blood and chi of hundreds of young boys. And drinking wine and eating food? I'm afraid it's not that you don't eat. Isn't netherworld cuisine enjoyable? As Fiki entered the spirit hall, there were faint flickers of wind thunder force in his eyes. He saw the real scene inside. Dozens of male corpses scattered haphazardly everywhere, shriveled and dried up, without a drop of blood left in them. Only skin and bones remained, looking ghastly dead. An opulent feast emerged at the carol's wave of sleeves, emitting thick death chi. She picked up a wine cup and offered it to Fiki, lightly sipping it, whispering, Husband, drink with me. I am a genuine man. Why should I use such small cups? Of course, we should use wine jars. Fiki strode forward, lifting a large wine jar and drank greedily. He pressed down the carol's wine cup and scolded, Women shouldn't drink. Everything is mine. You just need to serve me well. This stuff is a deadly poison to others, but ambrosia for him. How could he let the carol consume it herself? That would be too much of a loss. The carol first froze, revealing an unpleasant expression, but then she became even more delighted. Seeing that Fiki had been eating and drinking without any effect, it indicated that his vitality was unimaginably abundant. The more she ate, the faster her body would be eroded by death chi. Losing a bit of death chi now would mean that in the end, when she sucked dry Fiki's blood, she would absorb it back many times over. She immediately moved close to Fiki's ear, exhaling a cool breath onto his face, whispering softly, Eat more. A real man should eat heartily and drink heavily. Otherwise, you won't have the strength for what comes next. I want a happy life. My lord shouldn't let me down. Fiki sneered inwardly and started to indulge himself, voraciously absorbing the death chi while relishing the slow enhancement of his power. Chapter 4 Ghost Feast. Under the bride's eerie gaze, Fiki seemed like a hasty and lustful brute, shouting wildly, "Bring me 10 more tables of such dishes and wine. I am the manliest of men, and by then, I will certainly subdue you, little wretch." The carol sneered as she provided Fiki with more food and drink, thinking to herself, a mere cheap man. Really thinks he is unique, but in fact, he is just a brute, huh? Bold malevolent spirit, how dare you harm civilians in my Gene City? Come out and die at my hands. Just as Fiki had no idea how much he had consumed, a chilly voice echoed in the air. Before the shrine, Leora stood clad in purple, her expression cold and staring fixedly at the carol. Purple flames erupted from her hands, appearing stunningly otherworldly. Lin thought that Fiki, who was facing away from her, had been controlled by the carol, and sternly shouted, "You glutton, wake up and leave quickly. Next time before the carol ties your thread of fate, think about what you're worth, whether enough for her one bite. Such an annoying presence, girl, your power is too low, you are not my match. If it weren't for enjoying my husband's taste thoroughly later on, I would have caught you and eaten you." The carol looked at Lin with eyes full of disgust, laughing sarcastically. She wouldn't have hesitated to attack if it weren't for the worry of alarming Fiki, who was gradually being controlled by her. Die. Lin saw the food and drink imbued with large amounts of death aura being devoured by Fiki, thinking if she didn't act soon, this man with his back to her would be dead any moment. With a cold voice, she spoke. Brilliant purple flames soared upward, dividing into 9 fiery dragons attacking the carol, determined to slay her. The carol's eyes were indifferent, her fingers turning into sharp claws, while her red bridal gown fluttered in the cold wind, and deathly aura spread around, colliding with the purple fire dragons. Tat tat tat. The purple fire dragons instantly developed countless cracks, with sparks floating in the air. Lin was thrown backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't believe she lost so quickly, her heart jumping to her throat, feeling cold winds blow against her face, with the carol's claws almost grabbing her. As Lin closed her eyes awaiting death, the Clayton sitting at the table grabbed the carol's hand and muttered, "I still want to eat." Yes, husband. I'll prepare them for you immediately," the carol said sweetly, halting her actions. To her, Fiki was far more important than Lin. Judging from the strong blood energy transmitted by Fiki, consuming him would allow her to evolve to a higher level of existence. This is actually the king among evil spirits. How can he not die despite her constant manipulation? Lin gasped, saying, "If this carol consumes this foolish overcoat-wearing man who dared provoke her, her power will increase significantly. If she goes on a killing spree, we will be in serious trouble." Then, she gestured a danger sign to a drone hovering nearby in the sky. Typically, when people from the Awakened organization carry out missions to slay evil spirits, drones follow along to report situations to headquarters at any time. What's going on? Iran ranks high among the Awakened ones. How could she not be a match for this evil spirit? Now stronger people than Iran have left the city and can't return in a short time. Call Iran right now and tell her to leave immediately. She is injured and shouldn't stay there anymore. We can only initiate an emergency live stream to evacuate the crowd. The headquarters of the Awakened organization was shocked beyond belief at the footage from the drone. She has targeted me. I can't get away. Lin swallowed some medicine to heal her injuries while sensing the relentless malevolence from the evil spirit, although busy preparing meals for the man in the overcoat. She waved at the drone and whispered, "Even if I die, I will try to delay the retreat of nearby citizens as much as possible and attempt to engage in a prolonged battle to expose the carol's moves and weaknesses. Watch closely." Seeing Lin's resolute demeanor, everyone at the Awakened organization headquarters fell into sorrow. They had experienced too many scenes like this. In this perilous world, they rushed to the front line, inevitably facing life and death, yet they couldn't help feeling sad. Jincheng Live is software installed on everyone's phones in Jincheng. An emergency live stream would start when the Awakened organization faced unresolvable dangers, allowing everyone to avoid the danger and flee for their lives. For a moment, alarms from phones sounded throughout Jincheng, waking everyone up from their sleep. My God, what happened again? Can I even live until 30 years old? This year hasn't seen an emergency situation. Wonder how many people will die this time. Will it be me? This night, no one in Jincheng could sleep. Chapter 5 The Man in the Windbreaker with Red Underwear. All the startled people witnessed the eerie scene inside the hall, involuntarily feeling a chill down their spines. Can such an evil entity be tamed? What's going on? Why haven't we found any escape routes yet? All I saw was a man in red underwear and a windbreaker full of holes eating something. There's also a girl in a red wedding dress. Could this girl be a powerful evil entity? Great Awakened One, what is happening? Messages flooded the live stream comments, leaving the members of the Awakened organization bewildered, unsure how to guide the people to safety. Lin was at a loss for words. She noticed that the carol didn't seem interested in her at all. Her attention was completely focused on the mysterious man in the windbreaker who kept his back turned. Ordinarily, after an evil entity like the carol overcame them, it would kill the Awakened ones without hesitation, devouring their blood and flesh to grow stronger. After all, compared to ordinary people, they had richer life force, which made them more attractive and beneficial for enhancing the power of entities like the carol. Evacuation route. Residents near Qingta Hill should move away, while those far away remain uncertain. The Awakened group exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Uncertain? What's the situation here? This has never happened before. Damn, are you telling us to just watch that flashy man in torn windbreaker eat his food while his red underwear is visible? To be honest, this flashy windbreaker guy is pretty impressive. It's probably only him who would dare to wander around wearing just a pair of red underwear under a windbreaker, like some unique rat turd. Why am I feeling this way? That's a carol. Why do I think she looks somewhat beautiful? According to my diagnosis as a veteran single dog doctor, you're lonely, so even a Carol looks good, because I feel the same. A series of messages appeared in the livestream chat. Initially, there was tension, but soon people started making jokes about Fiki's attire and the Carol. After living in chaos for so long, they were accustomed to danger and tried to find joy wherever possible. Lynn couldn't help but smile bitterly, gazing at the hall like a fool. She had never imagined that one day she'd be waiting for death while watching a person back-turned to her, savoring his meal bit by bit. What she hadn't anticipated even more was that the formidable Carol spirit, who could kill without batting an eye, would behave like a little girl who found joy simply watching her beloved eat. The world was vast indeed, full of all kinds of strange people and things. Darling, have you eaten enough? Wearing the bridal gown with phoenix crown and red veil, she hooked her arm around Fiki's shoulder and whispered gently. She had used a lot of necrotic energy to feed Fiki, making him now even more appealing than any delicacy, so she smiled exceptionally brightly. This poor soul won't escape this calamity. If this spirit, which even awakened ones can't handle, goes berserk and I can't escape, I wish for similar treatment. Death under the peony, not a bad end. I hope he won't suffer too much. In this world where human lives mean nothing, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Windbreaker guy, I'll light incense for you at home. More and more comments appeared in the live stream, filled with dark tones. To them, Fiki was already dead in this situation. Lynn stood up, surrounded by purple fire, ready to fight the Carol to buy time for her colleagues. Bang! Suddenly, lightning flashed from Fiki's fist, striking the Carol's face. Her phoenix crown and red veil fell, and her entire face caved in. Sorry, I'm a scoundrel. Fiki smirked, coldly staring at the Carol. Now that his strength had reached the mid-stage of flesh-body realm, the dragon elephant power flowed vigorously through his veins, making it easy to deal with the Carol using the wind thunder array. An enraged, ear-piercing scream erupted from the Carol. She hadn't expected that this human wouldn't succumb to her necrotic influence. Her black hair danced wildly, and her nails grew crazily as she attacked Fiki viciously. Die! Fiki concentrated again, launching a punch with wind thunder power. With excessive necrotic energy lost, the Carol was instantly obliterated, the hall disappearing. Fiki absorbed the remaining necrotic energy. Little friend, are you confused? Holy cow, does wearing red underwear really make one invincible? People say it wards off evil, but I didn't believe it until now. Windbreaker guy, you're truly the man among men, the toughest of the tough. Wearing a windbreaker and red underwear can have a unique flair. Tell me, is it because you're at the forefront of fashion that you can be so awesome, taking down an evil spirit king with just one punch? 6666, give Windbreaker guy a like. This scene deeply shocked everyone who had been watching the battle from beginning to end. A series of red hearts lit up in the emergency live stream, and within moments, there were over 100,000 likes, with the numbers still growing constantly. Chapter 6, Senior? Lizette remained frozen in place. This kind of bizarre occurrence was unprecedented in the emergency live broadcast room. The observers from the Awakened organization were utterly shocked. They were all awakened ones with mysterious powers. But they couldn't imagine that anyone could be so formidable, felling a high-level evil spirit like Tinley with a single punch. Immediately, they started sending messages to Lizette, urging her to recruit this enigmatic trenchcoat man into the Awakened organization by any means. Senior, it was my mistake to underestimate you earlier. Could you consider joining our Awakened organization to subdue evil spirits together and protect the safety of our citizens? After seeing the message from the organization, Lizette approached Fiki respectfully and said, of course, we would also provide you with abundant resources to assist in your advancement. Sorry, I declined. Fiki didn't want to expose his identity yet. He still had the lifelong enemy Jeremy to deal with. He was still weak and needed time to grow stronger. Premature exposure wasn't an option. That's why he hadn't revealed himself to Lizette, maintaining this mysterious appearance, which was quite exhausting. In an instant, the number of likes in the emergency live broadcast room stopped growing. After 5 seconds, the first comment appeared. He has already helped us kill that powerful evil spirit and saved our lives. We should thank him. Indeed, this world is too dangerous. No one can guarantee they'll see tomorrow's sun. We shouldn't ask him to sacrifice for us. After a pause, Fiki continued, however, I am very interested in slaying evil spirits, and I will keep doing it. Thank you, Senior. Lizette's face lit up with surprise. A powerful figure capable of slaying evil spirits like Tinley would be a blessing for Jingxing. Without further ado, Fiki prepared to leave. Staying longer might risk being recognized by Lizette. By the way, let me give you a friendly reminder. Evil spirits primarily target those with weak blood qi and heavy yin energy. Medicines like Fufang Ajiao paste, dates, and goji berries can boost blood qi and yang energy, providing some protection against evil spirits. Stopping midway, Fiki whispered gently. Evil spirits belong to dark and malevolent beings, and people with strong yang energy naturally have greater resistance to them. Fiki didn't want others to suffer as he did, being haunted by such evil spirits, hence the reminder. As the saying goes, humans have 3 sources of yang fire. With abundant yang energy, ordinary ghosts dare not come close. Of course, he was also subtly promoting his own herbal medicine shop. Making money isn't embarrassing if the products are worth the price. What? Lizette stood there, stunned, watching Fiki disappear. Meanwhile, after a few minutes of silence, the live broadcast room filled with heart emojis and comments again. After doing good deeds, he leaves without seeking recognition. Truly a role model for us all? Damn, if I hadn't seen him destroy that ghost with one punch, I'd think this was just another health supplement ad. Anyway, this inspiring advice is taken. I'm going to buy some tonics to strengthen myself. Healthy body, no more fear of evil spirits. I, Isaiah, am not a myth. I am alive. Someone please transfer me 3,000 renminbi, and I will give you my foreskin. infused with the essence of Laozi's elixirs, guaranteed to enhance blood and chi better than any supplement. Hey, wouldn't soaking your foreskin in Maodai wine add to its flavor? Such a low price must mean no middleman profits. I, Hassan, need cash or else I'll slice my privates 10,000 times. I, Jade Emperor, can produce countless fairies with a drop of essence, free for everyone here to share. God, what gives me the courage to even enter Isaiah, Hassan, and Jade Emperor's live streams? Must be Liang Jingru's bravery pills. Need to take Lu Wei Di Huang pills to bolster my kidneys, or I can't watch anymore. Damn, who stole my business idea? My red underwear trench coat combo was meant for upscale clientele, not cheap online deals with free shipping. Shame on you for stealing, especially soul theft. That day, the trench coat man with red shorts became famous throughout Jingsheng. Chapter 7, Another 10 Bottles. Deep in the graveyard, Fiki refined all the dead energy of the Carol into power through the underworld, stabilizing his strength at the middle stage of flesh-body realm, and the dragon-elephant force began to coalesce into dragon-elephant light patterns. Dragon-elephant light patterns are the condensed products of dragon-elephant force, which can enhance physical strength. Ultimately, 9 strands of dragon-elephant light patterns were born within his dantian, with a force that was on par with cultivators at the later stage of flesh-body realm. The terrifying aspect of divine prison dragon-elephant power lies here. Challenging higher ranks has never been a problem. After finishing his practice, Fiki looked at his phone, which was filled with messages. All of them were news about the man in the trench coat, wearing red underpants. He couldn't help but admire the imagination of these internet experts. In such a short time, they had fabricated over 10 different backgrounds for him. The most outrageous one claimed that Fiki was the reincarnation of Hal, who liked to wear red underpants as a superhero outfit. The wind thunder power used to defeat the Carol was actually a transformation of the 3 pure fire, and accused him of pretending to be mysterious by sticking a green onion in his pig snout, suggesting his real identity had long been exposed by their wisdom. Fiki could only smile bitterly. He had initially wanted to leave an impressive and noble image while making some money selling medicine. Who would have thought it would create such a big stir? Others had fancy titles like Hermes or Octavia, but his nickname, the trench coat guy with red underpants, sounded embarrassingly low class. When he returned to the pharmacy, there was already a crowd gathered at the door. He immediately thought that his previous warnings might have worked. Otherwise, why would so many people be surrounding this usually quiet pharmacy? Little brother, you're finally back. Give me a bottle of Ajiao essence for nourishing yin and qi. You know I have irregular periods. Since we're so familiar, give me a discount. Other pharmacies are price gouging, but I know you, kind-hearted one, won't do that, right? Alayla recognized Fiki, held his hand tightly, and smiled sweetly. Brother, I didn't want to say this, but I suffer from impotence. As a fellow male, I believe you can understand my pain, my tragedy, my disability. Without me, how many women in the world will not get comfort? A Dougie also rushed out from the crowd, looking regretful and excited. I need one 10-ingredient great nourishing pill. Given my lower body disability, give me a discount. Shameless. Little brother, I'll take a bottle of goji berry. Songs say soaking goji berries in a thermos must have a reason. I don't want a discount, just don't make the price too outrageous. I need Lu Wei Di Huang pills. My kidneys aren't doing well, I need to supplement. The crowd was visibly agitated. This might be hard for me to give you discounts. Fiki scratched his head awkwardly. Dragon elephant light patterns could not only boost a cultivator's physical strength, but also potentiate herbal effects. And with the blessing of the underworld, the effectiveness would be even better. These medicines were now useless to him, but were precious elixirs for others, worth a good price. Most importantly, he was running low on cash. If he encountered something desirable without money, it would be problematic. After all, no matter what you did, money was essential in this world. Really? Can it just be a little more expensive than usual? We work hard to earn money in these turbulent times. The crowd looked disappointed and asked weakly. Sorry, my prices will be 10 times higher than other pharmacies, which is my minimum. Fiki gave an embarrassed laugh. What? 10 times more expensive than other pharmacies? And that's the lowest price? Why don't you just rob us? Suddenly, the scene turned silent, and everyone looked at Fiki as if he were the biggest scammer in the world. I don't want to either, but my medicine truly has miraculous effects. That trench coat guy with red underpants awakened after taking my medicine. Fiki inwardly thanked himself for being prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain it. Before coming, he drew a portrait of himself in a trench coat and recorded a video. Selling medicine is indeed a skill. Without demonstrating its value, it was hard to command a high price. Trench coat guy? Everyone was taken aback. 3 months ago, this shameless trench coat guy came to my store wearing nothing but red underpants, stole my medicine, and ran away. I chased him down and gave him a beating. But then he spat blood into the medicine bags, so I couldn't sell them and had to give those medicines to him. He arrogantly predicted before leaving that my medicine was excellent and would awaken his potential, and once he became famous, selling it under his name would yield tenfold profits. Almost made me beat him again. Now it seems he was right. My medicine really works, and in just 3 months, he became so strong. Here, this is the portrait he left behind, signed by him personally, saying he'd repay what he owed. Fiki shrugged, deciding to sacrifice his new identity's reputation by lying. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone looked at the portrait, and it was indeed the trench coat guy, perfectly depicted down to the torn holes on the trench coat, vividly alive. The signature at the lower right corner was a mess, but no one could figure out what it said. Come on, can't you be more professional in forging? The ink isn't even dry yet. Who are you trying to fool? Please, nowadays, portraits should be sketched with pencils for ambiguity and time spent. Are you crazy about making money? Scammer. Suddenly, a voice of sarcasm sounded. Immediately, everyone looked at Fiki with disdain. This liar fabricated stories without preparation, full of loopholes. Upon hearing this, Fiki could only take out his phone and play the video he had recorded in advance. It showed him wearing the trench coat, carrying a blood-stained medicine bag, staggering away, saying that he would repay today's medicine gift with gratitude multiplied. Both the silhouette and voice were identical to when he fought the Carol. As everyone watched the video in stunned silence, he opened the pharmacy door, operated the underworld, channeled dragon elephant light patterns power into every bottle of medicine, maximizing the medicinal effects. Here, your irregular period issue. Remember you came here before to buy medicine? Drink this Ajiao essence compound, it will surely work. You might even awaken superpowers like the trench coat guy, becoming a female superhero in red underpants. Consider it free, just a trial for the efficacy, okay? Fiki handed a bottle of Ajiao essence compound to the pajama-clad plain-faced beauty, smiling. Thank you. The beauty was extremely surprised and drank the purified dragon elephant force-infused Ajiao essence compound in one gulp. Instantly, her face turned bright red, and she instinctively exclaimed, wow, no more stomachache, no more backaches or leg cramps, not dizzy either. Even my strength increased. Another couple bottles and I'd be close to awakening like the trench coat guy. Little brother, charge me. I want 10 more bottles, 10 times the price, it's fine. Immediately after, she flashed a flirtatious look at Fiki and confidently handed over a credit card. Everyone was dumbfounded. If it weren't for this plain-faced beauty waiting with him in pajamas for so long, they would have suspected that she was hired by Fiki for an advertisement. Chapter 8. Fiki. Sure, you can go get them yourself. As my first customer, you can take an extra bottle. After swiping the card, Fiki handed it back to her and added, I won't give any more as a gift for future purchases since many people are waiting to buy. But you can all try the efficacy first. If it doesn't work, no money is needed. Of course, if someone claims it's ineffective after seeing the effects, they can refer to what happened to Anwar. Fiki pointed to the video playing repeatedly on the window, showing Anwar being beaten until he spat blood while stubbornly talking about payback. I want it. I want it. I want the Romania 6 pill for kidney tonification. I'm already in deficiency. Can't you show some pity? Who dares to compete with me? I'll get into a serious confrontation. Suddenly, everyone got excited. Fiki allowing them to try before buying clearly meant the medicine was indeed effective. Trying first and paying only if it worked seemed like a good deal. But nobody who took the medicine refused to buy it afterward because its efficacy was exceptional. Seeing the balance in his phone account increasing nonstop, Fiki felt extremely thrilled. Life inevitably has regrets. In his previous life, he had always been troubled by not being able to sell the medicine and thus unable to support Monica and Magdalena. Now, reborn, he was naturally determined to make up for these regrets by selling more medicine. Most importantly, having a steady stream of income was truly a gratifying feeling. After a busy round of transactions, those who came early bought their medicines and left contentedly, leaving the pharmacy rather quiet. However, almost everyone had posted on their social media, predicting that in half an hour, a large crowd would be coming to buy the medicine. Fiki, looks like your business is pretty booming. This stockpile of medicine, which has been unsold for so long, finally sold out thanks to my idol. It seems my idol's influence is really extraordinary. Lin, dressed in a purple dress, walked in excitedly, glancing at the nearly emptied small pharmacy and smiled. Idol? Fiki stared at her in surprise. Yes, this girl now has an idol too. He's the Anwar, who currently ranks second on Jincheng Heroes list, wearing red shorts. He's not like those who just show off with their awakened powers. He truly has strength. Lin nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling, and said mysteriously, do you know who started the emergency live broadcast? That's right, it was me. You can't imagine how close I watched Anwar's towering and majestic back, punching down a newlywed bride in one strike. It was unbelievably powerful. The visual impact was something hard to imagine from videos. The Jincheng Heroes list was a ranking of favored awakened individuals that people made since the Great Change, quite prestigious. Even with her cute and sweet demeanor and relatively strong power, Lin only ranked 9th. To think that within less than one night, this Anwar had become second on the heroes list, this was unbelievable. Now when I think about it, I'm really curious what the Anwar in red shorts looks like. Is he very ugly, afraid to show his face? Or did he self-mutilate and disfigure himself so he wouldn't be distracted by his appearance and could focus on enhancing his strength? Lin said excitedly to herself, anyway, I've become his fan. Not because he's so powerful, but because he's shameless. Daring to run around in red shorts and a windbreaker, that's not something ordinary people can do. His shamelessness is so refreshingly unique. Fiki instantly felt exasperated, almost ready to grab this little girl's ears and shout that he was wearing pants that others couldn't see, and she, being so close, should have noticed. Did she think he was ugly or disfigured? He might not be stunningly handsome, but he was at least elegant and refined. I've seen him. He's not that impressive, and I even beat him up. Worried that the imaginative Lin would continue rambling, Fiki tried to change the subject, sighing. If he continued listening to her talk about whether he wore red shorts, he would probably get frustrated enough to spit blood. Lin pouted in dissatisfaction, about to scold Fiki for insulting her idol, but then she saw the repeating video on the window and opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, stammering, You really hit him and made him spit blood? Actually, he became awakened after taking my medicine. My medicine is exceptionally effective, which is why I can charge 10 times the price and still have so many buyers. Back then, I held back and gave him the medicine, or else you might not even have an idol. See this portrait? It's like his IOU. Fiki affectionately patted the stunned Lin's head, gently saying, This bottle of compound donkey hide glue paste is for you. I charge others 500, but it's free for you. After all, you're my little sister. Lin gazed at the painting with a smile full of delight, giggling, Yin brother, my good brother, can you give me my idol's IOU? There's his signature on it. Although it's unclear what he signed, it must be a domineering name. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Winged Divine Being. If you call me a good elder brother 2 more times, I'll give it to you. Fiki teased with a smile. In an instant, Lizette snatched the portrait away and said with a humph, Dream on if you think you can take advantage of me. This portrait is compensation for your disrespect towards my idol. If you're not convinced, ask my fist what they think. My idol is magnanimous and won't hold grudges over being hit by you. But this little fan here will certainly stand up for him. While talking, she waved her small fist in front of Fiki, full of threat. Put your fist away. The painting is yours now. I can't afford to offend you, miss, okay? Fiki helplessly admitted defeat. Lisette immediately handled the portrait carefully, rolling it up without wrinkling it, reminding him, all wandering evil spirits within the city have been killed after the manhunt. But many of the evil spirits escaped to Mount Qingqing. We are preparing to go there tomorrow to investigate. The crisis isn't resolved yet. You haven't awakened, so you still need to be careful. Mount Qingqing? In his memory, this massive chaos of countless evil spirits ravaging Jingqing originated from Mount Qingqing. But information about this incident was sealed off, so Fiki didn't know the specific situation inside during his previous life. He decided to explore Mount Qingqing to find out the truth. Nearly 10,000 people died in this disaster in Jingqing alone. According to official statistics, not including undiscovered bodies, there must be some secrets involved. If it's that dangerous, shouldn't you reconsider going to Mount Qingqing? Fiki, worried about Lisette encountering danger, tried to persuade her. Brother Yin, rest assured, I'll take care of myself. I awakened earlier than others, so naturally I have the responsibility to protect them. Xueyao is the same. She chose to fight outside the city walls after awakening. How could I be any less capable? I believe if you were awakened, you would also join the fight, right? Lisette said seriously. Fiki nodded silently. Everyone has their own choice. Lisette and Monica were his sisters. He wanted them to live safely, but he couldn't control their decisions. Besides, both sisters had made reasonable choices. He had no reason to prevent them from doing so. The only thing he could do was protect them with all his might. Anyone who dared to harm them would be eliminated. Boss, I heard Devon brother awakened because of your medicine. Give me 10 bottles of Luei Dihuang pills. I want 10 boxes of goji berries. Immediately after, many excited people came one after another. With your idol's portrait, you should work hard, right? Little medicine seller. Fiki teased. Lisette rolled her eyes, and then swiftly helped with dispensing the medicines. This medicine can't be sold anymore. Just at that moment, a domineering and cold voice echoed through the space. Looking up, under the moonlight, a young man stood in the air with dark wings spreading from his back, looking down at everyone. His black hair danced wildly, and his black robe fluttered. His eyes were filled with arrogance and pride. Heavenly winged divine being, Reese. How can it be him? He's the top person on Jingqing's idol chart, and the most powerful warrior among the young awakened ones. What wind brought him here? Don't sell the medicine? It's quite effective. I took a 10-ingredient great tonifying pill for my friend once, and felt much better afterwards. People looked at Reese in surprise and questioned him. The medicine here contains toxins that damage the body. It cannot be consumed. I am now confiscating it. That so-called Brother Devon is nothing but a drug-addled waste of life. Not worth mentioning. If you wish to die early, just eat the medicine here like him. Reese expressed indifferently, who is the shop owner here? Come out and tell me where these medicines come from. If you can't explain the source, and considering the numerous people you've harmed by selling these toxic medicines, I will kill you for the benefit of the people. In an instant, all eyes were on Fiki. Fiki squinted slightly, sensing the terrifying aura of Reese hovering in the sky, gazing down like a celestial deity, exuding lethal threats. Reese was at the peak of the late-stage mortal realm, just a step away from the cavern stage. If he fought Reese now, he would probably end up wounded and fleeing. As for Reese's righteous words, he only wanted to monopolize these medicines with dragon elephant strength. There was no way his medicines had toxic side effects. Fiki recalled how in his past life, Reese, as Jingqing's guardian, acted as a lackey to Ariv. He even helped collect the dead chi from countless dead civilians in Jingqing for Ariv's cultivation, aiding in his atrocities just to gain recognition from Ariv and eventually attracting attention from the Yi family of Jinling. Now, combining old grievances with new enmity, Fiki harbored nothing but murderous intent toward Reese. Reese, I have also taken this medicine, and it worked well with no side effects. Do you think everyone in the world is a fool, trying to take away these valuable medicines with just a few words, and even want to kill him to cover your tracks? Lin stepped in front of Fiki first, displeased. He is my brother. If you dare to touch him, I promise I won't let you off. Is it Sister Iran? Why are you here too? Your strength is weaker than mine, and your discernment isn't as good as mine either. There really are toxins in these medicines. I must take them away. There's no room for negotiation. Reese's pupils slightly contracted as he sneered. Since he is your brother, I suppose he didn't intentionally harm others. I'll spare him. For your sake, these 2 ginseng plants can help increase the chances of awakening, as compensation for your brother. How does that sound? Everyone's breath hitched. Hearing Lin's words, they naturally knew how precious these medicines were. Reese was just taking advantage. But they didn't expect Reese to be so shameless as to try to exchange 2 ginseng roots for all the medicines in Fiki's store. Ginseng was rare before the celestial changes, but now it was quite common. The value of just 2 bottles of Luei Dihuang pills sold by Fiki could match what Reese offered. Brother Yin, this is outright robbery. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of him. He won't get your medicine. Lin turned her head to reassure Fiki, then said to Reese, want the medicine? Impossible. Chapter 10 The Purple Rat. Oh. Reese's sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly, anger flashing in his eyes. These medicines you take away, and give me the ginseng instead. Let's call it even, alright? Before Reese could react further, Fiki spoke up. Lin wanted to say something more, but seeing the determined look on Fiki's face, she remained silent. You're quite sensible. Reese smiled coldly. Well, these 2 ginseng roots might really awaken some mysterious power in you. After all, anything is possible. With a nod from him, the people he brought emptied the pharmacy. These 2 ginseng roots are so precious, I believe they will awaken my powers. When that happens, I'll have to rely on young Master Hua's care. Fiki took the 2 ginseng roots, his emotions stirring. He could see these roots were far more profound than they appeared, smiling as he spoke. Ignoring his flattery, Reese waved his dark wings and disappeared into the moonlit night. However, what he didn't notice was that at the moment the Hummer carrying the drugs drove away, purple golden dragon patterns flickered on Fiki's fingertips, subtly altering those medicines. The divine prison dragon elephant power flows as dragon and elephant, reverses as demon. During normal practice, it produces dragon and elephant power. When reversed, it turns into demonic chi, far more corrosive than dead chi by 100-fold. In an instant, he manipulated the dragon and elephant power within the medicines to reverse into demonic chi. Taking them now seemed harmless, but when Fiki activated them, they would become deadly poison. The onlookers looked at Fiki with pity, knowing full well that Reese was too strong. Fiki had made the right choice. But being so cunningly robbed, even as bystanders, they felt indignant, let alone Fiki who was directly involved. But reality was cruel, the weak devoured by the strong. What could Fiki do with such inferior strength? He could only be bullied. Big brother Yin, you? After everyone left, Lin wanted to comfort Fiki but was stopped by his beaming smile, leaving her unsure of what to say. Don't worry, little girl. Your big brother Yi won't fall. Besides, I didn't lose out in this deal. It won't be long before Reese pays for his actions. Fiki smiled calmly. We're supposed to go to Mount Qingcheng when it gets light, aren't we? You should rest and conserve energy. Okay. Lin softly responded and left. Reaching the end of the alley, she turned back to look at Fiki's lonely figure, feeling heartache. But the sorrow of lacking strength was something she couldn't bear for him. It was something only Fiki could endure alone. Back at his rented apartment, Fiki sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully peeling the skin off the ginseng with a small knife to reveal its true form. Inside his dantian, the dim, foggy underworld trembled, emitting a gentle light that enveloped the ginseng. From within the ginseng came sounds of dragon roars and flowing water. Sure enough, it's the netherworld dragon ginseng, a treasure indeed. Yet that fool Reese mistook it for trash. Such a rare opportunity falling right into my hands, why wouldn't I seize it? Fiki laughed heartily. The netherworld dragon ginseng, according to legend, is born where beasts with dragon bloodlines perish, containing netherworld water and dragon chi, making it incredibly potent. Fiki intended to use these two netherworld dragon gins for cultivating combat techniques. Currently, he lacked powerful combat skills and desperately needed these techniques. Cultivation methods mainly fall into two categories. One is the cultivation method that can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, like the divine prison dragon elephant power. The other is combat techniques, similar to Tai Chi and Bajiquan on earth, used to enhance combat ability. Apart from the underworld, his greatest advantage was knowing countless cultivation methods. Any one of them would make someone like Reese scramble. After careful consideration, Fiki decided to cultivate the dragon seizing skill and the 8 steps of heavenly demon. The dragon seizing skill, perfected, allows capturing heavenly dragons and is called an invincible battle technique within arm's reach. The 8 steps of heavenly demon, practiced, make one's steps as elusive as ghosts. Most crucially, this stepping technique can work in conjunction with formations, maximizing their power. The netherworld water is suitable for the 8 steps of heavenly demon, while the dragon chi is perfect for the dragon seizing skill, a two-pronged benefit. Thus, going to Mount Qingcheng, Fiki felt more confident. An hour later, a streak of dawn broke the horizon. Having refined one netherworld dragon ginseng, Fiki considered both martial techniques accomplished to a minor degree. He extended his hand, and a golden dragon claw appeared, shattering a vase 10 meters away. Then, wind rose under his feet, his steps strange and appearing in seemingly impossible positions. Reese, even if you can fly, your advantage disappears under the dragon seizing skill. I will surprise you. Fiki mused to himself. Mortals in the physical realm cannot fly, giving winged Reese an edge. But under the dragon seizing skill, that edge vanished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to put away the other netherworld dragon ginseng and leave for Mount Qingcheng, a purple blur flashed quickly before his eyes. Who? Fiki instinctively roared in anger, extending a dragon claw. With a crunch, the netherworld dragon ginseng was bitten by a purple rat, leaving a bite mark. Looking at the rat with its mouth full of golden juice, Fiki felt an extreme heartache. This was something he had barely saved up. Not tasty. This thing is far worse compared to the divine medicines I used to eat. It's truly unbearable. Then, the purple rat shook its head like a rattle drum and commented, Hey, you and the tattered windbreaker, you're too poor. I originally wanted to take you as my little brother, but you disappointed me so much with nothing good at all. Just be a human slave for now. Chapter 11, 3rd place on the idol chart. Damn rat, if I don't thrash you into submission today, then my surname isn't Yi. Fiki roared in anger. This purple rat not only stole food but also called him poor. This was something even his uncle could tolerate, but his aunt could not. A mere slave of a human, yet you dare to challenge this divine rat. If I don't beat you until your own mother doesn't recognize you, you won't know why the flowers are so red. The purple rat's body glowed with purple light, and it arrogantly taunted. Dragon capture hand. Suddenly, Fiki stepped in the 8 steps of heaven demon, leaving 2 afterimages in the air as dazzling golden dragon claws emerged. Damn, he's tough, gotta run. The purple rat swore furiously, no longer as cocky as before, beginning to flee in disorder. Bang. However, once the dragon capture hand is unleashed, it will surely capture its target. Unless it is shattered by overwhelming force, it would never let go. To be unbeatable at such close quarters isn't just talk. The purple rat was directly grabbed by the golden dragon claws. Fiki stared coldly at it and said indifferently, Still want to run? Broken rat? He did not wish to kill the rat because he knew it was special. The netherworld dragon ginseng was a potent medicinal herb whose violent power had to be diluted for Fiki to absorb. Otherwise, he would burst from within and die. But this rat ate the entire root and was fine, indicating its extraordinary physique and great potential. When Fiki wanted to observe the purple rat closely, it flashed with purple light, mysteriously freeing itself from the dragon capture hand's control, cursing, You sick human slave. This divine rat is male. You pervert. Just you wait till I recover my strength and come back to beat you so badly that your own mother wouldn't recognize you. In a flash, the purple rat fled. Buzz. Suddenly, strange light emitted from the underworld within Fiki's body and fell upon the purple rat, instantly immobilizing it. Mysterious characters appeared on its purple fur, forming a huge cage that rendered the purple rat immobile. Damn Kiss, this broken thing is really on you. This divine rat admits defeat. Boy, we're brothers from now on. First cursing, the purple rat then smiled and said amiably, from now on, we share joys and sorrows together. Acknowledge me as the boss, and I'll bring you fame and fortune. Earth's spiritual chi has awakened, and our good days have arrived. Eating immortal pills, bathing with holy maidens, life will be fantastic. Heaven is first, I'm second, you're third. How does that sound? Caught between laughter and tears by the sudden change in demeanor, Fiki found that despite its lack of power, the rat was quite skilled in verbal sparring. I'll be the boss, and you remain the second. Now, I control the underworld, which means your life is in my hands. Fiki said coolly, if you disagree, I won't force it, and I can end you right here. My netherworld dragon ginseng isn't easy to consume, and draining your blood might help extract its potency. You. The purple rat looked at the shadow of the underworld above Fiki's head with trepidation and reluctantly conceded, you win. I'm second. But don't use this damn thing on me anymore. It hurts. Who would have thought this divine rat almost became a dried corpse due to one damn ginseng? What a tragedy. Fine. I'll remove the seal of the underworld from you, and you won't be under its control. Of course, I'll keep one final method to restrain you, just in case. Fiki sensed a shadow of the purple rat within the underworld, clearly indicating the rat had been sealed there until just now. You. Startled, the purple rat hadn't expected Fiki to release his control over him and continued. I thank you for releasing me, but if you want me to willingly acknowledge you as the boss, you still have a lot of work to do. Nodding with a smile, Fiki knew he had earned the purple rat's approval. Being able to be sealed in the 18th level of hell within the underworld clearly meant this purple rat wasn't simple. Generally, gifted beasts couldn't speak until reaching the cave realm. Yet this purple rat could fluently converse at only early flesh body realm. Its background must be extraordinary. While sealing the purple rat using the underworld allowed control over its fate, it would also make the rat hate him, posing a potential danger. Yet Fiki couldn't bear to kill this purple rat. This solution was best. After talking, he learned the purple rat's name was Barnaby, who lost most of its memory being sealed in the underworld. Boss, this array formation on your cloak is terrible. I could draw 100 times better with my eyes closed. The purple rat Barnaby looked disdainfully at the wind thunder array on Fiki's windbreaker. Suddenly extending its paw, powerful array fluctuations spread, transforming the dried netherworld dragon ginseng into powder scattered on the cloak, increasing the array's quality tenfold. The silver-red patterns on the cloak instantly became vividly colorful and splendid. Fiki was amazed beyond measure. Considering his expertise in array formations, he believed he wasn't lacking. With increased power, he could enhance the wind thunder array too. Yet this improvement was incredible. However, it was absolutely impossible for Barnaby to perfect the wind thunder array so effortlessly. Fiki began to rejoice that he had not forcefully suppressed Barnaby. Otherwise, the proud Barnaby would not only refuse to help him but might even set traps for him. He could learn the essence of array formations from Barnaby. In the past, although he understood the principles of array formations, he rarely set them up and needed gradual improvement. Of course, the most critical point was that he did not want to be teased by unscrupulous online big shots as the red-trousered windbreaker brother. It wasn't his birth year, so why wear red underwear? This colorful windbreaker looked overwhelmingly impressive. Shocked already? Haha, you're pretty weak. I still have many tricks up my sleeve. For example, I'm a treasure-seeking rat and can smell the aura of treasures. But let's agree, even close brothers need clear accounts. Treasure must be split equally. Barnaby patted its chest proudly and said smugly, of course, if you acknowledge me as the boss, I can give you a bit more scraps of treasure each time we find some. Get lost. Fiki laughed and scolded. Bang. At that moment, the door to the rental room was violently kicked open. Wood splinters flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Fiki, you damn mongrel, get over here. An angry roar echoed through the air. A young man in a suit walked in, with sharp eyes, radiating a stern and lethal aura. Behind him floated the shadow of a bear, which roared incessantly as he moved, revealing a bloodthirsty madness. Fiki's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the intruder. Tiger, Reese's younger brother, who had awakened the power of a bloodthirsty Kong bear, just stepped into the late flesh body realm, and possessed formidable strength. Originally ranking second on Jin Cheng's idol chart, he was now pushed to third place by the windbreaker-clad imposter. Chapter 12 Big Star. Damn, this mere ant dares to be outrageous in front of me. If I had even a 10,000th of my strength back, I could tear this ant to pieces. Barnaby mumbled unhappily, he's a bit strong now. Let's run. We should develop stealthily and get stronger before settling scores with him. Barnaby shrank into a purple ball and hid to one side. Fiki couldn't help but bitterly smile. This Barnaby was indeed like a mouse, too cowardly. Boastful words resounded loudly, but when true matters arose, he fled faster than anyone. You want me to get out? What are you worth? Fiki said indifferently. Oh ho, a waste of space dares to challenge me? Originally, I only intended to seriously injure you to keep you far away from Iran, but now I've changed my mind. I'll tear you into bloody pieces. Urban smashed a punch on the fish tank, sending countless shards flying as he sneered mockingly. I really can't understand what Iran sees in you, this trash. He always viewed Lin as his own woman, and anyone who dared to touch Lin even slightly would at least end up crippled. And last night, Lin actually defied her brother for Fiki's sake, which made him very upset. Fiki dodged the flying glass fragments, eyes cold. With 2 combat techniques under his belt, facing Urban, who had just entered the late-stage corporeal realm, he still stood a fighting chance. However, the outcome wouldn't be optimistic. He would likely be injured and flee since there was a small gap in their realms. Currently, he couldn't fully exploit the advantages of the underworld. Thus, he couldn't force an inter-realm kill. The ability to escape is decent, but in the face of absolute power, you can't run. Urban strode forward quickly, a bare shadow entering his body, instantly making him over 6 feet tall, thunder-like roars accompanying his punches. Urban, you think you can kill my little brother? I can start a live stream anytime to let my million fans know it was you who slaughtered innocently, violating the rule that awakened ones cannot kill civilians. Then even Reese won't be able to protect you. Suddenly, a girl appeared wearing a baseball cap, a white shirt, and blue jeans, holding her phone in front of Fiki, smiling gently. Alyssa, Lin's cousin, was a real-life vixen. She used to be Fiki's junior at Jinling University's calligraphy club, where they had a great relationship, often teasing Fiki. After awakening, her figure became more alluring, and her body became incredibly flexible. Dancing gracefully, she became a famous internet celebrity with over 1 million followers, being voted the top beauty of Jinqing last year. Alyssa, do you want to oppose me? Urban lowered his voice and shouted furiously with a darkened face. Alyssa didn't respond but waved her phone and casually leaned her arm on Fiki's shoulder, showing her stance. Fiki, you wait. I will make sure you die miserably. Urban clenched his fists tightly, producing a grating sound of bones grinding together, threateningly saying, as for you, you better be careful. I might end up killing you soon. As for Iran, don't even think about it. I'll have her stop associating with you right after this, and I believe she'll listen to me. After all, I'm her brother. Fiki ignored the threat and chuckled. Fiki, don't. Alyssa grabbed Fiki's hand, signaling him not to further provoke Urban. If Urban truly went mad and attacked recklessly, she wasn't his match. Now you're leaving, remember to pay for my door and fish tank. Fiki smiled, looking at Urban turning to leave, shouting out. Urban left without turning back, firmly deciding in his heart to kill Fiki. Fiki relied on Alyssa's support now, and he didn't want killing this waste to ruin his bright future. You remember, I'll ask you for the money for the door and fish tank damage. Fiki shouted after Urban's retreating back. Snap, snap, snap. An enraged Urban roared, sound waves shattering all the windows in Fiki's house. I'm waiting for you to collect. Urban grimaced. It's not just those two things, include the glass too. Upon hearing this, Urban nearly lost control, wanting to return and kill Fiki regardless of everything, but he finally restrained himself, speeding away in his car. Satisfied? You've thoroughly angered this madman Urban. He's not someone easy to provoke. Although the Awakening organization restricts awake ones from indiscriminate killings, he can easily kill you without leaving any traces. Alyssa glanced sideways at Fiki and muttered irritably, if you keep acting like before, you won't know how you died. Your character is either brave, or just plain stubborn. Times have changed. You can't act recklessly. But why didn't you stop me then? Fiki smiled and countered. I was going to stop you, but since he's already decided to kill you, I figured I might as well let you have your say. Besides, your mouth belongs to you. How could I stop it? It's not like I can cover your mouth with mine, right? Alyssa lightly bit her red lips, reaching out to lift Fiki's chin, teasing him. Move in with me later, and I'll protect you. In my villa, he won't be able to touch you. Chapter 13 Departure. Can I just stay here? I can deal with Claire. If I go to your place and get paparazzi shots of me, saying I'm your kept man, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Fiki quickly moved his face away and laughed. You have a way to deal with Claire? With your small frame, that bear could crush you with a single lie down. Wait until you awaken to talk big. Stop babbling, pack 2 sets of clothes and come with me. If you want to be a kept man, you have to prove you can do it. Alyssa leaned forward and whispered, living with me has many perks, who knows? I might favor you when I'm lonely at night. Don't you want to take advantage of this? You have no choice but to move. I'm stronger than you. If you don't agree, I'll drag you there. Fiki rolled his eyes and pushed her away, agreeing to leave with her. He enjoyed fooling around with Alyssa. In his previous life, he had never awakened to cultivate, leading a despondent existence which disappointed those who cared about him. He didn't want to live like that again. Alyssa lived with Zhang Yiran in the same place. When the changes in heaven and earth began, they wanted Fiki to move in for mutual support, but he refused then. Now that Lin and Alyssa had offended the Marcel brothers for him, considering their ruthlessness, they might harm the 2 girls. It would be better if he went there to protect them. They arrived at the luxurious Shanshui Villa complex in Jin City, where most residents were awakened beings, one of the safest areas in Jin City, via Alyssa's Hummer H3. Lin wasn't home, obviously having already departed for Qingshan Mountain. After arranging Fiki's room, Alyssa suddenly grabbed his hand urgently. I almost forgot why I came looking for you. Do you still have the autograph of Arturo? Yesterday that deadbeat Lin came back and bragged about it to me for so long. I really didn't think you would actually have met the legendary red underwear wearing Arturo. Fiki was somewhat at a loss. Alyssa truly acted unpredictably. For a moment, he really thought she was going to flirt with him. I still have one of his signed paintings. Fiki originally wanted to say no, but seeing Alyssa's hopeful gaze, he couldn't refuse and replied weakly. Give me his signed painting as rent for staying here. Alyssa became unusually excited and hurriedly asked, right, is Arturo handsome? He's quite handsome. Staring at by Alyssa so intently, he felt an impulse to tell her that he was Arturo, but knowing the hassle it would bring, he lied. What do you mean quite? Obviously, he's handsome. A hero who dares to walk around in just red underwear and a windbreaker must be handsome. If I meet him, I'd invite him to be the lead actor in my micromovie. With his fame, I could enter the film industry. Alyssa teased, as for you, being so ugly, you'll come work for me as a stagehand. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a minor role. I'm going back to my room now. I'll bring the signed painting later. Fiki fled. Lying was exhausting. He hurriedly drew a signature painting in his room and gave it to Alyssa. Alyssa was finally satisfied and said she had to go out and would be back later, telling him not to wander off. Boss, your fortune isn't shallow at all. This beautiful lady has curves in all the right places and is fun to talk to. She's so straightforward, yet you're still pretending to be reserved. As they say, don't pretend to be cool, or you'll get struck by lightning. Don't be too reserved. Be bold like a man. Suddenly, Jamal's familiar voice came from outside the window. You coward. Running away before even fighting, and now you dare to find me. Fiki scolded. That wasn't running. It was a strategic retreat. I'm not as strong as you, boss. Besides, I doubt you could win against that jerk anyway. Jamal responded nonchalantly. Alright, let's head to Qingshan Mountain and see what weird things are happening. Didn't you say you can smell the scent of treasures? Let's see if you can find something rare to boost our strength. Fiki wasn't really angry. When Jamal fled, he sensed that Jamal had set up an array. Clearly, this unreliable divine mouse still cared for him. Boss, just wait. If there's even a valuable hair on Qingshan Mountain, I'll find it, Jamal confidently declared. Before leaving, Fiki specially asked Jamal to set up a wind thunder array on a black mask to obscure his face. This way, he wouldn't worry about being recognized. He had to maintain the identity of Arturo to boldly confront enemies like Reese and Yehia. After all, he was not alone and could not act without restraint. He had Lin, Yishuerua, and Alyssa behind him. If people like Reese and Yehia, who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, found out that he, Fiki, was Arturo, they might use the three girls as leverage against him. To ensure safety, he and Jamal also inscribed some wind thunder talismans, which could be used to buy time when encountering formidable enemies. Chapter 14. 9 Strange Stones? Ancient Mirror? Mount Qingqing, one of the famous Taoist mountains in China. According to legend, Xavian, the ancestor of Taoism, once practiced and preached here. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the mountain was known for its beautiful scenery and serene environment, earning it the reputation of Qingqing, the secluded wonder of the world. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the mountain was constantly shrouded in mist and clouds. When Fiki received news from the netherworld and the Buddha's light illuminated the golden summit of Mount Ame, changes also occurred on Mount Qingqing. The mist gradually dissipated, and the spiritual energy became more concentrated. Boss, legends say that many swordsmen reside in Sichuan. I wonder if we can find a flying sword used by these swordsmen this time at Mount Qingqing to play with? A man and a mouse arrived at the foot of Mount Qingqing. Barnaby looked up at the mountain emitting a faint green light and drooled as he eagerly said, if we really get a flying sword, wouldn't that be like a calf rocketing into the sky? Awesome all the way, sparks and lightning in tow? Fiki had gotten used to Barnaby's constant exclamations and chuckled, it's possible, but if there's only one flying sword, we two brothers won't be able to share. No, if there are any flying swords, there must be two. We each get one. Then we would become the twin swordsmen of Shushan. Together, we'd be doubly awesome, like a pregnant cow launching into the sky. Twice the awesomeness all the way, sparks and lightning in tow. Barnaby placed his rat paws behind his back, looking graceful as he spoke leisurely. Get lost. Fiki cursed. What kind of divine mouse is this? It's just a jokester. However, Barnaby was right. During the strange events at Mount Qingqing in his previous life, a legendary sword did indeed stand atop the mountain, with purple mists flowing through the mountain and auspicious light permeating the air. Suddenly, strong winds howled, and a faint bloody smell spread through the air, accompanied by eerie screams from malevolent spirits. It's exactly as Lin said. The evil spirits ravaging Jean City have all gathered here. We need to enter the mountain and see what's happening. Fiki frowned slightly and muttered. He and Barnaby rushed to the source of the sound, only to see a spirit in jeans with zombie-like spots on its face tearing at a wolf carcass. An ominous rune was faintly visible on the spirit's forehead, draining the wolf's flesh until only bones remained. Similar scenes were occurring around them. From their attire, it was evident these spirits were recently deceased Jean City residents. Fiki couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could these vengeful spirits kill wolves known for their ferocity? Keep in mind, not only humans but beasts can cultivate after the revival of the world. Ferocious wolves possess much greater combat power than before. It seems the effect comes from those mysterious runes. Barnaby, split up and subdue these vengeful spirits. Remove the runes for research, and try to protect yourself without killing these spirits. Fiki shouted urgently. These spirits were all victims of recent mysterious incidents in Jean City, controlled by the strange runes and driven only by murderous intent. If he hadn't been saved by Lin in his past life, he might have ended up as one of these spirits too. Life in troubled times is as insignificant as grass, but under the premise of protecting oneself, one should still maintain compassion. That was his principle. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits sensed Fiki's presence and rushed toward them frenziedly. Fiki channeled his spiritual energy and quickly seized the runes on their foreheads using the dragon seizing technique. Barnaby didn't lag behind, instantly producing numerous runes on his claws. Netherworld, purify. Fiki's eyes narrowed as the netherworld emitted a strange light, causing the frenzied spirits to hesitate, swaying lifelessly on the spot. From dust you came, and to dust you shall return. I will avenge your deaths. Fiki sighed softly. In an instant, the netherworld restored some residual consciousness in these spirits. They looked at Fiki with complex expressions before their remains turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Even though the netherworld hummed and stirred within him a desire for deathly energy, he resisted it. Boss, aren't you going to absorb this deathly energy to enhance your strength? Barnaby looked at Fiki, who let the deathly energy dissipate, in confusion. He knew the netherworld absorbed deathly energy for cultivation and was puzzled by Fiki's actions. Barnaby, remember this. There are things a man must do, and things he must not. If they were my enemies, I would drain their value ruthlessly, but they are innocent souls. Even if they're just spirits, we cannot slaughter them recklessly. Fiki spoke seriously. If he enhanced his power by slaughtering these spirits at will, what would make him different from the brutal Yehia? The netherworld is his tool, and it must obey his will. Otherwise, he wouldn't control the netherworld. It would control him. Barnaby remained silent, just inspecting the strange runes closely. Kid, you've passed the test and can inherit my legacy. Although the netherworld falls under the jurisdiction of East Peak, my Dizong's inheritance isn't bad either. Only with a benevolent heart can the true power of the netherworld be unleashed. After all, The netherworld is just a tool. A magnificent Buddha sound echoed from the netherworld. Only after all beings are enlightened can one attain Bodhi. May you maintain this mindset, or else you will be entrenched in slaughter, leading to a tragic life. Namu Amida Butsu. Immediately afterward, a dazzling Buddha light emerged from the netherworld shrouded in black mist. The bits of Buddha light feedback from the purified vengeful spirits nourished Fiki's physical body. Although the nurturing effect was not as potent as that of deathly energy, it brought tranquility to Fiki's mind and spirit. The inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? It seems the legendary, I vow not to achieve Buddhahood until hell is emptied. All beings must be saved before I attain Bodhi, was truly his pledge while in the netherworld. Sensing an increased Buddha aura in the netherworld, Fiki thought, I will seek the Tao through killing but won't let it affect my true heart. Boss, there's a layer of seal on top of these strange runes. You need to use the power of the netherworld to peel it off. Meanwhile, Barnaby integrated the strange runes, revealing a mysterious seal pattern. Fiki immediately pointed at the seal, and a strange black light curtain descended. Gazing through the black light curtain, he saw a woman with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, dressed in a black dress, sitting cross-legged on the demon-subduing stone atop Mount Qingcheng, where the legendary Taoist master Xavian once preached. She held a damaged ancient mirror, and eerie runes circulated around her. 9 strange stones floated above her head, blood red and exuding thick, deathly energy. In front of her, terrifying vengeful spirits, resembling carols, began exploding, releasing terrifying deathly energy into the ancient mirror, which then nourished the strange stones. Chapter 15. Invite me to make a movie. Damn it, this little bitch deserves to die. If I don't hang her and beat her to death, I won't be called Jamal. Jamal was enraged, and anyone could see that all the bizarre incidents were created by the woman in black at the top of Qingcheng Mountain. Fiki didn't say a word, but his fists clenched tightly. He could sense that this woman in black had peak strength at the late stage of the flesh-body realm, just one step away from forming a cave abode and advancing into the cave abode realm. The ancient mirror in the hands of the woman in black was a magical artifact, and even though it was incomplete, its power was remarkable. Magical artifacts are items that contain special spiritual essence. The underworld, for instance, is an extremely high-level magical artifact that can help cultivators increase their cultivation and combat power. That ancient mirror not only promoted the birth of resentful spirits, but also allowed them to explode, which benefited the woman in black, aiding her in refining the 9 strange stones on her back, indicating it was an extraordinary magical artifact. Now, neither he nor Jamal together could match this woman. They needed to quickly enhance their strength within Qingcheng Mountain to catch up before countless wandering souls were refined and devoured by her, and then eliminate her to bring justice to the dead in Jincheng and surrounding cities. We need to attract the resentful spirits around here, using the underworld to purify them and improve our strength, Fiki hurriedly said. Hey, you scoundrel leader, why do I feel like you're looking at me so dangerously? You're not thinking about exploiting me, right? I perform arts, not sell myself. Feeling the strange look Fiki gave him, Jamal retreated several steps, covering his chest with his mouse paws, alert. Would your leader harm you? It's just letting some blood. Fiki smiled brightly, saying, aren't you always boasting about being a divine beast on the way? These resentful spirits instinctively want to swallow rich flesh. My garbage-like flesh can't compare to yours. Brothers fight side by side. I won't let you be alone. I'll let blood with you so you feel balanced, okay? Can your blood compare to mine? I am a divine beast. My blood can make fairies fall in love, and the Queen Mother shed tears. Its effects are terrifying. Won't I suffer if you casually spread my blood around? Besides, my small body doesn't have much blood. Jamal felt utterly miserable, grumbling unhappily. Other people's leaders protect their juniors from wind and rain. But you, Leader Fiki, always think of ways to exploit us. One cannot be too shameless. Though reluctant, he still slashed his wrist and dropped 5 drops of blood, his mouse ears drooping. Fiki also slashed his wrist to drip blood. Though the blood-containing dragon elephant power wasn't as potent as Jamal's, the combination was fatally attractive to the resentful spirits who only knew how to devour flesh. His windcoat flapped, the wind thunder array glowed, and the strong wind carried the scent of their blood everywhere. Instantly, cries of resentful spirits filled Qingcheng Mountain. Resentful spirits, gaunt and terrifying, rushed crazily towards them, filling the air with death aura. Wind thunder array, suppress evil. Sitting cross-legged on a boulder, Fiki's windcoat billowed with wind thunder power blazing fiercely. Jamal's mouse paws filled the weak points of the wind thunder array, increasing its power to a new level. In an instant, Fiki became the center of a purification storm. Wind thunder power shattered strange runes, and the underworld purified lost souls, generating radiant light to nourish Fiki's physical body. Just then, the familiar black Hummer H3 came into view. Alyssa excitedly removed her sunglasses and used her phone to record hundreds or even thousands of resentful spirits being subjugated by Fiki wearing a black mask and a windcoat. Everyone, I'm so lucky. Originally, I wanted to enter Qingcheng Mountain to film its inside details for you to see, but here I met the legendary Jesus brother who ranks second on the idol chart and wears red shorts. Today, he isn't wearing red shorts but flowery ones, still equally flamboyant, killing resentful spirits en masse. Although the flowered shorts seem a bit big and move in the wind, clearly he prefers loose underpants that can accommodate his restless heart. He is now single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of resentful spirits. My goodness, how terrifying is he? Now the internet in Qingcheng Mountain is poor, so I can't livestream. As soon as I connect, I will show you this thrilling scene from the first-person perspective, no special effects. Alyssa held her phone, filming, emanating a faint fragrance, looking charming. Hey, little beauty, what are you filming? Jamal swiftly flew before her, crossing his arms and harumphing. My goodness, it's actually a talking rat who calls Jesus brother leader. Am I dreaming? What am I experiencing? Alyssa covered her mouth, amazed. Come, 1, 2, 3, smile, Take a picture of me too. Your divine mouse and leader represent the double swords of Mount Shu, symbolizing light and justice, specifically to eliminate darkness. Why are you afraid? Don't back away. I won't eat humans. Jamal extended his mouse paw and formed a heart shape in front of the camera, grinning. Remember, make me look majestic, just like my boss, handsome and cool. Alyssa was stunned, looking at Jamal who made a heart sign in front of her, feeling like her worldview had been overturned. She blurted out subconsciously, don't worry, I will definitely portray you as grand and majestic, an eloquent divine mouse like you. Let's go, Jamal. We have other things to do, Fiki reminded Huanghang after purifying the last resentful spirit in this area. He then looked at Alyssa and warned, Qingqing Mountain is very dangerous now, leave quickly. He hadn't expected that when Alyssa said she would be out for a while, she meant coming to this perilous Qingqing Mountain, so he urged her to leave. I'll listen to whatever Jesus brother says. I'll leave right away. Meeting you makes my trip to Qingqing Mountain complete. Alyssa immediately shifted her attention from Huanghang to Fiki, holding up her phone and taking pictures of him, whispering, I admire you so much. Recently, I've been preparing to shoot a short movie about the recovery of spiritual energy, where great people like you save the world. Could I invite you to play the lead role? If you join, I guarantee it will be a box office hit. We can discuss your pay. She revealed a pleading expression, her alluring figure swaying like a beautiful snake, full of fatal charm. Chapter 16. The 8 Steps of Heavenly Demon. Monster. Fiki muttered under his breath and hurriedly said, There's no time now. I'll contact you when I have time. You'd better leave quickly. The vengeful spirits here are about to start slaughtering. Take this Wind Thunder Talisman. It will save your life in case of danger. Barnaby, what are you doing? Come here. Then, Fiki saw Barnaby running towards Alyssa's Hummer and scolded him. After Barnaby came over, he showed the middle finger to Alyssa and said with a snort, You liar. Why did you ignore me and rush to shoot that creepy man wearing a windbreaker and mask? Do you even have any taste? I took some of your stuff. Consider it the price for you deceiving me. What did you take? Give it back. At the same moment, 9 streaks of black light appeared on the top of Qingqing Mountain. The vengeful spirit beasts started to become agitated and began to slaughter the human awakened and beasts inside Qingqing Mountain. Fiki urged them on. Nothing much, let's go. Barnaby smiled craftily and fobbed him off. It's fine, Mr. Windbreaker. There's nothing important in my car. Feel free to take whatever this cute divine mouse wants. Remember our deal, okay? Alyssa said generously. Fiki could only fiercely tap Barnaby on the head and hurriedly rushed to purify the vengeful spirits in other areas to enhance his strength, planning to return Alyssa's things later. Mr. Windbreaker is really cute, not as ruthless as seen in live streams. Ha ha ha, once targeted by this miss, you can't escape. You can't escape being the male lead even if you don't want to. Alyssa held her phone, recording the figures of 1 man and 1 mouse leaving, pursing her red lips and whispered with a smile, Buzz. But in the next second, her expression changed slightly as they didn't get very far from the spot. In front of Fiki in the air, Reese, who had dark wings, was like a descending demon god, overlooking Fiki. Dark flames rose around him, turning the surrounding plants into ashes. Mr. Windbreaker, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've been eager to meet you. You could kill the bride because you possess a magical weapon, right? Reese laughed coldly and said fiercely, Hand it over, and I'll give you a full body to be buried. Facing Fiki, Urbane, shirtless with an angry bear tattoo, flickering with a pale red glow, looked at Fiki with eyes filled with greed. At this moment, Reese was imposing, clearly having refined all the power of dragon and elephant from the drugs he seized last night, reaching half-step cave mansion realm. His every move exuded dominance. Heavens, that's Mr. Windbreaker, Urbane, and Reese, the 3 best young people among Jean Cheng's awakened actually meeting here. Why does it look like Reese wants to kill Mr. Windbreaker? What happened? Reese, floating in the air with dark wings, attracted everyone's attention. More than 10 patrol squads of Awakened nearby noticed them. Kill me? With so many people watching, aren't you afraid of being exposed and punished by the Awakened organization? Fiki's pupils narrowed slightly as he smiled. After you're dead, everyone who sees this will be killed by me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to let people know I have a magical weapon? Reese nonchalantly said, In this world, might is right. As long as I say you were conspiring with vengeful spirits and I discovered and killed you, who would speak up for a dead man? Barnaby, attack Urbane. Without responding, Fiki urged sharply. Crack. Suddenly, he triggered the dragon and elephant power hidden within Reese's body. Boom boom boom. The mighty aura of Reese paused abruptly. The raging dragon and elephant power tore through his skin and exploded within him. Instantly, he became a bloodied mess. His dark wings were covered in blood, black feathers falling as he lost control and fell from the sky, creating a huge pit in the ground. That drug was poisonous. You framed me? Reese's eyes turned bloodshot, his breath weakening as he roared. Thud. Fiki used the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon in midair, leaving 3 afterimages before coming to the pit, and ruthlessly stomped down with a foot filled with violent wind and thunder energy, sending dust flying everywhere. Just a country chicken trying to fly? Now you've fallen back down, haven't you? Fiki sneered mockingly. A shrill roar came from Reese's mouth. He reached out to block Fiki's foot, drawing an ancient jade sword and releasing a sword chi towards Fiki. But the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon is an unparalleled step technique. Although Fiki was just beginning, Reese couldn't catch him in his chaotic state as Fiki directly stomped on Reese's face, leaving deep and shallow mud prints. Barnaby, let's go. Having struck successfully, Fiki grabbed the Barnaby who was hid away by Urbane, hastily saying. He could only win Reese now because Reese was caught off guard. The ancient jade sword was also a pseudo-magical weapon, with great power, but it was impossible to kill Reese with it. After gaining the upper hand, Fiki immediately fled. Damn kiss, you dared to hit me, bear man, you just wait. Next time we meet, I'll make you end up in a pit like this bird man, unable to even crawl out. Barnaby ran wildly, shouting, Ellie, this jade sword is for you. Swallow this Kungbaltal, raging grass. It can increase your strength. Chase them down and kill them. They only managed to injure me because they caught me off guard. Actually, they can't beat you. I want them dead. Reese's breathing was weak. He raved. Chapter 17. A hair's breadth away. I am invincible. Wesley seized the jade sword and dashed off fiercely in the direction Fiki had fled. Reese was defeated? Defeated by Brother Jesus. This is absolutely explosive news. If this gets out, Brother Jesus will definitely top the idol list of Jingxing. Brother Jesus is simply legendary. Many onlookers who witnessed the scene marveled repeatedly. Alyssa's face changed drastically. She guessed that Reese remained because, firstly, he was too gravely wounded to chase after Brother Jesus, and secondly, he intended to slaughter everyone who saw this. Wanting to warn the team of awakened ones who had witnessed the event to escape, she could not get their attention due to the distance between them. She hurriedly started her Hummer H3 and sped through the mountain paths, trying to pick up those people, only to find that Reese had already arrived, killing all of them and was now racing towards her. Alyssa drove at full speed and tossed a thunderstorm talisman towards the chasing Reese. The talisman exploded with wind and thunder power, slowing down Reese for a moment, preventing him from catching up with her. My God, Brother Jesus is truly my savior, saving my life. I've decided, from now on, Brother Jesus isn't just Lynn's idol but also mine. Relieved after surviving the ordeal, Alyssa sighed. Reese, I will definitely expose everything you've done to the public. Just wait. Unbeknownst to her, while she was being pursued by Reese, Fiki, chased by Wesley, was running towards her direction, willing to risk being surrounded by the two brothers to ensure her safe departure. Clang, clang, clang. Sword beams flashed past Fiki. Had it not been for his early warning ability using DU and his nimble footwork with the Heavenly Demon 8 steps, he would not have dodged Wesley's attacks so skillfully. Now, he needed a strategically advantageous location where he and Barnaby's expertise in formations could be maximized. At that place, Wesley's fate would be sealed. Unknowingly, they had reached the foot of Qingqing Mountain, beside Bippy Moon City Lake, where green bamboo forests lined the banks of the vast lake. Legend has it that the Alessia once descended here, embracing the spring water of the lake to cleanse her divine body, hence its alternative name, Alessia Lake. Approaching the edge of Alessia Lake, Fiki and Barnaby exchanged glances, faint smiles appearing on their lips. This was an excellent location for their formation. The pavilion at the center of Alessia Lake resonated best with their formation. With formation support, dealing with Wesley wouldn't be difficult for Fiki. You dirty rat and that sneaky coward hiding your true identity, do you dare to stop and fight me? Wesley, chasing relentlessly, found himself unable to catch up to Fiki despite his superior strength, exclaiming angrily, Does Lord Divine Rat need to prove anything to you? My capabilities were already known to your ancestors over 18 generations, which is why your kind and that Birdman exist as bastards. Barnaby stood on Fiki's shoulder, flipping Wesley the middle finger in disdain. Barnaby, aren't you a rat? How can you claim Bearmen and Birdmen are part of your lineage? Fiki, executing the Heavenly Demon 8 steps with incredible speed, questioned. Well, it's truly unfortunate for our family. His female ancestors across 18 generations were no good, leading promiscuous lives and betraying Lord Divine Rat, not sparing even bears and birds. Enough said. It's all bitter tears of sorrow. Do you think I call him a bastard for fun? Barnaby shook his head and sighed. Furious, Wesley brandished his sword, the angry bear tattoo on his body turning crimson, increasing his speed significantly, causing the ground to sink with each step. Fiki stopped, removing his mask, a faint smile on his lips. Wesley, didn't expect that Brother Jesus is actually me. You. Fiki. It's actually you? Wesley froze, disbelief spreading across his face. In his view, Fiki was merely a waste, someone who failed the Awaken examination 9 times in a row. He had never associated Fiki with Brother Jesus. Only now did he realize that everything was part of Fiki's plan. Even selling medicine to Reese was premeditated. Yet, Reese's decision to seize the medicine was not something he anticipated. It gave Fiki the opportunity to wound him. Can't run anymore, huh? You're trying to delay time to recover. Sorry, I won't fall for it. Besides, I've always wanted to kill you. Let's end this now. Wesley's pupils dilated, believing he understood Fiki's true intentions. I was going to ask you for compensation. I wonder if you, the bear man, have any money to pay for my treasures. Standing in the pavilion, Fiki smiled. Angry bear kill. Wesley, panting heavily, unleashed violent sword energy from the ancient jade sword, aiming to slay Fiki in one strike. Wind and thunder descended, followed by dragons seizing hands. At this moment, Barnaby, who had vanished after infuriating Wesley, reappeared. Dense wind and thunder array patterns appeared on the bluestone ground beneath Fiki's feet, resonating with the wind and thunder arrays on his Jesus. Fiki extended his hand, and a golden dragon materialized out of thin air. The dragon's body emitted dazzling golden light, and most terrifying were its claws, enveloped in wind and thunder power, as if capable of destroying all things. Combat technique? Array art? Wesley's face showed surprise. Under the immense pressure from the golden dragon, his movements slowed considerably. He couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that Fiki, this waste of a person, would possess combat techniques and understand array arts. To his knowledge, in this era, combat techniques and array arts existed only within ancient lineages and family sects. Like the true inheritances of Baji Quan, Tai Chi Eganin, and Xingyi Quan, which were equivalent to combat techniques, these genuine traditions were only passed down to direct descendants, never to outsiders. How did Fiki obtain them? Awakened ones like him could only instinctively train using their awakened powers, pondering battle methods, creating a huge gap between them and those with genuine inheritances. The greed in Wesley's eyes intensified. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ancient jade sword, causing the sword chi to become even more ferocious. He aimed to slash the golden dragon into nothingness, capture Fiki, and use every cruel method to force Fiki to hand over the inheritance of the array art and combat technique. A hair's breadth away, I am invincible. Fiki, who had always been smiling, now spoke indifferently. Chapter 18. 36 Styles of Heavenly Demon. Crack. The golden dragon's claw, empowered by the forces of wind and thunder, forcefully shattered the rampant sword aura that slashed at it. The ancient jade sword only left a faint white mark on the dragon's claw. In an instant, the dragon's claw seized Claire's neck and finally hurled him to the ground with great force, creating a deep pit. Boss, you can't do it, not even able to defeat him. It looks like I need to step in. I was sealed within the underworld inside the great compassionate sitting Buddha, listening to all beings reciting Buddhist scriptures day and night. I have thus comprehended an unparalleled set of fist techniques named 36 Styles of Heavenly Demon. Fist technique once out, deities and demons alike weep. Barnaby, seeing this situation, grew excited and boasted while thumping his chest. Fiki could not help but despise him. He didn't see this rat stand up during his own intense battle, yet now it came out to kick someone when they're down. Guanyin sits on the blue lotus. The old man pushes the broken cart. Dragon drill. From within the deep pit, there came Barnaby's solemn and holy voice continuously, and piercing screams from Claire's mouth. Upon hearing this, Fiki had black lines covering his head. His lips twitched. This unreliable rat, after listening to all living things chanting Buddhist scriptures day and night, had come up with such a set of fist techniques? It truly did make deities and demons cry when it came out. Can they not cry? Even faintly from Claire's screams, he could hear the sound of cracking eggs. I said I would get the money from you. This jade sword is considered as your compensation. Fiki walked to the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Claire who was covered in blood and barely alive, and coldly said, as for still having ideas about her, you will have to redeem your sin through death. You can humiliate me, curse me, chase and kill me, but you cannot have thoughts about her. Sigh. Fiki picked up the ancient jade sword and pierced Claire's throat, causing blood to splatter immediately. My brother. Claire glared at Fiki with resentment, but couldn't even utter his last threatening words before he died completely. Your brother will come to keep you company. You won't be lonely on the way to the Yellow Springs. The underworld absorbed the dense death aura in the air, increasing Fiki's strength further. Although he still hadn't sensed the threshold of the late-stage physical body realm, he was much stronger than before. Immediately afterwards, excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth indeed allowed one to display extraordinary strength, but it also caused damage to the physical body. If the power borrowed exceeded what he could endure, not only would it not be effective against enemies, but he would also explode and die instantly. Boss, you went too far. My 36 Styles of Heavenly Demon weren't finished yet, and you took the easy opportunity to kill him. Barnaby stared angrily at Fiki, expressing his dissatisfaction. Fiki directly kicked him away, not wanting to talk more with this unprincipled rat. Boss, you're so kind. Now I reluctantly accept the fact that you are my boss. But you have to work hard. My strength will grow rapidly. Once I surpass you, it's uncertain who will be the boss. Not only was Barnaby not angry, but he threw Fiki a flirtatious glance, mimicked his action to sit cross-legged, and laughed foolishly. Fiki just smiled. It was beneficial for him that Barnaby's strength progressed quickly. Of course, he also had confidence that his strength wouldn't fall too far behind Barnaby. The underworld was equivalent to a cheating device for cultivation, not only bringing benefits to himself, but also benefits to Barnaby. That kick earlier contained a vast death aura transformed into pure energy, which could aid in Barnaby's advancement. Otherwise, given Barnaby's nature, he might have already gone crazy and tried to kill him. At the same time, an astonishing piece of news erupted on Gene City's livestream. The message claimed that according to Reese's investigation, the man in the trench coat wearing red underwear was actually the king of evil spirits, the culprit behind this invasion by evil spirits in Gene City. How is that possible? How can my idol be the main culprit of the evil spirit invasion? It can't be. Trenchcoat Bro killed an evil spirit king like Brenna previously. This is definitely true. Think about it carefully. Can ordinary people eat ghost food without any reaction? This must have been an act put on by Trenchcoat Bro. Soon after, a storm broke out online. When everyone was paying attention to this issue, Reese, who topped Gene City's idol chart, commented, Trenchcoat Bro is the root cause of everything. I was injured by his surprise attack, but I also severely wounded him. Claire's gone after him, believing Gene City will soon be safe again. Truly worthy of being the divine person Tiani. Reese, hope you take care of your injuries. We will silently support you from behind. Trenchcoat Bro is such a bastard, shameless. Yifeng brother, you have done so much for us, but we can't do anything for you. Only sending our love. I've charged money for you. Please take care of yourself. Almost instantly, Garrett's young female fans flooded the screen with messages of support. Even if someone raised doubts, if Trenchcoat Bro was truly the king of evil spirits, what did it mean when he killed Brenna? In this matter, Trenchcoat Bro didn't gain any benefit either. But all these posts with such questions were met with angry replies from Garrett's fans, and eventually reported and deleted. Trenchcoat Bro? Ha, the consequences of angering me are dire. I will ruin your reputation even in death, and the magical artifact on you will also belong to me. With this artifact, I can definitely enter the grotto realm soon, and I won't be inferior even compared to other ultra-awakened individuals from different regions. In a grove, Garrett sneered coldly. Although one got away, even if she speaks up, it won't make any difference now that I control the situation. Chapter 19 Role Model for Men. How could this be? Brother Jesus absolutely cannot be this kind of person. I saw him with my own eyes, and he gave me a feeling of being full of righteousness. In the guest room of Shifeng Inn at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Lin's face changed dramatically as she looked at all the comments cursing Brother Jesus. Brother Jesus left such a deep impression on her that she couldn't believe he would be the evil spirit king. But when she raised several questions from an objective angle online, she was immediately scolded to tears, leaving her very depressed. These people are driving me crazy. Are they idiots? Is everything that bitch Reese says gospel truth? Don't they bother to find out what the real truth is? Just then, the door to Lin's room was forcefully pushed open, and Alyssa walked in, a hint of agitation flushing her delicate face, muttering to herself. Rosanna, why did you come? Is Brother Fiki okay? Did that annoying Claire make things difficult for him later? Lynn hurriedly asked. She had been very worried after hearing from Alyssa that Claire went looking for Fiki. After all, Claire is also a gifted awakener with great power. If not for Reese's exceptional talent, Claire would likely be more famous than he currently is. However, on the phone, Alyssa was very impatient and hung up after merely saying Fiki was fine. That's why Lynn rushed to ask upon seeing her. Don't worry, Fiki is my little brother. How can I let him get hurt? I made him move in with us. Now he's probably munching cucumbers and watching movies at home. Alyssa raised her eyebrows, dissatisfied. Can't you see how awful I look? There's even dust on my face, yet all you're concerned about is that lazy pig Fiki who eats and sleeps all day. How could I not care about you? You're standing right here in front of me. What happened to you that put you in this state? Hearing that Fiki was fine, Lynn breathed a sigh of relief and asked, I was pursued by that bitch Reese and nearly died. If it weren't for Brother Jesus's lightning symbol that my idol gave me, you wouldn't have seen me again. Unfortunately, I used the lightning symbol, so I guess I'll go 3 days without washing my hands just to keep Brother Jesus's scent on them a little longer. Alyssa clenched her teeth in hatred. Your idol? And 3 days without washing your hands? Can you, who has OCD, really endure that? Lynn widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Alyssa. After all, yesterday when she mentioned Brother Jesus, Alyssa was utterly disdainful, thinking he was just somewhat famous, and considered asking Brother Jesus for help filming a movie when the opportunity arose. How could there be such a dramatic change? Why were you chased by Reese? Lynn asked quickly. It's too complicated. I'll just upload the video. Reese probably didn't expect the escapee to be me. I'll show him what I'm capable of. Alyssa waved her hand, indicating Lynn should step aside, hating to the core. In Lynn's dazed gaze, Alyssa swiftly uploaded the video to her social media account and started a live stream. What's happening? The beautiful live streamer Xiaoyan Xian has started streaming, saying this video was taken while entering Qingqing Mountain. My god. Are those two brothers Reese and Claire facing off against Brother Jesus? What's that rat on Brother Jesus's shoulder? Am I hallucinating? A rat can talk? So that's it. The Hua brothers wanted to seize Brother Jesus's treasure, and he fought back from an absolute disadvantage. Reese is shameless for lying about Brother Jesus being the evil spirit king. I always said that though Brother Jesus only wears red shorts and looks wild, he's actually an upright person. People like him may be sexy but not vulgar, cheap but not frivolous, setting an example for men. The floor above got it wrong. Brother Jesus now wears patterned shorts, not red ones, but he remains stylish. This guy, I'm a fan. Now let's see what Reese's brain-dead fans say. This video is definitely unedited, shot by Xiaoyan Xian at great risk in Qingqing Mountain. These are solid proofs showing Reese's shamelessness. It has to be said, Alyssa's influence is huge, especially with the added clout of the characters involved in the video. It instantly exploded online. Lynn and Alyssa exchanged smiles, finally avenging their idol Brother Jesus. Crack, crack, crack. Inside Qingqing Mountain, with Reese as the center, all the rocks around him were turned to ashes by intense black flames. Fresh scabs oozed black blood, his voice eerie. The one who escaped was Alyssa. If I had known, I would have sacrificed my foundation to kill you. Even if my reputation is ruined, what does it matter? Now that the Buddha light shines upon Amei's golden summit, and the sword gate blocking Jingqing's connection with the outside world can be passed through again. As long as Ellie seizes the magical weapon, my brother and I will flourish wherever we go. After a while, Reese sneered coldly. It seems we have to implement the plan I set with Chiyu Sachi ahead of schedule. Whoever you are, Jesus, even if you're killed by Ellie, I'll still grind your bones to dust and scatter them far and wide. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the summit of Qingqing Mountain, and the promise made by the woman in black flashed through his mind. Chapter 20 Facing the Sea, Spring warm and flowers blooming. Of course, he was unwilling to let a video destroy his reputation accumulated over many years. He started inciting his diehard fans, saying it was just an excerpt maliciously taken by Alyssa. The internet was then completely divided into two camps, one supporting Arturo, the other supporting Reese Wuxing de Xiaoyan Miman Jincheng Di. By the lakeside of Alessia Lake, Fiki used the terrain advantage to attract 2 waves of Yunling for purification. Reaching the peak of mid-stage flesh body realm, his vital energy was like a rainbow, forming 18 dragon elephant light patterns, advancing his strength further. Since you, Reese, want to slander me, let's go all the way. After stabilizing his strength, Fiki looked at the curses on his phone and murmured. He made Barnaby carry the ancient jade sword on its shoulder, revealing a proud and satisfied look, took a picture, and posted it on Jean Cheng's live streaming platform to authenticate his identity as Arturo. How did another account pop up named Arturo? Another fake. No. Isn't this purple rat Arturo's pet? And isn't this ancient jade sword carried by the rat the magical weapon that Reese got from the sword pass? My goodness, this is the real Arturo, genuine without any doubt. Hurry up and gather around to see. At first, replies came slowly, but later, hundreds of comments appeared every second, all calling for Arturo to appear in person, to show his true appearance. There were even female fans asking to help Arturo produce children, saying they don't mind whether he wears red underwear or colorful ones. They love men like him who are unique and powerful. Because of the poor internet speed by Alessia Lake, Fiki couldn't livestream. He only sent a piece of text. From now on, I will be a happy man. Feeding horses, chopping firewood, traveling around the world. I dream of a thatched cottage by the sea where spring warms and flowers bloom. Originally, there were countless comments on the page, but suddenly it fell silent. Who exactly are you, Arturo? Ellie, with your power, it's impossible that you couldn't protect a jade sword. Could it be that you encountered some danger and were ambushed by this treacherous Arturo? Looking at this message, Reese felt uneasy and muttered, Ellie must be fine. Arturo doesn't have that kind of strength. After a few seconds of silence, many more people left messages for Arturo's account. Arturo, what happened to you? Aren't you still leading fashion trends? I opened a specialty store for you. and we only have two types of windbreakers so far. Why do you choose to retreat and seek, facing the sea, spring warm, and flowers blooming? Heizi's poem isn't suitable for you. You're young, don't despair. We support you, and will help you become #1 on the idol list. You're my spiritual pillar. This world needs you. There are too many hardships in this world, but don't lose hope because of someone like Reese. Cheer up. Oli Gay, keep it up. Within half a minute, thousands of comments refreshed. Shinjia, do you think Arturo won't really lose hope? He clearly helped Jin Chang eliminate hidden dangers, yet he was falsely accused and hunted down by the selfish brothers Reese. Lizette looked anxiously at Alyssa and worriedly said, I have a hunch that Arturo won't be so depressed. This poem expresses a desire for a beautiful life. Alyssa shook her head and laughed bitterly. Most importantly, he is the designated male lead of my movie. My future stardom depends on him. Under their nervous gaze, Fiki updated his status again. The update was a striking picture. In the picture, Barnaby stood in front of a soil pit with a melancholic expression. Inside the pit lay blood-stained, long-dead Hua Li. Then, Fiki posted the third status in pure text. Heaven, I just wanted to be a leisurely man. Why can't you fulfill such a simple request? I only wish for a thatched cottage, facing the sea with spring warmth and flowers blooming. But you always send meteors to kill people before me. Am I really the legendary chosen one? With one thought, stars fall. Ha ha ha, I knew my idol wouldn't withdraw from the world. Chosen one? Stars falling with one thought. What an imaginative idea. Originally planned to live as an ordinary person among you, but I received nothing but ridicule. No more pretending. I reveal myself. Actually, I am the chosen one. Middle-aged ladies swoon seeing me. Girls' hearts flutter. Mature women laugh amorously. For this, I feel helpless, so I can only choose to face the sea, where spring is warm and flowers bloom. Does the person above have any Triya Daldura? I am the true chosen one. I have been burning the midnight oil for over 20 years, finally condensing a golden core, only to have it removed by a jealous doctor, ruining my cultivation. There was also an 18-year-old girl who cultivated a nascent soul, and it was also removed. I guess the pit in front of Arturo is created by my golden core. I will go to Mount Qingcheng to retrieve my golden core. Fiki looked at these comments and couldn't help but genuinely exclaim how formidable these online experts were. He then sent out his fourth update on his phone. Since the pit has appeared, I have no choice but to fill it up with my good brother Barnaby. We can't let it affect the mood of facing the sea where spring is warm and flowers bloom, right? The next pit will have Reese's corpse inside. Chapter 21, Moon Deity. After posting the update, Fiki no longer glanced at his phone. He merely wanted to let Reese, who was recuperating and hiding, know that he never feared any battle. What he didn't realize was that with this ruckus, he was also propelled to the top of the Jinqing idol chart by everyone. Even if you people put this show-off hooded cloak brother on the first spot of the idol list, it doesn't change the fact that he's garbage. Unable to win my idol, Brother Yifeng, you resort to underhanded means and injure him. How dare you stand up for a fair duel with my brother Yifeng? He's merely at the mid-stage of flesh-body realm. How can he compare with my brother Yifeng? He is a heavenly winged divine human. My brother Yifeng can blast an evil spirit at the late stage of flesh-body realm to pieces. Does he measure up? This hooded cloak brother only knows to act enigmatically. I despise him. If he has the guts, he should go have a fight with an evil spirit at the late stage of flesh-body realm. I bet he would piss his pants when he sees such a level of evil spirit. When the name Hooded Xander made it to the top of the idol list, it thoroughly incensed Reese's fans, leaving all sorts of sarcastic and insulting comments. With these comments, the supporters of Hooded Xander instantly became quiet as sparrows, feeling a buildup of anger within their chests, unable to vent. After all, what these crazed Reese fans said did make sense. The current Hooded Xander indeed did not possess strength to match Reese, or else he wouldn't have been hunted down by Reese. Ellie, rest assured, I will take revenge for you. Reese clenched his mobile phone to smithereens, his gaze darkly cold as he roared, Hooded Xander, just a minor troublemaker at the mid-stage of flesh-body realm. Just enjoy your glory while it lasts. Anyone here at Qingqing Mountain today, whether human or ghost, shall have no place to be buried. At that time, I'll see just how you plan to trick me. Immediately afterwards, he flapped his dark wings and flew towards the Celestial Master Cave atop Qingqing Mountain. Yes, we won. Those Reese fans are truly nothing but fools. Reese owes his present achievement greatly to the Awakened Ones organization, which helped him find countless spiritual medicines. Give Hooded Xander 1 year, and he would surely crush Reese single-handedly. Lin cheered as she applauded excitedly, truly deserving to be my idol. Just 4 updates, and in a flash, over 500,000 likes. Shin sister, it might not take long before Hooded Xander's fans surpass yours. Don't get ahead of yourself. My million followers are loyal ones. Moreover, since Hooded Xander mentioned contacting me to star in my movie, his growing popularity could only benefit me. True, give Hooded Xander 1 year, and he may just barely triumph over Reese. By then, my web movie should be finished, just perfect for blockbuster box office earnings. Slightly annoyed, Alyssa looked at Lin like a little fangirl and added, I do look forward to the next appearance of Hooded Xander. I'm sure there will be more surprises. That Fiki kid doesn't have our luck, being able to witness this legendary figure. Brother Fiki actually beat Hooded Xander mercilessly even before he was awakened. That's way cooler than what we can do. We can only admire Hooded Xander from afar, Lin sneered. Humph, why don't you let that chicken-hearted Fiki beat Hooded Xander again now? Under the scorching sun, Moon Deity Lake shimmered and the emerald bamboo swayed. Boss, this Moon Deity Lake is out of the ordinary. In the heat of killing Urbane, I failed to notice a faint treasure vibration coming from the lake bottom. I dimly sensed that it is something extraordinary. The eyes of Abigail Beast turned purple as he watched intently at the center of Moon Deity Lake while chewing a blade of grass. Fiki instantly perked up. Although Abigail often bragged, he had never let him down at critical moments. Originally, he intended to go elsewhere to purify Eden Ling, vengeful spirits, but the vengeful spirits and wild beasts were now flocking to the summit of Qingqing Mountain, offering little help to advance his strength. It would be better to investigate where the treasure sensed by Abigail lay. They swam underwater for half a minute and discovered a layer of blue light covering the bottom of the lake, separating the external water. Within the blue barrier, flowers bloomed profusely, emitting a gentle fragrance. Deep among the flowers was a 7-colored pool exuding rainbow mists, looking exactly like a fairyland. Fiki couldn't help but marvel that after the resurgence of Earth's spirit energy, such a magical place would come into existence. And this was only the beginning. Future changes on Earth would inevitably exceed everyone's imagination. Bear in mind, even in the vast universe comprised of countless galaxies, cultivators knew that Earth was one of the most mysterious places, called a timeless ruin, hiding myriad mysteries. Come on, let's harvest the medicinal herbs. I have a premonition that this place can help me break through to the late stage of flesh-body realm, Fiki said excitedly. Well, this place is a big letdown. In stories like this, there should not only be spiritual medicines but also fairies. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a prime feng shui location? I was even thinking about knocking out a fairy and dragging her to warm my bed. Jamal shook his little head, sighing. Splash, splash, splash. Before Jamal could finish speaking, the 7-colored pool deep among the flowers splashed with countless waves, and an extremely beautiful woman emerged. Her long black hair dripped water, shimmering under the blue light, extraordinarily eye-catching. The beauty's exquisite face unconsciously showed a delicate smile akin to that of a pixie, her long slender neck revealing an elegant curve. Her slim willowy waist, the abdomen without a hint of extra fat, appeared flawless at first glance. A drop of water floated on her fingertips, and as she lazily played with it, a unique charm was emitted. Jamal, who had been sighing, kicked Fiki with his short legs as soon as the water splashed, turned around, and yelled loudly, "Big sister fairy, I didn't see anything. It's all my boss who saw you. If you're upset, find him. This has nothing to do with me." Hell, Fiki felt 10,000 grass mud horses running through his mind. This stinky rat with short legs was too immoral. He was complaining incessantly when no fairy was around, but as soon as one appeared, he didn't even look before pushing himself forward as a shield. That was way too unreliable. I didn't see anything either. I just came here to enjoy the blooming flowers and the scenery. Since you've arrived, we'll leave first so as not to disturb your enjoyment. Fiki laughed awkwardly, bowed, and then prepared to make a run for it. Wanna leave? Too easy. Isn't the anomaly on Qingqing Mountain related to you two? The woman's icy voice echoed in the space. Immediately after, they saw the woman, now clad in a moon-colored robe seemingly appearing from nowhere, standing right in front of them, her face cold and unsmiling. Chapter 22 Human, God, and Ghost. The legendary Alessia? Fiki and Barnaby were stunned, increasingly feeling that this woman resembled the Alessia from the legend of Alessia Lake, who would embrace the spring water of the lake to cleanse her divine body. Thud. Without saying much, the woman appeared in front of Fiki as if by magic, intending to take him down. Fiki's feet moved with the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon, and he subconsciously punched out. When they truly collided, he found that the woman's strength wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. She was definitely not at the grotto realm. At most, she could only be considered at the peak late stage of the physical body realm, but this force still made Fiki retreat several steps, the power she injected into his body causing turmoil within his abdomen. At that moment, a strange light emitted from the netherworld, suppressing this discomfort and even feeding back a thread of pure energy. Why you? Are you a ghost? Fiki stared at her in shock, exclaiming. Though this power was eerie, it was undeniably death chi. Yet, there was not a trace of ghostly aura about this woman. Instead, she constantly exuded an ethereal, otherworldly fairy-like demeanor. Speak. Is the anomaly outside related to you people? The woman's fine brows furrowed slightly as she scolded. This has nothing to do with us. It was done by the woman in black on Mount Qingqing. I wanted to find a treasure spot to increase my strength, so I could resolve the trouble on Mount Qingqing. Fiki quickly explained. Lying. The thing inside your body can even harm me, yet you say it isn't you. However, the woman didn't listen to a word Fiki said, her eyes cold and indifferent. Hell, this divine rat thought I really saw a fairy. Scaring me like that, boss, if you don't know what it's like, you'll really think we, the 2 swordsmen of Shushan, are vegetarians. Barnaby's purple fur revealed array patterns, petals swirling with the patterns, enhancing his aura to the peak mid-stage of the physical body realm, just 1 step away from the late stage. Bang, bang, bang. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed as she moved forward, engaging Fiki and Barnaby in combat. Fiki felt speechless. This unreliable Barnaby was truly more of a hindrance than a help. This woman clearly had hostility towards whoever harmed Mount Qingqing, sharing the same starting point as himself. It was only because she was injured by the backlash from the netherworld that she misunderstood him. Everything could have been explained clearly. After Barnaby spoke up, any chance of explanation was lost. Run. Fiki grabbed Barnaby by the ear and shouted. I want to fight her for 300 rounds. Barnaby bellowed, seemingly wanting to regain his dignity after earlier cowardice. The Gilda approached, her long hair wildly dancing. Her delicate hands moved, petals fluttering around her. She completely ignored Barnaby and always targeted Fiki. In an instant, Fiki was slashed by over 10 cuts from the edges of the petals. Why are you hitting me? It wasn't me who offended you. Hit this good-for-nothing rat instead. Fiki muttered bitterly as he fled. But the Gilda did not speak, her attacks growing fiercer. Though the netherworld continuously processed the death chi invading the wounds, it still left Fiki in excruciating pain. Fiki could only fully deploy the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon, passing through the blue barrier and entering the waters of Alessia Lake. From the brief skirmish, he knew that this Gilda could easily absorb spiritual energy within the blue barrier to replenish herself, making it impossible for him to contend with her. After a minute, Fiki burst out of the surface of Alessia Lake, intending to flee into the vast mountains and forests, but the Gilda caught him, preventing his escape. Want to fight? Then come on. A surge of anger welled up in Fiki. The 8 steps of Heavenly Demon and the Dragon Seizing Technique worked perfectly together, clashing with the Gilda. The Dragon Seizing Technique had 9 levels. Now, Fiki had cultivated the first level, the Golden Dragon body still unrefined. Upon reaching the second level, his body would gradually evolve into a dragon-like form. If at the second level he could cleanse his arms with Dragon Chi, refining dragon arms. Through battle, he sensed that he had touched the threshold of the second level of the Dragon Seizing Technique. Now, this Gilda could only injure him, unable to kill him, yet wouldn't let him leave. This made her the perfect sparring partner to assist him in breaking through to the second level of the Dragon Seizing Technique. The Dragon Seizing Technique was a close combat martial art, emphasizing invincibility at close range. Determined, Fiki not only refused to retreat, but also used the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon to close the distance with the Gilda, beginning to trade blows for blows. Is that Brother Christopher? Who is he fighting? Could that Gilda be the legendary Alessia from Alessia Lake? My God, everyone says China is a mysterious country full of mystic experts and extraordinary people. I never believed it before, but now I do. Brother Christopher is such a formidable existence, first entangled with the evil spirit king like the newlywed bride, and now with the legendary Alessia. Is there anyone in this world he cannot tame? I need to find a place with better signal to start a live stream, so everyone can see Brother Christopher. He doesn't just want a humble cottage. He wants to build a grand harem, embracing beauties while facing the sea during spring. The many awakened ones who came here because they saw Fiki's photos were taken at Alessia Lake watched this scene in astonishment. Especially one foreigner, whose mouth gaped wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. Chapter 23. Brother is a legend. For a moment, the scene on the surface of Alessia Lake was being live-streamed in real time. Is it Brother Jesus again? Don't be obsessed with Brother Jesus. He's really just a legend. We can crowdfund to capture the Alessia and build you a palace, even a huge harem. The live stream suddenly became lively, with everyone watching this stunning battle from afar. Right, didn't the fans of Re say that Brother Jesus dares not fight someone at the late physical body realm? Call them to watch this, see how awesome Brother Jesus is. This woman who resembles the legendary Alessia is no less formidable than any late-stage physical body realm individual. If Reese had become a woman, he would have been under Brother Jesus singing Conquest long ago. Let's see if he dares slander Brother Jesus then. Everyone was highly emotional. Fiki's performance gave them the courage to challenge Reese's brainless fans. But what they didn't expect was that Fiki was actually in an exceptionally difficult situation, injured all over. Fortunately, the wind-lightning formation on his windcoat and the netherworld devouring the dead aura of the Gilda kept him undefeated. However, this physical combat was exhausting not only his strength but also testing his willpower. Unlike the Gilda who could continuously draw power from Alessia Lake. Kill. When he was about to give up, Fiki felt an excruciating pain in his right arm. Under such overload, Dragon Seizing skill broke through to the second level, forming golden dragon scales on his right arm, and his strength skyrocketed. The light pattern resonated with the dragon scales, emitting a dazzling glow. With one grab, he caught the Gilda's jade-like hand, restraining her. The Gilda struggled desperately but couldn't break free from Fiki's grip, her fair and delicate face flushed red. You can't kill me, nor am I the person who caused this calamity. Can we stop fighting now? Fiki stared at the Gilda earnestly. No way. The more I fight you, the more I feel that you are the one causing this chaos. Don't quibble, hypocrite. The Gilda's face turned as cold as frost, completely emotionless. Fiki was speechless, wishing he could pry open the woman's head to see what she was thinking. He looked so harmless and gentlemanly, how could he possibly be a bad person? But now there was no other choice, so Fiki continued to fight the Gilda. He reached out his left hand, catching her right hand. By now, the Gilda's hands were sharper than steel knives, leaving dozens of wounds on him. Thus, the next round of their battle looked peculiar to others. It wasn't like a fierce battle, but more like a quarreling couple playfully fighting. Kid, aren't you full of question marks? What about the promised Brother Jesus showing off his might, overpowering the late-stage physical body realm Alessia? Last post, isn't this considered subduing? This Alessia is just short of singing Conquest to Brother Jesus. What gives me the courage as a single dog to always pay attention to Brother Jesus's legendary feats? Is it Liang Jingru? No, it's everyone here because I believe some of you are also singles like me. Countless people abandoned what they were doing, watching this world-shaking battle through the live stream. Barnaby, who emitted purple light and helped enhance the power of the wind-lightning formation on Fiki's windcoat, was staring wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Boss, you're not being very brotherly. I asked you to help me deal with her, not flirt with her. Barnaby jumped up and said, but looking at how intimate you two are, it seems you've sparked a flame of love in battle. Since you two are so in love, I won't hold her past fright against me. You should consummate your love under the sky and on the lake. Go to hell. Upon hearing this, the Gilda struggling with Fiki was so angry that she trembled all over. Her perfect and voluptuous figure swayed continuously, exuding an indescribable charm. Fiki took in every detail, his heart fluttering. It had to be admitted that after cultivating in the rainbow pool, the Gilda cultivated an ethereal and aloof demeanor that was irresistibly attractive to men. Seeing Fiki distracted, the Gilda became infuriated and increased her strength. Hey, little missy, you're still putting up a fight, huh? Don't be shy, marrying my chosen one is an honor for you. Barnaby seemed to enjoy stirring up trouble even more. He flipped his rat paw, revealing Alyssa's private photo album, which showed her perfect body posture without exposing much. Then he pulled out a Durex condom, waving it around in his hand. God says, birth is not within our control, nor is death, but what happens between birth and death is up to us. If you two are going to consummate your love, remember to take safety precautions. Otherwise, if a little life is created, it will be troublesome. It would be even worse if you insist on terminating it afterwards, as that is taking a life. Barnaby the old deity said leisurely but earnestly, Buddha says, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, but taking a life can lead you to the 18th level of hell. Therefore, this is what you need most at this stage. Chapter 24. Shock. The hell. Damn. Fiki felt like his brain had completely short-circuited. He finally understood what that scam artist Jamal had taken from Alyssa's car. If he could free up a hand right now, he would absolutely use the dragon's subduing hand to smack Jamal dead on Alessia Lake. He hated himself even more for not forcing Jamal to reveal what he had taken earlier. Otherwise, such a farce wouldn't have occurred. Jamal was swinging that string of condoms, creating a picturesque scene on Alessia Lake. Die. The woman in the moon robe gnashed her teeth, wishing she could tear this human and mouse to shreds and eat their flesh raw to assuage her hatred. I am innocent. Fiki looked at the deep scratch on his chest, bitterly said. However, his tone was extremely unconvincing when he spoke. This antics of Jamal's would make anyone disbelieve his innocence. Splash. Amidst the intense battle, he and the Gilda fell back into Alessia Lake, while Jamal, who had hidden Alyssa's photo album somewhere on his body, swung his colorful condoms and dived into the water after them. For a moment, all those awakened ones watching, as well as everyone watching the live stream, were petrified, unable to describe their shock. Is that photo book by the big celebrity Alyssa proving Jesus Brother's innocence? Am I seeing things? Could it be that Jesus Brother has something going with Alyssa too? This news is too shocking. Let me smoke to calm down. In just 2 days, Jesus Brother has been associated with a Carol, Alessia, and Alyssa. Damn. It seems he has relationships with mortals, deities, and spirits. Won't he be conquering all the women among gods and demons next? Huge news. I can imagine countless fans of Chengdu's top beauty, Alyssa, Xiaoxian, weeping over this. Brothers, I'm a fan of Xiaoxian too, but now I drink my 99-degree life spirit whiskey with tears while sending this message. Please give me a thumbs up because I'm about to jump into a river. Why can't I be as amazing as Jesus Brother, subduing 3 goddesses? I finally understand the ancient saying, do not worry about not finding a bosom friend ahead. In this world, who does not know you? Indeed, people like Jesus Brother can reach the point where everyone knows him wherever he goes. I want to send him away thousands of miles away because having such a man around makes us ordinary rich second-generationers incapable of winning a goddess. What can Reese compare himself with Jesus Brother for? He's just a winged mongrel bird, awakened for so long, yet he hasn't conquered any layer of the mortal, divine, or ghost realm's goddesses. After a while, countless people sighed through their tears. Lin stared blankly at Alyssa, hesitatingly asked, Shin sister, you aren't really involved with Jesus Brother, are you? Involved with that damn big watermelon? Alyssa's pretty face turned red, cursing loudly. Then, they received a news push notification simultaneously on their phones, uncovering celebrity Xiaoxian Alyssa and Jesus Brother's indiscreet stories you must know. Both women exchanged glances and subconsciously clicked into the article. In the next second, their expressions became increasingly grim. According to insider information, the news claimed Alyssa had gained weight recently during her live streams, clearly indicating she was carrying Jesus Brother's child. Still, she remained dedicated to her profession and was expected to retire soon to prepare for childbirth. They even fabricated a beautiful love story, how Jesus Brother and Alyssa met and fell in love at first sight in picturesque Lugu Lake, enjoying 7 blissful days together before reluctantly parting ways. Later, they reunited in the fairyland Juzhegu, touring the snow mountains and sharing intimate nights, eventually becoming parents-to-be. Photos of Alyssa visiting Lugu Lake and Juzhegu were also posted, showing her radiant smile, a clear sign of a woman immersed in love. Oh, no wonder you were so confident that Jesus Brother would come to be the male lead in your movie. You even did those photo shoots. Not ashamed at all. But looking at the cover of that photo book, it doesn't seem too risque. Do you have anything spicier to show me? After finishing the article, Lin's eyes narrowed, revealing an enlightened expression, playfully saying, So you two have had something going on for quite some time. Tell me, what fun did you have with Jesus Brother in Lugu Lake and Juzhegu? No wonder you always change the subject when I asked you before. You had guilty feelings. Just reminding you, take care of yourself if you're pregnant. Don't dance anymore, or you might risk miscarriage. Screw you. Alyssa was speechless, wanting to cry but couldn't. That damned rat, I'll tear you apart. And Jesus Brother, I will rip off your mask to see exactly what kind of monster you are. Without giving you a good beating, I can't relieve my anger. That photo book was originally meant to capture her most youthful and beautiful moments, not at all revealing. But in the public eye, it was twisted by these unscrupulous spectators to seem as if she had taken something indecent. And those condoms. In wilderness survival, they actually have many practical uses. Why are these people so vulgar? What is wrong with this world? Is she too innocent? Or are these people overthinking everything? Chapter 25, 10,000 shoe people, 9,000 soldiers. In the moon deity lake, the Gilda emitted a silver glow all over her body, as if she had divine assistance. If Fiki's heavenly demon 8 steps technique could not be used effectively underwater, he would have been severely injured by now. Barnaby, you little rabbit, attract those mutated fish with your blood, so that the woman with strange runes can see the scene of the beast who underwent a physical transformation after holding the ancient mirror and killing off vengeful spirits at the base of Mount Qingqing's celestial master cave. I can't hold on any longer. Fiki tore open a small area of water with his dragon arm, greedily breathing in fresh air and shouted urgently. Barnaby also saw that Fiki was really running out of strength. He released a drop of fresh blood, and immediately, fish with strange runes on their heads swam over. Fiki touched the strange rune on one of the fish with his fingertip. The Gilda saw the scene of the demon subjugation stone at the entrance of Celestial Master Grotto on Mount Qingqing, where an ancient mirror held down evil spirits, causing her attack on Fiki to cease. Truly not you who created this disaster? The Gilda frowned slightly, staring straight at Fiki and asked, It's really not us. I've been clear from the beginning. Fiki shrugged helplessly, dove into the blue light curtain, greedily inhaling the fragrant air to try to recover strength. Boss, you were quite brave just now. Even I look up to you now. You're barely qualified for me to sincerely call you boss. But you still need to work hard, or you might be surpassed by me anytime. Barnaby came over swaying his head and smiling fawningly. Take these sets, they may come in handy. Bang. Fiki kicked Barnaby's rat tail. This stinky rat was trying to push him into the grave. It was necessary to teach him a lesson. She is from Yamato country? The Gilda emitted terrifying coldness, angering softly. Should be, the cherry blossom emblem on her chest is the national flower of Yamato country. Since the world's revival, famous mountains, rivers, and seas have changed with rich spiritual energy. Mount Fuji of Yamato country has purple clouds descending and snow falling on earth. Its awakened ones are very strong. But there has been no change in various places in Shu territory, and the power of the awakened is relatively weaker. Now, the Buddha's light shines universally on the golden summit of Mount Ame. Changes occurred on Mount Qingqing too, making Shu territory an important place for them to compete for opportunities. This Yamato woman obviously wants to use our Shu people as sacrifices to refine the 9-Tai mountain odd stones behind her. Fiki's pupils contracted, speaking gravely. She deserves death. The Gilda said icily. But why does she hold the ancient mirror artifact from Huaxia? Could it have been taken during that war? Not only that, in that era before spiritual energy revived, many didn't discover the true wonder of our Huaxia ancient legacy treasures, selling off many treasure-level artifacts for money. Of course, Yamato country also employed means such as tomb raiding, stealing, etc., dirty methods. Fiki took a deep breath. He has always been passionate about history and remembered it clearly. People have good and evil. There are both good and bad people in every country. But like the woman in black robes, regarding the surrounding weak lives of Jincheng as fertilizer for the strange stones without scruple, harming living beings, this hurt his execution list. Such people, even if suppressed in the 18 hells, enduring pain for countless eons, do not deserve to live. With the passage of time, I once again witnessed national disasters descending upon Shu land. What should I do next? The Gilda pondered for a long time and finally sighed deeply, saying softly, Who is that man with dark wings beside the Yamato woman? He doesn't seem to be from Yamato. Reese. Fiki's gaze also focused on the man beside the Yamato woman with dark wings unfolded, taking over a cold shining sword from her hand, surging with uncontrollable rage. Reese had a piece of ancient mirror fragment, which he cast toward the 9-Tai mountain strange stones. Strange bloody runes emerged from the ancient mirror fragment, merging into the odd stones, emitting endless red light instantly like beating hearts, as if an extremely powerful being was incubating within the stones. He's a traitor, a scoundrel, a dog willing to betray everyone to achieve his goals. Fiki tried to stabilize his emotions, but still could not contain his fury, shouting angrily. From Reese's behavior, it appeared he had been allied with the Yamato woman since the start, or else he wouldn't have had an ancient mirror fragment capable of absorbing numerous strange runes. Compared to the Yamato woman, Fiki felt a stronger desire to kill him. Traitors, especially traitors to the country, were what he hated most in his life. Even though he had seen countless killings in the vast world, he still couldn't control his emotions. Meanwhile, within the expansive range of Mount Qingqing, roars of beasts, shrieks of vengeful spirits, and screams of awakened filled the mountains continuously. All the beasts at the foot of the mountain and the vengeful spirits were converging toward the summit of Mount Qingqing, and all human awakened who were investigating the situation here were besieged and driven towards the summit by the mutated beasts and vengeful spirits. I'm going to the top of Mount Qingqing. During the last national disaster that befell Shu land, I was powerless and could only watch helplessly as my loved ones and those I admired went to war. Now, it's my turn. The Gilda, originally immersed in anger, smiled and murmured, 10,000 Shu people, 9,000 soldiers. The grandeur of that time, I think it should reappear. The people on this land enjoy peace, but when it comes to taking responsibility, they have never shied away. Chapter 26, The Road of Born with Double Pupils. You can wait for me? Fiki whispered. If I enter the rainbow pool for cultivation, I should be able to break through to the late-stage flesh-body realm. By then we can go to the mountaintop together. What do you think? He knew that the Gilda was about to leave Alessia Lake to confront Reese and the Allison. Once she left this Alessia Lake, she would no longer be able to use the power of the rainbow pool to recover. Facing a black-dressed woman who possesses an ancient mirror magical tool and Reese with a treasure sword, she stood no chance at all. If I don't go now, even if I could stay in this Alessia Lake for countless years, I wouldn't be happy. I already died during the last national crisis. It's just that my loved ones did not want me to die like that. So they buried me here, leaving behind a trace of death chi to barely cling on until today. If I don't delay them, I'm afraid most of those people driven to the mountaintop will likely perish by the time you have finished cultivating. Death, to me, is actually a kind of liberation. The Gilda smiled faintly, calmly saying as if she had no fear of death at all. Go into the rainbow pool. I'll leave first. I apologize for the previous incident when I injured you without understanding the situation. I hope you can arrive in time. Before Fiki could say anything, the Gilda paused and added with a smile. After your breakthrough, if you feel unable to defeat them, don't climb the mountain. Try to survive and grow stronger. Revenge later for these people. Remember, where there's life, there's hope. Having said that, she turned away without hesitation or regret, resolute and firm. 10,000 Shu people, 9,000 soldiers. Women never yield to men. Fiki's eyes narrowed slightly as this thought surfaced in his mind. No matter when, the people of this land face dangers without retreat, whether man or woman. It was true in the past, and remains so today. Although the Gilda only had a wisp of dying chi left previously, now with the recovery of spiritual energy, she had cultivated to the late-stage flesh-body realm. It would be very easy for her to recultivate as a human in this life, but she still chose to give up decisively. For the sake of the living beings on this land, some always move forward under heavy burdens. Jamal, let's go, into the rainbow pool. We must enhance our strength as quickly as possible. Sever the heads of those two, condemning them to eternal torment in hell. Fiki said in a dark tone. The helplessness he felt in his previous life, being powerless and only surviving by the skin of his teeth during crises, had once again emerged within him. This time around, he didn't want to be powerless. He wanted to change everything. Jamal sensed Fiki's emotions, his expression serious as he jumped into the rainbow pool, greedily absorbing energy. Sing. Upon entering the energy-rich rainbow pool, Fiki wildly circulated the God Prison Dragon Elephant technique, resonating with the netherworld. His pores opened wide, greedily devouring the energy, aiming to break through the late-stage flesh-body realm barrier. The blossoms blooming nearby also scattered petals into the rainbow pool, providing abundant energy for Fiki and Jamal. Netherworld open, dragon elephant light pattern solidify. Time slipped by like water. Fiki's entire body excreted black blood through his pores, his face becoming grotesque as he chanted softly. Immediately afterward, sounds of dragons roaring and elephants bellowing emanated from inside his body as the late-stage flesh-body realm barrier crumbled. Golden dragon scales appeared on both his arms, 10 times denser than before, forming 99 dragon elephant light patterns. The 8 steps of the heavenly demon martial technique also underwent a qualitative improvement, a demonic shadow rising from behind Fiki, transforming the meridians in his legs with surging demonic aura. Legend has it that the 8 steps of the heavenly demon is a divine and demon cultivation method. When the divine demon shadow appears, it means the martial technique has reached the entry-level stage. There are 9 levels in total, and now Fiki had reached the peak of the first level. When the shadow becomes tangible and fully penetrates his leg meridians, he will step into the second level. At that point, treading without leaving footprints, crossing rivers on a single reed will not be impossible. Meanwhile, Jamal was enveloped in a thick purple glow. Complex and profound array patterns shimmered, curling into a purple egg shape. Numerous light points dotted its shell like stars in the Milky Way, exuding a vast aura. Seeing this scene, Fiki knew that although Jamal was unreliable, he was indeed an extraordinary existence, since such a formidable aura arose merely by advancing to the peak mid-stage flesh-body realm, indicating boundless potential in the future. There is a subtle energy fluctuation coming from the bottom of the rainbow pool, making the dragon elephant power inside me run slower. Fiki frowned slightly, muttering to himself. The God Prison Dragon Elephant Technique, a legendary cultivation method that cultivates dragon and elephant power. The Buddhists define dragons and elephants as supreme for good reason. Celestial dragons are unmatched in heaven, and divine elephants are unparalleled on earth. A mere subtle vibration slows down the dragon and elephant power, indicating how terrifying the secret hidden at the bottom of the rainbow pool might be. After some contemplation, Fiki decided to investigate. The former radiance of the magical tools has been concealed, and the recovery of heaven and earth would allow these tools to shine once more. Now, with the preliminary recovery of spiritual energy, it is the best time to obtain various mysterious treasures. Like the divine artifacts mentioned in the legends of the netherworld, if Fiki had not acquired them in advance, it would have been impossible to gain their inheritance. After sinking to the bottom of the pool, Fiki felt as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds. If he hadn't broken through to the late-stage flesh-body realm, he probably would have exploded into a mist of blood under such pressure. Finally, he dived to the bottom of the pool and saw the source of the hidden fluctuations. A pale silver treasure bowl emitted a silvery glow, with mottled beast patterns carved on its body, exuding a thick, bloody smell, as if proclaiming its supreme ferocity from the past. Today, even if I die, I am still the overlord of Western Egan. With my long spear in hand and my long bow always held, who can rival me under heaven? People of future generations inherit 3 parts of my overwhelming might and dominate this world. The road of born with double pupils, hard, hard, hard. The heavens betray me. The thunderous voice of unresolved obsession echoed in Fiki's mind, nearly shattering his soul. Chapter 27 The Tyrant Bow. The Tyrant Bow. Fiki frantically circulated the divine prison dragon elephant power, purifying his mind with the netherworld baptism, managing only then to dispel the influence of this long-sealed yet still extant voice of obsession. A terrifying thought emerged in his heart. The valor of you is unmatched throughout the ages. This was the impression of the legendary Western Egan overlord from later generations. Even though he ultimately perished while contending for supremacy over the world, his name remained in history books, winning such acclaim. This showed his invincible bearing back then. Could it be that the celestial essence didn't fully wither during the Qin and Han eras? Fiki's heart was full of doubts as he pondered. Born with twin pupils, difficult, so difficult? It seems this truly is the legendary Tyrant Bow. Only a being of great terror would dare to utter the words, bear my 3 parts of overbearing might and dominate the mortal world. He did not dare to be careless. Both his arms revealed dragon scales as he attempted to seize the Tyrant Bow. Sizzling. As his hand got closer to the Tyrant Bow, an invisible force emanating from the bow made his hands feel incredibly heavy, even inducing an urge within him to kneel down and worship. But he gritted his teeth, striving not to kneel. To bear my 3 parts of overbearing might and dominate the mortal world was no empty boast. If he couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt, how could he talk about overbearing might or obtaining this divine bow passed down from the former overlord? When his fingertips were only 5 centimeters away from the bow, the golden dragon scales on his arms shattered under the terrible pressure. Instantly, Fiki was covered in blood, densely crisscrossed with injuries. Determination shone in Fiki's eyes as he struggled to move closer. As he neared exhaustion, his gaze blurred. He finally grasped the body of the Tyrant Bow, and the oppressive power vanished instantly. To draw this bow, one must dye the sky with devil blood. The bow trembled, and a lingering intention was transmitted into Fiki's mind. In the end, the bow's light dimmed inwardly, revealing ancient beast patterns upon its surface, along with a drop of light red blood seeping out. Blood of 100 beasts? Perceiving the fluctuations coming from the drop of blood, Fiki was delighted. He finally understood the true terrifying aspect of the legendary Tyrant Bow. It had to be stained with blood to unleash its power. From the lowest level of 100 beast blood to divine beast blood, and then to the legendary god demon blood, the higher the quality of the blood used, the greater the power of the Tyrant Bow. According to folklore, at the age of 15, the overlord Duncan slaughtered a river dragon in the Wu River, using its sinew as the string, forging the tyrant Bao. Thinking about it now, this event was highly likely to have occurred. Fiki could sense that the present spirit of the tyrant Bao was concealed and required thorough staining with blood to gradually awaken. This final drop of 100 beast blood was the test for whether he could obtain the tyrant Bao. If he couldn't withstand the beast blood, he would explode and die. And the rainbow pool existed due to the influence of the divine Bao, having come into being beneath the Alessia lake. Absorb the blood of 100 beasts, refine the body, and gain the divine Bao. Without hesitation, Fiki swallowed the beast blood. Bone-shattering pain swept through every part of his body. Even with the frenzied circulation of the netherworld and the divine prison dragon elephant power, it did nothing to lessen the agony. Fiki could only endure, relying on his firm willpower to persist. Ultimately, a bone-jarring resonance echoed within him, finally refining the wildly powerful beast blood. Boss, where were you? You seem like a different person. Is there another fairy at the bottom of the pool? Did she bless you, making you look so radiant? As Fiki surfaced from the water, Clinton tossed a stone at him, teasing. There are no fairies below, just a Bao. Fiki smiled faintly, swinging the tyrant Bao. Holy crap, with treasure light contained within. This is an unparalleled treasure. This Bao is mine now. Clinton's eyes sparkled, instantly vanishing, leaving a blur before reappearing swiftly to snatch the tyrant Bao from Fiki's hands. Thud. Before he could run far, the Bao emitted a faint bloody aura, directly smashing Clinton into the ground, creating a deep pit shaped like a rodent. Damn, it's so heavy. Nearly 1,000 caddies. There's also a seal on top that I can't break, suppressing me directly. Clinton stretched out his paws, trying to push the tyrant Bao away but found it trembling, only to be suppressed again, crying out, Boss, where did you get such a demonic treasure Bao? Could it be the legendary Ho Yi's Bao? This isn't Ho Yi's Bao, but I believe it's comparable even to Ho Yi's Bao. They're both among the 10 famous bows in Chinese legend. Fiki smiled mockingly, teasing, this tyrant Bao is quite good. It can be used as your exercise equipment to build up those little muscles. After over a decade of effort, perhaps you can lift it. What the hell? Clinton's paws supporting the tyrant Bao trembled as he gritted his teeth. If this were used as fitness equipment, it wouldn't be him lifting the tyrant Bao. Rather, the tyrant Bao would yature him for a good 10 years. Who gets pressed by a dumbbell for 10 years while working out? No more joking around. Now, I will use the 100 flower spirit liquids to engrave the 100 beast patterns on my body and refine the 100 beast formation. Only then can I enhance my strength and earn the qualification to draw the string of the tyrant Bao. Fiki took off his windbreaker, revealing his well-built physique, moved the tyrant Bao from the pit away from Clinton, and said earnestly. After emerging from the water, he realized a harsh reality. Although he had indeed gained the tyrant Bao's acknowledgement, he did not yet have the right to use it. To draw this Bao, one must dye the sky with devil blood. It wasn't just empty talk. The 100 beast formation is based on 100 beast patterns, using 100 flowers spirit liquids as the medium to carve the array patterns, and the flesh imbued with 100 beast blood as the carrier of the array patterns. Such an array falls into the category of grade 1 formations. Formations are divided into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the highest and grade 1 the lowest, but their power is still impressive. After all, wind thunder arrays can only be considered entry-level formations. Carving this formation on his physical body would put Fiki through inhuman pain, yet he was determined to go through with it. If he didn't do this, the tyrant Bao would remain nothing but a showpiece. After refining the 100 beast formation, even if he couldn't draw the Bao or knock an arrow, he could at least make the bowstring vibrate and display the power of this Bao. Boss, you really are a shameless exhibitionist. Clinton looked at him disdainfully, running over and called out, you're not planning to take off your pants too, right? Although we're brothers, that's not moral. Chapter 28, Assisting Evil. Fiki was instantly at a loss. The strength required for drawing the Bao relies on arm and waist power. What use is taking off his pants? He released the peculiar light from the Dantian netherworld, pushing the refined blood of 100 beasts to the surface of his upper body skin, creating favorable conditions for Jamal's Kerhua Xingha. Roar, roar, roar. The sounds of tigers roaring, dragons calling, lions raging, and elephants bellowing reverberated through the bottom of Alessia Lake as the array formation was inscribed. At the top of Qingqing Mountain, fresh blood splattered and corpses lay everywhere. One by one, strange runes on the foreheads of powerful wild beasts shattered under the green light emitted from an ancient broken mirror held by a woman in a black dress in front of the demonic subduing stone outside Celestial Master Cave. The life force of these beasts was drained, their energy converging into the ancient mirror before being transferred into 9 extraordinary stones from Mount Tai. Meanwhile, the power of the woman in black grew ceaselessly, forming an enormous vortex like a star river above her head. This was the hallmark of transitioning from the corporeal body realm to the grotto realm, where one's physical body connects with divine power, forming a grotto. The essential difference between the grotto realm and the corporeal body realm lies in that the former can only utilize bodily strength for combat, whereas the latter can harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. In the eyes of cultivators, only by advancing to the grotto realm could one truly stabilize their foundation in cultivation, ready to advance to higher realms. Reese, you are shameless. How can you help her harm us? No matter what, you are still a part of Jean City. Elsewhere, Lynn's plain white dress was spattered with blood. Before her, awakened organization members were being slain by Reese wielding a treasured sword. These were once comrades who fought alongside Reese and even regarded him as an idol. The world has changed. Survival of the fittest is now the rule. Your thinking is too rigid. I am Jean City's finest, unmatched in talent, but Jean City's revival lagged behind others. If I didn't resort to unconventional means, how could I catch up with other awakened individuals elsewhere? Traitor, if you could kill me, you would have done it already. The Gilda spat out hatefully. Let me tell you, he isn't dead. Even if you are at peak corporeal body realm, once he grows stronger, he will surely behead you to honor these countless lives lost. And as for that woman in black, None of you will escape. Christopher is not dead? The surviving awakened individual's expressions turned excited upon hearing the Gilda's words. Christopher, a mysterious and legendary figure, always created miracles whenever he appeared. If he was alive, he might come to save everyone atop Qingqing Mountain. But the next moment, their gazes dimmed. Not only was Reese at peak corporeal body realm, but the Gilda had also entered the grotto realm. When Christopher vanished within Alessia Lake, he was only at mid-corporeal body realm. What could he do against these two? They realized then and there. This era belonged to those of great power, while they, the weaker ones, could only be trampled upon like insects or fish on a cutting board. Not dead? Reese squinted his eyes, mocking. So what if he's not dead? Does he dare to come up here? You all think he's righteous and cares about the common people, but right now, isn't he hiding like a coward in the shadows? If he dares to come, I will slay him with my sword. I have a sword that can destroy all enemies. I, alone, am Gene City's unique genius. Chapter 29. Death Without Regret. Sky. The Gilda, injured by the sword light, retreated dozens of steps, her face pale and her figure becoming increasingly ethereal. But she still managed to save Clementine and Lisette, facing Reese, who was like a dark demon god, alone. Reese, perhaps we will die today, but Brother Devon will take revenge for us sooner or later. Lisette's gaze was firm, her voice resolute. He is not like you. I believe this firmly. Indeed, you are not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as him because you are nothing but a despicable person. I am ashamed that Qingqing has someone like you. Clementine said with disdain and scorn. The many surviving awakeners present now wore mocking expressions, looking at Reese as if he were a clown jumping around foolishly. Even those who had once been brainwashed fans supporting Reese recognized his true nature. They had blindly admired him based on the fact that Reese was from Qingqing, from Huaxia. However, Reese's actions now constituted treason, which could never be tolerated. A bunch of ants. In these times of revival and chaos, your thoughts are so antiquated, utterly useless, and deserving of death. The black-robed woman standing before the exorcism stone at the entrance of the Celestial Master Cave opened her eyes for the first time. Her gaze was cold and detached, looking down upon everything as she muttered disdainfully. Her cave gradually solidified, filled with complex and mysterious light patterns, making her aura even more elusive. She cared not that these resentful spirits had once been living people, nor did she care whether Reese killed everyone. She only cared about whether her strength increased, and whether the Mount Tai strange stone obtained by her family and wealthy allies had been nourished to birth a spirit. After speaking, she closed her eyes again, disdaining to witness what happened before her. Strange runes flickered continuously on the ancient mirror in her hand, and the strange runes above each resentful spirit began to fade, extracting the power within them, nourishing her and the Mount Tai strange stone. Heavenly Winged Sword, annihilate. Reese glared coldly at the increasingly ethereal Gilda, his intent to kill clear. Swish, swish, swish. A light, spiritual sound of sword song rang through the air, and the feathers on his dark wings shone brilliantly, each feather resembling a sharp sword blade, capable of sealing throats with a single cut. Fight. The Gilda's eyes were resolute as she forced herself to muster strength and battle Reese. If she retreated, awakeners like Clementine and Lisette, forced to retreat to the mountaintop, would all die here. She had climbed the mountain with the resolve to die. How could she falter? If she didn't want to die, even the black-robed woman in Alessia Lake, who had advanced to the grotto realm, could not kill her, but she did not wish it. Boom. After a while, the Gilda was struck by a sword beam and thrown into the blue stone, unable to stand up again amidst the flying debris. I really tried my best. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she murmured softly. Reese soared above the blue stone, both hands gripping the sword, descending to thrust the tip into the chest of the Gilda, ending her life. Strange runes gathered in Reese's palms, and even after the Gilda died, the escaping death energy would provide substantial energy. The Gilda's eyes flashed fiercely. Even self-detonating, she would not let Reese gain any advantage. This exorcism talisman is specifically designed to counter your kind of evil spirits. You think you can self-detonate? Naive. How could Reese not see through the Gilda's intentions? He sneered. Buzz. The strange runes, nourished by the dark demonic aura, embedded themselves into the Gilda's brow. In an instant, wrinkles covered her delicate, fair face, and her dark hair turned completely white. In a thought, youth became old age. No. Lisette and Clementine burst into tears, screaming in anguish. At this moment, they questioned the division between good and evil like never before. Reese controlled the exorcism talisman, was human, and possessed formidable strength, so he should have been on the side of righteousness, but none of his actions were just. He had forcibly seized resources, committed robberies, betrayed his country, and conspired with women from Yamato to create this humanitarian disaster. On the other hand, although the Gilda was merely a corpse with a lingering trace of death energy that had cultivated to achieve enlightenment, she chose to abandon the opportunity to continue living and rush to Qingqing Mountain top to save them in such a critical situation. Although she should be considered evil, every action she took was deeply moving. In the end, they finally understood that there was no absolute distinction between good and evil in this world, only a heart that decided it. Strangely, the image of the man in Windbreaker, who had never revealed his true identity, appeared simultaneously in their minds. They believed that the man who always left after accomplishing great deeds, keeping his accomplishments hidden, would take revenge for them. They wanted to stop Reese from further tormenting the Gilda, but due to their injuries, they could not move, only able to watch helplessly as the Gilda suffered. But death without regret. The Gilda's gaze swept over Lisette, Alyssa, and those tear-filled awakeners who, despite being battered and bruised, had never cowered or compromised to Reese, unafraid even of death. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she murmured softly. 10,000 Shu people, 9,000 soldiers. The stubbornness buried deep within the Shu people has never changed. Despicable cowards like Reese are few and far between. This homeland, these people, are worth her attachment, worth her fighting to protect with all her might. Chapter 30 I can do it. Woohooey, let's see just how unrepentant you can be. Reese sneered coldly, his tone sinister. With a stoic expression, he swung his sword, determined to decapitate the woman in the moon-colored gown. Ding. However, just as his treasured sword was about to sever the woman's neck, it came to an abrupt halt. The blade trembled, emitting resonant hums. Visible at the point where the sword paused was a hand covered in golden dragon scales. The sharp edge of the sword cut into this hand, with fresh blood trickling down. But no matter what Reese tried to do to pull the sword out of this hand, it remained immovable. Bang. Next, the owner of this hand moved, shadows appearing underfoot, and like a ghostly presence, appeared right before Reese, delivering a kick to his chest. A clear sound of breaking ribs echoed through the air. Reese, who had previously stood high and mighty like a demonic god, flew backward, smashing through several century-old pine trees, and heavily landed on the ground. In an instant, the dark feathers were stained with blood. The pair of black wings were now full of injuries. Arturo. A wave of tumultuous emotions surged within everyone as they looked at the man in the colorful windbreaker, their eyes welling up with tears. They all knew very well that in such a dire situation, Arturo should not have shown up. Because Arturo was still weak in strength but showed extraordinary potential. He could grow into a great hero in the future. The more real this thought became, the more intense their shock was now. There was someone who went against all odds, defying fate itself to come and save them. Such gratitude, indescribable. Are you all right? Fiki held the white-haired woman in the moon-colored gown, deeply pained, and asked softly. I'm fine. You shouldn't have come. That woman has already ascended to the grotto realm, and even Reese's strength has transformed. Even if your strength has advanced, you still. The woman in the moon-colored gown shook her head weakly, with a bitter smile. Her words were left unsaid, but anyone could imagine the rest. She did not believe Fiki could defeat either Reese or the woman in the black dress. I can do it, trust me. Fiki smiled slightly and said confidently. In the bewildered gaze of the woman in the moon-colored gown, Fiki placed her in a soft patch of grass, then headed towards the central celestial master cave. Countless vengeful spirits ravaged there. Blood splattered the yellow earth, broken walls and countless corpses littered the area. The slightly thin figure of Fiki walking away left a desolate silhouette for everyone, but it felt so majestic, as if capable of supporting a piece of heaven and earth. Can he really do it? Somehow, the woman in the moon-colored gown felt an urge to believe Fiki without condition, yet reality told her it would be difficult for Fiki to win against Reese. That sword is also a magical weapon. Union, start the live stream. Everyone in Jincheng needs to know what's happening here. The world has changed, and they deserve to know exactly what happened. Some enmity needs to be remembered by everyone because in the future, they too can awaken and uphold a piece of sky. Passing Lin and Alyssa, Fiki handed over more than 10 wind thunder talismans and whispered. Alyssa looked at Fiki's retreating back in astonishment, finding it familiar, yet unable to pinpoint why. She and Lin exchanged a look, their eyes filled with confusion. How can there be any signal here to start a live stream? Rip apart. Seeing Fiki's piercing gaze, dragon scales appeared on his arms as he walked towards the area most concentrated with strange runes. Dragon claws shone, the underworld spun madly, providing terrifying power to the dragon claws, tearing the light barrier formed by the strange runes apart, restoring the signal atop Qingqing Mountain. The woman from the Empire of Yamato sitting cross-legged on the demon-subduing stone opened her eyes again, revealing a puzzled expression, murmuring, he has some skills, but that's all. Anyway, success is imminent. It doesn't matter if the outside world knows or not. A late-stage mortal realm practitioner can't even deal with Reese, not worth mentioning. Then she closed her eyes again, slowly solidifying her elegant grotto. What happened? Why is there such a terrifying scene? Starting the live stream, people from outside, who had always wanted to know what happened in Qingqing Mountain, rushed into the live stream room, asking questions. When Alyssa recounted the situation here, it immediately caused a sensation. That bastard Reese, with no respect for his parents. Ever since he did those things to Arturo, I knew he was no good. I was wrong, really wrong. He's no longer my idol, but my enemy. Thoughts are borderless, but people have borders. A traitor deserves execution. But Reese's strength has improved, and there's that watchful woman from Yamato. Can Arturo win? No matter what, I support him. He truly is the best of Jincheng. A true patriot should be like this. A true patriot is one of a kind. Arturo, you will definitely win. In that instant, everyone's emotions were ignited. Whether they had once supported Fiki or firmly backed Reese, all of them wished for Reese to be buried in the 18th level of hell, never to be reborn. Liking someone and holding them as an idol was their freedom. But they also had their own sense of right and wrong. Someone like Reese ought to be executed. Arturo, I swear I will tear you apart and scatter your ashes. Reese, covered in blood, flew out from a deep pit, his eyes bloodshot, and roared as if from the depths of hell. I have a sword that can destroy all enemies in this world. Annihilation. In an instant, boundless sword chi erupted from the treasured sword in his hand. Reese seemed like an unparalleled sword that had been refined through countless trials, revealing its sharpness at last. With the dark wings spread, he moved at incomparable speed, rushing straight toward Fiki to strike him down. Chapter 31. The palm technique descending from the sky. How could Reese be this strong? It's impossible. He wasn't this powerful when he was slaying evil spirits before. It's because of that sword. It's a legendary magical weapon. My god, it's said that a magical weapon can enhance an awakened person's strength to the greatest extent. Reese's awakened realm is already higher than Brother Devon's. How is Brother Devon supposed to defend now? Endless comments of surprise emerged in the live streaming room. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests. They were afraid to continue watching, fearing that they would see the scene where Brother Devon, who stood alone deep within countless resentful spirits to protect the safety of this land, would die with countless sword energies piercing through his heart. Sweat trickled from Alyssa and Delarin's palms as they shook uncontrollably. If they hadn't both held the phone recording the video, they probably couldn't have kept it steady. They were really afraid that Brother Devon might die like this. The woman in the moon robe, hidden in the grass, trembled her eyelashes slightly and could not stop shaking her head, afraid to look further down. Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Fist. No one saw that Fiki, with his back turned to them, pupils shrank and faint laughter appeared on his face. As Reese was about to attack Fiki, Fiki tapped the blue stone lightly with his toes and moved. Dragon elephant light patterns transformed into pure energy flowing into the golden dragon scales, emitting boundless brilliance. A punch, colliding heavily with endless sword chi. The sword chi was instantly shattered, directly hitting the magical weapon sword, making the sword which could break anything bend to its limit. Pooh. Even with a layer of sword body between them, the power of Fiki's fist still vented onto Reese's thigh, and a sharp bone-breaking sound echoed in the air. The Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Fist is a fist technique that utilizes the power of Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Strength. It's simple and unadorned, relying entirely on physical strength. Although it doesn't compare to dragon seizing skill, it is a very practical combat fist technique. No, this is impossible. Incredible disbelief filled Reese's eyes. He couldn't believe that just one collision could result in serious injuries for him at Fiki's hands. He always thought that when Fiki grabbed his sword while saving the Gilda, it was by chance, or because he didn't use his full strength. But now, he had clearly exerted all his efforts. Why was he still in such a miserable state? He wouldn't accept it. He was Jin Cheng's #1 genius. Reese couldn't believe that the Fiki, who resorted to tricks and fled hours ago, would surpass him so quickly. It must be fake. This must be fake. He quickly regained his composure, his eyes firm, dark wings flapping as he stood in the void, looking down at Fiki below, saying sinisterly, Brother Devon, do you think focusing all your strength on this punch will scare me? Don't be naive. I guarantee you can't deliver a punch like this again. I admit I underestimated you, but if I get serious, I won't fall for your tricks again. Is that so? Fiki sneered. This man was truly foolish to deny the fact that he was no longer a match for him and tried to find excuses for his failure. Can Brother Devon only deliver this one punch? Possibly. This punch seems simple but directly injured Reese holding the magical weapon sword, indicating this punch is extraordinary. If that's true, Brother Devon is in trouble. Reese is really quick-witted, having noticed so soon. Everyone watching this battle was now deeply worried for Fiki. Trying to bluff me? You can still unleash a punch like the one before. How naive are you? Since awakening, I've been through countless battles. If I can't even see through a petty trick like yours, how could I be first on Jin Cheng's idol list and remain in the unmatched position for 3 years? A smug smile appeared on the corner of Reese's lips. Believing he had seen through all of Fiki's pretense, he considered Fiki nothing more than a cowardly imposter and then added disdainfully, do you know what the biggest difference between you and me is? I can fly, and you cannot. Your attack range is limited, while I am above you, wielding a magical weapon sword with greater reach. I could wear you down over time. After finishing his words, Reese was proud of his cleverness and alertness, laughing heartily. At this moment, Reese seemed to see the scenario where Fiki, who had been like a ridiculous clown in front of him all along, being worn down bit by bit. Silence. Dead silence. There were no more comments in the live stream. Not only did Alyssa and those who were present feel desolate and helpless, but everyone watching this through the screen also felt powerless. The ability to fly was an insurmountable chasm between cave abode realm and flesh body realm cultivators. They had to admit that although Reese was shameless and cunning, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals, his talent was indeed excellent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened dark wings capable of flight from the start. Dragon seizing hand. Fiki's eyes showed a look of disdain as he extended his right arm, a dragon scale solidifying, with an endless amount of dragon energy forming into a golden dragon that flew out. The previously extremely smug Reese subconsciously revealed a color of terror in his pupils. He had never imagined that Fiki would wield such a terrifying combat technique in his wildest dreams. He wanted to fly but found that no matter what, he couldn't fly high. The terrifying momentum released by the flying golden dragon seemed like an invisible prison, restraining his ability to fly. Kill. He kept telling himself that this was an illusion. It must be an illusion. Some sort of Zhangyanfa created by Fiki. His dark wings flapped desperately as the magical weapon sword emitted brilliant sword light, chopping down, trying to slay Fiki with one strike. Bang! The golden dragon collided with the radiant sword light, directly piercing through it and heading straight for Reese's throat. Reese's face showed fear. He could not imagine how terrifying the golden dragon was. He frantically waved his dark wings, dodging in midair, hoping to escape this calamity. But all his actions were ultimately futile. As the golden dragon pounced before him, it bared its fangs and extended its claws, leaving him no time to react as the dragon claw seized his throat. You won't die that easily. In an instant, Fiki exerted force with his toes, leaped into the air, came face to face with him, and said coldly, "Rip." He extended his other hand. Another dazzling golden dragon flew out, tearing off one of Reese's prided dark wings. Satanic blood splattered across the sky. Dark feathers floated everywhere, and Reese, thrown forcefully by the dragon's seizing hand, fell toward the ground like a kite with its string cut. Chapter 32 Chosen One? Silence. Stunned. This was everyone's reaction. No one had ever imagined the battle would turn around so magnificently. Within a few breaths, Reese, who appeared like a demonic god, now stood wing-broken and bloodied here. Now I can only express my complicated feelings with countless. What the hell? Arturo is truly formidable. This is like Nigel carrying his sound system on stage, using the legendary dragon seizing skill and the 18 dragon subduing palms. In the theme song of his, who could be his match? Ask the world. Who dares to compete with Nigel carrying a sound system and Arturo in his floral shorts? Anyone else? Reese must be thinking that he is just a little bird, wanting to fly but never flying high enough. Looking back, he finds himself with broken wings, like a kite with its string cut, plummeting down. No, correction. He's falling as a bird since his fall ends with him hitting the ground first. Superstar Adela has fainted and cried in the bathroom. She always emphasized her invisible wings could carry her and give her hope. But now she has been outdone by Reese, whose wings are indeed invisible. Reese, all you did was imitate invisible wings. Who told you to surpass it? The previously silent live stream suddenly heated up, watching Fiki showcase his divine might, radiating the aura of a golden dragon, declaring he ruled the world, unmatched. They felt their own blood boil. Anwar, capable of forging legends, synonymous with miracles. Arturo, you've left me no choice. Today, even if it means self-destructing, I won't let you have it easy. Reese struggled to rise from the dirt pit, his body covered in blood, screaming towards the black-dressed woman beside the demon-slaying stone. Star, from the beginning, I helped you with this matter. Now isn't it time for you to repay me? Star. At this moment, everyone finally learned the real name of the black-clad woman who had orchestrated this calamity affecting many. Chihasa clan, one of the hidden financial conglomerates of Yamato Nation, not inferior to the once famous Mitsubishi or Mitsui families, more notably a reclusive martial arts family skilled in swordsmanship, thriving after the resurgence of spirit energy. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. I came here solely to refine the 9-Tai Mountain mystical stones, Star replied coldly, looking at Reese with disdain. You. Furious, Reese trembled, no longer bearing his previous arrogance, turning and flapping his dark single wing to escape in a peculiar manner. Throughout this time, Fiki merely watched him flee with a sneer, making no move. Bang! Before Reese could fly 20 meters, a purple shadow holding a disc-like object appeared, swinging the disc to hit Reese on the head. Off Birdman, Grandpa Rat has long found you irksome. Orin repeatedly swung the disc-shaped item, roaring. Return my sword strike that can eliminate all foes. See this, I have a steering wheel. Want to hit anyone, just do it. You. Blood streamed from Reese's head, finding it hard to believe that the one striking him was Orin, the cowardly purple rat that ran at the sight of him. What he hadn't expected more was that he was being beaten into a bloody pulp by a steering wheel. Who the F*** allowed you to speak? I've been holding back to show off. Shut up. Orin struck again with the steering wheel, knocking out some of Reese's teeth, putting on an air of grandeur. God said, justice may be delayed, but not my steering wheel. My steering wheel. Alyssa looked incredulously at Orin's steering wheel, astonished. This infuriating rat, which stole her photo book and Durex condoms, now dismantled the steering wheel from her Hummer, using it against an enemy. How much enmity was this? But right then, she felt incredibly happy. If this rat could disassemble her entire Hummer and use it as a weapon, causing Reese's downfall, she would willingly sacrifice her car. Bang. Yet in the next second, she was stunned again. Orin tossed the steering wheel aside and took out her photo book again, pulling out the condom. Array patterns flickered around Orin, the condom expanding in the wind to contain the gravely injured and barely breathing Reese. A person like you shouldn't have been born. Your birth was just an accident. This divine rat will send you where you belong. Orin kicked the reinforced condom with array patterns, sending Reese rolling inside like a ball. Sichuana, you don't need to emphasize this is your Durex, or else it wouldn't be tucked in your photo book. Jiang Yi, who had been quite nervous, chuckled with amusement. Alyssa felt a mix of frustration and laughter. This foul rat really did unconventional things. Using a condom was fine, but flipping through her photo book for it, what did that mean? Fiki watched Orin's actions initially and found it speechless. He had long known that Barnaby had planned an ambush with no good intentions, but he never imagined that Barnaby would dismantle the steering wheel from Alyssa's Hummer and use Durex condoms to refine an array. God said, I've already called 120, 119, and 110 for Reese. But by the time they arrive, Reese will have turned back into a drop of his father's essence. May there be no car accidents in heaven, no steering wheels, and no Durex condoms. On second thought, Reese will go to hell, where there are car accidents, steering wheels, and Durex condoms. Huh. God said, justice may be delayed, but not the Durex condom. I hate rats, but I love this purple rat. God said, why need a bicycle? If you want to buy a steering wheel. It's an essential tool for traveling and home use. Miss Amaya Shin, could you tell us where your photo book was taken, where the steering wheel was bought, and which manufacturer produced the Durex condoms? Just a hint, though leaking a bit of your privacy, it can bring happiness to millions of families and avoid producing rebellious sons like Reese. Even if one is born, they can be strangled with a steering wheel in the cradle. The live stream was boiling over with excitement, as everyone expressed various opinions. Fiki also came beside Barnaby. With one hand, he dug a pit and looked at Reese inside the Durex condom, smiling coldly. I told you, I am the chosen one. At my command, stars fall from the sky, and a pit appears next to me, ready to bury scum like you. You. A muffled voice came from Reese. Barnaby immediately threw the Durex condom into the pit and began filling it with dirt, acting extremely professionally. Meanwhile, Fiki focused his gaze on Star, who had completely solidified within the cave residence atop the demon-slaying stone, saying coldly, come down, and prepare to die. Chapter 33 Bloodstained Mount Tai's Odd Stones. Carrie opened her eyes, revealing a look of disdain as she said coolly, what I hate most are pests like you who overestimate yourselves, knowing you can't win yet using so-called passion to face the enemy. This isn't bravery, this is foolishness. Foolishness? Fiki shook his head and sneered. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, there were always people like Garrett who would stop at nothing for their own desires, forgetting that this land nurtured him, forgetting that he could grow because those behind him, now turned into aggrieved spirits, had silently contributed. So he hated Garrett, and even more, he hated Carrie. He, Fiki, was not Garrett. He didn't understand what it meant to know when to yield. He only knew one thing. Those who violate China shall be punished, no matter how far they run. Be they traitors or invaders, all must die. Even in an age where spiritual energy has resurged, all things can cultivate, the strong rule, and the weak are preyed upon by the strong, it should be no different. You're stronger than Garrett, and your potential barely measures up. Give you a chance, I offer you an opportunity to become my vassal. It will be much easier for you to enter the grotto realm, and in the future, our Saki family will provide you with abundant resources to help you grow. Carrie continued, Jinsheng's spiritual energy resurgence is much later compared to other places, so you are far behind those geniuses. The opportunity one now bestow upon you will be your capital for competing with them in the future. Relying on a powerful person is the way to survive in these chaotic times. Carrie was not affected by Fiki's attitude. She looked down at Fiki and offered extremely attractive conditions. She believed she had seen countless people in her life who appeared proud and righteous, but were actually corrupt inside, willing to stoop to any level for their selfish desires. Don't think Fiki looks so righteous now. In the next second, he would crawl beneath her feet and acknowledge her as his master. In the face of interests, reputations mean nothing. The live stream fell silent once again. Everyone knew how enticing the conditions proposed by Carrie were. Japan's Fuji Mountain had long been revived, and the Keiretsu controlled by the Saki family had already laid out strategies before the resurgence, gaining countless ancient treasures and magic artifacts, offering unimaginable resources. Otherwise, why would Garrett disregard everything and go against public opinion to cling to Carrie? Though Fiki had always performed well, he was still human. After seeing the existence of the strongest among awakened ones, he also wanted to become strong. This was human nature. Hearing this, Fiki laughed even louder. What are you laughing about? Originally confident that Fiki would immediately submit to her, Carrie saw Fiki laugh wildly and asked angrily, I laugh at your ignorance, at your stupidity, always judging everyone by your own petty mind, thinking everyone in the world is a small person, Fiki said indifferently. I am grateful to be born on this land. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, I could travel everywhere. The mountain paths I walked on were once lodged by Alexei. The Qin dynasty passes I walked through were unassailable by enemies. The city tower I gazed upon from afar was firmly guarded by Colton. The northwest grassland where I could gallop freely was fought for by Huatsubing. Now, I can still enjoy the braised pork that Su Sure couldn't put down chopsticks from anywhere in China. I can still drink the moon-inviting flower wine that Amir once raised a cup to under the flowers. I can still read books written by scholars after many disasters, read historical books of dukes and generals. I can still recite the ancient poems they used to describe their love, hate, and grievances. The greatest gift left to us descendants of this land may just be two things, history and culture. The former mirrors the world, the latter nourishes the heart. China has endured too many calamities in its 5,000-year history, but we have never disappeared. My feelings for this land are something you will never understand in your entire life, nor do you deserve to. Not for a moment have I regretted being born in China, and I wish to be born again in the land of flowers. These words are not empty talk. Fiki stepped towards the exorcism stone of the Celestial Master's cave. Countless unconscious souls, which served as nutrients for the 9 odd stones of Mount Tai, turned into wisps of blue smoke under the purification of the underworld. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the space. Soon after, dragon roars, tiger calls, lion roars, and elephant bellows emanated from Fiki's body. The sound of the beasts, representing dominance in heaven and earth, cleansed all evil. However, the sound waves shattered the mysterious runes instantly. What happened? Why am I here? What on earth happened? The numb souls awoke, revealing puzzled expressions, and the wild beasts whose bodies became stronger due to the resurgence of spiritual energy roared with grief and anger, staring intently at Carrie, but none dared to take a step forward, because the Mount Tai odd stones were now crimson red, radiating a power that deeply oppressed their souls. But they all felt the long-lost breath of freedom. The shackles that bound their lives crumbled into pieces. Are you courting death? Carrie glared furiously, roaring. The sound waves shattered, severing the connection between these aggrieved spirits and the beasts with the cracked ancient mirror in her hand. Even her nearly perfected Grotto Realm foundation was affected by this impact. Foolish one, I shall dye my sword with your blood. This is the price for provoking me. Carrie's face was as cold as frost as she said icily. You provoked me? The people of Yamato have lost their minds. You create such a tragedy on our land, and now you accuse me of provoking you. Fiki sneered coldly. I've seen many who pretend to be decent while harboring foul intentions, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Outwardly modest, yet inside you are nothing but a beast. Just garbage. Chapter 34 Establishing the Heart for Heaven and Earth. Establishing the Destiny for Commoners. The sword hummed. Marcia's face turned extremely ugly as she drew the ancient sword from her waist. The sword resonated with the air, producing a deafening sound of sword chants. Ancient Chinese characters emerged from the ancient sword, shining like the great sun. Just the momentum of the sword could suppress Reese after his ascension, showing its power was considerable. Trashy inferior breed, prepare to die. Marcia said coldly. Don't even look at what kind of characters the runes on your ancient sword are. Long ago, our civilization was passed down to your Yamato nation, but you only learned superficially. You didn't even learn the most basic qualities of humility and inclusiveness ingrained in Chinese people, still remaining despicable at heart. Fiki snorted and said, ask who is really lowly? Who truly is an inferior breed? Kill. Marcia did not speak anymore. She walked out of the demon-subduing stone and came towards Fiki with her sword. Above her head, the cave entrance was dark and deep. Yet it seemed illuminated by countless stars, shining brilliantly and putting immense pressure on Fiki. Devon brother kill? In this life, I have no regrets entering China. If I can be reborn, I wish to be born in China. This is the common desire of all children of China. Fight. We support you. As a man, why would one spare any battle? 10,000 Shu people, 9,000 soldiers, have we ever feared anything? Historically, to resist foreign invaders, the land of Shu has been left barren 3 times, with no one around. But whoever migrated to this land could develop strong character. All these gifts are given by this land. In the live stream room, everyone was impassioned. tears streaming down their faces as they watched Devon brother bear huge pressure and fight across borders for them, supporting a piece of sky. Alyssa, looking at endless messages of rewards received, couldn't stop crying either. These ordinary people lived hard lives after revival, not having much money, but they were still generous, using donations to express their support. She secretly swore that if Devon brother could survive, no, even if he died, she would find his family. The woman in the moon gown, watching this scene, felt joy within her heart. At this moment, she seemed to see the sight of millions of Shu people leaving Sichuan to answer the national crisis, just like her beloved relatives were now, knowing it couldn't be done, knowing their strength was not enough, yet fighting until the last drop of blood was shed. Men, why would one spare any battle? These 6 words were etched into their bones, unchanged in any era. Dual sword style, Sakura Snow Falls. The ancient sword in Marcia's hand released brilliant sword light. She roared angrily, "Let you, an inferior breed, witness true swordsmanship. People like Reese are too trashy." Clang clang clang. For a moment, the sword lights in the space formed white cherry blossoms, fluttering aimlessly, ethereal and elusive, seemingly capable of attacking from any angle. Sakura Snow Falls, where Sakura is conceived by the sword, killing invisibly like falling snow. Marcia was very confident. The Qianyi family had once been taught the essence of the dual sword style by Musashi Miyamoto, the martial saint of Yamato, the founder of the style. This strike, though not her strongest move, was enough to kill a creature realm ant. In an instant, she arrived in front of Fiki, her sword tip piercing into his body. But in the next second, Marcia's expression changed drastically because she sensed a fatal danger coming from behind. The sword tip indeed pierced into Fiki's arm, but in this critical moment, he used the 8 steps of the celestial demon. The shadow appeared, abandoning a piece of flesh sliced by the sword, using dragon arm skill to grab Marcia's waist, throwing her heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Without giving Marcia any reaction time, he moved close and struck wildly with his ferocious dragon arm, which flashed with a chilling light, raining blows on her face. Thud. But this initial advantage was broken by Marcia, who kicked back as she reacted. Fiki's chest bones broke, and he flew backward. "I want you dead." Marcia's black hair danced wildly, her black dress fluttered, and her twisted face resembled a vengeful ghost returned from hell, screaming. "Sword comes." She slashed her palm with the ancient sword, spattering blood, and a bloody sword shadow emerged from the central Tai mountain odd stone. With the birth of the sword, even the surrounding earth was forced down 10 centimeters under the immense pressure. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, even Fiki's powerful physical body, washed by dragon elephant force and the blood of hundreds of beasts, suffered bone collisions and fractures, blood seeping from pores and flowing into the yellow soil. "Inferior breed like an ant, you've angered me. I will use my strongest move to kill you." Marcia soared up, stepping on empty space, holding the blood sword's hilt with one hand, emitting a brilliant bloody light all over her body, speaking coldly. Clang clang clang. Streams of bloody sword light entered her body, staining her cave red, making Fiki's situation more difficult due to the increased pressure. Even if blood stained his body, Fiki had never bowed in the least. Whether it was Alyssa, Lizette, or the woman in the moon gown and everyone in the live stream room, tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. How could there be peaceful and tranquil times in this world? The reason for the feeling of ease and comfort was that someone was carrying the heavy burden, shielding everyone from wind and rain. They wanted to shout at Fiki not to continue fighting, to find an opportunity to escape, but they couldn't bring themselves to shout, for it would be a desecration of the hero. They knew Fiki would never leave. Shouting it out would only diminish his fighting spirit. "Barnaby, bring me the bow." Fiki's pupils emitted fierce light like thunder, his voice stern. After burying Reese, the vanished Barnaby reappeared. At this moment, he appeared listless, his purple fur having lost its luster, but he dragged a blood-stained silver longbow over. A silver bow dyed with blood must shake both past and present. Chapter 35, Shenyuan Mirror. "Boss, I've done my best." Jamal handed the blood-stained tyrant bow to Fiki weakly. Previously, Fiki had lifted the suppression of the tyrant bow on Jamal, allowing Jamal to now pick up the tyrant bow. As for the blood on the tyrant bow, it was Jamal's essence blood. "The rest is up to me, brother." Fiki gently patted his head, speaking with warmth. Though Jamal's behavior was eccentric, he never failed in critical moments. Fiki cherished this brother deeply. Some people might live together for a lifetime and never become brothers, but others could become life and death brothers in just 2 short days. Die. Kaylee, who was stepping through the void, had completely refined the blood-colored treasure sword. After inheriting the sword's aura, she radiated blinding sword light, and countless sword chi converged into one. Clang. The blood sword finally unsheathed itself and swung towards Fiki. Under the overwhelming momentum of the blood sword, Fiki felt particularly breathless, yet he remained fearless. Activating the 100 beast formation, images of beasts appeared endlessly on his windcoat. He held the bow in his left hand and struggled to draw the string with his right. Straining all his strength, his flesh trembled and oozed black blood as he managed to bend the bowstring slightly. But even this small change made Fiki feel an endless surge of imperial power wash over him. It was as if he were the sole emperor of this world, unmatched by any, asking who in the world could contend with him. The 100 beast shadows poured crazily into the tyrant bow, making its silver surface glow even brighter. "You can't even fully draw the bowstring. Garbage. You're ultimately just a waste at the late physical body realm. Such a precious bow in your hands is like a gem lost in the mud. Before I kill you, let me show you the true power of this bow." Kaylee's eyes filled with greed as they gazed upon the tyrant bow from above. If Fiki could really draw the bowstring fully and fire an arrow, she might have been cautious. But since he could only pull the bowstring a little, she couldn't muster any respect. All she wanted was to draw the bow and shoot an arrow when Fiki, that ant, was about to be crushed by the blood sword, showing him the true power of this bow. Only someone like her, a paragon, could be worthy of such a bow. The blood sword controlled by Kaylee fell down. Buzz. Fiki released the bowstring, causing an explosive sound. Even without an arrow, the mere vibration of the bowstring possessed immense power. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-colored sword, which seemed able to cut anything, lost its terrifying power under the impact of the sound waves, developing dense cracks before turning into ashes. And the cave dwelling symbolizing her supremacy over all cultivators at the physical body realm shattered overhead. The luminous points adorning the cave dwelling, like stars dotting the sky, scattered like falling stars, creating numerous deep craters on the ground. Kaylee's fate was similar to Reese's, falling from the air, hitting the demon-subduing stone, breaking her bones, and spitting out countless mouthfuls of blood. Gone was the previous aloofness in Kaylee's expression, replaced by deep fear. She couldn't imagine that merely drawing a slight arc on the bowstring, without an arrow, a silver bow could shatter her treasure sword, forged by the most famous craftsman in history of Yamato country, simply by the vibrations of the bowstring. Even her cave dwelling, born from absorbing countless Eden Ling and the essence of beasts' lives, superior to Fiki's at the physical body realm, crumbled beyond repair. This kind of power was unimaginable, invincible within inches. Fiki was also deeply shocked. He hadn't expected the power of the tyrant bow to be so terrible. This was true invincibility within inches. If the tyrant bow were in its prime, gods in heaven and demons below would inevitably be stained by this bow. Carrying 3 parts of my imperial might, I can dominate the world, matching the glorious battle record of the West Egan overlord in the long river of history. Not once did I speak falsely. However, the attack by the sound wave hadn't stopped and continued assaulting Kaylee. When the arrow flies and the enemy doesn't fall, it won't cease. But the sound wave didn't manage to slay Kaylee successfully. The ancient broken mirror floating above the demon subduing stone blocked most of the sound wave, leaving only residual power enough to make Kaylee spit blood again, her face pale as paper. Brother Devon, I admit you're strong, but you can't have the strength to draw that terrifying bow anymore. How about we call a truce? These resentment spirits and animal essences are great supplements for any cultivator. Shall we split them half and half? Looking at Fiki, who was walking towards the demon subduing stone, blood-drenched, Kaylee shook violently in extreme fear, her voice trembling. Fiki didn't respond and continued walking toward the demon subduing stone. If he so desired, these Yun Ling, even with their mysterious runes controlling them, would have already been turned into nutrients for the underworld, providing him with abundant death chi. Kaylee's offer held no allure for him. All he knew was that today she must pay the price for her actions. Once Fiki grows stronger, everyone involved in this matter will suffer his bloody vengeance. Only by making those who regard life as grass repay would cleanse the grudge of these tens of thousands of souls. Kill. Seeing that begging was futile, Kaylee dripped blood onto the ancient broken mirror and screamed fiercely. Boom. Fiki punched wildly, shattering the green light reflected by the ancient mirror with the shadow of a golden dragon. However, when he attempted to further kill Kaylee, he found that the green light from the broken ancient mirror had condensed into a barrier enveloping her body, making it impossible for him to tear through the green light barrier. Ha ha ha, Brother Devon, didn't you expect this? It seems this ancient mirror is indeed the Xinyuan mirror from Chinese legends. Now that it has been refined by me and irrigated with the essence of your insignificant lives, its protective spirit has been awakened, so you can't kill me. Kaylee was initially stunned, then burst into a frenzied laugh of relief at surviving a brush with death. Chapter 36. This sky is too high. I refuse to fly. Fiki's pupils contracted. He had to admit that what Kaylee said was true. Even if he exerted all his efforts, he could not tear a single gap in the green light barrier. The Xinyuan mirror, rumored to be personally refined by Halston, can cultivate an ancient emperor's luck and distinguish between genuine and false emperors, as well as suppress all evil. It circulates in various unofficial histories and anecdotes, with countless wonderful uses. Fiki finally saw the true appearance of the 2 oracle bone scripts on the ancient mirror, inwardly alarmed. It seemed that noble families like the Chinya family truly cherished quite a few treasures during the period of spiritual energy depletion. As the saying goes, gold in chaotic times, antiques in prosperous times. Precisely because they are useful, they have their exorbitant value. Continue. If you have the guts, continue pulling that mysterious treasure bow to kill me. Let's see who dies first. Today I lost to you. But now the golden summit of Amei has opened, and powerful awakeners from my Chinya family are coming. At that time, you will face endless pursuit. Seeing Fiki's silence, Kaylee grinned with satisfaction. In front of us prestigious large families, you are merely a leaping clown, a garbage-like existence. Truly believe that with a treasure bow you can make up for the gap between us? You are wrong. I was born noble, an existence you must look up to your entire life. She dared to rant, firmly believing that Fiki could not pull back the overlord bow again. Since they were already mortal enemies, she had overwhelming resentment towards Fiki in her heart, naturally doing everything possible to provoke Fiki. She calculated that if Fiki dared to step onto the demon-subduing stone, the protective ability of the Xinyuan mirror would be triggered to its utmost. Perhaps relying on that force, she could slay Fiki. Damn, this is actually the Xinyuan mirror? Despite being in tatters, it is much stronger than ordinary magical weapons. This is an ancient treasure of our Huaxia. Why has it fallen into the hands of a woman from the Yamato country? And it's even actively protecting her? Is there really no way to kill her? Can the enmity of tens of thousands of lives in Jincheng not be avenged? I hate myself for my incompetence. If I could awaken a mystical ability, I could ascend Mount Qingqing, fight side by side with Brother Devon. One more person adds strength. Maybe we could kill Kaylee. Everyone watching the live stream of this scene felt indignant. Now that this culprit who wreaked havoc on Jincheng was defeated, but could not be killed, and even mocked mercilessly. 8 steps of the heavenly demon, trample array patterns, combat demons. Qilong skill, within arm's reach, invincible. Fiki gave a faint smile, his figure vanishing ghost-like, the dragon arm shaking the green barrier. Attacking Kaylee's vital points would trigger the strong rebound from the Xinyuan mirror, but attacking other parts, Fiki could still endure the backlash. When Fiki's fist hit her beautiful face, Kaylee fearfully realized that all her calculations were useless. The power of the Xinyuan mirror she could control couldn't even protect her face from injury. Just this one punch caused her cheek to swell instantly like an egg, full of bloodshot veins. Bang bang bang. Using the flexibility of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, Fiki skillfully minimized the countershock force of the Xinyuan mirror. The dragon scales on his dragon arm flashed with the light of dragons and elephants, fists like raindrops landing on various parts of Kaylee's body. In just a few seconds, she was bruised all over. Although not fatal, she looked pitiful. Ha ha ha, Yamato's low-born bitch. You'll never understand how terrifying Brother Devon looks like carrying a speaker like Nigel after mastering devilish steps. Brother Devon, that's right. I've noted down these devilish steps in my little notebook. You will become the textbook of dance steps. Free street dance lessons, learning to beat up Awakening Realm Masters thoroughly. This must be recorded. Even if the Chinya family offers high prices to buy this video, we won't sell it at any cost. We want the Chinya family to be forever disgraced. Still dare to act rampant, beaten until looking like a pig's head. Cheers and amazement echoed continuously in the live stream. They would remember this moment forever. The Brother Devon stepping with devilish dance moves, ruthlessly beating the high and mighty Kaylee. Breathing heavily, Kaylee hurriedly retreated. But Fiki's fists followed relentlessly, hitting her forcefully regardless of her movements. She despaired. The Xinyuan mirror's protection did not erupt unless faced with fatal attacks, only transmitting green energy into her body to heal wounds. But this was completely useless, directly turning her into Fiki's punching bag. You can't kill me? She screamed madly, as if wanting to vent all her grievances from her heart. Buzz. At this moment, a not dazzling sword light flashed atop Mount Qingqing, catching Fiki's attention. He knew that the world-renowned treasure sword hidden atop Mount Qingqing had emerged. This sword was the opportunity to kill Kaylee. Keep it up, Thompson. Beat her so badly that even her mother won't recognize her. Fiki shouted to Thompson, who had just recovered some vitality, boasting, I will climb to the peak of Qingqing, obtain the ultimate treasure, and slay this villain. This divine rat, excel at beating someone until their own mother doesn't recognize them. Little bitch, take this. Thompson excitedly rubbed his rodent paws and came to the demon subduing stone with a sinister smile. Guanyin sitting on the lotus. Dragon drill. Old man pushing the cart. Child worshipping Buddha. Under the terrified gaze of Kaylee, Thompson moved, shouting out the names of each move, echoing through the wilderness. Holy cow, this rat is truly a genius with substance. These moves are absolutely epic. Does he have other moves like coiling roots? These seemingly random moves could only be the legendary ones. The live stream instantly exploded, the atmosphere boiling, everyone going wild for Thompson. This rat is really shameless. Alyssa, blushing like peach blossoms, sighed. She had witnessed the incredible power of this rat with substance. It was truly like a god-passing wind, unbelievable. Fiki did not pay attention to the battle. He knew very well that the weakened Kaylee would not be able to harm Thompson. He arrived at the location where the sword light was emitted, only to see a 3-foot green saber floating in the air, evoking an overwhelming sense of reverence, as if a mere ant gazing upon a dragon. This sky is too low, I refuse to fly. A voice, rebellious, proud, cold, resonating like the sound of the Tao, emanated from within the treasured sword. Chapter 37 Borrow me a 3-foot sword. Bang! The resonant sound of the sword instantly permeated the void, emitting boundless power as if it could suppress everything. Fiki, who was nearest to the 3-foot green peak, was instantly sent flying. Dense sword marks appeared all over his body, and blood gushed out. He crashed heavily onto the blue stone, bones breaking. Amidst his pain, he saw 2 characters carved on the spine of the sword, Tai-Bai. At the same moment, these 2 characters emitted white sword light, presenting themselves before the people. Everyone knew the name of this sword, their expressions changing drastically. A precious sword, without a powerful owner, would ultimately just be an object. Most of the time, such a treasure would only gather dust. This Tai-Bai sword was a world-renowned fierce weapon, because it had a legendary owner, the Chinese war god Shane, who was renowned in legends. At the dawn of the revival of heaven and earth, unusual phenomena occurred in places like Kunlun Mountain, Taihang Mountain, Mount Tai, and the East Sea, with legendary level beast kings appearing everywhere. That man in white, wielding the Tai-Bai sword, led 30,000 white-robed soldiers to suppress the beast kings across the lands. With one sword thrust, all the heroes of the world submitted. With one sword chant, countless wealthy families bowed in submission. But 3 years ago, Shane and his 30,000 white-robed soldiers vanished without a trace, making them impossible to find. If it weren't for the current first war god of China, Elijah, who maintained control over the martial arts world of China, chaos would have already engulfed the land. Yet even Elijah, celebrated as undefeated upon his return despite his battered body, felt unworthy compared to Shane, acknowledging himself as the second best in the world. Except for you, who has a 3-foot sword. Who in the world can match your white robe? This was a portrayal of Shane's life. That white robe shone brightly only on him, illuminating the heavens and earth. In the jade capital in the sky, there are 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, allowing me to achieve longevity from youth. Pierre's verse was perfectly embodied in him. Even the immortals in heaven believed he had the grace of an exiled immortal, surpassing the celestial beings in the palaces of heaven. Now that Shane has disappeared, his remaining Tai-Bai sword still commands awe from all beings. This sky is too low, I don't wish to fly. Truly, this is the legendary Tai-Bai sword. Only the Tai-Bai sword once wielded by Shane deserves such arrogance. If it were another sword, Christopher might truly gain its approval to kill Ava, but this Tai-Bai sword? Who dares to say they can surely obtain the acknowledgement of the Tai-Bai sword except for Master Elijah? It seems killing this Ava is really impossible. They say our Shu region has many swordsmen and harbors all kinds of precious swords. Why couldn't we produce a lower quality magical weapon or precious sword for Christopher to refine and use against Ava? Seeing such a treasured sword, everyone who hoped Fiki could slay Ava with it couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why you really can't do it? The moon-cloaked woman looked at the limp Fiki on the blue stone, murmuring. From Fiki's timely appearance to now, he had created miracles. Was his miracle about to stop here? Christopher, even though you've made me endure humiliation, you can't kill me. How can someone like you hold a Tai-Bai sword? Just wait, after I rest for a while, I'll regain strength and escape, then rally my family to kill you. Ava, with her bruised face and twisted features, laughed in delight. She remembered clearly the scene 3 years ago when that legendary man in white descended upon the ancestral land of the Hachisu family, battling the heroes of Yamato. The Tai-Bai sword was stained with blood, yet his white robe remained unblemished. The sword carried by such a terrifying existence. How could someone like Christopher control it? Even if that person has vanished, the Tai-Bai sword would not allow Fiki to defile it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fiki struggled to stand up, looking at the Tai-Bai sword with sheer determination. I could tame the tyrant Bao, let alone you. I have inherited a 10,000th of the tyrannical spirit, and I never admit defeat. Fiki laughed inwardly. He took steps toward the Tai-Bai sword, each step so arduous, as if he could collapse at any moment. Finally, under everyone's astonished gaze, he approached the Tai-Bai sword amidst the surging sword energy, feeling its fierce aura. The revival of spiritual energy happened in stages, with Shu being the last. We have never complained. Historically, the people of Shu have never betrayed the country, and the nation has proven with actions that it also never betrays Shu. I believe that swords have spirits. If you remain unsatisfied, then let all hardships fall upon me. Fiki said firmly, today, I must hold the sword and slay the enemy. Hum hum hum. The Tai-Bai sword trembled gently, releasing its resonance, causing Fiki to experience unprecedented pain. The tyrant Bao in the netherworld began to change, trying to protect him, but Fiki stopped these changes. Only by doing so could he earn the Tai-Bai sword's recognition. While the tyrant Bao in the netherworld were of higher quality than the Tai-Bai sword, Fiki could only harness a fraction of their capabilities. This Tai-Bai sword is an unparalleled fierce weapon of this era, capable of supreme power with just its Sa-Chi, murderous aura. Borrow me a 3-foot sword. In that instant, Fiki's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he reached out to grab the Tai-Bai sword, which found the sky too low for its mighty prowess, and shouted, chant. The Tai-Bai sword responded, its resonance subdued, temporarily coming under Fiki's control. Forge my battle sword. Chant my battle poem, unbeatable in the world. This Tai-Bai sword, after lying dormant for 3 years, once again displayed its peerless brilliance. Chapter 38. Sharpen my battle sword. Recite my battle poem. This. Kara couldn't believe that what she was witnessing was real. Devon, who was inferior to her in cultivation realm, an ant as she perceived him, how could he possibly receive the recognition of the Tai-Bai sword? But at the moment when the Tai-Bai sword emitted dazzling sword light, slashed through the green light barrier and cut off her arm, she finally knew all of this was real. Devon wasn't an ant, but an existence that could end her life. Whoosh. After Fiki took the Xinyuan mirror from her hands, the Tai-Bai sword that had just revealed its ferocious might flew into the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Sichuanese have never betrayed their country, and the country has never betrayed Sichuan. He did it. He really did. Lin and Alyssa were in tears. These words were simple to say, but after enduring calamities, they felt an indescribable emotion deep within. I won't let you die so easily. I want to tell you a truth. The spirits of the dead are to be respected, not used as stepping stones for scum like you. Fiki caught Kara by the throat, making her look at the vengeful spirits caused by her, and said indifferently, you, don't be fake. This is energy that can aid cultivation. I despise people like you who act righteous on the surface, but are actually garbage. At first, Reese also acted all high and mighty, but once he benefited, he clung to me like a dog. Kara's face twisted like a vengeful ghost's, hysterically ranting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fiki didn't say more. There was nothing worth saying to someone who prioritized benefits over principles. Action spoke louder than words. With one punch, he shattered the most radiant peculiar rune on the Xinyuan mirror. He wasn't a saint. For the sake of benefits and enhancing power, he could descend into dust. But he firmly believed that there were things a man should do and things he should not. Even if some deeds could allow him to attain enlightenment like under the Bodhi tree, he wouldn't do them. You. Kara stared at the shattered rune, dumbfounded at Fiki. She found it hard to imagine this man before her could truly give up such easily accessible vast energy. Please enter the cycle of reincarnation. Fiki bowed to those vengeful spirits and solemnly said, I will avenge your grievances. No matter whether the enemy is a financial clique, major families, or reclusive martial families, they will pay the price of annihilation. The wandering spirits looked deeply at Fiki, bowing respectfully, with complex expressions. I have a soul, which blossoms into a flower. When the flower blooms, life appears. In this life, I am not ashamed to have been born in Huaxia. In my next life, I hope to be reborn in the land of blossoms. Willing to reincarnate with everyone, in our next lives, we shall be reborn in Huaxia, the land of blossoms. A female spirit turned towards Fiki and bowed, then turned to the countless spirits, sincerely conveying these words. In this life, I am not ashamed to have been born in Huaxia. In my next life, I hope to be reborn in the land of blossoms. Subsequently, layers of voices echoed across Mount Qingcheng. Everyone recited, everyone willing to go through reincarnation. They believed the man who made promises on the demon-suppressing stone would fulfill his promise someday. With their resentment gone, their grayish bodies became translucent and dissipated into the air. Hell turned within Fiki's body, its power enveloping them, freeing them from the suffering of reincarnation. Now, you can die. When everything ceased, Fiki struck Kara's head off. Before death, Kara's expression was blank. Countless times she questioned, how could such people exist in this world? Both Fiki and the spirits were beyond her comprehension. Logically speaking, shouldn't vengeful spirits ravage the world after such tragic deaths? Why would they willingly reincarnate because of one man's words? Her last thought recalled that phrase, in this life, not ashamed to have been born in Huaxia. In the next life, hoping to be reborn in the land of blossoms. She realized, she was unworthy to understand such profound emotions. All beasts scattered, returning to the mountains. Fiki staggered towards the woman in the moonlight robe, and carried the weakened woman away. Here, Miss Alyssa, consider this jade sword compensation for your steering wheel. Don't disdain it. Barnaby came before the two women and smiled. That photo album and the condoms, you owe me since you only photographed my leader and not me, making me lose face. As for this little beauty, looking rosy-faced, you must admire me greatly. I'm good to my fans, so Reese's treasured sword belongs to you. Alyssa and Lynn stared at the jade sword in their hands, disbelief washing over them. Despite myriad questions swirling in their minds, none could be asked aloud because Barnaby swiftly vanished. Barnaby did this as per Fiki's specific instructions before leaving. His body was now weak, on the brink of collapse, and he needed to reach Alessia Lake immediately for recuperation. Both girls were awakened, and these two magical treasure swords would be enough to protect them. Shaoran, you can't just get such a good sword without paying anything. This divine mouse must have made a mistake. I contributed both the steering wheel and the photo album with condoms. Let's exchange, okay? Alyssa smiled slyly at Lynn, saying deviously. Anyone could tell that the precious sword used by Reese later was a true magical artifact, while the ancient jade sword was a pseudo-magical artifact. That won't do. I admire Devon not only as an idol, but also this divine mouse. This is a benefit for fans. Lynn hugged the sword, pouting. We are also fans of Brother Devon and the divine mouse. Why don't we get any benefits? I know, I'm not a beauty. Although I'm male, I am versatile and look enchanting. If I dress up, I won't be worse than Amaya Shin and Big Sister Iran. Should I send a photo of me in women's clothes for you to see? Please give your judgment. A crossdresser appears. To be honest, my looks aren't great, but as long as I can get something, I can wear women's clothes. I don't ask for a magical treasure sword, just give me Brother Devon's autograph. The one above, put away your powers, I bow to you. Please take my knees. The atmosphere in the live stream room was completely ignited, and this matter came to a conclusion. Their suspended hearts finally landed. Chapter 39. Alessia, Corinne. The 9 strange rocks from Mount Tai floating above the demon suppression stone emitted a dazzling bloodlight as if manipulated by some mysterious energy, flying off and disappearing into the horizon. Can you hold on any longer? Inside Alessia Lake, Fiki placed the Gilda into the pool, asking with concern. Fiki never thought he could keep those 9 strange rocks from Mount Tai because they contained too much mystery, far beyond his current ability to retain. It was better for him to recover to his best state as soon as possible. He sensed the aftereffects of drawing the Overlord bow were about to appear. In fact, when I left Alessia Lake, my fate was already sealed. I'm bound to die, it's just a matter of time. The Gilda no longer had white hair peaks and crests. She returned to the appearance Fiki first saw her in, only now her face held a smile. She smiled and said. Fiki remained silent, not expecting such an outcome. I died long ago, so there's no need to be sad. I'm actually very happy because you helped resolve the crisis at Green City Mountain. I was sent up Green City Mountain when I was young. At 15, China faced a devastating disaster brought by Japan. My master opened the Taoist temple's doors wide, leading my senior brothers out to fight the enemies. Only I remained inside the temple. 3 years later, what I welcomed back was a white cloth inscribed with their names. Their fragmented remains have long been buried in the green mountains and waters of China, forever guarding this land. Later, I was killed here beside Alessia Lake and fortunately managed to cultivate a glimmer of wisdom through a strand of deathly energy. I couldn't leave before reaching the Cavern Mansion realm. Everyone says the clouds and mists of Amay are beautiful, but I think the evergreen peaks and serene landscapes here are even more beautiful. Please bury the bones I've turned into after death within these mountains and waters. My master said that a person truly dies when everyone in the world forgets their name. I don't want their names to be forgotten, so remember my name. I'm called Corinne, like the fish in Little Fish and the wit in A Sudden Inspiration. As long as you remember me, I haven't died, then my master and the others haven't died either. She smiled faintly, dimples appearing, murmuring softly. Corinne. Fiki nodded hurriedly. He would never forget this name. This time, when the earth changed, Master seemed to sense something. Before he went to fight, he told me that when the true dragon court of Lunghu Mountain revealed its true form, a secret treasure would emerge from the demon suppression stone at the Celestial Master's cave on Green City Mountain. This piece of green stone could help obtain the opportunity at Lunghu Mountain. Smiling, Corinne passed away, still murmuring in her final moments. Help me seize this opportunity, help me see the landscapes I've never seen. I've never left Green City Mountain my whole life, and I'm very curious about everything outside. Don't forget. Immediately after, the flesh and blood of her elegant figure faded, turning into a skeleton. Fiki buried her deep among the 100 flowers of Alessia Lake, feeling utterly drained. The aftereffects of pulling the Overlord bow appeared, causing a tearing pain throughout his body and a sense of falling into madness, with a compulsion for slaughter. At the critical moment, the gentle power transmitted from the green stone Corinne gave him floated across his mind, making his soul feel vacant yet clear. Green City Mountain, like Wudong Mountain, Qian Mountain, and Lunghu Mountain, is one of the 4 divine mountains of Taoism. The current change in the earth starting from mountains and lakes indicated many hidden mysteries within them. The mystery of this green stone clearly showed this. As for the opportunity at the true dragon court of Lunghu Mountain, Fiki silently vowed in his heart that once Lunghu Mountain revealed its true form, he would obtain it, not just for himself, but for this pitiful woman who had never left Green City Mountain yet harbored thoughts for the world. He would inherit Corinne's spirit and move forward in this chaotic era. Clomp clomp clomp. The aftereffects of pulling the Overlord bow were terrifying, but overcoming them brought infinite benefits, illustrating the principle of interdependence between good and bad fortune. Gritting his teeth to stay conscious, Fiki let the prison's dragon elephant strength guide the wild power, cleansing his meridians, muscles, and bones. And Jamal transformed into a purple sphere in the colorful pool, absorbing energy to try to recover, as he had spent much essence refining the Overlord bow earlier. After one night, Fiki's injuries gradually healed, and the Xinyuan mirror he snatched from Emerson quietly merged into his heart. What a powerful sensation. I have stabilized my cultivation in the late-stage corporeal body realm and gained much strength. It seems the baptism of the Overlord Bow's tyrannical will truly brings endless benefits. Back then, the tyrant of Egan was peerless in corporeal strength, able to lift a cauldron. I think that cauldron wasn't just a simple one, but a terribly heavy tool. Feeling the changes within him, Fiki rejoiced. Then, he noticed the Xinyuan mirror near his heart becoming tense. Though historically famous, the Xinyuan mirror was used by Emerson to wreak havoc in the human world. Who knew what hidden dangers it might have? After a careful inspection, he sighed in relief. Not only did the Xinyuan mirror have no side effects, but it also continuously nourished his heart. The heart is of utmost importance in the human body, as qi and blood are born from it. With the Xinyuan mirror protecting his heart, Fiki was constantly generating vigorous qi and blood, which could accelerate his cultivation speed. As for other miraculous uses of the Xinyuan mirror, he would have to wait until his strength grew stronger to gradually discover them. He couldn't help but marvel that there were too many mysteries on Chinese soil waiting for him to uncover. Just the underworld, Overlord Bao, and the fragmented Xinyuan mirror were enough to make his potential limitless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buddhist light shone throughout the underworld, a boon received from guiding those vengeful spirits into reincarnation earlier. Though the benefits gained this way were minimal, this Buddhist light made his mind transparent, accelerating his comprehension of battle techniques. In the later stages of cultivation, comprehending powerful battle techniques and secret arts was crucial because only they could bring out one's true power. The only thing he regretted was that the windbreaker that had brought him fame now had countless holes and was completely unwearable. If he continued to wear it, he'd really become Anwar in red shorts. Fiki transmitted the Buddhist light to nourish Jamal. After a while, the purple sphere on Jamal's surface cracked and shattered, its aura becoming even more powerful than before. Chapter 40. The Netherworld Tripod. Boss, you sure have no shame, not even putting on clothes. Jamal covered his eyes, sneering. Quickly hand over my clothes. I know very well that you have a hidden space inside your body where you can stash things. Fiki said irritably. How did you know? Jamal was greatly startled. You were almost about to announce to the whole world that you have a hidden space inside you. Yet you asked me how I knew. Truly a naked rat grinding rice. Utterly embarrassed and yet unaware of it. Fiki looked at the astonished Jamal, who thought his secret had been discovered, and smiled bitterly. If this little rat didn't have a hidden space in its body, how could it hide Alyssa's photo book so easily? When they were at Alyssa's villa, he found out that this rat had secretly taken his clothes, books, and laptop to fiddle with. That's why he said this. Damn, here you go. Really, there's no satisfaction. I was going to broaden your horizons. Jamal grumbled and handed over a set of casual clothes to Fiki. Go collect the spirit flowers blooming here. Your boss is going to refine pills. Later, you will be responsible for hiding the medicine pills. Carrying a bag of medicine would look too silly, Fiki commanded. With these pills, our rate of enhancing our strength will be faster. Jamal first showed an unhappy expression but then sprinted off to collect the spirit flowers, incredibly excited. While Jamal was asleep, Fiki explored the underworld and found that the vortex originally converting death chi had actually released a faint blue flame. Under Fiki's mental control, the vortex gradually transformed into a black heavy tripod, which he could summon out at will. A tripod, a symbol of national importance. Emperor Blake, who founded the first imperial dynasty in Huaxia, divided the land into 9 provinces and cast 9 tripods to stabilize the mountains and dragon veins. Since then, tripods have held a significant place in Huaxia history. In the Great Thousand World, Fiki had also seen an all-powerful supreme being who controlled all troops with a tripod as a weapon. So he decided to shape the vortex that converted death chi into the form of a heavy tripod, using it to stabilize the 18 levels of hell just as it stabilized the mountain river. Indeed, under the pressure of the tripod, the 18 levels of hell inherited from the legacy stopped emitting strange lights and remained quiet under the weight of the heavy tripod. Once Fiki became stronger, he could unveil the seals of the 18 levels of hell, revealing the true might of the underworld. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In no time, Jamal spread a pile of blooming spirit flowers and herbs on the ground. Fiki immediately acted, summoning the black heavy tripod. The faint blue flame burned, and the spirit flowers and herbs melted visibly, rapidly condensing into the rudimentary form of medicinal pills. It seems shaping it into a tripod was right. The underworld can purify death chi, transforming it into energy I can absorb. It can also purify the impurities of spirit medicines and help increase the success rate of pill refinement. Fiki felt pleased in his heart. However, despite this, due to poor control of the faint blue flames, he failed several times in refining the medicine. Finally, after some practice, he successfully refined hundreds of first-grade 100 herbs pills. Medicines are ranked in 9 grades like magical weapons and techniques, with grade 9 being the highest and grade 1 the lowest, though it still provides significant benefits to the human body. This tripod, born in the underworld and nurtured in the netherworld, shall be called the Netherworld Tripod, and the faint blue flame shall be called Netherworld Flame. Fiki gazed at the pills with a sigh. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall his master in the Great Thousand World. If it weren't for his master's unwavering commitment in teaching him medicinal refining and array knowledge even when he couldn't cultivate, his progress in this reincarnation would have been slow. These medicines are pretty good. Although they don't have much effect on us two brothers, they can aid those who have just awakened in their cultivation. Jamal picked up over 100 herbs pills and tossed them into his mouth like candy, his cheeks puffing up as he mumbled. You waste of resources, you know they don't do much for you, yet you're wasting them like this. Fiki, heartache-stricken, laughed bitterly and scolded. Just had to try it. Jamal chuckled playfully, totally unconcerned. When we get to Mount Amaze Peak, I'll find some more spirit medicines to make up for it, you miser. Fiki had no way with Jamal and left Alessia Lake with him, heading back to Jincheng. In fact, no matter how many spiritual objects he gave to Jamal, he wouldn't feel heartache because he regarded Jamal as a brother. However, this little creature needed constant reminders, or else it would likely become unruly. Along the way, Fiki saw no evil spirits causing trouble, and the surroundings of Jincheng were much quieter, as if the previous turmoil had never happened. Arriving at the foot of Mount Qingqing, he looked back at it and said, I hope that next time I come here, this legendary one of the Taoist four sacred mountains will awaken into its legendary form. He and Jamal moved swiftly, returning to the water and mountain manor in half an hour. As Fiki was knocking on the door, Jamal had already jumped into Fiki's room, saying he wanted to play the games on Fiki's computer, which he found quite entertaining before. Fiki could only let him be, sighing that Jamal's adaptability was really remarkable. He had barely appeared but already knew all about photo books, condoms, online games, and everything modern. Where did you go? If something happened to you outside, how could we explain it to Wilma? You're such a worrywart. Alyssa opened the door with puffed cheeks, looking at Fiki with displeasure. I just went out for a stroll. Fiki scratched his head, lying. Looking at Alyssa, Fiki thought of how Jamal had been carrying around her photo book, and he felt extremely embarrassed. He didn't even dare to imagine what methods Alyssa, this little ancestor, would use to punish him if she found out he was the hooded brother. Shin, don't be so hard on brother Fiki. We have important things to do. Lin also came out, giving Fiki a meaningful glance and muttering. Yes, we need to focus on building a statue for Brother Hooded. This is the top priority of our current fan club for Brother Hooded. Alyssa nodded, lightly flicking her hair which brushed against Fiki's face, magnanimously saying, Little brother Yi, this time, I'll let you off for my idol Hooded sake. Chapter 41 Statue? Statue? Fiki was stunned. This was simply too crazy. When did Alyssa become his fan? Bro Fiki, come in. You must be hungry. Have dinner first. We've all eaten. Lizette pulled Fiki into the living room, where a table full of delicious dishes was laid out. What caught his attention most were over 10 portraits, all depicting his back view. Some were titled, The Trenchcoat Bro in Red Boxer Shorts, others, The Trenchcoat Bro in Flowered Boxer Shorts, and they were even graded with red pins. The style was fantastical, portraying him as incredibly majestic, like a descending god. Even if Fiki occasionally had a bit of vanity, this was far beyond his imagination. This is really over the top. Fiki couldn't help but exclaim. TSK, what do you know? Didn't you watch my live stream on Qingqing Mountain? Alyssa rolled her eyes, clearly irritated. Well, I really didn't see it. At the time, Fiki was in battle and afterward, he was busy recovering. He didn't even have time to watch the recordings. Are you from outer space? Not only Alyssa but also Lizette stared at Fiki in astonishment, blurted out. Lizette immediately took out her phone and played the footage of the battle when Fiki used the dragon seizing hand to subdue Reese and cut down Mindy with tie by sword. The internet experts had specially edited these scenes, making them look particularly thrilling. There were also scenes of Barnaby knocking Reese unconscious with a steering wheel and putting him inside a condom, which drew countless comments. The real situation was even more spectacular. The trenchcoat bro wielded his power like Xiao Feng carrying a speaker, pinning Reese to the ground with the dragon seizing hand. He also defeated the long-awakened powerhouse Mindy with a bow, and finally, borrowing the 3-foot tie by sword, recreated the peerless might of China's martial god Shane from back in the day, declaring war with his sword and poem, saving all of us. Do you still think it's exaggerated? Little brother Yi, do you still think the trenchcoat bro is the same person you once beat up? You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as him now. If you ever mention beating him again, I'll teach you a lesson. Alyssa waved her fist, looking anything but the aloof celebrity, almost like a starstruck fan. Looking at the flushed and excited faces of Alyssa and Lizette, Fiki knew he couldn't hide this any longer. If the two continued to get so worked up, they might choke him when they found out he was the trenchcoat bro. The two girls looked at him skeptically, and Fiki steeled himself. Actually, Hold it, bro Fiki, we're not interested in your joke that you're the trenchcoat bro. Thousands of people have claimed to be him online and ended up being debunked and mocked. I don't want you to be the next one. Lizette held up a hand to pause him, shaking her head. I'm not lying. Actually, I really am. Fiki smiled bitterly, helpless. Bro Fiki, do you think I don't know you? If you say you're the trenchcoat bro, I won't eat for 3 days. Every time I admire someone, like Ultraman or Transformers, you claim to be them. But in the end, you shatter my dreams and idols. She interrupted him again, staring at him reproachfully. Now, if you ruin the perfect image of my idol in my heart, I'll use the sword he gave me to smack your butt. As she said this, she waved the sword and pouted, looking quite adorable. No, Fiki was speechless. What's wrong? Are you going to say, I am the electric, the light, the only myth? Alyssa's eyebrows knitted slightly, then she laughed happily, her fair fingers pinching her chin. How excellent am I that I can turn casual words into lyrics. I'll put this line in my new song. I truly live up to being a future superstar. Sichuana, what you just said is indeed a lyric, but someone else has already sung it. Also, while I must say your dancing is unparalleled, your singing, I suggest you stick to making movies with the trenchcoat bro. Singing isn't your forte. Lizette covered her mouth and laughed at the self-satisfied Alyssa, reminding her, didn't you notice during your live streams that no one comments when you sing, only spamming gifts? Do you think they appreciate your beautiful voice? They actually find you unbearable, and if it weren't for your looks, they would have left your live stream long ago. Alyssa glared at Lizette, unable to retort because she was telling the truth. Oh right bro Fiki, here you go. Tomorrow is the awakened evaluation. I believe you will succeed. Ignoring the furious Alyssa, Lizette handed him a jade pendant, confident. Fiki looked at the jade pendant filled with spiritual energy before him, and the word, cheating, popped up in his mind. He couldn't help but look gratefully at Lin. To make someone as upright as Lin do such a thing was not easy. Iran, this is cheating, isn't it? It doesn't seem like you at all. Alyssa's eyes widened in surprise. How is this cheating? Others exercise and take elixirs to become awakened. I just got this jade pendant from Amir to improve Brother Fiki's physique. I didn't manipulate the evaluation. Sister Shwana, your thoughts are too dirty. Am I the type who would help cheat? Lin dismissed it casually. Alyssa was speechless. If this wasn't cheating, why didn't she give him the jade pendant for all those previous evaluations? This jade pendant could indeed enhance one's constitution, but the wondrous energy within could connect with the site of the awakened evaluation, making it easier for bloodline awakening. However, she didn't say anything more. She knew how much effort Fiki had put into becoming an awakened. She also hoped that Fiki would become an awakened. Even if he was a weak one, he would have some ability to protect himself. Here, little brother Yi, it seems I overthought it. I didn't expect this little girl would break her principles to get you the jade pendant. I thought only I didn't have principles. Mine is a bit redundant now, but adding a touch of beauty to perfection is better. Alyssa also handed out a jade pendant of the same style, speaking casually. Fiki was speechless, overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 42 The Twin Swordsmen of Shu Mountain. There are 2 spirit jade pendants here. If you can't awaken now, you won't be living up to my expectations of you. Alyssa reached out to pat Fiki's head, speaking with the air of an elder sister. Brother Fiki, after you awaken tomorrow, let's call Xiaoyao and go back to Gusu City together. Now that the passage between Jin City and the outside world is open, Sister Emmanuel has been sent by our family to escort us. Lizette looked at Fiki cautiously and then shouted to Alyssa, Sister Xin, go upstairs and get yourself well dressed. As organizers of Brother Devon's fan club, we need to make a grand appearance. After saying this, she hurriedly pulled Alyssa, who was peeling peanuts, upstairs. Fiki watched their retreating figures with a faint smile. The thoughtful little girl, Lizette, must have feared he wouldn't agree to return to Gusu City with them, so she left in a hurry. Gusu City, an ancient city known as Paradise on Earth. Gusu was where Fiki grew up. His parents were driven to suicide by Yehia there, and his tragic life began from that moment in his previous incarnation. Knowing Fiki's past, Lizette dared not continue the conversation, fearing that Fiki would refuse to return to Gusu. Yiren, I'm sorry. I cannot go to Gusu with you right now. I need to visit Mauname and Juz Hegu. You and the others take Xiaoyao first, and I will find you later. Fiki thought silently. He knew that Yehia would soon go to Mauname, and he needed to settle his grudge with him there. Before it vanished, the Tai-Bai sword had left him a message urging him to go to Mauname. He knew that this message came from Shane, the Chinese war god who had disappeared for 3 years. To challenge the sanctuary's rich and recovered spiritual energy, with his current strength, he needed to stay in Shu territory to seek resources for breakthrough. Only then could he have the power to avenge himself, and protect those he wanted to protect when he went to places like Nanjing and Gusu. Boss, how unfair. You didn't even call me when there was delicious food. While he was lost in thought, Jamal ran to the table, indulging greedily, talking indistinctly with a chicken leg in her mouth. Fiki smiled and allowed Jamal to eat. After all, he planned to pack these foods for her addiction to the internet anyway, while he started refining the 2 jade pendants on the table. Although Alyssa and Lizette hadn't said much, he knew they must have spent a great deal of effort to obtain these jade pendants. Buzz. As the jade pendants sank into his dantian, the underworld emitted a brilliant light. Dead gray strands of energy were extracted from the jade pendants, and Fiki felt that the underworld had been restored by 1/10,000th. A fragment of the underworld is in the awakened examination place? He exclaimed in shock. Emperor Dongyue had once said that the underworld was incomplete, and that he needed to find its scattered fragments, or else he would face disaster and death. He never expected that a piece of the underworld was within Jin City. He determined silently that visiting this place was indeed necessary, also allowing him to make up for his regret from failing the examination in his past life. Fiki, you really live up to being a lazy and greedy pig, finishing such a feast in just over 10 minutes. Alyssa, dressed in a light blue gown with shoulder-length hair, held an ancient jade sword adorned with a fantastic illustration of Fiki's silhouette. She walked gracefully and gave him a sidelong glance with disdain. Brother Fiki, this time I won't defend you. Your appetite really isn't human-like, little lazy pig. Lizette, clad in white, accentuating her graceful figure and fair skin, covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't eat. It was that stinky rat. Jamal. Fiki forced a bitter smile. TSK, trying to act like Brother Devon again. Humph, we won't pay attention to you. Today, the twin swordswomen of Shu Mountain will make a grand entrance and stun all the fans of Brother Devon. We aren't interested in your lame jokes, come on. Lizette rolled her eyes and walked out of the house with Alyssa. Fiki gazed woodenly at their retreating figures and muttered after some time, Jamal, you greedy eater, get out here. Jamal appeared with her tiny belly rounded, purple fur shiny, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar, looking exactly like a movie gangster but completely out of place. Why didn't you clarify things earlier? Fiki couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Boss, they are my fans. Don't you know celebrities care about their image? Would I let them see me stuffing myself? I don't want to ruin my heroic image. Unlike you, pretending by covering your mouth with your underwear, no one recognizes you. When you speak truthfully, people think you're joking. Jamal crossed her hands behind her back, speaking with pride. A wisp of dark flame shot from Fiki's fingertips towards Jamal. Jamal quickly retreated, but the sparks from the netherworld flame still ignited the cigar in her mouth. Cigars are for lighting, not for chewing until your mouth is full of saliva. Fiki snorted and said, by the way, do you know what they called themselves when they left? They're the twin swordswomen of Shu Mountain. As for you, the best you can be is a lewd rat wearing underwear over your head, just like me. Jamal's expression immediately changed. She jumped onto the windowsill, glaring at the 2 women, Lizette and Alyssa, who were holding swords, looking ethereal and gracefully leaving, and shouted curses. Damn it, we are the real twin swordswomen of Shu Mountain. Those shameless two stole my idea. It's like stealing my soul. And those two swords, they were given by me. What a tragedy. Now, they look like pregnant cows riding on high-voltage wires, with twice the power and lightning all the way. Upon hearing this, Fiki laughed so hard that he spewed water out of his mouth. Seeing Jamal lamenting, he felt inexplicably happy. As for revealing himself as Brother Devon to the two women, he would wait until tomorrow's awakened examination to surprise them. He even indulged in wondering what reactions Lizette and Alyssa would have at that time. Chapter 43. Brother has medicine. The moonlight was as gentle as water, and the stars dotted the vast starry sky. Fiki sat cross-legged on the bed, comprehending the second level of the divine prison dragon elephant art, which he would cultivate upon breaking through. The corporeal body realm was a process of accumulation, polishing one's corporeal body to become like a divine weapon. The higher-level grotto realm was an initial stage where one began communicating with heaven and earth, utilizing natural power to purify oneself and enhance offensive skills. The cultivation method divine prison dragon elephant art could only be practiced at the grotto realm, but Fiki's comprehension now aimed to lay a solid foundation for it when he eventually reaches that realm. Once he breaks through to the grotto realm, he will not need any stabilization period. He can immediately unleash formidable combat strength. Essence. A large number of petals collected from the moon deity lake were now being refined by the netherworld cauldron, providing rich energy to refine Fiki's corporeal body. Fiki's entire skin turned golden, and the dragon seizing skill rapidly operated. The dragon elephant patterns within his body emitted radiant light, assisting in growing dragon scales on his skin. Buzz. With time passing, his whole body became covered in dragon scales, and two golden bulges rose on his back, as if something was incubating inside them, moving rhythmically. Finally, the golden bulges burst open, without a drop of blood oozing out, but instead growing a pair of dragon wings. It seems that refining the corporeal body to a certain degree can indeed grow dragon wings while still in the corporeal body realm. This way, I can truly compete with grotto realm experts who traverse the air. Fiki smiled, thinking to himself. The dragon seizing skill was a martial technique that transformed the practitioner's body to carry out offensive maneuvers. Its second level modified the whole body, covering it in dragon scales and condensing dragon wings. Typically, only after entering the grotto realm could one generate dragon wings. But due to the special nature of the divine prison dragon elephant art, Fiki could push his corporeal body to its limits and thus grow dragon wings during the late-stage corporeal body realm. If he entered the grotto realm, his speed with the help of the dragon wings would be twice as fast as fellow cultivators of the same level. Moreover, these dragon wings contain 99 dragon elephant patterns, maximizing their durability. Unless facing a significantly superior opponent, he wouldn't encounter a situation like Reese's torn wings. While the divine prison dragon elephant art might not seem very beneficial now, once he enters the second level, it would aid his corporeal body's understanding of celestial mysteries and absorb the natural spirit force, speeding up cultivation. Only then would this legendary cultivation method reveal its true terror. Boss, you're amazing, even growing wings of dreams. But don't get too pleased. I have no cultivation barrier, so as long as I receive enough fortune, I can infinitely enhance my bloodline, whereas you need to gradually comprehend the profoundness of realms, said Jamal nonchalantly, playing games while wearing headphones and tossing a booger over. A protective layer formed on Fiki's surface, deflecting the projectile. He said, let's see how powerful you are then. Don't just spout empty boasts. Though outwardly calm, he felt extremely astonished internally. As far as he knew, even beast kings with powerful bloodlines needed to comprehend the profundities of realms while cultivating. Only divine beasts could advance smoothly until reaching high levels, then gradually slowing down and comprehending the profundities of realms. Could this scoundrel before him be a divine beast on par with legends such as the Azure Dragon or White Tiger? But he had no time to worry about that now. Patting Jamal's head, he said, another night has passed. Let's go participate in the awakened examination and obtain the netherworld fragment. Then, our cultivation will advance faster. Since being branded with the netherworld mark, Jamal could share the energy converted by the netherworld if Fiki wished. Previously, Fiki hadn't allocated much energy to him to resolve Reese and Kira swiftly. After obtaining the netherworld fragment, the conversion efficiency would improve, benefiting Jamal more. Jamal let out an excited scream but insisted on not seeing Alyssa and Lizette yet, saying he would meet them after evolving to appear more majestic, worthy of an idol's image. Fiki found this quite helpless, but left him be. Entering the living room, they saw Alyssa and Lynn sitting by the dining table, slowly chewing on whole wheat bread. Wakey wakey, lazy bear. How did it go? Were those pills effective? Alyssa said lazily. However, her slightly contracted pupils revealed she was actually nervous, just pretending to be calm. I'll definitely succeed this time. After all, I'm really Brother Devon, Fiki said confidently, hoping not to worry the two girls who cared about him. Alyssa and Lynn rolled their eyes simultaneously. These bottles of elixirs are good for you too. They'll benefit your cultivation. Fiki simply handed 2 brown bottles filled with 100 herbs pills to the two girls without further explanation. What's this? Alyssa picked up the bottle and inspected it, disdainfully adding, so ugly. Little brother Yi, are you trying to sell us fake medicine? Do you really think we're clueless fools? Brother Fiki, are these the magical medicines from your pharmacy? But why don't they even have a label? Lynn also picked up the medicine bottle, excitedly. Not exactly. I personally refined them. After you take them, guaranteed 1 pill will refresh your mind, 2 pills will prevent fatigue, 3 pills will keep you youthful forever, 4 pills will grant immortality. The medicinal effects are wonderful. Fiki joked. Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately put down the medicine bottles. No fake medicine seller could be as convincing as Fiki. Alyssa said, hurry up and eat. Glutton, 1 sausage, 2 eggs, 3 whole wheat breads. Ensure you ascend to immortal in 1 second and pass the test smoothly. Xian, you're so dirty. Lynn subconsciously pushed Alyssa away, disdainfully saying, what are you thinking about, silly girl? I meant to wish him good luck to score a perfect 100 marks. Alyssa replied helplessly. Then, the two girls took the medicine bottles upstairs to freshen up and change clothes, not giving much importance to the bottles, casually placing them on the dressing table. Half an hour later, the three of them drove in the BMW that Alyssa had bought yesterday, heading to the awakening examination venue. What's that? Is that the legendary purple rat? My God, sitting on top of the car with sunglasses, holding a cigar, enjoying the wind while eating bread. Apart from that legendary divine mouse, who can be so imposing? It seems Brother Devon has returned to Jincheng. Could he be in this BMW? What a pity, this BMW is brand new and hasn't been registered yet, so we don't know who it belongs to. I must quickly take a picture and post the photo of the divine mouse online. Will my followers increase crazily from dozens to tens of thousands? On the road, an unusual scene formed. Cars that were originally driving in the opposite direction started turning around and joined the ones already on this road, chasing the BMW. Dozens of people leaned out of their windows, taking photos of Jamal eating bread, while Jamal accepted everyone without refusal. While smoking, he raised a wantai milk like offering a toast to those taking photos, occasionally biting into the bread, busy but having a great time. Chapter 44. A tragedy caused by a silk scarf. Boss, you wouldn't understand. I'm about to become a big shot. Being an idol feels so good and powerful, Barnaby muttered with a grin on his face. What's going on? Why are all the cars in front of us slowing down to make way for us, and people in the cars behind us are taking pictures of us? Inside the car, Lizette said in surprise. Truly, one fears fame just as pigs fear getting too fat. Although I am a superstar, they don't have to be this crazy about photographing me. It's making me feel rather embarrassed, Alyssa said with a smile. My striking beauty should try not to appear on the front pages too often. After all, I must leave room for other stars. Having said that, she covered her face with the Hermes scarf, afraid of being photographed. Lizette, sitting in the back seat with Fiki, sighed. These fans sure go to extremes. Haven't noticed she has such charm even though I've been staying with Shinji so long. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Honestly, I didn't mean to show off my fanbase, but how can I resist their enthusiasm? Little brother Yi, aren't you willing to be my little brother now? Even if it's just carrying bags for me, you'll occasionally make headlines. Others wouldn't get this opportunity from me. Alyssa bragged with great pride. Fiki chuckled awkwardly, knowing full well that everyone was actually taking pictures of the car roof. He thought to himself that Barnaby's restless heart of wanting to be an idol really had nowhere else to vent, and now it caused another ruckus. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of cool wind blew into the BMW, blowing Alyssa's untied Hermes scarf right out the window along with her sunglasses. Is it really fate for me to appear on today's entertainment headline? Even my scarf dropped? Now I'm troubled. Why am I so excellent that I have so many fans? Alyssa revealed a look of helplessness, but couldn't hide the proud smile. Brother Yi, ignore this narcissist. Let me show you the statue we built for Jesus Brother yesterday. Isn't it amazing? Lizette turned her head away from the self-absorbed Alyssa, showing Fiki a picture on her phone. In the picture stood a 9-meter-tall statue. With an ancient bow on its back and a divine dragon in hand, the statue faced away from people, looking at the cloud sea on the isolated green stone of Qingqing Mountain's rear side. Facing away from people, it radiated boundless mystery and grandeur. That's too much. Am I really this awesome? Fiki blurted out. Why didn't I know? Not exaggerated at all. When we mentioned building a Jesus Brother statue, dozens of stone carving masters who hadn't sculpted large pieces for years worked overnight and refused to accept payment. In less than a day, the statue was erected here. Lizette laughed. Brother Yi, now you know how influential Jesus Brother is, right? You can no longer pretend to be him. If you step outside and get beaten up, the fan club won't be able to help you. Fiki was speechless. Indeed, fame could be as perilous as pork growing too quickly. He could only send a telepathic message to Barnaby, asking him to be more discreet and not to create such a spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, the scene had already exceeded his imagination. On a road they had passed, a man in a black vest and shorts got out of a Wuling Hongguang to pick up Alyssa's fallen Hermes scarf, exclaiming in disbelief, Holy cow, Jesus Brother does have taste. Not wearing a mask anymore, opting for a scarf instead, and it smells nice. Miss, can I buy this Hermes scarf of Jesus Brothers? I'll pay 200,000 yuan. A young woman who almost grabbed the scarf first, pleaded with a flattering smile. 300,000. 500,000. 900,000. Before the man could respond, more people rushed over, shouting prices wildly. This, Jesus Brother, you truly are a son of the stars. Not meteorites but just a scarf falling, yet it's worth so much. The man felt that a happy life was waving hello to him. He never imagined that this small scarf would fetch a high price of 1.2 million yuan in just a moment. Hastily, he handed the scarf to the highest bidder, fearing she might change her mind. 1.2 million yuan could sustain half his life in this chaotic world. It was wise to stop while ahead. Could this be Jesus Brother's girlfriend's scarf? Hard to say. Jesus Brother has gathered human, God, and ghost girlfriends. I believe he could tame celestial fairies too. But I prefer to believe this is Jesus Brother's own scarf, giving me a chance. Look at what others are doing. Jesus Brother has broad interests, collecting humans, gods, and ghosts alike. Maybe he likes this type. Though I'm male, I'm gentle. To hell with you. Chapter 45. Awakening Evolution. On the way, Jamal was no longer as ostentatious, and they drove smoothly to the parking lot of the testing ground. The Awakening testing ground was enormous, built atop a high mountain. A black colossal tower stood at the mountain peak, appearing especially solemn under the sunlight, emitting a dense aura fluctuation from its body. Legend has it that at the beginning of the world's anomaly, Shane, the martial god of Huaxia, found 99 treasure towers in an ancient Qin tomb, which were distributed by his white-robed army of 30,000 awakened ones to 99 different places so that people from all areas could take the awakening test and obtain the opportunity to become awakened ones. Later, with the rapid changes in the aura, all the roads leading to Shu were destroyed, and beasts with awakened bloodlines scattered chaotically in the forests. The only gateway to Shu, Jimin Pass, was also blocked by an energy barrier, cutting off all communication between Chengdu and the outside world, until the summit of Mount Amei opened, allowing access to Shu again. But communication with the whole country had not been re-established yet. Lin managed to contact them only after her family members entered the territory of Shu. The fragments of Du are indeed in the Awakening Tower, but I guess these fragments might only exist here. If finding the 99 fragments were that easy, Great Emperor Dongyue wouldn't have sounded so solemn. Fiki felt the Du fragment inside the Dantian tremble due to the fragment hidden at the top of the Awakening Tower, thinking to himself. On the mountain road, approaching 100 people were climbing up, while many were seen coming down. Some were happy, some were sad, some were worried, some were nervous. Seeing this familiar scene, Fiki couldn't help but recall his experiences of going up the tower mountain 9 times in his previous life, failing 9 times, and returning dispirited each time. Of course, he was just sighing over how things had changed. He didn't feel any tension. If even now he couldn't pass the test, that would be truly strange. Nervous? Alyssa rarely looked serious as she asked. What's there to be nervous about? I'm so powerful, I'll definitely pass the test, Fiki said confidently with a smile. Lin and Alyssa exchanged glances, pursed their lips, and didn't speak. The previous 9 times Fiki had also said the same thing. Although they knew Fiki was trying to make them feel better, the memory of Fiki looking like a beaten dog after failing left a deep impression on them, making them more nervous than Fiki now. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the Black Tower, feeling an invisible pressure pressing against them. This Black Tower is indeed extraordinary. It can accelerate the operation of martial arts and more easily stimulate the bloodline within the body. Shane is indeed the legendary war god of Huaxia, always protecting Huaxia. If he had kept the 99 Black Towers concentrated within his family or behind his power instead of distributing them, the benefits for future generations would be incomparable. Feeling this change, Fiki admired the owner of the Tai-Bai sword, who was famously known for having no one worthy to wear white except you, Shane. Just one Black Tower is this terrifying. Combining 99 would result in unimaginable power. To put such a powerful tool in different places during such chaotic times shows a global mindset. Sometimes, a glimpse of a person tells everything. Iran Union, you're here. Everyone who came earlier has completed their tests, so the people you brought can start immediately. An elderly voice echoed. An old man with white hair, dressed in a Sun Yat-sen suit and full of vigor, walked over and gazed meaningfully at Fiki, saying, "Little guy, work hard. No one succeeds easily. Although failing 9 times is embarrassing, always believe in yourself." Elder Lin, you know Brother Fiki? Lin asked in surprise. How could I not know him? Fiki, who failed 9 awakenings but still insists on taking the test, is quite famous in the database. And wasn't someone begging me relentlessly for the spirit jade to increase his chances of awakening? The elder named Burl, responsible for managing the Awakening Tower tests, smiled at Fiki and said, "Kid, do your best. As long as you pass the test, I can give you more cultivation resources for Iran's sake." After passing the Awakening test and unlocking the mysterious abilities within, the organization provides part of the cultivation resources to help these individuals fully develop their potential. For example, when Reese awakened, causing the Black Tower to shake, the organization treated him like a treasure, bestowing rich resources upon him. "Thanks, Elder Lin." Fiki replied with a smile. "Elder Lin, what do you mean? Are you giving favor only for Iran's sake and not mine?" Alyssa pouted, unsatisfied. Elder Lin practiced Xingyi Quan all his life before the recovery of Aura and was a good friend of the elders and their families. In Chengdu, Elder Lin often took care of them. When Roxy was able to awaken, Elder Lin even gave extra cultivation resources. "Your face I've given. Why would I need Elder Lin to give it?" At that moment, a burly middle-aged man walked out, glaring at Alyssa with displeasure. He humphed and said, "Humph, you're really something. To help Fiki awaken, you even arranged with Iran to get 2 spirit jades. Don't you know how hard it is to refine spirit jades? And it's not like you didn't know one would be enough. The second one isn't very useful." Alyssa wore an awkward smile, expressing her apology. She was also troubled, having no idea that Lin had secretly violated principles to get the spirit jade for Fiki. "Fiki, Alric, don't have as good a temper as Elder Lin. If you still fail after using 2 spirit jades, your chance to take the test will be revoked, understand?" The burly middle-aged man Alric ignored Alyssa's attempts to appease him and sternly addressed Fiki. "Yes." Fiki nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Elder Lin could only smile and subtly tug at the sleeve of the straightforward Alric, trying to calm him down. Only then did Alric stop, but he still let out another light humph. Chapter 46 The Truth. Fiki, is he the guy who has taken the trial 9 times in a row and still hasn't succeeded? This guy really has guts to come back again. He must have a strong mental capacity. I was about to give up after 3 failed awakenings. But this awakening trial isn't something you can pass just by effort. It's mostly innate. Having failed 9 times, there's probably no hope for him in this life. Keep your voice down. Don't discourage him. Every day, thousands of people come here to take the test, but only 5% manage to pass. Not everyone can be as talented as Brother Jesus. It's said that he didn't even need to participate in the awakened trials and directly awakened his mysterious power. He could bend a bow to shoot birds and catch dragons with one hand, unmatched in Jincheng. The people nearby who had finished their tests overheard Alric's booming voice. Alyssa and Lizette instinctively clenched their fists, worried about Fiki. They wanted to refute what others were saying, but they couldn't find a way to do so because it was true. In 3 years, no one had ever succeeded in awakening after failing 5 times, let alone 9. Go sit cross-legged in front of the awakening steel, clear your mind, and the Ling Qi hidden within your body will help you awaken to the greatest extent. Elder Lin pointed at the black stone steel in front of the awakening tower and smiled. Elder Lin, can I take the trial inside the tower?" Fiki laughed awkwardly. He couldn't take the test here. Firstly, Bond was about to arrive in Jincheng, and he didn't want to expose his identity in public. Secondly, the underworld fragment was hidden at the top of the tower, and he needed to go inside to sense and obtain it. You really are something." Before Elder Lin could answer, Alric's eyes were filled with shock. Then he lamented as if scolding an iron that wouldn't turn into steel. He thought Fiki lacked the courage to take the test in front of everyone, fearing the embarrassment of failure. Naturally, he was furious and dissatisfied. Having already refined 2 spirit stones, this person still seemed as hopeless as mud on a wall. For a moment, even Elder Lin could only smile bitterly, thinking those 2 spirit stones were wasted. The crowd watching them looked at each other, unable to speak for a long time. Lizette and Alyssa wished they could find a hole to hide in, feeling embarrassed. They thought Fiki was too unreliable. Even if he couldn't succeed, he didn't need to be so scared. By doing this, not only did he lose face, but also earn some contempt from others. Follow us inside. Alric suppressed his anger, his voice trembling. After Fiki and the 2 entered, the door of the awakening tower closed, leaving everyone outside unaware of what happened inside. Now, walk to the center of the tower and take the trial. Alric pointed at the central area of the first floor of the Black Tower, speaking gruffly. Seniors, for 3 years, you've protected Jin Cheng, which is commendable. I believe in your integrity, and I humbly request that neither of you reveal what happens here to anyone else. Sensing the resonance of the underworld fragment, Fiki bowed respectfully to the 2. These 2 were the leaders of the Awaken organization. In his past life, they guarded Jin Cheng along with Adriana until they tragically died at the hands of Bond. Even at the moment of death, they used their bodies to block the strange light from the underworld released by Bond, giving others time to escape. Such people deserved Fiki's trust. After much deliberation, he decided to reveal his identity to these 2 and join the Awaken organization. Though there were brutal Awaken like Reese and Kira, the people of Jin Cheng's Awaken organization always protected the citizens. In his past life, he had always aspired to join them, and now having the chance, he naturally wanted to join. He loved this land and was willing to do anything for it. In this rebirth, he wanted to protect everything he loved. What do you mean? Burl was confused. Alric became irritable and snapped. What nonsense are you up to now? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fiki smiled faintly, walked to the very center, narrowed his eyes, and unleashed the dragon capture skill. A golden dragon flew out from his palm, its roar echoing through the awakening tower. The golden dragon soared straight to the empty top of the tower, catching the underworld fragment hidden at the top with one claw. Instantly, his aura grew significantly. A powerful surge tore his shirt into shreds, revealing dragon-scaled skin. His back spread dragon wings, standing like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, radiating an unparalleled might. This, brother Jesus. For a moment, both men's mouths gaped wide, large enough to swallow 2 eggs at once, as they muttered in amazement. At this point, how could they not realize that Fiki, who in their eyes had failed 9 awakening trials and wasted 2 precious spirit stones, was the mysterious brother Jesus who became a legendary figure and idol to many in Jin Cheng? But recognizing Fiki's true identity only deepened their shock. They looked at each other, speechless, thinking simultaneously. If Fiki is considered worthless, what does that make us? Outside the tower, Alyssa and Lizette, bored from waiting, took out their phones to pass the time. But the next second, a push notification on their phones froze them in place. At the top of the news was a picture. The legendary purple rat wearing sunglasses, holding a cigar, eating bread, sitting casually on top of an unlicensed BMW. They scrolled down almost mechanically. When they saw the bold red text about the Wuling Hongguang senior master selling a Hermes scarf that fell off Brother Jesus' car for 1.2 million at the scene, their cherry red mouths gaped open, unable to close. Recalling that the brand of whole wheat bread the purple rat had was the same as what they had eaten this morning, along with the sunglasses and cigar, it seemed like all these were props Alyssa had prepared for filming. And back on Mount Qingqing, Brother Jesus and the purple rat had reacted by not only giving away thunder and lightning talismans, but also magical treasure swords when facing them. For some reason, the mysterious, towering figure of Brother Jesus in their minds overlapped with Fiki. Chapter 47 Unspoken Secrets. Buzzing. In the tower, Fiki sat cross-legged, refining the fragments of the underworld. Behind him, the illusory figures of a dragon and an elephant rose up. The dragon above seemed capable of tearing everything apart, while the elephant below appeared able to suppress countless emperors. Inside his dantian, the nether cauldron, which once floated crudely above the 18 layers of hell, now had many ancient and elegant patterns, filled with countless mysteries. The pale blue nether flame's quality was also greatly improved, making it a powerful weapon against enemies. Most crucially, the efficiency of the underworld converting energy to benefit Fiki doubled. If it could previously convert 1/10 of the life force's death aura into usable energy, now it converted 1/5, a terrifying improvement. After all, death is omnipresent in the world, generating death aura constantly, far surpassing the speed at which ordinary people cultivate. Additionally, with the supreme Buddhist light from Bodhisattva Dizong Wang purifying vengeful spirits, there was no worry about evil thoughts invading or losing control due to spiritual madness. The fragmented Xinyuan mirror inside his heart emitted even more vibrant green light, bringing him closer to being able to use it. The tyrant bow hidden within the underworld turned into a silver light, merging into Fiki's spine, forming a terrifying dark green tattoo on his back. Though it was impossible to discern what pattern it was, its terrifying aura was enough to chill any late-stage corporeal body realm cultivator. The spine supports the human body's key structure for standing upright in heaven and earth. Duncan, the Western Egan overlord, was born with pride and fought fearlessly throughout his life. The tyrant bow was his weapon, integrating into his spine to help Fiki stand proudly between heaven and earth. We are both in the late-stage corporeal body realm. Why do I feel like Fiki could kill us so easily? Burl's face was full of fear as he muttered. Alric remained silent but nodded heavily, acknowledging that Burl was right. Soon, Fiki completed his transformation, stood up, and smiled at the two men. Because the junior has unspoken secrets and did not reveal my true identity outside, offending you both. Please forgive me. No, you didn't offend us at all. Fiki, you're truly a prodigy. Your appearance is a blessing for Jincheng. Alric shook his head vigorously, all traces of his previous sternness gone. He walked over excitedly, patting Fiki on the shoulder while staring at him as if Fiki were an incomparable masterpiece, exclaiming repeatedly, "To have a son like this, to have a son like this? Hey, I don't remember you saying that before. I recall you threatening my leader, saying you'd revoke his qualifications if he failed the test again." Barnaby, who had long been following Fiki, perched on his shoulder, looking at Alric with an enormous difference in attitude, scoffed, "Is your reaction now a bit?" Barnaby left the sentence unfinished, only half smiling as he stared at Alric. "Is this the mighty divine rat? Truly a dashing and distinguished figure. No wonder you steer the wheel so stylishly and can play with the simplest tricks in legendary formations, even outsmarting Garrett the traitor. Our Awakened Ones organization has already made a statue of you, though it isn't finished yet. We'll deliver it next to Fiki's statue tomorrow." Alric chuckled awkwardly and said brightly, "Actually, I have unspoken secrets. I've had schizophrenia since childhood. What you saw earlier wasn't me, it was my darker side. The smiling person you see now is the real me. In fact, I saw potential in Fiki early on, or why would I have given the precious spirit jade to Amaya, asking her to pass it on to Fiki?" Silence. An eerie silence. Even Burl, who knew Alric well, felt like he was in another world. Was this smile-filled, shameless liar still the same person he knew? Barnaby was somewhat embarrassed by his lavish praise and laughed. "Just make sure the statue emphasizes my dominance and charm. You can have the sculptors base it on my current look, cool and suave." As he spoke, Barnaby put on sunglasses, held a cigar in his mouth, clenched his fists, adopting a proud and arrogant posture. Alric didn't mind at all, taking out his phone to snap a picture of Barnaby's pose, smiling. "Very good, very powerful, charming, and cool." "That's enough." Fiki interrupted Barnaby's gloating, turning to Alric and Burl. "Senior predecessors, I want to join the Awakened Ones organization. Is that possible?" "Of course it is." Burl and Alric blurted out simultaneously. Of course, they wanted Fiki to join their organization. Otherwise, the irritable and righteous Alric wouldn't have lowered himself to please Barnaby. "Then about the resources promised earlier? With both me and Barnaby joining, we need double the resources, right?" Fiki narrowed his eyes and smiled. Burl and Alric immediately felt a pause in their breath, silently cursing his straightforwardness. He didn't even bother with formalities and went straight for the resources upon arrival. "As far as I know, treasures will descend automatically in this awakening tower based on the degree of awakening. I wonder what kind of treasure my awakening level can bring down." Fiki's gaze swept over the upper air inside the awakening tower, where terrifying array patterns crisscrossed, containing space, indicating that there were some spirit treasures hidden inside. In his perception, even remnants of dermic artifacts existed. Now he was in urgent need of fragmented spirit artifacts and treasures. The quality of the nether cauldron had improved and could now melt and purify impurities from spirit artifacts. That is to say, he could use it not only for refining pills, but also for forging weapons with the nether cauldron. "Fiki, please show some mercy. If you really participated in the Awakened One's assessment here, wouldn't all the treasures in this awakening tower be yours? Amir, I made a mistake before and didn't see how powerful you are. I actually said giving you more resources. You should consider the later awoken youngsters." Burl laughed bitterly. He couldn't tell that Fiki was taking advantage of his words outside the awakening tower earlier to ask for treasures. Smiling, he said. Thinking of this, he felt bitter. Who would have thought Fiki would be so formidable? If he was just exceptionally powerful, it would already be dazzling enough to make him endure pain to give up his private treasures. But precisely because Fiki was the famous Jesus brother, his treasures were probably nothing special to Fiki. Alric looked at him as if watching a play, his eyes saying, "Old man, you laughed at me earlier. Now it's your turn to suffer because of your boastful words. We're almost the same, both mistaken." They even started to blame Lin and Alyssa for letting Fiki take the assessment despite knowing who he was. Wasn't this deliberately making them look foolish? Unknown to them, the two girls felt as miserable as they did, still stunned in unimaginable shock and gazing blankly at the door of the awakening tower. Chapter 48. How I wish for millions of spacious houses, so that all the poor scholars in the world could live happily. How could I deprive the awakened ones who come after of treasures? I have more than 200 herb pills here, which can help those who have just awakened lay a good foundation. There's a weapon inside this tower that would suit my brother Barnaby very well. It's a broken magical artifact that, when repaired, has tremendous power. Could you? Fiki knew he had reached his goal and hurriedly took out 3 large medicine bottles containing over 200 herb pills, smiling. Barnaby hadn't received any magical artifacts yet. Fiki sensed there was a broken long staff magical artifact in the tower that would be suitable for Barnaby, so he made this request. There's a broken magical artifact here? Give it to Barnaby then. We'll take these herb pills. The spiritual energy is quite abundant, so they should indeed be highly effective. Burl and Alric were visibly surprised. They hadn't detected any broken magical artifacts here. Now that Barnaby was part of their group of awakened ones, they were more than happy to give the treasure to him. Besides, compared to the herb pills, they believed these pills were more useful for increasing the number of awakened ones. Barnaby, face southeast to participate in the evaluation, and the magical artifact should descend automatically. Fiki said quickly. Barnaby sat cross-legged with excitement, one claw pointing to the sky and the other to the ground, looking like a mystic. Tat tat tat. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Many seals within the tower were lifted, and items glowing with treasure light descended one by one, creating an extraordinarily spectacular sight. Burl and his companion exchanged glances, feeling incomparably stunned. Fiki was exceptional, and so was this leaping purple rat. If this man and rodent really participated in the awakening evaluation and obtained all the treasures, they would probably empty this entire awakening tower. Barnaby, only take the long staff. Fiki was afraid that Barnaby might collect all the treasures. Boss, what are you thinking? Barnaby, am an upright person. How could I take more than what's due? This long staff is enough. Barnaby glared at Fiki, snorting. I've seen on TV how powerful Isaiah once was. Now, this long staff will be called Rui Staff. Except, I'm not a monkey but a divine rat. When I become as amazing as Isaiah, I'll rename it Rui Jingu Bang. Buzz. As Barnaby mentioned Rui Jingu Bang, the black long staff riddled with cracks emitted a faint golden light, seemingly responding. Rui Jingu Bang? Fiki, Burl, and Alric all exclaimed. Isaiah was a household name in China. Even Burl's generation grew up idolizing him, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, wearing the phoenix feather cap, golden chain mailcoat, and lotus silk cloud boots. Who hasn't played the role of Isaiah with a bedsheet as a cape and a wooden stick as a weapon? It was only that while Isaiah was suppressed by Buddha, they were whipped by their mothers until they cried and submitted. No, this cannot possibly be Rui Jingu Bang. Even if that divine artifact were reduced to mere fragments, it would still be stronger than this. Fiki shook his head. Burl and Alric nodded in agreement. With the current resurgence of spiritual energy, many mythological artifacts had emerged, but none lived up to their legendary prowess. Rui Jingu Bang, being so powerful, couldn't just look like this. Unbeknownst to them, Fiki had another thought unspoken. This long staff, even if not Rui Jingu Bang, certainly had some connection to it. Magical artifacts have spirits and don't easily respond unless influenced. Fiki boldly guessed that this long staff likely transformed from an ordinary iron rod into a magical artifact under the influence of the true Rui Jingu Bang spirit. Barnaby danced joyfully with the Rui staff to the side, while Alric and Burl picked up the scattered treasures. Ordinarily, these items were beyond their reach. Only those who had awakened formidable strength could resonate with them, causing them to fall. They could give these treasures to virtuous awakened ones, thereby better protecting Gene City and preventing scum like Reese from obtaining extraordinary artifacts. Fiki, take this book. We found it in Harvey's thatched cottage at the beginning of the Heavenly Anomaly. We can't read the text, but just having it makes us feel peaceful and increases our cultivation speed. Burl walked solemnly to Fiki and handed over a yellowed, ancient book with cryptic characters, saying earnestly, "This, I may not know what this book is, but I can sense it's more precious than a magical artifact." Fiki hesitated. He desperately wanted the book and felt it harbored secrets, but he chose to be honest. He didn't want to obtain treasures through lies from selfless people like Burl and Alric. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This book isn't a gift, you must agree to a condition. Burl looked approvingly at Fiki, speaking gravely. Alric also walked over, looking earnestly at Fiki. "All right, I will accept it. May I ask what the condition is?" Fiki said. According to the research by the Awakening Organization on ancient artifacts and folk history, and after excavating ancient tombs in Shu, we speculate that the spiritual energy in the era before the Qin dynasty was much denser than it is now. Confucius led his 3,000 disciples to teach not only knowledge but also cultivation methods. This ancient book, we believe, was left behind by Harvey. The Tang dynasty was closer to the pre-Qin era, so its inheritance is more complete. It must hide many mysteries. Confucianism emphasizes spreading teachings, imparting knowledge, and resolving doubts. In this chaotic world, scholars cannot find a place for their desks, making it a lamentable era, yet also a glorious one. This world belongs not only to those wealthy families who were the first to awaken with astonishing power and immense authority. It belongs to all people. This is the essence of Confucius's teachings. When Harvey was on his deathbed, he wrote, "How I wish for millions of spacious houses, so that all the poor scholars in the world could live happily," expressing his hope that everyone would have a chance to rise. If you can gain insights from this ancient book that are beneficial to humanity and can be passed on to others, we hope you will spread these teachings to the world. Teach cultivation methods to everyone, not limited to Gene City or even China, but to the entire earth. Can you do it? Chapter 49 Conroy. If only there were millions of spacious houses to shelter all the poor scholars and make them smile. With just this one line, Fiki felt his blood boil. Harvey, who experienced the Tang dynasty's gradual decline, had an incredibly complex mental journey, enduring a life of hardship and settling in the outskirts of Brocade City. Harvey's experiences are now reflected in countless people in China. When Fiki learned this poem as a child, he did not have much feeling for it. Now you two are really vulgar. Fiki felt like crying but had no tears. Wasn't the red or patterned trunks joke going too far? Even Burl and Alric couldn't resist teasing him. Wasn't that supposed to be the manifestation of the thunderstorm array? But he didn't even want to explain. Truth lies in people's hearts. Next, he made Barnaby go into hiding, preparing to create the illusion of successful enlightenment before going out. He threw a light punch at the tower, making it hum gently. Immediately, is our guess wrong? Della anxiously stared at the silent black tower gate, lacking confidence. Despite all evidence aligning perfectly, when the black tower emitted white light, she doubted herself. The idea that Fiki was red-trousered coat guy seemed far-fetched. Not being an awakened just days ago, killing evil spirits and bathing with Alessia within a day. These achievements were beyond unbelievable. Click, click, click. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the sealed tower door opened again. A cold, disdainful smile floated on his lips as he looked down on Fiki with mockery and amusement. Cave Realm. A terrifying thought emerged in everyone's mind. They could all sense that this person was a terrifying existence, far more powerful than even Marcia by tens of multiples. Conroy. Fiki's pupils also constricted, and uncontrollable waves of intense anger surged in his heart. Although he had known that Conroy would come to Jean Chung, when he truly saw Conroy, he still couldn't control his emotions. This man, who caused his tragic life in the previous incarnation yet roamed freely through heaven and earth, was already on his list of must-kills. However, he did not act impulsively. He sensed that Conroy was at the middle stage of Cave Realm. Right now, he couldn't defeat him. Chapter 50 Battle of the Nether. Yehia, you just came from Jinling to Jincheng. There's no need to be so arrogant, is there? Fiki is a member of our Jincheng Awakened Ones organization. Is it not disrespectful for you to speak like this? Della positioned herself in front of Fiki, looking up and saying, "My family, the Jiang family of Gusu, isn't someone you can overlook. What I'm saying is the truth, not arrogance. He is nothing but trash. From today on, I will deprive you of your right to bear the Yi name. Everyone from my Jinling Yi family are elites. You, who only succeeded after 9 evaluations, do not deserve to be part of the Yi family. Yehia gave a faint, indifferent smile, coldly stating, the Jiang family of Gusu is indeed formidable, but none of the members who came to Jincheng have made me wary. No need to use that as a threat against me. As for this piece of trash, I originally didn't bother killing him, but hearing his name disturbs me. Whoosh. Silver light enveloped Yehia as he nonchalantly pointed a finger. A magnificent, overpowering condensed finger shadow appeared in the air, hurtling towards Fiki. It seemed that killing Fiki was as easy as squashing an ant, causing no emotional fluctuation whatsoever within him. Alyssa also moved to protect Fiki. Burl and Alric, who were well aware of Fiki's strength, also stepped forward. Don't worry, leave this to me. Fiki's eyes gleamed with resolve as he smiled. He felt extremely blessed to have so many people standing up for him, especially Burl and Alric. Despite having only known him for half an hour because he was a part of the Jincheng Awakened Ones organization, they were willing to protect him from any harm. This caused Fiki to develop a strong sense of belonging to the organization. Rubbish. Yehia sneered disdainfully at Fiki, who had stepped out. Swoosh. Just as the finger shadow was about to crush the space where Fiki stood, a black demonic saber slashed through the air, shattering and dissipating the finger shadow. Yehia, this is not where you can behave recklessly. The Lord of the Nether, Elijah, has decreed the 9 Nether Edict. In all cities within China, anyone who dares to massacre innocents, whether they belong to ancient Chinese forces, foreign financial empires, or evil spirits, will be punished without mercy. Any feuds or battles must be resolved outside city limits. A young man in black stepped through the air, sheathing his demon blade, coldly staring at Yehia and said, if you want the Jinling Yi family to be adorned with 9 nether blades, continue what you're doing. Hearing this, Yehia's expression drastically changed. Elijah, apart from the vanished Bai Yujing, was invincible in China. Calling himself the second best, everyone knew he was currently the first in the world. The 9 nether blade was Elijah's weapon, and when it emerged, none could escape. Our country never forgot us here in Sichuan. We are finally safe. Thank you, Lord Elijah. We no longer fear for our safety. The changes in the world outside the city are a blessing for awakened ones, while we, who have yet to awaken, will stay safely inside the city. This scene was uploaded to the live broadcast in Jincheng. While marveling at the power of Yehia and the black-clad youth, the people were moved to tears by the proclamation of the 9 nether edict issued by Elijah. They had waited for this day for too long, living each day in fear, worried they might not see tomorrow's sun. They could only find solace in small pleasures. Yehia's face turned gloomy. You may not believe me, but let me tell you, 3 big figures from the Japan's Thousand Leaf clan have already fallen to the 9 nether blades. This is their price for the troubles in Jincheng. The black-clothed youth remarked with a smirk, I am curious, would you dare take another step forward to kill Fiki? Who are you? Yehia asked menacingly while floating mid-air. Gusu Karl. The black-clad youth, holding the demonic blade, replied coolly. I remember you. When the Wutai Peak opens, I look forward to seeing you. Just don't beg like a dog before me then. Yehia threatened the black-clothed youth, then glanced at Fiki who stared back at him, disdainfully remarking, Trash, you're lucky this time, but the stripping of your Yi surname is set. If you dare use it again, you'll be executed. To Yehia, Fiki was merely a negligible ant, irrelevant whether he killed him or not. His desire to kill Fiki arose purely because he felt uncomfortable hearing his name. I also declare, you're stripped of your Yi surname. I suggest you change your name. Kalang sounds far too unpleasant. Of course, it does describe you accurately. Renal insufficiency isn't a disease unless you flaunt it. I sell 6 flavor Remania pills, which boost renal health. Want a bottle? Fiki pulled out a bottle of 6 flavor Remania pills, smiling. But since you're so deficient that it's even in your name, 1 bottle won't suffice. How about getting 2 more bottles from my pharmacy? Maybe after taking a few bottles, you can eliminate the strong in Kalang and only keep the deficiency. Yehia's eyes narrowed with anger, his voice deepening. I swear, if you ever leave Jincheng, you will die very ugly. He never imagined that Fiki, who previously didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of him and could only watch his parents being forced to jump into the river by him, would dare to speak to him like this. I have a feeling you will die a very ugly death too. Fiki did not get angry, but predicted with a casual finger calculation, as if he were a godly fortune teller. Humph, tell brother Jesus that I will kill him, and let him clean his neck and wait for me. Yehia gave a cold snort, and then disappeared into the sky. He came here intending to force out the true identity and whereabouts of brother Jesus from the Awakened Ones organization. Now, he had to leave. With Elijah's 9 nether edict in place, he dared not act recklessly within Jincheng. Chapter 51 Pain and Joy. The young man in black, Karl, turned his head and looked at Fiki with deep meaning, sighing, You are still as uncompromising as before, but this will make your life very difficult. I have something else to do. I'll find you later for a chat. Fiki nodded. If this old classmate hadn't appeared today, he would have had no choice but to flee in serious injury under the crushing force of the powerful Yehia. Amir, Uncle Sean, call back all members of the Awakened organization outside Jin City. They are even more cruel than those awakened beasts. After Karl left, Fiki hurriedly said, and try to build as many houses as possible so that everyone wandering outside the city can have a home in Jin City. Leave the rest to me. I'll work hard to solve the problems. Jin City won't become a place they can trample on at will. Burl and Alric nodded in agreement, thinking Fiki was right. Seeing how Yehia ignored human lives, it was clear that he was scarier than Reese. Building houses was also an urgent matter. In this chaotic world, everyone on this land needed a home. Monica was also part of an awakened group sent out to hunt beasts and find spirit medicines. Fiki was very worried about her safety and planned to look for her immediately after sorting out things here. Seeing Burl's attitude towards Fiki change from annoyance to almost absolute obedience, Lin and Alyssa looked at Fiki as if they were looking at a monster. This guy could possibly be their idol Jesus brother. Leaving together, none of them spoke first. The two girls kept glancing up and down at Fiki suspiciously. When they returned to Shanshui Villa, Jean City started an emergency live broadcast. In the video, on the top of Green City Mountain, a youth with cherry blossom patterns flashing on his chest stood on Fiki's statue, angrily saying in broken Chinese, "Jesus brother, wherever you run, whether to the ends of the earth or sea, I, Qian Yexingi, will catch you, tear you into pieces, grind your bones into dust, and repay my Chinya family's blood feud." This self-proclaimed Qian Yexingi, a Yamato person, slapped the statue, instantly turning it into countless stone chips floating in space. At this moment, countless hearts of Jean City residents were filled with anger. Despite being challenged by Elijah, the Chinya family dared to be so arrogant, destroying the statue of their hero in their hearts. But besides anger, there was nothing much they could do. Yehia and Qian Yexingi, who came from outside Jean City, were both in the middle stage of Cave Dweller realm, beings above them all. The Joyo order issued by Elijah could protect everyone, but it couldn't change the reality that Jean City's awakens were too weak. The truth has always been that weakness means suffering, which they could only endure. Qian Yexingi? Interesting. I will make your Chinya family hurt deeply. This blood debt isn't over yet. Fiki clenched his fists, murmuring. The crisis brought by outsiders like Yehia and Qian Yexingi came earlier than he had imagined, but he was not afraid at all. He didn't need to worry about the people of Jean City being harmed now. He could stay hidden and act as Jesus' brother. You really are Jesus' brother? Alyssa, who had been holding back on the way, now stared with wide eyes, grinding her teeth. Xiao Yangshuan, you finally asked first. I've told you guys many times, but you refuse to believe it. I keep telling you how awesome I am, yet you keep saying I can't. It's been a real headache for me. Fiki smiled faintly, flipping his hair casually and said helplessly, though I'm handsome, did you have to build a statue for me? It got ruthlessly destroyed, didn't it? You. Alyssa's body trembled. If looks could kill, she might have already torn him into pieces. Beautiful ladies, haven't you come to meet your idol, the great rat master Jamal? I've been hiding my identity until now, but with my improved strength and acquiring the magical staff from Isaiah, it's time to let you bow down in reverence. No incense burning please, I'm not dead. Just prepare a feast as sumptuous as yesterday's. Then Jamal jumped out wearing sunglasses, carrying the magic staff, his purple fur shinier, clearly indicating that his evolution in the underworld had significantly benefited him. Brother Fiki, I want to kill you. You ruined my idol again? Lin, dazed-faced, finally reacted, roaring angrily. How did I ruin your idol? Am I not handsome, suave, and charming enough to be your idol? Fiki patted Lin's hair teasingly. Previously, you worshipped Ultraman and Transformers. I wasn't them, so you said I ruined your idol. Now I truly am Jesus' brother, and you're still saying I ruined your idol. Little girl, your logic is hard for me to understand. You saw us setting up statues and pasting paper on the sword but never reminded us. You're so evil. Lin pouted, furious. I've always said I'm Jesus' brother, but you didn't believe me. What could I do? Fiki dodged Lin's fist, saying helplessly. After a while, Alyssa and Lin finally accepted the fact that Fiki was Jesus' brother, constantly giving him icy looks. Beautiful lady, here's your photo book. Unfortunately, I used 2 of the condoms and can't return them. I can write you an IOU and have my boss pay it back. What do you think? When the two girls finally calmed down, Jamal handed over Alyssa's photo book with an earnest look on his face. Fiki, if I don't beat you into a pig's head today, my name isn't Jiang. Holding the photo book, Alyssa instantly flared up with anger and pounced at Fiki crazily. While dodging, Fiki noticed the smug look on Jamal's face and immediately understood that this little rat was getting revenge. Outright revenge. Previously, he had forced Jamal to return Alyssa's photo book, which greatly displeased the little guy. Hence, he chose this moment to return it and ignite Alyssa's fury. After a round of torment, Alyssa finally vented her anger and even took a beautiful selfie with Lin, posting it online. Immediately after, when the two girls learned that the medicine casually placed on their vanity was the invaluable by Chow Dan, they ran wildly towards the bedroom, fearing it would be stolen. Knock knock knock. Soon, there were knocks on the villa door. Opening the door, Fiki saw that the visitor was indeed the black-clad young man Carl, who had helped him stop Yehia earlier. Chapter 52. Wait for me to rise on the wind, then I'll duel in the world again. Fancy a drink somewhere? Carl didn't show the coldness towards Ikua that he had previously. He smiled and said. Fiki nodded with a smile, then went with Carl to the misty rain lake inside the Mountain Water Manor. The lake's surface was shrouded in mist, the scenery breathtaking. How long has it been since we last met? Neither of them spoke as they walked until they sat down on a bench by the lakeside, when Carl finally broke the silence. Since graduating from Jinling University, about 3 years. I still remember how our final farewell went, at that tiny bar by Qinhuai River. You clung to my leg and cried your heart out, asking why I was so much better than you, being handsome and studious, wishing I wouldn't be so outstanding so you'd have a chance to surpass me. Fiki chuckled. 3 years ago, before the awakening of spirit energy, Fiki was the best student in the finance department at Jinling University. Carl, right in front of him, though from an aristocratic family and gifted in business studies always coming first, chose to abandon the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities to study at Jinling University where his forefathers graduated, vowing to become the top student in the finance faculty. However, after entering Jinling University, Carl's grades were always overshadowed by Fiki. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass Fiki and remained second place for all 4 years. Hence during the graduation gathering, after getting drunk, he questioned Fiki like a madman, asking why he was so excellent. In his own words back then, Fiki and he were akin to contemporaries, one is Zhuge Liang and the other Zhou Yu, having talent but restrained by Fiki's overwhelming dominance. Because of this relentless competition, Fiki also worked extremely hard during his time at Jinling University, never sparing a minute, never allowing himself any relaxation. From such a rivalry, he and Carl became good friends. Damn it, can we not mention that again? Are you trying to bring up my sorrows? Carl looked helpless and sighed. It's a pity that in this age of spirit energy revival, I haven't met an opponent like you. I miss those 4 years of being suppressed by you. Although it was painful, at least it made me strive more than at any other time. Saying this, Carl's eyes took on a hint of disappointment, a feeling of nostalgia for losing the rival who once constantly challenged him. He knew very well that Fiki, having only awakened after 10 attempts, would never achieve remarkable success in this era of spirit energy revival. Upon seeing Fiki, he even wished that Fiki would remain mediocre forever, so those 4 years of being outshone by Fiki would forever be etched in his memory. But now, as Fiki embarked on the path of cultivation, he was far surpassed on this road without effort, creating a considerable gap between them. In this era, where the strong devour the weak and power reigns supreme, wasn't it another form of sadness? I hope for your excellence more than I hope for my own strength. After a moment of pondering, Carl lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes bloodshot as he solemnly stated, compared to you, I've had many advantages. The family's centuries-old accumulation, and the fact that during the spirit energy revival, I happened to be traveling on Mount Tai, acquiring a magical blade flying down from the sky, becoming among the first few to awaken. Believe this, you won't lose me as your opponent. If you're asking for pain, I don't mind suppressing you for many more years. Fiki's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, although I have many disadvantages compared to you, when I get really good, even I might be scared. When that day comes, please don't cry and cling to my legs. My heart is too soft to see a man sobbing. I'm looking forward to that day. Without disdain, Carl handed over an ancient book and said expectantly, don't think I look down on you. You know my character. I won't even talk much to those I look down upon. This ancient book contains profound knowledge, which I haven't fully understood, but it benefits cultivation and helps with rapid growth. Don't refuse. I am grooming a worthy opponent. Although there are many people stronger than me in this era, I hope for someone stronger than me named Fiki. That way my path of improvement won't be lonely. Taking the ancient book, Fiki smiled, Xiao Qiansheng little Qianqian. If you weren't a guy, I probably would have kissed you. What a pity. Scram. If you mention that past event again, we're breaking off. Carl replied sourly. Fiki's words were still mocking him, reminding of that time in university when Carl mumbled in his sleep, if you weren't a guy, I probably would have kissed you. Ever since, Carl's legend had another story, breaking the hearts of countless freshman girls who secretly admired him. Let's live for today, and drink today. Cheers. Next, Carl pulled out 6 bottles of Mount I wine, being very generous. They drank from morning till dusk, slightly intoxicated, swearing under the sunset to meet in Jinling someday, at that same small bar by the Qinhuai River. After finishing the wine, they parted ways. Sorry, Xiao Qiansheng, now that I'm weaker than you, I can only hide my identity. Wait until I surpass you, and you will once again experience the despair of being suppressed by me. Walking on the road, Fiki's eyes flickered with a cunning light as he grinned Jian Xiao. He took out his phone, logged into the Jincheng Live platform under the username Windy Coat Brother, and posted a status update. Wait for me to rise on the wind, then I'll duel in the world again. I asked the stars in the sky, are you ready to fall? A May Golden Summit trip, preliminary blacklist, Gerald, Slade, others to be added later. Those who dare to offend Jincheng will be punished, no matter how far they flee. Committing offenses against Jincheng, no matter how far, they must be punished. Chapter 53, Sensation. A single post ignited the storm in Jingqing. Worthy of being called the Red Boxer Shorts brother, even against Yehia and Shepard, he's not intimidated at all. Brother Red Boxer Shorts, I look forward to you burying these two. Might I ask if I can help dig the grave for free? Previous floor, how shameless. The opportunity to dig a grave for Brother Red Boxer Shorts isn't just obtained by offering money. Don't you see his coat is already ragged? He needs cash. You have to pay him to get the chance. Tens of thousands of comments refreshed within an hour. The arrogance of Yehia and Shepard had long made people indignant. Now that Fiki announced he would kill them, it naturally excited everyone. This chosen one, Brother Red Boxer Shorts, always struck with deadly accuracy, leaving no trace. This Brother Red Boxer Shorts is quite amusing. It's a pity he's only at the late-stage flesh-body realm. Otherwise, he might be a worthy opponent. Edwin, dressed in black, stood under the bright moon, murmured to himself, you phony garbage, show yourself if you dare, and I will crush your bones into dust. Shepard immediately posted after seeing the message, his tone cold. A lowly creature, unworthy to be mentioned alongside me. I promise, you won't reach the golden summit of a May mountain. Yehia also spoke, muttering to himself, even though you stole my inheritance first, you still can't match me. To execute you slowly is my greatest favor to you. Fiki ignored the online storm and returned to the villa. Alyssa and Lin looked at him anxiously, asking, are you really going to the golden summit of a May mountain? Don't worry, I won't die. Once Xueyao arrives, you should leave Jingqing. There are too many grudges here that I need to resolve. I'll visit you in Suzhou in the future, Fiki said confidently. Brother Fiki, I believe in you. You can do it. After hesitating for a while, Lin firmly stated, little brother Yi, remember you're still my lead actor in my micromovie. My future as a big star depends on you. You mustn't die. Alyssa patted Fiki's shoulder, trying to sound casual. Fiki nodded heavily. He didn't want to die either. In this life, he had the capital to compete with those geniuses. Even if he couldn't win, he'd find a way to escape alive. In his memory, the opportunity at a May mountain could revitalize Jingsheng, preventing it from lagging behind other regions. There was no way he'd let Yehia or Shepard obtain such great opportunities. After packing up with Barnaby, they sped off in the BMW toward the outskirts under the cover of night. Along the way, Barnaby hummed happily, easing much of Fiki's parting melancholy. But thinking about soon seeing his sister, Monica, whom he hadn't seen in what felt like years despite her recent absence, brought on a sense of hesitation. Although Monica had only left Jingqing 5 days ago to hunt beasts outside the city, it felt like many years to Fiki, who had lived countless lifetimes before this one. He feared it was all a dream and didn't dare call her. Boss, Isn't our sister beautiful enough to sink fish and make the moon hide? Barnaby asked. Shueyao is my sister, but your elder sister. Don't mess up the generation hierarchy. Fiki laughed, feeling much lighter after Barnaby's question. No way. Although I lost my memory, I'm definitely older than both of you. Calling you boss is humiliating enough. Asking me to call Shueyao's sister would be unbearable. No way. Barnaby complained. Fiki said nothing more, watching the transformed mountains and forests due to the opening of a maze golden summit. The trees were over 100 meters tall, and rocks seemed enchanted. Roads no longer existed, so they had to park and enter the forest on foot. 2 hours later, they reached Suji Ancient Town. Once the starting point for Buddhist pilgrimages to a May mountain, Suji Ancient Town retained its ancient charm. Despite the Earth's changes, wild beasts generally avoided it, making it very safe. Closer to a May mountain, more awakened creatures roamed, growing stronger. Around Suji Ancient Town, newly awakened beasts provided excellent targets for hunters from Jingqing. They could also gather medicinal herbs in the dense forest. Red boxer shorts under a trench coat? Brother's taste is as vulgar as ever. Bragging about red boxer shorts. I wonder what luck he stumbled upon to improve so quickly. I've only been gone 5 days, not a year, and he's already this strong. Inside an inn, a girl in blue jeans, a casual shirt, and a ponytail smiled, sorting freshly harvested medicinal herbs, muttering to herself. Fiki watched Monica working under the soft yellow light, feeling a mix of emotions. She was only 17, the age when she should be a freshman in college, but she encountered this chaotic era and never got to experience a single day of beautiful college life. After awakening, she wanted to take care of herself, earn more money, find more spirit medicines, and help herself awaken, which was why she took on the arduous task of hunting outside the city. Shueyao. Fiki stood outside the door, his nose tingling, speaking intermittently. Since being reborn, he hadn't dared to call Monica. He was afraid this was all a dream, afraid that none of this was real. Only now did he truly feel at ease. In this life, he could protect his younger sister instead of watching her die helplessly. Brother. Monica's body trembled, standing rooted to the spot, then ran over to hug Fiki, tears involuntarily streaming down her eyes. She knew what kind of torment Fiki had endured these 3 years, unable to awaken. When she received the call from Lin, she was utterly astonished. She had watched every live stream of Trenchcoat Brothers' battle since his emergence, and she couldn't believe that the Trenchcoat Brother mentioned by Lin was her only remaining relative in the world. Brother, are you really Trenchcoat Brother? Have you really awakened? Monica asked nervously. She feared that Lin, who never lied, might have teased her just to make her happy, deceiving her about this matter. I am Trenchcoat Brother, but not the one with red boxers. If you dare say my taste is vulgar again, I'll give you a good scolding. Fiki reached out and pinched Monica's nose, threatening her. Chapter 54 National Treasure. Pandas? Monica frowned lightly with a hum, but her eyes were full of laughter. She believed that if her brother was indeed Devon, then Fiki would not have been so cheerful. After all, when she left, although Fiki smiled, it was only to prevent her from worrying about him. He would never be this genuinely happy as he is now. Little sister, this god is named Barnaby and I'm your second brother. This is the gift for our first meeting. Unlike the big boss, who is so stingy and doesn't give gifts at meetings. He doesn't know the rules at all. Barnaby hopped onto Fiki's shoulder and patted his purple hair with his little paws. He handed over all the 100 herb pills and the magical sword snatched from Sophie to Monica, looking smug. Fiki was speechless. The items Barnaby had harvested were mostly kept by Barnaby himself, and yet he still gave them away and mocked Fiki for being stingy. Besides Barnaby, no one else would do such things. Thank you, second brother. Your move to disguise someone and dig a pit for him is really cool. Cooler than my brother walking around shamelessly in red underpants. There are quite a few fans of yours in Suji Ancient Town. Monica laughed and took the treasures while glancing at Fiki in disdain, praising Barnaby. Fiki was more speechless. After winning admiration from all over the world, why did his own sister despise him and worship a rascally rat? Was there still any justice? Low profile, low profile. I don't want to show off too much. Barnaby waved his paw excitedly and said, humbly, I also have a set of 36 heavenly devil techniques. When I performed on Mount Qingqing, I was stopped by the leader before finishing it. I knew he envied me and feared that I would surpass him. Jealousy isn't an illness, but leaving it untreated will be fatal. It's beyond my power having such a leader. If there's a chance, I'll show you all these moves. Fiki grimaced and knocked Barnaby off his shoulder. To him, Monica was still a child. As for those 36 heavenly devil techniques, there wasn't anything wrong with the moves, but the name sounded vulgar. Jealous. Monica smiled towards Fiki and exclaimed, second brother, when you get the chance, you must show me that complete set of martial arts. Sure. Barnaby nodded continuously, patting his purple hair while wearing sunglasses and chewing on a cigar. He sighed, excellence is a disease. Why did I become so sick at such a young age? Seeing this, Monica burst out laughing. Fiki could only kick this rat out and instructed, the 100 herb pills in the bottle can help you enhance your cultivation. I changed the appearance of the magical sword, so others won't know it was used by Sophie. I named it Snow Yao Sword. Does it sound good? Brother, are you really going to the wilderness? Monica's smile froze. How could she not sense Fiki's desire to leave? There's no way out. Compared to Yehia and Arrigo, my strength is still too weak. Trust me, I will definitely succeed. Even if I fail, I won't die. Go to Suzhou with Iran first. I'll find you after I'm done. Fiki gently stroked her hair and smiled. He didn't mention that he needed to collect spiritual herbs and beast bloods to refine foundational spiritual pills to aid Monica, Lin, and Alyssa in their cultivation, fearing that it might worry her too much. Monica silently nodded, despite her reluctance. She understood that Fiki must do this. Whether for personal vendetta against Yehia or to restore Jin Cheng's spirit energy quickly, Fiki had to stand at the forefront as a strong person's duty, unable to shirk it. Brother, don't worry about my safety. Sister Yueyin will be here soon. She can protect me. Just as Fiki was about to turn to leave, Monica called out, Sister Yueyin has repeatedly told me that even if you are Devon, you still lack power. But this time, she has surpassed you. I argued back that you have always been better than her. So, don't disappoint me. Don't worry, your brother can walk around in red underwear openly, not only dispelling evil but also being extremely excellent. Fiki waved goodbye and disappeared into the night. Nainan, elder sister of Lin and a classmate of Carl at Nanjing University like him, has been outstanding since childhood but never surpassed Fiki. Unlike Carl who worked quietly to surpass Fiki, she announced loudly each time she intended to win over Fiki. Yet, she lost every time. In grades, playing the piano, painting, calligraphy, etc., nothing matched up to Fiki. Thus, she had a long-standing grudge to surpass him. Excellence is a disease. Why am I already critically ill at such a young age with so many people straining to surpass me? Fiki mimicked Barnaby's tone. Then, he and Barnaby headed towards a May mountain. Boss, you harvest the ginseng first, I need to go to the bathroom. After killing a awakened fierce tiger and digging for a spiritual ginseng, Barnaby ran off in a flash. Fiki chuckled bitterly. Every time they encountered manual labor like digging for herbal medicine, Barnaby would use the excuse of needing to relieve himself to escape. Bang bang bang. Just as he finished digging up the spiritual ginseng, a terrifying war drum sound reverberated through the air. Mommy, oh mommy, it's just pooping. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? 紧接着，慌慌的叫声传来. By the time Fiki reached the source of the sound, he was shocked by the scene before him. The ground began to crack, and a large tree emerged from underground, with the drumbeat coming from within the tree trunk. In just 3 seconds, it had grown 100 meters tall. A wooden coffin was lifted beneath the tree, radiating powerful life energy. Strands of green mist swirled around the coffin, which was open at the top, releasing an ancient, desolate aura from within. Fiki stood there like a wooden chicken, stunned at the creature inside the coffin. It was chubby and round, with white fur on its head, 2 small black ears, and black fur around its eyes. National treasure, panda. Weren't these creatures supposed to have mysteriously gone extinct after the awakening of spirit energy? Did it just explode out because Barnaby pooped? Chapter 55. The tragedy caused by defecation. What's going on here? Fiki smiled bitterly and hurriedly asked, Frida, what did you do? I didn't do anything. This time I really went to the toilet. For someone with such noble status, one can't just defecate anywhere. It has to be a place of good feng shui. Who would have thought that something like this would emerge from beneath me? Frida said innocently. Buzz. Hundreds of meters tall ancient trees instantly withered but emitted a faint green glow, eventually transforming into countless green light points floating above the wooden coffin. The surface of the wooden coffin began to reveal intricate patterns, emitting an ancient and desolate aura. Beside this mysterious panda lay a war drum quietly releasing a faint yellow light, the terrifying sound emanating from within. In legend, drums were the war horns of ancient tribes. Whenever a war drum sounded, it signified the start of a war, with smoke billowing between heaven and earth. Fiki suddenly recalled a legend. In ancient times, pandas were known as iron-eating beasts, creatures of extremely fierce combat power. It was said that Nile, the leader of the Julie tribe in ancient times, rode a panda to conquer the world, invincible wherever he went. Ultimately, under the combined forces of the Yellow Emperor and the Red Emperor, they were defeated. Seeing this scene and recalling these legends, Fiki felt the legends must be true. Respected by people in Sichuan, revered as a national treasure of China, and seen as clumsy yet lovable everywhere else, these gentle giants once commanded boundless ferocity in ancient times. Tat tat tat. The wooden coffin started to crack, covered with countless fissures, while the fur inside glowed with black and white light, its belly rising and falling steadily with heavy breathing. Damn, is this thing alive? Frida took a step back, shouting. It showed no signs of life when it first appeared, but after being enveloped by the green light points from the ancient trees, it gradually came to life. This was simply too bizarre. Boom boom boom. The faint yellow war drum wildly resonated, causing birds and beasts around to flee in all directions. This sound made Fiki and Frida feel as if they were standing in an ancient battlefield, blood staining the sky, human corpses scattered everywhere, legendary weapons stained with blood, some broken, others hidden deep into the earth. Roar. A rough roar erupted from the panda's mouth. The sleeping panda finally woke up. Surrounded by black and white light forming mystical runes, the panda's aura became incredibly wild. Early stage cave realm. Feeling the panda's momentum rise to this level but not increasing further, Fiki secretly sighed in relief. If it had been any stronger, he and Frida probably wouldn't have escaped. One rotten rat dropping ruining a whole pot of porridge. I've underestimated how bad it can get. If your broken rodent had just done its business, why choose such a significant location? Look at the mess you've caused. Feeling the ferocious gaze of this seemingly ancient beast staring at them, Fiki grumbled. As he spoke, he dragged Frida away. Behind them, the panda, looking clumsy, moved at an astonishing speed, fiercely charging towards them. Hell's kiss, this thing that's part bear and part cat. Fine, I apologize for choosing the wrong spot. Do you have to chase us so relentlessly? Frida's tiny body darted through the jungle while cursing. Once I also reach early stage cave realm, I'll definitely come back to exact revenge, beating you until even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Roar roar roar. Enraged roars came from the panda's mouth. With extraordinary intelligence, it clearly understood the insults from this mouse no bigger than a fraction of its size. It struck the yellowish war drum hard, shattering rocks and vegetation with each attack. Focusing on the larger target, Fiki, the panda casually ripped out a 5-meter-tall tree with its paw and swung it like a weapon along Fiki's path. Hell's kiss, you're our country's treasure. Always so gentle before. Why are you so aggressive now? He offended you, not me. Why are you chasing me instead of him? Panic-stricken, Fiki also cursed. Undoubtedly, this panda truly was the fearsome iron-eating beast of legend, worthy of being Nile's mount, extraordinarily powerful. Although Fiki could kill cave-dwelling creatures like Chi and had become much stronger, he didn't even consider fighting this panda. Whoosh! In an instant, the large tree sweeping across space narrowly missed him. Sensing the danger, Fiki used Heavenly Demon 8 steps to barely evade the attack. But the mud-covered roots shredded a large piece of his jeans, revealing blue boxers. Damn boss, if this moment is captured on camera, you'll likely have a new nickname. The guy in blue boxers under the windbreaker. Seeing this scene while running in another direction, Frida mockingly ridiculed. Fiki felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were trampling through his heart. Even at a time like this, Frida still had the audacity to mock him. Right at this moment, the long silent Xinyuan mirror emitted a faint green light, instantly filling Fiki with fighting spirit, urging him to turn back and battle the panda. Chapter 56 Iron Panda Man. Elder brother, please don't tell me you're serious. You've always been so quiet. Why do you cause trouble at such a critical moment? We're trying to escape, not fight. Fiki said with a bitter smile. He now understood that the Xinyuan mirror was reputed to be the divine weapon of Halston, and the war drum hanging from the panda's waist might have something to do with the legendary demon god Chiyu. These two were natural enemies and would naturally go into a frenzied battle when they came together. Although these two divine weapons had been dormant for a long time and could no longer display their ancient ferocity, they still drove Fiki and the panda into combat. Enough. Even a May mountain has lit up with Buddha light due to my retrieval of the underworld's energy, causing the spiritual essence in Sichuan to recover. You, this panda, only got to be born because of it. Do you think you can defy me here? I'm unafraid of subduing dragons and taming tigers. Why should I fear you? Once I subdue the last living panda in this world, how glorious would it be? After realizing there was no way to avoid it, a fierce look appeared in Fiki's eyes as he shouted, Dragon Seizing Hand. 8 steps of the heavenly demon, demonic shadow appears. Fiki performed dragon seizing art. A dazzling golden dragon emerged from his body, and the demonic shadow behind him greatly increased his speed, making him engage in an intense battle with the panda. Initially expecting only to be at a disadvantage, he still vastly underestimated the panda's ferocity. The dazzling golden dragon claws successfully caught the panda by the neck, but this supposedly invincible close-range fighting technique instantly failed, as if what was seized was not the neck but a giant mountain. Roar! The panda twisted its neck and flung Fiki away. A huge tree trunk followed closely behind, adorned with a faint yellow glow from the war drum, striking Fiki. The war drum roared, boosting the panda's combat power, allowing it to rise into the air and sit on the blood-drenched Fiki who had been slammed into a pit. You scoundrel! Is this karmic retribution? It used to be me who killed others. Now I'm being killed by this panda, even being sat to death. Is this even called tragedy? Fiki smiled bitterly. If this story spreads, he would probably become the first person in China to be sat to death by a panda. Xinyuan mirror, since you make me fight, shouldn't you at least transmit some strength to me? The panda's war drum is a formidable magical artifact full of killing intent, yet you're completely useless. Fiki tried to wield the Xinyuan mirror, but the broken ancient mirror remained motionless, as if it didn't exist at all. Fiki could only struggle to move his body, narrowly dodging the descending panda from the sky. However, he was sent flying into the sky by the rebound force. If he hadn't condensed dragon wings, he would have fallen back to the ground long ago. Boss, beast blood is here. Use the overlord bow to shoot it. At this critical moment, Jamal arrived beside Fiki, handing over a clump of bright red blood. Fiki took the blood, feeling fortunate that he and Jamal had fought awakened beasts since entering the mountains, obtaining a lot of refined blood. Combined with Jamal's essence blood, it met the requirements for drawing the overlord bow again. He swallowed the darkened blood, and the overlord bow in his spine materialized in his hands. Instantly, silver light shone brightly, terrifying silver runes appeared, making Fiki resemble the reborn overlord, exuding boundless might that dominated the ages. Buzz. The dormant Xinyuan mirror also flew out from his chest at this moment, with thick green light on its surface, seemingly capable of illuminating mountains and rivers. I have a bow, which can slaughter gods and demons. I have a mirror, illuminating mountains and rivers. Covered in blood, Fiki with dragon wings sprouted from his back, soared through the air. Golden scales flickered like a golden dragon, tightly pulling the string of the overlord bow, roaring. Still refuse to submit? What are you waiting for? Fiki glared down at the panda holding the giant tree and the hanging war drum, sternly shouting. Even though the beast blood could consecrate the overlord bow, after taking such severe hits, he was already exhausted. Even if he shot this arrow, it wouldn't be enough to kill the panda. Not to mention the unreliable Xinyuan mirror, which was only putting up a show and provided little benefit to him. Of course, he didn't want to kill the panda. It was a national treasure. With pandas extinct within Gene City during the recovery of the spirit essence, this could very well be the last one. Capturing it would naturally be the best outcome. If that didn't work, he could only vibrate the string of the overlord bow and escape amidst the chaos with Jamal. Feeling the overwhelming might coming from the sky, the war drum around the panda's waist continuously buzzed, its black eyes turning non-stop, dominating the past and present. Never lost a battle before. Fight. Allowing the overlord bow's domineering will to ravage his body, Fiki's black hair danced wildly, and a domineering aura spread over him. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Snap. Just as Fiki felt he couldn't control the vibrating string any longer, the panda conceded. It put down the giant tree, bowed to Fiki, and offered a drop of essence blood with both hands, smiling broadly. That appearance, adorably clumsy, finally resembled the national treasure Fiki was familiar with. After Jamal handed the panda's essence blood to Fiki for refinement by the underworld, ensuring that the panda was under the control of the underworld, Fiki finally relaxed. He lost control of his dragon wings and plummeted from the sky. If not for Jamal catching him, he would have likely created another crater on the ground. The panda's eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't believe that Fiki, who had just been as domineering as a reincarnated overlord, dominating ancient and modern times, had fallen so suddenly. Regret. An overwhelming sense of regret surged in its heart. If it didn't realize it had been deceived at this moment, it would truly be foolish. What are you looking at, Iron Panda Man? Call me elder brother. Jamal lightly smacked the panda on the head and said with arrogance, I was caught off guard by you when I didn't even have time to pull up my pants. If you dare to scare or attack me again, I will beat you until you're dead. The panda looked at Jamal with weighted grievance, seemingly wanting to say that she, as a rat, didn't even have pants, yet talked about not pulling them up. Chapter 57. Panda Spike. The moonlight was bright, shining into the quiet jungle of the night. Fiki's body was covered with countless injuries, now beginning to scab over. However, his handsome face was somewhat twisted as he endured excruciating pain. Pulling back the overlord bow without causing its string to vibrate allowed the tyrannical true intent to backlash, tearing at every one of his meridians and flesh. He had done this intentionally. Now at the peak of the flesh body realm, it would normally take him some time to accumulate enough strength before advancing to the grotto realm. But he could not wait. The pressure from people like Yehia and Zeke was too much. He couldn't even defeat a panda, an exotic beast stagnated in the early stages of the flesh body realm, let alone these two mid-stage grotto realm cultivators. These two weren't ordinary mid-stage grotto realm practitioners. They had family support and unparalleled talent. They must have experienced incredible encounters in regions where the spiritual chi revived first. Although their experiences might not surpass Fiki's, they were certainly not far behind. Only by reaching the grotto realm would he be qualified to compete with these geniuses who came to Gene City. He dared to use the tyrannical true intense backlash as a breakthrough opportunity because of the divine prison dragon elephant force cultivation method he practiced. This cultivation technique advocated that only through destruction can there be establishment, breaking through and sublimating oneself in desperate situations. Buzz. After enduring bone-piercing pain, a vortex appeared above Fiki's head. Within the vortex, a grotto began to form. The already comprehended second level of the divine prison dragon elephant force silently operated, assisting in forming the grotto. The grotto acts as a bridge to connect with the world's energy, resonating with the cosmos. Cultivators must refine patterns on the grotto themselves. The more mysterious the pattern, the richer the energy absorbed from space each moment, leading to faster cultivation. Without hesitation, Fiki refined dragon and elephant patterns onto the grotto. These were special symbols of the divine prison dragon elephant force, ranking among the best grotto patterns in the world, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed when paired with the netherworld. Buzz. Just as the dragon and elephant patterns on the grotto were solidifying, the overlord bow, now back to being a spine, gently trembled, transmitting a tyrannical true intent. Feeling the formidable power of the tyrannical true intent, Fiki made a daring decision to transform it into a pattern imprinted on the grotto. Changes in grotto patterns would affect the speed of absorbing spirit chi. The dragon and elephant patterns were extremely formidable. Adding anything else would likely be redundant. Yet Fiki had a hunch that the tyrannical true intent would elevate the power of the dragon and elephant patterns. When subduing the panda with an ancient war drum earlier, he felt the yellow emperor mirror was inferior to the war drum. But the overlord bow's preparation made the panda tremble in fear, indicating how terrifying this weapon left by Duncan of Western Egan was. Even the mighty Duncan sighed at the difficulties of possessing double pupils, a rare trait. Isn't it also because the path of tyranny is too hard, leading to his ultimate downfall? Fiki, recognized by the overlord bow and baptized by the tyrannical true intent, wanted to take a different path of tyranny unmatched in history compared to Duncan. Duncan was peerless upon his birth, his courage unmatched for 1,000 years. Fiki would face formidable opponents stronger than him, but his innate tyranny and stubbornness would serve as steps toward his progress. Pain ripped through his body, as the tyrannical true intent clashed violently with the dragon and elephant patterns, unable to fuse together. Ultimately, under Fiki's persistence, the dragon and elephant patterns on the grotto integrated with the tyrannical true intent. The divine dragon looked lifelike, and the divine elephant raised its head as if suppressing boundless wilderness, radiating unimaginable tyranny. Roar. A sound of dragon roar and elephant bellow erupted from Fiki's mouth, spreading an unfathomable energy centered around him, cracking stones, withering plants, and shattering the earth within 10 meters, leaving no life. Fiki felt himself grow tenfold stronger, absorbing the surrounding vitality to strengthen himself. This was the terrifying aspect of his dragon and elephant grotto. The integration of the tyrannical true intent into the dragon and elephant made him exude a wild tyranny at all times. This devouring of vital energy, combined with the netherworld's absorption of death chi, is truly frightening. Even now, I am not much weaker than mid-stage grotto realm cultivators like Yehia and Zeke. He muttered inwardly. The divine prison dragon elephant force indeed proved worthwhile. After refining a grotto to communicate with the cosmos, its terrifying power became apparent. Unbeknownst to him, the panda he thought had submitted stared wide-eyed, realizing it deserved its defeat. Barnaby, are you still afraid when facing our country's national treasure? Fiki finally took a look at the fierce panda and teased. Humph, who's afraid? Now tamed completely, boss. This brute lost his memory like me, even forgetting his name. I gave him a name, Mitchell. What do you think? Barnaby puffed out his chest and patted the head of the panda, who wore a look of discontent. Mitchell? Fiki was momentarily taken aback at the poor choice of name by Barnaby. Since the panda had been subdued, it was now part of their family. He shouldn't be treated this way. Moreover, this panda seemed to have been dormant for many years, with the war drum at its waist suspected to be Niles. It had great potential. What do you want to be called? Fiki smiled as he stroked the panda's fur, trying to convey sincere goodwill. Of course, he was secretly delighted. Previously, when visiting the zoo, he never had the chance to get so close to a panda, an animal that wins the world's love just by being adorable. I don't know. The panda felt Fiki's kindness and relaxed its guard, grinning as it awkwardly shook its head, speaking hesitantly. He's obviously a clumsy one who can't even speak properly. Mitchell is the most fitting name for him. Not like me, the divine mouse, whose voice sounds so pleasant even if my power is weak and I like to chatter. Barnaby was still upset about being chased earlier, tapping away in complaint. Barnaby, we're family now. No need to be angry. Besides, who asked you to relieve yourself without looking around? Fiki tapped Barnaby on the head and smiled at the panda. How about we call you Spike? Barnaby looked disdainful, clearly not impressed with Fiki's naming skills. But the panda nodded vigorously, approving of the name Spike. Spike, call me boss. And him, call him second brother. Seeing this, Barnaby stood on Fiki's shoulder, looking proud. Boss. Say, second brother. Spike stammered, slowly pronouncing the words. Chapter 58. By Susan? Little brother heir? Barnaby, you're just a waiter. Why don't you serve the wine and dishes to your lord faster? Fiki laughed out loud upon hearing this, teasing him. After becoming brothers, where was that fierce and powerful personality of Alpha's from before? He was just too adorable. Second brother? Alpha's eyes were all puzzled. Although he had lost his memory, he still knew some basic knowledge. It wasn't wrong for him to call Fiki elder brother and Barnaby second brother, was it? The antonym of old is small, right? But he hurriedly corrected himself. Second brother. You really are a talent, Alpha. Fiki lovingly patted Alpha on the head and roared with laughter. Come on, let's explore a May Mountain together. If anyone in this world found out I'm roaming around with the last national treasure in the world, they'd be envious enough to have bloodshot eyes. Barnaby's face turned ashen. If it weren't for Alpha's innocent appearance, he would have suspected that this smelly panda was doing this intentionally. In the end, after painstaking tutoring by Barnaby, Alpha finally managed to address him as second brother instead of little brother heir or something else odd. What Barnaby did not know was that when he was content with being correctly addressed, Alpha's stupidly cute eyes flashed with a hint of slyness, as if he had succeeded in his plan. Time flew by rapidly. After killing several beast monsters that tried to attack them, one human and two beasts, although injured, gathered numerous carcasses of the monsters and their essence blood. Beast monsters are animals that have cultivated through the power of concentrated spirit energy, reaching the physical realm. They possess decent intelligence and consume other organisms to further enhance their strength. Feeling he could now partially control the Overlord Bow after entering the Grotto realm, drawing the bow without being counterattacked by its Overlord intent, he now needed materials to craft arrows suitable for firing with the Overlord Bow. This was not an easy task. Previously, he used wood from a century-old mulberry tree to make arrows which shattered before he could even shoot them. And then there was collecting the medicinal ingredients required to help Wilma and the three other women refine the foundational spirit pills. Now only one ingredient was missing, a spirit fruit named Serpent Spirit Fruit. Most importantly, he wanted to gather enough death chi and give it back to Barnaby, helping him reach the Grotto realm earlier so that the three of them could qualify to venture into the depths of the forest. Previously, when Fiki and his companions ventured into the depths of the forest, they were chased by a mid-level cave-dwelling tortoise. During this period, a white snake and a black wild boar at the mid-cave level joined in on chasing Fiki and company when they smelled the scent of their blood. If not for their special means, they would have been eaten long ago by those three terrifying beasts. To these beasts, Fiki and company were like delicacies. Both beasts had unique bloodlines, while Fiki had vigorous vitality and great potential. Eating them would greatly benefit the evolution of the beasts. Elder brother, I want revenge. That wretched boar plucked almost half the fur off my butt. If I had the power of the Grotto realm, even if I couldn't defeat that pig, I could escape, not enduring this humiliation. Barnaby lay sprawled on a green stone, his bare and bloody bottom glaring hatefully. Don't worry, we won't let this go unpunished. We'll find a chance to cripple them, Fiki replied firmly, his clothes soaked in blood. A golden dragon scale on his chest was indented, dozens of scales shattered, the result of being struck by the tail of the white snake. Yeah, cripple them. The panda Alpha nodded his head vigorously, full of hatred. Look who's talking. Clearly tough-skinned but hiding behind us like a coward, banging on the drum non-stop, letting elder brother and me do all the fighting. How shameless can you get? Barnaby glared at the panda Alpha angrily, rebuking, you should take more hits. It wouldn't have ended up so tragically otherwise. Alpha looked at Barnaby innocently. His specialty was hitting the war drum. Hitting the war drum didn't just boost the fighting spirit of Fiki and Barnaby, allowing them to unleash extraordinary power, but also weakened the willpower of the three strong beasts, making a significant impact. Who stands at the front line when beating the war drum throughout history? He embraced both man and beast, sacrificing his own bottom to be bitten by the 1,000-year-old tortoise. Enough. Brothers, no grudges. Let's heal our wounds and then deal with that little blue snake. She dared to hide behind and spray venomous liquid at us. It's perfect for extracting her python horns for dragon arrows, giving the snake gallbladder to Barnaby to break through the Grotto realm, and letting Alpha refine the war drum with her essence blood, thus enhancing our strength. Fiki mediated. He understood that the innocent-looking Alpha played a big role, just that despite being a fiercely brutal monster, he always stayed at the back playing the drum. Quite an unusual scene indeed. He set his revenge goal temporarily on the offspring of the white snake, a highly venomous green snake that had hidden in the dark to harm them. All three, one human and two beasts, had been tainted with the green snake's venom to some extent. Legend has it that snakes can evolve into dragons when the timing is right. The dragon horns are products of snakes evolved to a certain extent. That green snake was exceptionally gifted, capable of condensing dragon horns at the peak of the initial cave-dwelling realm, making its horns the best material for crafting arrows for the Overlord Bow. Yes, let's take care of the green snake first. We'll deal with the other three mid-cave-dwelling ones later. Barnaby hurriedly agreed and then looked at the panda Alpha, scolding him. You big oaf, come here. You don't know any battle techniques. All you do is beat the drum and use brute force. Follow me here. I'll teach you the invincible 36 styles of Heavenly Demon. Be more clever in the future. Use your thick skin to take damage, got it? Alpha immediately nodded like a chick pecking rice, looking endearingly foolish. Fiki felt speechless. This national treasure was destined to learn bad habits from Barnaby. The most critical point was that Barnaby even acted as if he were worried about Fiki secretly learning, teaching Alpha stealthily deep in the forest. Meanwhile, at the foot of a May mountain, amidst the lush greenery, Conroy, clad in silver armor, killed an early cave-dwelling beast with his sword, using the ancient seal of hell to absorb essence blood and death chi, thus becoming stronger. Brother Kalang, how about we team up to force Brother Christopher out? Parker appeared, saying solemnly, I know you want to kill him too. After killing him, I want the silver bow, and you can have another treasure. What do you say? Conroy nodded, indicating for Parker to continue. I protected Maud of the Jiang family from Suzhou when she awakened in Jincheng Town, Suji Ancient Town. I can't kill Maud alone, but with your help, we would be unstoppable. Isn't Brother Christopher the pride of Jincheng? If we conduct a massacre there, based on the information I gathered, there's a 30% chance he will show up. Parker said excitedly. Conroy's eyes lit up, and they came to an immediate agreement. For him, a 30% chance was enough. Chapter 59. The nation's treasure with unparalleled luck. The morning sun rose, its light bathing the earth. After healing their wounds and concealing their auras, one human and two beasts re-entered the depths of the dense forest. Under intense control, the panda Beverly had shrunk to the size of a wolf, making her almost unnoticeable among the giant trees that soared hundreds of meters into the sky. They cautiously made their way to the green snake's lair they had passed earlier. Before them lay a frigid pond, spanning 100 meters across, emitting a white mist of icy cold air. Along the water's edge, rocks resembling snake scales glittered strangely under the morning sunlight. On top of these scaly rocks, inconspicuous green grasses bore more than 10 green fruits, each surface etched with snake patterns. These were spirit snake fruits, one of their main objectives for coming here. Be careful not to make too much noise. That white snake isn't far from here. If we alert her, we might die miserably, Fiki whispered. Honesty aside, little fool Beverly, you take the lead this time. You've learned my 36 heavenly devil arts, plus your tough hide makes you practically invincible. Barnaby patted Beverly on the shoulder encouragingly. Among us three brothers, only I can fight in a sneaky and cowardly manner because second brother is so weak, okay? Beverly's black eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, standing like a massive mountain in front of Barnaby. Fiki forced a drop of blood, rich in vital energy, from his fingertip and dripped it into the pond before they hid themselves away. Splash, splash, splash. After some time, a 10-meter-long green snake, with eyes like lanterns, emerged from the water, constantly flicking its scarlet tongue, sensing the source of such rich blood energy. Since their awakening and evolution, beasts had gained higher intelligence and developed an instinct to hunt creatures rich in blood energy. This green snake was naturally gifted, capable of forming highly toxic horns even at lower levels, displaying remarkable wisdom. That was why it took so long for it to emerge from the cold pond. SSSSSS. Suddenly, it sensed Barnaby's aura and swiftly raced towards where Fiki and the others were hiding. Fiki drew his bow, using dragon elephant strength to condense a green arrow, shooting it from another direction and hitting the green snake precisely at its most vulnerable spot. A sharp, piercing scream echoed from the green snake's mouth. Its eyes turned crimson red as it tried to crush Beverly and Barnaby who appeared before it, spraying large amounts of venom. But something bizarre happened. Despite Beverly's massive form, poised to shield Barnaby from the snake's attack, not a single drop of venom touched her. Instead, all the dark green venom splashed onto Barnaby. Instantly, his purple fur started to smolder, emitting wisps of smoke. Damn it, stupid snake. How could you miss such a big target and hit me instead? Are you nearsighted, or have cataracts? Is there any justice in this world? Barnaby roared angrily. You idiot, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and block the damage. Another spray of venom and my brother will be bald. The lovably goofy Beverly beat her war drum as she charged over, swinging powerful fists to engage the heavily wounded green snake. She couldn't understand why the green snake attacked Barnaby despite being such a large target herself. SSSSS. The green snake's eyes blazed with fury, coiling around Beverly's massive body while spewing venom onto Barnaby once again. Yet, wrapped tightly by the snake, Beverly remained unscathed, looking bewildered. Dragon hand, transform. Fiki arrived just in time, transforming into a golden dragon. Amidst the sound of Beverly's war drum, his fighting spirit surged, grabbing the green snake's most vulnerable spot with his dragon claws. Instantly, 5 bloody holes were pierced through the hard snake scales at the 7-inch mark, spurting out copious amounts of blood. In its final moments, with eyes full of hatred, the snake's head exploded under Fiki's powerful punch, emitting a piercing cry that echoed through the dense forest. Satisfying. Bound by the green snake, much of its rich, spiritual blood sprayed onto Beverly's massive body, prompting her to let out a long roar. For demonic beasts, advancement was straightforward. Consume elixirs to gain power or ascend through battles by absorbing the essence from their foes. Now, having received most of the green snake's blood, Beverly naturally benefited the most. Though creatures of her level could briefly fly, Beverly, as a nearly invincible bear-like panda, previously lacked this ability. Now, nurtured by the snake's blood, her bulky body began to rise, appearing imposing and domineering. What nonsense is this? No justice at all? All the injuries I bear, yet you get to fly? Barnaby, his body still smoking, stared dumbfounded at Beverly's soaring figure, roaring in anger. From start to finish, Beverly, who had been pushed forward to take damage, not only remained unharmed but also gained such fortune. Even Fiki looked at Beverly with a puzzled expression. He claimed to be the chosen one of heaven, but it seemed that the panda Beverly was the real chosen one. No wonder she could be revered as a national treasure. This kind of luck was out of this world. Hurry up and run, that damned white snake is coming. We can't match it now. Fiki casually put away the more than 10 spirit snake fruits, and with his other hand, lifted the injured Barnaby, urging in a hurried tone. Barnaby opened his rat mouth and spat out purple smoke, causing the dead body of the green snake to shrink rapidly and then swallowed it whole. Beverly no longer indulged in the pleasure of obtaining the ability to fly and a surge of power. After landing, she followed the pre-planned escape route and fled like a streak of smoke. Human, and that stinky rat, I will kill you. In the sky, 100-meter-long white snake barbarically smashed the towering trees into pieces, speaking human language and emitting a shrill roar. They say there's Bai Suzhun under Green City Mountain. How did such a terrifying white snake appear here in Mount Amei? It was only chasing us before, but it can actually speak. Fiki dashed through the dense forest, exclaiming, Bai Suzhun, a snake demon from Chinese mythology. Thinking about it now, perhaps there really was such a terrifying white snake existing in the world 1,000 years ago. Chapter 60 Threat. Pooh. Since the white snake was too far away from them, it could only spew out a ball of highly corrosive white smoke to chase after Fiki and the others. As Beverly ran, her little bottom swayed from side to side, while she casually beat on the war drum. The sound of the war drum purified the white smoke surrounding her with a light yellowish airflow. The white smoke around Fiki, who wasn't too far from her, became much thinner. However, Jamal, sitting on Fiki's shoulder, had just experienced the Shili. This word seems out of context here. I'll translate as purification of the thinning white smoke. With red mouse eyes, he cursed, Stinky snake. Did this divine mouse have to exterminate your entire family? Why are you so targeting me? Next time we meet, I'll beat you until even your mother wouldn't recognize you, damn. Roar. The white snake behind them was dashing wildly, trying to catch up, emitting cries of unwillingness. Boss, run fast. This female snake has gone crazy. If we get caught, we will be skinned alive. Jamal anxiously patted Fiki's head in fear. Moments later, they all jumped into a lake, escaping this crisis. I want revenge, revenge. By the lakeside, after beating the unharmed Beverly who had received blessings, Jamal smoothed out the remaining fur around his now corroded eye sockets. Clenching his fists, with bloodshot eyes, he howled towards the sky. Elder brother, I don't know why they only targeted you. I really tried my best to shield you from harm. Beverly, now speaking fluently post-evolution, expressed her innocence with a puzzled face. Upon hearing this, Jamal almost vomited a mouthful of blood, almost fainting. This stinky panda was typical, taking advantage yet feigning innocence, which made him furious. It's our fault towards you. Take this snake bile and collected essence blood to evolve. Once you reach the cave abode realm, won't your fur grow back? Fiki handed over all the dead chi accumulated from killing beasts in the mountains to Jamal, consoling him. Just think about it. Snakes and mice are natural enemies. They're bound to target you first. When you successfully evolve, counterattack that demonic snake, come up with a rat swallowing a snake scenario, change the destiny of the mouse clan for thousands of years. How impressive would that be? Boss, I hate you. Jamal's mood didn't improve at all. Instead, he looked resentfully at Fiki, displeased. Originally, I could vent my anger on this stinky bear, but now, thanks to what you said, I can't even blame anyone. Fiki looked innocent, realizing he wasn't good at consoling people. Then, Jamal extracted the green snake's bile, hiding behind a nearby boulder to start evolving. Under Fiki's tutelage, Beverly learned the skill of barbecuing demon beasts. Skillfully dissecting the green snake's corpse, she drooled at the sight of the snake meat gradually turning golden brown on the grill. Even Fiki was surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to eat bamboo? Now, with proficient grilling skills, it tasted better than his. He could only hope that finding abundant spirit energy-rich bamboo might change its eating habits. Still, he thought it was nicer when it was a clumsy, bamboo-eating panda before the return of spirit energy. Next, he used netherworld flame to burn and refine the venomous python's horn from the green snake, removing impurities, shaping it like an arrow. Finally, he placed the venomous python's horn into the netherworld cauldron filled with spiritual herbs mixed into a potion and began drawing the array pattern. The array pattern was called armor-piercing pattern, commonly inscribed on arrows to increase their power, especially effective in piercing armor. Drawing an array required suitable spiritual liquid attributes for maximum power. He previously only had enough materials to draw a rudimentary wind thunder array. Now, with many collected herbs, he could condense a first-tier peak wind thunder array. After Jamal evolved, he planned to have him refine a more imposing wind robe, so the name Brother Red Shorts or Brother Flower Shorts would no longer precede it. After refining the venomous python's horn into the shape of a dragon arrow, he did not continue processing it. In the field of array patterns, Jamal was more skilled, so the final inscription would still be left to Jamal. Fiki then began refining medicinal pills to aid the foundation building of Monica and the other three women. When the crucial snake spirit fruit was added to the netherworld cauldron, waves of medicine aroma spread out. Inside the cauldron were dozens of smooth pills with dragon and elephant patterns on their surfaces. Preliminary estimations suggested these were first-tier peak pills. Everything has grades, with 9 tiers being the highest. Each tier is divided into 4 subgrades: lower, middle, upper, and peak. The pills of all creatures he refined earlier could only be considered a first-tier lower grade. Drip, drip, drip. When Fiki finished everything, his mobile phone in his pocket emitted an urgent vibration. It was an emergency livestream initiated by Jin Chung Live. For some reason, Fiki felt an ominous premonition. Opening the livestream, his bad feeling was confirmed. Outside Sujii ancient town, beast blood stained the ground. One by one, demon beast corpses piled up outside the town. Ariv and Dean fought together with a woman in a green long dress, wielding a sword. Soon, the woman in green was hit by a palm from Ariv, heavily injured and falling, creating a deep pit in the bluestone road of the ancient town. The enraged Jin Chung awakened inside the ancient town watched this scene, desperately wanting to rush out and fight Yiku and Dean, but they were held back. Christopher, aren't you self-proclaimed as the guardian of Jin Chung? Why don't you show up now? I see you're just a coward, a shrinking turtle. Dean stood in midair above Sujii ancient town like a descending god, looking down on everyone with disdain and contempt. Awakened ones in the ancient town of Jin Chung, listen well. If Christopher doesn't come, all of you will end up like the demon beasts outside. Starting tomorrow, 50 people will be killed each day until everyone is dead. After remaining silent following the battle, Yika's silver armor shone with a silver light as he coldly said, "You still hope that Christopher will come to your rescue, don't you?" Chapter 61. All madmen. Despair. Hopelessness. The awakened ones within Suji ancient town were filled with anger and indignation. They could not believe that Yehya, renowned in Jinling, would collude with Archibald of the Chinya clan, who had caused bloodshed in Jincheng, to plot against them, just to make Brother Jesus appear. How malicious this thought was. We'd rather all perish than let your wicked plans succeed. Brother Jesus, don't come. We trust you. Given time to grow, you will surely be able to strike Jinling, Dahaguo, avenging us. Sichuan has never known cowards. Even if we die, our corpses will be buried in green hills. No need for our bodies to be wrapped in horsehide and returned home. We have no regrets. Please, Brother Jesus, don't come. It's none of your concern. Don't let them morally blackmail you into acting rashly. If you come here, Brother Jesus, I'll hate you. Hundreds of awakened ones inside Suji ancient town started to roar madly, their expressions resolved and determined, their voices resonant. Levitating in the air, Yehya and Archibald sneered disdainfully. What use was a bunch of ants in the dense mountain forests? They suffered grave injuries, even death, but they never complained. Such heroes were now treated as ants by Yehya and Archibald, mere playthings to be slaughtered at will. Was weakness truly a sin? I truly underestimated your vicious hearts, haha. Watching everything live streamed, Fiki laughed maniacally out of anger, his eyes burning with insane killing intent. If you want me to show up, then I will. Shueyao, I will come. Ensure your safety first, and keep those awakened ones calm. I promise, they will all be safe. Fiki dialed Monika's phone and said gravely, "Tell Iran and the others not to worry about me, and..." Fiki, are you crazy? Do you really think those two are pushovers? Rare are the middle-stage cave mansion realm geniuses in China who can defeat them. At Dongting Lake, when the Gate of Heaven appeared, Yehya snatched a great opportunity from numerous sea beasts, and Archibald obtained a sword St. Binton's weapon during the Fuji Mountain revival. Even I, having advanced to the middle-stage cave mansion realm, cannot withstand their combined attack. You really think you're some sort of Brother Jesus who can defeat them? Before Monica could reply, a weak yet furious voice came through. Emmanuel, thank you for protecting them. Before then, try your best to protect my sister and those awakened ones. I'll get there as soon as possible, Fiki said gently. Then he hung up and did not answer subsequent calls. He knew these were from Burl, Lin, and others warning him not to act impulsively, to endure this momentary frustration. They advised him that without enduring small grievances, one could not accomplish great things. They hoped he wouldn't just throw his life away. But life is full of hardships one can endure. Except this insult. He couldn't bear it. He was very grateful to Sabine, who came from the Gusujiang family, blessed by the early spirit energy recovery, making her very powerful. She did not prioritize self-interest like Yehya and Archibald did. Knowing she could not win against them, she still chose to protect the awakened ones of Jincheng. However, recognizing reality was important. Living a second life, he would use his physical form to protect those he cared for. Shueyao, is your brother crazy? Is he handicapped? Inside the ancient town, injured Sabine didn't rest but walked back and forth in the room, trembling with rage and disbelief in her eyes. This is my brother. Monica pressed her lips tightly, her voice trembling. She feared Fiki would rush to his death. Having lost her parents, she didn't want to lose her only surviving brother. But when Fiki spoke with firm determination, she felt it was natural and expected. She knew that her formerly spirited brother, after 3 years of decline before the spirit energy resurgence, had returned. Her brother was that passionate, resolute, believing firmly in doing what was right regardless of obstacles. Madman, a whole family of madmen. Sabine looked at Monica in disbelief and roared angrily. Sister Emmanuel, I'm sorry. If my brother comes back and dies, please try to take me away. Monica's delicate face trembled slightly as she murmured. In that case, after I go to Gusu, I'll practice diligently to avenge him. If you can't take me away, bury my body next to my brother. Sabine looked at the stubborn Monica, momentarily unsure of what to say, and could only suppress her anger while sitting on the bed to meditate and recover. She had contacted Carl right away, hoping he could arrive as soon as possible so that they could barely hold off against Yehya together. Fiki, you brat, don't be too impulsive. Things will improve once Carl arrives. Sabine muttered in her heart, even if some Jinling awakened ones are still killed by the enraged Yehya duo, at least most people can be protected. She knew very well that even if she teamed up with Carl, they wouldn't be a match for Yehya and Archibald. But at least it would make them wary. Compared to believing that Fiki could turn the tide, she trusted Carl, also a middle-stage cave mansion realm practitioner, more. No, she believed that Fiki coming was just asking for death. She hadn't held much hope for Fiki at all. Chapter 62. A substantial gift. At the foot of a May mountain, Fiki looked towards the direction of 3 mid-stage, Den realm demonic beasts hidden deep in the dense forest who were trying their best to avoid him, his eyes resolute. Boss here. Panda Alpha grinned and handed over a piece of golden brown roasted snake meat, eagerly. Fiki gazed softly at Alpha and patted his head gently. Alpha, if I don't control you using the netherworld technique anymore, what do you plan on doing? I don't know. Alpha shook his little head vigorously, anxiously. Boss, you're not going to abandon me, right? I really didn't betray second brother. I don't know why that green snake and white snake kept attacking second brother. Please, you haven't realized your true worth yet. You're a national treasure. Taking you out for a stroll could earn us more money from donations than I can even imagine. How could I possibly abandon you? Fiki laughed. It's just that now I have to do something extremely dangerous. It would be too perilous for you and Barnaby to follow me. No matter how great the danger is, I'm sticking with you. Alpha clasped Fiki's hand with his bare paw, sincerity and determination shining in his eyes. Consider it as this foolish bear being loyal. Boss, whatever you plan to do, just go for it. We're sticking with you. This divine rat foresaw your future in the celestial phenomena last night. You're a chosen one. Following you surely has a bright future, said Barnaby, who was just moments ago injured and listless, but was now full of vigor, pretending to predict the future. It's broad daylight now. Where did you observe the celestial phenomena? Fiki smiled. I am a divine rat, with a boundless universe in my heart. Whenever I want, I can observe the celestial phenomena. Barnaby raised his head proudly. I've got the universe in my fur. Second brother once told me that the world is divided into yin and yang, and the foundation of the Taiji diagram, which represents yin and yang, is presented in black and white colors. Since I was born special, with the Taiji diagram manifesting on me, so can I also observe celestial phenomena. The gods whisper to me, saying that no matter what, following boss will be the right choice. Alpha swayed his round bottom, imitating Barnaby's tone. Fiki couldn't help but laugh. What kind of brothers did he make who acted like fake spiritual masters? But what moved him more was the genuine friendship. Some people meet countless others in their lives without ever finding true friends. But he gained two sincere brothers in such a short time, leaving him without regrets. He then shared his plans with the two animals. Given their current strength, they couldn't defeat Yehia and Dean. However, the presence of these three mid-stage, Din-realm demonic beasts in the depths of the forest made things much easier. If he could redirect disaster towards them and get these demonic beasts to fight against Yehia, while secretly attacking with the Overlord Bao, perhaps he could take down Yehia and company. Saying it was easy, but implementing it was quite difficult. Because agitating the three demonic beasts and leading them towards Suji ancient town for pursuit, then making sure they engage in battle with Yehia was no simple task. Boss, looking smart as you are, actually you're too stupid. While forming dragon arrowheads and wind patterns on his robe, Barnaby finished listening to Fiki's plan and mocked him disdainfully. Just now when we panicked, I sensed that damned old tortoise had 8 eggs. I could have just stolen them directly. That wild boar is merely a glutton. Throwing it a bag of rat feces would satisfy it enough to attack us. Fiki and Alpha watched Barnaby curiously. Barnaby continued, and that white snake wants to eat us alive anyway. As long as you didn't reveal your true form from the start, misleading them into thinking Yehia is you wouldn't be hard. Genius. A genius at drawing enmity. Looking at the casual and indifferent Barnaby, Fiki marveled inwardly. No wonder before Alyssa wanted to flay and skin Barnaby upon discovering he was Fiki's brother. This guy must have already displayed his talent for drawing enmity earlier. It's just that he failed to notice due to short-sightedness. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Barnaby casually brushed his purple hair, self-absorbedly. Who's infatuated with you? I'm just curious when the fur on your bottom will grow back. You've evolved to the Din realm stage, so why is your bottom still bald? Fiki pointed at Barnaby's bottom and chuckled. What the heck? Barnaby felt his bare bottom and was furious. That despicable boar. If I don't trick him today, I won't call myself Barnaby. To dare pluck my fur, preventing it from growing back. Fiki and Alpha exchanged amused glances. Then he asked Barnaby to cut some of his clothes into pants to cover his bald bottom. Alpha was quite excited too. He took 3 of Fiki's floral shirts, cut them into an apron, put it on himself, and asked Fiki if he looked handsome. Fiki could only laugh at this. A national treasure wearing a floral apron. What kind of commotion would this cause if it spread? He put on a windbreaker and a mask, his expression cold as he gazed at Suji ancient town, saying in a chilly voice, Yehia, Dean, I have prepared a substantial gift for you. I hope you will like it. Chapter 63, Diverting Disaster. In the depths of a dense forest, beneath a hidden cliff, an ancient broken steel exuded droplets of milk-white liquid that dripped onto the shell of an ancient 1,000-year-old turtle below. The droplets activated the mystic patterns on the turtle shell. Turtle shells had many miraculous uses. In myths, Fushi used the turtle shell to deduce the Shintan Ba primal 8 trigrams. King Wen of Zhou deduced the Book of Changes while in prison using a turtle shell. Later geomancers who traveled across China's mountains and lakes also used turtle shells to deduce the mysteries of the universe. Even the Oracle Bone script, with its infinite wonders, was carved on turtle shells, adding more mystery to this item. Mystic turtle carrying steel. Fiki gazed at the ancient steel, feeling its infinite mystique. He recalled 4 words he once read in an obscure history book, seemingly hiding extraordinary secrets. But he knew well that even if this ancient steel held some secret, it wasn't the right time to explore it. What was most important now was to risk getting the 8 turtle eggs only 2 meters away from the 1,000-year-old turtle. Jamal, don't be impulsive. Our goal is the turtle eggs. You and Beverly hide here. I'll go steal the eggs and prepare to run. Fiki warned. Jamal and Beverly nodded hurriedly, still glaring hatefully at the 1,000-year-old turtle. Just moments ago, this old turtle had ambushed them. If they hadn't been quick-witted, they wouldn't have escaped the pursuit of the old turtle, black boar, and white snake. Fiki cautiously executed the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon, raising ghostly shadows under his feet to conceal his presence as much as possible. To his surprise, the imagined difficulties did not appear. He smoothly stole the 8 turtle eggs while the old turtle remained completely at ease throughout, breathing steadily. Only as he left, the ghostly shadows rising from his feet seemed to have a mysterious connection with the ancient steel. Fiki secretly rejoiced. Perhaps the shadows condensed by the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon resonated with the steel, making this mission so smooth. He hurriedly called the 2 beasts, heading for the black wild boar's territory. He threw a foundation-laying spirit pill, infused with their blood essence, into the boar's den before dashing off. They left traces along the way, ensuring the wild boar could track them. Today was really great, roasting a green snake. Tomorrow, I'll roast a white snake. As they say, dragon meat in the sky, snake meat on the ground, truly lives up to its name. I feel full of energy. Wearing a windbreaker embroidered with dragon elephant light patterns, Fiki swung the golden roasted snake meat while overlooking the white snake's lair from across a canyon, shouting loudly, SSSSSS. The terrifying sound of the white snake flicking its tongue echoed through the air, its eyes filled with cold menace as it stared at Fiki. Human, you are dead. White smoke emanated from the white snake's body, and icy white flames spewed from its mouth, roaring. Wherever the white flames touched, plants and trees instantly turned to ice as the white snake wildly charged toward Fiki and his companions. Run! Seeing their plan succeed, Fiki shouted. Jamal quickly dropped the chopped-up roasted green snake, and the three began a frantic sprint. Along the way, Fiki cut open a wound, letting blood flow freely, leaving a trail. He also used Hellgate to lift the aura seal on the 8 turtle eggs, allowing the 1,000-year-old turtle carrying the ancient steel to sense that the eggs were missing. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the dense forest was filled with screams as the 3 demon beast kings roared crazily. My children, it was you, this ant-like human, and those 2 inferior demons, I will have your deaths. The 1,000-year-old turtle released a murderous aura, roaring furiously. The black wild boar also rushed out. After consuming the spirit pill, it felt the benefits and wanted to hunt down Fiki and eat him. Demons within the forest follow our 3 beast kings in this campaign to chase and kill the rat panda human. Seeing the 2 beast kings arrive, expressing their killing intent towards Fiki and his group, the white snake let out a piercing roar, leading the chase. Surprisingly, the 1,000-year-old turtle was not slow at all, actually being one of the fastest among the 3 beast kings. Ancient patterns on its shell glowed ominously, exuding a terrifying aura. The black wild boar charged forward recklessly, its eyes red with determination to devour Fiki and company. Many awakened wolves, tigers, and leopards stormed out of the forest like mad after learning about Fiki and his group's features from the 3 beast kings, joining the pursuit. Damn, I just wanted to poke the wasp nest lightly. How did I end up breaking it wide open? Things are bad. We need to get out of here fast. After ascending to the grotto realm, Jamal had developed purple energy wings on his back, moving quickly. Looking back at the surging tide of beasts, he cursed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen behind. In front of him, someone wearing colorful shorts was far ahead, drumming and running faster than even Fiki. This clumsy bear can do nothing but eat and run. Surprisingly professional at running and despicable, he muttered. Jamal, recalling the previous tragic experience, felt a chill down his spine and swore to run ahead of Beverly. After more than 10 minutes, they erased all traces of their passage, temporarily evading the pursuit of thousands of beast demons, and arrived outside the ancient town. Fiki asked Jamal and Beverly to wait at the outskirts of the ancient town while he went in to inform Monica and Faith to organize people for shelter. Although he would try his best to guide the beast demons to fight against Milton and the others without involving the ancient town, it was better to be cautious just in case. Soon he arrived at Monica's residence. He saw Faith glaring at the outskirts of the ancient town with a grim face, while Milton sat cross-legged in midair, eyes closed in meditation like a cloud deity. Fiki, you fool, must have been bragging. If you were coming back, you would have returned long ago. Faith sneered. Though she scolded him, she was secretly relieved that Fiki hadn't impulsively rushed back. Otherwise, he might have been killed by a casual strike from Milton and the other. Chapter 64 Blind Adoration? Monica, who had been immersed in nervousness, was about to speak when she saw Fiki in a windbreaker and excitedly rushed over to hug him. Defeated rival, you don't need to miss me this much, do you? Here I am back. Fiki smiled at the corner of his mouth, teasing her. Nina's expression froze, eyes full of disbelief, stuttering, You? Defeated rival, no need to be so surprised. Isn't it true that I'm here to turn the tide? Don't worry. As long as I'm covering for you all, no one will get hurt. Fiki said with a gentle smile. At Jinling University, Nina always boasted about surpassing him, but Fiki was too excellent, leading Nina to never achieve it. This indirectly caused Nina to have significant grievances against him, and she always spoke to Fiki with hostility. Over time, Fiki also retaliated by calling her defeated rival, which made her furious but helpless. Everyone talks big. Fiki, I warn you, if you call me a defeated rival again, I'll beat you until you're black and blue. Don't meddle in this. It won't take long for Carl to arrive. Maybe some people will die, but most can survive. Nina gritted her teeth, saying, Although Carl and I together can't defeat Paolo and others, we can at least make them wary and stop them from acting recklessly. You're only at the early stage of Cave Realm now, far from being their match. It's fine, trust me. I've prepared a heavy gift for Paolo and the rest. Fiki said confidently, After 3 years apart, you've become so powerful. As someone you could never surpass before, my strength is unimaginable to you. Egotist, Nina said hatefully. She really couldn't understand where Fiki's confidence came from, daring to speak such grand words. Right, I heard your awakened ability is very strange. It seems you get stronger whenever you feel jealous. That's indeed a unique ability. Just make sure not to be jealous of how strong I am later. Fiki laughed while teasing. Nina's face turned livid. Even thinking her awakened mysterious power was a bit bizarre. Others either sprouted wings and could travel 1,000 miles a day, or a sword would pop out from their dantian to slay demons and evil. But she became incredibly depressed whenever she felt jealous, making her training speed skyrocket as if she was naturally petty and couldn't stand seeing others better than her. Yet, when she trained, she felt this was truly the talent best suited for her. Why wouldn't she, born tough and unwilling to lose to anyone? As long as someone surpassed her, as long as they weren't overwhelmingly superior, jealousy would arise within her. Fiki dared not joke further, quickly turning serious. In a few minutes, thousands of demonic beasts will be coming here. Within 10 minutes, Shueya, organize everyone to hide in a safe place. Yueya, please try your best to protect everyone. I must go. Nina watched Fiki leave hurriedly, unable to say more, only blankly staring at his back. Could he really deal with Paolo and the others? An almost absurd idea arose in her mind, yet she thought it impossible. Planning to quickly settle everyone and then head toward the place where Fiki and Paolo would battle to help. Thousands of demonic beasts coming here? Is this even possible? There aren't nearly enough demonic beasts around Suzhou ancient town. The more she thought about it, the more she believed Fiki was talking nonsense. Yueya sis, believe in brother. He's so confident, there must be a way. Monica comforted. I'll send signals in Anwar's name to gather everyone. Better to be prepared. As you wish. Nina rolled her eyes, helplessly saying, I really don't understand why you little girl idolize him so much. Blind adoration is bad. Not just me, all Jinqing awakeners do. Otherwise, why would I use brother's name to call them? The more famous my brother, the prouder I am. Monica pouted, her eyes sparkling mischievously and proudly. Shueyao, did Anwar contact you? Did he say he has a plan to defeat Paolo? Within 10 seconds, an excited tall youth looked at Monica. Seeing Monica nod, the tall youth cheered excitedly. Anwar truly lives up to his reputation. Let's hide and see how he defeats these foes. Yes, let's hide well. With our strength, hiding properly is the best help we can offer, so we don't become leverage for Paolo to distract Anwar. 3 minutes later, hundreds of awakeners gathered here, eyes full of adoration. They believed Anwar, who created countless miracles, must have a plan after saying such things. Nina opened her lips, intending to tell these people not to be blindly confident in the egotistical Fiki, but she found herself unable to utter a single word. This kind of adoration she only had when she saw that self-proclaimed second-best warrior who had never lost to anyone, Elijah. Fiki, could he really have some tricks up his sleeve? A thick doubt arose in her heart. Yehia Slade, step forward to meet your death. As if to verify Nina's doubts, a cold voice boomed through the air like a thunderclap. On the vast blood-stained red earth, a man stood with an ancient bow on his back and a fluttering wind cloak, his hands behind him. He disdainfully gazed at Yehia and Slade, standing in midair, brimming with fighting spirit. Chapter 65 Bastards. Yehia, dressed in silver armor that emitted a dazzling light, opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with killing intent. With the ancient seal of the netherworld, he could sense the hidden essence of the netherworld within Fiki. Eben drew a samurai sword from his waist. It gleamed coldly, its dragon scale patterns flickering with a faint bloodlight, much like a fearsome weapon that only revealed its world-shattering malevolence when drinking blood. We had only a 30% chance of expecting you to show up, but it seems you are even more foolish than we imagined, actually coming here. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yehia's mouth as he said indifferently, since you've come, then die. My opportunity isn't something you can snatch. I, a samurai of Yamato, would have no regrets dying under a cherry blossom tree. But being killed by someone like you, an insignificant insect, is a great humiliation. Today, I will cleanse this humiliation for my sister. Eben's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. He said coldly, my sister cannot be humiliated by trash like you. Can we stop making empty boasts? We're fighting, not spouting nonsense. Are you too weak? Thinking what? Pervert obsessed with your sister. And you, cheap talker whose name implies falsehood. Masked Fiki said contemptuously, enough blabbering. See the arrow. Hum. He gripped the tyrant bow. After advancing into the grotto realm, the true power of the tyrant bow was fully displayed. This incomparably tyrannical ancient bow radiated boundless domineering aura. The sharpness was unparalleled, and with the vibration of the string, Fiki's momentum soared wildly. With this ancient bow in hand, the world is mine. Devon remains Devon. Last time he bent his bow to shoot birds, this time it's to shoot scoundrels. The next scene I can already imagine. Devon performs his dragon subduing technique like Jiao Feng with a speaker on stage, pressing these two pieces of trash onto the ground and rubbing them fiercely. Witnessing this scene, the awakeners clenched their fists in excitement. Devon is invincible. Devon, I know you can do it. Show that frivolous charm of yours, that dominating aura when you conquer the most beautiful women among gods and humans, and that cheap arrogance of showing off Amayuan's photos and condoms. Add a bit of composure, cripple them. 3 parts frivolous charm, 3 parts domineering aura, 3 parts cheap arrogance, and 1 part composure. Ha, the post above is talented. Are you planning to have Devon shoot those 2 scoundrels down to make medicine? Comments flooded in instantly. Although Yehia and the other had announced just half a day ago they would slaughter all awakeners in Suzhou Ancient Town to force Devon out, the people of Jincheng felt they had endured torment for years. Even if they worried Devon might lose or die, their morale could not falter. Just as Devon, who seemingly looked weaker compared to the 2, still proudly strung the bow with an arrow, vowing to stain the enemy's blood with his arrows. Sabine was deeply moved by this scene. What kind of influence must he have for people to go so wild over Fiki? If it weren't for needing to fetch 3 awakeners from far away, she might have rushed forward to fight alongside Fiki. This bow's power is very strong. Be careful. With his strength, he can probably only fire 1 arrow. After destroying this arrow, we can eliminate him. Feeling the piercing murderous aura from the tyrant bow, Yehia warned. Eben also nodded gravely, the desire to possess the tyrant bow growing in his heart. Fiki's arrow, made of century-old mulberry wood, had 4 turtle eggs tied to each. The more domineering his aura grew, the black hair danced wildly, and the peak wind lightning formation on his windcoat shimmered with runes, making Fiki appear like a descended tyrant. I have a bow that slaughters all enemies in the world. Fiki's eyes were cold as he roared. Whoosh whoosh. The century-old mulberry wood arrows flew off the drawn bow, bursting through the air explosively. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. When Yehia's silver armor emitted maximum brilliance, creating absolute defense, and Eben raised his sword ready to slash the arrow with his strongest strike, the century-old mulberry wood arrows were shattered by powerful energy vibrations near the 2 men, and the 8 turtle eggs were instantly crushed by the overwhelming auras released by the 2 men. The clear egg whites and deep yellow yolks splattered onto Yehia and Eben, freezing their expressions. They never imagined things would turn out this way. I have 8 turtle eggs, giving each of you 4, combining you both into bastards. Fiki laughed wildly. Do you know why I didn't place all 8 eggs on one person? Because you aren't worthy enough. None of you individually deserve the title of bastard. Immediately after, Fiki began to flee frantically, rushing into the dense forest at the end of the wilderness. Fury, endless rage filled their chests, causing the 2 to use violent energy to shake off the shattered turtle eggshells stuck to their bodies. Kill! The enraged Yehia and Eben roared, their auras surging to the most frenzied point. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. The Awakeners stood frozen in place, while Sabine's mouth hung open, unsure how to react. Sabine felt mixed emotions. So this is where your confidence comes from, Fiki? You shoot out 8 turtle eggs, curse someone as a bastard, and then run away? The live stream fell silent. Even the internet geniuses couldn't describe their feelings upon seeing this scene. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, wild beast roars echoed through the air. Thousands of demonic beasts emerged from the dense forest, their eyes filled with bloodlust and madness. Boss, save me. The first to run out was naturally Panda Alpha, who had been pushed out by Hua Hua to attract fire. He ran towards Yehia and the other who were chasing Fiki, crying out tremulously. In an instant, everyone saw an even more bizarre scene. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, pandas, which experts had confirmed as extinct national treasures, now appeared again. One of them, no less. And it was a national treasure wearing colorful shorts that covered his round, plump bottom, with thousands of awakened demonic beasts trailing behind. Among them, 3 emitted boundless ferocity. A snake, a pig, and a turtle coming from 3 directions to lead the demonic beasts. Yehia, whom Alpha called boss, stared back with deep-seated hatred, his killing intent overwhelming. Chapter 66. Please don't bully the pig. Damn bastard Bakaira. By now, Randall could not possibly be unaware that this was Fiki who had taken refuge in the dense forest and was framing them. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Now he couldn't stop imagining Fiki boldly shooting 2 arrows to splatter 8 turtle eggs onto them. Bastard, you killed my offspring and dared to insult me. I will have all of you killed, the 1,000-year-old tortoise bellowed with even greater rage. The 8 eggs were what he had laid and nurtured with care. Now not only had they been killed by the 2, their bodies were tainted with the scent of his offspring. To add insult to injury, they called him a bastard tortoise, which was simply unbearable. These are the ones who did it. Even when masked, I could sense the unique aura of those special pills. The boar king's nose is sharper than a dog's. Kill them. The black wild boar's tusks gleamed with bloody red light as he spoke greedily. Originally hiding their cultivation levels, no wonder they dared to kill my kinley. Even if you 2 are both middle-stage cave realm cultivators today, you must die. The white snake's body emitted surging white smoke, turning into ice flames that attacked Yehia and Randall fiercely. Roaring. In an instant, numerous beasts unable to yet speak human language roared, stamping the solid earth so hard it sank. In their eyes, looking at Yehia and Randall was nothing but greed. Though they didn't have high intelligence, they instinctively sensed that Yehia and Randall were blood-rich. Just eating a piece of their flesh would make them evolve to stronger realms. Moreover, seeing the dead bodies of the beasts surrounding the Suji ancient town that Yehia and the other had killed made them feel an icy chill. These were their blood kin. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't there some misunderstanding? We were framed and truly have no grievances with any of you. Randall's handsome face was now frozen with a cold demeanor. He wished to tear apart the person in Windbreaker who had framed them. Offering 3 7-color swan feathers sincerely, he said, "These are the most precious 3 feathers from the mid-stage cave realm 7-color swan I killed earlier. Offered to you as a token of sincerity. How about that? Luciana, my Luciana." Staring at the 3 feathers, sorrow clouded the beast's eyes. Roaring mournfully, he screamed, "You didn't kill Kinley's snake, and yet you killed even my Luciana. I'll have you die. Luciana, we met when the clouds and mist over Mount Amay were at their most splendid, never expecting this farewell would be one of life and death. Die." After speaking, the tusks of the black wild boar burst into black flames, charging towards Yehia and Randall. "What did you randomly pick up?" Yehia glared at Randall angrily. Why did he choose the relics of the beast loved by the black wild boar? Randall looked innocent. It never occurred to him that a wild boar would have anything to do with the proud 7-color swans. Love between a wild boar and a swan? Impossible. Elder brother, why fear? Didn't you say that once they leave their territory and lose the geographical advantage, even if you were handicapped, you could exterminate the bastards, the small wild boar and the little white snake? Panda Douglas ran quickly behind Yehia and Randall, shouting, "As your follower, rest assured, I will cheer for you in the back. Isn't it said, a warrior can turn 3,000 miles of battles into triumph with just 1 sword? Only a few thousand beasts, merely needing more slashes for you guys." Bang bang bang. Douglas stood still, taking out a pale yellow drumstick to beat on a war drum. Immediately, rousing war drum sounds filled the air, bolstering Yehia and Randall's fighting spirit while weakening the enemies. Yehia's face turned sallow, watching the panda enthusiastically beating the drum and swinging its large bottom in rhythm. He clearly knew this panda had been digging a pit for them since the start but couldn't utter a single word, because the maddened wild boar, white snake, and old tortoise had surrounded them attacking frenziedly. What's going on? Our national treasure is doing what? Could it be that our national treasure really joined Yehia and the others? Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene. Things changed too fast, leaving them somewhat bewildered. I think this might be Anwar's doing. That panda is his pet beast. Earlier, he asked me to gather everyone here, saying thousands of beasts would come and I should hide well. Sabine's beautiful eyes sparkled. After pondering, she opened her mouth. Misdirecting trouble. This term surfaced in her mind. Whether the beast horde or Yehia Dua were enemies of Fiki, letting them fight each other undoubtedly was the best choice. But saying it was easy. Actually achieving it was exceedingly difficult. She couldn't figure out what means Fiki had used to make the 3 great beast kings want to kill him like mad. All while they didn't know his identity from start to finish. Otherwise, the 3 great beast kings wouldn't have mistakenly thought that either Yehia or Randall was Fiki. Eldest sister Emmanuel, now you must be jealous again. After everyone learned the truth, they cheered. Monica squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly, saying, "It's good if you're jealous. This way, your cultivation speed will increase. I suddenly envy your mysterious ability to become stronger through jealousy. It's too fast." Sabine glared at Monica in anger, wanting to refute but unable to do so. That was a national treasure. Even though it was wearing patched-up flower shorts, it was still a national treasure. Who wouldn't be jealous of having a national treasure around? Who dared to say they weren't jealous? The show has just begun. I never expected that after spending half a day with unreliable Huang, even Douglas, who couldn't even speak clearly before, could recite ancient poems. Fiki hid in the dark, smiling and muttering. The Overlord bow shimmered with silver light, and the dragon arrow was already on the string. Chapter 67. The Monkey Steals the Peach. And I adore you, Susacia. Leighton, surrounded by the Black Wild Boar King and hundreds of beast demons, managed to slay over a dozen demons but also suffered numerous wounds. He shouted this as he fought. The legendary sword from the great Yamato nation's mythical sword saint, Benton, released brilliant sword light with an invincible aura. The silver ritual sword now seemed to twinkle like stars, each star breaking and causing a terrifying shockwave that momentarily stunned the beasts. The endless sword light infused with meteors slaughtered the beasts en masse, kicking up dust and staining the earth red. The resilient skin of the black wild boar fighting frenziedly against Leighton was now covered in countless sword marks, blood streaming profusely. After executing this move, Leighton's face turned deathly pale, panting heavily. Whoosh! A familiar arrow whizzed through the air, the green dragon arrow arriving right before Leighton's chest. Facing such life-threatening danger, Leighton reacted at his utmost speed, trying to knock the arrow away with his treasure sword. But he underestimated the arrow's power, only managing to deflect it slightly. The arrow, laced with green snake venom and armor-piercing patterns, pierced through his shoulder. Thud! The tremendous force sent Leighton plummeting from the sky, landing astride the heavily wounded Boar King instead of falling into a deep pit. The intense visual impact made even the awakened beings miles away in Suzhou Town shudder, feeling a chill down their spines, as if they heard eggs cracking. Roar! 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 The Boar King started to wildly thrash, trying to dislodge the human on its back. For a moment, Leighton could only hold his sword in one hand, while grabbing the Boar King's ear with the other, running along the desolate yellow earth. Brother Chiyoda, why do you bully pigs? Fiki, using the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon, teleported forward to pick up the dragon arrow and glided above Leighton, who had destroyed his statue and vowed to kill him, smirking coldly. Brother Devon. Hatred filled Leighton's eyes, as everything that had befallen him was due to Fiki. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Fiki hovered above him, not daring to make any extra moves. After all, the mid-cave realm wild boar beneath him wasn't exactly docile. Beast demons were naturally more robust than humans. Any misstep from Leighton would result in the Boar King flinging him off. Barnaby, assist me. Fiki smiled coldly. Barnaby, who had vanished for a long time, reappeared under Fiki with purple wings sprouting from his back. Fiki activated Dragon Subduing Skill, his dragon arm scales glowing with 99 dragon elephant light patterns, increasing his strength manifold. Dragon Subduing Skill, Great Compassion Dragon Elephant Palm. A golden dragon erupted from between Fiki's palms, its claws morphing into a giant hand that slapped down towards Leighton. The Dragon Subduing Skill comprised claw techniques and palm techniques, and after advancing to the second level, Fiki could now use both. One palm strike, subduing thousands. Kill. Leighton mustered all his remaining strength to slash violently with his sword, intending to slay Fiki, who was perched on Barnaby's back, executing the Great Compassion Dragon Elephant Palm. However, he still underestimated the palm's power. The dragon elephant illusion surged forward, knocking his formidable treasure sword away and slamming forcefully into his head. A powerful backlash from the blow left Fiki staggered, abandoning thoughts of finishing off Leighton in the process. Indeed, these super geniuses, who gained opportunities first during the awakening of spiritual energy, were no pushovers. Even though Fiki knocked Leighton off the Boar King, his palm was now covered in tiny cuts, blood spurting out. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, the effect of this palm strike was astonishingly good. Thrown off, Leighton was trampled repeatedly by the enraged Boar King's hooves, distorting his face beyond recognition. Not to mention the rest of his body, with ribs caved in. Most horrifyingly, the Boar King's fiercest kick struck Leighton's groin. An ear-splitting, heart-wrenching scream echoed from his mouth, startling the resting birds within Suzhou Town, making them fly chaotically in fright. Barnaby again. Alpha, beat the war drum, condense the battle spirit, enhance my power. Dragon Elephant Cave appear. Devour the energies of life and death, stain it with demon blood, bend the bow to slay all foes. Thunderous drums resonated as Fiki's savage battle spirit intensified. The Dragon Elephant Cave devoured all the vitality of the earth, causing fissures to appear, leaving no trace of life. The frantic operation of hell consumed large amounts of death energy spawned by fallen beast demons, granting Fiki unprecedented power. His beast blood and his own fresh blood soaked the tyrant bow, as he aimed an arrow at Yehia, who was fiercely battling the white snake and the old tortoise. Whoosh! The dragon arrow flew through space, arriving at the most intense part of the battle. During the fierce battle, Yehia sensed a lethal threat, his pupils contracting violently as he stared in disbelief at the dragon arrow flying toward his throat. Buzz! He supported the ancient underworld seal in his hand, releasing endless death energy. The souls of long-dead awakened beings and demon beasts were refined into flames, forming a green dragon gate above his head. The dragon's roar echoed through the 9 heavens, as a green dragon emerged from the green-scaled dragon gate. The green dragon blazed with intense flames, determined to devour the dragon arrow. But could the hastily formed burning fire green dragon block the dragon arrow shot from the tyrant bow? The arrow weakened significantly but still pierced through the green dragon, heading straight for Yehia's throat. At the critical moment, Yehia stepped on the white snake's body, jumping upward, trying to use the hardness of the ancient underworld seal to block the dragon arrow. It was still too late. The dragon arrow penetrated his ribs, the bone-piercing toxin causing his face to turn ghastly pale, spitting out black blood. Green dragon carries the ancient gate, annihilate. Yehya's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as the green dragon gate emitted a dazzling green light. The ancient underworld seal absorbed vast amounts of death energy, greatly increasing his strength as he roared. The initial stage, cave realm demon beasts surrounding him fell one by one, while he fled with his weakened body. Even the white snake and the 1,000-year-old tortoise could only look at his escaping figure with resentment. The suppression from the green dragon ancient gate had left them gravely injured. Fiki was incredibly weak, wanting to capture and kill Yehya but powerless to do so. He knew that attempting it might result in his own counter-killing, recognizing that Yehya still had some strength left. Monkey steals the peach. Guanyin sits on the lotus. Dragon drill. Old man pushes the cart. Just then, behind Yehya appeared a panda as nimble as a monkey, its big bottom swinging, wearing flowered shorts flapping in the wind, shouting amidst the thunderous war drums. Chapter 68. There's nothing an arrow can't solve. Bang bang bang. Panda Beverly swung its thick paws from below, striking Yehya's vital area. Then a series of the 36 heavenly demon techniques were unleashed. Most eye-catching was the move where the bare paw pinched the lotus finger, descending like an earthly bodhisattva. Sitting squarely on Yehya's distorted face from the pain in his vital area, Yehya's piercing roar echoed through the air. 36 heavenly demon techniques, done and dusted. After finishing the combo, Panda Beverly solemnly said, "The situation is bad, let's get out of here quick." Then it didn't pay any more attention to the tragic Yehya lying in the pit, but rushed over to carry the weakened Fiki and Jamal, fleeing frantically. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools, you got fooled. They are scapegoats, come and fight me if you dare. Come at me. Old tortoise, white snake, and all you beasts. I am the chosen one. Eating me will grant you boundless fortune. Kill me, ha ha ha. I often marvel at how much heaven favors me, making me so outstanding. I just want to tell everyone present this. Being invincible really is lonely. If heaven hadn't given us brother Jesus, Cheap Tao would have lingered for eternity." Standing on Douglas's shoulder while running madly, Fiki shouted loudly towards thousands of beast spirits and the critically injured Yehya and Zeke. "Kill him." Blood splattered everywhere as the heavily wounded white snake, old tortoise, and wild boar king, who received another stab after being injured, roared in anger, realizing they had been tricked. They deeply regretted not recognizing the ambush when Zeke was struck by the dragon arrow. But back then, they were all crazily fighting, paying no heed to anyone else's battles. Tramp tramp tramp. Countless beast spirits ran madly into the dense forest under the leadership of the 3 beast kings. "Brother Jesus, if you don't die, even chasing you to the end of the world, or until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, our Qianyi family will still dismember you," Zeke venomously stated. "Brother Jesus? You've gained my attention." Yehya's face turned ghostly pale, like a demon from the underworld, snarling, "If I ever find out who you are, I'll wipe out your entire clan." Soon after, with heavy injuries and fearfully looking toward the direction of Suzhou ancient town, they awkwardly and quickly fled away. "If these bastards ran slower, I'd go out and cripple them for sure." Sabine humphed and laughed. However, she found that everyone around her looked stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief, and the live stream was eerily quiet. "Dude, slap me hard. Do I dream? Did Brother Jesus win? We won. Brother Jesus crippled those 2 arrogant dogs. Pandas know Kung Fu. No one can stop them. I remember Kung Fu Panda wore flower shorts, and only Brother Jesus can dress our national treasure like that. Goddess Guanyin sits on a lotus. Monkey steals the peach. My goodness, what did I see? Give me a moment to process. Everything happened too fast, like a tornado, and I can barely catch up." Brother Jesus displayed his might, bending the bow and crippling Yehya and Zeke. The great swordsman of Japan, Zeke, bullied pigs and rode one intending to conquer, but Brother Jesus struck him down with one palm, letting the wild boar trample on him wildly, and I vaguely heard the sound of castration. Mentioning the sound of castration, I think I also heard Yehya's scream. The first strike by the Kung Fu Panda was a monkey steals peach, making his heart cold and crushed. Otherwise, how could these 2 bastards walk femininely as they left, colloquially known as old bitches? Wasn't the palm method used by Brother Jesus the legendary palm of Buddha, used by Star-Lord? My guess is the palm of Buddha. Star-Lord stood on flying eagles, and Brother Jesus stood on the purple-winged divine rat, both having similar effects. And that aroused wild boar. Nowadays wolves falling for sheep isn't news, but a wild boar falling for a swan is. Thank you, Brother Jesus. It's because of you we refreshed our views, seeing the love of wild boars, real turtle bastards, and white snakes becoming spirits like Bai Suzhen, along with 2 miserable failures who got castrated. Brother Jesus, what you say is right, your invincibility, we don't understand. You must be very lonely, hoping you continue this path of loneliness. Heaven didn't give us Brother Jesus, leaving cheap Tao to dominate forever. Your meanness being the most brilliant scenery of my life. In this world, only Brother Jesus can claim invincibility. Who else dares to challenge? Those who wish to challenge him should prepare in advance and think about their own fate. Will they be tricked and killed, or be trampled by a wild boar, or have their eggs exploded by the Kung Fu Panda? There are many fates for you to choose from. Of course, if you have more despicable and perverted requests, I believe Brother Jesus can also fulfill you. For a moment, the awakened ones inside Suzhou ancient town were excited with flushed faces, turning into keyboard warriors, expressing their most genuine thoughts. Online gurus even examined the video that recorded everything frame by frame, continuously exclaiming praises. Looking at such crazy people, Sabine finally realized what these people had been amazed at before. Fiki, like a god descending, saved all the awakened ones with his own strength, reversing the tide, which was why they were so pleasantly surprised. Most importantly, every time Fiki appeared, he was so magnificent. Even the national treasure panda, supposedly extinct, obeyed his command. What kind of charisma did he possess? Somehow, a familiar emotion surfaced in her heart. It was jealousy towards Fiki. She thought that after she awakened first and surpassed Fiki in strength, She would never envy him again. Thinking back now, it seemed she had overthought everything. She didn't want to feel this way. Jealousy made her stronger, but she least wanted to envy Fiki. After all, during her 4 years at Jinling University, she had already envied him. But how could she control the rise of jealous feelings? Chapter 69. Are you jealous today? Jincheng was once again abuzz with the name, Jesus Brother. Countless people setting off fireworks after the battle. For a moment, fireworks lit up Jincheng, creating a unique and beautiful scene. From now on, who would dare say that Jincheng has no outstanding talents? Yehia and Randall, these two prodigies who received supreme blessings at the first place where spiritual energy revived, were now reduced to this miserable state because they dared to provoke Jesus Brother. Pandas. Those are pandas. Why does this little brother Yi have such good luck? I don't accept this. In the villa of Mountain Water Manor, Alyssa complained resentfully. But isn't it Jesus Brother, also my big brother? Being awesome is quite normal for him. But I really can't admire Fiki's taste. Giving National Treasures floral pants. Does he want floral pants to become the latest trend? Lisette said proudly, but shook her head in disdain over Fiki's taste. Humph, when he comes to Gusu, I will make sure to exhaust him, treat him like a slave. And those pandas, they must appear in my movies too. I want to take a series of photos on the panda's back, to commemorate my fleeting youth. Alyssa sniffed and murmured to herself. In the dense forest beneath Mount Amay, severely injured Yehia and Randall did not tend to their wounds right away, but stared straight at their phones. Their phones kept vibrating nonstop as news items popped up on the screens, unable to be turned off. Because since the revival of spiritual energy, bizarre events had occurred one after another, making it impossible for everyone's phones to block urgent news or live broadcasts. When they saw screenshots of their miserable appearances being widely circulated by internet users, their heartfelt anger caused their internal injuries to flare up, causing them to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Back then, they stood arrogantly in midair, treating Jincheng's awakened ones as mere ants, capable of killing them at will, forcing Jesus Brother to appear using the lives of these people as leverage. In their eyes, Jesus Brother was nothing more than a clown easily disposed of. They wanted to snatch the treasures from him. But now, they had been tricked into such miserable situations, their physical condition deteriorating drastically, despite their minds telling them to stop watching, knowing that continuing would only further infuriate them. Their fingers couldn't resist scrolling through the screen, wanting to see just how much they had been vilified. Brother Chinya, why do you bully pigs? Such a voice came from Randall's phone. The image showed Randall holding a pig's ear with one hand and swinging his sword with the other, deliberately screenshot to look as ugly as possible. Then, wearing his wind coat, Fiki mysteriously appeared and teased him. Next came the scene of him being knocked down, trampled by wild boar hooves, ending up with a bruised and swollen face. Monkey steals peach, Guanyin sits on lotus. 36 heavenly demonic moves done. While on Yehia's phone, the dynamic video showed him panicking and being beaten by a drum-beating panda named Alpha, finishing with the legend of 36 heavenly demonic moves. At the end, Alpha elegantly flicked its head. What made them tremble with rage was that a specialized video analyst on Jincheng livestream began dissecting the fight into 81 parts, saying he would carefully analyze it over 81 days, detailing the inner thoughts of Yehia and Randall during the battle. They could imagine their miserable videos, GIFs, and analyzed clips becoming the go-to expressions for Jincheng residents in daily conversations. People might ask, Brother Chinya, are you still bullying pigs today? Does Yehia dare to provoke a kung fu panda? Do you need another round of the 36 heavenly demonic moves? Yehia and Randall shook their heads frantically, trying hard not to dwell on these thoughts, but the image of Fiki in his wind coat remained imprinted in their minds, turning into a terrifying nightmare that would haunt them forever. They roared wildly, trying to vent their frustration. After Sabine and Monica organized the return of many awakened ones to Jincheng, Jamal, who consumed the least energy in the battle, appeared before the two girls. Shuiao sister, call me big brother too, and I'll buy you candy. Jamal put his hands behind his back, pretending to be a sage, solemnly stating. Hearing this, Monica couldn't help but smile, marveling at how the rat next to her brother was just as playful and eccentric as in the videos, but she still obediently replied, big brother too. That's right, you're much smarter than that dumb bear. Here's the foundational spirit pill for you, Iran and Yunyan. It can help you three beauties build a strong foundation. Jamal, with an old air, patted Monica's head with his rodent paw, smiling. Monica happily accepted the bottle containing the pills and quickly thanked him. The boss said he will come to Gusu to find you after he finishes his business. You should go to Gusu first and don't worry about here. Yunyan and I will help him handle everything. Those who offend Jincheng will be punished, no matter how far they are. Jamal continued. Monica nodded repeatedly. Though she couldn't see her brother during the farewell, she knew he was doing important things. She whispered, second brother, tell my brother that I will be very well behaved in Gusu and work hard to cultivate, hoping to fight alongside you one day. She understood that Fiki knew very well about her, Lin's, and Alyssa's affection for Jincheng, so he specifically asked Jamal to pass on these words. I look forward to the day when Snow Yao can fight alongside us. I have a unique skill called 36 heavenly demonic moves. When the time comes, I will teach it to you. Jamal nodded solemnly and said mysteriously, this skill I didn't even teach the boss, only taught that silly bear, just to attract fire and take damage. Teaching you is different. It's for your self-defense. Second brother is very kind and will never betray you. Thank you, second brother. Monica's mouth twitched. She had witnessed Jamal's mystical 36 heavenly demonic moves with her own eyes. It could only be described as extraordinarily impressive, but not suitable for girls to practice, so she smiled awkwardly. This must be the beautiful Emmanuel? Jamal turned around excitedly and smiled at Sabine. What? Fiki still remembers me? I thought he had forgotten me. I went through all the trouble to travel 1,000 miles just to pick up his sister. Sabine smiled insincerely. The boss's exact words were. Jamal paused deliberately halfway through, waiting until Sabine grew curious and leaned in to listen before continuing. A defeated enemy? Are you jealous today? Chapter 70 Go to Hell. Snap. In an instant, the teacup in Sabine's hand shattered as she clenched it, her face contorted with extreme anger. Let me add a side note. Beautiful Emmanuel, God says that envying those who are superior is a human instinct. Your talent for jealousy is a gift, but don't overdo it. The more agitated and envious you become, the more harmful it is to your body. Barnaby seemed oblivious to Sabine's fury and continued, for example, prolonged jealousy can cause hormonal imbalance, increase testosterone levels, and lead to excessive hair growth. That would be quite unsightly. Thud. Sabine could no longer control her emotions and kicked Barnaby away. Tell that bitch Fiki to go to hell. Sabine's face was dark, fists clenched as she spat out angrily. It seems you already have hormonal imbalances. Jealousy is an illness, and you're beyond saving. Barnaby hurriedly got up, murmuring, oh right, the boss told me not to reveal to Carl that he's brother Jesus. Now he can't beat Carl yet, and it'd be embarrassing. Off I go. Monica watched as Sabine remained in her furious state long after Barnaby left, sighing inwardly at how none of her brother's associates were easygoing. Emmanuel, are there any casualties here? I saw news that the crisis here has been resolved. Were you injured before? Have you recovered? After a while, Carl arrived, then looked at Monica. Shuayao, right? That guy Fiki often mentions you. Tell him I look forward to being his rival when he becomes stronger. To be honest, I used to envy him a lot. He has such financial talent and a great sister. Monica respectfully greeted Carl, signaling him not to mention Fiki anymore since even slightly calmed down Sabine turned grim again upon hearing Fiki's name. Emmanuel, are you seriously hurt? Why do you look so terrible? Carl also noticed this change and asked concernedly. Get lost. Sabine roared in anger. She knew that Carl had always seen Fiki as a rival, and with Monica present, Carl kept mentioning Fiki, which triggered her uncontrollable rage. We're classmates and close friends. Is this really necessary? I came all the way to save you guys. Carl was utterly confused and fled quickly as he saw Sabine's expression worsen, muttering, a woman's heart is like the bottomless sea indeed. Best to leave now. Maybe her hormonal imbalance from the injury is getting worse. They both came from Gusu and had once been overshadowed by Fiki at Jinling University, sharing a similar plight, so their relationship was good. Even with Sabine's treatment, Carl wasn't angry. Smash. Sabine angrily threw another cup, scaring Carl into running away immediately. Hormonal imbalance my ass. May your whole family have it, Sabine cursed hatefully. Monica could only smile bitterly, too afraid to say anything. She definitely has hormonal imbalance. Otherwise, why hate Fiki for no reason? I'll go check where Brother Jesus fought against the group. He's quite remarkable. The distant Carl concluded. Unbeknownst to him, this moment of fury made Sabine laugh. Ha, looks like I'm not the only one hurt. When you find out that Fiki is Brother Jesus, you'll probably be even more jealous. Seeing the drastic change in Sabine's mood, Monica sighed inwardly. Jealousy truly is a disease that has driven Sabine mad. The turmoil was far from over. Everyone found out that communication between Jingxing and the outside world had been restored, allowing contact with people across China. However, just as they excitedly tried reaching out to relatives and friends outside Jingxing, a message co-signed by Yehia and Slade sent their hearts plummeting. From today onward, the Qianyi clan of Japan and the Yi family of Jinling have issued a death warrant for Brother Jesus. All those associated with him will be killed. One day later, Sheridan of the Qianyi clan and Colm of the Yi family will lead elite forces into Mauname to exterminate Brother Jesus. Anyone who dares to assist Brother Jesus will face sanctions from the two clans. Sheridan, a renowned genius of the Qianyi clan, stronger than Slade, said to be one of the heirs. Her mother belongs to Western financial tycoons, having awakened Western dragon bloodline, extremely powerful. Colm, an elder master of the Yi family, practicing Xingyi Quan for 50 years. After the awakening of spirit energy, he reached the late-stage cave abode realm. Can Brother Jesus hold on this time? Everyone became tense all at once. Brother Jesus, when reinforcements from the two families arrive, hiding in these vast mountains and forests won't help. You'll die horribly. Slade screamed maniacally. If he hides in Jingxing, we cannot violate Lord Elijah's order and enter Jingxing to kill him. Yehia's pupils constricted, and then he said fiercely, issue another order in the names of the two great families. If Brother Jesus dares to return to Jingxing, from now on, anyone who leaves the city will be left without a single survivor by the two great families, making sure that those who leave have no place to bury their bodies. He sneered inwardly. Isn't Brother Jesus the idol of everyone in Jingxing? Do you still dare to go back? This was an open scheme. Even if the people of Jingxing temporarily accepted Brother Jesus's return to the city, could those people endure the agony of never being able to leave Jingxing again? Yehia firmly believed that all humans are selfish, with no exceptions. He could guarantee that as long as Brother Jesus returned to Jingxing, he would ensure Brother Jesus's reputation would be utterly ruined. Afterward, he would seize the greatest opportunity on Mauname and send family loyalists to quietly eliminate Brother Jesus. No matter how Brother Jesus responded, whether or not he returned to Jingxing to seek refuge, his fate was already sealed. Chapter 71. Fame spreads across China. As Yehia's order was issued, China was in an uproar. The Jinling family and the Dahan nation's Thousand Leaf clan have really gone too far. Isn't this blatantly denying Coat Brother any chance to live? What can we do? Nowadays, financial magnates and ancient martial families are becoming increasingly powerful. The kings of beasts from places like Kunlun Mountain, Taihang Mountain, Mount Tai, and Dongting Lake, as well as old monsters and major families like the Yi family, exist. Although Lord Warjiao can suppress the entire martial world alone, he can only ensure the safety of people within cities. It's impossible for him to completely stop the killing. The Jinling Yi family and the Dahan nation's Thousand Leaf clan, you underestimate us Jinxing residents too much. Using such a vile statement to force Coat Brother out of returning to Jinxing is a big mistake. Coat Brother is an idol of our Jinxing people, and we will not hold a grudge against them. When we grow stronger, I assure you that someone from Shu region, known for producing many swordsmen over the centuries, will fly a sword and exterminate your two families. Right? Jinxing will always welcome Coat Brother. We've been through worse hardships. What use are threats from two mediocre families? Just who is this Coat brother? Why are the people of Jincheng so supportive of him? Answer me online. In other regions just connected with Jincheng, most people didn't know who Coat brother was, but the Yi family of Jinling and the Thousand Leaf clan of Dahan were well known, thus sparking widespread discussion. What good does it do for a mob to support Coat brother? He will surely die at the hands of elder brother Yehia. A small man's success is only fleeting. Only a peerless hero like elder brother Yehia can dominate the world. Just as the Jincheng residents were fervently declaring to all of China that they would forever welcome their heroic Coat brother back, Alessandra of the Southwest Corpse Driving Sect posted on Weibo, the largest information exchange platform in China. Our Corpse Driving Sect orders a joint boycott with the Yi family and the Thousand Leaf clan against Coat brother. If he dares return to Jincheng, from now on, anyone leaving Jincheng will meet a gruesome death, reduced to walking corpses under our control. The Corpse Driving Sect, which had nearly vanished in China, re-emerged brilliantly after the resurgence of Spirit Qi. Historically, the authentic Corpse Driving Sect originated from Western Hunan, but nowadays no corpse drivers appear there. Instead, the branch that migrated to the southwestern region has become very powerful. It was said that its founding ancestor obtained a legendary ancient corpse from the Qinling Mountains during the Spirit Qi resurgence, an ancient corpse from the pre-Qin era that once fought with Shane, the war god of China. Although defeated, the ability to escape from Shane attested to the profound power of the Corpse Driving Sect. More crucially, the Corpse Driving Sect, situated in the southwest, could seal off Jincheng more effectively than outsiders like the Thousand Leaf clan and the Yi family of Jinling. It seems that the rumor about the large-scale intermarriage between the young members of the Corpse Driving Sect and the Yi family of Jinling is true. Otherwise, Alessandra wouldn't have spoken up to support Yehia immediately. Poor mysterious Coat brother. What exactly did he do to have three famous families chase after him like this, causing such a commotion? I should thoroughly investigate everything about this Coat brother. Even if his fate is sealed, any commoner daring to stand against the current financial magnates and ancient martial families must have some legendary aspect. The addition of the Corpse Driving Sect to the campaign to completely exterminate Coat brother was undoubtedly a shocking event, making countless people curious about the mysterious Coat brother. Coat brother, get ready to be hunted. Jincheng's idol? Ha, to me, you're ultimately just an ant. Yehia sneered viciously. Slade also looked excited, as if envisioning the scene of torturing and killing Coat brother. In the woods below a May mountain, above a pond where purple mist rose, Fiki, bare-chested, had his dragon scales solidify while his dragon wings grew even more ethereal, emitting an imposing aura. This battle had strengthened his power. At this moment, the might of the Overlord Bao became evident. After understanding the situation, Fiki couldn't help but sneer. Though despicable, this method was indeed the most effective. Returning to Jincheng would ruin his reputation. Not returning would mean waiting to be hunted down and killed by them. Seeing the official Weibo account of Jincheng calling for him to return, with hundreds of thousands of supportive comments below, he smiled in relief. This world was worth protecting no matter what because of these lovable people. These people deserve to be protected. What should we do? Eric scratched his ears anxiously. Of course, we fight back. We three brothers aren't made of clay. Fiki smiled and then nodded at Eric, both man and beast focusing their gaze on Roundy, excitedly waiting for Fiki to speak. Roundy subconsciously covered his chest and retreated, saying weakly, "Boss, second brother, what are you planning? Last time you looked at me like this, you took my blood essence. It can't be good again. Little Roundy, you still don't understand your uniqueness. All our hard work sometimes isn't as effective as your coquettish antics." Fiki rubbed Panda Roundy's head, grinning. Roundy felt a chill run down his back and trembled. Fiki's current appearance was too creepy, as if he were about to sell him into a bear den. Half a minute later, the live streaming account, Jesus Brother, uploaded a post to Jincheng. It contained only one GIF and two videos. In the GIF, Fiki sat on a blue stone slab, while before him, wearing floral shorts and sunglasses, Panda Roundy offered a cigar diligently, captioned, "Offering a cigarette to the big boss." Roundy's shorts had a note attached, "Slade, why do you bully pigs? Instead, you got kicked in the balls by the pork trotter. Here, sending you a song called Liang Liang. Anyway, you and your sister have a deformed love. Now that she's dead, you castrate yourself to show deep love for her. What a touching story. Our three brothers send you 365 blessings." Below it read, "Yehia, there are new ways to innovate the 36 heavenly demon arts. Want another round of torture? After all, your name is Yehia, literally meaning capable but soft. Without being castrated you can't conquer Alessandra. Perhaps another beating will give you the ability to make Alessandra sing conquer. If that doesn't work, here are 4 tortoise eggs to make up a set of Turtle Son of a Turtle. Still not convinced? I'm selling medicine. Here are 2 bottles of Viagra, free of charge." The 2 videos continuously replayed compilations of Yehia and Slade being trampled by pigs and having tricks played on them by pandas and monkeys during the battle. Chapter 72. You want a splendid Willian? I'll give you one. Ha ha ha, true to his name, Brother Devon, responding so strongly and swiftly. 2 trash bins don't deserve to challenge him. Handing cigarettes to the great figure, this panda is too adorable. Wearing sunglasses and flowered shorts, waggling its big bottom, effortlessly saying 2 sentences that mock Ariv and Randall for being trash in every word. Siblings from Gene City, push this post onto Weibo's trending list so those who don't know Brother Devon can see what truly happened. In an instant, people from Gene City went wild. No matter when or where, they would always support their idol, Brother Devon. Before, both the Chinya family and the Nanjing Yi family had silenced all news, preventing any video of Brother Devon from being uploaded. Now that he has responded and with everyone joining hands, no matter how strong the 2 families were, they couldn't suppress the information anymore. Carl and Sabine kept forwarding the news using their influence. Videos and edited images flooded the internet under the title Brother Devon's Update, immediately making it to Weibo's top 10 trending topics and showing signs of rising even further. What's going on here? Is this an endangered national treasure panda? The big shot being handed a cigarette by a panda, None other than the world-renowned Brother Devon from Gene City? He looks pretty stylish, accepting the cigarette. His eyes show 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts hesitation, 3 parts coldness, and 1 part arrogance. I am now a fan, ready to give birth to his children. Yes, me too. This way, I could touch the panda. Although Brother Devon dresses the panda in tacky shorts, as a fashion designer, I can improve their taste. Brother Chinya, why do you bully pigs? Have you been kicked by a big pig trotter between your legs? I thought it was just a joke, but it turns out to be true. Brother Randall, could you tell us the feeling of riding a pig that rides back? Yehya, named after Kalang, haha. No wonder there wasn't a single pain when the Kung Fu Panda monkey stole peaches while covered in shining silver armor. It seems he was already unable to feel anything. The 36 heavenly devil techniques are indeed deadly moves. Monkey steals peaches, dragon diving, Guanyin sitting on green lotus. May I ask Master Panda, what kind of inspiration drove you to create such skills? As more people understood the ins and outs of the incident, they began mercilessly teasing Yehya and Randall. Even the story of Brother Devon subduing humans, gods, and ghosts during the decisive battle at Qingqing Mountain spread widely. Weibo's top 10 trending topics added 2 more entries. One asked, Brother Chinya, why did you bully a pig? Did you get kicked by a large hoof? The other said, the legendary 36 heavenly devil techniques, each move lethal. Surviving this attack will definitely make one exhausted. Brother Devon, despicable panda, despicable mouse, I want you all dead. Yehya and Randall never imagined Brother Devon's influence was so huge that so much information broke through the 2 families' blockades and exposed their shame to the world. They unleashed violent energy, shattering everything within 100 meters into pieces. At this moment, Fiki looked at Gene City, feeling a mix of emotions. He was reborn to protect his sister and loved ones from harm. But now, he couldn't even send them away safely. He felt no regret. He believed Monica, Lynn, and Alyssa would be proud of him. I have 2 sisters. After the revival of the heavens and earth, they couldn't go to their ideal universities. As awakeners, they protected Gene City selflessly and without complaint, receiving unconditional support from Gene City residents. In their hearts, the most beautiful Wuline should be a place where countless people strive to preserve and safeguard, working tirelessly for China to endure amidst chaos, not bullying the weak and seizing opportunities because only the strong can protect. All beings are worthy of respect. The true Wuline should embody setting up hearts for the world, establishing destiny for the people, continuing lost wisdom, and creating peace for the world. This is the Wuline my sisters long for, the Wuline in their dreams. Since they want it, I shall give them one. Wuline should be a place where those who need protection are always guarded. People like those from the Nanjing Yi family, Chinya clan of Japan, and the zombie escort sect Chun family should be exterminated upon entering Gene City. In the name of Brother Devon, I issue a death order to them. When their blood has run dry, I'll shoot a movie to commemorate my youth. Lynn, Monica, and Alyssa, escorted by the family members of Zhang family from Suzhou to Sword Gate Pass, gazed at the distant, continuous mountains of Amei, feeling complex emotions. At least he remembers us. Next time we meet, if he doesn't make a movie for us or establish an ideal Wuline, he's dead. Alyssa hugged Lynn and Monica, speaking in a trembling voice. Though he didn't come to bid farewell, he gave them the best gift at departure. An ideal Wuline. The final farewell is for the most beautiful reunion. At the same time, Weibo's previous hot search added 2 more entries. One said, my sisters want an ideal Wuline. Hence, I will give them one. The other entry stated, establishing hearts for the world, setting destiny for the people, continuing lost wisdom, and creating peace for the world, protecting our Huaxia, preserving the lost beautiful beliefs in chaotic times. Chapter 73. Who in the world does not know you? This uproar caused the faces of the people from the Yi family of Jinling and the Symbioshi clan of Daiwa to turn beet red. They dispatched over a dozen supreme experts at the late cave mansion realm to rush towards Mount Amei, swearing to slay Brother Devon. Since we're stirring up a fuss, let's make it as big as possible. Jamal, Douglas, let's all 3 of us brothers create a storm within Huaxia. Let's start a live broadcast on Huaxia Live. Fiki looked at Weibo where 7 of the top 10 trending topics were related to him and laughed. Today, he was going to ruin the reputations of the Symbioshi clan and the Yi family of Jinling. Today, he would ensure that everyone knew that Jingsheng cannot be bullied. Even though it only recovered last, he was still here. He could still uphold a piece of sky for the people of Jingsheng and wouldn't allow any clan or force to trample on their dignity. Everyone could gain fortune from Mount Amei, and there was no argument about this, but anyone who dared to trample on Jingsheng's dignity or on him would be killed without pardon. After logging into Huaxia Live, countless people entered the live stream room. Our 3 brothers don't sell goods or ask for donations. We only ask for everyone's curses. As long as it's directed at the Symbioshi clan, the Corpse Guide sect, or the Yi family of Jinling, we will meet your requests, including having my little panda brother perform the grass skirt dance or my purple rat perform the 36 heavenly devil forms. The nastier you curse them, the more stunts we can do. Fiki put his arms around Jamal and Douglas's shoulders and laughed heartily. In an instant, there were endless comments in the live stream room, all cursing the 3 major forces, which left Fiki with his eyes widened in shock. Though they were extremely malicious, these comments did not contain even a single dirty word, but completely defamed the reputation of the 3 major forces. The gods of Huaxia's cyberspace were truly terrifying. Devon bro, you are so talented. I want to give birth to a child for you. If you help me give birth, can I hug the national treasure? That purple rat is so cute. During this process, Brother Devon garnered countless passionate female fans saying they would have children for him. They all say they'll give birth to children for me, but no one has given me an address. What a bunch of fake fans, how evil. Fiki looked at these comments and deliberately revealed a sorrowful expression, humming lightly. Meanwhile, the influence of this live broadcast also reached its peak. The remaining 3 trending topics on Weibo unrelated to Brother Devon were replaced by the notorious feud involving the 3 forces, with Jamal performing the 36 heavenly devil forms and Douglas dancing the hula. From then on, The three brothers became famous throughout Huaxia. Who in the world does not know you? Countless hilarious gifs of Jamal spread online, becoming emojis. Researchers tried to analyze whether Yehia, who experienced all 36 forms, could still have offspring after the complete attack of the 36 heavenly devil forms. Next, a woman named Alicia posted on Weibo expressing her disdain for the disgraceful actions of the Yi family of Jinling and other three major clans. Another woman named Aisha retweeted this post, stating that she would stand up for Brother Davon, ensuring he could return to Jingxing. She vowed that if these three major clans dared to intercept those leaving Jingxing, they would face her wrath. Instantly, countless people were stunned. Alicia, the granddaughter of Elijah, the current second most powerful person in the world, possessed exceptional talent, born for battle, vowing to surpass Joyo, invincible under heaven. This claim was not exaggerated. Ever since defeating all the prodigies of Huaxia at the Taishan Fengchang ground, she has never been defeated, known as the peerless one of her realm. Aisha, the granddaughter of the former Huaxia war god Shane, the renowned swordswoman of the Savannah Nuva school, was also undefeated, rumored to have an agreed duel with Alicia 6 months later at the summit of Taishan to determine who is the true invincible among the young generation. These two declarations immediately filled the people of Jingxing with joy. They no longer had to worry about Brother Davon not returning to Jingxing because the two women's statements indirectly represented the support of two major powers behind them. Elijah and Shane, though disappeared for 3 years, had great influence. Their deterrent power was enough to make the Yi family of Jinling and the other three major clans dare not act recklessly. Damn, why? Why did this happen? Originally, Yehia's injuries were gradually improving, but now his face twisted red with anger, wounds reopened, bleeding afresh as he raged. Alessio trembled in rage, pale-faced, never dreaming that events would escalate to this point. At first, wasn't it their three powerful clans bullying the insignificant Brother Davon? Why did a few posts and a live stream from Brother Davon make them infamous and end up like this? A strong feeling of lifting a stone only to drop it on oneself arose within him. In the legendary Shangri-La of southwestern China, a beautiful woman dressed in luxury items smashed everything before her. She was Alessandra of the Corpse Guide sect, who had previously supported Yehia. Fuming with anger, she said, "Brother Davon, I want you dead, suffering the agony of thousands of toxins corroding your bones, being cruelly refined into a blood corpse." Now, she was being described by those people online as a despicable woman who had slept with countless men, not even a human but a mummy. Yehia marrying her would mean sleeping with a mummy and enjoying that filthy pleasure. Pass the order down, I'm going to Mount Amay too. I want to witness Brother Davon's death with my own eyes. Alessandra said coldly. Chapter 74 The Stone Tablet is not ordinary. Brother Jesus, aren't you going back to Jinxing? Aren't you afraid? Go back quickly. You are a hero and should not die miserably at the hands of scum. In the livestream room, countless people sent concerned greetings. I would rather sing in the rain until death than live on my knees. All my life, I have never bent, so how could I ever fear a challenge? So the question is, who can kill me? Invincible, truly so lonely. Let me slaughter all the trash, and then I will meet you all again. Fiki spoke with resounding and forceful words. After saying this, he mysteriously closed the live stream. Returning to Jinxing was absolutely impossible. If the people from the three major families wanted to come and kill him, they would also need to consider whether their strength was up to it. Since enmity had already been incurred, he would use the enemy's blood to help himself grow. Rather sing in the rain until death than live on my knees. Indeed, he is the legendary Brother Jesus. Every word touches my heart. I believe he can overcome any difficulties. To be recognized by the only panda in this world as the leader, he must be a heaven-chosen one. Humph, what's there to brag about? I even messaged you my address privately, but you went offline. If you dare, come find me in Jinling. I promise to bear your children, but I bet you wouldn't dare. Awesome and impressive upstairs. Fiki's sudden offline status caused a sensation. Everyone discovered that the money they spent on gifts during the live stream was refunded, making them feel that Brother Jesus was indeed extraordinary and someone to watch. However, this buzz hadn't ended yet. Alicia, who had strongly supported Brother Jesus before, posted another update, which was a golden image. It's actually the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list. Isn't it said that the list updates only when someone gets off it? There hasn't been an update for half a year. Incredible, Brother Jesus actually made the list, ranked 99th. With his middle stage cave mansion realm strength, he's the first to make the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list since its inception. Brother Jesus, invincible. When people saw the last line of text on the golden image, they became incredibly excited. Brother Jesus, embracing the world, shall be considered a national treasure. This was the verdict of the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list for Awakeners, and no one in the world could overturn it. The Huaxia Dragon Tiger list was originally created when Shane collaborated with Elijah to compile a young heroes list. No matter how outstanding a genius might be, being on this list was an honor. Only those with cultivation above the cave mansion realm, like the divine sea realm, were supposed to be eligible to enter the list. For Brother Jesus to be listed without reaching the late stage cave mansion realm showed how highly Elijah, who compiled the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, regarded him. How unreasonable, the Zhan family has gone mad, breaking the ironclad rule that only the strong can enter the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list just because of this scoundrel, Fiki. Send a message immediately to Adira to lead the Chinya family here. I want to hunt down Brother Jesus under Mount Amay. Yehia thought that all the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were about Brother Jesus, and everyone on the web was denouncing them, unable to be any more dispirited. Seeing the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list's evaluation of Fiki as a national treasure made him grit his teeth and roar. Now I have turned misfortune into fortune and advanced to the late stage cave mansion realm. Brother Jesus, if I ever see you again, I will destroy you in an instant. Since the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list came out, Yehia had always aimed to get on it. He firmly believed that with his potential, he would surely make the list in some time and start climbing the ranks by trampling countless geniuses. But now, Brother Jesus had taken the lead in entering the list, indirectly causing more disdain from the world towards him. How could he bear this resentment? Hearing responses from Adira and Alessandra miles away, he grinned wickedly. Brother Jesus, the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list may give you endless fame, but you don't know that killing you will allow me to naturally take a spot on the list. Virtue does not match the position. Lacking strength can only make you a stepping stone on my path forward. After seeing the list, Fiki smiled slightly, filled with reverence for the mysterious Elijah. Boss, you are quite a celebrity now, but I think Beverly's popularity seems to be even greater. Jamal Rat narrowed his eyes, teasing. Beverly blushed and smiled humbly. Now, he seemed to understand somewhat that his identity was unusual, causing so many people to go crazy when they saw him. No matter how famous you are, without strength, it's all useless. Fiki smiled. Let's go. It's time to settle accounts with those beasts chasing us. The Millennium-Old Turtle, White Snake, and Black Wild Boar King were all severely injured now, presenting a good opportunity to strike while they were weakened. They wouldn't miss it. Before long, people from the three major forces would arrive to exterminate them. They needed to seize the moment to improve. And with the artifact from the Netherworld, killing the injured beasts could rapidly enhance their cultivation. Half an hour later, under the bright moonlight, one human and two beasts arrived at the 1,000-year-old turtle's lair. To their surprise, the White Snake, the Wild Boar King, and the 1,000-year-old turtle were all here. The black stone tablet held up by the old turtle emitted a dark black radiance, looking particularly eerie. The radiance condensed into black droplets, falling onto the three severely injured beast demons. This stone tablet is not ordinary. Chapter 75. The sun and moon shine together, the demon-suppressing steel emerges. These three demonic beasts might have rapidly evolved to the mid-stage cave mansion realm because of this black stone steel. We need to be cautious and try to kill them quickly, Fiki said with a solemn expression. Sichuan only saw large-scale entry into the era of spiritual energy recovery after the opening of Mount Amei Summit. Prior awakened demonic beasts were all very low level, mostly at the flesh-body stage. Yet, in these dense forests far from Mount Amei, there emerged three mid-flesh-body stage demonic beasts that could even speak human language, with one of them being Alpha, who possibly harbors ancient lineage. All this unreasonableness is very likely linked to the black stone steel. Steels have always been mysterious objects. Whether in mythology or when ancient people recorded significant events, steels were used for documentation. This tradition carried on, leading to tombstones being erected for the deceased, symbolizing descendants' respect for them. Then, Fiki silently drew his overlord bow to its limit, shooting towards the weakest and most injured Black Wild Boar King. Unexpectedly, the dragon arrow pierced directly through the wild boar's eye, instantly killing it. So easily? Barnaby exclaimed, utterly surprised. The process was so simple that he found it unbelievable. A mid-stage cave mansion realm, tough-skinned Wild Boar King was killed like this. Roar, roar. Two thick roars came from the mouths of the 1,000-year-old tortoise and the white snake. Their pupils dilated, their gazes vacant, as if they were zombies. But they still attacked Fiki, completely ignoring the powerful attacks from Barnaby and Alpha landing on them. It seemed as if there was something on Fiki that attracted them. They're already dead. An intense aura of death is emanating from them. Why can't I absorb this death chi with my netherworld? While hurriedly blocking the two beasts' frenzied attacks, Fiki touched the skin of the old tortoise and the white snake, finding it bone-chilling cold, which sent a shiver down his spine and instilled an inexplicable sense of fear. Everything was too eerie. Slap. After Fiki activated the netherworld, the beast's attacks became even more frenzied. Even though Barnaby and Alpha's attacks were lethal, they seemed energized. When Fiki failed to react in time, the white snake's metal-splitting tail struck him, sending him flying backward. It's the netherworld attracting them. Damn it. What the hell is that damn broken stone steel? Fiki hastily stopped using the netherworld and noticed the old tortoise and white snake's attack speed and strength diminished. He calmed down somewhat. He looked at the overlord bow, which continually surprised him. Killing the wild boar was thanks to this mysterious overlord bow. Barnaby, Alpha, hold them back respectively. Watch me shoot them. Fiki sternly shouted. Whiz, whiz. Two dragon arrows were already notched, and the bow was drawn taut like a full moon. When the dragon arrows hit the two beasts, their heavy defenses were rendered useless, pierced straight through, leaving them devoid of life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the moment of the two beasts' downfall, the steel emitted terrifying black radiance, enveloping Fiki, instantly immobilizing him and making breathing difficult. Barnaby and Alpha, previously lively, now had blank expressions, as if their souls had been sucked out. Exterminate countless living beings, slaughter 1,000,000 heavenly demons. With the demon-suppressing steel emerging, heaven and earth are in chaos, clouds change, all creatures suffer. A sound like the voice of the great Tao nearly made Fiki's mind explode. Crucially, the overlord bow emitted a brilliant silver light, trembling, barely suppressing extreme pain. Wherever he looked, the stones and plants around the black steel cracked, eventually turning to ash. The black steel began shaking continuously, as if something terrifying inside was struggling. Run. Barely regaining mobility, Fiki grabbed the dazed Barnaby and Alpha and started running madly. After an unknown duration, Fiki finally stopped running and found that everything within a 100-mile radius behind him had turned to ashes, creating a bottomless abyss emitting numerous black mists. And under the nourishment of countless black mists, the black steel radiated brilliance. Whoosh. Finally, this black steel flew toward the summit of Mount Amei. Instantly, the Buddha light on Mount Amei illuminated the world, just like the blazing sun illuminates the earth during sunrise. The transformation was far from over. The four legendary spectacles of Mount Amei, the sunrise, sea of clouds, sacred lamps, and Buddha light, all appeared one by one. The shining Buddha light startled everyone in Sichuan. They saw their own shadows reflected in the golden Buddha light, feeling as if their souls were transcended. A red sun rose from the summit of Mount Amei, not the familiar sun but emitting scorching heat, coexisting with the distant bright moon, with purple chi rising. It was the legendary scene. Purple chi comes from the east, with the sun and moon shining together. Mount Ame transformed significantly during the era of spiritual energy recovery, with towering peaks and mist-like purple clouds drifting among them. One by one, lamps symbolizing the cycle of reincarnation floated in the purple fog, like boats sailing on a lake formed by many rivers merging, vast and mysterious, while the holy lamps drifted like light vessels on the lake. The most terrifying scene unfolded in the sky above the highest peak where the golden summit of Mount Ame once stood. Terraces, pavilions, ancient bronze palaces, and dragon-carved jade pillars appeared ethereal yet real. Most crucially, these phenomena seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg of some mysterious object. No one noticed that within the crystal coffin in front of the emerald summit, the fingertips of the blue-robed saintly maiden trembled, as if showing signs of awakening. In front of the crystal coffin, a broken black stone stele stood quietly on the blue stone bricks. The greatest opportunity for Mount Ame has emerged. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a famous mountain renowned for thousands of years in China. Its revival is extraordinary. None of the late arriving prodigies will likely participate in the competition for Mount Ame's opportunities now. But our Sichuan region has no one else to send to seize this opportunity. We can only rely on the mysterious Christopher Gu. I believe that even in the face of great difficulties, Christopher Gu will surely stand out and overpower all others to seize the opportunity. Countless people in Sichuan woke up from their sleep, bathed in the light of the sun and moon shining together, and sighed. Chapter 76. The Divine and Demonic Cauldron. Yehya and Slade had gathered reinforcements from their two major clans, gazing eagerly at the golden summit of Mount Ame before setting off. On the way, they dispersed into 19 small teams to search for Christopher and the two demonic beasts in a sweet and clear manner, determined to kill Christopher who had disgraced both families before he could seize any opportunities. Meanwhile, many others with similar intentions as the two major clans entered the mountain forests, including top geniuses like Carl and Lizette. Damn, it was too terrifying. I nearly died. What the heck was that broken stone stele? It only projected a beam of black light, and we were completely immobilized. Barnaby cursed loudly, seemingly only able to relieve his emotions by ranting loudly. My great-grandfather's kiss scared the living daylights out of me. Panda Beverly nervously patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Second brother, let's make a barbecue rack together. There's nothing that can't be solved with a little barbecue." Ever since someone in the live stream called Beverly Baby, he started referring to himself as this baby. You big oaf, how dare you imitate your second brother? That's damn, not great-grandfather's kiss. Do you even know what it means to learn from me then live, imitate me and die? Want to imitate me? You're still too young. Barnaby turned around, slapped Beverly on the head, scolding him. Then his eyes bulged in surprise as he shouted, "When did you put their corpses away?" In front of Beverly lay the corpses of the White Snake, Old Tortoise, and Wild Boar King, while Beverly was busy breaking dead branches off towering trees and picking up dry branches to set up the barbecue rack. This fool took the three corpses into the war drum just before leaving. Beverly, I must say you really are a little miser. Reaching out of the coffin, you're dying for money. Even near death, you snatch up treasures. Fiki, having just recovered from the shock of the strange phenomenon presented by Mount Ame, laughed. Barnaby, this excellent quality is something you should learn. If you even lose to Beverly in terms of greed, who gets to be the second in command needs reconsideration. Ask this idiot if he dares to be second in command? Barnaby said disdainfully. Leader, I dare not compare with second brother. This baby is just your obedient little brother. Beverly, while skillfully placing the black wild boar on the barbecue rack and sprinkling seasonings, smiled naively. I still have room for improvement. If I feel qualified to be second in command one day, I'll bring it up with leader. Hearing the first part, Barnaby was unusually pleased, but his face darkened immediately after hearing the second part, chasing Beverly around playfully. Fiki didn't pay attention to them anymore, puzzled. When the demon suppression steel flew out earlier, he vaguely felt the silver radiance bow emitting a burst of brilliance, leaving a streak of black light inside his body. But now, upon careful examination, he couldn't sense that streak of black light. Instead, he felt ravenously hungry, looking at the three beast corpses, unable to resist devouring their flesh and drinking their blood. Flames of the underworld erupted from his palms, quickly roasting the wild boar meat. He began eating. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he ate, it never felt full. At the same time, the seal of the first layer of the 18 levels of hell, suppressed by the underworld cauldron, began to crack, and the missing black light also emerged from the spine-like silver radiance bow, transforming back into a familiar liquid state and frantically absorbing the energy he consumed. By the time Barnaby and Beverly returned, only half of the 1,000-year-old ancient turtle meat, golden and crispy, remained. Leader, your stomach matches mine now. How did you eat so much? Beverly rubbed his belly in amazement. I always thought Beverly was a glutton. Now it seems you, leader, are the real glutton. Barnaby shook his head in awe. Hurry up and eat, or I'll finish it all. Although his appetite had decreased somewhat, Fiki couldn't help himself. He sensed changes within his body, intuitively feeling it was a good thing. So he ate without hesitation. Barnaby and Beverly immediately grabbed a small portion of the turtle meat, leaving most of it for Fiki, clearly sensing something wrong with him. Buzz. After swallowing the last piece of turtle meat, Fiki sat cross-legged to meditate. The black light surged, no longer pitch black, but with an added touch of milky white radiance. A divine and demonic phantom emerged from the glow, merging into his dantian, allowing Fiki to see its complete form. Half of it was pitch black, with surging demonic flames. The other half was pure white, like the legendary divine beings. Divine and demonic coexist in one body? Fiki felt his scalp tingle, a fear creeping over him. The divine and demonic entities were the most terrifying extremes in existence, fundamentally different. How could they possibly coexist in one phantom? Most terrifyingly, this divine and demonic phantom seemed alive, considering Fiki's frail body unworthy to contain it, striving to break free. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The seal of the first layer of hell broke, revealing no endless ghosts as legend had it, only emptiness. Only an abstruse rune flew out, branding itself on the underworld cauldron, which turned out to be the small seal script of the character kill. And the tyrant bow also emitted boundless silver radiance, sprinkling specks of silver light on the body of the divine and demonic phantom, making it instantly quiet. It then did something that left Fiki utterly bewildered. The divine and demonic phantom reached out to hold the underworld cauldron as if submitting to the underworld refined cauldron. Chapter 77. Preparations amidst the bloodbath. Divine and demonic power supported the cauldron. In an instant, Fiki felt that the netherworld cauldron's ability to refine all things had increased. The netherworld flames within it became deeper, turning a deep blue. Fiki tried throwing 3 sets of beast bones into the netherworld cauldron. Flames rose, and bone beads as clear and translucent as the relics formed by high-ranking monks when they entered nirvana condensed. The underworld is truly terrifying. Just revealing the word, slaughter, from the first level of hell has boosted the quality of the netherworld cauldron so much. These 9 bone beads contain the essence of 3 demon beasts' life force. They can enhance strength and be used to create magical weapons. Fiki observed the bone beads and sighed. Of course, he was even more curious about the mysterious overlord bow. One must know that when the black brilliance enveloped him, the incomplete underworld could not restore his consciousness. It was still the overlord bow that suppressed the brilliance. Duncan, this legendary figure who left a significant mark in the vast history of China. What exactly happened to him in his lifetime? Just the overlord bow he left behind is so terrifying. After all, his most famous weapon was the overlord spear. The spear pointed towards which no enemy can withstand. There must be more secrets hidden within that divine spear. Boss, you're really a disaster. Everything dies wherever you go, Jamal said, his rat eyes gleaming as he looked at the bone beads. What are you saying, you stinky rat? You're the one causing trouble. One rat dropping can ruin a whole pot of porridge. Fiki said irritably. Boss, I think second brother is right this time. You are a disaster, Panda Spike said honestly, shaking his head. You devour the life energy of creatures around you to fight, absorb the dead chi to cultivate, and even compete with us for barbecued food. Now, you even turn bones into bone beads. Thinking carefully, there's nothing you won't utilize. Fiki was stunned. He never thought that this usually gentle panda would have such a lethal impact at crucial moments, making it impossible for him to refute. I don't want to say anything. I've always been misunderstood as the most shameless among the 3 of us. I only want to smoke a cigar now to calm down. Justice resides in people's hearts. No, pandas' hearts. Jamal shrugged his rodent paws, lit a cigar, and said while puffing clouds of smoke, Little Spike, well done this time. One should be honest. We shouldn't overlook the fact that he is a disaster just because he's the boss. Second brother, actually among the 3 of us, you're indeed the most shameless one. Boss wouldn't pretend to impress others like you or steal photo albums from beautiful women, let alone me. Panda Spike's small eyes darted around as he casually said. Jamal immediately choked on the cigar smoke, coughing uncontrollably, his paw pointing at Spike trembling. Fiki smiled bitterly, realizing that among the 3 brothers, this panda was the sneakiest. His words hit right at the heart but were unrefutable. On second thought, he had indeed utilized the value of beasts to the maximum extent. However, he smiled faintly. If demons wanted to kill him, he would also kill them. This was the law of survival of the fittest. As for people like those from the 3 great powers, like the Chinya clan of Japan, they would be dealt with mercilessly. Let's continue towards Mauname. With our enhanced strength, dealing with mid-stage cave realm demons will be easy. Feeling his rapidly transforming strength, Fiki said confidently. On their way, they encountered many demon beasts, all of which were killed by them. They extracted their essences to condense the second great array formation known as the Thousand Beast Array. A second great array formation can only be endured by someone at the late stage of the cave realm due to its backlash force, but Fiki's physique was strong. Once the Thousand Beast essences were collected, he should be able to endure the backlash force when condensing the Thousand Beast Array. Currently, there were no deity realm experts stronger than cave realm coming to Mauname seeking opportunities. It was said that the second revival of the 3,000-mile-long Qinling Mountains spanning China had created countless opportunities, drawing those people there. The strongest ones coming to Mauname were at the peak of the late-stage cave realm. Even so, such individuals were not beyond Fiki's capabilities. Only by reaching the peak of the mid-stage cave realm, coupled with the Thousand Beast Array and numerous divine items, and advancing dragon seizing skill, and 8 steps of heavenly demons, would there be a 50-50 chance of seizing the greatest opportunity. After sharing much of the dead chi with Jamal and Spike, both beasts first broke through to the mid-stage flesh-body realm, completing their strength transformation. Spike beat the war drum as if it transported people back to the ancient battlefield, and Jamal could unleash the long-dormant power of the Rui staff, inheriting a powerful pole-based fighting technique passed down as his life essence, blessed by slaughter and imbued with divine assistance. Only Fiki was still struggling to reach the mid-stage flesh-body realm. The god prison dragon elephant strength was too difficult to cultivate, as if his flesh body were a bottomless pit. Even with multiple methods to enhance his strength, he only reached the peak of the early-stage cave realm, a sky-high barrier separating him from the mid-stage cave realm. This made him feel a bit envious of Jamal and Spike's superior talents. They could break through just by playing and eating. Of course, in his case, his foundation was laid very solidly, which would allow him to reach the true pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Boss, you can continue your cultivation slowly. Spike and I ate too much, so we'll go to the bathroom. Hopefully, when we come back, you will have broken through. To be honest, you break through too slowly. Breaking through is simple. Just close your eyes and open them again, right? Why make it so troublesome? Jamal stood on the back of a dead green bull demon beast, teasing and mocking. Do you want us to bring some rat droppings and panda droppings back for you? Since you can absorb any kind of energy, maybe the excrement from us divine creatures with excellent talent might have an extraordinary effect. After all, there's an old saying that goes, when a god farts, it's no ordinary stench. Get out of here. Fiki scolded. Since these two broke through, they often teased him. Especially Jamal, who always wanted to usurp the position of the boss. Chapter 78 Pretense. Boss, don't worry. You will always be my boss. What I have with second brother is just for show. Of course, your strength is indeed a bit lacking. Panda, Beverly whispered as he drew close. Get lost. Fiki rolled his eyes and shouted angrily. Curl up and get lost as far as you can. The two beasts then proudly clapped their hands, curling into spherical shapes and started rolling down the mountain while yelling, even if we curl up, our strength still surpasses yours. Instantly, Fiki was dumbfounded. He secretly resolved that this time, he must break through to the mid-stage cave abode realm, or else they would mock him to death. After many attempts, Fiki still couldn't break through the realm barrier when he heard Juliet and Beverly's angry curses and cries for help. Damn, did Juliet find another feng shui treasure spot for toileting, causing a big commotion again? Stopping his cultivation, Fiki employed the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon towards the source of the sound. With the added divine shadow in his body, the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon greatly improved, even opening meridians in his legs, laying a solid foundation for future leg combat cultivation. Originally planned to set up an array to kill Carl, but unexpectedly, these two beasts came across us. Brother Devon must be nearby. The rewards from the 3 major forces bounty are ours. A rampant laugh echoed in the air. Spirit Corpse Formation, activate. When Fiki arrived, he only saw a ravine filled with dead chi, 99 corpses standing at designated positions, their bodies pierced by dark iron chains through the pectoral bones, forming dense patterns where the chains intersected in the air. The Spirit Corpse Formation, an ancient array passed down by the Corpse Drive sect. Using corpse puppets as the eye of the formation, extracting necrotic energy, combined with unique terrain, it formed a terrifying formation. Its grade depends on the quantity and quality of the corpse puppets. Now, it exudes a particularly formidable aura, ranking it as a second-rate inferior level. Juliet and Beverly were trapped within, endless iron chains rushing towards them. Even though war drums roared and the Rui staff moved in tandem, countless staff shadows filled the space. They were still lashed and flayed by the cunning angles of the incoming iron chains. As Fiki's gaze swept over the corpse puppets seeking the formation's eye to dismantle it, he stopped at one particular puppet. The corpse puppet had white hair standing on end, pupils tightly contracted before death, having suffered unimaginable pain, its entire body stained crimson. This blood puppet was created using the most vicious means of the Corpse Drive sect, extracting human blood, infusing ferocious beast blood, preserving human consciousness during the refining process. Elder Lin. Fiki's eyes brimmed with tears, his anger rising uncontrollably, wishing to tear apart the more than 10 early and mid-stage cave abode realms disciples of the Corpse Drive sect responsible for the Spirit Corpse Formation. Indeed, the formation's eye was the blood puppet of Elder Burl, who oversaw the previous awakened assessment. This elder, dedicated to protecting Jincheng citizens since the revival of spiritual qi, was brutally killed and turned into a blood puppet by the Corpse Drive sect. At that time, Elder Lin solemnly entrusted a mysterious book unearthed from Harvey's thatched cottage to himself, emphasizing the requirements. If only there were thousands of spacious houses to shelter all the poor scholars and bring joy to their faces. This was the old man's lifelong wish. He wanted to provide cultivation methods so everyone could cultivate once he became strong enough, allowing scholars a peaceful place for study amidst the chaos. Although it was said online that he was devoted to the nation, truly deserving the title of a national scholar, this old man was indeed such a person. But now, not only was the elder killed, but he also endured the agony of being refined into a blood puppet. One must understand that becoming a blood puppet doesn't mean true death. A sliver of consciousness remains, enduring endless torment. Only such a conscious blood puppet could exhibit maximum power. These people should die. They deserved no burial ground. Ives, so you set up the Spirit Corpse Formation waiting for me? Why did you retract the formation prematurely? How can I rest easy if I don't kill you today? How can I face the 99 deceased awakened individuals from Jincheng? You heartless scum should all go to the 18th layer of hell. Just then, Carl, dressed in black and holding a demonic saber, chased after a youth with a sinister expression and an ancient scroll depicting scenes from the netherworld in hand, shouting angrily, Mice? Panda? Brother Devon? The sinister youth named Ives, who was enraged by the exposure of his array, then grinned widely, laughing aloud, truly searching high and low for nothing, only to obtain easily what was sought after. My Corpse Drive sect's enemies are all here. Today, this will be your burial ground. The approaching Carl, whose pupils constricted upon seeing this, held a demon saber emitting dark flames, slashing at the Spirit Corpse Formation. Now, having already reached late-stage cave abode realm due to certain opportunities, Carl's dark flame blade was extremely powerful, instantly splitting open a huge crack in the great array, freeing Juliet and Beverly. You must leave now. This is an ancient corpse ground where the coffin escort sect's cultivation methods grant them 12-fold power. You cannot save these Jincheng awakened individuals who have been refined into corpse puppets. Wait until you're stronger. I'll hold them off for you. Carl's expression was stern as he urged Fiki to leave with Juliet and Beverly. Carl, don't even think about it. Ives unfurled the ancient scroll, releasing streams of netherworld ghosts, while the 99 dark iron chains provided dense energy to these spirits, greatly increasing their power. Even with a magic saber in hand, Carl's black robe was slashed by the claws of the netherworld ghosts, leaving 3 marks. After all, Ives was also at the late-stage cave abode realm, supported by the Spirit Corpse Formation and the special terrain of this ancient corpse ground. Why haven't you left yet? Acting on impulse will only harm yourself. Disappointment flickered in Carl's eyes as he rebuked Fiki. I once thought highly of you, believing your ranking on China's Dragon Tiger list was well-deserved, but now I'm disappointed. Don't you understand that if there are surviving greens, one need not fear the lack of firewood? Giving in to momentary anger will only lead to eternal doom. You drive Ives away, and leave the rest to me. I will handle them. Fiki said coldly. Chapter 79. The corpses herding sect. Carl was momentarily stunned, only to see Fiki unleash the 8 steps of the Azura, positioning himself at the heart of the spirit corpse formation. He unleashed a powerful punch that set 99 iron chains humming and stopped the intense energy from pouring into Ives's ancient scroll. Alone, he withstood all the pressure from the spirit corpse formation. In an instant, the violent energy made his windbreaker bloody, yet his eyes were exceptionally resolute, standing proudly in place, awaiting the arrival of more than 10 experts from the corpses herding sect. If you can't hold on any longer, call for help immediately. I will resolve Ives as quickly as possible, Carl said firmly, gazing at Fiki, whose face was obscured by his windbreaker. If he stayed, he wouldn't be able to assist the human and 2 beasts already deep inside the formation. Instead, it would distract Ives, the late-stage cave-dwelling realm genius, making their situation more perilous. Hahaha, Carl, are you too naive? Truly think you can kill me? Even if you manage to severely wound me, by the time you return, our experts from the corpses herding sect will have already refined this windbreaker-clad ant into a blood corpse. Ives laughed maniacally, saying arrogantly, not only is there the spirit corpse formation here, but also 9 middle-stage cave-dwelling realm experts. Following Ives's words, 6 more middle-stage cave-dwelling realm experts of the corpses herding sect emerged from hidden spots, joining the original 3 middle-stage cave-dwelling realm experts, making up a total of 9 middle-stage cave-dwelling realm experts, not to mention over 10 early-stage cave-dwelling realm people. Kill. Carl's demonic blade gleamed brightly as he attacked Ives with unrestrained ferocity, clearly trying to resolve the trouble swiftly and return to aid Fiki and the others. Carl didn't believe that the current early-stage cave-dwelling realm windbreaker-clad brother could defeat the other experts under 9 middle-stage cave-dwelling realm leaders supported by the spirit corpse formation. But now, this was his only choice. What a stubborn guy. While chasing after Ives, Carl cursed under his breath. Lingamo, inform Miss that Arturo is about to be killed. Should we leave him alive, or refine the 3 of them into blood corpses with unimaginable torment? The elderly leader of the corpses herding sect grinned sinisterly, as if the human and 2 beasts were already dead bodies before him. Arturo, I told you that you'd die by my hand eventually. How dare you, an ant, jump around before someone like us, born into superior families. A delighted Max sneered upon receiving the message. Ying, your corpses herding sect has done a great deed. Let's go and kill Arturo together. Since he likes live streaming so much, why don't we live stream his killing? After we kill him, I'll ascend to the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list and step onto the path of invincibility. Yehia exuded an even mightier aura than before in Suji ancient town, having obtained far more treasures due to the support of 3 major forces, thus progressing much faster than Fiki. Alessandra quietly held Yehia's arm, softly saying in a tender voice, I'll do whatever Brother Kalang says. If you want to torture the human and 2 beasts, my corpses herding sect has countless cruel methods. Right, Saya? Where is Chiyu Jinchi? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Yehia asked cheerfully, now that Arturo is out of the way, we should head towards Mount Ame. If those people get there first, we'll be at a disadvantage. She discovered a legendary dragon's death site with a drop of dragon blood remaining, and she is still refining it. She'll be here shortly. Mac hurriedly replied. Dragon blood? At most, it's just the blood of a snake that evolved halfway into a dragon. There's no such thing as dragon blood in this level of spiritual revival. Yehia remarked indifferently. A flash of anger crossed Mac's eyes, but it disappeared instantly. He had gained fame earlier than Yehia, but Yehia advanced so quickly that he could only look up to him. Even with his anger, he had to comply. Probably only when Chiyu Jinchi arrives will his situation improve. Arturo, I wonder if you're brave or foolish. Where does your confidence come from to say you can handle us? Inside the spirit corpse formation, the old man grinned, revealing yellow teeth mockingly. Saying you're invincible while truly feeling lonely, do you deserve the title of invincible? In less than a minute, Arturo's body was already lacerated with 1 to 200 wounds, blood flowing profusely. Every time the chains were about to strike Beverly and Jamal, Fiki would promptly step forward with the 8 steps of the Azura to meet the powerful chains. I am both brave and foolish. Indeed, against you all, I can say being invincible really is quite lonely. Fiki laughed heartily, cheerfully saying, Jamal, Beverly, let's start. Upon entering the formation, he had already devised a countermeasure. Since ordinary methods couldn't break through to the middle stage cave-dwelling realm, he would use this spirit corpse formation to break through. He Washington used the Diyu and Dragon Elephant Cave to absorb the pure death chi and vital energy of this ancient corpse land, maintaining his optimal state. He also channeled the terrifying power of the chains to Chongji his realm barrier. By now, that barrier was almost fully breached, with his blood and chi surging like a dragon, and his strength skyrocketing. Knowing that Yehia and the others were hurriedly on their way, he decisively ordered Jamal and Beverly to take action. Old man, Jamal has come to save you. Jamal, holding a staff, rushed towards where the energy in the spirit corpse formation was most abundant, where Burl stood, already refined into a blood corpse, shouting loudly. Though well versed in the mysteries of the formation, making him the best choice to break it, when he truly saw Burl's tragic state up close, he couldn't help but feel intense anger and sorrow. Although he had only spent less than half an hour with Burl, Jamal felt that Burl was a good-hearted person. Even knowing that the Rui staff was precious, Burl still allowed Jamal to take it away to practice diligently. If Burl had died at the hands of a beast, the shock wouldn't have been as great. After all, survival of the fittest is natural law. But he died at the hands of another human, someone who previously had no enmity with the corpses herding sect, and in such a miserable manner. Chapter 80. Flowers bloom on the other shore. Bang! The Rui staff madly struck the array pattern beneath Burl's feet. In his blood corpse's form, Burl's claws tore into Barnaby's skin, but from start to finish, Barnaby only used the Rui staff to keep Burl at bay, never dealing a heavy blow. On the other side, Alpha was pounding the war drum, boosting Fiki's fighting spirit. His body grew enormous as he casually uprooted a towering tree, and, like a tiger among wolves, intercepted those initial stage cave dwellers while simultaneously knocking other corpse puppets out of formation, disrupting the spirit corpse's array. But these were secondary matters. The true battlefield lay between Fiki and those 9 mid-stage cave dwellers. He, mere ant struggling. Do you actually dare to challenge us 9 mid-stage cave dwellers with your puny initial stage flesh body? How naive. The leading elder laughed contemptuously and disdainfully said. Then, without holding back in the slightest, all 9 of them unleashed a tidal wave of corpse chi. After seeing through Brother Jesus's cunning via recordings, they adopted the mentality that even catching a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. They aimed to bring down Brother Jesus in an instant. Divine Demon holds the tripod. Netherworld flames emerge. Dragon Elephant Cave, transforming hundreds of miles into desolation, aids me in battle. Netherworld emerges, turning ancient corpse chi into my own. Fiki's pupils constricted as his wind cloak fluttered. A wild energy fluctuation originating from him enveloped the entire ancient corpse land, absorbing boundless energy. The immense power placed unbearable stress on his flesh body. Blood oozed from every pore, causing excruciating pain, but he paid it no mind. The dragon scales on his arm shattered as he unleashed a punch, striking the divine demon-supported Netherworld tripod. Bang! A sound like morning bells and evening drums resonated in space. The Netherworld tripod wobbled, spewing countless dark blue Netherworld flames, attacking the 9 experts surrounding him from all sides. How is this possible? Why does this flame make my soul tremble? Aya! The 9, who had initially disregarded the Netherworld flames, suddenly changed their expressions dramatically, emitting ear-piercing cries of agony. A cold curve appeared on Fiki's lips. The Netherworld flames, evolved from the underworld, buried all living beings. The corpse escort sex techniques are inherently dark and evil, so the Netherworld flames naturally restrained them, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. Swallow them for me. Taking advantage of their struggle to counteract the Netherworld flames, Fiki's footsteps, aided by divine demon shadows, followed the 8 steps of heavenly demon, appearing ghost-like above them. He overturned the Netherworld tripod, completely trapping the 9 inside. Then, he spat black blood. Strong impacts echoed from within the tripod, causing cracks to spread across its surface. The Netherworld tripod was mentally linked to Fiki, each crack representing a severe blow to him. But bolstered by the vast energy absorbed from Dragon Elephant Cave and the underworld, he continued refining the 9. Finally, at this critical moment, he fully advanced to the mid-stage cave dweller realm, his aura undergoing a magnificent transformation. He lightly waved his dragon wings, piercing through the void, observing the 9 trapped inside the Netherworld tripod. Gone was their former arrogance and certainty. Their eyes were now filled with regret and hatred. Buzz. The Overlord Bow was summoned. Blood-stained silver bow, splitting into 9 arrow-shaped illusions. The bowstring vibrated fiercely before shooting off. Agonizing screams filled the air as arrows pierced the chests of the 9. The kill characters on the Netherworld tripod glowing green, making them feel as if they were amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, in a hopeless situation devoid of any will to fight. The omnipresent Netherworld flames invaded their wounds, ravaging their bodies like unyielding steel, producing unimaginably tragic screams. Fiki ignored the agonizing cries. When he saw Burl and 98 other Jinqing Awakeners being refined into corpse puppets, these people became nothing more than refuse in his eyes. No matter how much they suffered, it wouldn't evoke any sympathy from him. Brother Jesus, do you truly intend to become mortal enemies with our corpse escort sect? Our sect has been passed down since ancient times, possessing world-defying methods. Do you know this is the 3rd great spiritual awakening? While the first 2 were not on this scale, our prodigies have long awakened, and their terror is beyond your imagination. The sinister old man roared, release us, and I guarantee the corpse escort sect won't trouble you again. Is that so? Fiki murmured softly. Hope flickered in the eyes of the barely surviving 9, thinking he was hesitating. After all, the corpse escort sect, with its ancient lineage, was incredibly terrifying. Its members often prided themselves on being part of the sect, treating everyone else as tools for creating corpse puppets. Hell open. By the authority of the Lord of the Underworld, I sentence these 9 souls to eternal torment. Fiki snorted coldly, saying indifferently. The seal on the first level of hell was lifted, abruptly opening to bury the souls of the 9 inside. As for their physical bodies, they were all incinerated, transforming into pure energy that nourished the weakened Fiki. In an instant, the desolate and lifeless first level of hell gained 9 more ghosts nailed to it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, within the previously barren hell space, 9 red flowers bloomed along the shores. The red Bianhua, the flower of hell. Flowers bloom on the other shore. One thought leads to paradise, another to hell. Legend has it that after living beings die and enter hell, they walk along the yellow spring river flanked by Bianhua. Chapter 81. Corpses littered everywhere. Honor is dead. They are actually dead. Run, run fast. Brother Christopher is a devil. He is unconquerable. The remaining members of the early cave realm corpse-driving sect, who were still using the damaged spirit corpse formation to command the puppet corpses to Jochan, Tangle, with Barnaby and Alpha, showed extreme fear on their faces and started to scatter in all directions. Barnaby swung the Rui staff, moving as if following shadows, intercepting these people one by one. Without these people to sustain it, the spirit corpse formation automatically collapsed. The remaining individuals were all slaughtered by Barnaby and Alpha, while Fiki buried these people's souls in hell, once again giving birth to over 10 red flowers of the other shore. Barnaby, reconstruct the spirit corpse formation and take away Amir and the bodies of these heroes. Fiki looked around warily. He could bet that Yehia, Slade, and others would soon descend upon this place, but he could not leave Amir and the bodies of these brave heroes, who had sacrificed their lives for Jin Chung, here. So he urged. Alpha struck the war drum, coordinating with Barnaby's reconstructed spirit corpse formation, allowing the 99 puppet corpses to follow them as they left. The war drums thundered, clearing the path for the heroic spirits, hoping they would find their way back. Before leaving, Fiki gazed at the green stone atop this ancient corpse land, stepped out in the 8 steps of Heaven Demon, and with blood-stained fingers, wrote a message on it before quickly fleeing. 20 minutes later, Yehia and his group arrived as quickly as possible to see a chaotic scene of the ancient corpse land, their expressions incredibly grim. There was no trace of Brother Christopher or the 2 beasts. All that remained were scorched earth from the netherworld flames and traces of fierce battles. Brother Christopher? Yehia's eyes turned icy cold, grinding his teeth in frustration. After scanning the area, his gaze landed on the highest point of the ancient corpse land, where the green stone stood. The green stone, stained red with blood, prominently displayed a large line of text. The golden summit of Mount Amay shall be your grave. Grave, what a grave, haha. I'm waiting for you. Yehia's face twisted with rage, laughing in anger. Alessandra, originally exceptionally confident, now wore an ashen expression. She couldn't have imagined that Brother Christopher, whom she viewed as insignificant, possessed such strength. A team consisting of 9 mid-cave realm cultivators, several early cave realm members, and 99 puppet corpses within the spirit corpse formation should have been able to challenge even a late cave realm genius. How could they have been completely wiped out by Brother Christopher? Not only did none survive, but there wasn't even a single corpse left at the scene. What happened? How is this possible? Ives, who had returned with numerous knife wounds, stared in shock. In his wildest dreams, he didn't think that Brother Christopher and the 2 fierce beasts, whom he regarded as insignificant, could wipe out the entire team he led, screaming in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Ives, you truly are a talent. Delaying me for so long just to wait for news of the complete destruction of your corpse-driving sect team? Congratulations, your delay was truly effective, forcing me to look at you in a new light. Edwin, standing not far away, first froze in surprise, then laughed wildly, uttering mocking laughter. He originally intended to launch frenzied attacks to disable Ives, preventing him from delaying his return to rescue the 3 brothers. But Ives seemed like an unkillable cockroach, making it impossible for him to break free no matter what he tried. He thought that when he reached this place, either the 3 brothers would be seriously injured or someone would be dead. But the outcome was far beyond his imagination. Brother Christopher is truly amazing. At this moment, Edwin really wanted to shout out loud. Yehia, looking weary from your travels, weren't you exhausted? Seeing your flushed face, this outcome must please you. Edwin raised his middle finger at Yehia contemptuously. Just then, Sabine and an elegant young girl in colorful attire rushed up to give Edwin and Yehia's group enough confidence to stand up to them. Edwin, it seems you're really determined to oppose me. Yehia said gravely, once my 3 major forces gather, you will all pay for your actions. I'm waiting. Edwin casually spread his hands, smiling. By the way, forgot to ask if you've learned the 36 moves of the Heaven Demon? There are tutorials online. You'd better learn well. Otherwise, if you can't perform when it counts with that female corpse called Alessandra, it would be awkward. Brother Chinyi, why aren't you bullying pigs and are here instead? You, Yehia, Alessandra, and Slade's faces changed drastically, unable to say a word as they watched Edwin's group leave. Compared to hating Edwin, they hated Brother Christopher even more for tarnishing their reputations. As long as they couldn't cover up everything and gain enough power to make everyone keep quiet, these disgraceful matters would follow them like shadows. We'll wait for Colm, Senyamaki, and the experts from the corpse-driving sect to arrive. Then we will ascend Mount Amay, and I will kill anyone who dares to stand in my way. After a while, Yehia's face twisted with madness as he said in a deranged manner. Emmanuel, you can't imagine how terrifying Brother Christopher is. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen into the trap of the corpse-driving sect just now and would have been seriously injured or worse. He said he could deal with these people and asked me to lure Ives away. At first, I didn't believe he had that capability, but now I do. Swiftly flying over the rocks, Carl praised incessantly. Sabine gritted her teeth tightly. Initially, she was worried about Fiki being in danger. But after learning that Fiki had turned the tide and killed the members of the corpse-driving sect, the familiar discomfort and jealousy surged up in her heart again. Originally, she thought that once she advanced to the late cave realm, when she met Fiki next, she could finally vent her anger and at least make Fiki swallow those 7 characters, "Are you jealous today?" written on paper. But now, she no longer felt that way. Fiki, at only the early cave realm stage, could unleash such powerful combat strength, wiping out the members of the corpse-driving sect who controlled the spirit corpse formation. In a real battle, she might not be able to defeat Fiki. This made the naturally proud Sabine furious yet helpless. TCH, is he really that strong? The colorfully clad young girl, who had remained silent until then, spoke in displeasure. Her name was Jacqueline, coming from the top-ranking Qin family in Suzhou Hangzhou City. Since ancient times, the Jiangnan region has been known for its misty rain scenery, especially Suzhou and Hangzhou, often praised as heaven on earth. Of course, Suzhou Hangzhou does not refer solely to these 2 cities, but also includes the city of Suzhou. Gifted Jacqueline rose rapidly after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Only 16 years old, she could compete with those in their 20s like Sabine, which naturally made her extremely proud. And she had every reason to be proud, boasting of late cave realm power, plus practicing Qin family's unique battle technique, Soul Warrior Scripture, which gave her extraordinary combat strength. For an entire day, the name Brother Christopher kept ringing in her ears. Not only were the people around her talking about it, but even Weibo's top 10 trending searches were dominated by news related to Brother Christopher. Even significant events like the gathering of China's elite exploring the secrets of the Qinling Mountains failed to make it into the top 10 Weibo hot searches. Most importantly, Brother Christopher had displaced the well-established 99th rank of the Chinese Dragon Tiger list, the initial C of God's Realm Barkley, which further irritated her. After all, the Chinese Dragon Tiger list is considered the most prestigious ranking. Although Brother Christopher's actions indeed served the country and its people, this was not enough justification for him to appear on the list. Little sister Lucienne, please watch your words. It's not that he's really strong, he's damn strong. Carl said seriously. Chapter 82 I have a soul, blooming into a flower. Seeing Carl about to say more, Alexia, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roared angrily, shut up. Hee. It looks like even Sister Emmanuel can't stand your bragging. Jacqueline covered her mouth and laughed, producing a silver bell-like laughter. Carl hurriedly fled, stopping only when he was about 100 meters away from Alexia. He waved at Jacqueline and said, you know very well that Sister Emmanuel gets stronger through jealousy. Just look at how her cheeks turned red. She must have felt quite the sting from Brother Devon's presence earlier. Come, let me enlighten you further with news of Brother Devon I got in Jingxing, so you'll understand just how impressive he is. Chant. Alexia swung her ancient sword, releasing an echoing sound akin to a dragon's roar, and a magnificent green sword energy streaked toward Carl. Alexia, are you insane? Causing such a commotion. Could it be you're infatuated with Brother Devon? But I was praising him. You should feel elated that your beloved is being praised. Carl dodged the sword energy, then exclaimed. However, he faced even stronger attacks and muttered to himself, looks like her hormonal imbalance hasn't improved. It really needs treatment. She should drink more brown sugar water. Taking friends as stress relievers isn't right. This is the second time she chased after me with her sword. This illness really needs addressing. Alexia ceased attacking but stared at Carl with a chilling smile. She was almost about to blurt out that the Brother Devon whom Carl had praised so highly was none other than Fiki, whom Carl had devoted his life to surpassing. Now, she increasingly looked forward to the moment Carl would learn Fiki's identity. At that moment, Carl's face would be so dramatic and unpleasant. She really looked forward to it, knowing he'd be far more miserable and frustrated than she ever could be. Suddenly, Carl felt a bone-chilling cold wind, making his heart uneasy, 10 times worse than being chased by Alexia. At the edge of the ruins caused by the demon suppression steel, 99 corpse puppets stood silently. Barnaby and Alpha sat beside them, silent and tense as they watched Fiki purify the puppet zombie's evil aura using underworld powers. They could sense Fiki's heavy mood, fearing he might lose hope. When the last trace of blood zombie aura was expelled, Blood Zombie Burl opened his eyes first and smiled kindly, saying, little guy, your Brother Devon, the backbone of Jingxing. Don't be sad. This has nothing to do with you. We were already turned into puppets before you left the city. Now, you've set us free. We should thank you. Fiki hesitated, unable to speak. I'm glad I was transformed into a blood zombie, retaining a fragment of consciousness, allowing me to witness Jingxing's revival and see its thriving prospects. Naturally, I saw Brother Devon's extraordinary grace through those Gauntcher sect members' phones. The top 10 hot topics on Weibo, China's Guardian, number 99 on the Dragon Tiger list. With you in Jingxing, it is blessed indeed. Burl continued smiling. Don't waste your strength. We are essentially dead. I only hope you remember. Establish a moral center for the world, secure people's livelihood, carry on the legacy of the past sages, and bring peace to the world. Of course, eradicating forces like the Gauntcher sect wouldn't be unjustified. Fiki nodded solemnly. I have a soul, blooming into a flower. Where flowers bloom, life appears. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next, I wish to be reborn in a land blooming under the sun. Seeing Fiki nod, Burl's pupils became hazy as he murmured. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next, I wish to be reborn in a land blooming under the sun. The other awakened victims who left lingering thoughts within the puppets couldn't open their eyes, but repeated these words softly. Living here, even if death comes, there are no regrets. Fiki called Barnaby and Alpha over to lay down Lin Lao and the others' bodies flat. He wanted to find white cloth to wrap their corpses, but couldn't find any around. Burl, brothers and sisters, burial under green hills is not your fate. After avenging all our fallen comrades, I will send you home. Fiki bowed deeply to them and vowed. Seeing Barnaby and Alpha looking anxiously at him, he smiled again. Don't worry, I'm fine. Life is filled with sorrow and hardship. We can be angry, we can go mad, but we won't fall into despair. That would only make our loved ones grieve and our enemies rejoice. Focus on recovering your strength now. We still have a fierce battle at Mount Amei ahead of us. The two beasts relaxed and began to mend their wounds. Fiki, however, sat cross-legged on the yellow earth, taking out the mysterious book Harvey's Cottage unearthed that Burl once handed to him, carefully perceiving its essence. He had previously detected that this book could calm the mind besides having no other unique qualities. But this time, he sensed a different ancient charm emanating from it, faintly resonating with the moonlight. Thud. Suddenly, the Xian Yuan mirror in his heart trembled, casting a beam of light onto the book. Countless images appeared in Fiki's mind. The mysterious book also underwent an unimaginable transformation, turning into a scroll emitting vast and profound energy. Chapter 83. Dare you enter Amei for a battle? The scroll was shrouded in an elusive and mysterious aura. No matter how Fiki tried, he couldn't discern what was hidden within it. He could only place his hopes on the Xinyuan mirror, which inexplicably trembled, having a mysterious connection with the scroll. In an instant, two beams of green light emerged from the Xinyuan mirror and entered his pupils, bringing an indescribable pain that pierced through to his core. Perceive the layout of mountains and rivers, discern the loyalty and righteousness of living beings. The green tranquil divine pupil manifests. A stream of cryptic information flowed out from the Xinyuan mirror. Fiki was shocked. This so-called green tranquil divine pupil was akin to the mysterious abilities enlightened awakened individuals would gain. However, this ability stemmed from the inheritance bestowed by the Xinyuan mirror, making it superior to those obtained by awakened individuals from other sources. The Xinyuan mirror, legend has it, was a masterpiece of the Dermot, who excelled in crafting divine artifacts. It was second only to the fabled one among China's 10 great divine artifacts. It had various functions such as nurturing luck, perceiving everything thoroughly, and eliminating evil spirits. In ancient times, the Dermot traveled across the Chinese landmass, seeking famous mountains and rivers to enhance the power of formations assisting in artifact crafting. For instance, the great poet Pierre once described Mount Lou's fragrant furnace peak in his verse, "Purple mist rises from the sunlit incense burner, like a hanging waterfall seen afar," while this peak was where the Yellow Emperor refined divine objects. Scroll of Sage, teaching 3,000 disciples. With the green tranquil divine pupil activated, the true content of the scroll appeared before him, profoundly impacting Fiki. It was a scroll depicting Confucius imparting knowledge to his 3,000 disciples, exquisitely drawn, vividly capturing the expressions and emotions of every individual. At the corner of the scroll was the signature of Daryl, the revered painter of the Tang dynasty. Daryl's skills were so masterful that they returned to simplicity, earning him the title Wind beneath Wu's belt, unparalleled during the High Tang period. Harvey was a junior of his. Presumably, this ancient scroll was given by Daryl to Harvey. During the heyday of the Tang dynasty, all vassal states paid tribute. This era was close to the mythical era of pre-Qin, where the essence of Qi had not yet dwindled. The Scroll of Sage, teaching 3,000 disciples, was a portrayal of human nature by Daryl, brimming with ancient charm. Vaguely, Fiki saw an ancient scripture hidden within the scroll, named the Sacred Heart Sutra. Daryl revered Taoism, and this Sacred Heart Sutra compiled the foundations of Taoist cultivation. If practiced by ordinary people, it could maximize the potential for awakening. One must know that at the foot of Mount Hong, Beiwei, there stands a Beiwei temple with a mural, the Celestial Palace Scroll, painted by Daryl. When the Qi essence of Mount Hong revived, the Celestial Palace Scroll emitted radiant light and celestial music, resonating with this holy mountain, showcasing its awe-inspiring might. That is. Suddenly, Fiki identified a silk-like, fibrous object hidden deep within the scroll. Buzz. His dragon finger touched the fibrous object, and the Scroll of Sage, teaching 3,000 disciples, burst into pieces. The fibrous material slipped through his fingertip into the spinal bone Overlord Bao. 60 images appeared on the silver Overlord Bao, but Fiki couldn't even make out one of them, feeling his soul tremble and his body weaken. The prophetic pushing back scroll. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Legend had it that during the prosperous Tang dynasty, Frederick ordered the renowned diviners Yuan Tiangang and Lia Ganfeng to predict the fate of the Tang Empire. Based on the I Ching, they foresaw the trends of the world, tracing back to the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and forward to 5,000 years ahead. Even in today's age, the timeline of the prophetic pushing back scroll hadn't ended. All 60 stages included the rise and fall of dynasties like Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. How enigmatic is this thing? Why did it seek the Overlord Bao? Didn't it say that the true prophetic pushing back scroll had vanished long ago? How did it end up in Daryl's Scroll of Sage, teaching 3,000 disciples? Fiki was bewildered, but in the next moment, his thoughts were interrupted as the scroll disintegrated into countless specks of dust. Fiki became anxious. He hadn't recorded the Sacred Heart Sutra yet, and its dispersion felt like squandering a treasure. What the heck? How did this precious ancient scroll turn to ash all of a sudden? Idiot, what are you standing around for? There must be something valuable in these ashes. Hurry up and collect them. Barnaby reacted instantly, cursing profusely. Yet, an eerie scene unfolded. No matter what methods Fiki and Barnaby used to gather the ashes, the dust slipped through their fingers each time. By the time Alpha arrived, running late, the ashes strangely adhered to his plump buttocks, forming mysterious runes on his silky fur. You damn brat, too much injustice. We strained ourselves collecting these ashes, but this idiot got more just by sticking out his behind. Barnaby's eyes widened in resentment. Fiki nodded in agreement, realizing why pandas are considered national treasures. They held too many mysteries. I didn't mean to. Alpha scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Lie still. Let the boss admire the marvelous patterns on your bottom. If you move, I'll kick you dead. Barnaby stood on Alpha's shoulders, threatening and intimidating. Fiki directly flicked Barnaby away with his finger. This stinking rat's words were too easy to misinterpret, making it seem like he had a bad habit of looking at people's bottoms. A creature that can cause chaos with just 2 defecations has no right to speak, Fiki scolded with a laugh. Then, he began earnestly studying the characters displayed on Alpha's bottom. Glancing at Burl, who was peacefully closed-eyed, and those awakened individuals, he made a decision in his heart. Christopher, dare you enter a May for a battle? Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the void. In the distant sky, Yikura radiated with dragon-like momentum, holding the Qinglong Gate in his hands. He appeared as ethereal as an exiled immortal descending into the mortal world for cultivation, only 1 step away from the divine sea realm. Beside him, a graceful woman with celestial beauty and skin as soft as clouds had green dragon wings sprouting from her back. Her every move stirred dragon energy. She was Chenomaki, the outstanding young prodigy of the Cheno family, and currently the strongest young member of the Cheno family within China. Behind them, Alessandra, Ives, and an emaciated old man with a snake staff released their invincible aura, representing the entire Ganzapai sect. Chapter 84, Moved. The dense forest of a May mountain, which was usually filled with constant battles and beast roars, suddenly fell silent. Not even a whisper could be heard. Even the late-stage cave realm-peaked demonic beasts, known for their bloodlust and ferocity, dared not to roar at them in defiance. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over this mere early-stage cave realm cultivator? Even if he breaks through, he will only reach mid-stage cave realm. Is brother Christopher really worth all this trouble? Aina curled her lips slightly, speaking with indifference. Though Kaylee had been killed and Randall severely injured, in her eyes, they were merely trash, not worth mentioning. Only Yehya earned her respect. He's nothing but an ant, yet he managed to harm me by relying on his tricks. Now that we have united 3 major forces, I fear no one. Of course, I must reclaim my dignity. Yehya laughed coldly, saying with a frigid tone, I am the type who will never let a grievance go unpunished. Even for an ant, I will crush it underfoot. Do as you please. I only care about the greatest opportunity within a May mountain. He is unworthy of my attention. We can divide the benefits when the time comes. Aina gazed towards the magnificent Amay Mountain summit, declaring proudly, Randall, cleanse our family's blood and honor with your own hands.
Yes.
Randall, now brimming with vigor, having ascended to the late-stage cave realm and been granted a rare magic artifact by Aina, affirmed resolutely. As long as Brother Christopher dares to show himself, he would strike him down fiercely to clear away the shame. He wanted to tell Brother Christopher, who seemed like an insignificant insect born into poverty, that this was what the strength of a powerful clan looked like. Even though he had been critically injured by treachery, his growth speed and power far surpassed any commoner. Dare to ask all the heroes under heaven, who dares compete with us in Amay Mountain? Yehia looked down upon the land below, calling out loudly, clouds and mist appear. Dawn shines upon Amay. We await your arrival. Edwin. Sabine. Jacqueline. Do you dare come? Aina recited names she considered worthy of respect. These people were obstacles blocking their path. They had previously obstructed them from surrounding and killing Brother Christopher before reaching the Amay Mountain summit. Now, with the three forces united, they feared no one and naturally took on a haughty stance, looking down upon all rivals. Subsequently, led by Yehia and Aina, they rode the moonlight straight to the Amay Mountain summit. All these scenes were recorded and quickly promoted by the three families, becoming the top trending topic on Weibo within 3 minutes. The title read, Brother Christopher, just an ant, but are you ready to fight? Instantly, countless people across China opened the trending topic and began commenting on their shamelessness, daring only to rely on their backing. No need to apologize. Everyone born between heaven and earth is destined to be unequal. My exceptional talent and support from the Nanjingyi family have destined me to shine brightly across the land. As for Brother Christopher, he is but a lowly ant who can barely make waves regardless of his struggles. During this period, Yehia updated his Weibo, writing arrogantly, only the weak hide behind others' backs to curse. Do you dare come to Amay Mountain and fight me? After finishing everything, Yehia smiled contentedly. He was wildly arrogant, so much so that he knew no bounds. But so what? In this chaotic era, power reigned supreme, and he was destined to be king. He wanted to tell the world that no matter how many stories or insults people came up with to belittle him or look down on him, he remained the existence that these people revered. As for the Brother Christopher that people admired, he was no more than a timid coward. What's there to be arrogant about? If not for the numerous opportunities brought by the revival in various regions, Qin family could only send me here alone, and I wouldn't hesitate to knock each of you dead. Jacqueline stomped her feet in frustration, clearly displeased. Although she was furious, she did not dare confront Yehia and his group right away, knowing well that their current strength still wasn't enough. Small-minded triumphalism. Lin snorted in disdain. Edwin, aren't you especially fond of praising Brother Christopher? Seeing how they are bullying him so fiercely now, not even daring to respond. Has he been scared speechless? A sneer appeared on Jacqueline's face, speaking in a teasing manner. Edwin remained silent, his gaze deep. While Brother Christopher might be reckless, he wasn't stupid. What could he possibly do in this situation? Could Brother Christopher rely on his newly advanced mid-stage, cave realm cultivation to lump together those rats and pandas like grenades to destroy Yehia and his group? Don't make a scene. I won't say anything more about Brother Christopher being awesome, okay? But I believe he would still grow even without backing. After all, he doesn't get advantages like we do in already revived places. Amidst Jacqueline's mocking gaze, Edwin smiled awkwardly and said, now that Yehia's side is powerful, we should gather our acquaintances as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll miss out on the opportunities in Amay Mountain. At the very least, we shouldn't let the Chinya clan get those opportunities. The two women nodded seriously. The Chinya family, relying on collecting countless ancient Chinese treasures and magical artifacts, had caused chaos not only in Jincheng but also had conflicts with the Gu, Jiang, and Qin families. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, their phones rang simultaneously, reminding them to watch a live broadcast from China. Upon opening it, they saw Brother Christopher's account was live streaming. In the video, the round and fluffy bottom of the Panda Alpha was wiggling, swaying its head and tail, looking particularly adorable. Chapter 85. I want to tell a story. I knew that Brother Jesus would never be the kind of person to bear humiliation and grudges silently. He is the brightest pearl. No matter what happens, he always strikes back forcefully. Brother Jesus, deliver another golden line to show Yehia how formidable you are. Does Brother Jesus release the national treasure panda, just to make us jealous? I have to admit, you succeeded. I am so jealous. It's as if every Sichuan local owns a panda. Please don't devalue pandas to such an extent, making me think I could own one too. Originally, everyone who was left speechless by Yehia's boastful words now felt extremely excited. Even just seeing Brother Jesus sitting silently on the blue stone was a form of enjoyment. Beside the misty West Lake, inside an ancient hall, a woman in plain white attire twirled a white chess piece between her fingertips and murmured, is this Brother Jesus truly worth it for you to break the rules of the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list and rank him first? This woman was Alicia, one of the top 3 on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list. Not because she had lost to the other 2, but due to the fact that there was no set order among the top 3 of the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list yet. Facing her was a middle-aged man dressed in hemp cloth with an ordinary appearance. His pupils were deep, exuding an aura of worldliness that contradicted his appearance. Elijah, now 90 years old, was at the peak of his physical condition after the resurrection. Undoubtedly the god of war today. One man, suppressing an entire world. When he wields the Joyo saber, all aristocratic families, financial powerhouses, and ancient martial arts traditions will be obliterated. He is worthy. Shane has been missing for 3 years, and countless people have searched for the Tai by sword. Even I once did, but we found nothing. With the help of the Tai by sword, not even you can manage. Only he can achieve this. This is where you fall short. I believe Shane has chosen him as his successor. So Brother Jesus will not be bad. Of course, since you received my true teachings, you may not lose to him either. The peaches and plums bloom in the spring breeze, while the lamplight shines through the night rain over the rivers. This was the fate that Shane and I shared. Shane, due to his excessive obsession, was besieged and killed by countless people, leaving the lands of Huaxia stained red by the blood of 300,000 white-robed troops. In this aspect, I am not as strong as him. I can only maintain peace within the cities of Huaxia. This world, I can suppress for another 10 years. You should all grow up quickly. Elijah placed a white chess piece on the board, gazing at the drizzling night rain outside the window and sighed. If he is Shane's successor, what about Aisha? Alicia's delicate hand trembled slightly as she held the black chess piece, countering. She had considered Aisha, the legitimate granddaughter of Shane, as her lifelong rival. Now Elijah claimed that Brother Jesus would be his opponent. Even from Elijah's tone, Alicia perceived that in the future, she might very likely lose to Brother Jesus. This was intolerable for the proud-hearted Alicia. On the surface, Aisha received genuine teachings from the old man, practicing his ultimate techniques and methods, aided by the family's millennium-old accumulation. However, Aisha is merely a false successor. Elijah chuckled. False successor? Alicia raised an eyebrow, astonishment flickering in her eyes. How brilliant Aisha was, yet she was just a fake successor. This confused her. Aisha has outstanding talent, but she lacks the courage of the old man. At best, she can only reach my level, able to defend a city but not protect the entirety of Huaxia. Elijah muttered, some things aren't decided by talent alone. Character also plays a significant role. This is where I fall short compared to the old man Shane. He could ignore everything and sweep the martial world with his sword, while I cannot. Do you think I don't want to be the god of war and the #1 in Huaxia? But I am truly not as good as Shane. Alicia remained silent. On this point, she believed there was no hierarchy. Shane swept through the martial world with his sword to preserve all of Huaxia, only to end up in a situation where 300,000 of his white-robed soldiers perished, and he himself disappeared after being gravely injured. While grandfather Elijah could still suppress the martial world for another 10 years, creating a peaceful environment for the masses in this chaotic era. But she also understood that Elijah wished to do the same as Shane, but lacked the courage due to extra considerations. Of course, without Shane leading the 300,000 white-robed troops to wipe out countless enemies, these 10 years' stability in the martial world would not have been possible for Elijah. Whether it's Aisha or Brother Jesus, I will surpass them both. After a long pause, Alicia said with high fighting spirit, of course, the prerequisite is that Brother Jesus deserves my respect and recognition. I never regard mediocrity as my opponent. Elijah didn't respond, just smiled. He was also curious about what this Brother Jesus, recognized by the tie by sword, would do. He trusted Shane's judgment, but sometimes people could misjudge. Moreover, if Elijah put himself in Brother Jesus' shoes, he would choose to lie low and grow. He would declare war through live streams but avoid direct confrontation, seeking the greatest opportunity on a May mountain in secret. In his view, staying hidden was Brother Jesus' only advantage right now. At the Mount Tai Fengshan site, Aisha, dressed in black with a veil covering her face, carried an ancient sword and gazed at the bright moon. Whether you are a true or false successor must be determined through a challenge. Besides, you haven't received grandfather's teachings yet. You're not qualified to be my opponent yet. I hope your performance can earn some respect. Aisha murmured. If you turn out to be too weak, it will be a huge disappointment. No matter what tricks you play, scum is still scum. At the top of Mount Amay, enveloped in colorful morning mist, Yehia sneered, whether you come up Mount Amay or not, you will die anyway. Fiki watched as the viewer count surged crazily in the live stream and looked at the 99 corpses nearby. He steadied his emotions and smiled, saying, I started this live stream just to tell a story. Chapter 86. Seeing deer in deep forests, spotting whales in blue seas. The story? It wasn't a declaration of war against Yehia and the other 3 major forces, but telling a story. Everyone watching the live stream looked at each other, feeling utterly baffled. Could it be that Brother Jesus was really afraid? Brother Carl, your idol seems not as excellent as you thought and has now gone crazy, starting to tell stories. Shall I read you the story of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs? You can consider me as your idol. Jacqueline, seeing this scene, teased with a laugh. Although I am many times stronger than Brother Jesus, if I could be your idol, I would reluctantly tell you a story as if soothing a child. Get lost. Carl's face turned gloomy. This brat Jacqueline had clearly taken teasing him to an addiction level. Of course, he was even more confused about what trick Brother Jesus was up to. He loves to attract attention most, but he won't let Carl down, Sabine said, looking at Fiki, not knowing whether she was worried about his safety or envious of his influence, her voice filled with emotion. For a moment, Carl and Jacqueline's eyes focused on her, puzzlement arising in their hearts. Could it be that Sabine really had a leg in affair with Brother Jesus as rumored? Otherwise, why would she be so certain? My divine rat brother Jamal loves to find feng shui treasure spots for defecating. The first time he did it, the smell made my panda brother Beverly crawl out from underground, ready to kill us. Fiki smiled. Was this how the legendary extinct panda emerged? This rodent poop must have been too powerful. Online request for Jamal's rat poop. I want to bury the rat poop in the heavenly lake of Changbai Mountain, see if it can summon a fairy from 9 heavens to take me as her son-in-law. If that doesn't work, being a male servant is fine too. I'm not picky. Set that rat free, don't hate it, let me love it. Instantly, the audience watching the live stream got interested. Sure enough, Brother Jesus never disappointed them. Even storytelling was captivating. In less than 30 seconds, Yehia's declaration was knocked off the top spot on Weibo's trending list, replaced by the prominent black title. Online request for Brother Jesus' rat poop. Yehia, Michael, and others looked at everything happening with intense hatred. With 3 powerful families working together to manipulate the trending topic, it all came down because of one sentence from Brother Jesus. Was there any justice left? Jamal's second poop conjured the corpse escort sex spirit corpses formation. After pondering for a while, Fiki continued, this time, we saw Elder Burl, who once cared for Jamal and me, turned into a blood zombie, and 98 Jinqing awakened transformed into puppet corpses, besieging and killing us. Silence. An eerie silence fell over the lively live stream. When they saw the picture showing the 99 motionless corpses, anger welled up uncontrollably. When I cleared Burl's necrotic aura, he told me not to grieve, that none of this was my fault. I still remember when he handed me a blue book unearthed from Harvey's thatched cottage, saying that it was both the best and worst of times. The good part is that we can awaken and gain unimaginable powers. The bad part is that in such a vast world, there is no pure land where scholars can peacefully read and write. He hoped for a day when countless spacious houses would shelter all poor scholars, bringing joy and tranquility. A peaceful place allowing all scholars to quietly study and stabilize the world with their pens. Now he's dead, unrepentant until his last breath, whispering that if I had one soul, it would bloom as a flower, manifesting life. There's no regret in living in Huaxia. My next life will be in a blooming home. And those 98 brothers and sisters repeated his words. They died without regrets. But I do. Fiki took a deep breath, trying to maintain a calm tone. All the viewers could feel his sorrow and wished to comfort him, but found no way to offer solace. Such elderly men and women of Jincheng, having suffered torment and been turned into puppets before their deaths, stirred profound anger even among distant onlookers. How much greater would Brother Jesus' pain be, having lived through it all? How could he not hate, not blame, not regret? Countless spacious houses sheltering all poor scholars and bringing them joy. These lines, penned by the sage poet Harvey 1,000 years ago, they had studied, yet long forgotten, unaware of its true meaning. In today's chaotic world, there should indeed be a sanctuary, with countless spacious houses, allowing scholars to read quietly, cultivate peacefully, free from turmoil. 3 years ago, Shane and the 30,000 White Robe Army marched under the chant, "Forge our swords, sing our war songs to safeguard Huaxia." I believe these fallen children of Jincheng are no less worthy. They truly upheld the mission of establishing order for heaven and earth, securing life for the common people. In life, they protected Jincheng's peace. In death, they remained unrepentant, wishing only to return to Jincheng to witness its renaissance. How can I fall behind them? Today, I will continue the lost learning of past sages and bring peace to the world. I shall impart the Sacred Heart Sutra to all under heaven. This cultivation method is a foundational practice derived from the 3,000 illustrations of sages preaching by Daryl, the holy painter of the Tang dynasty, combining the essence of Taoist and Confucian teachings, allowing all people to transform their bodies and awaken mysterious abilities. May all under heaven be able to cultivate and have their own peaceful land. Fiki stood up, gently patting Alpha's bottom, causing countless profound characters to emerge. And Fiki interpreted each word and sentence, making sure everyone could understand. The Sacred Heart Sutra was an unparalleled cultivation technique, extremely rare, but he had promised Burl to benefit all people, and that's what he would do. Like the Yi family of Jinling, the Qianye clan, and the Corpse's escort sect, these powerful families thrived because of their cultivation techniques and battle tactics. He now wanted to reduce the gap between ordinary people and these families. Although some clans might gain insights from the Sacred Heart Sutra, which could be a drawback, spreading cultivation methods to all would have far more benefits than drawbacks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the space around the man and two beasts started to shake violently. A 9-colored divine deer appeared in the ruins created by the demon suppression steel, and the ground where Fiki stood began to crack. From deep within the earth, a colossal skeleton emitted a faint blue glow. Divine deer? Blue whale? Everyone who saw this scene was filled with surprise. Deer are seen in deep forests, whales rise in blue seas. The divine deer signifies auspiciousness, and when a blue whale falls, life flourishes. At this moment, blue flames emerged from the heads of the divine deer and the deceased blue whale, flickering continuously as if listening intently to Fiki's teachings. Sages preach to 3,000 disciples, without discrimination. All living beings can listen. Chapter 87, Preaching to the World. Barnaby, did you poop again? Suddenly causing such a commotion startled Fiki as well. A May mountain is inland. How could it possibly have the carcass of a blue whale, which can only be found in the deep sea? And then there's the 9-colored divine deer, with its antlers emitting dazzling light, seeming ethereal yet casting genuine blue flames above both entities. The sound of tidal waves from the blue whale's carcass brought clarity to his heart and deepened his understanding of the Holy Heart Sutra. The 9-colored divine deer walked across the ruined space, its antlers bearing a swaying blue flower. The fragrance from its pollen seeped into Fiki's body, making every cell in him exult. His constitution underwent a dramatic change. The strength of the dragon elephant gathered, manifesting as a layer of pale green dragon elephant armor on the surface of his skin. Dragon elephant armor usually only appears at the 3rd level of the divine prison dragon elephant strength, enhancing defense to the maximum extent. But now it emerged under the influence of the divine deer and the blue whale's carcass, indicating their mystery. The appearance of the divine deer signifies auspiciousness, and when a whale falls, all things are born. Beautiful legends always have some basis in fact. When a whale falls, all creatures in the ocean are nourished and transformed. Half an hour later, Fiki finished explaining the essence of the Holy Heart Sutra. The god and demon supporting the netherworld tripod released distinctly black and white light, more powerful than ever. It seemed that this mysterious occurrence, with the listening divine deer and blue whale carcass, was related to the demon suppressing steel where the demons appeared. The transmission of the Holy Heart Sutra is complete. I hope everyone earnestly contemplates it. Great rewards await. Remember, this is the lifelong wish of Elder Burl and the supreme cultivation technique obtained through the efforts of countless Jincheng people. It's a gift from Jincheng to the world. Fiki bowed deeply toward the 99 corpses and softly said, Elder Lin, I have completed part of your wish. I hope you walk with these brothers and sisters on the path to the underworld, no longer lonely or helpless. He then went off the livestream. From beginning to end, he had been smiling and speaking about everything, because this was a joyful event, a joy that carried the wishes of the 99 people. There could be no sorrow. A golden age will come, as Elder Lin wished, as Jincheng wished. In this life, I do not regret entering Huaxia, and in the next, I hope to be reborn here. We all have one name, children of Huaxia. After a while, people watching the darkened screen in the live stream continued to post comments. This night was very long. Upon seeing the 99 corpses, including Burl, the people of Jincheng began acting, seeking a golden daisy to honor the spirits of the deceased. Jincheng has always been rich in flowers. At this moment, every household had a blooming daisy outside their door, swaying in the wind. On Weibo, the official Jincheng account posted a message. In ancient times, soldiers wrapped their corpses in horsehide and returned home. Our fallen heroes of Jincheng lie exposed in the wilderness. Where is the white cloth to wrap their bodies? We ask Brother Christopher to bring our heroes back. Amir, why are you so foolish? In front of the awakening tower, Alric's eyes were red and his voice hoarse as he said, Martin, please come back quickly. You lost the opportunity at Amei's Golden Summit, but our beautiful Sichuan cannot lack for opportunities. Endure humiliation to seek revenge. Everyone in Jincheng looked toward the foot of Amei Mountain, sharing Alric's thoughts. Those like Stuart were too strong. They didn't want the person who had always protected them to take such risks, nor did they want to see his blood spilled on Amei Mountain. The pain they felt when they saw Burl and others' remains, they never wanted to experience again. Fiki smiled at the concerned private messages sent by the people of Jincheng. Then he posted a message. When dawn illuminates the earth, when the clouds and rosy mists cover Amei Mountain, and when all enemies are eliminated, under the blazing sun, I will bring the hero's remains back to Jincheng with honor. Christopher, why do you make us laugh and cry? You're a bad person. Wish the clouds and rosy mists of Amei can protect you and give you invincible strength. Clouds and mists are scenery, but it's people who give them meaning. You are the clouds and rosy mists of Amei. We believe you can defeat the enemies. How can those bullies, even weaker than pigs, be compared to you? In just a minute, the trending topic, Barnaby's poop, was replaced by the title, You are the most beautiful clouds and rosy mists of Amei. Although no one had personally met Brother Christopher, everyone knew that his decisions had never changed, and he had never failed. They hoped Brother Christopher would continue his undefeated legend. In no time, many people started mocking Stuart, Kazuhana Makoto, and Alessandra, along with members of the three major families, urging them to prepare for their doom. I want you dead. Stuart, Kazuhana Makoto, and Alessandra, their faces twisted in rage, shouted angrily. They never imagined a small clown could cause such turmoil. Such an unparalleled foundational cultivation technique as the Holy Heart Sutra was actually given away. Even if the three major forces have accumulated power for hundreds of years, cultivation techniques like the Holy Heart Sutra are extraordinarily precious. Now, they could only endure endless abuse and humiliation, looking forward to that windbreaker-clad ant climbing up a May mountain with boundless arrogance, only to be forcefully slain. What a rotten guy, causing such a huge stir no matter when. Is Weibo's top trending spot your woman? You just go up whenever you want. Sabine loosened her tightly clenched fists, gritting her teeth and gnashing them as she said. She really wanted to howl to the sky, screaming that she was jealous. Not only did Fiki have a group of people supporting him unconditionally and without regrets, but also good fortune fell upon him. And he had such a selfless heart, wanting to benefit all people under heaven. She had never thought of doing this, nor could she do it, because the Jiang family behind her would never agree for her to let the whole world know about cultivation techniques and combat methods, which were the foundations of establishing their family. Chapter 88 Is the blue whale still alive? Yeah, I told you he's awesome, but you wouldn't believe me. How about that, Stephanie? My idol is pretty good, right? Carl also snapped out of his shock and teased Jacqueline with a mocking tone. Earlier, Jacqueline had always belittled him, criticizing him for having short-sighted views and even recognizing Brother Jesus as an idol. Carl originally didn't think Brother Jesus was an idol, but after Jacqueline forced him to see it that way, he felt miserable. Now it was his turn to ridicule Jacqueline. Humph, what's the big deal about this? If he can truly go to Mount Amei and kill Yehya and the others, then I'll say he's ruthless. Just bragging has no use. Jacqueline, feeling stifled, pouted and said in an arrogant manner. Only after she saw that Carl couldn't retort did she lightly pat her chest and secretly sigh how smart she really was. She hadn't shown any admiration for Brother Jesus, which might have otherwise made responding to Carl's mockery difficult. Immediately afterward, they stopped fooling around and went to meet up with their friends who came to the foot of Mount Amei, attempting to form an alliance to fight against the three major forces. All three thought that if they met Brother Jesus, bringing him into the fold, while it may not significantly increase their combat strength, at least they could protect the three brothers. By West Lake's misty rain, Alicia watched as the black chess piece in her hand turned to ashes, her dark eyes filled with shock. In a heavy voice, she said, I'm not as good as him in this aspect. Hey, it's not easy getting you to admit that you're inferior. Elijah chuckled. In spreading knowledge among people, I indeed am not as good as him. This is a fact. After all, we are under immense pressure too. We only appear first, but those who come after us won't let us do anything as we wish. Even lower-tier techniques can't escape our hands. Alicia replied indifferently, but in terms of combat power, he is far behind me. At best, I can only place him on my list of those I look down upon. To earn my approval, it's not easy. Elijah smiled faintly, marking countless insights on the scroll containing the Sutra of Sacred Heart. She murmured, since he dares to start it, we should just push forward and spread the essence of this sutra. This kid is quite bold, doing something even I wouldn't dare. But doing so will bring some unavoidable troubles. I can help him face absolute strong ones, but he must handle the pressure from minor villains himself. At the peak of Mount Tai, Aisha held a brush, finishing the last word of the Sutra of Sacred Heart on the scroll, his expression solemn. Brother Jesus, your performance is decent but not enough. I want to see how you'll act once you get to Mount Amei. Wearing black clothes that fluttered in the wind, Aisha mumbled. Boss, you're ruining my reputation. You're such a bad person. Beside the ruins, Jamal grumbled unhappily. Every word I said is true. If you can point out any lie, I'll apologize, Fiki said with a smile. Jamal was speechless, realizing that Fiki was telling the truth, which depressed him greatly. He could only mutter, eating, drinking, urinating, defecating, and sleeping are biological instincts. Can't a mighty divine rat like me find a feng shui treasure spot to defecate? Ordinary places don't match my status. Humph, these matters should only be known by fellow brothers. Why should everyone know? Elder brother, didn't you tell me before that once famous, even one's poop would be considered fragrant by others? Stop arguing with boss, he's actually helping you gain fame. Beverly grinned and comforted. King kiss, you foolish guy. Is this how you view gaining fame? Which invincible supreme being gains fame through defecation? CK this kind of fame. Jamal, wanting to cry yet laugh, kept tapping Beverly's chubby head with his rodent claws, roaring to the sky. As for Fiki, he ignored them and focused his attention on the fallen blue whale and the 9-colored divine deer. He felt very close to both creatures. Although they emitted unimaginable powerful auras, Fiki chose to walk into the devastated area. Danger always coexists with opportunities. Though he had condensed the azure mysterious divine pupil and possessed the dragon elephant battle armor, with transformations in deities and demons, his true realm was still mid-cave mansion realm, and rapid evolution wasn't possible. He could only see whether the remains of the blue whale and the 9-colored divine deer could bring him an opportunity. When dawn shone upon Mount Amay, there would be an unimaginable bloody battle. Not only human awakeners would go, but sentient beasts would also flock there. Standing on the blue whale's skeleton, a gentle and warm oceanic aura enveloped him, calming his mind. Buzz buzz buzz. A bone, similar in size to Fiki's body and resembling azure jade, emerged from the blue whale's head and drilled into his body. Is this blue whale still alive? A terrifying thought emerged in Fiki's mind and refused to dissipate. The 9-colored antler of the divine deer also descended and drilled into his body. Jinjija, the divine deer stepped on the blue whale's remains and drilled into the depths of the ruins, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 89. Amay Golden Summit opens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine fiend supporting the netherworld cauldron released black and white radiance, attracting the blue whale jade bone and the 9-colored deer antler into the cauldron, where the netherworld flames burned vigorously. A gift? Fiki was secretly puzzled. The blue whale and divine deer, like the fiend emitting the black and white light, must have fallen from the demon subduing steel. Since they are gifting themselves to him, he naturally has to make good use of them. The jade bone and deer antler are top-tier materials for forging artifacts. He only needs to forge them into rough forms now. Once his strength increases in the future, he can fully unleash their true value. Overlord said. The more he sensed the mystery of the Overlord bow, the more he decided to temporarily smelt the jade bone and deer antler into an Overlord armor and Overlord spear as part of the Overlord set. Wearing this armor with the dragon elephant armor would enhance his defensive power to the extreme. Drip. During the process, Fiki attempted to refine the Overlord by using beast blood and his own essence blood, allowing its tyrannical true intent to permeate into the Overlord set. Half an hour later, both the Overlord armor and Overlord spear were refined. However, when it came to inscribing names on the armor and spear, the Overlord bow interfered, as if saying that these items didn't deserve the name. Fiki had no choice but to name them the Tyrant Set and Tyrant Spear. After completing the refinement, there was still a piece of jade bone and deer antler left. Thinking that apart from the war drum, Alpha didn't have a proper weapon, he promptly used Alpha's essence blood to forge a trident. Throughout the process, Fiki was baffled. He had intended to create a long spear, but Alpha's vital essence blood drove him to craft a trident instead. Alpha, this trident is for you. With everything done, Fiki tossed the trident to Alpha with a smile. Alpha's bare eyes sparkled as he admired the beautifully patterned trident. After a while, he exclaimed, "Boss, we don't need to worry about the barbecue grill breaking anymore. This thing is very sturdy. It can easily support a large wild boar." Fiki nearly fell over. This chubby fellow really is a foodie, thinking about how to use the trident for barbecuing instead of maximizing its combat potential. I don't want to say much, but fairness will eventually prevail. I lost my reputation, yet ended up with nothing in return. Barnaby mumbled with a melancholic look, holding a blade of grass in his mouth. Just cheer up. Catch more beasts on our way to Mount Amay, and I'll share more meat with you. Fiki patted Barnaby's head affectionately and smiled. Upon hearing this, Barnaby immediately leaped up, his eyes gleaming with intense light as he licked his lips. Alpha was equally excited, making Fiki realize that these two brothers were typical foodies. Of course, he himself was also a foodie. Since advancing in strength, he always felt hungry, as if he could devour an entire demon ox. More importantly, during this process, they could gather the essence blood of 1,000 demon beasts, refining the 1,000 beast array, adding another card up their sleeve for their ascent to Amay. Hey boss, you're heartless. You said you'd give me more meat, but you ate more than me and this fatty. Have some shame, will you? Boss, you're overdoing it. If you keep eating, will you end up eating the trident mint for skewering me? One shouldn't act like this. Some ethics are necessary. Their journey was filled with complaints from Barnaby and Alpha. Under the morning sunlight shining on the summit of Mount Amay, with countless strange phenomena becoming even more splendid, the 1,000 beast array was finally condensed by the three gluttons. The array patterns were etched onto the Tyrant Spear and Tyrant Set. Although the savage beast blood caused Fiki extreme pain, it temporarily boosted his combat power. With everything prepared, they began climbing Mount Amay. On the golden peak of Amay, various phenomena appeared as the morning sunlight shone upon it. A cassia tree sprang up from the ground, rapidly growing to hundreds of meters tall. Dark green leaves swayed in the wind, while clusters of small golden flowers began to blossom. As time passed, the golden flowers bloomed. A fragrant aroma filled the air, and the cassia tree exuded endless purple mist. The plants under the tree all transformed into medicinal herbs rich in efficacy. The purple mist grew brighter, as if those who bathed in it could ascend to immortality. Roar! Countless demon beasts roared wildly. Those capable of reaching the base of the Amay Golden Summit were at least at the peak of the mid-stage cave realm and could speak human language, showing remarkable intelligence. Yet, none of them moved, remaining dormant on the sides, watching the two groups of humans nearby with their sharp eyes. Avon, Gwyneth, and Alessandra led their people to a radiant spot, coldly eyeing the front. Carl, Sabine, Jacqueline, and many outstanding youths looked sternly at Avon's group, their bodies exuding intense battle intent. The great battle was imminent. Carl, shall we combine our forces to clear out most of the demon beasts? Avon, in his silvery armor glowing brightly, held the Qing Long Gate, only one step away from entering the Divine Sea Realm. He shone like a king among men and said coolly, I don't think anyone wishes for these beasts to obtain the greatest opportunity here on Amaze Golden Summit. Do you think we're fools? Plotting with a tiger will only harm ourselves. Carl sneered coldly, his magic saber humming lightly. Kill. Avon slightly shook his head, exchanged glances with Gwyneth and others, then led the charge into the beast horde with the Qing Long Gate in hand. Human, are you courting death? Wouldn't it be better to share the resources? A green python unleashed its piercing gaze fiercely. Bang. Before it could react, Avon had already reached its front, the formidable dragon-shaped shadow on the heavy Qing Long Gate suppressing these demonic beasts beyond imagination. Dragons were invincible even among legendary divine beasts. Otherwise, why would snake demons spend 10,000 years cultivating, hoping to transform into a python, then evolve further into dragons? It's known that snake-type demons are among the most formidable existences in demonkind. Blood splashed from the green python, transforming it into a corpse within moments, while Avon's momentum increased once again. The ancient underworld seal hanging on Avon's chest crazily devoured the death aura. Killing demons consumed great strength for others, but for him, demons weaker than himself were nothing but delicious treats. Chapter 90 Urgent Situation. This won't do. Yehya's methods are too mysterious. To actually be able to absorb dead chi for cultivation, our combined strength is already a notch weaker than theirs. If Yehya can reach the half-step Divine Sea Realm, or even the Divine Sea Realm with these dead chi, our situation will become increasingly dire. Carl's expression was as solemn as water, and he hurriedly said, Let's fight. Form groups of 3 to support each other. We each have our own skills. Try to use the treasures within the corpses of demon beasts to prevent the dispersion of dead chi. Carl, Fabio, and I will deal with Eileen and Yehya. Sabine's face was grave as she solemnly said, As for the others, we entrust them to you all. The rest of the people gathered nodded in agreement, acknowledging Carl and Sabine's viewpoint. They all came from the cities of Gusu and Hangzhou, their families traditionally led by the Jiang, Qin, and Gu families, naturally offering full support to the trio. Chant, hum, snap. It was seen that Sabine's green precious sword shimmered with sword light, while the devilish flame from the devil knife in Carl's hand flowed endlessly. Jacqueline conjured up a fiery red long whip, with countless shadows filling the space. One by one, ferocious demon beasts were slain by them, and they extracted rare parts from within the demon beasts, suppressing the dispersion of dead chi. A bunch of fools still think they can stop us? What an utterly naive thought. Yehya's silver armor emitted brilliance as he brought forth a silver spear, releasing unparalleled power, sneering, Eileen, Noel, give me your support. Others, follow the original plan to form the formation. Today, whether it's this group of beasts or Carl's team, they will all die at our hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yehya's ancient underworld seal on his chest emitted countless mysterious runes, constructing array patterns. In his hand, he took out a fragment of an ancient map, depicting magnificent mountains and rivers, its glow enveloping Carl and the other two. Immediately, the expressions of Carl and the two others changed drastically. It felt as if they were suddenly placed inside the mountainous landscapes depicted by the fragment. Mountains pressing down from above, violent winds tearing at their bodies, grass and trees transforming into vicious weapons attacking them. And those demon beasts who had been fighting against Yehya and his group turned their heads around, joining forces with Yehya and the others to attack Carl and company. With intention facing indifference, it only took moments before Carl and company were covered in injuries. Had it not been for each having their hidden cards, casualties would have occurred. Chant, chant, chant. Carl and the other two struggled to wield their weapons, breaking through the massive energy mountains and tyrannical winds generated by the Grand Formation. However, due to the many deep wounds on their bodies and having to constantly be on guard against Yehya wielding the Azure Dragon Gate from various directions, their conditions deteriorated to the extreme. Are the people from Jiangnan so weak? Truly disappointing. Before long, all the prodigies of our Yamato nation will gather in Jiangnan. If the people of Jiangnan are only at this level, I would suggest the real prodigies not to come because you are simply too weak. Eileen flapped her green dragon wings, swiftly moving in the air, occasionally dealing damage to Carl and the two others with her bronze sword, coldly saying, Tiana. Suddenly, Carl and the two others saw a woman in a yellow dress being pierced through the chest by the bronze sword in Eileen's hand, screaming hoarsely. Kill. Named Tiana. The woman in the yellow dress looked resolute, determination in her eyes, and decisively said, Not just Jin Cheng but also us from Jiangnan dare to declare war on you scum. If any from the Yamato nation dares to step into Jiangnan in the future, not one will survive. Puff. In an instant, Tiana turned her ancient spear around, stabbing through her own body, leaving a bloody hole in Eileen's dragon wing. Die. Never in her dreams did Eileen imagine that a mere mid-grotto realm ant could injure her, and raged. Her bronze sword released a world-splitting sword beam, determined to chop Tiana's body into pieces. Clank. But Eileen's plans didn't go as wished. Carl risked a heavy blow from Yehya's Azure Dragon Gate, flying out his devil knife, piercing through the sword beam. If it weren't for that ancient map's formation, I could easily kill you. Carl flew over, holding the devil knife again, slicing at the bronze sword, sparks flying everywhere, speaking coldly. Once more. Eileen's arms trembled. The devil flames from the devil knife caused her slight injuries, blood flowing down her arms. Beneath her feet, the silhouette of a blood-colored dragon from Western legend condensed, greatly boosting her momentum. A blood-colored dragon shadow revolved around the edge of the bronze sword, its sword light flickering, terrifying beyond measure. Everyone else leave. Today, I want to see if this gang of miscreants can kill me. In my life, I've only lost to one person. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, I've never submitted to anyone. Today, I'll let you experience the might of this devil knife. Carl's devil knife drank blood. Not just the blood of demon beasts and Eileen, but also his own, boosting his morale and making the devilish flames surge wildly. His black clothes fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. Just this one glance made the tiger demon besieging him dare not to advance another step. Eileen, standing on the silhouette of a western flying dragon, stopped with her pupils constricting, commanding others to attack. Brother Carl, you can't be the only one taking the spotlight. I will stay too. Jacqueline stood beside Carl, smiling at the surrounding people who were covered in injuries. Take Sister Xiaoming away and try your best to save her. Go now. Sabine stood alone with her sword, coolly saying. Now, she only hoped that Fiki, who boasted about going to Mauname, would not show up. Yehia was far too calculating, using some unknown means to ally with the strongest Noel among the demon beasts, making these demon beasts target them. Chapter 91. Might as well go to hell to bully pigs. Bang, bang, bang. The earth, under the brutal assault of surging energy, emitted a sound as if it was being ground into powder. Dust floated in the air. You two really are? Carl panted heavily after slaying a late-stage Grotto Realm expert from the Chinya family. Blood soaked through his black robes as he said helplessly, since that's the case, let's fight side by side. Who would have thought that before I died, I didn't have much luck with women, but now I have two beauties accompanying me in death, quite nice. He narrowed his eyes, recalling Fiki's teasing manner towards him, sighing inwardly, Fiki, consider yourself lucky this life. I won't get to see you rise again. I had planned to wait until you grew stronger and then bully you until you begged for mercy. No chance now, haha. Teasing. Jacqueline rolled her eyes indifferently. Still thinking of running? Anyone who opposes me will die. Did you really think our three major forces came up a May mountain just to enjoy the scenery? Yehia appeared before those retreating, his hand supporting the Azure Dragon Gate, and chuckled coldly. Hum, hum, hum. The Azure Dragon Gate emitted dragon roars akin to morning bells and evening drums. The Azure Dragon coiled and danced around, causing the surrounding grass and rocks to ripple strangely, forming mystic array patterns. These patterns intertwined, while the Hell Seal continuously trembled, absorbing the death aura of humans and beasts that perished during this time. Suddenly, the earth cracked, and vegetation withered. Apart from the people of the three major forces, all within this space felt immense pressure, their physical bodies bearing great suppression, even the slightest movement consuming vast amounts of spirit power. Humans, why you lied? The strongest among the beasts, the Noel, looked at Yehia incredulously, speaking in a broken, hoarse voice. Why should I keep faith with beasts? You've already exhausted Carl and others' spirit power, losing your reason for existence. Die. A sly smile crept onto Yehia's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. People from the three major forces began to slaughter the very beasts they once fought alongside, blood splattering the ground. Ignoring those restrained by the formation, Yehia held the Azure Dragon Gate in one hand, and went to battle the most powerful Noel and the Peak Grotto Realm Tiger Beast. Under the suppressive force of the Azure Dragon array dominated by the gate, the two apex beasts were easily overpowered by Yehia, though they still struggled helplessly. Now, I give you a choice. Surrender to us, lead the way up Mauname. If you do well, not only will we spare your lives, but we'll grant you some opportunities. Aina descended on a dragon, looking down at those fleeing under Carl's cover, addressing them in a condescending tone. Fight! Since we can't escape, let's fight to the death. We cannot allow this Japanese woman to look down on us from Jiangnan. I would run if I could, considering it an opportunity created by Carl, Yu Yao, and Fabio. Now that we can't run, we'll stay and fight. Surrendering to a despicable Japanese servant is something our Wang clan from Suzhou can't afford to do. These people looked at Aina as if she were a fool, their eyes filled with madness, determination ringing clear in their voices. Then die. Aina's proud face twisted in cold fury. The fervor of the weak is the cheapest thing in this world. Submitting to the strong is the path of survival, but alas, you stubborn Chinese people don't understand this truth. Roar. The Western dragon under Aina roared fiercely, making her presence divine. Her sword blazed with icy light, indicating her intent to kill everyone in one strike. As Eyes of the Corpse escort sect and Kulm of the Yi family held back Carl and company, the Jiangnan people sensed imminent death. Yet, they clung to their weapons, determined to fight this battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every weapon trembled under the onslaught of sword chi, disintegrating into ashes. Carl and his companions watched from afar, bloodshot eyes filled with helplessness. Just as the icy blade seemed about to descend upon the Jiangnan people, a figure appeared, catching Aina's sword midair. A despicable servant dares to slander my Chinese peers. A calm voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. Windycoat brother. These simple 3 words lingered in everyone's hearts, destined to be extraordinary due to the man cloaked in the wind coat. Boom. A fist clad in golden dragon scales struck the Western dragon's illusion, immediately blasting the arrogant Aina away. Windcoat brother, die for me? Chia Starfield's eyes were filled with Fengkong's Sai Yi mad killing intent as she gripped her ancient sword and unleashed her signature technique, the star-shattering slash, from behind Fiki, vowing to decapitate him with a single blow. Chant. Where Fiki had stood, a torn shadow remained, slashed by the star-shattering slash. At the same time, a faint sound of something breaking through the air echoed in space. A silver spear, exuding endless dominance, charged toward Chia Starfield who had launched the sneak attack. Pierce. With an expression of disbelief on Chia Starfield's face, this spear, forged from blue whale jade bones and divine deer antlers, revealed its unparalleled glory, piercing through Chia Starfield's body. You. Chia's starfield felt life slipping away, looking at the young man in the wind coat with incredulity. She could not believe that the person who, just a day ago, dared to sneak attack her with a bow only after sustaining injuries due to the demon beast tide, could now simply and plainly, without any flair or sophistication, impale her with a spear and bring her to this state. In a flash, a thought crossed her mind. China cannot be insulted. The depths of this mysterious country far exceed everyone's imagination. The truly terrifying geniuses rising here are not comparable to trash like us. Why don't you go to hell to bully pigs? Fiki stared coldly at the shocked Chia's starfield, his voice eerie and mocking. Then, he shook the domineering spear, shattering her filthy body into a rain of blood with the spear's chi. Chapter 92 Three Swordsmen of Mount Shu. This? My god, Brother Devon is defying the heavens? Is he really this powerful in just the middle cave mansion realm? Before, I didn't believe he was stronger than me. Now it looks like he's far beyond me. No, forgive my improper wording. How can I even compare such a terrifying existence with myself? That would be an insult to him. Brother Devon, magnificent. The people whom Fiki had saved were now agitated and exclaimed excitedly. One must know, Jeremiah not only inherited the supreme skills of Japan's sword Saint Benton, but also mastered ninja techniques. Earlier, this Jeremiah relied on unpredictable ninja skills to heavily injure over a dozen people within a short time. Ultimately, it has still come to this? Sabine's blue robe was stained with blood as she muttered. This bastard always acts recklessly, knowing full well it's dangerous, but still. She stopped midway. Perhaps today they would all truly perish together atop Mount Ame. After all, Yehya's means of control were too terrifying. Now that he had killed two of the strongest beast demons, the other entangled beast demons posed no threat at all to Yehya. As long as Yehya and those three major forces individuals could extricate themselves, Fiki would be in dire straits. The weakened Carl and Jacqueline also wore shocked expressions. This mysterious Brother Devon must have seen their plight on the way up Mount Ame. They couldn't fathom why, seeing everything so clearly, he dared enter this space suppressed by the Azure Dragon formation. Could he possibly turn the tide? A strange hope inexplicably arose in their hearts, feeling that this Brother Devon who had created countless miracles might break through this desperate situation. Of course, they understood this was merely a flicker of hope. Having absorbed the life essence of the two strongest demon beasts, Yehya had already stepped into the half-step divine sea realm, his strength almost unimaginable. Even in their prime, they estimated they wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping from Yehya's hands, let alone now when the mysterious Brother Devon was only at the mid-cave mansion realm. What did he have to match Yehya? Furthermore, behind Yehya were people from the three major powers, able to unleash formidable combat power. Go rest, leave the rest to me. Fiki received Jacqueline who had been pursued and said softly. Then, looking at Carl and Sabine with eyes full of smiles, signaling them to be at ease. In an instant, wherever the dominant spear passed, members of the three major forces fell dead. They are very strong. Jacqueline stared blankly at the man shrouded in a mysterious wind coat, her heart rippling. Where was the disdain and ridicule for Brother Devon she had felt before? She muttered subconsciously. No worries. Fiki smiled faintly. Though Yehya's growth rate surpassed his expectations, he was not the least bit afraid. Yehya was his destined nemesis. If he were weak, it would be abnormal. After all, the Hell Seal would not choose an ordinary person as its master. He is so handsome. After stammering for a while, Jacqueline gazed at the lonesome figure moving forward alone to shield them from all attacks, speaking intermittently. Little flirt, take out your phone and start a live stream. Mighty Rat wants everyone in the world to stop sending private messages asking for rat droppings. My awesomeness isn't defined by rat poop. Barnaby appeared beside Jacqueline, shouting. Second brother is right, we three brothers are the three swordsmen of Mount Shu. Our destiny is to ride the winds with our swords, slaying demons between heaven and earth. Of course, we also want fame, spreading our names throughout China. Without live streaming, who would witness our great prowess? Panda Alpha swung his trident, exclaiming excitedly. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the two beasts wielding the Rui Bong, Rui's staff, and trident, and the wind-coated brother slaughtering all around with a spear. Speaking of which, aren't you called the three swordsmen of Mount Shu? Who among your three brothers actually wields a sword? We also need to live stream and record our heroic moments. Our cool images can't be ruined. In the past, the combination of me and the boss was like a pregnant cow riding high-voltage wires, double awesome to the sky, a shower of sparks and lightning along the way. Now, with this fool added, it's like two spoiled twins plus a mother cow on high-voltage wires, triple awesome to the sky. How can it be worse? Barnaby intentionally flicked his purple hair, speaking proudly. In an instant, the originally very tense Carl and others stood frozen like statues, stunned by Barnaby. Even without relying on rat poop, this purple mouse could likely achieve fame across the country with just his mouth. But they tacitly started the live stream, trying to capture every angle of the battle without missing anything, because they had no power left to fight. Besides live streaming, there wasn't much else they could do. Filthy insects, you dare to hurt me. On the other side, Chiyoda Makoto, whose clothes were disheveled after being punched away by Fiki, her eyes filled with insane killing intent, raged. You even killed that good-for-nothing Jeremiah. While he doesn't deserve pity, no one insults the Chiyoda family. I will crush and scatter your bones, tear you into pieces. Riding a flying dragon and wielding an ancient sword, he appeared like an exiled immortal from the Blade world, ethereal and divine. Let's see just how powerful this legendary Brother Devon is. Colm, a late cave mansion realm expert skilled in Xingyi Qin, squinted his eyes and formed the shape of a dragon claw, a faint dragon roar resounding from within his body as his muscles and bones vibrated. Meanwhile, Ives and Alessandra were directing two Tang Dynasty ancient zombies clad in bronze armor, emitting icy corpse flames, advancing with large strides. For a moment, the pressure Fiki faced was unimaginable. Chapter 93. Bending the bow to shoot the heavenly dragon. Has the battle on Mount Ame erupted? My goodness, it's too intense at the scene. Those are all Grotto Realm monsters that have been killed in such great numbers. Who is that? Is it Brother Devon? Yes, there's also a martial arts skilled mouse in panda fighting. They're the legendary Brother Devon. He really went up Mount May, truly living up to his words, an exemplary figure of our generation. Carl and others livestream broadcasted the scenes from the site, causing a huge uproar among those eagerly awaiting updates on Mount May's actual situation. After Carl and the team briefly introduced the scene, everyone anxiously stared at Brother Devon's back, who was besieged by people led by Patsy. Jamal, Beverly, support me. Fiki's gaze was solemn. Though his enemies were powerful, his fighting spirit was incredibly high. He roared, I will hold off the main forces of the three major factions. You two sweep away everyone below Mid-Grotto Realm to weaken the Green Dragon Ancient Array's strength. Clanging sounds. Immediately after, Jamal and Beverly moved into action. One wielded a rebang staff while the other held a trident, slapping the war drum with bare paws to wildly boost Fiki's morale. Do you think you can stop our main force alone? I could easily kill you single-handedly. Patsy sneered disdainfully and coldly replied. Two-sword style, star-crushing slash. She stood on a flying dragon from Western mythology, wielding a sword in both hands. The blade gleamed with star-like light points. Each light point contained wild energy, as if capable of shattering space. This sword skill, inherited from the sword Saint Benton, was displayed completely and horrifically by her. Just the lingering sword aura left white marks on the Overlord's suit and dragon elephant armor. Buzz. Fiki gripped the silver bow with one hand, channeling domineering true intent into the dragon arrow. The dragon arrow, having undergone transformation from 1,000 beast essences, was covered with terrifying beast patterns. The bowstring quivered, and the arrow flew out. The arrow traversed through space without causing even the slightest ripple of energy, as if it were just an ordinary arrow. Garbage. Patsy, who had seen the might of the Overlord bow from previous recordings, was slightly tense but grew contemptuous seeing this arrow. She thought Brother Devon was merely stalling for time, not daring to pull the string fully. Of course, if she were in Brother Devon's position, she would probably make the same choice, facing such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. But despite her disdain, she remained undistracted, giving Fiki no chance at all. Ding! The grand sword clashed with the dragon arrow, sending countless sparks flying. After weakening part of the sword attack, the dragon arrow curved eerily in space, aiming directly for the eye of the flying dragon beneath Patsy's feet from Western myth. This? Patsy's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe Fiki dared to make such a move. In doing so, Fiki forfeited any chance of using his spear to parry the remaining momentum of the star-crushing slash. Mortal flesh against a sword, obviously disadvantageous. Fool. These two words surfaced in her mind. Dragon seizing skill, invincible within an inch. Taking advantage of her disdain, Fiki tapped into divine demon resonance, executing the evolved heavenly demon steps. A radiant golden dragon surged straight towards Patsy's throat. Despite Fiki's rapid movements, the sword's sheer power still managed to strike his shoulder. However, the imagined arm severing did not occur. With dual defense from the Overlord suit and dragon elephant armor, the blade only stopped at the bone of Fiki's shoulder. Blood spattered, yet Fiki's dragon arrow and dragon seizing claw faced the Western dragon and Patsy nearby. Unsurprisingly, the armor-piercing array pattern infused. More potent dragon arrow pierced through the Western dragon's eye, disintegrating it, while the golden dragon claws seized Patsy's pale throat, releasing brutal force. If not for the charm pendant on her chest exploding and offsetting most of the energy, she might have had her neck snapped by the claws. The bloodline of this lizard dares to claim descent from a divine dragon. You've never seen China's legend of the peerless divine dragon. Indeed myopic. Fiki sneered contemptuously. Get lost, bullying the weak just like your incapable elder cousin. He bullies pigs, you bully lizards. The Seno family should be called the beast family, always thinking of bullying animals. Boom. Fiki casually swung his dragon arm, punching Patsy heavily in the face, blasting her backward. In an instant, Patsy, who previously appeared like a celestial sword deity, soared aloft again, falling like a bird with broken wings into the ground, bending the bow to shoot the heavenly dragon. Besides me, Brother Devon. Who else in this world has such strength? Those who offend our Huasha, no matter how far they are, must be punished. Whether you're a lizard in the sky or a dog on the ground, you will all die without a trace. Western divine dragon, huh? Just a big lizard. This Seno family truly lives up to their reputation of producing many outstanding individuals. One bullies pigs and one bullies lizards. Aren't they the best of humanity, the greatest geniuses? Wait, why are Huahua the mouse and Beverly the panda going to the pit where Patsy lies? Want to kick her while she's down? Countless comments flooded the live stream room. Initially, they were anxious about whether Brother Devon had the strength to handle this situation. Now that Brother Devon managed to seriously injure the overwhelming force of the three major factions with just an arrow, a claw, and a punch, it was impossible for them not to be excited. As for Carl and others, they were completely taken aback. The people in the live stream room didn't know the terror of Patsy, but they did. Such a terrifying existence was beaten into serious injury by Brother Devon, which couldn't help but shock them. Chapter 94, The Final Battle. Damn kiss bitch, I hear you're crazy. Divine Rat here will send you a little gift. Barnaby, with a curse, struck down one of the three major powers rescuers who was trying to save Aina and then cursed at her from the edge of the deep pit. Whoosh. Barnaby took out a treasure box filled with yellowish liquid and poured it into the pit. Bitch, you're honored. Waking up refreshed by the urine of China's national treasure. Barnaby laughed maniacally. If this clumsy panda couldn't pee against the wind for 10 feet, you wouldn't have had this happy moment. HHH, I'll kill you. Regaining strength, Aina's black hair danced wildly, emitting a pungent smell as she screamed. Dawn, besieged by Colm, Gonchar Sex Ives, Alessandra, and two ancient Tang Dynasty zombies emitting fierce corpse flames, was speechless. He finally understood what Barnaby and Alpha were secretly doing on the way. However, he couldn't afford to worry about that now. He could only give it his all in battle. He wasn't as fortunate as Barnaby and Alpha, who got to beat a fish in water. Clumsy Alpha, spread the condom. This little wench has taken the bait. Seeing Aina leap up, Barnaby hastily retreated, shouting, "Buzz!" Alpha, already injured with over 10 wounds, bounced over, producing a Durex condom from his paw that grew larger in the wind. The center of the condom emitted a terrifying energy vortex, trapping the emerging Aina inside. Hurry, bury the pit. Once the trick succeeded, Barnaby kicked the condom into the pit and used his Rui staff to press the soil, burying it. Alpha helped, using a trident to fill the pit. People watching live, come on, let's pose. Barnaby urged Alpha to make a scissors gesture, shouting, "Please don't ask for rat droppings online. We have many specialties like peeing against the wind for 10 feet, burying pits, and the secrets within the condom." What the hell? Faith, Carl, and Jacqueline, witnessing this scene, shared the same thought. What damn talents? No, what beasts? With the windbreaker peeing against the wind for 10 feet and the panda following suit, using tricks to bury the proud Princess Aina. These three brothers are my new heroes, each invincible. The key is, Divine Rat knows psychological warfare too, aggravating Aina before ensnaring her. Tell me, great god Barnaby, did you read Sun Tzu's Art of War thoroughly? My national treasure, clumsy panda. Your skilled use of the trident might make even the sea god weep. Erlang Shun would be nervously realizing that tridents can be played this way. Maybe his trident blade can also dig soil. The live stream went berserk again. Initially, they didn't think Windbreaker had a chance of winning, but now they believed fervently that the one who made them laugh and cry could keep creating miracles. Inch by inch, invincible. No idle words. Windbreaker, today you won't escape. Once Heelan consolidates the Divine Sea prototype, killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. Colm of the Jinlingyi family, whose punches roared like dragons and tigers, showcasing the essence of Xingyi Quan, sneered. Yi Diren's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Colm was Yi Heelan's uncle, having helped him eliminate rivals and seize goods even before the recovery of Qi. His parents had been forced to commit suicide due to Colm. Zombie puppet, attack. Alessandra commanded the ancient Tang zombies, roaring, "Such trash isn't worthy of Brother Heelan moving himself. After breaking all his bones, Brother Heelan will refine him into a blood zombie personally. Any who dare tarnish Brother Heelan's name must die without a grave." Ives also drove the bronze zombies, fearless and painless, to fight Yi Diren. The bronze armor on the ancient zombies burned with corpse fire, attacks carrying intense corrosive power. All three were extremely displeased, having failed to stop Aina from being gravely wounded under their watch. Yi Diren focused on Yi Heelan, who absorbed countless death energies, growing stronger, a prototype of the Divine Sea forming atop his head, soon to reach the semi-Divine Sea realm. He decided to end it quickly. The Divine Sea realm surpasses the Cave Residence realm. The Divine Sea allows communication with celestial stars, resonating with heaven and earth, granting immense power. Upon perfecting the Divine Sea prototype, one enters the Divine Sea realm, emitting purple mist, receiving the blessings of nature. Even just semi-Divine Sea is enough to overpower ordinary Cave Residence realms. Wishing to absorb death chi to break through? Too naive. The true legacy of the underworld is in my hands. You aren't fit to absorb death chi. Fiki 疯狂运用地府和龙象洞府吸收着空间中的浓郁灵气，眼神狠厉。The Divine Sea and Dragon Elephant Grotto were absorbing the dense spiritual energy in the space, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. God and demon lifting the tripod, appear. The Overlord set and the Dragon Elephant battle armor resonated. The Thousand Beast array was ignited, beast patterns and beast blood ravaged his physical body, making him ball out unprecedented strength. The final battle had begun. Chapter 95 Incineration. At this moment, the hundreds of meters tall osmanthus tree, which pierced into the sky, swayed continuously. Golden yellow osmanthus flowers fell from the space, finally descending into the netherworld cauldron held by the divine and fiendish beings due to overwhelming suction force. Bang! Fiki slapped the body of the cauldron, causing illusions of 1,000 beasts such as dragons, tigers, lions, leopards, elephants, and tortoises to flicker on it, emitting a deafening metallic sound. Huang Huang and Huang Huang, who were dismantling the Azure Dragon formation's focal points and battling with other major powers, immediately acted, forcing the essence blood out of their bodies. This was their trump card. The more evolved the two beasts were, the more precious their essence blood became. If Yehia participated in the battle, he could also deliver the essence blood to Fiki at the first possible moment. However, by then they would have no combat power left. Therefore, they wouldn't act recklessly until the very last moment. Bang, bang, bang. While running around and dealing with enemies, Beverly beat on the war drum to boost Fiki's strength. I want all of you to die. On the other side, Aina, buried in a deep pit, was covered in blood. She wielded an ancient sword, her entire aura soaring high, twice as strong as before. It seemed she had used some secret art that boosted her power for a short time at the cost of her lifespan. She stared intently at Fiki, determined to kill the culprit who led her to this state first. Then those two demonic beasts who took advantage of her illness to attack and humiliate her. Swallow them. Frenzied spiritual energy made every pore on Fiki's body seep blood, but his gaze was fierce as he single-handedly carried the cauldron to the center of the battlefield, excitedly saying, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." Countless dark blue netherworld flames emerged from the netherworld cauldron supported by divine and fiendish beings, with the array patterns spreading outward from the cauldron's body, generating indescribable suction force. Aina, Colm, and others were swallowed into the netherworld cauldron by this force, while the giant hand of a god or devil covered its mouth. My goodness, what a lunatic. He shouldn't be called Brother Devon. He should be called Lunatic. Jacqueline's red lips slightly parted in shock. Those swallowed inside are all peak cave mansion realm existences. If they attack madly inside, Brother Devon, who is mentally linked to the cauldron, will be severely injured, even die. It's like swallowing a Seiya inside one's body. How could he think of this? Perhaps it's precisely because he is so crazy that he has achieved such success today. Although we consumed a lot of Aina's and other spirit energy, Brother Devon's terror far exceeds our imagination. Unless I step into the half-step Divine Sea realm, there's no way I can defeat him. Edwin sighed. If these people can't break out of the cauldron, the terrifying dark blue flames will be enough to burn them all into ashes. He always thought of himself as a lunatic, holding a devil blade, with fighting spirit capable of defying heaven. But now it seemed that compared to this Brother Devon, he was merely a doll, cute to the extreme, not even remotely close to ruthless. Sabine was so nervous that she remained speechless, staring straight at the giant cauldron covered by the giant hand of a god or devil. Buzz. At this moment, Yehia, who was in the midst of breaking through, opened his eyes. The rudiment of Divine Sea above his head had been refined to perfection, perfectly advancing to the half-step Divine Sea realm. Brother Devon, I have to admit you are indeed ruthless. If you weren't born in this Jincheng city that has just awakened, I might really have no way to suppress you. With only mid-stage cave mansion realm cultivation, you can suppress so many late-stage cave mansion realm geniuses. This record belongs to none in China. Yehia gazed at Fiki with a light laugh. He strolled over with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of strong confidence, as if everything was under his control. Exterminate. Fiki's heart tightened, and he said indifferently. The netherworld cauldron rotated crazily, waves of heat coming from within. The 1,000 beast formation was activated, with 1,000 essences of beast blood merging into the array pattern, significantly increasing the cauldron's power. Despite the frenzied attacks by Aina, Colm, and Alessandra inside, they couldn't push away the giant hand of the divine being, only enduring the endless burning pain of netherworld flames, screaming terribly. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yehia stepped forward, dragon shadows circling around the azure dragon gate, releasing strong brilliance, directly blasting the netherworld cauldron away. The divine illusion became transparent, disappearing in the space, and the netherworld cauldron was swallowed by the coiling azure dragon, glowing brighter. The netherworld cauldron was not a physical object but a phantom condensed by the power of hell. Yehia possessed the ancient seal of hell inheritance, becoming extremely powerful after swallowing the netherworld cauldron. Brother Kalang, finish him off. How dare this ant compare himself with you? He's just deluding himself. Alessandra, her body charred black, smoke rising from her, shrieked ferociously. The others were just as ragged and miserable, the two imposing Tang dynasty ancient corpses having long been refined by the netherworld flames. Die. Hatred-filled, Aina gritted her teeth and snarled. Ever since she looked down on Brother Devon, she had become incredibly miserable. First, she was blasted away. Then the soul of the Western divine dragon that she had condensed with her bloodline power was pierced through. She was also thrown into a deep pit and suffered humiliation from a panda and a rat. She even sacrificed her foundation to boost her strength but ended up being imprisoned in the cauldron, enduring the burning of netherworld flames. Barnaby, Alpha, cripple them. Cripple one, and we'll have an extra small barbecue meal. Fiki had no time to care about others. His eyes were fixed on Yehia as he shouted. The half-step Divine Sea realm was a huge challenge for Fiki now. If Alessandra and others attacked him from the side, distracting him, the situation would really be disastrous. Sure thing. Barnaby and Alpha, who had taken care of the remaining members of the three major forces, excitedly rushed towards the direction of Aina and others. The heavily wounded Aina looked at the two beasts that had made her suffer so much, instinctively shuddering. As for Alessandra and the other two, they also showed expressions of fear. Brother Devon's strength made them instinctively fearful, while these two beasts' ferocity and viciousness made their scalp tingle. I said I would take back what belongs to me from your body. Yehia said calmly and indifferently, you are not qualified to possess something as divine as the netherworld inheritance. Chapter 96. Obey and become a dragon, disobey and become a demon. Bang. After speaking, the dragon shadow on the Qinglong gate spat out a 3-foot-long green peak sword, its blade shimmering with light. This was the treasure sword that Yehia had refined after swallowing the netherworld tripod, relying on his own enlightenment. The dragon scale on the sword was lifelike, carrying boundless might. Finally, the Qinglong sword tore through the void, heading straight for Fiki's face. Fiki swung the overlord spear, his pupils turning blue, as the azure nether pupil manifested, trying to discern the flaws in Yehia's attack. The tip of the overlord spear touched the weakest point of the Qinglong sword's attack. However, the powerful countershock instantly fractured Fiki's arm. The dragon elephant battle armor cracked into sharp crystalline shards, leaving Fiki wounded all over. Though the overlord's suit remained intact, the terrifying backlash caused severe internal injuries to Fiki, who coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The glow of a firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon? Yehia looked down at Fiki coldly and said, you only have one divine artifact from the underworld, while I possess two. Not only do I have the underworld, but also this supreme treasure, the Qinglong Gate. It can make the 800 miles of Dongting Lake rise with 9-colored immortal light, its aura enveloping Yimeng marshes and shaking Yang Tower. How can it be compared with ordinary objects? This scene reminded him of the time when Monica was killed by him in a past life, and Fiki attempted to assassinate him, only to be trampled to pieces. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart once again. You must be wondering why the strongest wolf king among beasts insists on cooperating with me. Before you die, I'll be merciful and tell you. The Qinglong Gate not only allows Karp to leap through the Dragon Gate, but can also transform the bloodline of beasts. Yehia smiled smugly and said with interest, I'm telling you all this just so you can clearly understand the gap between us. Now, go die. Go to hell and repent for your audacity to provoke me, a godlike figure. Boom, boom, boom. The Qinglong sword pressed forward, the damaged Qinglong Great Array gathering its remaining power through the Qinglong Gate. The whooshing pressure weighed heavily on Fiki, making him feel like he could barely withstand it and would kneel down. Is it really hopeless? Nina sighed inwardly. She knew Fiki had done his best, but no one expected that Yehia, who was only at the mid-cavern realm when they arrived in Jingxing, not only healed completely within 2 short days, but also advanced his cultivation to nearly the God Sea realm. Prepare for a desperate fight. Even if we die, I'll self-detonate my demonic saber to inflict some damage on him. Carl spoke firmly and resolutely. Jacqueline and those behind her watched anxiously as Fiki, whose legs were trembling, seemed on the verge of collapsing under the pressure, hoping he could bring them one more surprise. Inside the live stream, it was dead silent. Everyone could see that the young man who made them laugh and cry was now in an unimaginable predicament. 2 little vermin, after Brother Kalang deals with that brat, it'll be your turn to be exterminated without a trace. Alessandra laughed wildly and gloated. Chiyama Makoto sneered and once again condensed a more ethereal Western dragon phantom, attacking through space intermittently, adding new sword wounds to Jamal and Beverly. Jamal and Beverly roared in anger. Although their combat prowess was extraordinary and they could injure these few people, they were still being put in a difficult position by Chiyama Makoto's relentless sneak attacks. You have 2 divine artifacts, so what? In an instant, Fiki's gaze became even more resolute as he made a tough decision, muttering to himself. If he were to compare the number of divine artifacts within him, he would surpass Yehya. It was just that his current strength was weak, and he had no way to utilize them. Now there was an extremely dangerous method to harness the power of these divine artifacts, but it would inevitably lead him down an irreversible path. His eyes swept over Channing Yang and the others fighting Jamal and Beverly, deciding to take the risk. He could choose to flee, but he couldn't guarantee that Carl and the others would all survive. Nor could he avenge the 99 people in Jingxing who were turned into puppets, and even worse, Yehya and company would cause countless more deaths after obtaining their blessings. He didn't want to see that outcome. At this moment, he could better understand the words left in the Bow of Overlord by King Duncan of West Egan. Born with twin pupils, the path is hard. Oh so hard. Defying the heavens. Why should I care too much? Tap, tap, tap. While hurriedly stepping in the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon to dodge the Qinglong sword's charged strike, which still pierced a bloody hole in his arm, Fiki reversed the Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Force technique. Obey and become a dragon, disobey and become a demon. This was written in the forbidden chapter of Reverse Demon Art within the Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Force. He had once used the Reversed Dragon Elephant power to severely injure Reese. Now, he planned to reverse all the Dragon Elephant power within him, to feed the body to the demon. This was the essence of the forbidden Reverse Demon Art within the Divine Prison Dragon Elephant Force. It could briefly enhance strength but would significantly hinder future progress. Reverse Demon Art, reveal. Huang Huang, Yuan, give me half of your essence blood. Hold on, and watch how your leader will kill the enemy. Fiki shouted. The mighty and vast dragon Elephant Force reversed into pitch-black demonic power, evolving into boundless demonic flames that scorched the air with sonic booms. The azure nether pupil changed from blue to deep black, adding an eerie aura. Tap, tap. Huang Huang and Yuan shifted the battlefield, giving Fiki half of their essence blood which they had forced out earlier. Their breaths weakened, appearing increasingly disordered under the relentless attacks from Alessandra, Chio Makoto, and others. This is Yehya, who held an absolute advantage, was about to tear his eyes out. He never dreamed that under such a desperate situation, Fiki could still unleash combat power that posed a threat to him. He even started to feel fear as Fiki, enveloped in surging demonic flames, seemed like a king returned from hell, exuding an overwhelming and majestic aura with every move. To draw this bow, one must dye the sky with demon blood. Today, I want to see the true terrifying power of this legendary divine artifact. Fiki slashed open his palm, letting the demon blood converted by the chaotic devil skill sprinkle onto the silver overlord bow. Infinite silver radiance bloomed, shaking his flesh and muscles with unprecedented terrifying power, causing long fine scars all over his body. Even the underworld within his dantian shook incessantly, and the barrier of the first layer of hell burst open, leaving no obstacles. The first layer of hell fully opened, submitting to the divine might of the overlord bow. Buzz. Fiki endured the heart-wrenching pain, drawing the bowstring. The dragon arrow couldn't withstand that tremendous violent energy and exploded. But a phantom silver energy arrow had already condensed, aiming straight at Yehya. Chapter 97. Demonic blood stains the silver bow. The ancient seal of the netherworld gathers the chi of living beings. The blue dragon gate, where Karp leaped through the dragon gate, commands awe from all under heaven. Sensing he was locked onto by the silver energy arrow, Yehya's body transformed into a massive energy vortex, turning the surrounding dead beast flesh into ashes, while the terrifying embryonic form of the azure dragon spirit sea above his head spun wildly, with faint dragon roars resonating crazily within. In an instant, everyone's attention was fixed on the pinnacle showdown between the two. Everyone knew that the outcome of this duel would decide the winner of the Amei Mountain opportunity. Annihilate. Fiki's gaze was sharp as he released the overlord bow strung to its full moon shape, the incomparable bowstring sound echoing through the sky. Even the most beautiful clouds and mist in the sky danced and changed due to this bowstring sound. Da-da-da. The silver arrow met with strong resistance from the blue dragon gate, with Yehya's azure dragon spirit sea radiating intensely, occasionally surging with furious azure dragon illusions rushing into the blue dragon gate. The spirit sea is the origin of energy, resonating with the myriad stars. Its essence fundamentally differs from cave abode realm. Grandfather, who do you think will win? By the West Lake, Alicia looked peculiarly at the live broadcast scene, asking curiously. Originally, she felt that Fiki was doomed, but unknown terrifying means were used by him, making him become incredibly formidable in a short time. It seemed as though he had descended from the human world into hell, transforming into a king of hell, experiencing a drastic transformation. I misjudged him. Even in my youth, I was not as formidable as he is. If I were in my prime, I could have obtained the greatest fortune of Amei Mountain, but only under the condition of operating secretly, like a night assassin waiting for the right moment. Elijah put down his teacup, muttering, but he fights openly, leaving no match behind. The cultivation method he practices is incredibly terrifying, not inferior to yours. However, by feeding himself to the demon, his future path will be hard. Upon hearing this, those hidden away serving him were greatly shocked. Who was Elijah, a person who suppressed an entire martial world, making supreme experts hide in China's mountains and rivers, vast oceans dare not act recklessly. Yet, he admitted that even in his youth, he was not as good as this mysterious Black Xander. If it were anyone else saying this, they would have dismissed it with disdain. But coming from Elijah's mouth, the shock was incomparable. Yehia isn't bad either. According to ancient legends, the ultimate treasure Blue Dragon Gate caused the mighty Dongting Lake to steam up to Yuming Marshes, shaking Yang Tower. He completed the talent enhancement of the carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, relying on the Blue Dragon Gate. In the future, if he grows, even I would find him troublesome. Alicia, seemingly opposing, softly asked, "Can Black Xander really defeat him?" Hee, watch and see. Your arrogance needs a wake-up call, little girl. This mysterious fellow will surprise you. Elijah chuckled. Alicia fell silent, unconvinced, staring straight at the live broadcast screen. At the peak of Mount Tai, Aisha's cold face twitched slightly, awaiting the battle's outcome. Chi. Countless sparks appeared between the silver energy arrow and the Blue Dragon Gate. Finally, the arrow released an unprecedented tyrannical intent, as if capable of suppressing the heavens. The brilliant Blue Dragon Gate instantly dimmed, the silver arrow streaking towards Yehia's face. How can this be? Yehia stared wide-eyed at this scene. This was the Blue Dragon Gate, nurtured by endless resources from his family. How could it lose to the silver bow of Black Xander? Poochie. Fleeing hurriedly, he was pierced through the chest by the silver arrow, his formidable silver armor proving ineffective. Run. Escape for dear life. Now Yehia had only one thought in mind. If he didn't leave now, he'd perish atop a May mountain. Fiki pressed his advantage, using demonic blood to nourish the Overlord bow again, firing another arrow. However, he was too exhausted now, the released arrow losing much of its power. Capture dragon skill. Capture the enemy. He extended his claw-like hands, grabbing Yehia's right ankle, unleashing brutal force, yanking him out of midair. Then Fiki began pummeling Yehia furiously, creating over 20 deep craters on the ground, all smeared with Yehia's blood. Azure Dragon sheds its tail, escape. With weakened aura, Yehia's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted. A dragon's tail emerged from his dimming Azure Dragon Spirit Sea, replacing his body and beginning its escape. Fiki glared fiercely, having no strength left to stop Yehia's flight, only infusing his legs with surging demonic energy, performing the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon, landing a punch on Yehia. Punch transforming into claw, he grabbed the ancient seal of the netherworld tightly, refusing to let go despite Yehia's struggles. Brother Jesus, you dare to snatch my supreme treasure. I swear, I will tear you into pieces in this lifetime. Yehia's miserable threat echoed across the summit of Mount Amay, causing countless birds and beasts to flee. Fiki gave a cold laugh, tossing the ancient seal of the netherworld into the open first level of hell, intending to refine it after dealing with matters here. Brother Kalang, save us. Feeling Fiki's icy gaze, Alessandra, who had previously been shouting and revering Yehia as a god, paled and no longer dared to fight Huahua Beverly, fleeing madly and screaming. Ives, Colm, and Qianyezhen also fled in different directions. They didn't even dare to look at Fiki, who was like a king of hell, let alone fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fiki channeled the remaining demonic flames within him into the Overlord bow, nourishing it with demon blood. The Overlord bow once again condensed 4 arrows, shooting them towards the 4 fleeing figures. Cries of agony echoed from 4 directions, and Fiki, having exhausted his last bit of strength, knelt on one knee, still holding the Overlord bow. Whoever cripples them first gets 10 extra servings of barbecue. Fiki smiled at the 2 beasts. Chapter 98 Reconciliation? TCH boss, do you think my brother and I would turn against each other over a few barbecue dinners? Barnaby gave Fiki the middle finger, saying indifferently, do you really think we're fools? We too will cooperate. Anyway, we'll both get 40 barbecue dinners in the end. Don't you dare to snatch them from us, foodie boss. Fiki couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had meant to boost morale but instead got ridiculed by the smart Barnaby. Guanine sitting on Blue Lotus. Old man pushing broken cart. Venomous dragon drill. Monkey steals peach. Roars filled the air, followed by heart-wrenching screams. After a while, Barnaby and Alpha dragged back 4 people who were beaten up so badly that their faces resembled pig heads. These 2 creatures' actions and demeanor were extremely showy, wearing sunglasses, holding cigars like big shots who had just accomplished something major. Honest Panda, can you stop leering at Bristol from Daho Country? People who know you understand that you just want barbecue, but others may think you have ulterior motives. Suddenly, Barnaby slapped the head of the Panda Alpha and lectured him. We are superstars now, we need integrity. We can only lose face in the remote wilderness where no one sees us, not in public, got it? After speaking, Barnaby blew out a smoke ring and walked as if he wanted to take up all the spacious ground. Unfortunately, his body was too small and looked more like a crab walking sideways, bullying the world with its tyrannical behavior. Winning? They actually won. Seeing this scene, Carl and others who were stunned came to their senses, their eyes shining in disbelief as they gazed at the mysterious man in the windbreaker who was supporting himself with an ancient silver bow on one knee without falling down. Full of emotions rose up within them. Brother Carl, I was wrong. My fault lies in being too young and arrogant. Jacqueline's beautiful eyes sparkled as she hurriedly said, I don't know what gave me the courage to look down on Arturo before. If it weren't for my natural beauty, I might have slapped myself a couple of times to repent. In fact, I've mentally slapped myself countless times. Such a person, not taking him as an idol would be a waste. You. Carl looked at Jacqueline like a little fangirl and laughed proudly. Now you see how discerning your brother Carl is. I said Arturo was strong, and he is indeed strong. These years, I've made great strides in the martial world, not because of my dashing appearance or the power of my world overlord Devil Blade, but due to my unparalleled eye for talent. However, in the next moment, Carl felt a chill run down his back, making him shudder. He saw Alexia looking at him with a strange smile, as if she wasn't seeing a normal human being, but rather an idiot. You have quite an eye for talent. Alexia sneered sarcastically when Carl was puzzled. What do you mean? Carl widened his eyes, instinctively responding. But Alexia smiled slightly and remained silent. To make Carl suffer the same mental shock as her, it would be best if Fiki personally revealed the truth to him. Arturo, even though you are powerful, the depth of my 3 major factions is beyond your imagination. I am willing to let the Chio family give you 10 ancient treasures and spare my life. What do you say? Bristol lowered her proud head and submitted. As for the enmity between you and the Chio family, let's erase it. My fiancé is the holy son of the Western Papacy, who obtained opportunities in the 10,000 medicine Holy Garden of the Vatican. I can let him give you valuable Western medicines and secret techniques to improve your strength. Bristol, you? Colm was furious. Bristol had been as proud as a swan previously. Seeing the situation change, she immediately became submissive, humble to the extreme, which was truly disgraceful. The most critical thing was that he didn't even have the qualifications to beg for mercy. Yehia escaped, and the Nanjingyi family would become Arturo's mortal enemy. Please spare us. We can offer you the legendary elixir of Shangri-La. I promise the corpse escort sect will never make things difficult for you again. Alessandra took out a jade-like treasure flower emitting emerald green light from her chest and knelt down begging pitifully. Ives also kept bowing his head until it bled. Will Arturo agree? If the Chio family and the corpse escort sect reconcile, it's an opportunity. After all, promising this before everyone means they will be condemned by all if they act recklessly again. Various comments popped up in the livestream room. Will Arturo forgive them? Jacqueline murmured softly. Previously, they had no choice but to oppose the 3 colossal forces. Now, if he were to kill Bristol and others, it wouldn't just form deadly enmity. It would also provoke the Western Papacy's holy son. Fat chance, if we might forgive. But this stubborn donkey definitely won't. Alexia shook her head. Carl and Jacqueline looked at her with confusion. Her certainty made it seem like this cold, proud Alexia really had something going on with Arturo. Forgive you? Would my people from Jinchang have died in vain then? Fiki said disdainfully. Even if killing you all means I'll fall into the abyss of hell, I will go, regardless of the multitude against me. He thought to himself, sorry, I am the Lord of Hell, so hell is a place I can enter and exit at will. In the shocked and terrified gazes of Bristol and others, Fiki said indifferently, Barnaby, Alpha, put them in bags and bury them alive. They say I'm the chosen one, and with a thought, stars fall. You commoners never believed and provoked me. Fiki added, now, with so many falling stars creating craters, you get to choose where you'll be buried alive. Chapter 99. We are professionals at trapping people. Alpha, inflate the condom. We are professionals at trapping people, Barnaby shouted loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No one knew how many condoms Barnaby had privately refined into magical formations. It seemed endless. Alpha worked hard to inflate the condom and threw the 4 weak individuals inside. Then the 2 beasts along with Fiki busily filled the pit. Throughout this period, Chinyi Maki and others cursed and screamed in fear. This is indeed labor-intensive work. We should do it less often in the future. Barnaby exhaled a smoke ring inside. I'm speechless. From start to finish, I didn't see this rat put in any effort. He just commanded our national treasure to do all the heavy lifting. Are you tired? You obviously just lusted after them and couldn't get what you wanted. I don't want to beg the rat online anymore. I want a weapon like the ones that the 3 Xanders have. I don't ask for its combat ability, only that it can dig holes, a hole to a bright future. Xander, now the Huaxia Stars Researcher Association awards you the Medal of Heaven's Chosen One from afar. May all your wishes come true. A single thought can cause stars to fall and these trash to be buried. In the past, I always wondered why there were always pits before Xander. Now I understand. It's his talent, not something that can be learned. Bending the bow to shoot heavenly dragons, burning flames in the tripod consuming the proud, transforming into demonic might, battling the azure dragon. Truly worthy of being our country's paragon. You not only spread wisdom but also command power to stabilize the world. Having your name on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list is an honor for it. Seeing all this, the once silent live broadcast room suddenly exploded with densely packed comments appearing. Miss Yu Yao, did you finish today's homework? Barnaby moved close to Sabine. Seeing her sullen expression, he said with a playful smile, today, were you jealous? Get lost. Sabine's previously relaxed smile turned instantly iron gray as she kicked out forcefully. However, Barnaby cleverly dodged it. Carl and Jacqueline observed secretly. It seems that Xander and Sabine's relationship is really special. Even Barnaby knows that Sabine evolves through jealousy. Instantly, Carl met Xander's gaze, whose eyes were hidden behind a mask yet brimmed with amusement. From those eyes, Carl read 3 parts jest, 3 parts teasing, 3 parts interest, and 1 part showing off. He. Carl's smile froze, his expression changed dramatically, and he began to stammer. As you imagined. Sabine, who was fuming earlier, now laughed like a blooming white lotus, mocking him mercilessly. Xander, damn it, I am jealous. After a while, Carl finally reacted and burst into profanity. His agitated reaction drew side glances from everyone around, knowing that another person had gone mad out of jealousy towards Xander. Yet they found it strange. Carl was the top disciple of the Gusugu family, having even met legends like Alicia and Aisha, who were second best among the top 3 in Huaxia. Why would he be so mad with jealousy over Xander? Everyone, don't be surprised. There are always some people so outstanding that others go mad with jealousy. The opportunities here on Amaze Golden Summit await us. Let's all climb and seek our own destiny. Fiki looked at the people who had traveled far to attend, their injuries somewhat healed, then at the golden osmanthus tree stripped of its flowers, and smiled. But I hope that the greatest opportunity stays in Jincheng. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Fiki. This struggle was mitigated by Fiki's efforts. Without him, they would have long been dead. How could they compete with him for the greatest chance? Only Carl watched Fiki's back resentfully. If before he was 80% certain that Xander was Fiki, now he was 100% sure. That familiar tone and words capable of making him furious. Nobody else but Fiki. Brother Carl, he is your idol. The more powerful your idol is, the prouder you, as a fan, should feel. Jacqueline tried to persuade earnestly. Jealousy isn't a good habit. You're not Sister Yu Yao, who has this peculiar awakened ability where she gets stronger the more jealous she feels. Shut up, you don't understand anything. Carl and Sabine glared at her, speaking in unison. Without experiencing their kind of pain, how dare she say such things? During the 4 years at Nanjing University, they had been suppressed by Fiki, that monster, for 4 years. Finally, when the heavens revived and they became stronger, they enjoyed the brief feeling of looking down upon Fiki. Yet this monster, after awakening, unleashed an unstoppable power, transforming into this state in such a short time and once again surpassing them. Such feelings were hard for outsiders to comprehend. Jacqueline and the people behind exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, jealousy really is an illness. The leading figure of the Jiangnan region has been driven mad with envy by the legendary Xander. As Xander said, there are always people like him who are so outstanding that they make others jealous to the point of madness. I admit I misjudged him. This Xander isn't just excellent, but also shameless. On Westlake, Alicia said gravely. Even she couldn't help but smile when she saw Panda Alpha, with its array-filled condom, swallow the 4 individuals whole. The national treasure panda always tugs at the heartstrings of the Huaxia people. Regardless of their status or position, everyone harbors an inexplicable fondness for pandas. She even felt a twinge of envy towards Fiki. Despite searching various treasures of Huaxia, she had never once seen a panda. Yet, this mysterious Xander's rat pet could produce a panda after using the bathroom on a feng shui treasure site. How could anyone accept such a thing? Chapter 100. This path is not viable. Without shame, one cannot be a youth. In my youth, I also roamed the world shamelessly. Now, I can only use 3/10 of arrogance to subdue the martial world, while the 7/10 of shamelessness must be restrained and hidden within. Elijah said with a long sigh and a smile. But the secret art he performed has significant side effects that I could sense, which might even undermine his physical foundation. The side effects are about to appear. Can he endure until he obtains the legacy of White Jade Capital and sees the greatest opportunity in Jincheng? Alicia rolled her eyes at Elijah and then whispered softly. A sword becomes sharp through honing. Plum blossoms bloom fragrantly after enduring the bitter cold. Only by withstanding hardship can one achieve an invincible state. Elijah smiled and said, his secret art is very terrifying, not damaging his physical foundation but binding his future path of cultivation. However, if he seizes the opportunity to break through this restriction, the foundation he lays down will be 10 times more formidable than yours. 10 times? Upon hearing this, Alicia showed a look of shock. She never expected that the secret art Fiki performed was so fearsome, directly restraining his path of progress rather than merely harming his essence or soul. As a result, the barriers to his future realms and the suppression from celestial energy during cultivation would become even more severe, slowing his progression to a crawl. The prerequisite for laying a solid foundation is breaking through these realms. Otherwise, he can only live a mediocre life. At the summit of Mount Tai, Aisha murmured, no matter how slow your cultivation progresses, you're already qualified to be my opponent. The competition for true and false legacies now begins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the floating heavenly palace's shadow above Amay's golden summit released radiant light. Instantly, the osmanthus tree withered but scattered golden blossoms, more brilliant than before into the surrounding soil, stirring up dozens of purple beams of light. Colored mists emerged from the earth, nurturing the soil and transforming the spiritual energy of this land. Everyone in Sichuan felt the earth continuously trembling, undergoing a tremendous change. An ordinary orchid bloomed and withered instantly, scattering countless pollen, giving birth to an orchid flower sea in the barren soil around. Traces of previous footsteps appeared on a green stone, its Tao patterns becoming more profound, emitting light columns that highlighted the hidden charm as if an ancient dormant creature had revived. Such anomalies appeared in every corner. In Jincheng cities, while the earth did not crack, the 3 awakening towers in Sichuan emitted deep black light, concentrating the transformation force onto plants and trees within the city. Mount Qingcheng was enveloped in a tranquil white mist, experiencing minor changes, making it impossible for anyone to climb the peak. But the melodious sound of bells resonated through heaven and earth, bringing immense peace to the hearts of those gathered in Jincheng, deepening their understanding of the Sutra of the Sacred Heart streamed by Fiki. Innumerable people awakened mysterious abilities in this instant, signaling the arrival of a grand era. Brother Devon, may you achieve your heart's desire and let the glory of Amay's golden summit shine over Sichuan. Those who were rescued looked at the ancient stone path leading to Amay's golden summit with a greedy glint in their eyes, which vanished quickly as they bowed to Fiki. Having experienced the revival in other places, they knew well that the greatest opportunity lay at the end of this ancient path atop Amay's golden summit. If elsewhere, this path would already be stained red by now. But Brother Devon saved their lives, and even though his current state was dire, they were unwilling to compete against him. After all, not everyone was like Yehia and others who would defy the heavens for profit. They came from the Jiangnan rainy lands, where they have always valued integrity. Of course, they were also unconsciously impressed by Brother Devon's charisma. Jincheng, too, belongs to Huaxia territory. Even if they couldn't benefit Jincheng with the greatest opportunity, after all, they each represented factions. They hoped for the best. I will. Fiki exchanged glances with Faith and Carl, then firmly stated. Following that, the 3 brothers stepped onto the ancient stone path leading directly to the cloud-piercing golden peak. Although the path was rich in spiritual energy, it brought unimaginable pressure upon Fiki. He felt excruciating pain from within, the aftermath of practicing the chaotic demon art about to manifest. Suffering, please come slowly. Let me reach the Golden Summit first. Fiki muttered in supplication. The chaotic demon art inevitably brings calamity. These 8 characters at the beginning of the divine prison dragon elephant technique indicated the extent of calamity he would suffer. While others found purple light columns and bathed in their glow, the 3 brothers continued their slow ascent. Who is that? My God, someone was already here on the ancient stone path? Carrying an ancient sword, dignified and majestic, dressed in spotless white. His aura far surpasses that of Yehia before. Once ranked 99th on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, Lachlan from the Jiang family. He is the one who was pushed off the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list by Brother Devon. I wonder if he will deal a killing blow to the heavily injured Brother Devon. Those in the live stream watching this scene were endlessly astonished. Throughout it all, one person had been watching their battle with a cold, superior gaze. The young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, utterly indifferent. This path is not viable. Chapter 101. The Spirit of Mount Tai Sword. These 4 simple words were as inviolable as a golden rule. But Fiki saw a trace of sorrow and helplessness in the eyes of the young man in white, Barkley. This path may not be passable for you, but it might be different for me. Fiki smiled faintly and said, with your strength, you shouldn't care that I took your 99th place on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list. Indeed, Brother Devon seems to see right through my thoughts. Barkley said indifferently, whether it's the 99th or the 4th place on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, they mean nothing to me. If there is a final showdown in the future among Alicia and others, perhaps I will intervene. This path is too difficult. No one can currently pass through it. Perhaps Sichuan hasn't fully revived yet. While fighting with Fiki and others, he had more than once attempted to reach the summit. But with his middle stage divine sea realm strength and the talent to fight beyond his rank, he couldn't make it either. I think I can make it to the end. Fiki spoke solemnly. If Sichuan doesn't truly revive soon, when people like Yehia come here for their goals at all costs, by then those people would be even stronger, causing more destruction. Even the fame of Elijah won't protect Chengdu. That would be a real disaster. Today, the top of Mount Amei must light up, and Sichuan must awaken. I've already obtained the sword imprint inheritance left by the Elder Shane. You don't need to go up if you don't want to. As long as you can prove that you deserve the inheritance of the Mount Tai sword, I'll give it to you willingly. Barkley frowned slightly and said solemnly, but before that, I need to use the soul of the sword imprint to attract heroes from all over the world to Juzhegu. Those who are strong enough can obtain the soul of the sword imprint. Consider this my gift to the world. Afterward, should any genius enter our Sichuan to massacre, although my family has moved out of Sichuan, we remain part of it and will kill any invaders. In the future, when you grow stronger, you can reclaim the soul of the Mount Tai sword imprint. How about that? Using the soul of the Mount Tai sword imprint to attract heroes from all over. Fiki was shocked by Barkley's plan. Indeed, he was an unparalleled genius. Receiving the inheritance from Shane's sword imprint, if kept privately and refined, he would definitely become a powerful hero in the future. Yet, he chose to share it as a gift to the world, asking only for a promise. No more indiscriminate killing in weak Sichuan. Clearly, the threat from the Yi family of Nanjing and other 3 major families, claiming they would kill anyone coming out of Chengdu, angered major families like the Jiang family, who had left Sichuan but still cared deeply about it. You ask me to prove myself worthy of receiving the inheritance from Elder Shane. How do you expect me to prove it? Fiki grinned broadly and said, you're much stronger than me, not to mention I'm severely injured. Give me a chance, I want to reach the summit. Humph. Barkley gave a cold snort, his expression displeased. This Brother Devon was too arrogant. Barkley believed his talent was never inferior to anyone's, and was a whole major realm higher than Fiki. Even he couldn't reach the summit. What gave Brother Devon the courage to think he could surpass him? Go ahead, you won't know unless you try. The pressure increases as you go up. If you can't bear it, don't insist. Ask for help, and I will save you. After a pause, Barkley said coldly, I have taken the soul of the Mount Tai sword imprint. I hope this empty shell of a sword imprint can help you take a few more steps. This, holding the jade carved with the image of the Mount Tai sword that Barkley threw over, feeling the overwhelming sword intent resonating with the sword shadow left in his dantian from borrowing the 3-foot-long Mount Tai sword, Fiki was stunned. This symbolizes the legacy of Huaxia's war god, Shane. Barkley must know the value of this inheritance, yet he just gave it to me? This is specifically left for you by Elder Shane. Though I may be greedy, I wouldn't go against the wishes of the elders. Moreover, teaching the world the Sacred Heart scripture impresses me. You did something even Elijah dared not do, but it also increased your enemies. Most noble families and financial magnates don't want everyone to awaken, or there would be more people competing for opportunities lost among the common folk. Barkley waved his hand and said, even though I admire and respect you, it doesn't change the fact that this path is impassable. Do your best. You 2 cute demonic beasts should also know your limits. Stop if you can't continue. Although the pressure is great, it benefits physical improvement during baptism. Thank you. Fiki bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Jamal and Beverly were extremely dissatisfied, simultaneously flicking boogers at Barkley. Bragging? Can't do it? So we can't do it either? What kind of thinking is that? Jamal grumbled, stop saying we're cute. I'll beat you to death with my staff. Yes, cute, is for female pandas. I'm a real man. Do you believe I can put you in a condom and let you experience what despair feels like? Beverly also shook his head and retorted. A gankle, still trying to act fierce? You 2 are cute, that's true. Come on, hit me. Barkley laughed heartily, teasing them. The 2 beasts were furious, but were held back tightly by Fiki, who flashed an embarrassed smile at Barkley. These 2 brothers, who had no idea of the sky's height or the earth's depth, would likely be beaten so badly they wouldn't recognize their mothers if they really fought with Barkley within half a second. Then, 1 man and 2 beasts started ascending, enduring endless pressure. Their bones and muscles began to resonate, and they panted heavily. I am Barkley. Those who received the message from the live stream, please inform all major families and financial magnates of the announcement I have made. Barkley stood on the most conspicuous rock nearby, his white clothes fluttering, and he said indifferently, I have a sword, willing to share it with everyone. This is a thread of the Tai Bai sword spirit, the spirit of the sword once worn by the Huaxiao war god Shane. I will place it in the snow mountain of Juzhego, bathed in 9 colors of brilliant light, as a gift from the Kunlun Jiang family to the world, in exchange for a promise from everyone not to threaten or intimidate the safety of the common people in Sichuan anymore. After this, any family or financial magnate that kills innocent civilians in Sichuan, violating this promise, will face retaliation from the Kunlun Jiang family. Chapter 102. Ascending the Ancient Path. Chant. Barclay's ancient sword on his back buzzed incessantly, and finally, a 3-foot-tall green sword spirit emerged from its tip. The sword spirit trembled, stirring up storms and clouds, with colorful evening glow returning. Tai Bai sword spirit? Good heavens, this is the soul of the sword worn by Huaxia's war god Shane. Such legendary things are actually summoned out like this by Barclay. Although the Jiang family has moved into Kunlun, they are always the scholars who left Sichuan. Thinking about Sichuan, this is a blessing for our land. Thank you. Inform the prodigies meditating under the cherry blossom trees in the Thousand Leaf clan immediately to enter Sichuan again to snatch the Tai Bai sword spirit. Kill that damn Jesus brother bastard. I don't want to see such a clown jumping around in front of me anymore. One move stirs up storms across the world. I will guarantee this matter. Any young person ranked in the last 50 of Huaxia's Dragon Tiger list can go to Sichuan to seize the Tai Bai sword spirit. As for those top 50 of the Dragon Tiger list who have returned from the Qinling Mountains, they can enter the Eastern Sea to search for the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Specific locations will be sent to you. Immediately afterward, Alicia posted this message on Weibo, making the turmoil even more intense. Tai Bai sword spirit. Eastern Sea Dragon Palace ruins. Both symbolize supreme opportunities. Whoever obtains them can rise straight to the peak, becoming an outstanding figure among people. All those in the last 50 of the Dragon Tiger list can go there. You really think too highly of him. Do you seriously believe this Jesus brother can get the Tai Bai sword spirit from these powerful people? On Westlake, Alicia replied irritably, he wanted to cheat but didn't do it thoroughly enough. What a bad old man. Is this a test? Who asked him to make my judgment wrong earlier? It can also be considered a minor punishment. In a few days, you should set out to Juzhego to help him. Those hidden figures in our country, and the Western opportunists, may all appear to seize the Tai Bai sword spirit. The situation would be better if you were there. Elijah's eyes flickered with mischief as he laughed and said, you can also test this Jesus brother during this time to confirm whether he truly deserves the inheritance of the Tai Bai sword. Isn't this what you hope for? Humph, just say it directly if you want me to go. Alicia snorted softly, fine, I'll go to Juzhego. I want to see what this Jesus brother looks like. Don't be too rough. He deliberately wants to remain mysterious. Perhaps he has some deep-seated reasons. Elijah chuckled leisurely. Besides, you can also interact with Sol from the Jiang family. He is also a ruthless guy. Even I didn't expect this madman to give up the inheritance of the Tai Bai sword seal so easily. Upon knowing that Elijah would guarantee his actions, Barclay knew he had done the right thing, ensuring the safety of the commoners and lower awakened ones in Jincheng. As for those stronger people who went to seek adventures and opportunities, it was beyond their control. Once entering the martial arts world, the sea becomes as deep as life, and each choice bears different fates. I've climbed this ancient path 99 times and never succeeded, even sustaining hidden injuries. Barclay smiled slyly and added, now let's look forward to whether Jesus brother can reach the summit. 99 times? Even a peerless genius at the mid-sea deity realm got injured and couldn't reach the top. Does Jesus brother still have a chance? Everyone who knows this story, despite having a blind faith in Jesus brother, realizes that blind worship cannot guarantee his success. People need to face reality. Damn it, this bastard purposely pits us. He must think we really have no way of reaching the summit. When our trio gets stronger, we'll deal with him, ruin him, cripple him, and let him experience despair. So shameless. At this moment, Jamal found walking especially difficult and cursed. It seemed cursing could bring him strength, while Beverly, panting, repeated, deal with him, ruin him, cripple him. Jesus brother, I'd like to see if you can make it. Smiling faintly, Barclay thought of Fiki rejecting him, which made him feel incredibly delighted. He murmured, daring to refuse my good intentions. I am a small person after all, so naturally I must push you into the pit. Of course, if you really climb to the top, when I become famous in the future, everyone will say I'm not as good as you. This is also a sacrifice on my part. In truth, he had no real hopes for Fiki to reach the summit. Only he knew how immense the power contained in the last 99 steps leading to the peak of the ancient stone path was. Even a monster like him, who had tried many times, failed at the 90th step. Indeed, by the time the Fiki trio reached the 30th step, they were already swaying unsteadily. Jamal, Beverly, you've lost much essence blood and are physically exhausted. Rest, don't push yourselves, leave the rest to me. Feeling the aftereffects of reverse chaos devil art about to hit him, with the endless malevolent flames previously unleashed drilling into his flesh and bones like bone-corroding poison, Fiki felt weak. Jamal and Beverly began to exit the ancient path, sitting cross-legged on the adjacent lusts to adjust their breathing, while rosy light descended from the golden summit of Amei, nourishing and transforming them. Only Fiki was drenched in sweat, advancing step by step. The residual image of the heavenly palace above the golden summit resonated strongly with the underworld within his body, as if they were one entity. Chapter 103. Sing Conquest? As Fiki's body felt utterly exhausted, on the verge of fainting with every passing second, the images embedded within the tyrant bow that had previously appeared began to glow, displaying mysterious patterns. Coupled with a silvery light, they emitted a gentle and cool force that allowed Fiki to continue persevering. But whenever Fiki attempted to comprehend one of these mysterious patterns, hoping for some sort of encounter that would help him reach the top, he would feel them change in unpredictable ways, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. 89 steps. Unbeknownst to himself, Fiki was only 10 steps away from reaching the peak. Covered in bloody sweat, Swaying unsteadily, he could be crushed by the ever-present Wuxing de Yali at any moment, tumbling down the stone steps. This can't be true. Barkley began to lose confidence as he watched the heavily injured Fiki about to step onto the 90th step, which he could only reach at his peak condition, exclaiming involuntarily, "Come on, Xander. You carry the hopes of the national treasure panda and the rat who poops like a deity up this mountain. You three brothers are the three swordsmen of Shu Mountain, riding a pregnant cow with twins over antennas, achieving thrice the extraordinary success, flashing lightning all the way. You can't possibly lose. Fiki, you bitch, do you really want me to envy you? Want me to think of you 3,000 times a day just to be jealous? Then you ascend, and I will take envying you 3,000 times as my daily homework." Whether it was those who had received enlightenment at the scene or the people watching live broadcasts, everyone felt their hearts race and their blood boil. It was as if the person climbing wasn't the mysterious Xander but themselves. Pada pada pada. Just as Fiki tried to lift his heavy right leg to step onto the 90th step, the dragon elephant cave that hovered above his head, continuously absorbing pure spiritual energy to supply him, suddenly emitted a mass of demonic fog. The demonic fog transformed into chains binding the dragon elephant cave. Chains appear. A stream of information flashed through Fiki's mind, yet he could only make out the first three characters. But anyone could guess what it meant. The cost of wielding the chaotic demon power was forming chains of malevolence, restraining his forward steps. To progress further, one must break free of the chains, seeking a glimmer of hope. Chains? With so many chains sealing off the cave, the amount of spiritual energy obtained from nature is minimal. How can Xander move forward? It seems to be an aftereffect from the secret technique he used against Yi Kulang. All hopes have been dashed. Can Shu region truly not revive? Why is this happening? Even if Shu region's revival was delayed before, now that it has started, it still lags far behind other places. Why is fate so cruel to Shu? Being late in one step results in being late in all steps. Xander should come down. At this rate, your blood will be drained. Human power has its limits, and sometimes things are beyond our control. People watching the live stream looked at Fiki's bloody and swaying figure, sighing in sadness. Xander, you've done wonderfully to get this far. There's no need to push yourself. Just stay there and recuperate. Even Barkley, who had remained calm throughout, whispered to himself. He didn't shout it out, knowing that Xander and he were of the same kind, proud and steadfast. Once they set their minds on something, they would see it through. There's an idiom in China. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Sometimes, hard work does not guarantee results. Guqian and others, scattered across various locations, anxiously watched Fiki, hoping the resolute back would eventually choose to yield. This way, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Even shackled by chains, I remain unrepentant. My nature is proud, never bending. With the essence of domineering power, overcome all obstacles. Fiki attempted to resonate both the tyrant Bao and the underworld, imprinted with 60 images of the future chart, eyes gleaming with determination. Buzz buzz buzz. The tyrant Bao, already integrated into his spine, returned to his hand. Perhaps due to absorbing the blood essence produced by the chaotic demon power, the Bao became even heavier, its silver radiance resonating with Fiki's life force, reinvigorating him with boundless strength. In the first level of hell within the underworld, the red flowers of forgetfulness, formed from the souls of Alessandra, Aina, and others, swayed alongside the previous ones. Petals flew, providing Fiki with ample strength. Tap 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 tap. Fiki strode swiftly, stepping onto the stone staircase with one continuous burst. Despite encountering overwhelming cosmic pressure, he surged upward by momentum alone. Once he stood steady, the cosmic pressure vanished without a trace. He saw the scenery atop Mount Ame's golden summit, clouds and rosy dawn filling the sky. In the center of the plaza stood a semi-open crystal coffin, and the once fiercely potent demon suppressing steel now stood quietly in front of the coffin. He made it. Holy shit, Xander. You're truly amazing. Is it because you wore red underpants during your zodiac year? I used to think wearing red underwear during one's zodiac year was superstition, but now I'm going to start wearing it. Although it's not my zodiac year, Jesus' brother might not be in his zodiac year either. Barkley, are you convinced by this loss? Not only the 99th best in China. No, you've been replaced by Jesus' brother. Don't deny it. You're really not as good as him. Barkley, I have keen eyes and can see that you were just mocking Jesus' brother earlier, hoping to see him fail. Now, shouldn't you sing Conquest for us? Let me start it off. Just like this, you conquered me. Everyone in the live stream watched this scene and burst into the most excited cheers. Damn, this guy is really something. Sabine laughed wildly, muttering, considering how amazing you are, I'll be charitable and envy you 3,000 times a day. You bastard, I've lost to you again. Fiki, you scoundrel, why are you so excellent? Carl laughed and cursed, but don't stop because your cave is bound by demonic chains. If I surpass you again in the future, I won't care about you anymore or give you ancient books. Instead, I'll laugh at you mercilessly. Barkley showed a bitter smile amidst shock and joy. Previously, he was certain that Fiki couldn't reach the top, arrogantly thinking that if Fiki did succeed, no matter how famous he became in the future, people would always mention this incredible figure in a windcoat who surpassed what Barkley thought was an impassable ancient path, despite being 2 levels lower. Now, looking at the messages about him in the live stream, he realized he had severely underestimated the impact of such events. Sing Conquest? And even give a start? Barkley felt his face stinging. This unseen slap came too quickly, like a whirlwind, catching him completely off guard. Chapter 104 The Tilde. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, everyone's attention was captured by the sound from the summit of Mount Ame, reminiscent of morning bells and evening drums. Before Fiki stood the crystal coffin that rose into the air. Within it stood a goddess dressed in green robes, with green ribbons holding her long black hair. Her face, pale as jade, was exquisite, her waist slim and graceful, and her feet bare yet divine. Though her eyes remained shut, The endless immortal light swirling around her carried an awe-inspiring presence that commanded submission and reverence. Suddenly, Batilda opened her eyes, gathering clouds and mist of Mount Amay around her, an incomparable beauty far surpassing any description. Endless memories surfaced in her dark pupils as she murmured, "Gil, where are you? Gil, where are you?" A simple 7 characters echoed like a thunderclap through the heavens and earth, reverberating in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Gil, founder of Buddhism, was unparalleled in this world. What profound connection could this Tilda have with this supreme Buddhist figure? Otherwise, why would she inquire immediately upon awakening? Senior, Gil has disappeared from the world. Fiki bowed deeply in response. Buzz. Batilda's eyes emitted a divine light, fixing on Fiki, causing the underworld, the tyrant Bao, and the Xinyuan mirror to tremble. Fiki felt as though his entire being was seen through, leaving no secrets hidden. Rebellion, yin and yang, devil blood, cycle, reincarnation aura. Batilda's eyes showed a hint of confusion, murmuring softly in a voice only she and Fiki could hear. Fiki was greatly shocked. This Tilda was terrifyingly perceptive, even able to see through him as a reincarnated soul. After all, even he didn't understand how he had been reborn. Heaven is the board, and all beings are the pieces. Who can hold the reins? As he pondered asking her, Batilda muttered, "Don't ask me too much. My memory is incomplete. I only know I experienced a great battle, and my understanding of this land comes from your memories." Just a glance, and she could read memories? Fiki was stunned. Even his master, the Green Emperor, might not possess such ability. Heaven is the board, and all beings are the pieces. Was he merely a pawn? Countless doubts flooded his mind, leaving him feeling complicated. I was formed by destiny, once condensing boundless heavenly energy from countless stars. Now only part remains. Since you've reached the peak, I shall bestow upon you this remaining heavenly energy, so you may achieve the pinnacle of power in the future. Batilda continued, now that spiritual energy is just beginning to return, obtaining this heavenly energy will place you among the forefront of evolutionists. Senior, is there a way to revive Sichuan? Or perhaps hasten the revival of Chinese territory? Fiki gazed at the 9-colored immortal light condensed between the Tilda's delicate fingers, fully aware it represented heavenly energy. Those with heavenly energy might receive treasures from the sky even while sitting at home. Mysterious yet undeniably real, the power of destiny was undeniable. Yet, now Fiki hesitated to accept it. His purpose was to revive Sichuan. Thinking of Burl and those awakened individuals killed by the corpse escort sect, and the countless citizens of Chengdu, he wanted clarity before deciding whether to accept this heavenly energy. He was greedy. If treasure beneficial to him lay in waste, he'd do anything to find it. But his master, Sister Monica, Lin, and others were devoted to the greater good. They showed Fiki through their actions that people must act within limits. Sometimes personal desires couldn't compare to the bigger picture. China's revival lagged behind other parts of the world, allowing figures like Qian Yizhou to permit ruthless forces like the Thousand Leaf Clan to enter Chinese territory for resources. Heaven bestowed her with destiny. This Tilda must be one of the most powerful beings emerging in these times, a peerless figure of Gil's era. I can barely imagine what the land looked like during the pre-Qin era. Quickly agree, Brother Devon. With someone like you rising rapidly, I believe China will definitely regain its former glory. No one heard Fiki's question, growing tense for him. China, such a familiar name. I was also born on this land. Batilda's eyes shimmered with strange light as she said, I have only one strand of residual destiny left for you to choose. To bestow it upon you or to promote the revival of China's spiritual energy and improve people's evolution and awakening conditions. Upon hearing the Tilda's words, everyone understood Fiki's previous conversation with her. A single strand of destiny could drastically alter China's revival process, an awe-inspiring proposition indeed. In the live stream, no one spoke anymore. Barkley, Carl, Alexia, Jacqueline, and others also remained silent, their eyes fixed on the figure standing before the golden summit. Whatever choice Fiki made would be right. He had already given much to this land. Now that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before him, allowing him the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse, it was not unreasonable for him to choose to receive this strand of destiny for himself. Fiki smiled, a genuinely happy smile. It wasn't because he was about to gain an opportunity that brought joy. Rather, it was because the residual strand of destiny from the Tilda could further aid in the revival of Huaxia. I was born here, and will never forget its kindness. Please, Senior, bestow this destiny upon me to transform the heavens, and let this land shine with glory once more. Fiki bowed again, his voice resolute and powerful. May our Huaxia have every person as mighty as a dragon. Chapter 105. May our China be strong, and everyone become dragons. May our China be strong, and everyone become dragons. This was a heartfelt voice. It was his wish. In his previous life, after Lin and his sister died, he wandered far and wide, meeting many people and experiencing many events. Although there were indeed many people like Yehia who, for personal gain, caused widespread suffering, there were far more people who rose up to protect others. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to travel across China with his frail body, living for many years until the Green Emperor took him as a disciple. He had always been a hot-blooded youth at heart. If he saw problems in this land, he would point them out. If he could help solve them, he would do so without reservation. He did not want to see the tragedy of Jingxing replayed on Chinese soil again. Only when China became truly strong could such tragedies be prevented from happening again. May our China be strong, and everyone become dragons. These powerful words echoed loudly, stirring countless hearts and bringing tears to eyes. Everyone can say these words and believe they can achieve them. But when faced with the real choice, few can truly live up to it. A popular online anecdote tells of a reporter asking an elderly man if he would donate 10 billion if he had it. The old man replied without hesitation that he certainly would. But when asked if he would donate his tricycle, the man firmly refused, because he really had a tricycle. Facing easy gains, everyone has their own desires. People like Jesus brother are too few and far between. As you wish. The Alita gave Fiki a deep look and nodded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ancient and mysterious characters appeared one by one from the nine-colored auspicious aura at the tip of the Alita's fingers, releasing boundless celestial forces. Auras are usually formless, but under the goddess's miraculous skill, they now took on shape. Of course, Elder read my memories earlier and knows that my enemies within China include two major families, the Nanjingyi family and the Shangri-La corpse-driving sect. If this aura can be controlled, then no one associated with these two families should receive any share of it. Fiki smiled ingratiatingly. The Alita gazed at him intensely and he chuckled. I'm not some great benefactor. I'm just a petty person. Anyone who opposes me must go to hell. As you wish. After a long silence, the Alita spoke again. The nine-colored aura split into strands of rosy clouds, flying across China. China once had 9.6 million square kilometers of land and 3 million square kilometers of sea. Today, after great changes, its size extends far beyond that. But the nine-colored aura spread everywhere within China, nurturing every part of the country. Ha ha ha, Jesus brother, we're all petty people, not much different. Yes, it should be done this way. Trash like the Nanjingyi family and the corpse-driving sect don't deserve any share of the aura. We get the meat while the Nanjingyi family and the corpse-driving sect drink the broth. No, I misspoke. Please don't take offense, brothers and sisters. These two families don't even deserve the broth. Suddenly, the live stream chat exploded. No matter where they were in China, people could witness the changes in the heavens and earth. Mountains and basins, seas and deserts, including the Kunlun snow mountains, underwent monumental transformations. Qian Island Lake's waters converged. Tianqi on Tianshan revealed a palace of moonlight. The murals of Dunhuang long lost to time displayed infinite wonders, with Buddhas filling the sky, and the traces left by legendary scholars and warriors reappeared in the world. Legend says that Huatsubing, the Marquis of Champions, drank water from the desert and erected the Wolf Den Memorial, transforming the sands into a flower sea. An ancient road emerged, straight as the vast desert and stretching under the round setting sun. This land revived the glory of yesteryears. In misty Nanjing, famous sites like the Qinhuai River, Yuwashi stone quarries, and Zijin Mountain shone with myriad beams of light. Yet none of this affected the illustrious Yi family of Nanjing. Despite being situated in an area rich with earth qi, they could only watch helplessly as the altered qi could not be absorbed. Send orders to Kalang to ambush Jesus brother on his way back to Jingqing with Zhang Yimou of the corpse-driving sect. I don't want to see any news about him anymore. I want him dead. From the deepest chamber of the Yi family pavilion, a furious voice resounded. Jesus brother, such a clown has grown under the nose of our Yi family. After centuries of planning, can you compare with us? The future revival will continue, and we've gathered countless treasures. Awakening now is too late to match those who awakened during previous revivals. The patriarch of the Yi family, Brigham, father of Yehya, looked extremely grim as he roared out his orders. Send 100 divine sea pills to Kalang to help him reach the divine sea realm. Go to Juzhegu and bring back the tie by sword spirit. For a moment, the angry Yi family members began to act. All actions were aimed at the young man in the live stream who showed only his back and whose true appearance remained hidden. Shangri-La had turned into the legendary Flower Sea, but the treasure land of the corpse-driving sect showed no signs of change at all. Have Josiah assist Yehya's actions and ambush Jesus brother. The elder Elmwood of the corpse-driving sect waved his sleeve coldly and gave orders. They dared not harbor any resentment against the two major families, as that would be a mythical level character. They could only vent all their anger on Jesus brother, who caused all this, without knowing why he targeted them so specifically. A tough one. If not for needing to suppress the boundless seas and those terrifying entities, even I would want to go to Sichuan to uncover the mysterious veil of Jesus brother, said Elijah on Westlake, who excitedly crushed his teacup into powder. Sichuan has always been a contested land by strategists, which shouldn't have awakened last. It turns out it was because the Alita was lying dormant there. Even the divine beings dormant in Kunlun might not compare to her. Jesus brother refused her offer of fortune and instead let her promote the further awakening of China. Too ruthless. Even he couldn't guarantee he would refuse such an opportunity. I will enter Sichuan immediately. Alicia gazed at the famed 10 views of Westlake, marveling as the 10 unusual landscapes normally seen only in different seasons appeared simultaneously, especially the broken bridge after snow, where snow had just cleared, revealing the ancient bridge that appeared broken yet connected, containing endless ancient charm, entrancing anyone who saw it. The scene of osmanthus blooming in autumn and lotus flowers stretching for miles, which had once made countless people yearn, quietly appeared as well. She no longer harbored any contempt for Jesus brother, but felt an urgent desire to meet him face to face. On the peak of Mount Tai, White Chioga, draped in black, accentuating her delicate figure perfectly, whispered softly, I hope you grow quickly. I will enter the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to fetch opportunities for you. If you are truly worthy of becoming grandfather's successor, I don't mind fighting all the prodigies of the world for you. Chapter 106, The God-Sealing List, The Demon-Suppressing Steel. When the yin and yang reverse in chaos, I shall be reborn once more. I hope that by then, Huaxia will be as we wish, with everyone as mighty as dragons. The Paula's divine eyes, shimmering with immortal light, revealed a hint of weariness as she returned to the crystal coffin. Thank you, Senior. I believe everything will be as you wish. Fiki bowed deeply 3 times, watching as the crystal coffin returned to its original position and fell silent. To say there were no regrets would be false. Now, the aftereffects of the reverse chaos devil power had created 9 demonic chains binding the dragon elephant cave, making any advancement extremely difficult for him. If only he could obtain that thread of fate that could alter the current state of Huaxia, these constraints would be nothing to him. But even if given 100 more chances to choose, he would make the same choice. He was obstinate, and once he decided on something, it would never change. As he turned and paused on the 99th step, accepting the baptism of the vast cosmic momentum and healing his injuries, a gentle force came from behind him. In his mind, an image appeared. The Paula, barefoot and enveloped in ethereal aura. Don't show any unusual reactions, or you'll become a target for everyone. The Paula's ruby lips parted gently, speaking softly. Fiki was profoundly stunned because at this moment, the Paula was standing on the demon-suppressing steel, holding a scroll emitting immortal light. The 3 pre-Qin ancient characters written on the scroll made him feel restless, unable to calm down. The God-sealing list. Just those simple pre-Qin ancient characters exuded such charm. The God-sealing list, sealing gods on behalf of heaven. In some sense, it wasn't inferior to the underworld in its prime. Do you want it? The Paula smiled, her voice playful. You can't bear the karmic consequences it brings now. When you are worthy of it in the future, I will give it to you. Fiki was dumbfounded. Previously, the Paula seemed like an unreachable celestial being, but now, her smile bloomed like a flower, captivating at first sight. She could only be admired from afar, not to be approached or played with. Fiki sincerely thanked her. Boom, boom, boom. At the peak of Mount Ame, as the crystal coffin released a 9-colored immortal light, the sound reminiscent of morning bells and evening drums echoed again. Eventually, the space became void, the myriad stars densely dotting the sky as if within reach. Under the baptism of cosmic momentum, Fiki's injuries healed, and the netherworld tripod, once devoured by Yehya, reformed, becoming even more terrifying. The imprint of the demon-suppressing steel engraved on the tripod-bearing god-demon emitted brilliant black and white light, illuminating his entire body. Above him hovered the fragment of the ancient heavenly court. Below lay the underworld. Though the inheritance of the ancient heavenly court hadn't yet been activated, the flowing light continuously transformed Fiki's body. When Fiki descended the steps, he encountered Jamal and Beverly, both looking resentful, clearly dissatisfied. Why? Do you think I did something wrong? Fiki affectionately stroked the heads of the 2 beasts, laughing. For a moment, Barkley, Carl, and others showed signs of surprise, while those watching the live stream felt that Fiki's question was superfluous. The outcome seemed obvious. Although events had already unfolded, everyone would feel some regret. After all, that was a great opportunity that could change one's life. Feeling downcast as his brothers was normal. Boss, you really didn't act well. Besides that threat of fate, her clothes looked pretty good too. They seemed to be silk. How could they be ordinary? If you had begged her back then, maybe she would have torn off a small piece for you, making you rich. Jamal looked at Fiki with disdain and said earnestly, to succeed in life, you must be shameless. If you can't even meet this basic requirement, I, the divine rat, am really worried about your future. Not only was Fiki dumbfounded, but Barkley and the others were also stunned. After all that build-up, this was all the rat had to say? Second brother, you've gone too far. One can be shameless, but not to this extent, always thinking of stripping people's clothes. This is immoral. Panda Beverly shook his paw to refute Jamal, eliciting a relieved smile from Fiki and the others. It was comforting that among animals, the national treasure panda still showed reason. Then, Beverly added, but we still need to get something. Her anklet looks pretty good. If you ask for it later, she'll probably give it to you. At the end of the day, you're not shameless enough, and your future is indeed worrying. Chapter 107, 3 Divine Seeds. One wants to strip her, the other wants the anklet. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, deeply mourning for 3 minutes for the green-robed goddess. If the green-robed goddess knew she was so remembered by these 2 beasts, she might crawl out of her crystal coffin again to beat them up thoroughly. Brother Jesus, I take it back. I don't want to bear your children anymore. I have withdrawn the message about my address in private letters. These 2 beasts are too terrifying. I don't want my 99 yuan postage pay dress to be snatched away. Sending hearts to the previous floor. These 2 brothers with Jesus are too terrifying, fully embodying the essence of shamelessness. Barkley, aren't you nicknamed Crazy Jong? Claiming this road is a dead end? Please go block their way down the mountain. Of course, be careful not to get stripped. Even without clothes, that green-robed goddess remains a celestial maiden. But if you lose your clothes, you'll just look like a scoundrel. The live stream immediately became lively again, filled with jokes. Barkley, seeing many people joking about him and using Dead End as his new nickname, turned pale. He now realized that Brother Jesus was a disaster. Anyone who opposed Brother Jesus would end up in an incredibly miserable state. He could imagine that no matter how brilliant his future would be, people would only remember him as someone who doubted Brother Jesus, with the nickname Dead End. In despair, he turned off the live stream. Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 bolts of thunder emerged from the silent summit of Mount Ame, striking at Jamal and Panda Alpha. Hell of a kiss. Jamal frantically flapped its purple wings, flying at extreme speed to dodge the attack, but failed, getting struck by the thunder, cursing loudly. Panda Alpha, on the other hand, stared blankly at the sudden thunder attack, unable to react. The fur on its paws lost its vitality and emitted a burnt smell. Hee, this is the anklet. Getting struck by lightning isn't bad this time. Older brother, what did you get? Panda Alpha grinned broadly, staring at the charred green bracelet on its paw. I didn't even get a single hair. Jamal's eyes bulged in frustration. Your Majesty, this is far too unfair. The gap between pandas and mice is too large, leaving me feeling unbalanced. Why should we both be equally greedy and face the wrath of thunder when he experiences pain with joy while I only suffer pain? He's a national treasure, you're just a rat, can you really compare? This teaches us a lesson. Greed will lead to downfall like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Being too greedy leaves one empty-handed. If my politics teacher had this video back then to teach me not to be too greedy, I wouldn't have gone bankrupt from stock trading, ending up heavily in debt after being once very wealthy. Thanks to Divine Rat Jamal for giving us a vivid lesson in politics. Wanting the goddess's clothes is akin to lighting a lamp in the toilet. It's asking for trouble. Instantly, the chat room boiled over again. Caring deeply about how handsome he looked to everyone, Jamal seethed upon seeing the comments on his phone, causing his scorched rat hair to tremble. Next, a powerful pressure forced Fiki and his 2 brothers down the ancient stone path. The spiritual energy around Mount Amei grew denser, radiating from the mountain itself to cover the entire Sichuan region, supporting its comprehensive revival. It wouldn't take long for the revived Sichuan region to match other places in terms of spiritual energy concentration. The signal was then lost, turning the live stream pitch black, leaving everyone feeling incomplete yet smiling. At present, Brother Jesus' influence wasn't less than that of any top celebrity within China, and what was terrifying was that he had an advantage that even top celebrities lacked, an audience of awakened individuals. Brother Jesus, there's a long journey ahead. We'll meet again if fate allows. Barkley felt uncomfortable under the half-smiling, half-mocking gaze of Jamal. Clearly, the mouse intended to mock and hit back at him, so he hurriedly bowed to Fiki, saying, I apologize for taking the sword spirit of Amir. Not only do you wish to do something for Sichuan, but I also wish to contribute. Safe travels, we will certainly meet again, and I will retrieve the sword spirit of Amir. Fiki bowed solemnly in response. Blame Barkley? He couldn't blame him because Barkley had already given up the sword seal of Amir and returned it to him despite facing the inheritance of the White Jade capital, China's martial deity, taking only the sword spirit of Amir, allowing it to be seized by all, in exchange for the promise from the financial magnates and young elites to stop threatening the safety of Sichuan citizens as leverage against local talents. How could he blame such a man? Blame could only fall on himself for not being strong enough to suppress all those who coveted Sichuan with every means possible. Try your best to grow stronger and retrieve the Taibai sword spirit later. Although only those ranked in the last 50 of China's Dragon Tiger list are officially allowed here, Senior White Jade Capital's inheritance has a great allure, drawing some hidden ones. If speaking of true strength, I can make it into the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list, but I have no confidence in dealing with those people. After a long silence, Barkley advised, don't act impulsively. I don't want you to die. Although your cave is sealed with shackles, I know you will become extremely formidable when you grow up. I wish to fight you then. The condition is, you mustn't. They all knew the last word, which was die. Thanks for the reminder. I'll do my best not to die, Brother Dead End, Fiki said with a smile. Safe travels, Brother Dead End. Jamal and Alpha exchanged glances and quickly bowed, saying loudly. Their endearing and clumsy appearance looked particularly bizarre. Barkley, who had already turned to leave, nearly slipped and fell. He cursed under his breath, damn it, then walked away, afraid that this mischievous trio would tease him again over this matter. He really wanted to howl to the sky. Damn it, I am already quite monstrous. Who would have thought that Brother Jesus is not just a prodigy but an even more abnormal existence? Who would have thought that you could actually climb to the golden summit of Mount Amei and awaken the green-robed goddess who had been asleep for who knows how many years? After Barkley left, Fiki and his two brothers also departed. Before leaving, he looked at Carl, Sabine, and others who were wrapped in a thin layer of energy like cocoons under the nourishment of purple mist, and quietly transmitted his voice. Little Qinshan, come back to Jinsheng for a chat once you finish cultivating. Emmanuel, remember to envy me 3,000 times a day, not one less. All these were blessings granted by the revival of Mount Amei, needing some time to digest. Chapter 108, The Ancient Heavenly Court. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Fiki and his two brothers descended the mountain, Carl and Sabine inside the purple cocoon looked displeased. Go to hell. I hate you to death. Carl couldn't help but recall how Fiki had sighed deeply beside the misty rain lake, saying he didn't want to lose such an opponent as Fiki. And then when Fiki accepted the ancient book from him, Carl imagined the sinister laugh, scorn, and mockery in Fiki's heart at that moment, which infuriated him to no end. Meanwhile, Sabine clenched her teeth tightly. Although she had always known that Fiki was the man in the windbreaker, she still felt jealous of him every time, making her extremely uncomfortable. At the foot of Mount Amei, myriad beasts lay dormant, enjoying the benefits brought by the resurgence of spiritual energy, evolving once again. Beside the ruins, it was only then that Fiki had the chance to examine the divine object passed on to him by the azure-robed goddess and his physical condition. The 9 demonic chains binding the Dragon Elephant Grotto emitted a dark light, preventing the absorbed spiritual power from pushing towards higher realms, but instead cleansing his entire skeletal structure and flesh. Only 1/20th of the absorbed energy was used to polish the realm barrier, slowing down the process to 1/20th of its previous speed. Additionally, the realm barrier influenced by the Dragon Elephant Grotto was also bound by 9 demonic chains. Although my promotion speed is much weaker than others, just as the azure-robed goddess said, as long as I can grow up, my foundation will be stronger than others, Fiki thought to himself. But these 9 demonic chains are indeed too many. To enter the divine sea realm, I must break free from all of them. Could it be that I really don't have the qualifications to go to Juzhegu and seize the Taibai sword soul? Following this, Fiki sensed the fragment of the ancient heavenly court. The heavenly court and the netherworld were originally one. According to legends, the heavenly court always preceded the netherworld, implying its mysterious function. Buzz. The heavenly court flickered with brilliance, illuminating every inch of his body and resonating with the netherworld within him. The red flowers of the nether shore swayed, while the ancient heavenly court emitted radiant light. 1,000 rays of auspicious colors fell onto the 3 seeds, condensing into colorful liquid, causing the seeds to swell and grow. The god who bore the tripod became more substantial, with the stone tablet imprint inside him constantly emitting faint light, transforming the god continuously. Originally worried about the slow growth rate, Fiki gradually calmed down. Although his strength was lacking, the divine objects he obtained during this period would suffice to prevent him from falling too far behind those fast-rising geniuses. Moreover, despite his lower realm, the explosive power he could unleash was extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Fiki intended to stop his cultivation state, the first level of the netherworld, fully opened after merging with the ancient seal, whipped up a gust of wind. Dozens of red flowers of the nether shore emerged, releasing wisps of black smoke from the souls of Joyce and others suffering in torment. When the black smoke came into contact with the desolate space of the netherworld, it caused an unimaginable reaction. golden ancient characters appeared from the netherworld space, forming a mysterious combat technique. The life-taking entry into reincarnation, an ancient technique, seeking survival through slaughter, reigning supreme through slaughter. When these golden ancient characters turned into strands of golden aura and entered Fiki's mind, he received the inheritance of this ancient technique and understood its terrifying nature. This was an ancient technique specifically born for slaughter, seeking eternal life in battle. After mastering this technique, not only could the netherworld absorb death chi, but it could also absorb killing chi and resentment chi to cleanse itself, cultivating its own killing intent. Sending all living creatures into reincarnation through the form of slaughter was undoubtedly terrifying. This was a fated inheritance. Once the ancient characters entered his mind, the cultivation method was already imprinted deep in his soul, indelible and becoming completely instinctual. This ancient technique had no grade and relied entirely on the killing chi absorbed by Fiki. Buzz. As Fiki circulated the ancient technique of the life-taking entry into reincarnation, the petals of the red flowers of the nether shore drifted away, turning into killing chi, entering the luminous bead, condensed from killing chi within his dantian. Most astonishingly, the flowers did not wither or fade but continued to form new petals over time. It was believed that after some time, when the petals eventually faded, they would still provide killing chi to Fiki. The netherworld is indeed a divine object. My previous utilization was too crude. Only now do I realize its terror. I wonder what surprises the remaining 17 levels of hell will bring me. Fiki rejoiced, gazing at the dimmed ancient, heavenly court that had only released a few drops of liquid before falling silent, filled with hope. When the ancient heavenly court opens, it will surely bring about a tremendous transformation for him. Jamal, Beverly, there are 3 seeds here. We each take one and nourish it well. These are specially given to me by the azure-robed goddess. After stopping cultivation, Fiki took out the seeds wrapped in colorful liquid and said, "Holy crap, even you, the leader, received something from that goddess?" Jamal jumped up immediately, pointing at Fiki with the Rui staff, exclaiming, "Why not me? Maybe it's because of character." After saying this, Fiki tossed the largest seed to Jamal and smiled. "The best one goes to you, so you won't feel unbalanced." "A lousy seed. What use could it be? Not as good as my mouse droppings," Jamal said indifferently. But halfway through his sentence, a drop of the colorful liquid from the seed's surface splashed onto the Rui staff. The Rui staff immediately emitted a brilliant light, resonating with the sound of clashing arms. Chapter 109. Change of Circumstances. The outer layer of the substance peeled off, revealing the silver and black core within, and its power surged at least tenfold in an instant. "Damn, is it really this awesome?" Barnaby immediately changed his attitude, grabbing the seed in his hand with amazement. Fiki was even more astonished. In one of the 4 great classical novels, Journey to the West, the fearsome Monkey King's weapon was forged by Taishang Lao Jun, one of the 3 pure ones. Originally a divine weapon used to suppress the Eastern Sea, it was later taken away by the great sage. Fiki thought that although the Rui Jingubong, Rui Golden Cudgel, was powerful, if not in the hands of the great sage, it wouldn't have such a reputation. It was people who determined the value of a divine weapon. Like the Tai Bai sword he held, it was far inferior compared to divine weapons like those from the ancient, heavenly court of the underworld. But in the hands of Shane, the Chinese war god, it could make all heroes submit. Even those from regions recovering faster than China didn't dare to cause trouble. Now, the Rui Cudgel in Barnaby's hands was also like this. Although it was unlikely to be the same Rui Golden Cudgel once used by the great sage. He had the ancient heavenly court, and back then, Taishang Lao Jun had a residence in the heavenly court. The golden hoop staff was refined using the nether water of the heavenly court as a medium. If the heavenly court were fully opened along with his growth, the Rui Cudgel in Barnaby's hands might evolve into the Rui Golden Cudgel. However, whether they 3 brothers could grow to the level where they surpassed the realms and existed outside the 5 elements, was still unknown. Although mythical elements were gradually surfacing after the awakening of spiritual energy, no Chinese person dared to claim they could reach the level of the legendary great sage. Because that great sage was a legend, an unbeatable existence. "Boss, when collecting tree seeds, you said that once the spirit energy reaches a certain level, the seeds can evolve into intelligent beings. Do you think this seed could grow into a female panda?" Panda Beverly sized up the smooth seed, curious. Upon hearing this, Fiki's forehead filled with black lines. This question left him speechless. "Tisk, idiot. Can't you learn to aspire like me? I plan to cultivate my seed into a 9 heavens dark goddess in blue clothes, just to strip her clothes off, admire, and criticize her. You should have ambitions and ideals. Otherwise, how will you survive in the future?" Barnaby, who couldn't forget the blue-clothed goddess punishment of him with lightning, spoke in a lecturing tone. "Second brother, this baby doesn't have big aspirations. There are many rivers, but I only take a sip. 1 female panda is enough for me. I'm not greedy," Beverly said, swinging his round belly with a smile. "Like you say, these grand ideals suit boss the most. Second brother, you're not even human. Why would you want a 9 heavens dark goddess? It's boss who needs it. Shut up, we need to head back to Jinqing immediately." Fiki didn't dare let the 2 brothers continue their nonsense. He could only mourn inwardly, blaming himself for not paying attention and letting innocent Beverly be corrupted by Barnaby's nonsense. And now, he himself suffered from it too. Forget the 9 heavens dark goddess. Someone like the blue-clothed goddess could probably turn him into ashes with just a finger snap, and stripping clothes off to admire and criticize. If that happened, he'd be in heaven literally. The 2 beasts got excited upon hearing this. Barnaby wanted to play some more games, and Beverly was also intrigued by computers, games, and music that Barnaby described. With the assistance of the underworld, controlling the remains of Burl and others was simple for Fiki. He infused a strand of death chi into the corpses, making the 99 people follow him. After finishing, he posted a status on the Jincheng livestream. "Today, I will send the heroes home. May the mountains and rivers remain eternal. May the heroes' remains return to their homeland. May there be no more sorrow in the world. Welcome home, heroes." The awakened organization has prepared white cloths and national flags. White cloth to wrap the bodies, national flags to cover them. This is the hero's final resting place. May we fight together again in another life. The setting sun bathed Jincheng in golden light. Golden daisies bloomed before every door, swaying in the wind, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion at the imminent return of the hero's spirits. Walking under the sunset, Fiki and his two brothers led the way for the 99 deceased heroes. Perhaps their appearances were terrifying, covered in ghostly aura without any normal flesh, their eyes hollow. But under the influence of the underworld's mark, they displayed an extraordinary presence. Devon, as expected, you still made a grand appearance. In a cold pond permeated with spiritual energy, the Chuxing of Yehya's green dragon divine sea on his head became deeper and deeper, his smile sinister as he said, "Do you really think that so-called heroes loudly returning to their homeland will let the spirits rest in peace? Sorry, only those who survive are heroes. Even if he is a petty person, in the end, when his strength grows strong, he turns into a hero. This has been true since ancient times. Josiah, Zachariah, do you think I, Yehya, am a petty person?" By the side of the cold pond, two middle-aged men stood quietly nearby, exuding formidable power, both having reached the half-step divine sea realm. Now obstructing Devon from going back, it indeed looks like a petty deed in the eyes of the world. But once young Master Yi reigns over the world in the future, this becomes heroic. Everyone has servility within them. As long as one's strength surpasses theirs, they will start fawning and admiring. Zachariah said with a smiling tone, "Winners and losers determine everything. History is written by the victors. Killing Devon would reduce the threat to the Yi family of Nanjing and my coffin transport sect. People always excel at forgetting. Even if Devon was a hero, what can be done when he dies, ending up just with grass growing on his grave?" The stern old man known as Josiah said indifferently, "Moreover, I am very interested in the corpses of his three brothers. They are best suited for refining blood corpses. You go ahead. You are all people who awakened during the last spiritual energy resurgence." Along with Caden leading the 100 late-stage cave mansion realm elites of the two major families, lying in ambush outside Jincheng, capturing the three brothers of Devon is guaranteed. Yehya ordered, "If any changes occur and the three want to escape, focus on attacking those 99 corpses. They are their weakness, and they will do anything to protect them." "Yes." The two replied respectfully before disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 110. The city is cloaked in golden armor. Yehya's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If it weren't for the fact that his injuries had been repaired, and the green dragon gate had nourished his soul and flesh, pushing him to the critical stage of entering the divine sea realm, he would have personally laid an ambush at Christopher's inevitable path to settle all previous grudges. More than 10 years ago, it was the second awakening of spiritual energy. Zachariah and Josiah awakened after gaining fortune, and became the most powerful half-step divine, sea realm experts in the two major forces now. Zachariah excels in Tongbei Fist, while Josiah not only specializes in refining corpses, but can also command demonic beasts, creating a method to refine demonic beasts into zombie puppets that even impress the coffin escort sect. Coupled with the half-step divine sea realm powerhouse Caden already ambushing on the path outside Jincheng that Christopher must take, along with over 100 elite cave realm cultivators, this lineup could even engage a true divine sea realm powerhouse in battle. Christopher, I look forward to them capturing you alive. At that time, I will personally refine you into a blood zombie, making you suffer endlessly for eternity, wishing you were dead rather than alive, only able to watch helplessly as I massacre the awakened ones of Jincheng you protect." Thinking of this, the sinister smile on Yehya's face became even more terrifying as he said coldly. What he didn't want to admit was that this time, he actually could have forcefully postponed his opportunity to break through to the divine sea realm and participate in the extermination of Christopher and his brothers. But there was a fear deep in his heart towards the mysterious young man in the windcoat, making him feel that only by breaking through to the divine sea realm as soon as possible could he find the confidence to stand up to him. The return journey was like a painting, with the setting sun like blood. The mountains and lakes changed endlessly, constantly emitting substantial colored spiritual energies, transforming this land. Fiki looked at all this, filled with ecstasy. His efforts were not in vain. Although the demonic beasts benefited first after the spiritual energy awakening, humans had many ancient inherited combat techniques and secret arts. In the future, the people of Jincheng would have a chance to compete for opportunities. Looking at the towering skyscrapers and the culturally rich Jincheng, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. There, golden marigolds bloomed throughout the city. These golden marigolds, symbols of mourning, became the most beautiful scenery in this ancient city that, despite enduring countless battles, still bloomed like thorny flowers. Countless people spontaneously came to the main roads, waiting anxiously for the hero's return. "Barnaby Alpha, ascend, bring the heroes back," Fiki said solemnly. Then, the power of the underworld was infused into the 99 hero corpses, rising into the sky with the three brothers. "Look, that's brother Christopher, they're back? That's Amir who was in charge of my awakening test. I failed 7 times, but he always kindly encouraged me to try harder. Why did the coffin escort sect cruelly kill this kind-hearted elder? Why? I don't understand. Mom, that's sister. Brother Christopher brought her remains back. We shouldn't cry. Sister said she wanted to protect us, wanting to kill demonic beasts to help increase the number of awakened ones in Jincheng. Now her dream has come true, and if we cry, she won't be happy. I've awakened now, and I want to become someone like sister. My son, may you rest in peace. Dad and you never got along well, and during your growth, I often scolded you and undermined your self-confidence, calling you useless. Now you've proven yourself to be great and showed that Dad was wrong. I'm proud of you. Why are you crying? No need to console me. My 2 children sacrificed themselves for Jincheng. They had no regrets, and as their father, neither do I. Now that I have awoken, if I ever grow stronger, I will never stop fighting the coffin escort sect. Even if I can only tear a piece of flesh from them, it will be worth it. That sister saved me from an evil spirit before. Mom, You always say good people get rewarded. Why can't I see that? Why doesn't this sister receive good rewards? When people saw the pitiful appearances of the 99 behind the 3 brothers, their eyes were full of sorrow, but their reactions varied. Among them were those who had received encouragement and teaching from Amir, relatives of these 99 people, and those who had been saved from ghosts and evil spirits by these 99 people. Some were strong, some fragile, but what they shared was a deep sense of injustice. Why did this happen? Jinsheng had never wronged anyone. So why would there be people like the Coffin Escort sect who hurt them mercilessly? Welcome our heroes back. Alric stood in front of the awakening tower, waving a red national flag dyed with blood, tears streaming down his cheeks as he howled mournfully. He was responsible for the awakening tests of these individuals, and everyone was selected by him. And there was Amir, both teacher and friend to him. Now all these people were dead, naturally causing him the deepest sorrow. They were all his loved ones, and now 99 of them had died, causing him extreme pain. But he knew that he still had to be stubborn, still had to strive and persist, continuing to fulfill the last wishes of these people and protect this land. Brothers and sisters, may you rest in peace. In the future, our Jinsheng and Shu region will never fall into decline again. Because there are always people thinking of us. Not everyone is like the Coffin Escort sect, the Jinlingyi family, and the Chinya clan. Alric cried out in his heart. Behind him, the awakening tower radiated with treasure light, housing over 1,000 times more magical artifacts than when Fiki was tested. The distribution points of the Jinsheng Awakened One's organization were now filled with treasures, no longer lacking as before. All these resources were sent by the Awakened organizations and many wealthy families from places like Jiangnan, South China Sea, Devil's Capital, Northeast, Northwest, and other parts of China. The only signature read, I do not regret being born in China in this life, and I wish to be reborn in the land of flowers in my next. May our China make every person a dragon. Meanwhile, upon seeing the live broadcast, people all over held marigolds, bowed their heads toward the direction of Jinsheng, toward their condolences. Brother, you are right. Keep walking on your path. I will practice hard and strive to fight alongside you one day. Monica, who had arrived in Suzhou, looked at her phone with a determined expression. Though the siblings who relied on each other were now separated, they were both supportive of each other's endeavors, despite the concern for Fiki's safety. Lin and Alyssa clenched their fists tightly, tears welling up in their eyes as they said firmly, he did the right thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 99 strands of dark green corpse fire emerged from the jungle, directly heading toward the 99 hero corpses behind the 3 brothers. Chapter 111. To live is to have hope. What's happening? Corpse fire? An enemy attack? Those bastards from the Coffin Guild again, damn. Do they have any shame left? I swear I will kill all the scum of the Coffin Guild one day. For a moment, all the people in Jincheng who witnessed this went mad. Previously, most people saw the Jesus brothers battle through live video streams. Though it was thrilling, it lacked true empathy. But now, those less than a kilometer away from the city could feel the overwhelming heat wave in the air. One can imagine what dangers the Jesus trio, as the core targets of the concentrated corpse fires, were experiencing. Most crucially, the target of these eerie green corpse fires was those 99 sets of heroes' remains. Their sinister intentions were plain to see. They merely wanted to exploit Jesus brothers' loyalty and sense of justice, not wanting the heroes to be disgraced, thereby further exhausting the Jesus trio. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath Fiki and his team trembled with deafening reverberations. Trees that took 2 men to encircle were snapped, presenting a horrifying scene. One by one, lions, tigers, wolves, and other demonic beasts emitted terrifying emerald corpse fires, covered in the unique corpse symbols of the Coffin Guild, making them fearless and invincible, dripping corrosive dark green liquid from their mouths. On the backs of more than 100 of the strongest demonic beasts stood experts from the Nanjingyi family and the Coffin Guild, each at the late cave-dwelling realm. Among them, Caden, Zachariah, and Josiah had the strongest presence, with half-step Divine Sea prototypes forming above their heads, speckled with faint starlight. At the Divine Sea realm, one communicates with celestial stars to reform themselves, thus increasing resonance with heaven and earth. The more starlight dotted on the Divine Sea, the stronger the individual. A bunch of bastards. Abigail's Rui stick transformed into countless afterimages, shouting in anger. The stick's shadows dispersed groups of corpse fires, but those fires seemed like bone-devouring poisons, reassembling and blazing fiercely in the sky. Even with the formidable skills of the Yi brothers, they couldn't perfectly protect the 99 corpses. Over 10 corpses had their clothes burned, emitting a strong smell of charred flesh, leaving marks of incineration on their pale skin. Let's go help Brother Jesus. Right, even if we die, we must take back the hero's remains. The Nanjingyi family and Coffin Guild are too despicable, using such powerful forces to control the 3 Jesus brothers through these heroes' remains. In a moment, the awakened ones in Jincheng began to move, rushing out of the city like lunatics to rescue the Yi brothers and the 99 heroes' remains. Soldiers armed with firearms stared angrily, wanting to leave the city for a battle. Everyone get back. Alric hovered in a helicopter above Jincheng, roaring. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, nuclear weapons cannot be used, a concession made by countries worldwide after negotiations with the lurking terror beast kings and supreme masters. Because when spiritual energy first resurged, many nuclear weapons were deployed, but the military found that truly terrifying beast kings and supreme masters could not be killed by nuclear attacks, only severely wounded. Ordinary sniper rifles and armor-piercing ammunition cannot kill beings at the cave-dwelling realm, leading to thermal weapons gradually becoming obsolete in this age. Why? All awakened individuals and soldiers looked up at Alric, now the highest decision-maker in Jincheng since Burl's death, their eyes full of doubt and unwillingness. Alric had always been a tough and unyielding man, so they didn't expect him to stop their actions. A small loss can lead to greater plans. I want you all to remember this humiliation. Those who fall behind must suffer the consequences. Alric's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, extremely angry. He also wanted to go mad, wanted to rush out for an exhilarating battle. Even if he died, it would be a glorious death. But now, he doesn't even have the right to act impulsively or bravely. Burl is dead, and he has to shoulder Jin Cheng's heavy burden, providing the best resources to help these awakened ones grow. This was Burl and the 98 others' wish. He dares not disobey. He knows that despite the resurrection of spiritual energy, there isn't a single cave-dwelling realm evolved awakened being in Jincheng. These people going out wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. They would simply die under the hands of the ruthless Nanjingyi family and Coffin Guild's masters. Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing this, countless people in Jincheng had tears welling in their eyes, bodies trembling with rage, gritting their teeth. Brother Jesus, you've done your best. Come back now. I believe the 99 heroes won't blame you. Life means hope. As long as you live, Jincheng will have hope. Alric shouted loudly outside the city with a megaphone. As he shouted, he could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. Give up, Brother Devon. My daughter is commendable. She would have no regrets wherever she is laid to rest. I believe that if she can hear us, she would want to see you alive. Live as a hero among men, die as a hero among spirits. No matter where the bones are buried, they will always be heroic. This is what my teacher taught me, and that's enough. In the future, when I become stronger, I will also follow his path. Now, apart from enduring this humiliation, we have no other choice. Countless people shouted with tears streaming down their faces. How could there be such shameless noble families? China now has internal troubles and external threats, and can't deal with these scum. When peace returns, these blood debts will be settled one by one. I don't understand this world, nor do I understand how evil people can be. Why should someone like Brother Devon, who values righteousness so much, face such adversity? Sentiment and righteousness have become weaknesses, targets for enemies' attacks. This is the sorrow of the era, and the greatest helplessness. Throughout China, countless people were filled with righteous indignation. Watching the video, seeing Fiki and his brothers willing to be burned by corpse fires and suffer bodily corrosion just to protect the remains, many couldn't help but feel heartache. Even though the world has changed, times have changed, they still don't understand why having sentiment and righteousness has become a mistake. Chapter 112. The hero returns home. Barnaby Alpha, take them and go first. I'll cover the rear. Fiki glared coldly at the trio of Josiah who had been locking onto him, and said in a low voice, Boss, shall we retreat first? We can avenge this later. Barnaby and Alpha exchanged uncertain glances as they suggested. But midway through, they stopped and, with a determined expression, led the 99 skeletons away. The power of the netherworld burns to send the hero home. A terrifying glow emanated from Fiki's Dantian, and he declared solemnly, You wish to kill me. Instead of fleeing, I have walked into the center of your encirclement, allowing them to leave. What do you say? Agreed. The trio, including Zachariah, exchanged glances and nodded their assent. Their initial attack on the 99 skeletal puppets was merely a ploy to distract Fiki and inflict injuries on him. With their goal achieved, Fiki appeared to them as nothing more than an ant for their amusement, and naturally, they allowed the two beasts to carry the group of skeletal puppets away. Second brother, hurry back and help boss. Alpha's face filled with sorrow as he took a deep breath, his tone heavy with sadness. In an instant, an eerie silence fell over the scene. The demonic beast puppets that were previously engulfed in corpse flames abruptly halted all movement. The elites of the Yi family and the corpse escort sect gazed down upon Fiki, who had entered the center of their encirclement alone, with smug expressions, as if they were already visualizing the moment they would collaborate to humiliate and slay him. Christopher, you're even dumber than I thought. Being a sage isn't easy because a sage is vulnerable everywhere. I admit, I'm shameless, but catching you at your weakest point will make you fall into my hands. When I gain fame, history can be rewritten. Stuart, who was cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine Sea in the cold pond, smiled wryly when he received news that Christopher had become a dead fish on the chopping block. I thought the Yi family and the corpse escort sect were already shameless enough, but I didn't expect you to be this despicable. It seems unless we teach you a lesson, you truly plan to take pride in your shamelessness. The Jiangning noble families, listen. My Li family benefited from Christopher's sacrifice of his great destiny to benefit the world. Who will join me in pressuring the Yi family to back down and spare Christopher? The Jiangning Hua family agrees. The Jiangning Zhao family will also join. The Southwestern Family Forces of China, who wishes to act with us Sun family to pressure the corpse escort sect into submission and save Christopher? The Lu family from Yunnan Guizhou Plateau agrees. At this moment, some noble families finally felt indignant about the Yi family and the corpse escort sect's shamelessness and chose to intervene. Within just 2 minutes, the ancestral grounds of the Jiangning Yi family and the corpse escort sect were besieged by various families, vowing to force them to yield and release Christopher. Even Zachariah and his party, who were preparing to act, dared not make a move after receiving this news. They looked at Christopher, standing alone in the center of the encirclement, with caution. This was no longer a simple ambush, but escalated to whether the Yi family and the corpse escort sect could handle the multitude of noble families standing up for Christopher. They began to move. However, in the next moment, they acted because they received secret orders from their two powerful backers to decisively eliminate Christopher. Yi family, do you dare defy the will of the world and ignore us? Corpse escort sect, you really don't see us as significant. Amidst the live stream by people in Jincheng City, cries of battle outside the city left many spectators, who were still watching and offering support, stunned and infuriated. Family heads, we are all esteemed noble families with rich legacies, destined to shine brightly in this chaotic era. Why should we ruin our friendship over a mere ant, especially since this Christopher angered Kunlun Mountain, Lake Tianqi, and the South Sea, those terrifying existences, by teaching the Sacred Heart Sutra to the world? An elderly man with youthful vitality emerged from the Yi family ancestral grounds and transmitted his voice to the various noble families. My Yi family and the corpse escort sect are merely following the wishes of those powerful entities to eliminate Christopher. If you are dissatisfied, you can challenge them in Kunlun or force their surrender in the South Sea. Simultaneously, an ominous old woman from the corpse escort sect spoke similarly. You. All the family heads who pressured them were speechless. They weren't invincible like the legendary Chinese war god Shane, who once led a white-robed army of 300,000 to subdue those terrifying entities, paving the way for these noble families to flourish. Now, without Shane and without the invincible white-robed army, Juinjia needs to maintain stability and cannot act on behalf of Christopher. Is it possible that this young prodigy Christopher, who harbored such a benevolent heart for the world, must die? They couldn't help but feel profound sorrow. This was too tragic. Even if they wanted to protect Christopher, they were powerless to change the outcome. Unless the supreme expert from Westlake, renowned for defeating 9 hells, intervenes, only then could there be hope. But would that supreme expert risk a secret confrontation with those hidden entities just for the sake of Christopher? Bear in mind, even a secret confrontation would cause turmoil in China. What should we do? Should we intervene to stop the Yi family and the corpse escort sect? On the Westlake, Alicia said gravely. Let's wait and see if the young man can break the deadlock on his own. Elijah said with a cold laugh. It seems that spreading cultivation methods like the Sacred Heart Sutra has really put those entities on edge. They fear that Christopher might bring out something powerful again and spread it, fearing the rise of outstanding individuals who could snatch their opportunities. I want to see if this naive young man, just like Shane, can disrupt the world? Chapter 113. A man. What is a battle to fear? Isn't your opinion of him too high? The controlled demonic beasts at the late Grotto realm number in the hundreds. Not to mention the 3 half-step divine sea powerhouses, leading 2 major forces. How can he possibly fight back? Alicia rolled her eyes and sneered. Do you actually know if he has any hidden trump cards? If she were at the mid-Grotto realm like Jensen, she would only think of saving herself by running for dear life in such a situation. But now, Jensen doesn't even have the luxury to consider escape routes because he's already at the center of an encirclement by numerous demonic beasts and 2 major forces, enemies all around. How far away I am. I'm not a god or a worm inside his belly. How could I know if he has any trump card? Elijah chuckled lightly, just relying on male intuition. Male intuition? Hearing this, Alicia trembled, nearly losing balance. What a solid reason. So nonsensical yet presented with complete seriousness. Do you all still wish to force our Yi family and the coffin escort sect into submission? The elder from the Yi family cast a disdainful glance over them, scoffing with a cold smile. Silence. A deathly silence. Whether it was the masters of various prominent families in Jinling, or the leaders of those forces supporting Fiki who were miles away in the air above Shangri-La, they were all silent. They were furious but had no other choice. They could only hope that Jensen, who always created miracles, could show off his prowess again, kill some people from the 2 forces, and escape safely. That way, it might suppress the arrogance of the Yi family and the coffin escort sect, but deep down, they knew the probability of such a scenario happening was almost zero. Not because Jensen wasn't strong enough, but because his opponents were just too powerful. Be it the demonic beast puppets, or the people from the 2 influential families, almost everyone surpassed Fiki by 1 rank. To be honest, you aren't enough to make my Yi family bow. If so, our true powerhouses wouldn't have just sent me out to meet you. Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to serve you tea? The old man from the Yi family looked disdainfully at the heads of various families who came to pressure him, speaking indifferently. You. The masters of the various families in Jinling immediately lost their words, feeling indignant. But they could do nothing as water cannot help fire from afar. They were far in Jinling, unable to reach Jinsheng to aid Jensen, who was destined to be cornered and killed by the joint efforts of the Yi family and the coffin escort sect. Yi family, escort our guests. Coffin escort sect disciples, escort our guests. In an instant, both the Yi family in Jinling and the coffin escort sect, separated by thousands of miles, acted in unison. This made those families, who had suffered countless losses and finally seen the revival of China, but faced such retribution for Fiki, leave with gloom. Outside Jinsheng, many previously silent demonic beasts and human experts began sneering, preparing their most formidable attacks, vowing to obliterate Fiki the moment Zachariah issued the order. Jensen, let's admit, you're quite a legendary figure. Just emerging recently, you've made many families take risks for you, forcing us to back down, Zachariah said coldly with a faint smirk on his lips. However, it's unfortunate. They aren't sufficient to make the 2 major forces yield. You must die. Stop struggling. Severe your cultivation and we'll take you to young Master Yi, giving you a decent way to die. After using secret arts without receiving enlightenment, your current condition must be quite poor. Fiki remained silent, feeling profoundly comforted. At least what he did was proven right. Those families fighting for him have many concerns. For them to disregard everything and stand up for him was already remarkable. One could only say that the strength of the Yi family and the coffin escort sect was too formidable, unshakable. Compliance leads to the dragon elephant, defiance leads to the devil. Chaotic devil art. Manifest. Fiki smiled calmly and once again reversed the dragon elephant strength of divine prison, unleashing the chaotic devil art. Since a battle is inevitable, then let it come. A man. What is a battle to fear? Though this might slow down his future cultivation progress to an extreme degree, he was confident with his possession of divine artifacts that he wouldn't fall too far behind the elites. You can still use this terrifying secret technique? The corpse Medusa of the coffin escort sect, who played the jade flute to control the demonic beast puppets, stared wide-eyed. Wasn't it assured by the elder of the coffin escort sect that Jensen couldn't use this terrible secret technique again in a short period? How did this happen? So what if you use secret techniques? We have 3 half-step divine seas and hundreds of late-stage Grotto realm experts here. Is it really possible for him to turn the tide? Everyone attack him. Whoever harms him will be richly rewarded by the Yi family and the coffin escort sect. Zachariah's contemptuous smile remained as he whispered to the other 2. Later, we will ambush and deliver a killing blow from 3 directions. If one strike doesn't succeed, immediately flee. Look for another opportunity to assassinate him and avoid engaging in a fight where he might take us down with him. Yisroel and Caden smiled and nodded, looking at Fiki enveloped in the inferno of demonic flames as if he were merely a toy. It's somewhat dangerous, but not worth mentioning. Killing birth into samsara ancient technique. Let me see just how terrifying you can be. The horrifying demonic power surged within Fiki like a mighty river. With the Ba-Jiang, spear in hand, he exuded an unparalleled overlord-like aura, reminiscent of when the overlord of Egan dominated the world and led all armies with unmatched strength. Killing birth into samsara. This supreme killing technique reappeared in the mortal realm after awakening in the underworld. Thump thump thump. The demonic beast covered in corpse fire and the members of the two major forces wielding magical artifacts unleashed terrifying attacks from all sides on the ground, determined to strike Fiki's vital points and deliver a fatal blow. But without the concern of protecting the remains of the 99 heroes, Fiki unleashed his peak combat prowess. Stepping on the 8 steps of heavenly demons, enhanced by the seal of the demon-suppressing steel, his speed increased more than twofold, leaving a series of afterimages in space. Chapter 114 Expectation. A resonant hum. The long spear pointed toward another dragon arm, which shimmered with dark gold light. Demonic flames surged, and the dragon-clasping claws became even more terrifying, piercing and suppressing all enemies in front of the dominant spear. The killing intent formed by a mixture of death chi and resentment chi pushed the ancient art of sending living beings into the cycle of rebirth to its extreme. Fiki felt an endless stream of killing intent surge into his body, leaving him not the slightest bit fatigued. Using his physical body to form a cycle, he forcefully devoured the essence, blood, and souls of the demonic beast zombies and these people. In the first level of hell, red flowers of the other shore bloomed, then provided abundant energy from killing intent to him. How is this possible? Brinley and the other two had never dreamed that in just an instant, over 10 demonic beasts and 2 great families experts would die at Fiki's hands. Their eyes were about to burst open, filled with fear. This person is too terrifying. They finally began to move, not daring to let Fiki continue his slaughter. After all, no one knew how many more such attacks Fiki could unleash. Dragon Elephant Keifu. Absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy, Ascend Dragon. Perceiving the presence of 3 quasi-god sea realm powerhouses scattered in 3 directions, the dragon elephant Keifu, bound by the demon chains, emitted boundless deep light and created a crazed suction force, making his already heavily burdened physical body due to demonic flames become riddled with wounds. The wounds were deep, revealing white bones beneath the flesh. Humming sounds. But the effect was also very noticeable. The land around him continuously supplied him with spiritual energy. The forest turned into a desert. Grasses, trees, rocks all turned to flying ashes. Demon blood stains the silver bough. Slaughter demons. With his right hand, Fiki held the spear, sweeping away surrounding enemies, while with his left hand, he wielded the overlord bow, pulling the bowstring with his foot, giving birth to 3 silver-black arrows filled with endless offensives. The bowstring trembled, shooting towards the sensed 3 directions. Clang, clang, clang. 3 clangs like morning bells and evening drums echoed in space. The 3 previously high and mighty quasi-god sea realm experts now looked miserable, each with large bowl-sized blood holes in their shoulders, still being eroded by raging demon blood energy. You little bastard, I'll kill you. An incredibly shrill roar came from Brinley's mouth. As a corpse herder who tamed demonic beasts, his physical strength was far inferior to Caden and Zachariah, suffering the most severe injuries. However, Caden and Zachariah weren't much better off, also having large blood holes in their shoulders. When the overlord bow was drawn, it wouldn't extinguish unless tainted by enemy blood. Moreover, this was amplified by Fiki after cultivating chaotic devil art, showing its formidable power. Die. Zachariah and Caden's expressions were sinister, coldly saying. They firmly believed that after unleashing such a terrifying attack, Fiki must enter a period of weakness, the best time to end his life. Following this, they endured intense pain, lifting their swords to attack. 3 treasured swords locked Fiki in a tripartite formation, blocking any escape routes, sword shadows endless like waves. At this moment, Fiki's old strength had been spent, and his new strength hadn't yet recovered. All he could do was sweep his spear horizontally to try and collide with the blades, reducing the force to ensure he received less injury. Yet, Fiki also knew that he might not escape these 3 attacks, a sense of impending death rising helplessly within him. To hell with this shameless act, so many ganging up on one. Do you really think our leader has no brothers? Immediately after, Ely's familiar voice rang out in the space. Seeing Ely's Rui staff clash with Caden's sword tip, though it couldn't defeat it, it delayed the sword momentum enough to shift its trajectory, landing on his tiny rat body, immediately tearing a bloody wound, purple blood spurting out. On the other side, the panda Arlo gave Fiki a hearty smile, using a trident to divert Brinley's sword off course before blocking a lethal strike for Fiki with his bare paws. Instantly, the bare paw was pierced through, blood splattering into space. Fiki blocked the last wave of attack with his long spear, but ultimately Zachariah's treasured sword pierced through his arm. Rampant sword chi ravaged inside him, causing unbearable pain. One could imagine the kind of agony Ely and Arlo were enduring now. He could only give a bitter smile. 2 foolish kids. Leader, you can't hog all the glory yourself. This silly fool and I aren't worse than you. I've researched the marvel of that anklet. Today if they want us dead, they will have to pay a heavy price. Ely smiled slyly, shouting, Leader, if we win, remember to collect the blood I spilled. I'm a national treasure, even my fart has value. Then use my blood for auction, you'll earn a fortune. Arlo shook his round head stained with blood, laughing teasingly. Fiki said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Looking at the strong enemies who tightly surrounded them, he felt a surge of valiant emotion. Life and death together. That day, they achieved it. Although they never made a vow or proclaimed that they did not seek to be born in the same year, month, and day but died in the same year, month, and day. But they proved this with their actions. Though they could have escaped, they chose to return. Fiki, I know you can do it. You've created so many miracles. You can do it this time too. In the helicopter, Alric couldn't see clearly what was happening in that region covered in flying ashes. He could only clench his fists tightly in anxiety. Looking at the 99 heroic corpses around him, their skins burned and scorched by zombie fire but bones intact, he didn't know what to say. Recalling how Ely and Arlo immediately rushed to help Fiki without hesitation after sending them back, he felt deeply moved. For these two beasts to choose the path of danger despite knowing the risks, nothing else but brotherhood could explain it. He desperately wanted to go there and fight crazily to save Fiki, but for Jean Cheng's future, he couldn't do so. This left him in deep self-torture, so he could only provide vast resources to Ely, believing this mysterious purple mouse when he said he had a way to help Fiki. Spirit zombie formation, absolute kill. Ye family members, infuse me with homologous power. Today, we will let these three brothers die without burial places. Chapter 115. Who says I can't fight? Fritz shattered the jade flute in his hand, scattering green jade powder onto the corpse puppet of the beast. Immediately, the corpse fire burned even more fiercely, and dense array patterns were released from both the beast and the elite members of the ghoul-driving sect. The formation subtly aligned with heaven and earth, its power exploding and increasing several dozen times over compared to the spirit corpse formation they had previously encountered. The Yi family of Jinling all practiced the same foundational cultivation technique, their power originating from the same source. Vivid light burst out from Zachariah and Caden, channeling the strength of the other members of the Yi family of Jinling, spawning two gigantic phantom azure dragons. Clearly, they had all undergone the baptism of the Azure Dragon Gate under Jeremy, undergoing a qualitative transformation akin to a carp crossing the Dragon Gate. Though such methods would greatly harm them, under the intense animosity towards Fiki, they decided to spare no effort to utterly slay him. Since awakening, supported by two major forces, they had never been so gravely injured. Boss, you're the one risking your life, while we cheer for you from behind. Barnaby and Alpha swayed their bodies, hiding behind Fiki, encouraging him. Fiki was momentarily speechless. Among the three brothers, his fate was the most tragic, doing all the hard work. But what could he do since these two brothers each possessed unique skills that could enhance his combat prowess? Tinkle tinkle. At the same moment, the pale blue anklet given to Alpha by the blue-robed immortal goddess emitted pleasant sounds, seemingly able to mesmerize people, reducing their fighting spirit. Lao Alric is really quite generous, providing us with so many resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use this anklet to set up the great demon formation, said Barnaby as he stepped on the green stone, transmitting the array into it, melting countless spirit herbs, medicines, and rare magical artifacts, transforming them into endless energy poured into the anklet. In an instant, the green stone underwent terrifying changes. Gods and demons danced around, emitting deafening roars. The Great Demon Formation, a third-grade array, with the assistance of gods and demons, could possess immense power. As spirits and demons floated around Fiki's body, subtly resonating with the divine and demonic aura within him, the netherworld cauldron spun wildly, causing Fiki's strength to soar. Thump thump. Then, Alpha refined spirit medicines and magical artifacts to supply the pale yellow war drum, releasing a rich ancient rhythm. The drumbeat sounded, the spirits and demons transformed, pushing the power of the Great Demon Formation to its peak. Fight! Feeling the ceaseless flow of strength entering his body, Fiki summoned the spirits and demons holding the netherworld cauldron. The tyrannical spear, drenched in demon blood, revealed radiant demonic light. Kill! In that moment, Fritz, Zachariah, and Caden gathered their attacks, each wielding an ancient magical sword. The three ancient swords had compatible attributes, ultimately merging into one. Swords came, stirring the wind and clouds. The sky was filled with terrifying sword shadows, the power of the spirit corpse formation and the Yi family elites converging into the most condensed blade light. Blade light flickered, as if capable of slicing through everything. Boom boom boom. The spear of gods and demons collided with the blade light like meteors, triggering a violent energy storm. Everything around was utterly destroyed, leaving not a trace of vitality. Fiki's face was deathly pale, nearly collapsing, as this strike had drained all his energy. He could only hope as he gazed into the dust, wishing that the strike would annihilate Zachariah and company. Barnaby and Alpha, supporting the Great Demon Formation, also suffered from the energy shockwaves, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Then, a look of joy appeared on Fiki's face. Because the ancient technique, killing enters reincarnation, was running wildly within him, absorbing the killing aura born only after the enemy's death, erasing his exhaustion and restoring him to his peak state. As the dust settled, Zachariah, Fritz, and Caden, with streaks of blood at the corners of their mouths, stared at Fiki in terror. In that moment, if they hadn't discarded their swords and desperately mobilized their internal energy to resist the tyrannical spear's ravaging spear chi, they likely would have died or become crippled. Even so, half of the people from the two major forces were dead. Devon brother, we have to admit you have unparalleled talent. You're truly too strong, capable of slaying so many of us at Mid-Cave Abode Realm Cultivation. Zachariah, whose face was slashed by over 10 spear chi marks, dripping with blood, said coldly, if you chose to gain the good fortune of the blue-robed immortal goddess on Mount Amei, you might eventually grow to be the top figure on the Chinese Dragon Tiger list, surpassing countless geniuses. But there's no if in life. You'll pay the bitter price for your stupidity. In their eyes, Fiki, who had forced such a terrifying attack, was now at the end of his rope, without any strength left to fight, left only to be butchered by them. These people from the two major forces grinned maliciously, shaking their heads. To slay a legendary genius like Fiki was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stupidity? Fiki smiled faintly. To these people, perhaps his decision to abandon great fortune was the stupidest thing in the world. But he had no regrets. He believed that most people living on this land were kind-hearted. Now, those who benefited from him were still in their early stages of development. He believed that as long as they were given time to grow, they would not betray his trust. In 5 years, or even 10 years, they would grow up and save the world just like he did. If even 1% of the people could repay the land of China like he did, the fate of this land would be vastly different. Moreover, all he did came from his heart, with no ulterior motives. Most importantly, if he accepted that threat of fortune, the blue-robed immortal goddess who truly cared for China probably wouldn't have bestowed upon him the inheritance of the demon-suppressing steel seal, the fragment of the ancient heavenly court, and the 3 seeds. Blessings can turn into curses in an instant. All it takes is a firm belief and no regrets. What's there to talk? Take advantage of his weakness and kill him to eliminate future troubles. Fritz said hatefully. Thump thump thump. The skeletal remains of numerous beasts, burning with corpse fire, charged over without fear of death, trying to devour Fiki and his brothers until nothing remained. Fritz and the other 2 moved at incredible speed, picking up their discarded ancient swords from 3 directions and attacking once more. Who told you I can't fight anymore? Feeling the powerful gusts invading the space, Fiki smiled brilliantly. The sunset shining through the dust made him look as innocent and harmless as a neighborhood boy. Chapter 116. Winner takes all, loser loses? What? For some reason, everyone felt a sense of fear rise in their hearts. Since surrounding Fiki, his performance had been too terrifying, making these people feel that this was not the kind of combat power that someone at the middle stage grotto realm should exhibit. They were terrified that Fiki still had the strength to fight, and were scared into stopping their advance. What are you afraid of? He's just trying to scare you. He's just a paper tiger, something easily broken. Kaden angrily rebuked. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, all of them mustered up courage and continued charging forward. Fiki indifferently waved his domineering spear, the overlord true intent sweeping through space, his black hair wildly dancing, as if he were an unparalleled overlord walking out from the long river of history, frighteningly so. The spear shot out like a dragon, with dark blue nether flames burning, directly piercing through 3 demon beast corpses coming at him. Corporeal like death chi and resentment chi transformed into killing intent, restoring his condition continuously. Immediately after, he charged into the densely packed demon beasts and crowd like a tiger entering a wolf pack. Wherever the spear pointed, blood would inevitably stain it. Ho! How is this possible? Zachariah and the other 2 who were originally preparing to kill saw Fiki becoming braver in battle. They looked as if they saw a monster, staring wide-eyed, at a loss what to do. Even they, supported by numerous demon beasts and people from the 2 major forces, were left battered and bruised by that one collision, unable to muster any strength. Yet they clearly sensed Brother Devon was in a state of being on his last breath. Why did he suddenly burst forth with such astonishing combat power? He's growing stronger in slaughter? A scream filled with extreme terror came from the mouth of a young man whose throat was pierced by Fiki's domineering spear. As he died, regret shone brightly in his eyes, seemingly repenting for having become an enemy of such an extraordinary existence. But there were no second chances in this world. Choosing the wrong enemy could only result in death, turning into dry bones after their essence was consumed. Sorry, I can really still fight? Fiki's lips curled into a faint smile, mocking playfully. With the ancient art, culling lives enters reincarnation, which was terrifying to the extreme. He had already controlled the situation, the killing intent continuously nourishing his body, letting him be tireless like a god of slaughter while recovering his state during the attack on these besiegers. Run. Seeing demon beasts and members of the 2 major forces being slaughtered by Fiki like chickens or dogs, Zachariah and the other 2 couldn't continue any longer, their minds filled solely with the thought of fleeing. He isn't human. He's a demon. How can someone grow stronger the more they fight? Isn't that against common sense? However, right then, Jamal and Beverly, who had long disappeared, silently drilled out from underground and respectively launched Dragon Drill, one of the 36 celestial demon techniques, towards Zachariah and Josiah. 2 loud popping sounds and piercing screams echoed in the air, while Fiki, stepping the 8 steps of celestial demon leaving residual images, arrived before Caden, piercing his throat with a spear. A half-step divine sea-realm powerhouse was instantly killed in shock. Zachariah and Josiah, whose testicles were exploded by the dragon drill, also became targets of the blood demon-soaked bow of Overlord. 2 silver-black energy light arrows flew out, piercing through their throats, completely severing their lives. As for the remaining demon beast puppets and those who lost the will to fight, they were slain one by one by Fiki, turning this piece of land red with blood. Outside, when everyone in Jinqing heard the cessation of the battle sounds, sorrow appeared on their faces. In their imagination, when the battle ended, there would only be 2 results. Either the legendary Brother Devon was injured and fled, or he was slain. Now they could only hope that Brother Devon could rely on his mysterious means to escape into Jinqing while injured. Is Brother Devon really dead? They say this is an era of brilliance, with the world rejuvenating, everything rising. But I think this is a tragic era. It's difficult to escape being killed by cunning villains when someone like Brother Devon finally appears. Although the Yi family and the Corpse Escort sect have no grudge against me, I swear here that give me 10 years. In my adulthood, I will spend the rest of my life avenging Brother Devon. Because this world revived to new heights because of him, and I benefited from it, awakening mysterious abilities, stepping onto the path of evolution. 10 years? Brother Devon, wait for us 10 years. When we have enough strength to stand up to the powerful families, your vengeance will be cleansed by us. All over China, countless people gazed at the twilight sunset, leaving messages in the live stream. What use is the vow of a bunch of garbage? 10 years later, my Yi family and the Corpse Escort sect will be even more terrifying. At that time, we'll show you that this is the era of powerful families. Your hopes of rising up will be nothing but a dream reflected in water and flowers. An elder of the Yi family glanced at those comments in the live stream, sneering disdainfully. Subsequently, the elder of the Yi family glanced at the patriarchs of the various Jinling families who had been lingering outside the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, hoping for Warjiao to speak up and further force the Yi family to capitulate. he disdainfully said. Now that everything has settled down, you may as well go back where you came from. Anton, don't be too smug. One day, your Yi family and the corpse escort sect will pay a heavy price for today's actions. Jet, who first called for the Jinling families to pressure the Yi family, said with a sullen face, too many unjust acts will lead to self-destruction. Many noble families do value interests, but they are not as trashy as your Yi family, only knowing how to act despicably. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. There's no need for all people under heaven to say more. Scram. Elder Anton of the Yi family smiled indifferently, waving his hand dismissively and proudly proclaimed. An identical scene was playing out simultaneously at the ancestral grounds of the corpse escort sect in Shangri-La. The noble forces that stood up for Brother Devon all hit a wall, but when they prepared to leave dejectedly, three figures emerged from the endless dust outside Jean City. Leading them was a man in a windbreaker, blood trickling down his cheek. Yet he walked briskly, like the sole bright moon in the world, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 117A Lonely Tribulation. This solitary afterimage, however, caused the clouds across the land to stir. On the West Lake, Alicia held her phone, her delicate hands ready to issue a command allowing the various powerful families to pressure the Yi family and the Coffin Dispatch sect. Unknowingly, her palms broke out in cold sweat as she watched the live stream. Several times while watching the live broadcast, she was about to release the message, worried that the mysterious man under the windbreaker might be killed. But each time, Elijah stopped her, his wise eyes as if able to penetrate through the endless dust seen on the video to discern what exactly was happening. Later on, he wore a mysterious smile, saying this young guy was really tough, even overcoming such a critical situation on his own. At first, Alicia did not believe it, but now she believed it. The youth in the windbreaker walked out confidently, unchaste. Other than the carefree demeanor of the three brothers, there was no other disturbance. When the dust settled, a terrifying scene was presented to everyone via the live stream. A mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, bones littering the ground. Just by this scene alone, one could imagine how brutal the battle was for the youth who appeared so relaxed and elegant before. Fortunately, he won. They three brothers won. Indeed, he lives up to the nickname the Anwar in red underpants, doing something so extraordinary, a typical show-off. Alicia let out a breath and whispered with a smile. Oh, is our little Yuelu eyeing this Anwar in red underpants? Smiling like a daisy. But your insight isn't as good as Grandpa's. You didn't believe he could win? Elijah chuckled lightly, smiling warmly. Old man, shut up. Unconsciously, Alicia's face showed a complex expression as she scoffed. Outside Jean City, the entire city was in turmoil. Looking at the three figures heading toward Jean City, their eyes blurred with tears. Every move of these three brothers touched their nerves, making them laugh or cry for them. Sorry, as the chosen one, a single thought can make stars fall. My talent is too terrifying, attracting heavenly tribulation. Fiki smiled brightly and said aloud, so, I just passed a tribulation outside the city, creating countless pits. No choice, since we three brothers are too outstanding, envied and hated by villains who want me dead from the heavenly tribulation. But how could I let them have their way? I only want to say, being invincible is truly lonely. I only want to say that this tribulation, I passed it in loneliness. Passed a tribulation? Being invincible is truly lonely. Passed it in loneliness. The people of Jean City were stunned at first, then bright smiles spread across their faces. He still had the same outstanding demeanor, the same flavor, still the familiar Anwar skilled at creating miracles. Using laughter to lighten the sad atmosphere, no matter what painful battles he went through, when he spoke, it was always so uplifting. Anwar, prepare to die. Not far away, a terrifying azure dragon shadow rose into the sky. Yehya's momentum was more than 10 times stronger than on a May mountain peak. He came stepping through the air, his whole body radiating intense killing intent. Buzz. The azure dragon gate he held up emitted golden and green hues, as if dividing yin and yang. One thought leading to paradise, one thought leading to hell, becoming the threshold for the carp crossing the dragon gate. The sound of tidal waves echoed through the void, causing the treetops of towering trees to sway, stirring up a layer of green waves. Although Yehya has been repeatedly thwarted in his confrontations with Anwar, he indeed deserves to be the successor chosen by the ancient inheritance family, the Yi family of Nanjing. On the West Lake, Alicia frowned slightly, whispering softly. His talent is indeed formidable enough to command respect. Others say they cannot rise again after being suppressed, but he grows stronger with every setback, getting better each time. Only one crucial step remains to reach the divine sea realm. He will break through within an hour. But sometimes, it's precisely people like Yehya who can only become stepping stones for others' glory. No matter how unparalleled his talent, it's useless. Elijah laughed gently. Hearing this, Alicia was puzzled. How could she miss the praise in Elijah's words for Anwar, believing he still had the ability to turn the tide and match Yehya? But no matter how hard she tried to think, she couldn't figure out what made Elijah so confident in Anwar. With Anwar's mid-cavern realm strength being able to reverse the trend, defeating the elites of two major forces led by Zachariah and others at half-step divine sea realm, it was already commendable. Now that Yehya had stabilized his half-step divine sea realm cultivation and comprehended the mysteries of the azure dragon divine sea, his strength was over 5 times more terrifying than Zachariah and the others combined. What could Anwar use to compare with Yehya? Ultimately, Alicia chose to ignore Elijah's pretentious cryptic behavior. If anything went awry, she would post immediately, at least preventing Yehya from taking advantage of Anwar's weakened state. The smiles of all in Jean City froze. They had never imagined that Yehya would appear at this moment, and even be much stronger than he was on the peak of Mount Amay. Anwar, get in the helicopter quickly. At this moment, Alric, riding in a circling helicopter, came near Fiki and his 2 brothers. Risking his life, he signaled to Fiki to hurry into the helicopter and escape into the Jean City area. But Fiki could only smile bitterly. If they boarded the helicopter, none of them would escape Yehya's pursuit. As Yehya's strength increased, the azure dragon gate, which caused anomalies in the 800-mile-long Dongting Lake, gradually revealed its unparalleled power. After all, helicopters are mundane objects with non-metallic shells, making their defense practically useless against the Azure Dragon Gate. Yehia, you have finally come. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The evolution of Zachariah and others' bloodlines must be due to the power of your Azure Dragon Gate. Standing in midair, Fiki stood with his hands behind his back, calm and collected, lightly smiling. My current grotto is restrained by demonic chains. With the Azure Dragon Gate, I believe it can help me pass this trial. Thank you. You are truly my lucky star, always coming in grand style to deliver treasures. How embarrassing. Barnaby Alpha, set up the great demon array. Sound the war drums. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon hearing this, Barnaby immediately refined essence of spirit medicines and magical artifacts into the foot bracelet of the blue-robed divine maiden. Resonating with the god demon aura within Fiki, the great demon array not only evolved into pitch black, billowing demon flames, but also emitted a majestic divine aura. The light and dark auras continuously flowed into the god demon above Fiki's head, who held a tripod aloft, shining brightly. The thunderous war drums resounded as the deep blue netherworld flames flickered within the abyssal tripod, resembling the brilliance of hellfire, capable of sending one into the cycle of rebirth. Chapter 118. Help me up, I can still fight. You. Holding the green dragon gate in his hand, Yehia paused midair, his eyes deep and cold as he looked at Fiki. He said icily, pretending to be a ghost, but you're actually exhausted, right? I won't fall for such a lowly trick of yours. Today is definitely your end. A green dragon floated out from the green dragon gate and entered his body, boosting his aura so that it seemed he could tear Fiki's formidable physique into two with a casual wave of his hand. Come try if you dare. Fiki smiled calmly, saying, didn't I tell you before? I am invincible and lonely. The feeling of being undefeated at close quarters is something you can never understand in your life. Buzz. Fiki guided the divine devil to release overwhelming aura into the overlord bow covered with countless silver glows, giving off an eerie light. With Fiki's powerful pull, the bowstring trembled, creating a thunderous sound. Yehia's eyes narrowed slightly, stopping midair, not daring to take even a step forward. Though he knew there was a possibility that Fiki might just be bluffing, but having once been hit by the overlord bow, that excruciating pain still gave him a profound, soul-shaking fear. He couldn't guarantee he could block the terrifying attack of the overlord bow every time. Very well, wait until I enter the divine sea realm. You will surely become one of my victims. In the end, Yehia decided not to risk it and planned to suppress this unpredictable and cunning Jesus after stepping into the divine sea realm. After all, due to the slow progress in cultivation after performing secret techniques, Jesus could never match up with himself. At that time, Jesus would only be a toy in his hands, unable to resist, and the treasures on Jesus, including the underworld, would all belong to Yehia. Patience wins the game. That was what true men did. What use is fleeting glory? Do you have the guts to go into Juzhegu and contend with the heroes of the world? Yehia sneered, taunting, Juzhegu is also in Shu territory. Aren't you called the hero of Shu? Or are you going to watch Juzhegu be destroyed by our wealthy families without a fight? In the end, you're nothing more than a clown, a coward through and through. Provocation? Fiki sneered coldly. Yehia's tactic was too crude, but it worked. If he truly were as stupid as he appeared, he really might fall for it. Even if he didn't go, Yehia would spare no effort to humiliate him, destroying his reputation. Whoosh. Without wasting words, the overlord bow flashed with dazzling silver light as the condensed light arrow shot out like a meteor across the sky. Feeling the infinite power radiating from the light arrow, Yehia secretly rejoiced at his own wisdom. If he had chased, this arrow would at least seriously wound him. He began to flee aimlessly, continuously darting in the air, leaving behind illusory afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. But a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The mighty light arrow exploded mid-air after traveling a considerable distance, releasing 9 colored lights. Is this a 9-color firework? Ha ha ha, I get it. Jesus was just teasing us. He couldn't shoot an arrow at all, but his opponent is so weak, scared shitless just seeing him draw the bow. Upstairs, don't insult monkeys. Yehia doesn't deserve it. Also, don't insult Jesus. He's so invincibly lonely that he could shoot a flying flea down. This isn't shooting fireworks, this is shooting loneliness. Look carefully, isn't Yehia running away pretty stylishly? Maybe because he hasn't recovered from the 36 heavenly devil techniques inflicted by the national treasure panda and now prefers jumping, afraid that normal walking might hurt his balls. People in Jean City watched as Fiki and his brothers jumped onto a helicopter and flew back into Jean City, beginning to ridicule them freely. Having endured too much humiliation over just half an hour, they naturally wanted to vent their depressed feelings now that Jesus was safe. Almost forgot my family owns a fireworks factory. My great Jean City children, today the fireworks are free, unlimited. A rotund middle-aged man slapped his head, shouting, let's learn from Jesus, shoot fireworks, and let go of our loneliness like him. Soon, people around the fireworks factory began lining up for free fireworks, ready to ignite them at any moment. Jesus, you. Ultimately realizing something was wrong, Yehia turned around to face the Jean City residents who were ridiculing him mercilessly. His gaze finally settled on the helicopter where Fiki sat, the chains above the dragon elephant cave strengthening due to the aftermath of the chaotic magic power. Now, how could he not realize that he had been fooled, and in front of the whole world, no less? Just then, Fiki's feet seemed to give way. If it weren't for Panda Beverly holding him up, he might have fallen down. Help me up, I can still fight. Fiki said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback. They saw Fiki steadied by Jamal and Beverly, standing up and giving Yehia the middle finger, mocking, invincible, truly so lonely. Even when you can't win, with just a hint of dominance, you can still make cowards tremble. Immediately after, the bodies of Zachariah and the other 3 half-step divine sea realm cultivators sprayed out from the underworld tripod, only to have their skulls burst open with 3 consecutive finger stabs from Fiki, turning into bloody mist. Chapter 119. A Contented Life. Bang bang bang. Unable to control his emotions, Yehia was surrounded by a raging blue dragon phantom, which caused the towering trees around him to snap at their trunks. The scene looked anything but scary. On the contrary, it was rather ridiculous. At this moment, he resembled a harlequin, awkwardly jumping up and down in distress and helplessness. Then, fireworks exploded in the sky over Jincheng, casting an especially brilliant glow against the setting sun. You just wait. Originally intending to deliver more threats, Yehia could only scowl as he spat out these words, before fleeing hastily with endless resentment, too afraid to stay any longer and endure the ridicule and contempt of the crowd. Did we win? We really won. Devon is truly amazing. He managed to turn danger into safety. As the arrow was released, countless fireworks burst, creating a grand spectacle. But did you see that? I saw invisible feathers floating in the air. Those were from Yehia's fright after getting scared. Honestly, Yehia is such a coward. Devon's arrow didn't hit anyone, yet you're shedding invisible feathers like a chicken. Are you trying to prove that you're a chicken? Yeah, right. Not only were there invisible feathers, I vaguely saw Yehia kneeling down to Devon from miles away, offering his knee like a national treasure panda giving Devon a cigarette. Yehia, can you have some shame? As a renowned genius in China, don't you think you should at least preserve your dignity and not make yourself look so pathetic? Meanwhile, people across China watching the live broadcast mocked Yehia mercilessly. In Nanjing, many family patriarchs who had failed to pressure the Yi family into stopping their pursuit of Devon and were instead humiliated by Taya stopped their dejected departure, stunned at the images shown on their phones. Damn, this Devon truly lives up to wearing red underpants during his Chinese zodiac year. Just like Court the Rat said, a calf riding on high-voltage wire. Outstandingly shocking. Jet, who had led the charge from multiple families to put pressure on the Yi family, was trembling with surprise. Ha ha ha, I find that Court, the divine rat who always talks about God says, might indeed have some kind of clairvoyant power. How did he know they would all be outstanding enough to create such a dazzling spectacle? My granddaughter, in terms of appearance and figure, ranks top 3 in Nanjing. I plan to arrange a marriage between her and Devon. You all didn't mention it, but I've already taken the initiative. Otherwise, my temper won't allow me to tolerate your tardiness. Got it? Pa, my granddaughter is beautiful too. How dare you call it tardiness? If I can snatch such a powerful grandson-in-law, who cares? I don't mind sending you back to your mother's womb for another round if necessary. Since all of you are vying for Devon, I'll have to take another route and approach his 2 brothers. My Zhao family ancestors saved a white snake in Yindang Mountain 1,000 years ago, and now the white snake is the king there with countless demonic beasts under its command. I plan to set up a match between the rat and the panda. Pa, are you trying to steal what belongs to our Qin family? The Monkey King in Mount Taihang once discussed Taoist classics with my ancestors. He has female rats and black bears suitable for Devon's brothers, so you can't take them. Stunned, Jet watched as these family patriarchs argued furiously, no longer feeling resentful but rather excited about arranging matches for their grandchildren, daughters, or even demonic beasts. He shook his head not because he thought their behavior was too extreme, but because his family had no eligible women or connections with famous beast kings from the 3 mountains and 5 great mountains. Even if he wanted to meddle, he couldn't find anyone or any beast. Previously, he had been proud of having 5 sons, but now he wished he had at least one daughter who could fall in love with the mysterious, resourceful, and world-embracing Devon, reputed to be invincible. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop arguing. We can recover our lost pride today at Taya's place. Since they dared to mock us, let's barbecue and set off fireworks along the Qinhuai River to vent our anger. Jet felt increasingly depressed as he listened. Not wanting to hear these people argue any further, he climbed up high and raised his arm, laughing loudly. Let's get a big projector to show Brother Devon's supremacy over the Yi family and the corpse-moving cult like a movie, 24 hours a day. It scared Yehia so badly that he wet his pants. Picking a fight with us is practically asking for death. Also, notify the family patriarchs in Shangri-La to follow our method and do the same to the corpse-moving cult. Eating barbecue and setting off fireworks? Playing the scenes of Brother Devon's development and might as if it were a movie? The many family patriarchs, who had been arguing vehemently, could not help but stare dumbfounded at Jet, who was speaking seriously and had always been righteous. Their hearts stirred. They never would have imagined that such a despicably ingenious idea would come from Jet's mouth, but they stopped arguing immediately after, instead putting their arms around each other, rubbing their hands together eagerly, smiling faintly, and returning to the vicinity of the Yi family ancestral land. With a single command from the various family patriarchs, their families immediately sent over barbecue, fireworks, and movie equipment without delay. Chapter 120. Who did you dream about? Jet, Jasper, what do you people mean by this? Originally disdainfully expelling the patriarchs from the Yi family ancestral grounds, Patrick's face turned uglier than ever. He looked at everyone gathered by the Qinhuai River outside the Yi family ancestral land and shouted angrily. We just came here for some small barbecues, fireworks, and movies. Why are you old Busuda immortal, so upset? What can you possibly do about it? Managing heaven and earth, but still want to meddle in our affairs? All of us come from renowned families. At the same time, the ancestral grounds of the Ganshur sect in Shangri-La presented an identical scene, where laughter made the flowers sway and birds and beasts scatter. Kill Arn at all costs whenever we get the chance. Only this deadly order reached everyone within the 2 major forces. The Li family of Nanjing truly lives up to its reputation as one of the staunchest supporters of Shane back then. Even with Shane gone, they can still maintain such grace. Alicia watched the live stream of the scene on the Qinhuai River in Nanjing with awe inside. Because of people like them, I have managed to suppress this world and try my best to protect everyone. If China were filled with trash like the Yi family and the Ganshur sect, I would have long withdrawn and taken care of myself. With my power, nowhere on this earth would be out of my reach now. Elijah smiled and said, by the way, wasn't someone previously doubtful about whether Arn could defeat Yehia? Is that considered winning? Alicia felt choked and rebutted. Originally, she had reached a state where she wouldn't be easily swayed by external things, but Arn consistently surpassed her expectations, making her lose her peace of mind. Not fighting while subduing others is the supreme realm. Why isn't that called winning? Elijah squinted his eyes and teased. Seeing all these people wanting Arn to become a good match for them, does your heart move? If it does, I can announce the news, and no one would dare to compete with you for Arn. TSK. My man must be well versed in both literature and martial arts, unparalleled in the world. He has decent potential and character, but he's not enough. Alicia scoffed. Moreover, after using that mysterious secret technique, it will be extremely difficult for him to break through to the Divine Sea realm. It would be next to impossible for him to surpass me. I won't have any feelings for someone weaker than me. Elijah remained silent. This ambitious Alicia was even more audacious than he was in his youth. Most importantly, Alicia had the capital to be so bold. Her talent was among the best, even compared to those who hadn't emerged yet. It would be too difficult for Arn to catch up with her pace, unless the Chingy Divine Maiden's fortune fell upon him, but now he no longer has such an opportunity. At the summit of Mount Tai, Aisha in black attire moved toward the East China Sea. Arnie's performance earned her approval. She decided to seek great fortune in the East China Sea to assist him. In Jincheng's awakening tower, Fiki woke up amidst excruciating pain. Performing the Chaos Demon technique twice at the same realm was a torment indescribable by words. If not for the critical situation earlier, he wouldn't have risked performing the Chaos Demon technique. The Divine Prison Dragon Elephant skill could only absorb 1/50th of the spirit energy for progress. As for the rest of the spirit energy, it vanished into every cell, flesh, and bone marrow within him. The Chaos Demon technique is terrifying, but its side effects are also a blessing, cleansing the physical body to unimaginable levels. Now, just in terms of physical strength and defense, I do not fall short to any half-step Divine Sea Realm genius. Fiki sensed the condition inside his body and thought to himself, even the Chingy Divine Maiden suggested that I perform the Chaos Demon technique once every major realm. There must be a reason for it. Now that I have performed it twice, the only difference is the increased difficulty. As long as I put in the effort, everything should improve. Boss, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Alpha saw Fiki open his eyes and quickly patted his head with her bare paw, concernedly saying, finally, your fever is gone. You wouldn't believe it, but when you were unconscious, your face was as red as a monkey's butt. Barnaby, on the other hand, glanced at Fiki, wearing earphones and holding a cigar in his mouth, crazily pressing the keyboard to play games, muttering, dummy, I told you, boss was having an unspeakable dream about women. You didn't believe me. Now that he's awake, everything is fine, right? Boss, who did you dream about? Why are you blushing again? Alpha looked at Fiki meaningfully, her eyes revealing a human-like teasing gaze, saying, that's not very moral of you. We were so worried about you, but you were meeting goddesses in your dreams. It's one thing to forget righteousness for beauty, but you can't be this shameless. Chapter 121, 100 billion. Looking at Alpha's evil expression and his amused gaze, Fiki felt a chill run down his spine. This once innocent panda was now thoroughly corrupted by Barnaby. He probably thought Fiki had been having romantic dreams about the female panda. Smack. Fiki angrily tapped Alpha on the head to stop him from fantasizing and sat cross-legged to regulate his chaotic chi flow. Although entering the cycle of reincarnation through killing was an ancient legendary battle art for the battlefield, it certainly wasn't without side effects. Once calmed down, that tangible killing intent would sweep through the soul like madness. If one could endure it, the soul would undergo transformation, giving unparalleled advantages in comprehending combat techniques, secret arts, and realms. It could also weaken the Chaos Devil Chain seal on the Dragon Elephant Grotto. After all, the grotto serves as a bridge between the human body and the universe. Its formation relies greatly on the strength of the soul. A stronger soul meant a stronger grotto, naturally weakening the seal of the Devil Chains. If one couldn't withstand the overwhelming and tangible killing intent, the outcome would be especially tragic, turning into a mindless killing machine with no consciousness. Generally speaking, the more terrifying the combat technique, the greater its constraints, as the universe strives for balance. The Bodhi has no tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. When the killing intent swept over his soul, causing excruciating headaches, the sound of Buddha chants echoed in his mind. Golden Buddha light nourished his soul, eliminating the backlash of the killing intent and further enhancing Fiki's soul power. This was the inheritance from Harrison, which helped Fiki maintain his true self, preventing him from being blinded by selfish desires and becoming a monster. Emotions like the 7 feelings and 6 desires are extremely unique in this world. Though unseen, they influence all living things at every moment. In the Great Thousand World, Fiki had witnessed some legendary existences who could cultivate using the power of emotions. Just a glance could make someone feel infinite sorrow, leading to mental chaos and death at the hands of these legendary masters. Like Sabine using jealousy to enhance her power, stepping into the threshold of this path. She might grow to unprecedented heights if she continued evolving. Previously, Fiki believed Earth's evolution could never compare to the Great Thousand World, where countless powerful beings existed, and a single thought could cause millions to perish. Earth was just a small planet, recovering its spiritual energy. But after the series of events on Mount Qingqing and Mount Amei, he changed this immature notion. The underworld, Tyrant Bao, Xinyuan Mirror, Ancient Heavenly Court, Demon Subduing Steel, Mysterious Tuabetu, Tuabetu, Holy Heart Sutra, and even the remnants of destiny benefiting vast China through the Alida, all showcased Earth's extraordinariness. Who knows, after complete awakening, Earth might not be inferior to the Great Thousand World ruling countless stars. After his soul transformed following the cleansing by Buddha light, the gate of the awakening tower opened. Alric, looking exhausted, walked in but smiled warmly when he saw Fiki smiling at him. You naughty boy, always being stubborn. Passing out is one thing, but do you know Lizette, Monica, and Alyssa have been calling me non-stop for 3 days? I told them you were safe, but they wouldn't believe me. Then Alric gave a slight humph, complaining. Sorry, I didn't want to, but I had to push myself to fulfill the promise to you and Elder Lin. Don't worry. My life may be worthless, but it's tough. I won't easily get into trouble. Fiki laughed awkwardly, recalling how dangerous the trip to Mount Amei had been. If he hadn't possessed multiple divine artifacts and advanced rapidly in cultivation, he would likely have been killed by the joint efforts of the Nanjingyi family, the body transport sect, and the Qinya clan. He added, what about Elder Lin? Relax, we've buried their remains on this awakening mountain. You don't need to feel guilty. The body transport sect had already made their move, unrelated to your provocation. Just remember, if you find something beneficial for people's awakening, share it. This is their wish, but ensure your safety first. If it's dangerous, hold back for now. We can wait until you truly rise and can focus on your own matters. Alric patted Fiki on the shoulder, advising. Fiki nodded solemnly, feeling that Alric had undergone significant changes in just a few days. Alric's previously impulsive nature was transforming him into a protector and elder figure like Elder Lin. Brat, stop staring or I'll gouge your eyes out. There's nothing special on my face. Alric felt Fiki's unusual gaze and Gu Yi deliberately put on a slight scowl, scolding. This is what Elder Alric should be like. No matter what, life should always be lived happily and freely. Eat when you want to eat, scold when you want to scold. Your pretend profound look is very ugly, Fiki said with a smile. If those who admire you see your shameless face, I can imagine the scene of countless young girls in China having their dreams shattered. Alric rolled his eyes irritably and then handed a gold card to Fiki, saying, Here, this is a gift for you. A gift? Fiki was slightly taken aback. You didn't accept tips during your live stream, so they tipped directly into my account. Damn it. It's more than 100 billion. It really tested my self-control. When I received this huge sum, I almost wanted to run away with the money. Alric continued to speak speechlessly. Chapter 122 Mysterious Mud Lump. Over 100 billion? Even Fiki, who considered himself to have great self-control, was taken aback by this astronomical figure. In today's era of spirit chi restoration, currency has not depreciated but appreciated. People's jobs are all related to spirit medicines and materials from demonic beasts. For instance, world-renowned luxury brands like Chanel, Hermes, and Prada have researched methods to use materials from demonic beasts with special techniques to aid in cultivation, resulting in very high prices. Even supercars are starting to research using demonic beast blood as fuel and special minerals born after the spirit chi revival for alloy materials, enhancing the speed and defense of cars to new heights. Not to mention food, various dishes made from demonic beast materials have been served on dining tables. Overeating is not even a concern because these delicacies convert into energy that assists in cultivation. In terms of adaptability, the citizens of Huaxia are truly unique. But this also leads to an increasingly widening gap between the rich and the poor, with people at the bottom only able to earn wealth through labor-intensive work. Fiki had experienced the difficulty of earning money before he awakened, so seeing over 100 billion in reward money left him astonished. At the same time, he felt deeply moved. He knew his choice was right. These lovely people on this land were returning favors in their own ways. How could such people not be worthy of him trying to improve their living conditions? This, perhaps you should return it. I don't need money right now. Fiki smiled awkwardly, not accepting the gold card. Please stop pretending to be noble. Do you think I don't know you? These rewards are anonymous, and there's no way to track them back. If I could return them, I would have done so long ago. Alric tapped Fiki's head with his rough hand and snorted. Of course, you deserve this. Now, there are many rare materials for sale online, including awakened aquatic demonic beasts which taste very fresh. Once you break through your cave residence restrained by shackles, you will benefit the world enough. And those gifts over there are from Jincheng. Some people even brought over their family heirloom pickling jars, saying they are valuable treasures from ancient times when their families were renowned. You've provided them with cultivation opportunities, and they're giving you gifts in return, which is fair. As for the resources needed after Jincheng's awakening, don't worry. Resources sent from other places will suffice for a long time. Pointing to a corner of the awakening tower where ancient objects were piled up, Alric continued, Look, these items have primitive auras. There were fragmented ancient bronze spears, antique porcelain jars, broken blue and white porcelain pieces, etc., all dazzling and surprising Fiki. These items with lingering spiritual auras can be considered damaged magical artifacts. Before Jincheng's revival, they might not have noticed the uniqueness of these objects. After the revival, the revealed spiritual aura makes them stand out. Such items can greatly help newly awakened cultivators, yet they gave these things to him. Enjoy them. Many people in Jincheng awaken while at home, and our organization of awakened ones has become busy. We act as delivery personnel, bringing gifts to them, helping lay a good foundation for their cultivation. Before Fiki could react, Alric said again, To be honest, I really envy you, little brat. Why are you so impressive? I bet Alyssa must be jumping around in Suzhou. With anonymous rewards amounting to billions, you've made far more than her little celebrity status. With that, Alric hurriedly left. Fiki saw him off outside the awakening tower. Jincheng looked like a large machine starting to function properly after a malfunction. Everyone was busily working, gradually restoring past glories. Fiki immediately called his sister Monica and others. After receiving their concerned scolding, he boasted about becoming a billionaire, causing Alyssa to get extremely jealous, wishing she could crawl over through the phone signal to eat Fiki. As he hung up amidst advice from 3 women not to rashly rush to Juzhegu and insist. Chapter 123 Shirong. Fiki reached out to grab the black mud clump, and the auspicious light from the ancient heavenly court passed through his fingertips into the mud clump, immediately causing a strange transformation. The black mud clump began changing its shape incessantly until it finally drilled into his body. It flowed through every meridian in his body like gentle streams of water, eventually converging into the ancient heavenly court within his dantian. Thud thud thud. After a while, the incomplete ancient heavenly court emerged from atop Fiki's head, with the black mud clump transforming into granules. Upon closer inspection, Fiki was surprised to discover that these black soil granules were pulsating under the illumination of the ancient, heavenly quartz auspicious light, beginning to grow automatically. Shirong? A terrifying thought arose in Fiki's mind. Shirong is a magical soil recorded in the Chinese legendary book, Shanheijing, capable of growing by itself and nurturing plants. According to legend, during Bo's flood control, he used this wondrous soil to manage the floods, leaving behind traces of Shirong in the ancient city of Jingzhou along the Yangtze River. The present-day ancient city of Jingzhou, after its revival, gradually evolved into a primeval forest. Among the trees there, a 3,000-year-old Huai tree developed intelligence, sweeping away all enemies and dominating the surrounding areas. Could it be that this old Huai tree grew on the remnants of the Shirong left by Bo's flood control? And could this piece before me also be Shirong, able to nurture myriad things, with characteristics of eternal growth and abundant spiritual energy? Fiki pondered silently. Fiki tried placing a spirit herb on the Shirong to observe what changes might occur. He did not dare to randomly place the 3 seeds bestowed by the tilde on it, as any problems would leave him with regrets. Buzz buzz buzz. Strands of white vapor emerged from the Shirong, and the spirit herb withered visibly, turning into ashes. At first, Fiki felt quite disappointed, but after carefully observing with his azure divine pupil, he was astonished to find that the spiritual power contained in the Shirong had significantly increased. The notion surfaced in his mind that ordinary herbs should not be planted on Shirong. Ordinary spirit herbs would only replenish the energy of the Shirong. Subsequently, he placed the spirit plant he found beneath Mount Amei onto it. The ones with weaker medicinal properties withered very quickly, while those of higher quality took much longer. However, the medicinal powers of the withered spirit plants enhanced the quality of the Shirong, releasing an invigorating fragrance. Fiki placed the seeds in his hand onto the Shirong with hopeful eyes. Seeds that the tilde had kept must surely conceal great secrets and would not likely wither on the Shirong. Slap. Faint wrinkles appeared on the surface of the seed, emitting a gentle white glow, exuding a rich life force. Indeed it works. Fiki clenched his fists tightly. Just this gentle white glow made his dragon elephant grotto palace, sealed by the devil chains, tremble. These devil chains' essence was a physical restraint, requiring vast amounts of energy to break free. Energy could only come from Fiki himself. The magical seed belonged to him after being infused with his blood, thus the emitted white light had such extraordinary effects. There was another way to sever the 9 chains at once, using divine artifacts like the Tyrant Bow or the Xinyuan Mirror. If unable to sever all the devil chains at once, the backlash could cause Fiki to suffer severe damage and potentially ruin his foundation. Barnaby Alpha, quickly bring your seeds over. Fiki hurriedly called out to the 2 brothers who were engrossed in treasure, hunting among piles of treasures. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Did you have another episode? What are you doing playing with a lump of mud? Alpha widened his eyes, watching Fiki holding the Shirong in his hands, shouting, that's not fair. We've been working so hard finding treasures, while you play with mud happily. Barnaby smacked Alpha's head, yelling, if I could play with this mud every day, I'd willingly produce less rat droppings. This thing may look odd, but it's definitely powerful. Fiki gave a mysterious smile, refined more than 100 spirit herbs into elixirs, and then placed them along with the 2 seeds on the Shirong. The 3 seeds were instantly enveloped by the Shirong, and when they emerged again, 3 milky white rays of light shot out. Crack crack crack. After absorbing the 3 white rays of light, the ancient heavenly court projected a beam of multicolored light into the dragon elephant grotto palace, shattering 3 dark devil chains. At the same time, the barrier that had restrained Fiki from advancing to the later stage of the grotto realm was completely shattered. A tide of spiritual energy circulated ceaselessly within his body, the number of dragon elephant light patterns reaching 9999. The 10,000th dragon elephant light pattern belongs to the 3rd level according to the divine prison dragon elephant force cultivation method. It's like an unbridgeable chasm. Without reaching the divine sea realm, it's impossible to refine the 10,000th dragon elephant light pattern. After all, there are limitations to both the physical body and soul at certain cultivation levels. But now, after using the chaos devil art twice, Fiki seemed to have broken this law. If the remaining 6 devil chains were torn apart, forming the crucial 10,000th dragon elephant light pattern would presumably be a certainty. Boss, are you cheating us? Under the pretense of giving us seeds, these seeds still ended up being yours. Otherwise, why did that white light completely ignore me and directly go to you? That's too much. After the trip to Mount Amei, I got nothing and was tricked by you. Barnaby pouted, looking indignant. Fiki teased with a smile. I have no idea either. Perhaps these 3 seeds have their own spirits and can recognize who the true leader is. You 2 must work harder. I've surpassed both of you and advanced to the later stage of the grotto realm while you're still standing still. If I take you out, it would tarnish my reputation. Barnaby and Alpha immediately looked at Fiki with resentful eyes. This boss was indeed too self-satisfied. But they also felt exceptionally pleased, as everyone could see that with those 9 chains restraining him, Fiki's cultivation progress was incredibly slow. Being able to free himself from 3 chains under the influence of the seeds, using the ancient heavenly court to emit strange light, was a very good sign. My mother panda, please come out. My Empress of 9 heavens, make sure you're wearing clothes when you emerge. Otherwise, you'll rob me of the joy of stripping your clothes off. If that happens, I'll have to wait until my strength increases and return to the golden summit of Mount Amei to teach that tilde a lesson and strip her clothes off to settle our score. But even with all my efforts, I probably won't win against her. So do me a favor and give birth to an Empress of 9 heavens for me. Following this, Barnaby and Alpha gazed at the 3 seeds that were continuing to transform and pleaded. Chapter 124 Old Friends. Fiki felt speechless at this comment. These 2 brothers' tastes were indeed consistent, and their unrealistic expectations had not changed. Of course, he was also very curious to see how far the 3 seeds could evolve under the nourishment of Shi soil. Unfortunately, even though the 3 brothers continuously refined spirit herbs to supplement the spiritual energy in the Shi soil, the 3 seeds showed no further movement as if they were dead seeds. They had no choice but to give up and chose to return to their villa in the Shanshui manor to recuperate before continuing to nurture the seeds. On the way, watching people from all over Shu region gather in Jincheng City, now living in peace under the care of the awakened organization amidst chaos, Fiki felt a surge of pride, imagining the prosperity he envisioned slowly taking shape through his efforts. Some wandered the rivers and lakes, some studied diligently by the cold window, some strived hard, some sang and drank wine joyfully. This was the kind of Jincheng, this was the kind of China he wanted. Back at the villa, the 3 brothers continued working in the private garden, refining spirit herbs to enhance the aura of Shi soil, hoping to bring changes to the 3 seeds. Admittedly, these 2 brothers possessed terrifying talent. Despite such consumption, they did not lose much energy. Instead, they directly advanced to the late-stage cave-dwelling realm, their power skyrocketing. No more. I'm tired after breaking through. I want to soak in a hot spring and enjoy life. After the breakthrough, Jamal dropped everything, stretched lazily, and said, Dopey, come scrub me. It's time for you to enjoy being my little brother's benefits. I'll take pictures of you. Auction them later when I become famous and rich. Alpha immediately put down the spirit herbs and followed Jamal into the hot spring beside the garden, splashing water everywhere. For Fiki, who was helpless against these 2 brothers who grew stronger even while slacking off, practicing the chaotic demonic art meant he couldn't strengthen himself like them by simply breathing. He had to seize every opportunity to train and improve himself. In his memory, the next decade would witness the resurgence of spirit qi, a grand era where one must race against time to grow stronger. Ancient families like the Yi family of Nanjing had been preparing for hundreds or even thousands of years. With no background, he had to carve out his own sky. Fortunately, obtaining treasures like the Tyrant Bow, the Xinyuan Mirror, Diyu, Hell, and the ancient heavenly court gave him the confidence not to be inferior to anyone. Gazing at the 3 seeds whose subtle fragrances grew more intense on the Shi soil, he had a hunch that these seeds would bring him significant surprises. Dopey, why are you so dirty? Your fur looks only black and white, yet the water turned deep yellow. Second brother, you're not much better. Your fur is purple, yet the water turned black. Dopey bear, if you talk nonsense again, I won't discipline you and call you big cousin. Not, second brother. It's unfair. My body is small compared to yours, making me your laborer most of the time. I want to bathe. Life is beautiful. Their arguments and then sudden singing interrupted by breaks echoed intermittently. Bang. Suddenly, the villa door was violently kicked open, deforming completely. Fiki, you scumbag, get out here. Sabine's face was filled with anger, venting her frustration from Mountame. Beside her, Carl was equally furious. From start to finish, he felt mocked by Fiki. Recalling his first visit to Jincheng, meeting Fiki here in the Shanshui manor and lamenting about losing such an opponent, feeling incredibly lonely. If only Fiki had told him back then, he wouldn't have felt like a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed here right after absorbing an opportunity along with Sabine. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 shadows appeared behind them, releasing violent attacks. Jamal wielded the modified Rui Bong, and Alpha held a trident, attacking Carl and Sabine respectively. The hell, can't this divine rat live peacefully? Can't even poop in peace, and now everyone knows. Just wanted to take a bath, but you guys disturbed me. Did you know Dopey Bear nearly crippled me in panic just now? Chapter 125 Toy. Carl and Sabine have now transcended their previous limitations, evolving to the Divine Sea realm. Just their aura is enough to momentarily halt the 2 beasts' attacks. So this is the national treasure panda. Indeed, it's adorable. You're using your trident as a toy. This young lady is far stronger than you. Sabine deflected Alpha's attack with a backward slash of her sword, then reached out and caught Alpha, stroking the panda's soft fur continuously while smiling. Carl chuckled and commanded, Dragon Seizing Hand. He mimicked Fiki's movements, his palm enveloped in thick demonic chi, directly seizing an enraged Barnaby. Miss Goo, if you have the guts, don't use your hands or feet. Let's have a proper one-on-one duel. Using our leader's ultimate move, do you know the saying trying to imitate a tiger ends up like a dog? Barnaby glared at Carl, shouting, with your skills, don't even compare yourself to our boss. If I had more cultivation time, I'd show you the ultimate move 36 heavenly demonic forms. Monkey steals the peach, letting you experience that soul-searing sensation. Carl couldn't help but shiver, recalling the brutal end of Slade and Yehya after facing the so-called 36 heavenly demonic forms, as seen in the review footage. Brat, get lost. With your skills, you want to hurt me? Ha, how about performing the 36 heavenly demonic forms for us later to entertain us during drinks? If not, I don't mind having braised rat meat on the dinner table. Carl laughed and scolded. Of course, you can also choose steamed yellow flower rat or pan-fried rat. I'm kind-hearted. I'll give you the choice. Though it was a joke, he really wanted to see through the mysteries of Barnaby's 36 heavenly demonic forms. If ever faced with this bizarre combat technique in the future, he could immediately protect his vital areas. A scholar may be killed but cannot be humiliated, Barnaby said firmly and clearly, his face flushed with anger. Do you think we 3 brothers are cowards like you? Do you know my leader's famous saying, better to sing and die in the rain than live on my knees? I, Barnaby, will eventually become the leader of the 3 brothers and will never beg for mercy. Carl smiled mockingly, muttering, better to sing and die in the rain than live on my knees. Not exactly. Look over there. As he spoke, he pointed to Alpha and Sabine. The once angry panda now wore a smile like a blooming daisy, holding a teacup to offer Sabine, fawningly saying, big, beautiful sister Emmanuel, please have some tea. You must be tired from kicking the door earlier. Let me rub your legs. What? Barnaby stared at the nearly subservient Alpha, speechless and wide-eyed. This panda was actually rubbing Sabine's calves gently, the action as obsequious as possible. Elder brother, adaptability makes a wise man. That's what you taught me. Alpha grinned at Barnaby, earnestly saying, you should calm down too and try to please Brother Goo. He'll certainly forgive your mistakes. How cute, little Alpha. Sabine laughed heartily, saying, come, sister will give you a grape. I'm very kind. Alpha smiled widely, swallowing the energy-rich black grape from Sabine's hand, displaying an expression of pure enjoyment. Seeing this, Barnaby felt his whole life was ruined. Now he also wanted to curry favor with Carl, at least to avoid being held by the tail with no chance of escape. But he couldn't be as shameless as Alpha. After all, Sabine was still a great beauty. This Carl looks so clean and neat. Who knows if he's actually a hairy giant underneath? Little Emmanuel, did you finish today's homework? Recalling me 3,000 times a day, remember? If not, draw a circle and curse me. Don't act all queenly here. Little Chanching, have you thought of me these days? Am I now worthy of your admiration? You wanted to consider me an opponent, but sorry, I have none. Truly lonely being invincible. Fiki stopped nurturing the 3 divine seeds with she soil and walked over, grinning slyly. You. Sabine and Carl immediately lost interest, glaring at Fiki. This guy truly had a talent for poisonous words, striking right to the heart in just a few sentences. Don't gloat. Now we're at the Divine Sea realm. One finger could end you. You're merely at the cave abode realm? Carl snorted, but halfway through, he paused, pointing at Fiki with a trembling finger, eyes full of shock as if seeing something incredibly bizarre. Not just him. Sabine also looked at Fiki in disbelief. Sorry, I just broke through to the late cave abode realm after a random nap. Fiki smiled faintly and said casually, by my estimate, I could break through to the Divine Sea realm after 2 more naps. You two should work hard, or else when I surpass you, you won't even have the qualifications to be jealous or look up to me. He knew that the two had hurriedly come to find him right after coming down from Mount Amay, surely worried about the severe aftermath of his practice of chaotic demonic art. He wanted to use this way to tell them that he was fine. You, scumbag, this is outrageous. Sabine and Carl stood there in a daze for a while before they both angrily exclaimed in unison. They came here, ostensibly to check on Fiki's condition, but also harboring the idea of showing off to Fiki after their own breakthroughs. But who would have thought that this guy's speed of breakthrough would be so fast? Clearly, Longxiang Cave Abode was locked by demonic chains, yet he still managed to break through to the late Cave Abode realm in such a short time. Chapter 126, Wealthy and Reckless. Fiki then took out the 1982 La fight that Alyssa had cherished, and the 3 people and 2 beasts began to enjoy the wine in the garden. During their conversation, they reminisced about the past with great nostalgia. Back when they were college students during peaceful times, they hadn't realized how good those days were. It wasn't until they found themselves in turbulent times that they realized how wonderful those youthful and exuberant days had been. Fiki, you need to change your stubborn temper. People from all over are heading to Juzhegu now. The Chinya family and the Western Leon family, who have intermarried with them, will soon pass through Jincheng. Although they dare not enter Jincheng to find you, they will definitely do something to provoke you and force you to show up. And then there's Ariv, that despicable dog. Though he's lost face now, his cunning is among the top 3 amongst the young generation in Huaxia. He'll do everything in his power to see you dead, Sabine said hesitantly after some thought. Big sister Emmanuel, can we please not insult dogs? Alpha stood beside her, holding the banana peeled by Sabine, and flattered with a grin. Our leader clearly has a donkey temper. 9 oxen couldn't pull him back once he decides on something. Damn. In an instant, Fiki felt as if millions of horses were galloping through his mind. These lovable panda brothers seemed to have betrayed him thoroughly. Looking at Alpha's smile now, it no longer appeared innocent but rather sly, making the description of him as a lecherous rogue fitting indeed. Fiki finally understood what Andre had gone through in the past. Carl laughed happily beside them. Whenever Fiki was in trouble, he was happier than if he himself had broken through to a higher realm. By the way, do you know anyone from the Qin family of Gusu? Suddenly, Carl seemed to recall something and asked, Qin family? Fiki furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. The Qin family of Gusu wielded considerable influence in Gusu, with a richer history than the Jiang and Gu families. Legend had it they were related to the Qin family of Yanjing, one of the 3 major powerful families in Huaxia, and owned the renowned Jiangning Gardens, Lu Garden, and Humble Administrator's Garden. These 2 grand gardens, masterpieces in feng shui layout, emitted purple mist into the sky after the recovery of the world's spiritual energy. The Qin family members living inside enjoyed the finest natural spirit qi, which explained why Jacqueline could reach late cave realm at such a young age. Could it be that Jacqueline has seen through your identity? It's impossible. If not for your tip-off, even I wouldn't dare confirm that you, Fiki, are Jesus. Yet, when she went down the mountain with us, she mentioned you and even asked for your address. Carl murmured in confusion. This might have something to do with Fiki's mother, Sabine said hesitantly after some thought. This statement caused a tumultuous wave within Fiki's heart. Although this life was a rebirth, he still couldn't prevent the tragedy of his parents' suicide by jumping into the river. As time passed, his parents' appearances became clearer in his mind, not blurrier. His mother was named Ariana. Could it be that she truly had connections with the Qin family of Gusu? However, if his mother was indeed a member of the Qin family, she wouldn't have been seen as a commoner without any background by the Yi family of Jinling, leading to Yehia's continuous targeting of his parents. Don't think too much about it. Focus on increasing your strength. Even if there is a hidden secret, your weakness won't change the present situation. The Qin family of Gusu and the Yi family of Jinling are dominant families, surpassing even the Gu and Jiang families. Sabine patted Fiki's shoulder gently, advising him. Judging from Fiki's actions on Mount Amay, he remained fearless in the face of power, proud at heart, yet somewhat impulsive. Of course, Fiki's impulsiveness stemmed from his refusal to recognize the circumstances and acting on what he believed was right. Regardless of facing mountains of blades or endless difficulties, he would plunge ahead without hesitation. Rather than calling it a flaw, this quality made Fiki most commendable, earning their admiration. Don't worry, I know my limits. Otherwise, how could I make you envy me so much? Fiki's pupils constricted before he smiled. He secretly resolved that if there were hidden secrets behind his parents' deaths, he would investigate thoroughly once he grew strong enough. Here, This card has 30 million on it, collected between Carl and me. Sabine handed over a China Bank silver card and said, "Don't be stubborn. These days, the expensive rare materials online are all inspected by experts. There's no fake goods. Money can take you anywhere. Without it, you can't move an inch. 30 million now is equivalent to several hundred million before the revival of the world. We too could only gather this much because our families favor us. Moreover, being Divine Sea Realm cultivators with family backing, we have many opportunities to obtain rare materials and fortune in the revival lands." Carl smiled and said, "You can only recuperate in Jincheng now, without any chance to obtain rare treasures. You also need to break the demon chain shackles, so you desperately need money to buy rare materials. I'm not unwilling to accept it." Fiki smiled wryly, "But I have far more money than you now. 30 million is just a tiny fraction of what I have." Sabine and Carl were stunned, staring at Fiki in disbelief. "This card has over 10 billion on it. I don't want this money either, but all these are anonymous donations and cannot be returned. So, I had no choice but to accept them." Fiki shook the gold card in his hand, feigning helplessness. Chapter 127 Ruins of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Over 10 billion. The anonymous donation couldn't be returned, so they could only accept it with a helpless expression. Sabine and Carl felt countless thunderbolts strike in their hearts. Looking at Fiki, who was deeply smug despite his feigned helplessness, they wished they could eat him alive. I'm so jealous." Sabine had been stewing over this for a while. Despite having many words on her mind, she could only utter this resentful sentence. "Of all the freaks, why did I choose him as my rival? Looking back on my life, I feel like I've always been a tragedy." Carl looked up at the vast starry sky, crying out in melancholy. "Being tragic isn't scary. Realizing you're tragic is truly terrifying. Little Chunzi, I advise you to be foolish. Don't have such profound realizations. The joy of a fool is something unimaginable." Jamal held a small cartoonish porcelain cup, a cigar hanging from his mouth, lecturing earnestly. Carl gazed at Jamal with a grievous look. This filthy rat was an expert at plunging knives into his heart, and he picked the perfect moment, making Carl's heart twist painfully. "It seems that today you've completed your daily quota of being jealous of me 3,000 times. Fiki laughed loudly, then added, "Little Chancheng, although I can't reach the Divine Sea Realm soon, you should still work hard. I have this feeling that I will directly transform my grotto into the Divine Sea, skipping the half-step Divine Sea Realm entirely." "What?" Sabine and Carl, who were already extremely depressed, stared at Fiki in shock. Skipping the half-step Divine Sea Realm and directly advancing to the Divine Sea Realm. Was this person even human? The half-step Divine Sea Realm served as a bridge between the Grotto Realm and the Divine Sea Realm, ensuring one's future cultivation path and laying a solid foundation. Despite disliking Yehia's character, his talent was truly horrifying, and he possessed a divine object like the Azure Dragon Gate. Even he needed time in the half-step Divine Sea Realm to break through to the Divine Sea Realm. This painted just how terrifying Fiki was. "Jealousy can no longer satisfy my frustration. I want money, lots and lots of money. Transfer us 1 billion, or else I'll hang you up and beat you 3,000 times." Sabine emitted the powerful aura unique to the Divine Sea, threatening. Carl also stretched, ready to fight at any moment. Why go to such lengths for merely 1 billion? It's like a drizzle. Is there really a need to rush into action? Fiki waved his hand casually, saying, "I'll transfer you both 20 billion shortly. Poverty truly limits your imagination. Wait until I live stream again and distribute another fortune like when the Tilda bestowed upon China. Earning money is so simple, but you two can only envy me." Carl's face immediately darkened. Fiki's words stabbed right into their hearts, leaving them speechless. Moreover, these over 10 billion came from anonymous donations. If Fiki collected all the rewards, wouldn't he become a trillionaire? Thinking back to their own measly earnings from live streaming, they felt even more embarrassed. Comparison truly hurt. Without comparison, there would be no pain. Immediately after, Fiki transferred 15 billion to Sabine and 5 billion to Carl through a secure online bank. Monica was currently with the Jiang family in Suzhou. He trusted that Sabine would distribute the funds among Lizette, Monica, and Alyssa. As for Carl, he wanted to see his former rival grow stronger. Only in healthy competition could they both develop. Just like those days in Jinling University, studying late into the night to surpass each other, striving to improve themselves. "I'm off to Suzhou first. The Jiang family found some opportunities in the ruins of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and I will ensure that Snow Yao and the others benefit from it too. With these 15 billion, the elders won't make things difficult for us. If anyone resists, I'll dazzle them with cash until they submit." An hour later, the two got up, preparing to leave. Sabine declared proudly, "I want to enjoy flaunting my wealth and letting others envy me. I'm also leaving. The Ninjai Gorge showdown cannot be missed. If possible, I'll have Nova try to obtain the Tai by Sword Soul for you. Consider these 5 billion your funding for this venture." Luckily, Lord Zhang Jiyu restricted the competition to the last 50 names on China's Dragon Tiger list, with Nova conveniently ranked 51st. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare participate. Carl patted Fiki's shoulder, smiling slyly, "Little Yin Yin, I've seen through you long ago. Don't think I don't know about the Tai by Sword Seal on you. Stay in Jingsheng to cultivate. It's dangerous outside. Without being in the mid-stage of the Divine Sea Realm, it's impossible to obtain the Tai by Sword Soul. How do you know the Tai by Sword Seal is on me?" Fiki was extremely puzzled. Apart from him and Barkley, no one else knew about this matter. "I'm acquainted with Barkley, and many of my ancestors were part of the White-Robed Army, following Lord Shane into battles across all fronts. Of course, I know how the Tai by Sword legacy is passed down." Carl looked at Fiki with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and said, "In front of me, you're like an open book, holding no secrets. You are my rival after all. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle." Fiki subconsciously took a step back. If someone unfamiliar with him heard these words, they might think they had romantic feelings for each other. "Scram!" Fiki retorted without good humor. Nova was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the current generation in the Gusugu family. Over a decade ago, during the second Lingqi Fusu spiritual awakening, she had already awakened and evolved. Though younger than Carl, she was the best available presence to come to Ju's Hegu openly. But Fiki was very clear that the inheritance of war god Shane of China would definitely spark secret actions by countless noble families and financial empires around the world. The possibility of Nova obtaining the tie by sword soul was virtually zero. Thinking of the clever and playful girl Nova, Fiki remembered her composed demeanor despite her young age, each word striking right at the heart of the matter. After all, not everyone could declare at the age of 10 that they intended to cut off Fiki's life source. Sabine and Carl left under the cover of night, one heading towards the ruins of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to seek opportunities, the other to meet up with people from the Gusu family. Watching their disappearing figures, Fiki felt a complex mix of emotions. In these chaotic times, it was impossible to have leisurely conversations about life goals and great ambitions as before. They were still too weak and had to stay busy on their own, for everyone shared the same dream. To change themselves so that in the future, they could protect their family and friends, protecting China. Chapter 128, Daughter's Fragrance. This is too humiliating. I must grow stronger, and I will take my revenge. Carl, just you wait. This divine rat isn't easy to bully. Barnaby, after confirming the two had walked far away, jumped up and down, shouting, yes, we need to work hard to get strong and take our revenge. Alpha also clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely. Barnaby and Fiki immediately looked at the enraged Alpha with a strange gaze, as if he had suffered an unimaginable humiliation. This clumsy guy, did he learn Sichuan's face-changing technique, or was he naturally— No matter how Fiki asked, Barnaby wouldn't say, only insisting it would definitely surprise him. The Yama fruit, containing demonic aura, produced in Fangdu City's Ghost Mountain, priced at 3 million. A Tang Dynasty ceremonial weapon, the pike, as thin as cicada wings, lethal at first blood, 6 million. Pierre's authentic calligraphy, faint traces of sword intent remain. It features the poem, Qingping Lu, especially the line, it must be a drunken immortal who threw the white clouds into pieces is stained red with blood, likely harboring the inheritance of Pierre's sword technique. Price 100 million. The world's most authoritative auction house, Sotheby's, started its online operations, with dazzling arrays of treasures marked with prices. These details surprised Fiki, making him marvel that no matter the era, only those with wealth could get the best things. Of course, there were also treasures at a commoner's price. 9.9 yuan silk underpants used by Rina, Zhang Fei's relics, and even tombstones picked from mass graves claiming to be carved from Mount Tai stones were listed for sale online. Every mundane item was woven into a beautiful legend to entice purchases. But whether these items were useful upon purchase depended entirely on luck. Fiki spent 50 billion buying rare medicinal herbs and high-quality spirit seeds. He then used another 25 billion to buy treasures like Pierre's authentic calligraphy and the ritual weapon, pike. Medicinal herbs, spirit seeds, and ritual weapons were things he lacked. Only by acquiring them could he rapidly break through the bindings of the cave's restrictions and grow. As for the true treasure like Pierre's calligraphy, he planned to check if there were hidden secrets within. After all, the books given by Elder Lin about Harvey's thatched cottage contained the back-pushing chart and the Sacred Heart scripture. Ancient Chinese artifacts were filled with mysteries and couldn't be underestimated. The remaining 3 million yuan was used to buy those overhyped goods that only cost 9.9 yuan or 99 yuan for free shipping, items resembling ancient objects. Hundreds of billions gone like this. Money really doesn't last. But money is nothing. It can be earned back. In the end, I'm really looking forward to the mixed bag of items I bought with 3 million. Maybe they'll surprise me. Fiki looked at the balance of only 3 million left on his gold card and sighed. In just one day, Sotheby's auction house would deliver all the items to him. After all, in this era, time is money, and a colossal entity supported by dozens of powerful financial clans like Sotheby's would use every means to gather assets. After finishing up, Fiki settled down and focused on sensing the Tai-Bai sword seal. The inheritance from China's war god was extraordinary. 3 years ago, Shane swept across the land, crushing all invaders of China, drawing the world to bow. This Tai-Bai sword seal surely held countless profundities. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword seal oscillated gently, releasing sword chi that cleansed Fiki's flesh, causing the remaining 6 chains binding him to dim slightly. But when Fiki tried to further refine and control the Tai-Bai sword seal, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Countless complex streams of information flowed through his heart, yet left nothing behind, except an endless urge to sleep. In his daze, he heard Barnaby's cursing voice again. Dozens of seconds later, a unique fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, and he groggily saw a colorfully dressed woman beside him. Chapter 129 Big Cousin. In the blink of an eye, it was already deep into the night, and Fiki opened his weary eyes. He silently calculated that he shouldn't force himself to sense the Tai-Bai sword seal when he wasn't strong enough yet. Had his soul not grown stronger from being baptized in the backlash of killing intent earlier, the hidden information stream within the sword seal might have left him a babbling fool. Although the growth potential of the Tai-Bai sword seal might not be as good as that of artifacts like the Netherworld or the ancient Heavenly Court, its power in today's era was enough to suppress all mythological objects. It made sense why the Tai-Bai sword could become White Jade Capital's artifact to subdue all enemies. Then, he smelled a faint fragrance enter his nostrils. Turning his head, he discovered a young girl lying beside him. She was dressed in colorful clothes, disheveled, with her beautiful hair draped over her fair and delicate cheeks. At this moment, the woman also opened her drowsy eyes, her fine eyebrows slightly knitted together, revealing a hint of confusion. When she saw Fiki clearly, her eyes were filled with shock. The young girl was none other than Jacqueline, whom he had caught a glimpse of atop Mount Amay earlier, and who Carl said was investigating his whereabouts. Barnaby, it must be Barnaby. Fiki knew that Jacqueline being knocked out and brought next to him must surely be the mischief of Barnaby, who had been cursing and yelling before passing out. Strangely, Fiki felt as if someone had placed a black pot on his head. He could imagine what Jacqueline must have been thinking. First being knocked out and then being brought next to an unfamiliar man. And most importantly, her clothes were in disarray, her hair sticking to her cheeks. Any normal woman would be enraged beyond measure. Hello, Fiki's face changed slightly, appearing somewhat flustered, babbling nonsensically. Big cousin. Jacqueline revealed a smile, two dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, as she gently laughed. Big cousin? These three simple words left Fiki dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Instead of shouting or swearing in anger, she called him big cousin. What was going on here? You must be Fiki, Aunt Grace mentioned you. I'm Jacqueline, from Suzhou Qin family. Jacqueline stood up, tidying her colorful dress, instinctively stroking her plump head, extending her hand with a smile. Aunt? Big cousin? Fiki numbly shook Jacqueline's hand, finally managing to clear his thoughts a little. It seemed that his mother, Grace, who appeared to have no background, indeed had ties with the Suzhou Qin family. Otherwise, Jacqueline wouldn't have reacted this way. Aunt Grace is my grandfather's goddaughter. She left the Qin family 30 years ago, so it's normal that you didn't know about me. Jacqueline smiled and explained, we owe a lot to Aunt Grace in our lineage, but I don't know much about the old generation's grievances. I just heard from Brother Carl that you recently awakened, so I came to bring you some treasures. A jade box appeared in Jacqueline's jade-like hands, which she offered to Fiki. Fiki didn't take the jade box, intending to ask about the relationship between his mother and the Qin family. But thinking that Jacqueline didn't fully understand the old generation's grudges and only knew they owed his mother a lot, he refrained from asking more. Though the jade box looked ancient and elegant, Fiki didn't want to accept it, understanding the principle of not receiving favors without contributing. Most importantly, he couldn't figure out Jacqueline's true intentions. This originally belonged to Aunt Grace, and it should rightfully belong to you. My father specifically instructed me to give it to you. He said if you have any doubts, he will tell you everything when you visit Suzhou. Jacqueline wasn't upset, smiling as she pouted intentionally. Would you really let me carry such a heavy thing while talking to you? I'm a delicate lady, you know? Fiki had no choice but to accept the jade box and thanked her. He genuinely wanted to know what happened to his mother in the past, and whether these matters were related to his parents' forced suicide by jumping into the river. Bang! Just then, the door, which Sabine had already damaged, was kicked open again, completely destroyed, with the entire door collapsing. Looking towards the sound, he saw a youth dressed in Armani, looking anxious, scanning the surroundings until he saw Jacqueline unharmed, finally putting his mind at ease. Hampton, what are you doing? Jacqueline's face showed irritation as she rebuked. You're impulsive again. You've been gone for over 2 hours, and I was worried about your safety. Hampton, the youth in question, blushed sheepishly, scratching his head with a laugh. Sorry, buddy. I'll compensate you for the door later. No hard feelings. It's been over 2 hours? Jacqueline's expression turned puzzled. Then she turned to Fiki and asked, Big cousin, have you seen a purple rat and a panda? The legendary companions of Brother Devon. Fiki was startled, as he had indeed guessed correctly that Jacqueline had been knocked out by those two troublemakers. But now he did not dare to admit it. For one thing, he did not know Jacqueline and Hampton's background, and for another, if he told them the truth, his situation would become difficult. I have no idea. Fiki shook his head in denial. Humph, don't let me catch them. How dare they knock me out? I can't let this go. Jacqueline said angrily, clenching her fists. They dared to knock you out? Where are they? I will avenge you right away. Hampton immediately became agitated and shouted. You should pay first. You're always impulsive. I don't know who's the brother and who's the sister between us. Jacqueline retorted without good humor. Actually, we are cousins. Sorry, I was worried about her and got a bit carried away. This card has 100,000 on it. Consider it my apology. Hampton walked over and smiled apologetically. But you can't have any ideas about my sister. I heard from our family that you two were betrothed as children. Chapter 130, Megan. A childhood betrothal? Fiki was once again utterly shocked. This was too much. Suddenly having a fiancé out of nowhere, and one who calls him cousin brother upon meeting. This relationship was just too chaotic. You're talking nonsense. Shut up, that's just a joke within the family. I'm a proud daughter of heaven with exceptional talent. At least someone as excellent as mysterious Jesus brother is needed to attract my attention. A flush rose on Jacqueline's cheeks as she grabbed Hampton's ear and said in a spoiled manner, if you dare mention this matter again, I'll tear off your pig ears and serve them as a side dish. Stop, stop, stop. I'm wrong. Even though I'm ranked 53rd on the Huaxia Longhu list, can you please give me some face in front of others? You've been talking about the mysterious Jesus brother all the way. My ears are about to form calluses. Hampton pleaded for mercy. I really don't know what's so special about him. He's just a guy at the intermediate cavern realm. Besides, he wears red underwear under his windbreaker. Who knows if he's just some weirdo? I think he's probably ugly. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show his face? Hearing this, Fiki could only smile bitterly. It seemed this evaluation of wearing red underwear under a windbreaker was destined to follow him for life. Under Jacqueline's stern threats, Hampton dared not speak ill of Jesus' brother anymore and repeatedly apologized to him from afar. Cousin brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say those things. Please don't take them to heart. We're just unsuitable. After dealing with Hampton, Jacqueline looked at Fiki apologetically and suggested, let's call off the childhood betrothal. What do you think? Fiki nodded with a smile. He couldn't feel any resentment toward the mischievous Jacqueline. Brother, the more I look at you, the more familiar you seem. Hampton sized Fiki up and murmured, right? Your name is Fiki. Are you attending Jinling University? Seeing Fiki nod, Hampton's face turned pale as he stammered, oh my god, you're really brutal. Not only did you have a childhood betrothal with my sister, but you also dated my goddess Megan. Are you trying to ascend to heaven? If we weren't cousins, I'd have beaten you up by now. Megan. At the mention of this name, Jacqueline's expression changed dramatically as she stared at Fiki in shock. Megan was well known in Jiangnan and was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the region. She not only possessed a beauty that could make fish dive deep and the moon hide its face, but also had formidable cultivation talent. Legend has it that she trained on Mount Wudong since childhood. awakening her evolutionary potential at 20 and surpassing many geniuses of the Yin family. She even inherited the Tai Chi sword and Tai Chi fist techniques from Mount Wudong, making her the pearl in the palm of the hidden Yin family in Jiangnan. And she had actually dated Fiki? No matter how she looked at it, Jacqueline couldn't see anything special about Fiki. Under his concealment, she perceived him as only being at the early stage of physical body realm, not to mention before the recovery of the world's strength. While Fiki wasn't completely helpless, he definitely couldn't match up to Megan. Jacqueline couldn't help but become curious about what means Fiki had used to win the favor of Megan. Logically speaking, one of them was in the sky, while the other was in a deep pit. It's all in the past. There's no possibility between us. Fiki shook his head and smiled, recalling the girl's face in his mind. The only time he ever fell in love was with this beautiful girl whose name matched her beauty. In his sophomore year, they first met on Westlake. Fiki boldly recited, "Within books there is Megan. Within books there is gold and jade," causing her to laugh enchantingly and go together to admire the famous broken bridge remnant snow. In his junior year, they started dating, but after 3 days, their relationship ended without any significant progress. By the Qinhuai River, she gave Fiki a unique piece of Yuhua stone from Jinling as a breakup gift. She said they were like stars and the moon in the sky, seemingly close but actually separated by millions of light years, destined to be from 2 different worlds. Hearing Fiki confirm that he had dated Megan, both Hampton and Jacqueline were shocked beyond measure. The most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Just that title was enough to make countless people envious. Throughout history, Jiangnan has always been known for its beauties, and to be the pinnacle among them, it was clear how beautiful and intelligent she must be. Beauty alone couldn't earn such a title. "Brother, you're really strong. I admire only you." Hampton firmly shook Fiki's hand, excitedly saying, "Although the gap between you and her is huge now, and there's no chance of rekindling anything, you at least once had her. 3 days of dating with her is something many people dream of, like I can only catch a glimpse of her in a crowd. Your hand must have touched Peaches in a previous life to have such good fortune. First my sister, then Megan. Unfortunately, both are ill-fated matches." Fiki awkwardly pulled his hand away from Hampton's overly friendly grip. These really were ill-fated connections. None of them actually liked him. Jacqueline's expression turned sour. Her thoughtless brother truly lacked emotional intelligence. "Cousin Fiki, we should go." Flint, ranked 4th on the Huaxia Longhu list, considers Megan his private property. "I heard from someone in the Lin family about your past relationship with Megan. Be careful of Andre, ranked 59th on the Huaxia Longhu list, who is leading the Lin family contingent to Ju's Hegu this time. He might target you." Seeing the situation, Hampton smiled awkwardly and gave a warning. Suddenly, Jacqueline stopped, looking at Fiki with a serious expression. She asked solemnly, "Right, elder cousin, do you really not know Jesus' brother?" Chapter 131. Listening to the boss tell stories of the past. Jacqueline's gaze was sharp, her eyes fixed on Fiki as if trying to see right through him. When she was on Mount Amay, she had vaguely heard Carl and Sabine mention Fiki while talking about brother Jesus. Recalling how she was immediately knocked out by the sinister duo Thompson and Douglas upon approaching this picturesque villa and thrown next to Fiki, her woman's intuition told her that Fiki must have some connection with brother Jesus. "Yes, I used to sell medicine. Not long ago, brother Jesus snatched a bottle of Luei Di Huang pills from me. After chasing him down and giving him a thrashing, he awakened." Fiki's mood darkened as he improvised. His character is excellent. He wouldn't hold a grudge over this. But his 2 unethical brothers probably planned to use this incident to frame me. A medicine seller? Getting robbed of a bottle of Luei Di Huang pills, and then beating up brother Jesus until he awakened? This was almost too absurd. The more Jacqueline and her brother listened, the more surreal it felt. All they could do was sigh in disbelief, wondering how this could even be possible. He also drew me 3 sketches, which he called IOUs. He said when he becomes famous, I can sell them for money. I gave one each to Lynn and Alyssa, and now I have one left. Would you like it? Fiki took out the extra sketch he had drawn for Alyssa from his pocket and handed it to Jacqueline. He also showed the siblings a recorded video to prove everything he said was true. Damn, so it's really like that. Could it be that brother Jesus only didn't awaken before due to kidney deficiency? Taking a bottle of Luei Di Huang pills cured him, thus beginning his glorious life of riding high-voltage power lines. Hampton watched the video and the IOU with wide eyes, marveling. Jacqueline carefully folded the sketch and murmured, "I never expected brother Jesus to have such a humble time. This is historical evidence. In the future, I can show it off to those women who met him but couldn't even get an autograph." "Oh right, cousin, can you put in a good word for your cousin and help set me up on a blind date with him?" Then, Jacqueline smiled brightly and begged, "A blind date with me?" Fiki froze. This boldness was typical of his arranged marriage cousin. He could only respond awkwardly, "When I contact him, I'll try my best to arrange it for you." Next, Jacqueline and Fiki exchanged phone numbers and added WeChat so they could stay in touch. Afterward, the 2 siblings left gracefully. Fiki could still faintly hear their conversation. "Lucien, is brother Jesus really that amazing? Although he has decent character, isn't he far inferior to me in strength? Now his cave is trapped by demonic chains, making it extremely difficult for him to advance. He won't be able to break through anytime soon." Hampton asked curiously, "TSK, how can you compare yourself to brother Jesus? You're just a muscle-bound, brainless fool who can't even match big cousin Yi. At least he managed to woo Megan, while you don't even have the courage to talk to her." Jacqueline scoffed mockingly. "I admit I'm not as good at winning girls' hearts as brother Jesus or Fiki, but my strength surpasses theirs. This Fiki is interesting, yet apart from us, everyone else in the Qin family wishes them dead. Hope he can live safely in Jincheng. After all, the Qin family dare not disobey Ward Jiuyo's orders." Hampton was momentarily speechless, sighing. The post-spiritual awakening world is indeed full of regrets. Slow cultivation after awakening forces people to live at the bottom. It's a pity that Fiki's intelligence went to waste. I heard from father that he was exceptionally talented at Jinling University, and even Wall Street's Morgan Investment invited him. He is indeed interesting, but I won't acknowledge that arranged marriage no matter what, even if dad forces me. I'm planning to set up with Brother Jesus. When I find a valuable treasure, I'll give it to Big Cousin Yi to help him cultivate faster. Hopefully, he'll understand me. Jacqueline smiled softly. With such a huge gap in cultivation, our views and perspectives are different. Forced together, we won't be happy. The rest of their words were unclear to Fiki, but he looked at Thompson and Douglas sprawled lazily on the wooden floor with a helpless expression. Fiki was relieved he hadn't revealed his identity to them. Though they seemed harmless, many within the Chin family wanted him and Monica dead. Without knowing the exact connection between his mother and the Chin family, he couldn't easily disclose his true identity to the siblings. After all, since their father knew all about his days at Jinling University, it meant the Chin family had been investigating him. Who knew what they planned? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks tapping against porcelain bowls rang clearly in his ears. We sit by the tall dining table and listen to the boss tell stories of the past. Thompson and Douglas smiled with amusement, humming rhythmically, clearly eager for gossip. Childhood betrothal ex-girlfriend, who would have thought that you look pretty upright but are actually so naughty inside. Douglas tapped her chopsticks against the bowl particularly loudly, teasingly half smiling. Still putting on airs and pretending, tricking your childhood fiancé into wanting to set up a blind date with you. Your taste is really not ordinary. Fiki felt guilty for a moment. He had lied to Jacqueline to hide his identity, yet it sounded like he had set a trap for the innocent girl from Douglas's mouth. He could only take the initiative to ask forcefully, "Shut up. I want to ask you what happened just now. Not only did you not help me heal when you saw me unconscious, but you also threw a woman next to me to frame me. Are you asking for a beating?" This was directed by second brother. We originally wanted to gather some rat droppings and panda droppings to see if we could change the spirituality of the soil, using them as fertilizer to cultivate spiritual herbs. Then Jacqueline came, and in our panic, we knocked her out. Douglas immediately took a step back, shifting the blame. Chapter 132. The Strong arrive in Jean City. Damn it, you traitorous bear. You've betrayed me again. Jamal moved at an incredible speed to catch Beverly and said with a smile, "Boss, we made sure you were fine before we left her beside you. We do care about you. Besides, as you've said, every time I drop a rat's poop, something extraordinary happens. I just wanted you to have some luck with women. I'm doing this for your own good." Faced with these two brothers' amazing logic, Fiki no longer wanted to say anything, but focused his gaze on the jade box. His mother hadn't left much for him and Adriana before she passed away, so this box was like a relic. Even if there was nothing inside, he would still keep it properly. The moment Fiki opened the jade box, a green light emitted from within, causing his azure dark divine pupil to sting. Then, the Hua Shuang Jing that had been dormant in his heart began to tremble. Subsequently, the jade box transformed into a streak of green light and vanished into his heart. Buzzing. Before Fiki could check the abnormality of the Hua Shuang Jing in his heart, a terrifying fluctuation came from above Jean City. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon-like roar echoed through space, sending shivers down countless people's spines. Looking up, 9 flying dragon illusions from Western mythology were seen circling in the sky. Each flying dragon illusion had chains as thick as arms all over its body, with a man clad in Western knightly silver armor sitting atop each one, exuding imposing energy that shattered all birds in the surrounding air. At the end of the chains on the 9 flying dragons, they jointly pulled a broken carriage carved with the phoenix rising from fire, an emblem of Chinese legend. Sitting on this phoenix carriage was a young Westerner wearing golden battle armor and crowned with a crown embedded with 99 blue sapphires. The sight of 9 dragons pulling a phoenix carriage looked majestic and imperial, akin to deities from ancient legends. An emperor toured in a divine dragon chariot, while empresses rode in phoenix carriages, symbolizing the highest protocol. The most noble phoenix carriage in legend was used by Queen Mother of the West when inspecting the world from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Pool Holy Land. Clearly, this phoenix carriage beneath the youth was a magical artifact unearthed from the tomb of a certain empress of ancient China, with tremendous power. Next to the youth sat a graceful woman with ample charm, seated upon a green lotus, with a pattern of sakura trees from Yamato embroidered on her chest. She scanned Jean City with cold eyes, her intent to kill barely concealed. My goodness, the legacy of the war god Shane's tie by Sword Soul actually attracted geniuses among Western awakened evolvers? And that woman seems to be from Yamato's Thousand Leaf clan. Did she come to cause trouble for Brother Devon? I understand now. The person sitting on the phoenix carriage received fortune in the Garden of Nations born in the Holy Land of Vatican. This is Ilium. It is rumored that he was baptized by the Pope and became the sacred son of the Egonarch. The 9 people riding the flying dragon illusions are 9 disciples, each possessing early Deep Siege realm strength. Ilium is at least a mid-Deep Siege realm awakened evolver. According to the Dragon Tiger list, he should be around 51st place, making him eligible to seize opportunities in Juzhegu. Most importantly, he was the fiancé of Chihaya Mahiro, whom Brother Devon killed. The lady from the Thousand Leaf clan is named Chihaya Reika, who grew up in China and also reached mid-Deep Siege realm. The green lotus under her feet was snatched from Bodhi Island in the South Sea. The phoenix carriage and the green lotus artifact, all treasures of our China. Sadly, in past years, these wondrous artifacts were stolen before they showed their true might, and it's too late to regret now. People in Jean City gazed up at the sky, feeling anxious as they guessed these people's intentions for coming to Jean City. Clearly, it was aimed at Brother Devon, whose name resounded across the heavens. Brother Ilium Reika, you came as well? Just then, a slender figure leaped through the air, laughing. This person had wings on his back, holding an ancient bronze spear emitting chilling light, and covered with vivid python tattoos from Chinese mythology, making him appear extremely fierce. Brotherkin, you came too. It looks like you obtained enlightenment from the outskirts of the lost Atlantis. You carry the aura of a sea god. Unfortunately, the people here are too weak, none worthy for us to act. Also, as allies we can't spar. Chihaya Reika smiled, her sidelong glance sweeping over Jean City with disdain. Her voice rang loud throughout Jean City. She looked forward expectantly to seeing the mysterious Brother Devon, rumored to rise against adversity. South Korea, Samsung conglomerate Lee family, kin. Everyone knew the identity of the newcomer. Before the Spirit Revival era, the Lee family of Samsung could be described as wealthy enough to match a nation, supporting the economy of South Korea. Now, they wield more influence with their deep roots, dominating this revived world. Brothering June, why have you come? The sacred son of the Western Egonarch, Helium, asked with a laugh. The famous brother Devon in Jin City is nothing but a petty thief skilled in Jimingo Da. He stole treasures from our Samsung Lee family. The silver bow, ancient tripod, blue whale corpse, and the ancient book that created the divine deer illusion were all private collections of our Lee family. Qin deliberately displayed a look of anger, then his body was enveloped in bright blue light, his momentum piercing the sky. He coldly shouted at everyone in Jin City, Brother Devon, you thief, if you have the guts, come out of the city and fight me. Showing off with my family's treasures. In fact, you are just trash. We are also here to find Brother Devon. Let's overlook this entire city together. Helium and Chihaya Reika exchanged smiles, releasing terrifying auras from their bodies. For a moment, the 9 dragons pulling the phoenix carriage emitted splendid radiant light, and the green lotus bloomed with green light, illuminating Jin City. Brother Devon, you coward, dare you show yourself? Chapter 133. A tongue as clever as a reed. Brother Jesus, you coward, dare you show yourself? The voices of the three converged. 11 brief words echoed incessantly in the sky above Jin City. The mountains responded, reverberating with endless echoes. How shameless these 3 scoundrels are. If I had a blade, I would definitely cut them down. The most despicable one is this Bobby from the 3 Stars Financial Empire. When Brother Jesus rose to prominence, the passage between Jin City and the outside world hadn't even been opened yet. How could he have stolen treasures from the 3 Stars Lee family? Talking nonsense with eyes wide open. What a wretch. This South Korean 3 Stars Lee family is truly shameless. Do they think everything under the heavens belongs to their mother? Is the Dragon Boat Festival theirs? Did they invent Chinese characters too? Don't they have any shame? Brother Jesus, don't act rashly. Your strength doesn't match theirs now, but I believe that once you enter the Divine Sea realm, killing such scum will be like slaughtering dogs. Swallow your anger for a while and wait for the right moment. Once you rise, sweep through the 8 extremities and 6 directions. These trash will be no match for you. Lock them all up and kick them back into their mothers' bellies to learn manners before coming out again. The floor above is wrong. People like them don't deserve even the qualifications to reincarnate as pigs or dogs. They can only suffer eternally in the 18 levels of hell. The once calm Jin City residents revealed furious expressions, wishing they could rush forward and completely annihilate those arrogant 3 individuals. They regretted their own weakness, unable to challenge these 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't just stand beneath them, not even daring to fight. Because the trio was in the sky, not descending into a cave, not even giving anyone the chance to engage them in battle. Warn those who have awakened flying abilities, not to act impulsively. Everything will be fine. In front of the awakening tower, Alric took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming anger, and ordered, we need growth now, not temporary bursts of temper. Whoever violates this, I will not pardon them lightly. After the order was conveyed, Alric's eyes were red, his teeth grinding so hard that blood seeped out. His first thought was to call Fiki, reminding him not to act rashly. But he found that Fiki's phone was off, unreachable no matter how many times he dialed. Fiki, these 3 people clearly want to provoke you to leave the city. Don't act rashly. Learning to endure and withstand humiliation in your youth is true growth, Alric murmured bitterly. If Burl were still here, now just entering the early cave realm, he would have risked everything to ascend and fight the trio, dying without regrets. But sometimes, one doesn't even have the qualification to act on impulse because heavy responsibilities weigh upon them, not daring to act recklessly at all. The Chinese praise Brother Jesus as a peerless national hero, someone who isn't even late-stage cave realm yet, included in China's Dragon Tiger list. Now it looks like it's tarnishing the reputation of the list. Does he deserve to be called a hero? He's nothing more than a dog skulking about, unworthy to carry our shoes. Ignoring the anger and helplessness of these ants, Serena said with disdain. Since Brother Jesus likes to go live, let's fulfill his wish and show the Chinese people his cowardice and incompetence. The 3 smirked, taking out their phones to start a live broadcast to China. What's happening? Serena, Rose, Bobby, you 3 scums, doing this before our Dragon Tiger list geniuses arrive in Shu, damn you. Jin City, hold on. Thinking of Jin City, heaven bless China, everything will be fine. Brother Jesus, don't be impulsive. You've already shown your strength. You're my eternal idol, no matter how smeared or insulted. Be strong, learn to endure. A sword sharpens from honing, plum blossoms sent from bitter cold. Brother Jesus, didn't you say China left us only 2 things? History and culture? Ancient King Gojian endured hardships and became strong. Countless predecessors suffered but eventually bloomed. Don't be impulsive. Instantly, the Chinese live stream was filled with heartfelt anger. But Serena and the other 2 sneered. The anger of the weak was merely proof of their success in their eyes. The cursing of ants meant nothing, incapable of changing their domineering stance over Jin City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, another figure appeared outside Jin City. A handsome young man with a dignified presence, fanning himself with a folding fan. He carried a silver spear, dressed in white robes, gazing at Serena and her companions. Andre from Jianan Lin family, ranked 59th on China's Dragon Tiger list, his spear like a dragon sweeping all enemies away. Now that he's here, the situation has improved. At the very least, he won't just stand by and watch Margaret's 3 bully Jin City. We can finally get some relief. Brother Jesus, you no longer have to bear the burden of supporting Jin City alone. Sons of Huaxia will continuously come to aid you. Just focus on growing quietly, and we look forward to your return as a king, to battle in the world again. Everyone in the Huaxia livestream who saw the newcomer's appearance could not help but feel a thrill of excitement, and said eagerly, Brother Jioha, Are you here to stop us? A trace of seriousness flashed in Margaret's eyes as she asked. The Dragon Tiger list is the most prestigious ranking in Huaxia, and they naturally paid close attention to it. Ranking 59th was enough to show that Andre was no ordinary figure. The Jiang and Lin family is a prestigious clan, possibly hiding numerous trump cards, which forced them to take him seriously. Under the excited gazes of all Jin City residents, Andre spoke indifferently. Your business has nothing to do with me. Brother Jesus not only stole treasures from the Three Stars Li family, but also from my Jiang and Lin family. When I see him, I will personally reclaim what belongs to us. Chapter 134. The Li family of Samsung. Silence. Stunned. No one had expected Gay to say such a thing. Whether it was the people of Jincheng or all those watching the live stream, including Margaret and her two companions, they all wore expressions of disbelief. Since Brother Jyoga and I are like-minded, let's continue. If Jesus dares to come out for a battle, we shall split his treasures equally. I believe Brother Jyoga is a generous person who would share even the treasures of the Lin family, right? Ken smiled broadly, laughing heartily. Of course. Gay nodded with a smile. Dividing spoils. At that instant, this phrase floated through everyone's minds. They were dividing spoils so brazenly and openly. They judged from the information conveyed through the live stream that Jesus wouldn't allow them to humiliate Jincheng and harm everyone's dignity. He would surely appear, thus giving them the audacity to act as such. I came to Jincheng with only one purpose, to tell a trash named Fiki that scum like you have an immeasurable gap compared to enlightened individuals like us. Don't try to reach for someone beyond your class. Otherwise, you will end up without a place to bury your body. Then, Gay directed his gaze towards the villa area of Mountain Water Estate, saying indifferently, I initially wanted to meet you in person, but an ant like you isn't worth my attention. Fiki? Never heard of him. What's Gay's intention? Perhaps there's someone named Fiki in our Jincheng who is loved by a woman. That woman awakened, liked by Gay or someone behind him, which led to this grand humiliation of Fiki. Does weakness not only invite bullying but also deny one the right to love? Everyone was taken aback, helpless. They thought Gay's appearance would bring hope, but unexpectedly, his actions turned out to be more despicable. It seems that Hideo's pursuit of Megan encountered obstacles. Otherwise, Gay wouldn't have come here to shame Fiki so publicly. Jacqueline, returning to Jincheng, said deeply. Although she didn't break through to the Divine Sea Realm on Mount Amei, Hampton, being at Mid-Divine Sea Realm, had extraordinary combat power and naturally appeared upon seeing Jincheng in distress. Fiki, I can't see what makes you exceptionally powerful. With that despicable nature of Hideo, if not for the lingering affection of Megan, how could he resort to making you lose face this way? Damn, talking about this just gets me more depressed. Better to prepare for a big battle. Hampton, smiling bitterly, muttered. Inside the villa of Mountain Water Estate, Fiki's pupils contracted, already donning the windcoat. How could he admit defeat when others challenged him at his doorstep? This wasn't his style. Now he had broken through to the late cave mansion realm, his physical strength rivaling any early Divine Sea Realm individual. Even if Margaret and others dared defy Battle 9 Yin's orders to attack him fiercely, he was confident enough to escape injured. Of course, all this depended on these people having the guts. Do as we discussed. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Fiki instructed his two brothers with a smile. Barnaby and Alpha immediately shrank in size and vanished. After they left, Fiki took a deep breath and sped to Misty Rain Lake, generating dragon wings on his back, standing in the air. Being insulted both as Jesus and Fiki, it was time to restore his dignity. Perhaps he and Megan were destined not to be together, but no one could humiliate him. He's shown up. Jesus has finally appeared. There's no way he would tolerate such insults. He never compromises, never surrenders. Fight. Since we're fighting, no coward exists in Jincheng. I will fight with him. The citizens of Jincheng looked at the young man who stood alone with dragon wings, seemingly shouldering everyone's burdens, and couldn't help but tear up. No matter when, his slim figure always stood tall and firm. On the ground, those who had awakened flight abilities, but only possessed flesh-body realm strength, disobeyed Alric's orders to rise into the air, ready for battle. As soon as Jesus made his move, they would offer their support. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Alric couldn't speak for a while, only sighing deeply. Was it wrong? No, this was Alric's answer. Jincheng had never endured humiliation, and it wouldn't now. Fiki's efforts had revived Jincheng. These people were willing to follow Fiki into battle without waiting for their own strength to grow. All this made it impossible for Alric to blame them. He also wanted to fight alongside Fiki, but he couldn't, only enduring. Just then, Barnaby and Alpha appeared before him, whispering privately, causing a thick smile to form on his lips. Jesus! Jacqueline covered her red lips in surprise. It's really happening. This person is quite daring. To tear through 3 chains of demon fetters and break through to the late cave mansion realm in such a short time. He truly is an extraordinary talent. Hampton's eyes were filled with shock. I admit I underestimated him, but what does he have to compare with these people? In his heart, Brother Jesus didn't stand a chance against Margaret and her companions, let alone with Gay added to the mix. Only by stepping into the Divine Sea realm could one truly grasp the grand power of heaven and earth. Even at the initial stage of Divine Sea, one could easily crush dozens of half-step Divine Sea individuals. The further one cultivated, the more profoundly they understood that each step on the path of cultivation was like ascending to the heavens, exceedingly difficult. Finally, you've shown up. Dare you come out of the city for a battle? Margaret's pupils slightly constricted, revealing a glint of joy, then she smiled mysteriously and coldly said, Want to take revenge for Mount Qingqing? Margaret, accept? I am the betrothed of Qianyi Shinuki. I've come here to settle accounts with this waste of flesh. I will bind my own hands and fight you. Dare you? The sacred son of the Eganurch, Ilium, who had been seated on the phoenix carriage, stood up. 9 dragons roared in unison as the gold battle armor he wore emitted boundless radiance. With pride, he said, incidentally, those 9 Mount Tai peculiar stones were personally handed over to Qinyi Sachi by me. used here to harvest ant-like lives for refinement. Stealing treasures from the Samsung Lee family is a crime deserving of death. Our family's supreme treasure isn't something to be taken lightly. Samsung Kin and Gay spoke simultaneously, grinning maliciously. Chapter 135. Do I admit defeat? How despicable. These four people are clearly trying to provoke Brother Jesus into a fight outside the city. Binding hands? Ridiculous. How can we trust someone as shameless as them? If I were Alicia or Aisha from the top 3 of Huaxia's Dragon Tiger list, I would also bind my hands. Would you dare to fight me then? I bet you'd ride away on those 9 lizards. Who would let you show off here? Do you really think you're riding dragons? They're just large lizards. If Brother Jesus was at the same cultivation level as you, he could beat you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. The Lin family and the 3 Starsley family, who twist black and white, you're all robbers, every one of your families is a gang of thieves. All Huaxia spectators were roused, cursing. However, the 4 ignored these comments. They only wanted to provoke Fiki into leaving the city for a battle. In their view, Fiki was indeed commendably brave. But the braver such a person was, the more foolish they seemed. They could manipulate him with simple tricks. To be honest, if you had inherited a strand of destiny from the Alida atop a May mountain, we would have respected you. But unfortunately, you're too foolish for choosing to abandon it. One wrong choice, and you'll remain insignificant for life. Seeing Fiki silent, Abdul continued taunting. What good are mere ants in the mortal body realm helping you? A snap of my fingers, and they'd all be dead. Those Jincheng citizens who were ready to rise and fight alongside Fiki now looked disheartened, wanting to curse but unable to utter a word. Because it was true. If Fiki chose to inherit that strand of destiny, his unmatched talent would allow him to easily break free from the demon chains binding the cave entrance and reach the Divine Sea Realm. A Fiki in the Divine Sea Realm would wield a silver bow, slaying all these people without any obstacles. Now, Fiki could only endure the humiliation. Even if he stood up, he couldn't turn the tide or create miracles like before. How despicable this Abdul is. Jacqueline and Hampton, rushing over, had grim expressions and cursed. They truly feared the young man in the windbreaker couldn't bear the mockery and might choose to leave the city for a battle. By then, even if they arrived, they couldn't save Fiki. Yet reality unfolded as the worst-case scenario, with the youth in the fluttering windbreaker stepping toward Margaret and the other 3. And those awakened ones who only possessed mortal body realm strength followed Fiki resolutely, determined looks in their eyes. The expression of Qianyi Lingong and the others grew more excited. As expected, this brainless, supposedly righteous Brother Jesus fell for their most basic provocation. Now I stand within an arm's reach of you. Tell me, who dares to kill me? Fiki laughed, his voice resonating throughout Jincheng, boasting. What? No one expected Fiki to react this way. According to the planned script, this righteous Brother Jesus should accept their challenge. Ha ha ha, nearly blinded by hatred earlier, how could I forget Lord Elijah's order that no one shall engage in decisive battles within major cities? No wonder these 4 people used every possible means to insult Brother Jesus. It turns out they were afraid. Brother Jesus, keep doing this to them. You are said to be invincible at close range. Let's see who dares touch you. For rabid dogs barking, have the guts to do something. Whether it was Jincheng residents or viewers watching live streams, everyone laughed heartily, mocking the situation. You, Margaret and the others immediately turned pale, speechless. In all of Huaxia territory, no one dared disobey Elijah's orders. Their plan had been for Brother Jesus either not to show up or choose a decisive battle with them, since extreme anger can drive a person to rash actions. But now, Brother Jesus' statement left them in a difficult position. Wasn't he afraid they would actually attack and kill him out of anger? After all, killing a late-stage cave realm, Brother Jesus would be easy for them if they wanted to. His standing there already showed Brother Jesus' bravery. Since you want to fight, I'll give you an opportunity. Fiki smiled lightly. What? Not only were Qianyi Lingong and the others stunned, but everyone else around the world was equally shocked, unsure what Brother Jesus meant. Originally, Qianyi Lingong and the others had intended to leave, but decided to stay and hear Brother Jesus' response. As long as you limit your power to late-stage cave realm, we can have a fair duel, unbound by Lord Elijah's orders. Fiki smiled lightly again. At the same realm, I will bind my hands and fight any one of you. If I use my hands, I admit defeat. What do you say?
紧接着，幽冥鼎从夜眼头顶钻出，按照其意愿幻化成黑暗王座。夜眼随意地坐在黑暗王座之上，幽冥焰升腾燃烧，他如真正的地狱归来的无敌王者般俯视一切，翘着二郎腿，眼神中尽是轻蔑不屑，意气风发，春风得意。The Yuming tripod emerged from above Fiki's head, transforming into a dark throne as per his will. Fiki casually sat on the dark throne, with Yuming flames rising and burning. He looked down at everything like an invincible king returned from hell, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, his eyes full of disdain, in high spirits and basking in success. Chapter 136 Little Ones, Release. Yes, that's how to deal with them. Ha ha ha, Brother Devon, you're truly my idol. Each time you show off, it's in a different and amazing way. That thing pulled by 9 lizards, weren't your hands bound while you fought Brother Devon? Why aren't you speaking up now? Sir Handsome of the 3 Starsley family, dare you restrict your cultivation level to battle Brother Devon? I'll beat you until even your mom won't recognize you. Handsome? More like uglily. You're all mid-realm Divine Sea powerhouses with physical strength and combat techniques refined to perfection. Why are you afraid to fight Brother Devon, who just stepped into the late-stage grotto realm, at the same level? Weren't you all bragging before? Why aren't you talking now? Thousand Leaves Linglong, you're worse than Truman. At least he bullied pigs and showed some courage. But you only bully the air, cursing at nothing, defying heaven, earth, and air. Once Brother Devon shows up, you play dead. Thousand Leaves Linglong and her 3 companions no longer had the desire to stream live on Huaxia Live. The mocking comments made them feel not superior anymore, but rather an uncontrollable anger welled up inside them.
Even after shutting down the live stream, they could still clearly hear the ridicule from the people of Jincheng. Especially the awakened organization led by Alric, each member equipped with a megaphone, continuously mocked them. Should they indeed challenge Fiki? They didn't dare. Whether on the top of Qingqing Mountain or in the battle at Mount Amei, they had seen enough to understand that this young man draped in a wind cloak was truly peerless within his realm. Unless one of the top 10 geniuses from the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, or the top 10 from the Western Dark rankings arrived, none could contend with him on equal terms. Brother Devon, you're too awesome. Yes, this is exactly how to deal with them. Hampton, who had rushed close to the outskirts of Jincheng, shouted madly, her eyes filled with excitement. Her demeanor was more frenzied than Jacqueline, the little fangirl of Brother Devon, creating a stark contrast with her previous disdainful attitude toward Brother Devon. Since you dare not accept the challenge, I have another proposal. Fiki toyed with the netherworld flame mockingly and taunted. You four suppress your levels to late-stage Grotto Realm and fight me together. Dare you? His words triggered endless commotion once again, challenging all four at once, each one having obtained great fortune and blessings, wielding unpredictable skills and divine tricks. But so what? Brother Devon remained spirited and contemptuous. It seemed that only the stars and the sea existed in his eyes. He never regarded these flea-like trash as anything serious. You. The four simultaneously trembled with rage, emitting violent spiritual energy clashes with the air around them. Of course, not any trash can team up against me. If you want to fight me as a group, you must pay. Fiki stood up, casually brushing off the dust from his wind cloak, saying indifferently, 1 billion per person, I wouldn't mind letting you experience the feeling of even your mother not recognizing you. If you want to enjoy being humiliated, being trapped and killed like a pig, being seized by dragon claws, losing your wings like a broken angel, those feelings aren't impossible, but it will cost extra. As long as you can pay, I have the 36 heavenly demon techniques ready, each move ensuring you lose reproductive capabilities. Any suffering you can imagine, I can create. Please rest assured, I am professional and guarantee quality service. Whoosh! Fiki's gaze turned cold, and the Overlord's spear appeared out of nowhere, radiating an overwhelming dominant intent. With one spear in hand, he is invincible under heaven. I will. Gay's silver spear buzzed ominously behind him, his white robes fluttering wildly, his face twisted with anger and fury. But halfway through his sentence, he forcibly swallowed his words. From atop Fiki's head, the six-fold shackles of Dragon Elephant Cave emitted unmatched power, making him seem majestic, reaching into the clouds. In his left hand, the hidden silver bow of the Overlord appeared, its string trembling on its own, emitting overpowering sounds, as if it could bend and shoot a celestial dragon without needing an arrow. 9 dragons roared furiously together, their agitation beyond control despite the 9 silver-armored knights struggling desperately to maintain order. The Overlord bow, with its god-defying power, was enough to instill deep-seated, uncontrollable fear in the large lizards. Fine, we leave. Brother Devon, if you dare show your face outside Jincheng in front of us, I swear I'll ensure you have no place to bury your remains. Elium, the Eganarch Saint's son, who originally intended to stand up for the challenge, now filled with profound trepidation, cursed menacingly. The other 3 could only glare hatefully at Fiki, yet dared not accept the challenge. Previously, hundreds of late-stage Grotto Realm experts from the Yi family in Nanjing and the Coffin Mover sect, along with hundreds of beasts and 3 half-step divine sea cultivators, were all slaughtered by the mid-stage Grotto Realm Brother Devon. Even if they were arrogant, none of them dared to challenge Brother Devon at the same cultivation level, even not as a group. Little ones, release. Suddenly, Margaret and her 3 companions saw the mouse and panda they had been looking for appear not far away, staring at them with teasing eyes. In a commanding tone akin to a mountain brigand giving orders, they shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fireworks were ignited by the members of the awakened organization, producing piercing whistles as they pierced through the air. The target was singular, the 4 flying side by side, Margaret and her companions. For a moment, Jincheng was illuminated by brilliant fireworks, like a beautiful painting being sketched in the sky. Chapter 137. Heroes emerge into the world's turmoil. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks exploded around Tracy and her 3 companions, filling the air with endless streams of blinding gray smoke. Though the fireworks' power was weaker than a mosquito bite to the 4 of them, the women were filled with an insane desire to kill. They looked back at Fiki, who held a bow in his left hand and a gun in his right, their bodies brimming with boundless fighting spirit and murderous intent. What? Want to kill me? I'll remind you that these fireworks have nothing to do with me. If you use your divine sea realm strength against me, I believe the netherworld blade will appear above your heads. Fiki slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows, speaking with a mocking indifference. These people might look bright and splendid, as if celestial beings had descended to earth, but in truth, they are just cowards at heart, nothing to be feared. Hey, don't run away. Didn't you all call out for Brother Jesus to come out? Now you're fleeing like dogs. Are you a bunch of puppies? You bark without biting, unlike mad dogs. No senseless barking, only biting. Alric was overjoyed, letting loose and shouting into a megaphone. In this moment, he relished the long-lost joy of doing whatever he wanted. Brother Jesus, should we lower the price for them? They're so poor that even if you strip them naked, it wouldn't be worth 1 billion. Just take 250 from each, then begrudgingly waste some effort beating them up, teaching them why flowers bloom so red. The previous poster is right. Lowering prices isn't possible. For Brother Jesus to brutally beat lackeys, the price must be 1 billion. The 36 heavenly demon techniques, traps, and ambushes are patented by Brother Jesus and his brothers. Not everyone can easily receive Brother Jesus' special attention, like these 4 who are too poor to even warrant him lifting a finger. Let's admit, Ely and Beverly are truly our Jincheng mascots. This fireworks display couldn't have come at a better time, looking more dazzling and powerful than air-to-air missiles. All of Jincheng erupted in excited, high-pitched cheers. With these words spoken, All their pent-up anger was finally released. Hey, you four trash who don't dare challenge my leader, dare to fight us? Ili shouted. Considering the bully from the Chinya clan among you likes picking on pigs, I've decided that if you four control your cultivation at Cave Realm mid-stage, I won't charge money and will give each of you 250 coins. After all, a family that bullies even pigs lacks morality and must be kept at a lower level for us to fight. Also, let me tell you, when it comes to crotch breaking, we're the pros. Regardless of gender, we can render you infertile. Seeing the redness between your brows, you must be thinking of becoming eunuchs. I can help you with that. Then Ili dangled 1,000 coins in front of them, smirking slyly. Don't stare greedily at this money. 250 coins per person. No one gets more or less. I'm very fair. Kill. Tracy and her companions turned deathly pale, grinding their teeth in fury. Their faces revealed a deep hatred, as if they wanted to tear Fiki and his brothers limb from limb, yet they didn't dare to act. Andre, I forgot to mention, I know the Fiki you're looking for. Fiki narrowed his eyes, taunting. I evolved after consuming his medicine. You can't even pass through my stage. How dare you insult him? It seems you're not worthy of meeting him. Looking at how cowardly you are, I'll buy a bottle of aphrodisiac from him and send it to you for free. You. Andre's face became increasingly monstrous, unable to utter a word. He could only imagine killing Brother Jesus and that insignificant ant named Fiki countless times in his mind. Then the four quickly vanished into the horizon, casting a final contemptuous glance before leaving. If you really have the guts, come to Juzhegu outside Jincheng. We'll show you what true strength means. Juzhegu, huh? Fiki murmured softly, saying casually, I'll come. When we meet again, I hope you won't be hiding like turtles. We'll wait for you. Tracy, Rose, Li Yijuan, and Andre paused, their voices heavy. Fiki had no intention of staying longer. There was no point in continuing the conversation. Only increasing his strength and going to Juzhegu was the way forward, given the significant gap between him and Tracy's group. Brother Jesus, sorry, we couldn't help you. At this moment, those who had stepped forward with awakened flight abilities cast apologetic glances toward Fiki. One of the young girls, her lips slightly parted, whispered, No, you helped me a great deal. Fiki looked at the young faces, knowing they felt guilty because of Sacred Sun Rose's words, believing that Fiki had abandoned the great fortune bestowed by the Tilda due to their expectations. Now, they were humiliated for not obtaining that fortune, and throughout it all, they could offer no help at all. This was all my own choice. Your current strength difference isn't because you lost to Andre and his group. It's simply because you've just awakened and haven't yet unlocked your true potential. Fiki continued excitedly. I'm willing to wait for you for 10 years, 20 years, even 100 years. When you have grown, we will once again fight in the world. By then, everyone in China will be mighty dragons. No matter what financial cliques or noble families, anyone who commits heinous acts will be obliterated. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit, their blood boiling. After you all have grown up, I don't want to strive anymore. I want to be a national treasure. I want to eat barbecue every day. I don't need to fight frequently. I can live comfortably by being silly and cute. This is the greatest dream of Alpha. Panda Alpha gave them a V sign, adorably saying, To me, heroes emerge into the world's turmoil, time flies when one enters the Zhenghu, are all just empty clouds, not worth mentioning. You must really work hard. I am really only suited for enjoying peace and prosperity. Chapter 138. The Huaxia Dragon Tiger List. Good for nothing idiot. Don't embarrass me here. Let's go. Jamal slapped Spike's head and laughed scoldingly. Then, Fiki waved goodbye to these people, taking the two brothers away. He could see the greedy glint in Spike's eyes. If Spike were to perform all kinds of stunts, even act out the 36 styles of Heavenly Demon for tips next, that wouldn't be amusing at all. That 100 billion treasure should suffice for them for now. He couldn't impose more burden on these people. Brother Jesus, wait for me. With this large-scale revival of spiritual energy, I finally awakened. I will meet you again in the Jianghu. The sleeping lion of Huaxia will eventually awaken. Every person being as mighty as a dragon will no longer be a dream. Once we are powerful enough, like today when Tracy, Ilium, Ken, and other foreigners came to offend us, we will eliminate them wherever they may be. Traitors like Andre from the Lin family will be destroyed. Spike, rest assured. You just need to work hard, while your job is to look beautiful and play the fool. That day isn't far off. And Shinhushin who loves face so much that his world collapses over a single mouse dropping. One day, we will turn around and protect you. The audience in Huaxia's live stream was boiling with excitement. If it weren't for Brother Jesus's account rejecting all donations, they would have really wanted to donate money. At this moment, only by donating to Brother Jesus could they show their respect. It seems Fiki didn't lie. Brother Jesus did indeed have kidney deficiency and only awakened after eating a bottle of Romania 6 formula that Fiki stole for him. Who knows what luck he had, beating up Brother Jesus and making him remember his kindness forever. Jacqueline, arriving hastily and seeing no one in the Jincheng sky, smiled slightly and murmured, But I have his IOU. When we meet next time, I can use it to get closer to him. Brother Jesus, just wait for this girl to unveil your mysterious veil, like lifting the red veil of a bride. Brother Jesus is truly admirable and fierce. Saying unmatched within the same realm is easy, but achieving it is incredibly difficult. To challenge someone like Hampton, who ranks over 50 on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, and yet not let those few attack, such audacity is rare. Hampton sighed. Unfortunately, he's too mysterious, making it impossible to get close to him. He ranked 53rd on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, but he wasn't sure he could defeat any one of the four, hence his astonishment. Should we find Fiki now? He might know where Brother Jesus is. Hampton then suggested. No need. Although Brother Jesus reclaimed Big Cousin's honor, this definitely hurt his pride. Besides, Brother Jesus isn't foolish enough to seek him knowing that those four's backers would send people to investigate. Jacqueline shook her head. Let's wait for the family reinforcements. In the meantime, I'll break through to the Divine Sea realm. After meeting up with Carl and Nova, we'll discuss how to deal with Tracy's alliance. These are just the vanguard. Stronger enemies will come. Hampton nodded hurriedly. At this level of conflict, forget Fiki's low strength. Even Brother Jesus couldn't make waves in Juzhegu, where many strong figures gather. Moreover, judging by today's events, Brother Jesus wasn't as reckless as they thought. Everything he does has its calculations. Although wild, he wasn't impulsive. Brother Jesus said he would go to Juzhegu, but there's a 99% chance he would stay in Jincheng to cultivate until he reaches the Divine Sea Realm before coming out to contend with geniuses on the Dragon Tiger list. In the wilderness, Yehya, wearing silver armor and emitting dazzling light, stood tall and imposing. The nascent green dragon cave above his head solidified into an impressive form. A green dragon coiled around his divine sea, with sparkling lights in the sea establishing some special connection with stars in the vast universe. His aura underwent a complete transformation. However, there wasn't a trace of excitement on his face, only boundless anger. Fiki, it was you, this useless waste, who revealed Brother Jesus. I swear, even if you hide in Jincheng, I will dig you out and crush you to pieces. And that little bitchy Shueru must die as well. Yehya's face twisted ferociously as he roared. He never dreamed that Brother Jesus, who made him lose face repeatedly and was despised by thousands, had awakened by taking Riemannia's 6 formula sold by Fiki, whom he deemed lower than trash. After a while, calming down, he accepted Tracy's invitation to explore the changed Juzhegu together. I'll first strive to reach the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm and gain the strength to compete with those on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, then seize the opportunities in Juzhegu. Yehyan Zirpanthandal, once I return from Juzhegu, Brother Jesus, Fiki, and those 2 beasts, none of you will be able to escape. Chapter 139, The Back-Pushing Chart. All was silent. The moon hung like a bright disk. Inside the awakening tower, Fiki circulated his divine prison dragon elephant strength to channel all of his spiritual energy into his heart, eager to see what secrets lay within the jade box left by his mother that resonated with the Xinyuan mirror. As the powerful spiritual energy flushed over it, the green glowing characters on the jade box became blurry. Snap! The jade box finally emitted a soft sound and burst open abruptly. An ancient mirror fragment quivered continuously, establishing an extraordinary connection with the Xinyuan mirror. In the end, when the Xinyuan mirror collided with this ancient fragment, an archaic and solemn aura emanated from them, merging in a mysterious way. From the outside, there was no sign of damage. It looked as if it had never been broken. The Xinyuan mirror released peculiar light, displaying scenes of mountains, oceans, and stars on its surface. Within these scenes were images of mountain ranges standing amidst seas of blood and corpses with countless gravestones, palaces floating in midair with chains containing lightning hanging from their corners, and a 9-colored spirit stone radiating brilliance while the legendary Nia danced gracefully. These moments silently portrayed an epic history, recording the splendor of ancient China. It seems Earth was a uniquely special planet, even among the vast cosmos. Otherwise, during the era of Halston, it would have been impossible to have such a terrifying scene. Fiki felt a great shock, muttering, "But why did the world's spiritual energy gradually become thinner and thinner until modern times where not even a trace of it remained?" Powerful martial arts like Tai Chi, Bakmei, and Wing Egan can only emphasize techniques, unable to utilize spiritual energy to transcend physical limits. For some reason, he thought of the war mentioned between the lines by the Alida. It seemed that during the pre-Qin era of ancient times, 2 fierce battles took place at the peak level among awakened evolutionaries, shattering mountains and rivers, sealing the land in blood, causing the spiritual energy to gradually fade away. These 2 wars might be similar to the divine battles recorded in the classical novel Investiture of the Gods, but the outcome wasn't as perfect as depicted in the novel, leaving fields covered with corpses and widespread devastation. Fiki speculated, then questioned, what role did the Alida play in such a war? The Alida knew the term Huaxia, which according to historical records first appeared in Zhuozhuan during the spring and autumn warring states period. Clearly, at that time, spiritual energy was still abundant, otherwise it wouldn't have given rise to the flourishing 100 schools of thought. Hassan, Joseph. Suddenly, a term surfaced in Fiki's mind. This being known as the first emperor of 1,000 generations was clearly not simple. Historically, the 800 Li Qin plain was a harsh and barren land. Though the efforts of the ancestors of Qin made the state strong, Hassan Joseph, who led fierce troops to conquer all directions and establish the earliest territorial map of Huaxia, couldn't have been an ordinary person. Fiki felt that history was shrouded in dense fog, which the resurgence of spiritual energy would gradually uncover, revealing the true face of history. Daryl, the painting sage of the Tang dynasty, could develop cultivation methods like the Sacred Heart Scripture that incorporated both Buddhism and Taoism. And Aaron's back-pushing chart from earlier eras must have even more legendary elements. Duncan, the overlord of Western Egan, had an infinitely potential tyrant bow, filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered, making Fiki eager to strengthen himself quickly and explore the hidden secrets of the land that bore him. Buzz. The transformation of the Xinyuan mirror ended, and Fiki's mind stirred. An ancient treasure mirror appeared in his hand, emitting blue light with immense power. Then, the edge of the Xinyuan mirror sliced a long cut into Fiki's palm, absorbing a large amount of blood. Fiki didn't stop it, but let the Xinyuan mirror absorb his essence blood. This was the process of claiming ownership of the treasure. Only by enduring this phase could he use the Xinyuan mirror as effortlessly as the tyrant bow. Previously, the Xinyuan mirror had been dormant due to being damaged. Now, with the mirror restored, regaining some of its original spirituality, it could naturally be utilized. Blue-green divine pupil appear. During the Xinyuan mirror's claiming process, Fiki's pupils gradually turned a deep blue-green color, making everything before him exceptionally clear. The Xinyuan mirror could discern loyalty and evil, perceive destiny, penetrate all weaknesses, and identify treasures. And the blue-green divine pupil, nurtured by the transformation through the Xinyuan mirror, naturally possessed similar functions. The fire-eye golden eyes couldn't be better than this, ha ha ha. After fully refining the Xinyuan mirror and strengthening the blue-green divine pupil, Fiki laughed loudly. Fire-eye golden eyes could distinguish immortals, mortals, ghosts, monsters, and spirits, while the blue-green divine pupil also had the function of identifying treasures and perceiving chi. Of course, this is only based on the magical uses of the fire-eye golden eyes recorded in Journey to the West. If there truly was a great sage equaling heaven, his fire-eye golden eyes would definitely have more magical properties than Fiki's. The skill of Wang Qi can discern the strength or thinness of the aura of mountains, rivers, and oceans, identify the location of dragon veins, which is an upgraded version of Feng Shui masters before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Feng Shui masters specialize in evaluating both living and deceased residences, mainly by selecting grave sites along dragon veins, and changing the positions of furniture, ancestral tablets, fish tanks, etc., within a household to alter the flow of Feng Shui. In this way, they aim to bless the current generation and protect future generations. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, only rural areas in China paid significant attention to Feng Shui. However, in Hong Kong Island, most people believed in it. Now, with the Qingyu divine pupil, Fiki could easily be considered a top-tier Feng Shui master. By looking through this special vision, he could clearly see the intricate layout of the Awakening Tower, the mystical runes contained within, and how the arrangements inside the tower affected the field of good fortune. Ultimately, Fiki focused his gaze on Alpha's round buttocks. Back when Daryl's sacred heart scripture turned into powder, no matter what method Fiki used, he couldn't capture any of the particles. Yet, Alpha's buttocks seemed naturally endowed with suction, absorbing the powder to reveal this unique cultivation technique. Through the Qingyu divine pupil, Fiki saw that Alpha's buttocks naturally formed a mysterious and profound array, automatically absorbing spiritual energy from the world to assist Alpha in cultivating. As for Barnaby, his purple fur moved continuously all over his body, absorbing spiritual power to cultivate. Boss, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind during cultivation, or have you grown a bump on your head? Why are you staring at my butt with blue light in your eyes? Don't tell me you're feeling lustful toward this baby. Though I'm pure and cute, I'm actually a tough guy, so you can't do that. Alpha, swinging his big buttocks while roasting wild boar meat, looked at Fiki in surprise and dramatically patted his chest. Can we still be brothers? You're a bad person. Boss, having peculiar taste is fine, but don't bring them to our brotherhood, said Barnaby, holding a Rui stick with skewered wild boar meat, grinning widely with his front teeth showing. He teased, God says it's not right. Hey, you're looking at my butt now and then my chest. You're a bad person. Before he could tease more, Fiki directly released Dragon's seizing claw, capturing him and pinning him down to stop him from moving. Can you not be so rough? Can I volunteer? Barnaby said dejectedly after realizing struggling was futile. Chapter 140, The Nine Heavens Mystic Goddess. Bang. Fiki directly knocked on Jamal's head and let him go. Now he could confirm that both Jamal and Beverly had terrifying ancient bloodlines within them. Their talents were exceptionally high, with various parts of their bodies naturally forming wondrous magical formations. As Jamal said, they didn't even need to train hard. They could rapidly absorb spiritual energy just like that. Most crucially, these innate wonders were related to their natural body structures, which couldn't be replicated at all. I'm so jealous. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Jamal and Beverly, Fiki felt the same frustration as Sabine, truly feeling it was hard to endure. He sighed in a melancholic tone. He had trained diligently, enduring countless tortures and nearly collapsing numerous times, while his two brothers could simply puff on cigars, enjoy barbecue, drink beer, and chat, yet still surpass him in cultivation speed. How could he possibly accept this? What's the huge difference between being human and being a beast? He snatched the demon beast barbecue from the two beasts' hands, indulging himself to alleviate the sorrow and jealousy, thus comforting his wounded soul. By morning, Sotheby's auction house delivered the treasures he bought for 10 billion yuan. Drones delivered the goods to the designated location without meeting the buyer, ensuring the safety of the buyer. The treasures were stored in a blue diamond ring. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, people discovered such blue rings contained storage spaces internally, which could be opened by infusing spirit power, making them very convenient. Of course, there were also array patterns engraved on them. After the owner dripped blood to refine it, no one else could open it unless the owner died, maximizing security. Fiki refined the ancient heavenly palace and extracted the nourishing soil that had nurtured 3 divine seeds, placing all the rare spiritual medicines and seeds worth 50 billion on it. The nourishing soil automatically filtered out inferior spiritual medicines and seeds, using them as nutrients. The remaining ones started to root and sprout, forming a herbal field-like scene. The 3 divine seeds absorbed energy at an unparalleled rate, but then stabilized. However, Fiki's azure spirit could see subtle changes in the seeds, indicating they were close to breaking through again. Little guys, time to appraise the treasures. Fiki patted the 2 brothers who were eagerly hoping for a clothed 9 heavens mystic goddess and a female panda to emerge from the seeds, looking at the magical artifacts and other items bought online with 9 blocks shipping, full of anticipation. Spiritual medicines and seeds cannot be fake. They were genuine. However, magical artifacts might have hidden value. Even incomplete ones would be useful to Fiki. Though he couldn't use the ancient heavenly palace, the underworld's capacity was boundless. The Een flame incinerated everything, melting the magical artifacts into liquid. The mysterious blue whale bones and divine deer bones used to make the Overlord set, Overlord Bao, Xinyuan Mirror, Underworld, Ancient Heavenly Palace, etc., were nourished by the artifact liquid, leaving nothing wasted. Restoring these wondrous items to their original glory would require unimaginable amounts of resources. Chant. While Jamal was inspecting the treasures and Beverly was helping, Fiki focused on Amir's authentic calligraphy, the most expensive item. Just seeing the pictures before, Fiki knew the true worth of this authentic piece. Otherwise, no matter how rich he was, he wouldn't spend 100 million on it. He used his azure spirit eye, and the bloody characters seemed to possess an indescribable magic, rearranging themselves continuously. Finally, the dark red should be a drunken celestial deity, crazily tearing apart the clouds, shone with daylight like light, resonating with the Tai Bai sword seal inside him. At the same time, Jamal picked up the silk undergarment supposedly worn by Empress Rina. A touch of his rat claw made the silken item cover the green foot chain left by the Korina. The foot chain emitted soft green light, producing pleasant chimes. Chapter 141. White Jade Capital in the Sky. White Jade Capital in the Sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal pats me on the head, granting immortality at the age of maturity. A grand and ancient voice echoed from within the Tai-Bai sword seal, presenting a magnificent scene in Fiki's mind. There appeared a figure clad in white robes, with white hair. He held a sword in one hand and pushed a white barrier of light with the other. His back turned to the mortal world as he walked across a land strewn with corpses. Within the white barrier of light were tombstones without names, only tattered white robes stained with blood fluttering in the wind, along with broken swords standing silently before each grave, narrating their invincible legends. The fearsome dragons from the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, ferocious Tibetan mastiffs over 100 meters tall standing guard outside the myriad temples hidden deep within Tibet, the fierce beast resembling a golden-winged Garuda by Kunlun's Yaoqi Pond, and unknown creatures bound in shackles near the solemn altar of Mount Tai's Fengshan ceremony all came into view one after another. From the west, a holy knight wielding Poseidon's trident arrived across the sea from the sunken continent of Atlantis. And from the Arctic, illuminated by the cold light, an old man with silver hair and a bamboo staff emerged from a utopia that blossomed even in winter. All these supreme human evolutionists appeared. All these individuals had once been defeated by the elderly figure with white robes and hair, who held a sword in one hand and propelled a white barrier protecting the nameless graves of the White Robe Army. 30,000 warriors whose existence was proven only by their white robes and broken swords. Cultivate my battle sword. Recite my war poem. Invincible under heaven. This was how people perceived Shane, the legendary war god of China. But few knew how Shane cultivated his battle sword, composed his war poems, established his formidable reputation, or what experiences lay behind the 3-year disappearance during which no one dared to disrespect him. These scenes appearing in Fiki's mind brought tears to his eyes. Men do not cry unless they are truly hurt. Seeing the 30,000 white robe army soldiers die one after another until there were none left, while the elder holding the sword was riddled with injuries and barely alive, all for the survival of China in this chaotic era, how could anyone remain unmoved? No snow falls upon thee but 3 feet. Who in the world deserves the white robe? This perfectly encapsulated Shane and also honored the memory of the 30,000 unnamed white robe soldiers. There is no longer a white-robed hero in this world. The white robe army opened up a new era, fought through hell to maintain peace. It was because of them that China had a ray of hope in this tumultuous era. Unbeknownst to most, chaos had spread throughout Earth, leaving the weak dead and unburied while the powerful wielded life and death. Find the soul of the Tai-Bai sword, and it can teach you secret techniques. In an instant, the elderly figure, who had always faced away from the world, turned around with a smile, as if knowing about Fiki's presence, smiling warmly. Immediately after, Pierre's true essence cracked and disintegrated into ash, disappearing into the Tai-Bai sword seal, enhancing its power. Sword riding on the wind, eradicating demons between heaven and earth. The mighty sword intent swept through Fiki's body, while the ball of coagulated blood in midair, formed due to the destruction of Pierre's true essence, merged into the Dragon Elephant Cave Temple. Under the baptism of the vast sword intent and the blood ball, 2 more of the solid magical chains immediately snapped. The first 10,000 Dragon Elephant light patterns instantly formed, breaking the physical limits, quietly activating the 3rd level of the Divine Dragon Elephant Strength Cultivation Technique, which could only be practiced by those in the Spirit Sea realm. Instantly, the chi and blood within Fiki's body surged, emitting dragon roars and elephant trumpets. 30 years of suffering like oxen and horses, 60 years of surpassing Buddhas and dragons, enduring unimaginable hardships would undoubtedly lead to extraordinary power. The dragon elephant armor began transforming, fusing with the Overlord's suit, causing Fiki's muscles and bones to tingle. The Overlord's suit made of blue whale bones and divine deer antlers emitted a greenish glow, integrating with the 10,000 dragon elephant light patterns. Though blue whales and divine deer were mysterious, the divine dragon elephant strength embodied the most dominant dragon elephant abilities in the universe. Reaching the 3rd level of dragon elephant power triggered an assimilation instinct that could integrate blue whale bones and divine deer antlers into Fiki's body. Of course, this was just the beginning. Complete assimilation would still take a long way, given the numerous secrets hidden within the blue whale bones and divine deer antlers. Poet Immortal Pierre's poems have transcended time, yet few know that his sword skills were unparalleled. Senior Shane gained enlightenment from his relics and created the Tai-Bai sword technique. Fiki's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, I must also find my path in this era. Otherwise, I would fail to live up to the blessings bestowed upon me by heaven. Crack, crack, crack. Before him, the Overlord's spear integrated with the dragon elephant light patterns, transforming into a gleaming treasure sword under his manipulation. People only know that the tyrant of Western Egan excelled in spearplay, but few know that he mastered all 18 types of weapons. I will use the essence of tyranny to consecrate this sword, imbuing it with my ardent blood and my righteous spirit to carve out my own sword path. Taking a deep breath, Fiki decided on his future path, focusing on swordsmanship while using other cultivation paths, such as spear techniques, as auxiliary practices. The assimilation power of the dragon elephant light patterns can transform the Overlord's spear into various weapons, creating significant confusion and making his identity even more mysterious. It's beneficial to explore more cultivation paths. Calvin also practiced swordsmanship and once passed down the green emperor sword technique to him. However, in his previous life, his talent was too poor to cultivate it. Now that he has the chance, he naturally wants to cultivate the sword. A single sword illuminates 19 continents, has always been his ultimate dream. At this moment, Jamal and Beverly were enveloped by the light barrier emitted from the anklets bestowed by the Tilda. The silk ribbon-like items had transformed into clothing, dazzling and resplendent. Fiki could sense that the 2 brothers were not in danger. He began recalling the Green Emperor sword technique while using the Green Abyss Divine Pupil to examine the magic treasures and items bought from Taba. He tossed them all into the Netherworld Cauldron to be refined into weapon fluid, enhancing the power of the treasured sword. It must be said that the Green Abyss Divine Pupil is advantageous for identifying true treasures. Fiki found over 10 fragments of magic treasures, worth no less than 3 million yuan from items priced at 9.9 or 99 yuan with free shipping. The Netherworld Cauldron acted like a great furnace, refining the magic treasures and gradually shaping the treasured sword. In the end, a 3-foot-long sword was forged, with fish scale patterns on its surface and the characters Taibai engraved on the hilt. Inheriting the Taibai sword seal, the sword was naturally named after Taibai. When he obtains the real Taibai sword in the future, he can use the Netherworld Cauldron to refine and merge the two swords into one. Ding ding ding. Just as Fiki finished his cultivation, his phone chimed with an incoming video call invitation. Chapter 142, Megan. Megan. Staring at the name on top of the WeChat call interface, Fiki hesitated. He was unsure about how to interact with his ex-girlfriend. Andre had already allied with Margaret and others, humiliating him in front of countless people in this Jingcheng. The most talented Hideo of the Lin family was pursuing Megan. These things stirred a bit of ripples in his heart more or less, recalling the scene by the Qinhuai River where she said that the gap between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. Although he didn't feel sad or painful, his mood was still somewhat complicated. Ultimately, he still accepted the video invitation, and Megan's graceful figure appeared on the screen. Her skin was like snow, her temperament ethereal, with exquisite facial features and a slender waist, making her the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. She seemed even more otherworldly and perfect than in his memories, evoking an irresistible feeling of inadequacy. They just stared at each other through their phones, neither speaking first, just silently looking at one another. Are you okay? Finally, Megan spoke first, her tone calm, but her pupils involuntarily contracted slightly, suggesting that her feelings were not as calm as they appeared. I'm fine, healthy as ever. Eating anything is fragrant. And you? As the first beauty of Jiangnan, you could charm old men up to 90 and toddlers down to 3 just by that title alone. Don't you get tired from being complimented on your beauty every day? Fiki smiled and teased. Although he only dated Megan for 3 days, he had known her for a long time. Most of the time, their interaction was dominated by Fiki joking around, teasing her constantly, while Megan always remained aloof, never showing any emotional fluctuations on the surface. However, many times Fiki found that she was putting up a front, often appearing cold until Fiki was away, when she would laugh happily. You're still the same jokester as before. These years haven't been easy for you, have they? A hint of apology flashed across Megan's face, and she continued. I just found out what Andre did. I promise it won't happen again. I'm sorry for disappointing you. This incident really hurt me. Since you feel guilty towards me, send me an air kiss. It might soothe my sensitive and fragile heart, wounded as it is. Fiki covered his face, pretending to be heartbroken, jokingly. Fiki, we really aren't from the same world. Megan's expression stiffened slightly, pausing as she said, you should understand this now. After all these years, I owe you an apology. Sorry, for hurting you. Considering your sincere apology, I'll reluctantly accept it. But next time we meet, you must treat me to some skewers by the Qinhuai River. Fiki paused, then laughed heartily. Only a meal of skewers can heal my wounded heart. How does that sound? Okay, when the time comes, I'll treat you to some skewers. Megan seemed puzzled by Fiki's reaction, but agreed. This time, I'll go to Jishego. When I return to Jingcheng, I'll visit you. I'll also bring you a gift. Since you've just awakened, you need good opportunities to quickly cultivate and gain the ability to protect yourself. Megan added. A breakup gift? I remember the previous piece of Rainflower Pebble was also a breakup gift. I wonder why I have such an honor to receive 2 breakup gifts from the top beauty of Jiangnan. Fiki didn't expect she would come to Jishegu this time too, but he understood Megan's strength. Even though she wasn't on China's Dragon Tiger list, she was certainly not inferior to Margaret and others. He chuckled. I should write this down in my little notebook so that if I get senile in the future, I can tell my grandchildren about how glorious their grandpa was when young. Bye. Megan rolled her eyes and hung up. Fiki put aside his playful demeanor, determined to break up gracefully. Neither of them owed the other anything. They just weren't on the same level. They should remain friends. The appointment to see the broken bridge snow at Westlake could only be stored in memory, like fine wine, growing richer over time, leaving endless aftertaste. Fiki, you're still the same as before, but I'm no longer who I used to be. If only you had taken that bottle of Luwei Dihuang pills and turned into Brother Devon, it would have been better. A faint smile spread across Megan's ice-cold face as she murmured. If Hampton, who adored her, saw her at this moment, his jaw would surely drop. Megan was famous in Jiangnan for her polite yet distant demeanor, which kept people at arm's length. Rarely did she show such a smile to anyone else. But even if you became Brother Devon, it wouldn't make much difference. The gap between us is truly too great. Chapter 143 Nursery. Buzz. Under the light emitted by the Tilda's anklet and the ribbon, Jamal and Beverly began to transform into human shapes. Usually, only exceptionally talented demonic beasts in the Divine Sea realm could metamorphose into human form. However, Jamal and Beverly broke this rule, making Fiki sigh with admiration. He felt that the marketing method of 9 yuan postage from before the recovery of spirit energy was truly beneficial, as he had encountered such a significant windfall. Just that ribbon alone was worth the 30 million RMB on Taba, not to mention the many fragments of magical artifacts it contained. After all, China is an ancient country on Earth whose history has never been interrupted, with capable individuals hidden in various places across each era. Silent magical artifacts and spiritual objects will massively emerge in the next 10 years. Otherwise, every time there were anomalies in China's famous mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, countless people would be attracted to come over. But this also brings potential dangers, leading people like Margaret, Ilium, and Samsung to covet the opportunities in this land. Fiki practiced the most basic sword techniques such as thrusting, lifting, and slashing using the sword of Tai-Bai until he was drenched in sweat before stopping. He remembered his Calvin's teachings. No matter what one does, one must practice the most fundamental and simplest things well. Only when the foundation is solid can one pursue improvement. When resting, the image of Megan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He could see that under Megan's icy cold face lay numerous helplessnesses against the harsh reality. In the memories of his previous life, the Yin family was not inferior to today's three major families in China: the Zhan family, the Bai family, and the Yinjingqin family. The Andres Lin family was also an existence that was deeply hidden. I wonder how that stubborn girl is now. If she is still alive, after going to Juzhegu, I can bring her to Jingqing so that she won't have to face the perilous wilderness environment anymore. With disordered thoughts, Fiki flipped through his phone, suddenly seeing a familiar name in the contact list. Memories flooding back, he murmured. And Ruoxue, an ordinary girl, born in Dali, which is renowned for its scenery in China. She wasn't just another tourist who could escape worldly worries amidst Dali's beauty and enjoy cleansing her weary heart. Phyllis was from a poor household in a remote village outside the ancient city of Dali. She studied diligently since childhood, believing that education could change her fate, and was admitted to Nanjing University with excellent results. Fiki met her in the canteen. This strong girl, in order to reduce her family's burden, only ate cabbage tofu soup and rice for every meal. At that time, Fiki was full of spirit and vigor, earning some money and secretly sponsored Phyllis's studies, allowing her to live better and be less frugal. What he didn't know was that Phyllis always knew it was him who had been sponsoring her studies. When they were about to graduate, Phyllis returned 30,000 yuan, which was wrinkled but neatly arranged, to Fiki. She said that this was what she owed Fiki and that only by paying off this debt could they become friends. Later, Phyllis passed the interview for China Bank's campus recruitment and earned an annual salary of 200,000 or 300,000, envied by many. People sighed that she had finally achieved success and could truly change her life. Yet, she made a surprising decision, to go teach in a remote Tibetan village in Juzhegu. When Fiki asked her why she made this decision, she just smiled and said she could get into Nanjing University because of the dedicated guidance from college students who went to teach there. Now that her hometown was much better, she wanted to go teach in even more remote places. She wanted to use herself as an example to tell those people that education could really change their destiny. Ding ding ding. When the call connected, Fiki was very excited. Previously, communication was only possible around Jingqing and various parts of China, but now it seemed that normal communication within Shu area was also possible. Half a minute later, his heart sank to the bottom, as the call connected but no one answered. This indicated that the innocent and kind-hearted girl might have been harmed by awakened demonic beasts. Fiki immediately made a decision. As soon as Jamal and Beverly transformed into human form, he would head to Juzhegu right away. First, he needed to confirm Phyllis's specific situation before making further plans. Ha ha ha, this divine mouse will become the overlord among demons, able to take human form at the late cave abode realm. This must be unique to mice droppings. No, how can I say my own poo? It should be the fart of a divine mouse, unparalleled. Then came Jamal's joyful voice. Elder brother too, you are not unique. There's also me, the little baby. Beverly also emerged from the transformation, laughing heartily. Jamal was the first to step out from the light curtain, wearing a black suit, sunglasses, and a cigar hanging from his mouth. His hair turned black, combed back, looking like a member of society. The oddity was his height of only 1.50 meters. That tender little face looked as if water could be squeezed out of it, not at all like a boy, naturally exuding feminine delicateness. Alpha was also around 1.50 meters in height, wearing a small white suit with a pink bow tie, and his chubby face was extremely adorable. He imitated Jamal by holding a cigar in his mouth, hands in his pockets, walking with an exaggerated swagger, which looked not intimidating at all but rather comically amusing. Don't try to look cool, you two little guys who are only 1.50 meters tall. If you didn't breathe, I would really not see you when I turn my head. Fiki smiled and patted the heads of the two brothers, teasing them. Humph, it's all because Empress Rena's original flavored silk underwear isn't powerful enough. If it contained more ancient array patterns, we could have turned into adults. Jamal, no longer trying to look cool, looked dejected as he stared at the silk ribbon that caused the Tilda's anklet to transform, lamenting. What more do you want? It's pretty good as it is. Now let's head to Juzhegu, go into the wilderness, and emulate Pierre in digging for magical herbs and seeking immortals. That would be a wonderful day. Fiki rolled his eyes, looking at the ungrateful Jamal and chuckled. Unless necessary, you two should revert to your original forms. Otherwise, if I take you out like this, people might think I run a daycare center. And not just any daycare center, but one specifically for turning kids into society boys. That wouldn't be good for the children. Chapter 144. The Jade Pool originates in the mortal world. At the same time, Fiki used his evolved Azure Profound Divine Pupil to observe the treasure that the seller jokingly referred to as Rena's original silk undergarments. It contained an aura of rosy light, and its chi resonated perfectly with the anklet of the azure-robed goddess. Even the little suits on Jamal and Beverly were made from silk illusions, perfectly concealing the auras of the two beasts. It could even mask Fiki's aura. With just a thought, both the netherworld and the ancient heavenly court trembled in unison. The silk ribbon and anklet swayed gently, releasing rosy light that, at his will, condensed into a pure white robe, giving him an ethereal, celestial air. This silk ribbon is truly extraordinary. Fiki was overjoyed, muttering, my current strength isn't enough. But with this silk ribbon to hide my presence, I can easily infiltrate Juzhegu and act undercover for personal gain. It's the perfect secret treasure for traveling or long journeys. Boss, what are you doing? I discovered the mystery within this silk ribbon. You can't just take it from me. Jamal snatched back the silk ribbon and anklet, looking quite disgruntled. You don't understand the true marvels of this silk ribbon. Your boss here is no longer what he used to be. I've already unraveled all the secrets of this silk. Fiki smiled mysteriously. While Jamal had remarkable talent, sensing treasures and constructing powerful formations, The perfected and evolved Azure Profound Divine Pupil gave him boundless confidence. Beverly looked peculiar, shaking his head and patting Fiki solemnly, saying, "Boss, you're still too young and don't understand the dangers of society." Confused, Fiki stared at him, while Jamal mockingly gave him the middle finger and jeered. "Don't think your eyeballs turning blue means you can match this divine mouse when it comes to exploring treasures. Time to show you what real skills look like." Buzzing sounds filled the air. Suddenly, Jamal began waving the silk ribbon through the anklet, much like a shaman performing a ritual, ringing the items like bells. Then a wondrous scene unfolded. The black, suit-clad Jamal was enveloped in rosy light, radiating a mysterious aura. In the next instant, a girl emerged from the light. Her dark hair flowing freely, clad in azure gauze, her figure graceful and lustrous like jade. Every smile and frown resembled a celestial being descending from heaven. The girl laughed lightly, enchanting countless people with her beauty. "It's all my fault we don't have wives. Who would blame us for being weak?" But, with soft red lips, she spoke in a delicate voice resembling silver chimes, using Jamal's tone to say, "I, this divine mouse, am no ordinary mortal. Without a wife, I can simply create one myself. Boss, do you feel your little heart pounding? Don't be shy. I'm a genius who blends handsomeness and charm, equally capable of being masculine or gentle." What the hell? Damn. For a moment, Fiki felt as if struck by lightning. He finally believed what people said online, that a man can outdo women in femininity, creating his own wife, and speaking in a coy, tender tone. This guy is a rare talent. Get out. Fiki kicked Jamal hard, shouting, "Boss, hitting a woman is unethical," Jamal retorted, reverting to his original form with a mocking grin. "If anyone dares to randomly turn into a woman again, don't blame me for disabling you. My heart can't handle such shock." Fiki decided firmly that the silk ribbon combined with the anklet was incredibly powerful, even making it impossible for him, with his azure profound divine pupil, to discern any details. "TCH, I thought you were tough. A case of green eye disease, and you dare compare your expertise and treasures to mine?" Jamal shook his head disdainfully and climbed onto Fiki's shoulder, stroking his hair gravely. "Young man, take it step by step. After all, not everyone can be as awesome as me." Speechless, Fiki led the two brothers away from the awakening tower. They then visited Lin Laosher and the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for Jingxing, guided by Alric. Golden chrysanthemums swayed in the breeze, adding to the solemnity of the cemetery. "Are you really going to choose Hegu?" After bowing in respect, Alric asked seriously. Seeing Fiki nod resolutely, Alric continued, "I believe Jesus, our city's top idol, will create miracles once more. But you must be cautious. Only those at least at the Divine Sea stage can go there. As a member of the Awakeners organization under my jurisdiction, I only ask that you come back alive. Can you do that?" "I will return intact." Fiki nodded firmly. "Don't worry, old-timer. I'll protect them. Whoever stands in our way, I'll deal with them." Jamal laughed confidently. "Even if it's a female panda blocking our path and opposing us, I'll take immediate action." Alpha nodded sagely and declared with a firm voice, "After capturing the female panda, this baby will demonstrate divine power and persuade her to turn to goodness with personal charisma, teaching her what benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness mean." Fiki and Jamal stared speechlessly at Alpha, who was making such grandiose claims. This panda was really becoming shameless. Next, the three brothers concealed their auras and infiltrated the vast mountain forests, heading straight for Juzhegu. The Jade Pool originates in the mortal world. How laughable that ordinary people try to emulate immortals. With a road from paradise leading to Juzhegu, this realm of fairyland allows one to roam freely within. This poem perfectly interprets the magnificent scenery of Juzhegu, which can only be found in heaven. The sky there is filled with colorful clouds, presenting a spectacle that cannot be described in words, only understood by those who have been there, feeling its beauty firsthand. Juzhegu, this heavenly paradise, was now stirring with Fengyun. Fengyun needs translation, bound to cause unusual waves due to the arrival of these three brothers. Chapter 145 Transformation of the Dragon Bone. Juzhegu is renowned for its picturesque landscapes of mountains, lakes, and snow-capped peaks, as well as the Tibetan villages that have lived here for generations. The five major wonders are the Emerald Sea, cascading waterfalls, colorful forests, snowy peaks, and Tibetan sentiments. After the revival of spiritual energy, these five marvels of Juzhegu have been infinitely magnified. The lakes shimmering with 9 colors under the sun are connected like a vast, colorful tapestry. Small waterfalls cascade from among the woods and green stones, splashing countless droplets of water, which appear even more beautiful under the towering, colorful trees. Snowy mountain ranges rise and fall in undulating hills, with boundless clouds in the sky creating a myriad of weather phenomena. The peaks piercing into the clouds emerge and disappear intermittently, as if they were drifting through the sky. All awakened evolutionists know that when cloud seas rise, when the 9-color spa presents its splendor, and when waterfalls reverse their flow, the greatest opportunity in Juzhegu will be revealed. Clank, clank, clank. Near Juzhegu, the sound of swords singing echoed in the air. Accompanying it was the roar of the king of beasts, a fierce tiger, causing countless recently awakened demonic beasts to flee in all directions. Following the sounds, one could see Fiki, wearing white robes now stained with blood, holding the Tai-Bai sword, battling an early-stage divine sea tiger. Barnaby and Alpha, dressed in small suits and wearing sunglasses, looked spotlessly clean. They smoked cigars, watching the battle while puffing smoke as if they were on vacation. "Boss, don't you know that tigers have bronze heads, iron bones, and tofu waists? Your sword skills are too crude. Why chop at its head? Do you think it makes you look tough? Or are you trying to see if its paws can destroy your manhood? Boss, you're really useless. Use the sword to deflect its powerful tail, not your body to block it." "Brother 2, another cigar, please?" Seeing this incompetent boss is really worrying. I can't help but get angry. Save some. Even Brother 2 doesn't have much stock left. We still have a long way to go, and this boss is so bad. There will be many more times we'll feel depressed and need to smoke cigars. We should have taken more from that little old man Alric earlier. The two beasts, or rather, the two young faces showed thick disdain, incessantly jeering. Even the divine sea tiger battling Fiki glared at Barnaby and Alpha, yet it had no choice but to fight Fiki, who seemed possessed by sword madness. Emil's sword technique. One thought opens a flower. Fiki focused intently on the tiger, his pain from injuries not only failing to hinder his combat power but making him exceptionally excited. This kind of cross-realm battle was extremely difficult and painful, but the improvement it brought was unimaginable. They spent 3 days and 3 nights traveling to Juzhago, encountering countless awakenings and attacks by demonic beasts. Through numerous battles, the gifted Barnaby and Alpha miraculously broke through to the divine sea realm, while the 4 chains binding him in the dragon elephant cave did not show any signs of breaking. One thought opens a flower is the first move of the Emil sword technique's 9 forms, also the most fundamental. It emphasizes shaking the sword to release a large number of sword chi instantly. The sword chi converges into green lotuses, whose petals scatter and can defeat any enemy. Mastering this form to perfection means instantly forming 9 equally powerful green lotuses to attack vital points, making it impossible to defend against. But Fiki could only 凝聚出3朵虚幻的青莲，一被虎爪或虎尾击中就立刻溃散，否则叶岩也不至于受这么重的伤。幸运的是，进入神域龙象境第3重，并有10000道龙象光纹的帮助，他的肉体不逊色于任何初期神海境的人。这些伤痕还不足以让他失去战斗力，反而不停地以龙象洞府汲取周围土地的生灵之气来恢复气力，又以杀生入轮回古树的杀意来增添太白剑的威力，才能和神海猛虎一直厮杀。人类，我送你一株珍稀的灵药，停战怎么样？自从10多年前觉醒后，在这片山林无敌的猛虎气喘吁吁地望着叶眼，提议道。之前他感知到叶眼体内雄浑的气血，选择偷袭扑杀叶眼，但他做梦都没想到这是噩梦的开始。这个看上去只有洞府后期的人类，就像打不死一样。无论他怎么凶狠的攻击，叶眼受再重的伤都能快速恢复。那柄如影随形的剑经常会以出乎意料的位置刺在他的身上，使他的战斗力迅速下降。这时，斗志高昂的叶眼兴奋地说：“太白剑再度震荡，一念花开剑招再度呈现，冒出7朵青莲。青莲释放出无尽剑气，几乎瞬移般的攻击在猛虎的双瞳、肚子、喉咙、心脏等脆弱部位。人类，你。” The tiger felt its vitality slipping away, its bloodshot eyes staring at Fiki in disbelief. It could not imagine how this human, who had been relentlessly hunted and overwhelmed by it, suddenly became so powerful that a single sword move could defeat it. Thank you for helping me practice the Qinglian sword technique, but who made you want to kill me first? Fiki smiled gently at the dying tiger. Then he purified the tiger's soul with techniques from the underworld, a flash of Buddha light eliminating all the aftereffects from practicing the ancient life and death cycle technique over the past 3 days and 3 nights. Crack. Another chain that bound the Dongfu broke apart, causing Fiki's bones and muscles to resonate, his strength surging once more. Both the Qin Long Gong and the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon advanced to the 3rd level simultaneously, dragon chi surging within him, repeatedly tearing and repairing his muscles. The divine fiend containing the demon-sealing steel imprint danced wildly in his dantian, black and white chi streams infiltrating his leg muscles, reconstructing the internal meridians. Without hesitation, Fiki refined all the herbs collected over the past 3 days and 3 nights into pure spirit energy, supporting the transformation within his body. Transform the dragon bone. Fiki roared softly as the dragon chi converged into his bones. Chapter 146, Phyllis. The transformation of bones into dragon bones is a critical indicator of reaching the 3rd level of the dragon seizing art, and it is also the main goal for the next 3 levels, gradually transforming the practitioner's bones into the legendary divine dragon bones. Bones support the human body. Only when bone hardness and flesh are perfectly integrated can one perform various high difficulty actions. Combat techniques like the dragon seizing art require extremely high physical conditions. Only after the body transforms to a certain extent can this combat technique unleash its true power. Dragon bones are divided into 4 grades, low, medium, high, and peak 4th grade, each requiring different levels of the dragon seizing art to refine. Fiki felt an overwhelming numb pain, as if millions of ants were crawling in his bone marrow. The vast spiritual energy transformed into dragon chi under this extreme pain, turning emerald green, a symbol that low-grade dragon bones were forming inside him. 8 steps of demonic heaven, stepping through the cosmos. Under the baptism of divine and demonic powers, the leg meridians required for the operation of the 3rd level of the 8 steps of demonic heaven became fully resilient. Wherever Fiki stepped, traces of divine and demonic shadows lingered, making it impossible to capture his true movement. Fortunately, it's just the cave realm's chain of locks. Otherwise, breaking through would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The more Fiki understood about the chain of locks, the more cautious he became about using the chaos demon art twice within the same realm. Although it granted formidable combat strength, the resulting constraints were immense. He couldn't imagine how he would break through if he used the chaos demon art twice at the divine sea realm, or even higher at the dragon gate realm. Of course, misfortune and fortune coexist. After breaking free from this lock, Fiki's strength underwent another qualitative transformation. 2 little brats, you dare mock me? If you want to be the boss, catch up with me, and I'll step down immediately, Fiki declared confidently, flipping them the middle finger as they had mocked him ever since he advanced to the divine sea realm. Boss, you said it. Don't go back on your word. The true potential of ancient blooded beasts far exceeds what you can imagine once we make progress. Barnaby and Alpha exclaimed together, their eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to take the position of the boss. Little brats, do you really think you can turn the world upside down? Fiki laughed heartily, brushing off their remarks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately after Alpha shouted start, they sped toward Tianhai village, where Phyllis was volunteering as a teacher. Half an hour later, fine beads of sweat covered Barnaby and Alpha's rosy cheeks, and they glared resentfully at Fiki, who sat on a blue stone, lazily chewing on a blade of grass, watching them with amusement. Damn, I refuse to accept this, Barnaby grumbled, visibly frustrated. Boss, why are you so fast? If not for the red underwear flashing under your white clothes like traffic lights, we wouldn't even see your back. Alpha slumped to the ground, mischief flickering in her eyes, muttering sarcastically. Fiki, who had been feeling exceptionally proud, suddenly found himself speechless. It seemed he would never escape the joke about his red underwear. Even Alpha teased him, but he was very satisfied with advancing to the third level of the 8 steps of demonic heaven. Even Barnaby, known for speed, hadn't caught up with him. Let's enter Tianhai village. Fiki noticed that the road leading to Tianhai village was destroyed, with many unique houses penetrated by towering trees and transformed rocks, reduced to ruins. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, deepening his worry about Phyllis, the frail and easily sick yet remarkably resilient girl with strong principles. Unlike Jingxing, which had the Awakening Tower, a powerful relic, Tianhai village had expanded many times over but lacked protection. Even with Fiki's soul perception covering 100 meters, searching for human life signs was incredibly difficult. Along the way, he encountered numerous physical realm and cave realm beasts, intensifying his unease. The villagers, even if awakened, could not possibly defeat cave realm beasts in such a short time. Don't panic, boss. Sister and will be fine. There's a late-stage cave realm lion king over there. It can speak human language. Let's interrogate him. Barnaby tried to reassure Fiki, noticing his anxiety. The lion king was tearing at a human corpse when Fiki, enraged, extended the dragon-seizing claw and captured it mid-air, bringing it face to face. Gigi, great God, I am sorry. The lion king's beastly eyes were filled with fear. Where are the humans? Fiki's voice was icy cold. They are hiding in a Buddhist temple. I swear, I didn't kill any of them. No one died in this calamity, but yesterday a group went to the temple and abducted a human woman while fighting against more than 10 middle-stage divine sea realm beast kings. Many people died. The lion king said in terror. This person was killed by the beast kings during the fight. I hid for a day before daring to come out and eat him. Fiki's heart slightly calmed as he looked at the corpse and sensed a familiar aura, one that only came from practicing the unique technique of the corpse-driving sect. Most importantly, this corpse held an inexpensive blue crystal earring in its hand. That was the parting gift Fiki had given to Phyllis. Chapter 147, Golden Buddhist Temple. Did that human woman die? Fiki took a deep breath and asked seriously. She didn't. Those people seemed to value her greatly. Many of them died just to protect her. The Lion King shook his head, denying the assumption as it seemed to recall the terrifying scene of the battle. Fiki's Qingyu divine eyes could see through its soul, knowing it wasn't lying, so he let it go. Immediately afterward, he ran to put away the blue crystal earring and swallowed the death aura from the corpse of the ghoul school before heading toward the Buddhist temple the Lion King mentioned with his 2 brothers. They had no idea where the ghoul school had gone or what they intended to do by kidnapping Phyllis, so they had to find those people to ask for more information. The Lion King watched as the 3 brothers left. Looking at the ghoul master who had turned into a dried-up corpse with a gruesome look, it was filled with fear, vowing never to stay in this forest. Fortunately, it hadn't killed any humans, or it would have probably been torn apart by that horrifying existence earlier. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 brothers arrived in front of the Buddhist temple that the Lion King spoke of. This area was close to the Tibetan region, sharing similar customs that revered Buddhism. Before the spiritual Qi revival, he heard Phyllis say that these people would carry some dry food, worship every few steps, and proceed to the holy land of Tibet for salvation. On the way, they would worship the mountains when they saw them, and pay respects to the temples they encountered. Now, it seemed that these ancient customs and beliefs still held a certain amount of power. There stood the golden Buddhist temple amidst a colorful forest, surrounded by several dozen rainbow pools, their waters converging before cascading down through the forest. The lingering sounds of the bell resonated through the mountains. Blood was splashed on the cobblestone path leading to the temple. Dead bodies of monsters and ghoul school experts were scattered everywhere, filling the air with dense death chi, indicating how fierce the battle had been. Fiki frantically operated Du, absorbing the death chi and recovering his condition before stepping into the Buddhist temple. Who's there? Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. Following the sound, he saw a boy of 12 or 13 years old with red eyes, exhausted but full of madness. He carried a Tibetan knife around his waist and held a demon-subduing Vajra, a symbol of Buddhism. Swoosh. The awakened boy reached the middle stage body realm cultivation and could be considered gifted. The Vajra character shimmered on his chest, and his weapon emitted brilliant Buddha light as he charged at Fiki. With one finger, Fiki stopped the demon-subduing Vajra. You intruders, I'll kill all of you. Bad people. Although the little boy could tell Fiki was very powerful, he shouted in broken Mandarin with determination. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, a group of humans wielding dragon-coiled staffs rushed out, among them an old monk wearing a cassock whose strength reached the late-stage grotto realm. However, the old monk had a terrible knife wound on his chest, with remaining saber intent ravaging his skin. Even wrapped in white cloth, the damage was evident. I'm a friend of Phyllis. Has she been kidnapped? I want to understand what happened here and won't harm anyone. Fiki sensed the deep hatred and killing intent in these people's eyes and quickly explained. Most people were confused, not understanding what Fiki was saying. Only the children cried and told the adults a few words in Tibetan, reducing their hostility towards Fiki and his brothers. Before coming here, Fiki had specifically learned some Tibetan. With his current powerful soul, mastering a language roughly only took half an hour. Enough to understand these children telling him that he was Phyllis's friend. We are Tosha students. My name is Brian. The boy wielding the demon-subduing Vajra spoke slowly and awkwardly. Next, he narrated everything that happened here to Fiki and his brothers. It turned out that after Phyllis came here, She found the education level lower than she could imagine. She originally wanted to teach these Tibetan children using her extensive knowledge, but discovered they couldn't even speak standard Mandarin, making it impossible to teach subjects like Chinese, mathematics, or biology. Furthermore, due to poor health, she suffered several serious illnesses here. If not for the miraculous Tibetan medicine, Phyllis might have died without a chance to be sent to a big hospital. But her teaching had made remarkable achievements. Most of these children could speak Mandarin, though not fluently. After the 10-DE ban, earth changes, houses were destroyed, cattle and sheep devoured by awakened beasts. If not for the auspicious Buddha light released by this ancient temple resisting beast attacks, they would likely have all perished. A day ago, the ghoul school was besieged by terrifying beasts, suffering heavy casualties, and hid in this ancient temple to escape doom, with Phyllis tending to them carefully. However, last night, one of the elderly members of the ghoul school was staring at Phyllis's eyes and began to scream loudly. Other skilled members of the ghoul school immediately came forward, trying to forcibly kidnap Phyllis, which was resisted by these Tibetan villagers. But their strength compared to the ghoul school was like heaven and earth. Dozens of people died, including the strongest old monk who was slashed and injured, only able to watch helplessly as Phyllis was taken away. Eyes? What is going on here? Fiki frowned, completely baffled. Nowadays, Juzhegu is vast. If the ghoul school hides in a secluded corner, he has no way to find them. Big brother, I know what happened with Tosha's eyes. When she was mending this piece of clothing for me, the eyes of the Buddha statue there moved, then 2 drops of golden tears flowed into Tosha's eyes. Ashana pointed at her red-patched clothes, crying, Big brother, it's all my fault. I ruined the clothes while playing, and Tosha got her eyes injured while helping me mend them. Will she not come back? The little girl tugged at the corner of Fiki's clothes, her eyes filled with regret. Chapter 148, Buddha's Tears. Don't blame yourself. Big brother promises you that we will definitely bring your teacher, Phyllis, back. Fiki instinctively stroked the little girl's head to soothe her emotions. He couldn't help but feel heartache for Phyllis, who, despite having high-paying job opportunities later on, chose to continue teaching here while battling her illness, not only teaching them to read and speak Mandarin but also attending to their personal lives. Just like this little girl, whose mother abandoned her and father was busy with farm work, only receiving more attention from her teacher, Phyllis. Big brother, really? All the children, with their darkened faces streaked with tears, shouted in excitement. Fiki firmly nodded, then called back Barnaby, who had finished healing the old monk and the injured Tibetan civilian, and together they came to the statue of the Buddha. A weeping Buddha? Golden tears blended into Phyllis's eyes. It was clear this was the reason why Phyllis was captured by the Revenant sect. To find Phyllis, one must uncover the secret behind the golden tears flowing from the Buddha statue. The best case would be to find another drop of golden tear, using the green gloomy divine eye to see exactly what it is, and then search for Phyllis based on its source energy. This was an ancient Buddha statue, covered with a layer of gold, scarred by knife cuts and axe marks, according to villagers, brought by the pain when England's army invaded this land during the corrupt Qing dynasty era. If not for the brave Tibetans defending with their lives, this place might have been reduced to ruins long ago. The establishment of the Buddhist temple dates back to the Tang dynasty, when Emperor Taizong ordered Emily to marry Songtsen Gampo, the ruler of Tibet. The most famous Potala Palace was built specially by Songtsen Gampo for Emily. Emily also brought advanced civilization to this land, evident from the Tang period murals surrounding the Buddhist temple. These murals exuded subtle energy waves, hinting at the array patterns. Clearly, these were remnants of powerful arrays left by experts at the time of construction. After a millennium of vicissitudes, they once again revealed their true strength, protecting the people from demons and beasts. Unfortunately, because of harboring the ungrateful scum from the Revenant sect, there were casualties, and Phyllis was abducted. Boss, this Buddha statue is indeed strange. If it weren't for saying there's something wrong with the Buddha statue's eyes, I wouldn't have found any clues either, said Barnaby seriously, hopping onto the Buddha's hand that was making the gesture of picking a flower. Using his rodent claws, he inscribed array patterns on the palm of the statue. Fiki and Alpha watched intently as they hoped the golden tears would fall again from the Buddha's eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, a jade-like willow branch emerged from the Buddha's palm, which Barnaby could barely catch, being flung away by the recoil force. When Fiki reached out with his dragon-seizing claw, he met the same fate. His claw shattered, blood splattered, as if the willow contained a wild and uncontrollable force. But when Alpha finally reached out, the jade glow receded, quietly lying in his pale palm as if it had never emitted any unusual waves. Damn, what the hell is this thing? All the tough jobs are mine and boss's, while he lazily extends his hand and takes the treasure away. What kind of deal is this? Grumbled Barnaby gloomily. Alpha scratched his head, chuckling naively. I didn't do anything, just reached out, and it came to me. Looking at the bloodstains on themselves, Fiki and Barnaby were speechless. This clumsy bear was subtly showing off, most lethally so, without considering what they had suffered. At the same time, countless Tibetan Buddhist scriptures appeared from all corners of the temple, swirling around the Buddha statue. The damaged golden layer and mud coating fell off, revealing the true face of the Buddha. The 2 pupils of the Buddha statue shot out golden rays that seemed to pierce through the heavens. The golden light passed through space, causing colorful leaves to sway and waterfalls to reflect in pools, instantly filling the area with radiance. The earth cracked open, and soil spread wider. Far away, a massive stupa emerged from the ground, glowing with boundless Buddha light. Under the illumination of Buddha light, great opportunity arrived. Many geniuses seeking opportunities within Juzhegu and numerous sea god realm demons originally residing here shifted their gaze towards this newly emerged stupa from the ground, their eyes filled with greed. Chapter 149, The Corpse's Driving Sect. It seems that Phyllis has received the opportunity to open the Buddha Tower, but since she doesn't understand cultivation, there's no way for her to conceal the aura of the golden tears, thus attracting the covetous eyes of the strong from the Corpse's Driving Sect. Fiki looked at the current site of Juzhegu with colorful skies after being bathed in Buddha light, and secretly sighed in relief that the broad influence of this golden Buddha light had caused a huge stir. It would be impossible for people to notice that the Buddha light originated from this Buddhist temple. Otherwise, if many experts and demonic beasts gathered here, he suspected few could survive. He muttered to himself again. But with this chance within Phyllis's eyes, what methods can they use to obtain the opportunity of the Buddha Tower? Could it be? Instantly, Fiki felt an icy chill down his spine. Eye gouging. Under the Qingxing state of Phyllis, her eyes which had undergone a transformation through the baptism of the golden Buddha tears would be cruelly gouged out. Before that, extremely stimulating drugs would be dripped into her eyes to ensure that when the eyes were gouged out, the golden Buddha tears inside remained perfectly preserved. If it were anyone else, perhaps they wouldn't do something like this but instead take Phyllis to explore the secrets of the Buddha Tower. But Fiki, who had dealt with the corpses driving sect before, knew that those unscrupulous people would never act this way. If they took Phyllis on the exploration, a significant part of the opportunity would be obtained by her, who possessed the golden Buddha tears. This was something the corpses driving sect would never allow. Drip, drip, drip. When the Buddha light withdrew and the statue's pupils opened once more, 9 golden tear drops emerged. After Fiki and his 2 brothers each grabbed 3, they immediately felt their mind peaceful, the spiritual power inside their bodies circulated faster, and their blood chi soared. Buddhist items and techniques all emphasize the importance of consolidation and improvement. If these 9 Buddha tears remained with them for a long time, they would have great benefits for their cultivation. Seniors, we'll leave one of these Buddha tears behind, and we'll take away the jade-like willow branch to track Tosha's aura, leaving the rest for you. After all, this is an opportunity left behind by your ancestors. Fiki watched as the old monk's injuries gradually healed, taking back the Buddha tears of his 2 brothers, and said in his clumsy Tibetan. The old monk looked up at Fiki in surprise. Although he didn't know what these Buddha tears were exactly, anything that could make the corpses driving sect risk being ambushed by numerous demonic beasts just to take Phyllis away unharmed after being baptized by Buddha tears must not be ordinary. Such things, yet Fiki and his brothers had already gotten their hands on, and still chose to give some away. It deeply moved him. One should sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires in Buddhism, but no matter who it is, none can truly eliminate these feelings, especially greed, which is the hardest to let go of. Especially in a world where the weak are bullied and killed, to resist swallowing these Buddha tears all for themselves is incredibly commendable. These things belong to you. In our Buddhist teachings, what belongs to the destined shall be acquired. Everything happens for a reason, and your acquiring them proves you have such a destiny. The old monk bowed solemnly, saying, we only ask one thing. Bring Tosha back alive. She has contributed so much to our impoverished village. We don't want her to die. Big brother, my dad once told me a phrase passed down by our ancestors. When the 9 stars align, the cluster shines brightly, the Buddha Tower appears, and the phoenix emerges. I wonder if this means anything to you? The little girl with braids tugged at Fiki's clothes, pleading, if this helps you, can you save Tosha? I miss her. We also miss Tosha, but she? A group of children began to cry, their voices choked with sobs. Fiki nodded heavily and firmly replied, I will bring her back. He knew Phyllis's choice wasn't wrong. This group of sincere, innocent children always missed and praised her. Big brother, if you cannot bring back Tosha, I hope you can tell me who my enemies are. Carmine, the stubborn little boy holding a demon-subduing cudgel, said determinedly, his eyes full of deep hatred. The Buddha says all living beings are equal and that evil people who lay down their weapons can instantly become enlightened. My family believes in Buddhism, but now I don't believe it anymore. Forgive these wicked men is Buddha's business. What I need to do is send those scum to see Buddha, making them all dead. Fiki watched this strong-willed little boy and the others nodding in agreement, feeling deeply touched. Faced with life-threatening dangers from the demonic beasts after the spiritual energy revival, these people still believed in Buddha without resentment. But this faith wavered when the corpses driving sect killed many of them and abducted Phyllis. The Buddha teaches forgiveness and letting go. But these people could not forgive or let go after the corpses driving sect betrayed their kindness by persecuting them. They had saved those people, tended to them with care, yet received harm in return. After agreeing to help these people, the 3 brothers sensed a resonance with the golden Buddha tears not far from the Buddha Tower and swiftly rushed towards it. 9 stars align. The cluster shines brightly, the Buddha Tower appears, and the phoenix emerges. This sentence passed down by the little girl's ancestors must have significance. After all, the 9 Buddha tears appeared along with the Buddha Tower. These 9 Buddha tears are likely the key to obtaining the opportunity of the Buddha Tower, while what Phyllis obtained might just be something related to the golden Buddha tears, corresponding to the phrase, cluster shines brightly. As for the final part about the phoenix emerging, Fiki did not pay much attention to it. The phoenix, a legendary creature no less powerful than a divine dragon, transcends all rules. Although there are many legends about phoenixes, no one has ever discovered any real traces of its existence. Chapter 150. The Buddhist pagoda emerges, the phoenix appears. The Buddhist pagoda emitted waves of Buddhist chants, as if countless monks were reciting scriptures within. Buddhist energy ascended, with threads of colorful smoke rising from the pagoda's peak. An overwhelming force emanated from the pagoda, preventing any living creature from approaching within 10 miles. On a crumbling structure, a group of people gathered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strange dragon roars echoed from the horizon. 9 dragons pulled a phoenix carriage, and Saint Eliam of the Western Eganarch, dressed in golden armor that released terrifying brilliance, appeared. He was the one who had once paraded arrogantly in Jean City, but eventually slunk away in disgrace. The 9 flying dragons showed no emotional fluctuations. The silver-armored knights, who would charge fearlessly at Eliam's command, exuded a bone-chilling aura, appearing like ruthless executioners. Beside him, Tracy stood on a green lotus, holding a 3-foot-long green sword with a faint yellow daisy imprinted on it, which constantly emitted dazzling light. Li Yingjun, adorned with 2 wings, held an ancient bronze spear. The sound of tidal waves around him was even more intense than in Jean City, clearly due to the transformation brought by the treasure he obtained from the legendary lost city of Atlantis. Andre wore white robes and carried a silver spear, radiating boundless dominance, as if he wanted to conquer this realm. All 4 were significantly stronger than they were in Jean City, their power truly terrifying. I appreciate all your efforts for traveling so far. Our zombie-leading sect wishes to form an alliance with you to explore the inside of the Buddhist pagoda. Any opportunities gained will be split 50-50. What do you think? The old woman leading the zombie-leading sect smiled and said to the 4, 50-50? Tracy and the others immediately showed serious expressions, cold and indifferent. Your sect is too arrogant. Just because your ancestor awakened with high-level evolution during the first spirit awakening doesn't mean anything. The forces behind us are no less powerful. If not for fair distribution among the major families, we won't discuss this. Andre stood with his hands behind his back, eyes showing disdain, speaking coolly. Ha ha ha, everyone calm down. I know very well what the zombie-leading sect can offer. But now you know nothing about this mysterious pagoda, while we have the key to unlocking its treasures. The old woman explained with a sincere smile. There are many who covet this place. If we can ally with the Yi family of Jinling and the zombie-leading sect, along with the treasure key, we will gain the most opportunities. This deal is very favorable. As she spoke, she glanced at the increasing crowd, which included many young elites from prestigious families both domestically and overseas. They naturally grouped into small factions, led by geniuses listed on China's Dragon and Tiger list. Unlocking the pagoda's treasures? Just this news left everyone astonished. This mysterious pagoda had only appeared less than an hour ago. How did the zombie-leading sect obtain the key to unlocking its secrets? Was it because their arrival triggered hidden secrets here? That's some incredible luck for the zombie-leading sect. They just got 9 relics from a monk's tomb and survived a chase by numerous monsters. Everyone thought they would lay low, yet they now have this chance with the pagoda. In the crowd, Jacqueline, draped in colorful clothing, looked like an exquisite hibiscus flower, frowned and muttered gloomily. The zombie-leading sect cannot be underestimated. We must be cautious. Their necrotoxins and puppet masters are treacherous. Ainsley and Yehia from the main Shin family of the zombie-leading sect will arrive soon. If they form an alliance and have the key, our situation is not optimistic. Next to Jacqueline stood a girl in silver gauze, her skin flawless and radiant, exuding terrifying aura. Nova, a genius of the Gu family of Suzhou and younger sister of Carl. In this competition for pagoda opportunities, we can only be secondary. With 6 major forces gathered, even if we form alliances with other family members, we'll still be scattered, each harboring ulterior motives. Hampton, no longer joking, said solemnly. The surrounding crowd looked dejected, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 streaks of meteor-like lights cut through the sky, and a snow-skinned woman accompanied by a refined young man landed here. Both were in the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm, possessing wondrous treasures, matching any young prodigy present. Ainsley and Yehia. After greeting Tracy and others, Yehia raised his hand with the grace of a superior and said with a gentle smile, splitting 5 parts between 2 forces seems unfair. If everyone agrees to my request, we can give you another part of the opportunity. What do you say? Brother Yi, my Chinya family once cooperated with you and followed your lead on Amei Mountain. You survived, but they all perished. I believe this friendship has always existed. Tracy's pupils constricted slightly as she smiled and said, I believe you wouldn't make any unreasonable demands, right? Ilium, Kin, and Andre simultaneously focused their gazes on Yehia, awaiting his request. The request is simple. It just requires a flick of your fingers. A faint, cold smile appeared on the corner of Yehia's mouth as he said, all you need to do is announce on Weibo that the forces behind you are at mortal odds with Christopherge and issue a bounty for his head. I want Christopherge to have no place to hide, either in heaven or on earth. Can you do that? Chapter 151. Execution Order. Issuing an execution order against Brother Jesus who isn't even here. Is it really that simple? Not only were Margaret and the other 3 dumbfounded, but also everyone around was in a state of shock, unable to believe what Aravan had just said. While Brother Jesus's combat strength was indeed formidable, he was ultimately only a cave abode realm ant, with his cave abode sealed by the demon chain shackles, making every step on his cultivation path incredibly difficult. What virtues or capabilities did he possess that warranted such serious treatment from Aravan, who was already at the middle stage Divine Sea realm? They believed that if Aravan had asked Margaret and others for secret treasures or rare materials, Margaret at all would not have refused. But now, to merely exchange an execution order from the 4 major forces, it seemed too rash. Of course, our alliance of 6 major powers cannot be disbanded until after Brother Jesus is killed. Once he leaves Jean City, he will not return alive. His corpse will be handed over to me for disposal. How does that sound? Seeing these people staring blankly at him, Aravan was not bothered and chuckled lightly. He was very clear that the Netherworld, this divine artifact, could not be discovered by just anyone. Only he could extract the hidden Netherworld from Brother Jesus' corpse. The Yi family of Nanjing and the corpse escort sect did not have that much influence. If Brother Jesus went into hiding right after leaving Jean City, they would indeed have no way of catching him. However, the forces behind Margaret and the other 3 were spread throughout China and could effectively encircle and attack Brother Jesus. Moreover, the opportunities within this Buddha tower were extraordinary. Keeping them all would only incite jealousy. It would be better to gain the trust of Margaret at all by sharing. This despicable Aravan is simply too evil, actually devising such underhanded tricks against my idol Brother Jesus. If Brother Jesus had reached the Divine Sea realm, he could absolutely beat Aravan so badly that his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Jacqueline said with displeasure on her face. Indeed, when half a step away from the Divine Sea realm, he fled hastily before a severely wounded Brother Jesus. Now he's bragging around. What a waste of garbage. Hampton also expressed dissatisfaction. Carl looked at these 2 with a strange gaze. It seemed that these siblings of the Qin family were also severely deceived by that scoundrel Fiki. He finally understood how Sabine felt when she incessantly chanted Brother Jesus' name while looking at him on Mount Amay like a fool, knowing nothing about what was happening. Unfortunately, he could not experience the joy that Sabine must have felt watching Jacqueline and Hampton gradually witness Fiki turning the tide against overwhelming odds, forcefully suppressing all enemies, obtaining the final opportunity, and then telling the two siblings that it was actually Fiki all along. That kind of resentment could only be enjoyed by him alone. You two shouldn't overly sympathize with Brother Jesus. Sometimes reality is cruel and can be very unpleasant, Carl kindly reminded after a moment. He privately sighed at his own kindness, unlike Sabine's cruelty where she knew everything but said nothing. Brother Carl, although we are good friends, don't you dare say anything bad about my idol. Don't blame me if I am not polite to you. Jacqueline waved her fists angrily. You can insult me, but not my idol. Hearing this, Carl was speechless and could only sigh inwardly. It's hard to be a good person these days. Meanwhile, Margaret and others agreed to Erevn's conditions, each issuing a death warrant against Brother Jesus under the name of their backing forces. This deal was simply not a loss. They had long hated Brother Jesus to the core when they were in Jean City, swearing to kill him. Now they were merely using their respective forces to hunt down and kill Brother Jesus, which wasn't much of a big deal. What's going on? The Yi family of Nanjing, the Corpse Escort sect, the Li family of 3 Stars, the Qianyi clan of Yamato, the Lin family, and the Puyang family of Western Eganurch's St. Sunrose have all issued a death warrant against Brother Jesus. As long as he dares to leave Jean City, they will ensure he has no place to bury his body. These people are shameless to the extreme, clearly wanting to oppress Brother Jesus, but instead coming back to hunt him down. There's no help for it. Brother Jesus is currently weak and cannot match them. If he were at the same realm, killing them would be like cutting watermelons with an indestructible sword, easily suppressing them. Pity Brother Jesus can only cultivate in Jean City. That way, his cultivation speed will be far inferior to those villains searching everywhere for treasures. Besides, there's the demon chain blocking his cave abode, estimating he will hardly have a chance to rise in this life. Countless people who were always paying attention to the Jews Hegu situation felt uneasy upon seeing the news of the top search term, the 6 major forces issuing a death warrant against Brother Jesus. After reading the content of the message and understanding their sinister intentions, they couldn't help but feel angry. It was truly difficult for someone like Brother Jesus, who stood out on his own and took the world as his responsibility, to rise up. These family forces would not allow such people to rise. They would choose to annihilate them completely. The 6 major forces ignored the angry messages left by those online and the top trending message, "Stay strong, Brother Jesus. Accept our tips and strive to become stronger by purchasing resources." Without life and death trials, it's like creating something in isolation. Even with countless resources, one cannot break free from the demon chain shackles, comprehend the true essence of cultivation, and advance into the divine sea realm. This is a universally acknowledged truth among the currently awakened. Otherwise, why would the heirs of families rich enough to rival nations be seeking opportunities and striving for transformations everywhere? Deep down, everyone hoped that the Brother Jesus who faced threats with suppression and strong resistance would once again make bold statements. They would do their best to push it to the top trend and tip money to him. But from beginning to end, that Brother Jesus, who never compromised, seemed unable to persist under such pressure, and astonishingly chose silence for the first time. That restriction on accepting tips made them sympathize with the young man under the windcoat. Perhaps not accepting tips was his last act of defiance. Soon after, another hot search climbed to the top. It was a petition asking Weibo officials to unilaterally lift the tipping restrictions so they could tip Brother Jesus directly. If not for the official Jean City Awakened organization also rejecting tips like Brother Jesus, they wouldn't have resorted to such helpless measures. Chapter 152 Alicia. Is Brother Jesus really that powerful? I only went to the Qinling Mountains for a little over 10 days, yet it feels like he has become more famous than Alicia and Aisha. Does he own the Weibo trending list or what? Whenever he wants to be on it, he's right there. Nova stared at the first and second most trending topics on her phone's Weibo page, shocked. After practicing in the Qinling Mountains for over 10 days and receiving a call from Carl asking her to come over, she immediately rushed here. Though she had heard of Brother Jesus, she had been too busy enhancing her strength and competing with those who came to the Jews Hagar area. Every time someone mentioned Brother Jesus, Carl would instantly turn sullen, leaving her not fully aware of Brother Jesus's deeds and influence. Xian, don't look at those. He's just an unreliable troublemaker. Carl knew well that Nova and Fiki did not get along ever since they met, often arguing with each other. Had it not been for this, it wouldn't have reached the point where at 10 years old, she vowed to cut off Fiki's manhood. If she were to later learn the truth, this seemingly innocent, but actually cunning little demoness would resent him till death. With good intentions, he warned her. But before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the fierce gaze of Jacqueline. Brother Carl, you're just envious, blatantly jealous that Brother Jesus is better than you, more influential. Don't end up like Sister Yu Yao. When people are envious, jealousy can aid in cultivation, but your jealousy only shows your narrow-mindedness. Jacqueline rolled her eyes and patted Carl on the shoulder in an earnest manner, then ignored him completely as she turned to Nova. Xian, you are really out of touch. If I didn't know you dislike looking at online news and prefer immersing yourself in practice, I would have thought you're from another planet. You actually don't know the name of my idol, Brother Jesus? Let me enlighten you. Then, Jacqueline eloquently recounted Brother Jesus's heroic feats like a treasure trove full of stories. Amazement shone in Nova's beautiful eyes, and she eventually exclaimed, "Holy crap, I originally thought he was nothing more than a troublemaker, never imagining how impressive he truly is. Lucien, I've decided, from now on he will be my idol too. Brother, stop being petty about him surpassing you. Focus on cultivating harder. Being consumed with jealousy every day will only make people look down on you." Carl felt his heart flounder in the wind. How could he possibly be jealous? He was always the epitome of excellence and greatness, okay? Humph. So what if he has millions of supporters? In the face of true power, they are as fragile as ants, powerless. Ariv watched their 6 major forces trending topic instantly overtaken by 2 topics related to Brother Jesus. Bitter frustration, anger, and jealousy welled up inside him as he coldly scoffed. The other 5 also wore grim expressions. After all, they previously had batches of loyal fans. Now, they had betrayed them all, turning towards this mysterious Brother Jesus camp. They cursed at them, saying it was their greatest mistake ever to admire them before. Looking at these messages serves no benefit, it's merely a swarm of ants making a fuss. Tracy's exquisite face was icy cold. Furious, her body shook as she said in a frigid voice, Yehia, now that the Buddha Tower is nearly fully exposed, bring out the items you obtained to open the Buddha Tower. Lin Jiuhe and the others also agreed with Tracy's opinion. These comments weren't enough to harm them. Moreover, wasn't it because Brother Jesus feared the power of their 6 forces that he didn't even dare to speak indirectly online? Before, Brother Jesus showed no fear in the confrontation among young generations. But when they involved the backing forces behind them, Brother Jesus, having no background whatsoever, could only tremble in terror. Buzz. Yehia nodded slightly, waving his hand, invoking a loud dragon roar into the sky. Then, the blue dragon's phantom image above Yehia's head rose up with red blood energy. Its eyes released golden Buddhist light. Transform. Yehia shouted, causing the eyes to transform immediately. The golden Buddhist light gradually dimmed, evolving under an ample supply of energy into points of light emitting stellar glow around the eyeballs. In an instant, the eyeballs appeared surrounded by stars, sparkling in space, corresponding with the relic born from the passing of an unparalleled monk on top of the Buddha Tower, causing the tower to shake, cracks appearing in the earth, beams of peaceful light emerging from the fissures. Snap! From a hidden clump of grass came the soft sound of clenched teeth. Such a sound could hardly attract attention amidst the horrifyingly massive noises surrounding the Buddha Tower. Yehia, I swear I will see you dead. Fiki took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself, suppressing his rage, speaking through gritted teeth. Chapter 153. Nanjing University. Everything happening now was indeed as he had predicted. The golden Buddha tears that had merged with Phyllis's eyes were related to the second prophecy concerning the brilliance of the stars. Yehia and the people from the coffin-moving sect used the most vicious methods. With Phyllis still conscious, they first poured poison into her eyes before cruelly gouging out her eyeballs, ensuring all the essence of the golden Buddha tears could be forced out. Finally, they definitely needed Phyllis's blood to make the 2 eyeballs respond fully, achieving resonance with the relic at the spire, reaching its peak state. Fiki knew clearly that Phyllis wasn't dead yet. In Yehia's group's eyes, she still had value to be exploited. Therefore, Fiki forced himself to remain calm, suppressing his impulse and waiting for Phyllis to appear. At the same time, under Yehia's eye signal, 2 peak early divine sea realm experts from the coffin-moving sect pulled out a girl who wore a white shirt washed pale, patched up in several places, and stained with dark red blood. The girl was none other than Phyllis. At this moment, she was barely breathing, incredibly weak, on the brink of death, looking as if she might die at any moment. Blood sacrifice to the Buddha Eye. The 2 early-stage divine sea realm powerhouses from the coffin-moving sect waved their calligraphy brushes, drawing 2 red mystical runes in the air, bellowing. The mystical runes flew into the empty sockets of Phyllis's eyes from which her eyeballs had been dug out, where blood flowed. Drops of blood containing Phyllis's life essence were extracted and dripped into the eyeballs, emitting golden Buddha light. Instantly, the Buddha pagoda shone brilliantly, transforming at an increasingly rapid pace. Yehia, stop. Stop consuming her life essence. Carl recognized the real face of Phyllis after her eyeballs were removed and immediately panicked, roaring madly. Then he charged towards Yehia like an arrow released from a bow, determined to prevent Yehia's actions. Although he wasn't close to Phyllis, he also knew this kind-hearted girl. She came from a poor area and studied her way into Nanjing University. Through hard work and education, she changed her fate but abandoned a promising future to come teach in Juzhegu. She was someone all students of Nanjing University took pride in, yet now faced such a tragic end. How could he possibly control his emotions? Don't overestimate yourselves. Your alliance of the Gu family and Qin family can't threaten me now. Yehia looked coldly at Carl and others who were following him and laughed at the others. Everyone, I am opening this Buddha pagoda. If they interrupt me, it won't open. Think about the consequences. If you don't want to open it either, my 6 major forces will not stop them. Despicable. Carl and 3 others stared fiercely at Yehia, secretly hating him. Yehia's words undoubtedly pushed them to the opposite side of everyone else. Brother Carl, let's think of the bigger picture. That woman's Buddha eyes have been taken out. She's useless now. There's no need to ruin this great opportunity just for a useless person. Inside, thousands of monks chant scriptures, harboring unparalleled opportunities. None of us wants to miss it, said a youth in purple robes, as refined as jade, with a faint smile, glancing coldly at Phyllis, covered in blood and in dire condition, then smiling. Hope you consider the big picture. Sacrificing one person is worth it for our collective fortune. Right, this situation is settled. The Buddha eyes are separated from her body and resonate with the relics in the pagoda. Even if placed back in her eyes, it wouldn't help. Let us seize this chance. We can negotiate with Yehia to spare her life and give her some treasures as compensation. My family in the Northwest Huang clan won't agree to halt the opening of the pagoda. To continue would make you enemies with all of us. Before Carl and others could reach Yehia, those around them stepped forward, eyeing Carl and his party warily. If Carl and company dared to take another step to try and stop Yehia, they would act without hesitation. After all, the great opportunities inside the pagoda were right before them, and they wouldn't abandon everything for a crippled, useless woman. In front of their interests, they knew clearly what mattered more. The people of the Gu and Qin families, while our clans may clash, I support you on this matter. A stout, extravagantly dressed young man with a pot belly stood out from the crowd, laughing loudly. I, Darren, thought I was shameless enough, but never imagined you lot to be even more so. Ignoring that girl, just because she is weak? But I tell you, a weak person's life is still a life. Drake, you? Carl stared incredulously at the fat man whom he had once despised so much that he found it dirty to even stand next to him. Qian Fatso was also a student at Nanjing University. At school, he would always drive his Maybach sports car ostentatiously when trying to date younger female students or beautiful teachers, flaunting his wealth. Once, Qian Fatso shamelessly tried to pursue a junior in the finance department and was caught and beaten by Fiki and Carl, who couldn't bear to see it, thus forming a deep grudge between them. Moreover, Qian Fatso's family, the Qian family from Suzhou Hangzhou, often had commercial frictions with the Gusu Gu family and Qin family's business alliances, making them mutually disdainful for a long time. So, Carl and others did not expect Qian Fatso to risk offending everyone and infringing on their interests just to help them now. I am also a student of Nanjing University. What mottos and spirited oaths. I've long forgotten them. I'm an unscrupulous person, and most girls I go after end up falling into my hands. But I never force anyone. I believe people should still have a moral bottom line. Darren casually picked his nose and shouted at those people. I want to protect Phyllis because I respect her. She is the purest person I know. Of course, she doesn't know me. I've only seen her in the school newspaper. But that doesn't stop me from stepping forward. After being a rogue all my life, I finally want to do something meaningful. Chapter 154. Rise Against Adversity. Carl didn't say a word, merely nodding quietly, his aversion to Jared completely gone. Sometimes, only in critical moments can one truly see the essence of a person. Those who stood up against them appeared righteous on the surface, but now showed themselves to be less commendable than Jared, who was seen as a scoundrel by the public. Everyone could see that their intention was merely to prevent Yehia from using Phyllis's life essence to refine the Buddha Eye any further, saving her life. After all, the Buddha Eye had already been refined and no longer belonged to Phyllis. Yet they still worried that the process would affect the resonance between the Buddha Eye and the relic at the spire, choosing to sacrifice Phyllis's life to protect their short-term interest in entering the pagoda. Yehia, leave a way out for others. It's too extreme to treat lives like grass. Stop now and spare that girl. At least don't take more of her blood or deplete her life force to nourish the Buddha Eye. I have a heart orchid here that can help with the refinement of the Buddha Eye. Yes, don't harm the innocent too much. A few others came forward to support Carl and his group, shouting. Even though chaos suddenly struck their youthful lives, those who grew up in peaceful times couldn't bear to witness Phyllis's suffering. Of course, even if some people stood up for them, their numbers were vastly outnumbered by those who opposed them. With a wave of his hand, Yehia caused the golden Buddha Eye, refined by Phyllis's life essence, to emit boundless energy fluctuations. He hovered in the air before Carl and the others, looking down at them as if born above. I will refine it. What can you do? Yehia said indifferently. Incompetence can only lament. Carl, you are no longer worth my attention. Your strength is too weak. We'll settle the grudge on Mount Amei after I gain the opportunity within the pagoda. You. Carl was enraged, wanting to rush forward to fight. But cold-faced individuals blocked his path, not allowing them to take another step. As Yehia lightly tapped the green dragon gate, the two bizarre runes extracting Phyllis's life essence responded from afar, causing her breath to weaken to the brink once more. Her long black hair instantly turned white, and her once smooth skin developed countless wrinkles, making her look like an old woman on the verge of death. What use is anger? Yehia sneered, finding an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in seeing the frustration and powerlessness of Carl and Jacqueline, who had once stood against him atop Mount Amei. It was as if that mysterious youth in the Windbreaker, whom he had repeatedly defeated and chased away, was now helpless before him. Trampling over these people before ascending to the peak of martial arts was his greatest enjoyment. To oppose Yehia is to oppose the 5 major forces. Do you think you're worthy? Margaret and others also moved forward, looking down at Carl and his group. If not for the imminent opening of the pagoda and not wanting to waste energy fighting them, Hampton and Nova would have already taken action as they were among the strongest here. If not for avoiding a lose-lose situation and letting others reap the benefits, they would have acted long ago. Margaret added, want to save her? Break through the blockades then. The majority standing on our side proves we are on the just side. You, descendants of prestigious families, mingle with someone like Stevie, truly pitiful. I will personally collect blood debts from each of you afterward. None of them noticed a figure stepping on the shadow of gods and demons, moving at an unimaginable speed through the crowd of the corpse driver sect. Die. This person was Fiki, seizing this moment while Yehia and the others provoked and insulted Carl's group. The dragon seizing claw attacked unexpectedly, resonating with dragon bones and sinews, wrapping his arm in a terrifying golden dragon, determined to capture the 2 powerful corpse driver sect members who controlled the strange runes from behind. Who? These battle-hardened experts immediately sensed the danger as the golden dragon approached and roared in anger. Even though they quickly channeled their spiritual energy to form a formidable defensive barrier around their bodies to try to block Fiki's attack, it was futile. Carl didn't speak, merely nodding quietly, his aversion to Jared completely gone. Sometimes, only in critical moments can one truly see the essence of a person. Crack, crack. Fiki's strike was timed perfectly, with full preparation against the unaware, plus his terrifying physical strength. In an instant, he broke through the defenses of the 2, grabbed their necks, and snapped them. You. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with disbelief, for they saw someone who should not have appeared before them, actually appearing and instantly killing them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, their eyes were filled with ferocity. In their dying moments, their blood boiled, and a dull sound of sonic booms emanated from their bodies. Knowing they would surely die, they delivered their final blow, but not at Fiki who had killed them, rather at the nearly lifeless Phyllis. They knew all too well that Fiki, who was pursued by the 6 major forces and hidden in the dark, would risk everything for Phyllis's sake. Crack, crack. Their dying attacks all landed on Fiki's shoulder, shattering the dragon scales and splashing blood. The energy fluctuations here instantly caught the attention of the nearest strong corpse driver sect experts. Even Yehia and others subconsciously turned around the moment they sensed the strange runes and the golden Buddha losing connection, their pupils constricting, expressions drastically changing. Chapter 155. The Top Beauty of Jiangnan. It's fine now. Fiki activated the ancient technique of life and death, absorbing all the deathly aura and negative emotions from these two individuals. He endured the pain, channeling pure spiritual energy into Phyllis's body to barely stem the loss of her life essence, whispering softly. Phyllis, having lost her eyes and covered in blood with an extremely weak aura, rallied her spirit and said feebly, It's me. While carrying her and running madly, Fiki gently said, Hang on, I'm sorry I was late, but everything will be all right. You run. It's very dangerous. Phyllis forced out a breath, urging him hurriedly. In the next second, she exerted a slight force with her tender white fingers like jade, trying hard to push Fiki away, unwilling for him to fall into dire straits while rescuing her. This effort caused her, already weakened, to faint immediately. Is that you, Brother Devon? Yehia felt as if his heart would burst. In his wildest dreams, he never thought that Brother Devon, whom he had been thinking about day and night and believed would never leave Jincheng, shrinking like a mouse inside, would appear here, actually saving Phyllis right before his eyes. He wished he could slap himself. Thinking Phyllis's life essence extraction was almost complete and sufficient to activate the pagoda, he did not focus on her anymore, concentrating instead on humiliating Carl and others who were in anger. Who knew Phyllis would be the bait to lure out Brother Devon? This turtle hiding its head. He rushed fiercely in the direction where Fiki escaped. Christine Ag, Ilium, and others chased after Fiki like cats seeing a mouse, as if injected with adrenaline. Hell, what a formidable person. Really, he is damn formidable. Hampton, originally feeling depressed and furious, watched the scene and exclaimed, Sis, honestly, I never wanted a man as my idol, but now it seems I have no choice but to take Brother Devon as my idol. This guy is too tough, doing things I really like. Carl's pupils contracted slightly. He shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. You finally came. Since it's settled, let's fight together. Seeing the four people rapidly arrive before Yehia and others, determined to stop them. I'll also deal with this three-starly family thing. I hate most those who are prettier than me and show off. Although I will lose, with my tough skin, I should be able to withstand several attacks of the ancient spear. Drake also flew over like a flying ball, holding an ancient jade ruler, shouting loudly. Yehia, go chase Brother Devon. We will try to resolve these people quickly to help you. Christine Ag, with a cold gaze, looked at Nova sternly and quickly added, But I think you should be able to kill him easily, right? Yehia nodded seriously, looking at the figure of Fiki who was merely at the late cave realm stage, leaving behind a trail of blood. He sensed the opportunity to reclaim hell and wash away the endless humiliation once inflicted by Fiki was right in front of him. Although Fiki relied on ambushing two distracted Zhongshan school experts and got injured in the process, his strength was truly nothing before the current him. Wine. But as he sped along, getting closer to Fiki, a red umbrella blocked his path. The massive figure of Yehia was pushed back 2 steps upon hitting the red umbrella, glaring angrily at the one who released it. Before him stood a woman dressed simply but unable to conceal her perfect figure. Her flawless face like white jade, her ample chest, her slim waist, each was a gift from nature. The woman remained calm, as if nothing in the world could move her. Megan, the top beauty of Jiangnan. When she appeared, other beauties turned green with envy, and flowers paled in comparison. Megan, what do you mean? My Yi family has a good relationship with your Yin family. Please move aside. Yehia took a deep breath, controlling his emotions, growling lowly. I don't mean anything, just suddenly feel moody and want to fight you. Megan's expression remained unchanged, still appearing transcendent and calm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a wave of her hand, 8 more red umbrellas flew out. She lightly tapped the red umbrella surface, moving gracefully through the air like a dancing fairy. Array runes emerged, trapping the raging Yehia tightly in the center. Megan? Didn't the Yin family ally with the Lin family and Yi family to dominate Jiangnan? Why would she help Brother Devon? One must admit, Megan is indeed a genius. Although she only awakened during the recent spiritual awakening, her use of 9 red umbrellas in formation gives her an invincible stance among peers. But even if Yehia's peak combat power can no longer pursue Brother Devon, he is still in great danger. Those 6 major forces are not to be trifled with. There are more than 10 of them at the Mid-God Sea realm, especially that silver-haired old woman from the Zhongshan sect, who is said to be the successor of the Miao region's poison masters, capable of driving thousands of poison insects to track and kill silently. In this situation, we should choose to watch and wait. Although Brother Devon is indeed admirable, he is about to introduce Hege to vie for opportunities and must prepare for life and death battles. We cannot waste energy helping him. Megan's appearance made those observing everything unable to remain unmoved. Megan, do you really think you can stop me? Yehia's face was distorted with rage as he hissed, Everyone here, listen to me. Whoever wounds Brother Devon badly, I will give them half of the treasures my Yi family obtained from the pagoda in Jinling. Whoever kills Brother Devon, all of the Yi family's opportunities will belong to them. If I break this oath, my entire Yi family in Jinling will be wiped out. Upon hearing these words, many people who had chosen to remain uninvolved showed a greedy look in their eyes and began moving through the forest, trying to intercept Fiki's path. In an instant, Fiki found himself surrounded by countless pursuers. Chapter 156 Who else wants to kill me? Step forward. Barnaby, Alpha, take her and go. Conceal your presence well. Today, I want to see what makes these heroes of the Divine Sea Realm so special. Fiki came to the agreed location with the 3 brothers, handed Phyllis over to Barnaby, and urged them on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vast heavenly demon formation spanning 10 miles rose up in the woods, resonating with the demon-suppressing steel mark inside Fiki's body. The surging divine demonic aura spread throughout his body. He held the Tai-Bai sword in one hand, his gaze sweeping over this battlefield. Megan transformed 9 red umbrellas, gracefully confining Yehia within their formation, preventing him from escaping even a step. The weaker ones, Carl and Jacqueline, were covered in wounds. If not for the assistance of Nova and Hampton, they wouldn't have lasted so long. And there was that Chin Fatso from Jinling University, whom he and Carl had always looked down upon. He was being tossed around like a football by the handsome man of the 3 Starsley, barely using the ancient Jade Ruler to block the bronze spear attacks. His appearance was pitiful. Those subordinates of the 6 major forces who rushed here, along with those tempted by Yehia's promises, were all eyeing Fiki inside the heavenly demon formation, completely ignoring Barnaby as he fled with Phyllis. This made Fiki feel relieved. The longer he could hold them off, the safer Barnaby and the others would be. As for himself, he would find an opportunity later to escape using the advanced 8 steps of Heavenly Demon. The main effect of this Heavenly Demon formation was to produce a divine demonic aura which he could absorb to accelerate his speed. Brother Devon, today you can't escape. 10,000 poison insects devour every inch of his flesh. Suddenly, the old woman at the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm from the corpse-tending sect, her face shriveled, emitted green smoke from her entire body. She opened a black jar flowing with black blood, releasing an extremely putrid rotten smell. Centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, lizards, and toads crawled out, their paths leaving behind black blood that corroded all vegetation. These poison creatures grew larger as they absorbed the life essence of the plants. Before the Lingqi Fusu, revival of spiritual energy, ghouls had been a mystical species existing in the southwest mountain ranges of China, belonging to the ancient Miao region. Using 5 types of poison as the basis for raising goo insects, it required thousands to raise a single powerful goo insect, also known as a goo king. Following the 5 poison creatures were disgusting-looking goo insects oozing pus-like black liquid, each with unique forms. Some could fly, some could burrow underground, some had skin like green stone with astonishing defense. They approached Fiki from all sides. Meanwhile, the others also launched their own attacks against Fiki. I didn't want to use the chaotic devil technique again, but when born in chaos, one must cultivate the methods of chaos. Today, I will challenge you, this group of Divine Sea Realm garbage, with my Cave Mansion realm. Let chaos reign supreme and the sky be stained with blood. Seeing the dire situation, Fiki once again activated the chaotic devil technique, his black hair dancing wildly as he roared. When the dark prison dragon elephant skill reversed, he felt a soul-shaking pain through every bone and muscle in his body. The limit for the chaotic devil technique is 3 times. Each major realm can only use it 3 times. The 3rd time exceeds human limits, and only those with special bloodline constitutions can endure it. Fiki had no choice but to attempt the 3rd usage under duress. He firmly believed his current constitution was no weaker than those with special bloodlines. After all, he managed to condense the first 10,000 dragon elephant light patterns while breaking free from the demon chains. One cannot achieve greatness without going through madness. The 3 restraints on the dragon elephant cave released dark light, seemingly unbreakable. Bow! With a wave of his left hand, the tyrant bow formed from spine emitted boundless silver radiance, landing in his palm. Drops of demon blood mixed with the divine demonic aura from the heavenly demon formation made the tyrant bow appear extraordinarily eerie and terrifying. In this state, the tyrant bow exceeded Fiki's control. Previously, no specially crafted arrow could be strung on it. How could a divine artifact be touched by mere common materials? Kill! The old woman, inhaling the surrounding poison, mist coldly commanded. Countless centipedes and venomous snakes exploded, turning the area around Fiki into a death zone, continuously poisoning his body. Meanwhile, the terrifying goo insects grew larger, opening their bloody maws, determined to swallow Fiki, who seemed like an ant compared to them. Indeed, a middle-stage Divine Sea Realm expert was incomparably different from an initial stage 1. Just this move could easily slay Fiki if he hadn't used the chaotic devil technique. Whoosh! After enduring the infinite countershock force of the tyrant bow, which had damaged his internal organs and stirred up his chi and blood, the energy arrow finally formed perfectly on the bowstring and flew out in a magnificent arc. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunderstones, the gaping mouths of the goo insects were about to engulf the seemingly weak Fiki. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The netherworld cauldron, supported by divine might, emitted endless deep blue nether flames, swallowing all the goo insects and rampant venomous creatures into the cauldron with terrifying crackling sounds. No! The silver-haired old woman watched helplessly as countless goo insects were devoured. The silver arrow was piercing through the air towards her, and her eyes were filled with terror. Her expertise lay in goo poisons and insects, making her physical defense weaker than many initial-stage Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Facing this terrifying arrow alone, how could she not be terrified? Poochie! No matter how much fear she felt, or how much the people from the 6 major forces tried to intercept, it was futile. The silver arrow swept through space, leaving a trail of silver light, and finally pierced through her body, completely devouring the vitality within her. Who else wants to kill me? Step forward. Absorbing the killing intent from the silver-haired old woman, Fiki's weakened state began to recover. Though not at his peak, his gaze was cold and indifferent as he ignored those who wanted to kill him, roaring. In an instant, the space fell silent, and no one dared to move. Chapter 157, Creation. Although there were cultivators at the middle stage of Divine Sea among these people, none of them could make it onto China's dragon and tiger list, nor did they possess any extraordinary divine artifacts. Seeing that the highly troublesome silver-haired old woman had been instantly killed like this, all of them couldn't help but shiver with fear. This man was merely at the late-stage Grotto Mansion realm. Even if he expended life essence to cast that horrifying secret technique, how could he possibly kill the silver-haired old woman? They dared not move recklessly, for fear that Christopherge might still have enough strength left to release another arrow like before. Fiki stepped forward step by step, his gaze cutting across these people like a knife. With a swing of the Tai-Bai sword, he carved a sword mark on the now blackened earth, from which boundless sword intent emerged. Who dares cross this sword mark and fight me? A cold voice escaped from his lips. together with the strange scene behind him, where all insects and toxins had been incinerated by blazing flames now shining brightly, supported by divine and fiendish figures. The Yuming tripod, exuded endless power. Silence. An utterly dead silence. Whether it was those from the 6 major forces who had fallen into madness, or those who sought to slay Fiki for Yehia's promise, all fell silent and instinctively retreated dozens of steps. Anyone could see that Fiki was in a dire strait. The secret technique he used clearly had a time limit. Once it passed, in his weakened state, any divine sea realm cultivator present could kill the late-stage grotto mansion realm Fiki. But they feared that before Fiki became weak, he might drag them down as collateral damage in his madness. Why must I be so excellent? Why must I be so invincible? I just want to say that everyone here is trash. Even without this 3-foot sword, the invincible tyrant bow, or the supreme power to support the tripod, I can still dominate. Since you dare not come within 10 paces of me, why don't I come out to meet you? What do you say? Fiki gave a faint smile and spoke boldly. Thud, thud, thud. He took 3 continuous steps forward, yet no one dared to stand their ground. All retreated 3 steps backward. Wish. Throughout this process, Fiki utilized the dragon elephant grotto mansion to absorb the aura of life from the earth beneath his feet, recovering somewhat. Extending his dragon wings, he began fleeing frantically in one direction. If not for the fact that the life aura contained in the region where the sword mark lay had been contaminated by the toxic creatures of the silver-haired old woman, rendering it useless, he wouldn't have risked taking these 3 steps while these people were in a frenzy. Wanting to absorb some life aura to recover wasn't an easy feat either. Escaped. He actually escaped. In an instant, an unimaginable thought sprouted in everyone's mind. They really couldn't fathom how the Christophers who just boasted about dominating with nothing but a 3-foot sword, the invincible tyrant bow, and the ability to support the tripod could flee so ignobly the next second. Damn, Christophers, you're truly exceptional. You can even show off right before running away. I've decided that you're the only person more handsome than me who can show off and gain my approval. Montgomery, pursued particularly brutally by Kin with a bronze ancient spear, wiped the blood from his fat hand over his bloody lips and laughed wildly. But can you please pay attention to your image? Running away with your red underwear visible could tarnish the glorious image you've created. Shut up, fatty. Kin, seeing the failure of the encirclement, looked grim and angrily shouted. Don't tell me to shut up. Come catch your nephew. I heard the 3 Stars Princess is 13 this year, just blooming. Want me to sneak into her bedroom and give her unforgettable pleasure? Montgomery, despite adding 2 more wounds to his body, continued laughing as if the minor injuries meant nothing. He said, actually, everyone knows your place loves plastic surgery. If the 3 Stars Princess is a surgically made beauty, wouldn't I lose out? Hey, winged thing without feathers, let me solemnly inform you that I've abandoned your sister. Kill. Kin's originally handsome face twisted into a grotesque grimace. Infinite killing intent surged from his bronze ancient spear as he tried to impale the fatso, who looked plump yet slippery like an eel. Are you ashamed? My decision to abandon your sister is final. No matter what, I will never take her back. Your 3 Starsley family covets my unmatched beauty, but I won't let your plot succeed. Montgomery dodged a lethal spear strike and shouted. Don't think everything you shout belongs to South Korea, Dragon Boat Festival, Chinese language, etc. In reality, you are all clowns, and I am a man that your 3 Starsley family, and even the whole of South Korea, can never get. Great job, Montgomery. Though I didn't think much of you before, now I believe you're the bravest man in the world. Carl was also covered in blood, with dozens of sword wounds on his body, yet he laughed heartily. Don't let them provoke you. Quickly shake them off and chase after Brother Devon. Margaret had a face as cold as water and roared in anger. She could not fathom how Brother Devon, despite being surrounded, managed to escape in an eerie manner. Before leaving, those Japanese warriors she regarded as a symbol of honor, who were supposed to die without hesitation, kept retreating and did not dare to face Brother Devon's sharpness head-on. Carl watched Margaret and others, who were regaining consciousness and desperately trying to shake off these people. Coupled with the weakness from excessive bleeding that came deep from within his soul, he sighed inwardly. Fiki, you bastard, you must live. Didn't you always say you wanted to become bigger and stronger, to recreate glory? So I would only see your back all my life? Now is your chance to prove yourself. 3 minutes later, Margaret, Ilium, and Kin shook off those who were holding them back and followed the direction indicated by those who had pursued Fiki earlier, chasing after him. Brother Devon is indeed interesting, but whether he can survive depends on his own fortune. Megan, who was battling Yehia to a standstill, had a slight curve at the corner of her mouth and murmured softly, but why do I feel so familiar with him? Could it be an illusion because I know he awakened after taking Fiki's medicine? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of that forever carefree youth far away in Jingcheng. Perhaps no matter how much she wanted to forget, she couldn't forget that person. Though they dated for only 3 days, it was her first and only time in love. Those memories were always unforgettable. Chapter 158. A battle of 300 rounds. Run like mad. Fiki had no time to think about the battle behind him. He believed that with Hampton and Nova present, Tracy and Yehia would not dare to make things difficult for Carl and the others. As he faintly sensed the familiar yet terrifying auras of Tracy, Ilium, and Kin from behind, Fiki heard Hua Hua and Beverly's telepathic message, urging him to head for the snow mountain enveloped in white mist. Snow mountain? Are you sure? The power here is still accumulating and awakening, harboring boundless dangers. Entering it would be equivalent to certain death. Fiki replied telepathically, slightly taken aback. The waterfalls, colorful forests, and multicolored pools of Jushago have already undergone transformations and revivals, leaving no hidden perils. But this snow mountain has yet to revive, with its chaotic spiritual energies powerful enough to tear apart even a late sea god realm expert. Just like the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, Kunlun Mountains, Taihang Mountains, and other places, they have not yet revived deeply, concealing immense crises and many terrifying entities within. Those entities awakened during the first and second spirit revivals, but were suppressed by the 300,000 white-robed soldiers led by Shane, preventing them from roaming the world. Otherwise, China would have long been in turmoil like the rest of Earth. There's no mistake. Enter now. Hold on to the golden Buddha tears well. We've underestimated its mysterious nature, Hua Hua urged. Anyone who dares enter will die. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Fiki felt a surge of joy, knowing he could escape this predicament. Standing at the foot of the snow mountain, sword in one hand, he waited quietly for his pursuers. If they dared pursue him, they must be prepared to pay with their lives. The aftermath of his reverse chaos demon art was about to manifest. If he could kill some of them, absorbing their death chi would help him recover to face what lies ahead. Run, keep running, you trashy waste. Tracy, with her green lotus beneath her feet emitting verdant light, mocked as she looked at the mist-shrouded snow mountain behind Fiki. To her, Fiki was an ant trapped in her palm, unable to escape. Brother Devon, weren't you so arrogant in Jinqing? Now, you're covered in blood, looking like a heap of mud. Show some more courage. Even if the Son of Heaven himself came, he couldn't save you. Ken held an ancient spear, with a deep blue war armor covering his body, emitting sounds of ocean waves. This deep blue armor was found in the ruins of the legendary Atlantis from the west. When the sound of sea waves arose, it would weaken all attacks aimed at him, enhancing his combat power to the extreme. Though his tone was calm, filled with disdain for Fiki, Ken discreetly activated the deep blue armor, mindful of what happened to the mid-sea god realm silver-haired old woman from the corpse escort sect, not daring to let his guard down. The 6 major forces sealed off all of Fiki's escape routes, enjoying the feeling of catching fish in a barrel. Gentlemen, your efforts won't go unrewarded. When I use this golden Buddha tier to activate the hidden treasures of the Buddha Pagoda, which has 9 tiers, I suggest that only the young scions from noble families who arrive here should climb the top 5 tiers. The opportunities in the lower 4 tiers will be left for you to explore. Yehia proposed to the surrounding people who had chased Fiki for the sake of profit. Let our 6 major forces handle it now, okay? Their faces immediately changed, seething inside but not daring to protest. Yehia knew Brother Devon was at his wit's end, unable to survive, and immediately began to repay kindness with ingratitude. Everyone was aware that the higher the tier in a Buddhist pagoda, the richer the opportunities it contained. The lower levels might only have some mural treasures, but given the might of the 6 major forces, they could do nothing but watch. Yehia, you effeminate trash. Tracy, don't you want to avenge the Chinya family's blood feud? As for you, Kin, the 3 Starly family is full of bad elements, and you are their finest. Sweeping his sword towards these 3 peak experts, Fiki laughed aloud. Dare you enter the snow mountain with me for a battle of 300 rounds? Chapter 159. One flower blooms, all others wither. His windbreaker billowed, black hair danced wildly, and the Tai-Bai sword gleamed in the twilight as if it were daytime, its light cutting through space. Spraying out countless black demonic bloodstains from all over his body made Fiki look like a demon god returning from hell, his proud spirit unbending and never yielding. Snap. Seeing no one respond, Fiki stepped into the snow mountain shrouded in mist. The golden Buddha tear in his embrace emitted a warm current, dissolving the oppressive force radiating from the surrounding space. No effect? Everyone was stunned, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. One must understand, such unexplored mountains and rivers are extremely dangerous. This is a conclusion drawn by those who have traveled extensively in China and abroad. How could Arturo be an exception? A bunch of cowardly cowards and spineless rats. You boasted about wanting to kill me and issued 6 death warrants earlier. Now I am right in front of you, and you don't even dare to move. Truly disappointing. Fiki laughed maniacally, his dominance unmatched. All enemies in this world are but ants. Why am I alone so exceptional? Crack, crack, crack. Kin, Yehia, and Margaret approached with high spirits, believing that after escaping Carl and the others, they would relish humiliating Arturo. They envisioned Arturo kneeling before them, weeping bitterly like a lapdog, begging for mercy. But they couldn't have dreamed that even when forcing Arturo into a desperate situation, they still felt helpless and endured his disdain. That condescending gaze made them gnash their teeth in frustration and their muscles twitched. I'll go capture him. He's just a piece of trash. This snow mountain must be different from other places. Otherwise, even with unparalleled skills, he would have been dead already. Margaret's eyes were cold, green lotus petals beneath her feet emitting emerald light, and she angrily declared, holding her sword in one hand. It shone with a golden hue like blooming daisies, appearing ethereal as she unleashed mysterious sword techniques. Ha ha ha, you shameless bitch Qian Yilingong. Your sister Sheridan is dead, yet you want to marry Ilium, that despicable man pulled by 9 lizards. How shameless. Fiki rejoiced inwardly. It seemed he had a chance to suppress and kill Margaret, this persistent thorn in his side. Using the unique pressure of the snow mountain, he provoked her ruthlessly. Of course, your family being shameless is normal. Elder brothers loving sisters, younger sisters loving fathers, specializing in twisted, sickening love affairs. Swoosh. Margaret's sword cut through the sky like a dragon emerging from water, countless dazzling golden daisies blooming in the air. Daisy petals fell, leaving nothing but emptiness around. Stop it now. Don't let small things disrupt the grand plan. However, everything didn't go as Fiki had expected. Yehia blocked Margaret with the green dragon gate in hand, his voice low and deep. Members of the Yi family lead the way. Send the 10 weakest individuals from each of the 6 major powers to surround and annihilate Arturo. When they heard Yehia's order clearly, the people from the 6 major powers were taken aback. How could they not see that Yehia was sending them in as cannon fodder to test whether the snow mountain exerted any special pressure? Yet, looking at Kin, holding an ancient bronze spear coldly, instilled endless fear, forcing them forward despite themselves. I seriously suspect the 4 words, cowardly cloud rat, were created specifically for you, Yehia. You've missed every best opportunity to kill me. In Jingsheng, you ran around in fear. Now you're nearly a realm above me, and you're still afraid. Fiki decided to provoke Yehia one last time, sitting on a blue stone, shaking his head with disdain. Alas, blame only my excellence. As long as I exist, I can scare the likes of you into not daring to feel anything called courage. Silence. Yehia sneered silently, ignoring Fiki's provocation, firmly restraining Margaret. In his heart, success and failure determined everything else as mere fleeting clouds, unworthy of mention. Courage and fervor would become the greatest weaknesses. Arturo had courage and passion, yet isn't he now reduced to facing imminent death, a pitiful end? Thud, thud, thud. As the weakest cave-dweller realm late-stage and Sea of Gods realm early-stage cultivators from the 6 major powers attempted to capture Fiki, he retreated fully into the mist-covered snow mountain range. This scene emboldened these individuals to step forward, but a strange sight unfolded. Fiki, having vanished into the mist, appeared behind them, walking the unfathomable Tiamat 8 steps, wielding the power brought by Nirvana Devil Art with one hand, amplifying the netherworld cauldron infinitely. The shadow of deities coiled around the colossal cauldron. The heavy force emanating from the cauldron collided with these 60 individuals. With my cauldron, one flower blooms, all others wither. Fiki roared as he fused the essence of the first move of the Green Emperor sword art, one thought, one flower blooms, into the netherworld cauldron. Since ancient times, the Ding, cauldron, has been a symbol of supreme authority. In ancient times, the 9 Dings were used to divide and govern the 9 provinces of China. Whether it is the gentlemanly sword or the dominant saber among the 18 types of weapons, all would pale in comparison before the weighty might of the Ding. One flower blooms, all others wither. Whenever the heavy Ding displays its power, all weapons become useless, marking an ultimate killing move. Piercing screams erupted from the mouths of these 60 individuals. Some were struck by the heavy cauldron, while others, in their frantic retreat, entered the mist-covered snow mountain range, only to be crushed by the terrifying pressure, turning into pools of blood. Chapter 160. Wishing to be less outstanding in the next life. On their deathbed, these people stared at Fiki with incredulous eyes as his black hair danced wildly. They couldn't believe this was real. They had clearly seen that when half of Fiki's body entered the mist earlier, nothing happened. But why did the arm entering this space lead to them being crushed by pressure? In their dying moments, their pupils constricted tightly, filled with deep regret. This guy was simply not human but a demon. After absorbing the death chi of these people, Fiki felt like his body was on the verge of bursting. Although the ancient technique for killing and reincarnation was terrifying, the extent to which it absorbed death chi and converted it into killing intent to enhance combat power and restore physical condition was limited. Among these people were over 40 early-stage Sea of Gods realm experts, naturally reaching his upper limit. I said you were all trash and couldn't kill me. Fiki sat on a broken log within the mist, speaking indifferently. For a moment, Yehia, Christinag, and Adamir's faces turned ashen, gritting their teeth hard but unable to say a word. They could see that Fiki's physical state was deteriorating to an extreme, about to reach the brink of collapse. Clearly, just a 100-meter flight away, one finger would be enough to kill Fiki, yet none dared to act recklessly. The gruesome deaths of those people earlier weren't due to Fiki's attacks, but because of the terrifying pressure from the mysterious mountainous terrain that killed them outright. Pada pada pada. Meanwhile, the backlash from the chaotic demon power came upon him, bringing unimaginable pain that pierced to the bone. Coupled with the inability to quickly convert the death chi absorbed from those people using the essence of the ancient technique, this agony became even more intense. Even with Fiki's resilient mind, he couldn't help but twist his face in agony, involuntarily letting out painful groans. But he knew very well that after such suffering, his condition would remarkably improve. However, the 3 magic chains binding him would become extraordinarily solid, making it almost impossible to tear them apart. His now bloodshot eyes looked at Yehia and others who were quietly waiting for him to die, and a thought arose. He needed to pretend to be dead. Now that everyone knew he had arrived at Juzhegu, any appearance would make him a public enemy. Everyone would know he possessed something divine within him that could counteract the undisclosed pressure of the snowy mountains. Greedy people would do anything to kill him. Though some might help him out of righteousness, most would target him. Pretending to be dead was undoubtedly the best method. No one would suspect a dead man to resurrect, and with the assistance of the green-robed goddess's anklet and the silk ribbon, he could perfectly conceal his presence, becoming someone else for his own benefit. Flesh retreats, fuse into the dragon bone. Fiki made up his mind and began moving immediately. With a mental command, surging waves of killing intent entered the flesh dragon bone, leading to a bizarre scene. The skin on his face and hands began developing countless wrinkles as the flesh entirely merged into the initial dragon bone. Ha ha ha, I thought you were so capable. In the end, you're still a waste. The thing inside you merely delays being suppressed by the great force of the snow mountain, but you can't escape being crushed. Hurry up and come out to meet your doom. Adamir's twisted, enraged face now laughed like a daisy as he ridiculed without restraint. Yehia's frowning forehead relaxed. Finally seeing his greatest threat dying must have been the world's greatest joy. Yehia, thank you. Christinag immediately thanked Yehia. I promise I will fulfill my commitment. When the secrets of the snow mountain are unveiled and there's no longer suppression, I'll help you bring Devon's body back. She felt all her pent-up anger dissipate, revealing a radiant smile like basking in springtime. Is brother Devon really going to die? Better if he does. Otherwise, with how terrifying he is, if he escapes, those of us who surrounded him will face his bloodiest revenge. At first, I worried he could ignore the snow mountain's pressure. Now I see I overthought it. I can finally sleep soundly. He's a demon, unfit to exist in this world. All those who pursued him felt relief in their chests, sighing. Only sending such a terrifying enemy to hell could give them peace of mind. Crack crack crack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fiki, who seemed to have turned into a corpse, started moving, producing chilling sounds of bones colliding. He took out his phone and activated the live stream from China. Since he was putting on a show, it had to be comprehensive, convincing everyone that he was dead. Otherwise, if his body disappeared later, the suspicious Yehia would definitely doubt that he hadn't died. This person was too terrifying. No matter how enraged or crazy, he always remained rational. To secretly deal with Yehia, he had to be extremely cautious, allowing no room for error. Even the slightest misstep could lead to an irreversible, desperate situation, separating life and death. When the whole world confirms to Yehia that he is truly dead, it would undoubtedly ease his vigilance. Of course, he also wanted the world to know of a kind-hearted girl named Phyllis in this world. Her tragic fate was bound to make the world despise these 6 major forces. He must announce that he would seek revenge for Phyllis. This was a stance, a resolution. He would not let this matter rest so easily. What's going on? Wasn't Brother Devon in Jinqing? Why are there traces of snow mountains behind him? My goodness, is this really Brother Devon? How could he end up like this? It's impossible. This can't be him. He is so majestic and great, so adept at creating miracles. Brother Devon, this must be a joke you're playing, right? Chapter 161. Winds, Flowers, Snow, and Moon. It's me. Seeing countless messages appear in an instant, the concern conveyed between the lines moved Fiki immensely. Although most of the major families and financial tycoons who came to Jushegu would sacrifice anyone's life for their interests and wouldn't hesitate to kill him, this did not make him lose hope or become dispirited. He knew these people from powerful families had been raised as inheritors of family wealth from a young age, learning the philosophy that benefits come first. For profit, they could do anything. Fiki placed his true hopes on those who received advanced education in China before the awakening of spiritual energy. They were sincere and passionate, simple and adorable, possibly doing unreliable things at times. But in the face of real danger, they would show astonishing courage. Just like Alistair, whom Fiki once despised immensely, even feeling ashamed to attend Jinling University with him. Chen was lazy, lustful, and domineering, yet never failed when it mattered most. He would not lose his love for this world due to a minority's hostility, because he firmly believed that most people in this world were kind, especially the Chinese people. It's really Brother Jesus. When people heard Fiki's hoarse voice during the live stream, they instantly shed tears. Though no one had ever seen Brother Jesus's real appearance, the exposed skin indicated he was a youth, a fiery youth with a grand vision. But now, the person in the live stream appeared emaciated, thinner than someone already half buried in the earth, his breath faint. Yuk-Kalang and others with sharp senses wore bright smiles. To them, Fiki's live stream just before death was the best prize for their victory, because everything was their masterpiece. The anger, resentment, and sadness online confirmed their triumph. This was their declaration that the aristocratic families and financial tycoons must not be insulted, and most people born as ants were destined to remain ants their entire lives. Even if they managed to awaken evolution through sheer luck, they could only submit under the feet of genuine dragons and phoenixes like themselves, wagging their tails and begging for mercy, waiting for their favors. Is it really you? Brother Jesus, how did it come to this? Why did it happen this way? The comment section turned gloomy, filled with questions from deep within. Wasn't Brother Jesus supposed to be developing quietly in Jinqing, living well? Why had he fallen to such a state in such a short time? In front of the pagoda, Carl and others paused to rest and saw this live stream amidst others' exclamations, their faces turning grave. Carl took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. Are you really going to die? I don't understand why you are so willing to take risks. Take a good rest, don't push yourself too hard. Can't you wait until you're strong enough to act? It seems I'll never surpass you in my lifetime. He couldn't help recalling the days at Jinling University when he was completely suppressed in competition, and the times on Mount Amei when he was deceived by Fiki. Endless nostalgia rose in his heart. If you die, I will strive to avenge you. Initially, he didn't quite understand why Elijah was content being second best globally, as Elijah's strength wasn't inferior to Shane, the Chinese war god. Now he understood. Some people were truly extraordinary. Maybe one could catch up in strength, but their various actions left others far behind, feeling ashamed. Why did my idol turn out like this? Yehia, Leah, Kin, you all will pay dearly for your actions. Jacqueline's eyes were full of fury and hatred as she roared. She couldn't understand why someone like Brother Jesus would end up in such a miserable situation. Brother Jesus obtained a thread of the Alita's fortune on Mount Amei, but chose to bless China rather than use it for himself, hoping everyone in China could be outstanding. But now, he was driven to the brink of death by mostly Chinese nationals, helpless against the relentless depletion of his vitality by the snow mountain's pressure. Alicia and Hampton remained silent. They had awakened earlier than Carl and Jacqueline and better understood the cruelty of the world. Survival of the fittest. Sometimes it wasn't about being cold-blooded but reality, forcing them to be so. Moreover, these people cultivated by the noble families and financial tycoons were essentially profit-driven, a fact they had long realized. They were sad about Brother Jesus's impending death but felt powerless to change anything. Under the setting sun, Megan stood atop a towering green tree, holding a red umbrella in her delicate hands, gazing into the distance towards the snow-capped mountains, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Is he really going to die? A rare wave of sorrow emerged in her heart, and she murmured softly. Even she couldn't explain where this feeling came from. As if in Jesus' brother she saw the shadow of a young man who once tried to chat her up on Westlake by quoting, "In books you can find beauties and wealth." Fiki's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a faint smile. There was once a girl who came from Dali ancient city, famous for its winds, flowers, snow, and moon. There's Shangguan flower, Shaguan wind, Tsang mountain snow, and Irai moon. She said that while Tsang mountain is covered with snow year-round, living outside the ancient city, she had only seen snow once in her life. Her family was poor, unlike children in the city who could eat all kinds of health supplements, attend various tutoring classes, and play with all sorts of toys. Her grandfather wanted to marry her off at 15, saying raising a daughter was ultimately just throwing money away. The dowry should be used to get his son a wife. Fortunately, she had enlightened parents who would rather work harder, plant more crops, to support her education. She always believed in what everyone knows but few persist with. Education changes destiny. Finally, she was admitted to Jinling University, studying hard while working part-time, often having just 2 steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables for a meal. At 1.6 meters tall, she weighed only 72 pounds. Finally, she made it. Upon graduation, she received a high-paying offer from China Bank's campus recruitment, but she turned it down to come here to Juzhegu to teach, just to pass on the belief that education can change one's fate to the children. But things didn't go as wished. Many children here can't even speak Mandarin well, let alone learn profound knowledge. But she never gave up, working even harder to take care of the children, mending their torn clothes, binding beautiful book covers for them. Whenever she contacted me, she would always send photos of Juzhegu's magnificent beauty, never mentioning how hard life was here. Fiki spoke slowly, picturing Phyllis's smiling face and her determined gaze in his mind. The sight of her eyes being cruelly gouged out and her life essence drained would haunt him forever. He wanted the whole world to know about this girl who once dedicated her youth to the world but was treated so cruelly by reality. Chapter 162, A Tremendous Lie. Silence. The people in the comments section fell silent. They knew that Big Brother Jesus' downfall was closely related to the girl in this story. To be kind-hearted all one's life, and yet be cruelly treated by reality is the greatest sorrow of mankind. Later, the vitality between heaven and earth revived, and monsters roamed the mountains. She was fortunate enough to hide with many villagers inside a Buddhist pagoda emitting auspicious Buddha light, so no one was hurt. Until one day, a group of corpse-leading sect members who were chased by monsters fled into the Buddhist temple, and she treated their wounds with herbs. But because she had golden Buddha eyes, she was discovered by the members of the corpse-leading sect, who took her away, gouged out her eyes, and handed her over to a scoundrel named Yehya, using her life essence as a sacrifice to refine the golden Buddha eyes, just to open a secret treasure hidden within a Buddhist pagoda. There are too many people in the world who repay kindness with ingratitude, but there are few like those from the corpse-leading sect, and even fewer like the despicable Yehya. To save her, I have fallen into the abyss of death. I have no regrets. I only wish reality would treat someone like her well. I regret only that heaven owes me 1,000 years. If there is another life, I wish to borrow another 1,000 years from heaven. 500 years spent growing up in a world of swords and shadows, another 500 years spent slaying all enemies, distributing the fate bestowed by heaven upon the world. None of these worthless and unfeeling bastards will escape my sending them into the 9 netherworlds, never to be reborn. While we live, we must say goodbye eventually. In the next life, see you in the world of swords and shadows. Fiki's gaze was sharp, staring directly at those people not far from Yehya, his eyes cold as if he wanted to kill them with his stare. Big Brother Jesus, don't. Corpse-leading sect, Yi family of Nanjing, Li family of Samsung, Lin family of Jiangnan, Huang family of the West, Thousand Li family, you wait for me. Since heaven does not wish to grant Big Brother Jesus 1,000 years, we are still alive. When I grow strong, I will raid the ancestral lands of these 6 major forces and avenge Big Brother Jesus. I, Bradley, ranked 9th on China's Dragon Tiger list, received 1/1,000,000th of the fortune granted by Big Brother Jesus. When I return from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, I will never rest until I have dealt with all who besieged Big Brother Jesus. Such an extraordinary figure, yet his farewell ends here. What a tragedy. In the next life, no matter what, I shall follow you and fight alongside you against all who are ungrateful and traitorous. Watching Fiki's unwavering eyes grow dim, his emaciated head drooping lifelessly, the nation burst into mourning. Only now did they truly understand what had happened in Juzhegu. A hero's farewell, ending in darkness. What a tragic outcome. Yehya, Margaret, Ken, I'll kill you all, you wait. Carl's eyes turned red, roaring skyward in rage. Everyone watched Carl in shock, never expecting him to react so intensely. Especially Novak, who was familiar with him, was utterly surprised. In her memory, though Carl might feel sorrow over a hero's bitter end, he would not lose composure. After all, even though Carl awakened later than others, his mature mindset, unyielding perseverance, and unwavering determination made him highly anticipated within the Gu family, groomed as the heir apparent. Deep within the snowy mountains, wearing a plain dress, Emo Jiuyao ignored the bone-chilling cold and endless pressure of the terrain as she paused, muttering, "Are you really dead? It shouldn't be like this." Her mind flashed with such thoughts. Zhang Juyao's high praise for the mysterious Big Brother Jesus and his previous deeds suggested he shouldn't die like this. Whether you're dead or not, the Tai-Bai sword spirit belongs to you. I'll take it back for you. Emo Jiuyao continued walking deeper into the snow-covered mountains where numerous powerful figures from different places gathered, none comparable to Yehya at all. The contention for the Tai-Bai sword spirit was far more complicated than imagined. She had a hunch that Big Brother Jesus wouldn't die. Although this intuition defied reality, after all, entering the snowy mountains with late-stage grotto realm strength should result in certain death. Yet, she faintly felt that someone as special as Big Brother Jesus wouldn't die so helplessly and pitifully. Otherwise, his last words before dying would hold no meaning. Ruins of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Brother! Monica cried out helplessly, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Fiki looking gaunt and ultimately lowering his head weakly, she felt her heart shatter. Lin, Alyssa, and Sabine also shed tears continuously, clenching their fists and vowing never to rest until they avenged Fiki. While Margaret and Ken gloated over the mournful posts online, Yehya finally felt relieved. Let's go. It will probably take some time to cultivate the golden Buddha eyes and open the Buddhist pagoda. This time, the process of killing Brother Jesus was a joint effort by our 6 major forces. I hope we continue to cooperate smoothly. Yehya flashed a brilliant smile and said heartily, Fox, you stay behind with 10 men to keep a constant watch on his body. If there's the slightest mishap, commit suicide as an apology. Chapter 163, Gil. Immediately after, a towering azure dragon composed of formidable energy emerged from the azure dragon gate in his hand, plunging into the mist-shrouded snow mountain, beginning to swallow clouds and exhale mists. The toxic mists, like decaying bone poison, began to gather around Fiki, causing the dead body that appeared lifeless to emit continuous faint sounds as it was squeezed by the energy. Only then did Gerald completely put his mind at ease and leave with everyone else. After this incident, Margaret developed admiration for Gerald. Such a cautious approach suited survival best in these chaotic times. With the steadfast support of the corpse escort sex Heidi, Gerald had become a pivotal figure among the 6 major factions leaders. Brother, isn't young Master Yi overthinking it? That Windbreaker brother has been killed, yet he still assigns us to stay here. We all know the peaceful Buddha light emitted during the gradual revival of the pagoda can greatly benefit our physical constitution. A board member of the Yi family left behind muttered. Fox nodded bitterly and murmured, "Stop complaining. After the deaths of those 10 people, our strength is the weakest. Besides, how dangerous could the pagoda be? Only those peak fighters who haven't surpassed the power level set by Lord Elijah from the young generation of China's Dragon Tiger list and other countries will come. Although it's boring here, and we won't see any zombies rising, at least we won't die. Once we return to the Yi family, there will be substantial rewards." Upon hearing this, the 10 people immediately ceased their complaints. Some played on their phones, others gamed, while some practiced martial arts. The most vigilant among them, Fox, no longer paid attention to Fiki's corpse, focusing instead on his cultivation. Crack. What they didn't see was the blood-dried corpse, seemingly dead, reopening its eyes, its gaze sharp. Fiki picked a red flower from Hell's Shore within the Netherworld and began refining it with the Underworld tripod. The red flower was condensed from living souls, ensuring they never achieved nirvana, carrying abundant death chi within. With the aid of the Underworld tripod, it could reshape the flesh, though this body wouldn't be as miraculous as a zombie puppet from the corpse escort sect. Though it couldn't possess consciousness or combat ability, it could easily pass as a desiccated corpse. Sizzle. Fiki was fortunate he had never revealed his true appearance. Thus, even if there were minor flaws in the refined corpse, it wasn't a big issue. 10 minutes later, without the 11 noticing, he swapped the Windbreaker onto the skeleton and hurried toward the location Jamal had signaled. How is she? Fiki saw Phyllis lying in a field of green grass, her hair white and her breath weak, while Jamal and Beverly dripped essence blood mixed with spirit medicines to nourish her. He asked anxiously. Sister Anne's life is saved, but her eyes and lost life essence. Jamal said with an incredibly serious expression. It's fine, take a rest. Fiki comforted the 2 brothers who looked exhausted, patting them gently. He had expected this outcome. The golden Buddha eyes brought great fortune, causing resonance with the pagoda, forming a constellation-like spectacle. But after being deprived of such great fortune, Phyllis's condition would be extremely dire. Just then, the ancient heavenly court, which had only slightly changed when obtaining Shirong soil, trembled slightly. The 3 golden Buddha tears in his arms connected with Phyllis's body mysteriously. Jamal, Beverly, bring the other 6 golden Buddha tears. The ancient heavenly court is showing signs of movement. Sister Anne might be saved. In pleasant surprise, Fiki hurriedly shouted. Whoosh! As the 9 golden Buddha tears combined, a Buddha light emerged from the dragon and phoenix carved walls of the ancient heavenly court. Fiki finally saw what was depicted on those walls. It was the western pure land of the Buddhist world from Chinese legends. One figure sat on a 9-colored lotus, legs crossed, emitting boundless golden light. Beneath him, thousands of bodhisattvas and countless devotees worshipped devoutly. Gil? This name surfaced in Fiki's mind. The Gil murmured by the green-clad deity upon awakening on Mount Amei could very likely be the person depicted on the ancient heavenly court wall. No matter how Fiki used the Qingyu divine eye, he couldn't discern the true face of the figure. Buddhists often say that mortals cannot glimpse the Buddha, or they will suffer misfortune. The 9 drops of golden Buddha tears began trembling, like the 9 brightest stars radiating brilliance. And from Phyllis's empty eye sockets, a star map emerged, resonating with the 9 Buddha tears, enhancing the ancient heavenly court's essence even further, as if a missing piece was returning. In the TV series version of Journey to the West, the fighting prowess of Buddha was exaggerated. In the original legendary novel, Buddha followed the order of Jade Emperor, the ruler of heaven, to suppress Isaiah, who had only cultivated for a few hundred years. It seems that the Western Buddha realm also falls under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Otherwise, it wouldn't stir due to Buddhist artifacts. Fiki speculated silently. Logically, it made sense. The Jade Emperor, the legendary ruler of the heavenly court, had been cultivating since the beginning of heaven and earth, the master of all beings. Wherever the ancient heavenly court's rosy clouds shone, it was under his rule. How could it be like in TV shows where he was beaten by the monkey king Isaiah, who had only cultivated for a few hundred years, to the point of hiding under a table and not daring to look up? Of course, the monkey king Isaiah, an idol in the hearts of many boys in China, was absolutely no less remarkable, having achieved the highest level after only a few centuries of cultivation, achieving immortality. If he still existed in this world, he would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying presence. Fiki shook his head, bringing his thoughts back, and collected a drop of 9-colored liquid, condensed 100 times denser than before from the anomaly, and dripped it into Phyllis's eye sockets. A soft moan came from Phyllis's pale lips as the star map emitted endless starlight. The 9 golden Buddha tears radiated golden Buddha light, illuminating her body and improving her condition significantly. Boss, this ancient heavenly court truly lives up to its name. Even without passing down its legacy, it has such power. If we collect enough fragments and restore it, your chaotic devil art can be unleashed at will, enduring any kind of pain. Jamal's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, as for the devil chain, you could tear it apart whenever you want, just like stripping off a goddess's clothes. Chapter 164 Sorrow. Elder brother 2, you really hold grudges. You've been fixated on the idea of tearing the goddess's clothes. She was good to us. It's just that you didn't show her respect, so she zapped you with lightning. Alpha relaxed as she saw Phyllis's wrinkled skin gradually turn rosy and laughed. Barnaby jumped up and gave the thick-skinned Alpha a heavy punch, roaring angrily. You fool! This is called spiritual victory, something you wouldn't understand. I can't get back at the Alita, but can I even fantasize? Is daydreaming illegal? Alright, stop messing around. Once elder sister and regains consciousness, we'll take her back to the temple. That Grand Buddha must still conceal secrets that could help her recover quickly. Fiki waved his hand to signal the two brothers to stop arguing and smiled. He even felt that the Grand Buddha had its own intelligence, otherwise, it wouldn't have shed Buddha tears automatically or caused the pagoda to emerge from the ground. After some time, Phyllis's fingers twitched slightly, gradually regaining consciousness. Yi, Fiki, is that you? Her lips moved slightly as she struggled to speak. It's me, you're safe now. Fiki watched as Phyllis's eyelashes fluttered continuously, wanting to move her eyes, but only her eye sockets quivered. He wanted to offer her countless comforting words, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Persuade Phyllis to be more open-minded? How could she? Anyone in this situation would struggle to be open-minded. She had come to save people, but instead, she faced malicious treatment, having her eyes gouged out and her life force completely drained, leaving her in endless agony. Why does the world not reciprocate my love if I genuinely love it? After a long silence, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Phyllis's mouth, a soulful question escaping her lips. She had been kind, endured hardships, always facing life's difficulties positively, and remained optimistic no matter what. But what did she receive in return? The ruthless persecution by the Gonchar sect and Arif. She wanted to cry out loud, but found that without her eyes, she couldn't even cry. Grievance, anger, and resentment swirled in her heart, trapping her in a loop of despair. I'm sorry. These were the only words Fiki could utter. He owed her an apology. If only he had warned her about the danger earlier or arrived sooner, Phyllis wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. How are the children? Phyllis shook her head, reaching out to grab Fiki's arm to signal him not to feel guilty, asking with concern. Most of them survived, but some villagers were seriously injured. Fiki took a deep breath, trying hard to control his sadness, fighting back tears for fear of affecting this fragile yet strong girl. That's good. Can you send me back to the temple? Don't frown anymore. You don't look handsome enough as it is, and frowning makes you even uglier. By the way, aren't you going to brag about your teaching achievements to me? Like Carmine, who loves to fight but is very kind. Xiaohuan, who studies diligently but doesn't absorb anything and often feels guilty. And Along, who likes to eat snacks in class and often places a plum candy on the lectern. Phyllis used her icy fingertips to touch Fiki's eyebrows, gently stroking them with a smile. They're adorable, and you'll surely like them. Don't be jealous when the time comes. Everything will be fine. I'm still alive, and most of them are too. That's enough. Watching Phyllis find beauty in living despite her overwhelming hatred within such a short time, and still loving the world, Fiki felt his heart tremble uncontrollably, a knot of rage building up in his chest. I'll take you back, and I'll definitely be envious. After all, compared to you, I've achieved nothing in 3 years, selling energy pills for kidney deficiency and irregular menstruation, barely making ends meet. A hint of a smile appeared on Fiki's face as he used his fingertip to tap her nose. You're still as funny as before, so I won't be shy anymore. In recent years, I've made some achievements in teaching. If these were brought to Jinling University, I'd certainly become a gold medal lecturer. You should call me Tosha. Phyllis also laughed heartily, shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. But after laughing, a trace of pain flashed across her beautiful face. She was deeply saddened, hurt, and displeased. But this sensible girl buried all these emotions, choosing to smile through everything. Fiki held her, took the ice-cold snow fetched by Barnaby from the snowy mountain as he had indicated earlier, and handed it to Phyllis, murmuring, Here, this is snow. Your hometown doesn't have much snowfall, does it? Despite being close to a snowy mountain, there's no snow all year round. It's such a strange thing. If I get the chance, I must go see the scenery of Dali Ancient City. Phyllis hugged Fiki's neck with her left hand, holding the ice-cold snow in her right hand, laughing happily. As long as there was still someone in this world who remembered every word she said, even those insignificant words spoken in casual chat, someone who would save her regardless of difficulties, then this world was worth loving. The night deepened, the moon shone brightly, and frost covered the sky. Fiki carried her through the snowy mountain, while Barnaby and Alpha entertained her frequently, making Phyllis laugh continuously. Especially when she touched the fur of Alpha in his panda form, Phyllis laughed like a child. Only the 3 brothers, Fiki included, knew clearly that all enmity and debts would be repaid eventually. When Phyllis was settled, free from worries, the 3-foot sword hidden in the scabbard would reveal its sharpness. Soaked in enemy's blood, ready to fight again in the world. Let those bitches and bastards all go to hell. Let them immerse in fear, regret, and terror in the cycle of rebirth, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 165. The Mysterious Buddha. The melodious sound of the temple bell echoed through the valley, as if it could sever all the turmoil of the mortal world. Beyond the winding path lies a secluded place, deep among flowers and trees the Chan monks sell. This ancient poem could not be more apt in describing this Buddhist temple that offers a peaceful haven amidst the chaos. Dad, can that big brother bring Tosha back? I want to find Tosha. I want to show her my new graffiti, with mountains, water, trees, grass, and her. A little girl with rosy cheeks was shaking her graffiti while tugging at her towering father, who was still pale from his injuries, with an innocent voice. Slap. Suddenly, the boy Brayden, who held the demon-subduing club, with bloodshot eyes from lack of rest, roughly snatched the graffiti from the little girl and tore it to shreds. Amidst the little girl's crying, Brayden said angrily, Patty, you're not so young anymore. And now that you've awakened, you need to learn to cultivate. Only by becoming powerful yourself can you save Tosha. What good is drawing? Can it make you strong? If I catch you drawing again, I'll burn your brushes. Faced with Brayden's angry gaze, the little girl stopped crying. She was one of the earliest awakeners among these Tibetan people, but her strength paled compared to Brayden, who had awakened later. She sobbed, I will try. It's good that you know. If I see you slacking off on cultivation again, don't blame me for punishing you. Brayden gave a heavy snort as a warning. After the little girl lowered her head in disappointment, Brayden's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to console her with a few words, but he gave up. Tosha had taught them that no matter what environment they were in, they should always study. Only by studying could they change their fate and improve life for their parents and fellow villagers. However, when the corpse-walking sect ruthlessly attacked the villagers and abducted Phyllis, the worldview he had long held collapsed. This world was not as beautiful as Phyllis described, and studying diligently seemed futile. Only by growing stronger, even stronger than those executioners, could one change their fate and protect the ones they cared about. Brayden! Just then, a gentle shout came from outside the temple. The resolute and hate-filled expression on Brayden's face instantly froze. His bloodshot eyes immediately misted over. Tosha! Barefoot, Brayden dropped the demon-subduing club he had been holding and ran madly toward the temple entrance. The other children also ran out excitedly, while the honest and simple Tibetan adults smiled widely, revealing their white teeth. When the old monk did not accept the 9 golden Buddha tears, which were clearly treasures, but instead gave them to Fiki, there was some discomfort in their hearts. After experiencing the ungratefulness of the corpse-walking sect, if not for the temple's protection, they might have all been wiped out. To trust someone else would indeed be difficult. They barely trusted Fiki because he knew Phyllis's name, that was all. They believed that a friend acknowledged by the kind-hearted Phyllis would not be bad. Now, it seemed their trust paid off. That person truly brought Phyllis back from those vicious and cruel experts of the corpse-walking sect. Seeing Phyllis in Fiki's arms, with hollow eyes and encrusted blood all over her body, they were stunned. How could this happen? A huge question lingered in their minds. Why had such a kind and beautiful person like Phyllis become like this? Tosha, your eyes. The tears rolled down the large black eyes of the braided girl as she stammered. Tosha, Brayden swears that we will make them all pay. I'll take revenge for you. At this moment, Brayden rushed forward to embrace Phyllis, whom Fiki had just set down, breaking down into sobs. I swear to. For a moment, hatred filled the eyes of these pure and kind children, who wanted nothing more than to find and brutally punish the ones who harmed Phyllis. I'm fine. The teacher just went out for a bit and accidentally hurt my eyes. Don't be too sad. Phyllis stroked Brayden's reddened nose and then addressed the children. If anyone dares to say they won't do homework again, the teacher will punish you. Understand? It's true that learning to cultivate is important now, but studying broadens your horizons and teaches you to be decent people. You wouldn't want to become like those who harmed me, right? Especially you, Brayden. Brayden nodded vigorously, completely different from his previously stubborn self. Sorry, big brother, I misunderstood you before. You are a good person. I will study hard and won't let Tosha down. Brayden shifted his gaze to Fiki and apologized sincerely. Fiki smiled and said a few words of encouragement. How about that? My teaching results are pretty impressive, right? I'm not the frail girl who might be blown over by a gust of wind anymore. Now, I'm the teacher of these little ones, and they listen to me absolutely. As Fiki supported her into the Buddhist hall, Phyllis's face was filled with pride, and she said joyfully, Yes, you're very impressive now. Whenever you move, I feel like my most feared math teacher from childhood is giving me the death glare. Fiki smiled wryly and replied. After uttering death glare, he wished he could slap himself. Phyllis had just lost her eyes and was very sensitive. Yet, he blurted out such inappropriate words. Don't blame yourself. If you reproach yourself for saying the wrong thing, I'll be unhappy. Phyllis smiled gently and softly said, Even if I fall into this end, I don't regret it. All right, my math teacher, please take your seat. I'll try to communicate with the Buddha statue shortly and see if it can help repair your injuries. Fiki helped her sit on a wooden chair and focused the Qingyu divine pupil on the Buddha statue's eyes. In that instant, the Buddha statue's eyes seemed to come alive, and the ancient heavenly palace inside him trembled again. Hell will not be empty until I become a Buddha. All beings will be enlightened before I attain Bodhi. At the same time, the grand vow of Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha echoed through the underworld, as red otherworldly flowers swayed continuously. The simultaneous movements of the ancient heavenly palace and the underworld caused the Buddha statue's eyes to project an invisible beam of Buddha light into his body. Chapter 166, The Heavenly Book. The temple bells in the Buddhist monastery kept ringing, and the surrounding mountains and terrain began to change, encircling the monastery tightly so that outsiders could not find this sacred place at all. Even if the people from the corpse-leading school came again, they would be lost in this transformed land, unable to find the right direction. 2 golden chapters separately merged into the ancient heavenly court and the underworld, emitting a gentle Buddha light. The ancient heavenly court was imprinted with the Buddhist scripture named The Awakening of Faith in the Mahayana, as if it had existed since ancient times, eternally preserved within the heavenly court. At the center of the first level of hell in the underworld, the other golden chapter spontaneously generated countless profound runes. From this chapter, 2 giant dragons with entirely golden bodies emerged. Their bodies were constructed from runes, every small part perfectly formed, as if they were a special gift from the creator. The Donal book. The Miguel, son of Yin. Previously, when Fiki bought items online, he felt that the pre-Qin era concealed too many mysteries, so he specially purchased many books explaining texts from various ancient periods. He understood the meaning of the mysterious runes that composed the horns of these 2 golden divine dragons, and was instantly greatly shocked. Donal and Miguel were both famous figures in the pre-Qin era, with their only commonality being their expertise in mechanical devices. According to legend, they often competed by creating objects from wood, often matching each other evenly. Even historical records noted that the mechanical birds they made could soar for several days without landing, demonstrating the excellence of their skills. Viewed from the perspective of later generations, their legacy definitely included knowledge related to modern mechatronics. The Donal book circulated among the people in 2 volumes. The upper volume contained a wide range of magical techniques, while the lower volume included medical arts and other topics. There is also a popular saying in folklore that comprehending the Donald book would lead to misfortune in one's later years, leaving one widowed, alone, or disabled, thus making it seem mythical. Miguel founded the Mahas school, one of the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qing period, advocating universal love and non-aggression, leaving an indelible mark during the period of the 100 schools of thought. But how could the legacies of these two figures exist in a Buddha statue built during the Tang dynasty? What happened in China's ancient times? Whether it's the ancient myths, historically recorded remarkable individuals, or terrifying figures like the green-robed divine woman who never made it into the history books but indeed existed, they all gradually revealed themselves in this grand era. The more Fiki thought about it, the more he felt that everyone in this era had been pulled into a massive whirlpool. To break free from the control of this whirlpool, one must grow stronger and stronger to eventually uncover the truth. Ultimately, Fiki made a bold conjecture. The Tang Empire was an open empire. Whether it was the envoys sent by Japan to Chinese territory or the Tibetan ruler Dakari proposing marriage to Emily under Frederick, revered as Heaven Khan by future generations, the Tang Empire always welcomed them, imparting its advanced knowledge to neighboring countries. For example, many customs, art styles, architectural styles, tea ceremony, floral arrangements, and even Buddhism and Taoism in present-day Japan have evolved from elements introduced by the Tang Empire. This object containing the true Donald book and the legacy of Miguel was among the treasures Emily brought to Tibet, though no one recognized its significance back then. It was incorporated into the eyes of this Buddha statue for unknown reasons. Connecting this with the willow branches that had earlier shot out from the Buddha statue, flinging Jamao and himself away, further confirmed this idea. It is said that the most sacred building in Tibet, the Potala Palace, has a willow tree planted by Emily to witness her love for Dakari. Today, the 3,000 temples in Tibet echo with the sounds of chanting day and night, becoming a forbidden zone in the eyes of the world, where no one dares to enter, hiding unimaginable secrets within. It is rumored that the revival of Tibet exceeds that of any other region in China, with places like Mount Everest and the Kunlun Jade Pool nurturing countless mysterious entities, guarded by terrifying creatures. Only during Shane's pursuit across various regions did the image of the Potala Palace spread. An ancient willow tree there releases golden willow catkins, its branches hanging down, and the nearby Dragon King Pond constantly emits dragon roars and elephant trumpets, as if receiving the blessings of the golden catkins. Never mind these things. One day, I will unravel all these mysteries. Fiki took a deep breath, condensing the spiritual essence scattered by the 3 chapters engraved on the ancient heavenly court and the underworld into golden droplets, inwardly pondering. Previously, he had attempted to cultivate using these 3 chapters, but apart from experiencing dizziness and headaches similar to what happened when he absorbed the fragment of the Tuibei II into the Overlord Bao, he gained nothing, so he stopped. These mysterious things require suitable opportunities. They need to encounter something that can activate them, just like the Yellow Emperor's mirror, to reveal their full potential. Yunwan, take these 9 drops of golden Buddha liquid. It will replenish the life essence you have lost. Although your eyesight may not be restored temporarily, trust me, when I come back, I will definitely cure you. By then, I will take all of you to Jincheng. It's very safe there. Fiki handed out the Buddha liquid with a smile. Are you really leaving? And Yunwan asked as she took the Buddha liquid. There are things that must be done, and you know me well. But don't worry, I'll ensure my own safety. Fiki smiled. Whether it was the grudges with Yehia and others, or the destiny of the Tai Bai sword soul, he could not afford any compromise. Most importantly, he wanted to retrieve the golden Buddha eye from Yehia to see if it could restore in Yunwan's sight. Chapter 167. I am the madman of Egan, singing feng songs and laughing at Confucius. Fiki and his 2 brothers left the Buddhist temple, walking on land where the terrain had changed. Without the 9 golden Buddha tears, they would likely have been lost within it. This also put Fiki completely at ease. Phyllis and these Tibetans staying here temporarily would be perfectly fine. Moreover, on this altered land, plants rich in abundant Buddhist aura grew. These plants, if placed outside, could belong to the category of spirit medicines. Along with the food and spirit medicines he had left them, it would sustain them for a long time. Barnaby, use the anklets and ribbons to help us conceal our presence and change our identities. Fiki looked at the familiar mountains and rivers. Now free from worries, he was better positioned to deal with people like Yehia in secret. He said, from now on, Brother Christopher can be considered dead, and another legendary figure is about to rise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Barnaby once again transformed into that familiar maiden, radiating youthful liveliness, with a faint smile on her face. While Beverly transformed into a delicate young boy, the 2 red cheeks on his face looking incredibly cute. As for Fiki, he transformed into someone dressed in white robes, not tainted by a speck of dust, and Tai Bai sword also turned silvery white as per his wish. It seemed like an unrivaled sword immortal was reveling in the mortal world, enjoying the beauty of life. Barnaby, must we always think about changing genders? This is truly torturous for Beverly and me. Every time I see you like this, I have an urge to hit you, Fiki said, looking at Barnaby who had grown to 1.60 m tall and transformed into a maiden, bitterly smiling. The 3 of them couldn't understand why, whenever Barnaby transformed into a young man, he could only grow up to around 1.50 m. But when she became a maiden, she reached 1.60 m and constantly emitted a unique fragrance, as if she had released her true nature. Along the way, whenever they encountered demonic beasts attacking them, Barnaby rushed forward like a violent madman, pounding away at the beasts with her iron-like fists, splattering blood everywhere. She skillfully extracted the essence blood of the demonic beasts into small medicine bottles, stripping their sinews, skinning them, starting a fire to grill them. What used to be a commonplace occurrence now felt drastically different because of Barnaby's apparent gender change. Who could get used to seeing the usually frivolous Barnaby turn into a pure and charming girl, wildly violent, leering wickedly, laughing like tinkling bells, and still exuding a refreshing aroma. Leader, feeling nauseous? Barnaby asked without a trace of shame but rather pride. She flicked her transformed 3,000 black tresses, revealing her graceful collarbone, even giving Fiki a seductive wink and said coquettishly, "My voice sounds beautiful, and I can handle business well. You're just jealous, admiring my abilities. That's too disgusting, even I can't stand it. Little second brother, please don't play around like this, or else I won't hold back and will transform into Kung Fu Panda to finish you off." Beverly made gagging motions, bowing. Jealousy, plain and simple. I'm just too excellent, and I've long gotten used to such envious gazes. Barnaby shook her hair dismissively, saying, "Actually, there's a deep meaning behind my actions. We were too conspicuous before as 3 brothers, now as 2 males and 1 female, we won't attract attention. And being so naturally beautiful and intelligent, taking advantage of a beautiful girl's identity makes it hard for others to harm me. If anyone dares to plan against us, I'll immediately offer my knee, submit to him at his feet, and buy you all some time to escape. I'm doing this for your good. Of course, during this process, if someone falls for my beauty and offers treasures out of infatuation, it would be best. Then I won't forget you all. As the ancient saying goes, if I become wealthy and noble, I shall not forget you. Brothers as close as we are? Good heavens. Fiki and Beverly were speechless, staring at the sky. How could they respond to such a refined yet absurd reason given by Barnaby? They could only helplessly accept reality. From now on, call me Golden House. Then, Barnaby squinted her fox-like eyes teasingly. Fiki raised his hand as if to hit her. Again, this guy was using the joke about his ex-girlfriend Megan. Her name was Megan, while you're called Golden House. But she was genuinely an outstanding daughter of heaven. Were you? Just having a genuine female identity could surpass you in 10 aspects. Even a transgender person is better than you since they put effort into transitioning. You, however, simply swing a silk ribbon and shake the ankle bells, and you're done. That's not respecting this transformation enough. Let's be Azzy and Ahey. Eldest brother has purple hair, and I have both black and white colors, so let's use black for my name. Leader, what about you? If you can't think of one, with my intelligence, I can easily come up with a cool name. Beverly tapped his little head, showing off. I'll come up with my own, thank you. Fiki hurriedly backed away. Beverly's talent for naming was truly something. If he were to name him based on his pure Chinese yellow skin, calling him Ah Huang would be quite humiliating, similar to a dog's name. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm Montague. I am the madman of Egan, singing feng songs and laughing at Confucius. It was a line from the poet Amir, and since he was born in Gusu, which belonged to the ancient Egan region, this name fit him perfectly. Laughing at all enemies, hiding his true identity. Chapter 168, Revival. Immediately after, he called his sister, Alric, and others to inform them that he was still alive, which led to a series of scoldings, reminding him to pay more attention to his safety. As for informing Carl, he used a text message. After all, Carl must be guarding beside the stupa now. If a phone call drew the attention of Yehia and others, it might cause suspicion, which would be undesirable. Then, the 3 brothers proceeded towards the stupa. The stupa is currently the greatest place of opportunity in Juzhegu. According to the current situation, even if Fiki killed hundreds of initial Divine Sea Realm beasts, he could not tear open a gap in the once again condensed and extraordinarily tough demon chain. Moreover, he possessed 9 golden Buddha tears and a star map extracted from Phyllis's body, containing magnificent Buddha power. Not going to the stupa to seize treasures would be a waste of resources. In the prophecy, 9 stars align, countless stars shine, the stupa emerges, Phoenix appears. The 9 stars are listed first, indicating that the 9 golden Buddha tears are even more precious than the Buddha eye containing countless stars that was seized by Yehia. Around the stupa, people gathered with noise, not changing at all due to the night falling. People on China's dragon and tiger list came one after another from various places. Western geniuses, individuals from the United States, the former strongest country on earth, and the sea people living on land reappeared in vast oceans. This grand scene can be described as a gathering of heroes. Hee. While everyone was focusing on Yehia using the resources provided by everyone to refine the golden Buddha eye, the previously silent and extremely depressed Carl suddenly burst into unrestrained maniacal laughter, drawing the attention of countless people, who looked at him with strange eyes. That look seemed as if they were watching a fool. Carl, why are you making such weird noises? You interrupted my beautiful dream. Damn it. Darren puffed out his big belly and swore. Just this sentence immediately drew a cold look from Nova. Although Carl's sudden, nearly idiotic laughter was indeed a bit stupid, there was no need to involve her. Besides, he was cursing at her. If they hadn't formed an alliance by fighting side by side earlier, she would probably have been furious. Slip of the tongue. Absolutely a slip of the tongue. Darren smiled naively. Nova had extraordinary combat strength, and wasn't an ordinary person. Though Carl stepped forward to fight Christine Ag, the real situation was equivalent to Nova fighting 2 people alone, with Carl only assisting from the side. He, Chien Fatso, did not dare to offend this terrifying person. After all, Nova was younger than him and had much greater growth potential. Feeling the strange looks from these people, Carl didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he had just received a safety reporting text message from Fiki, so he casually said, nothing, just suddenly received Brother Devon's dream message. What? In an instant, everyone's eyes became passionate. Whether it was Christine Ag or Jacqueline, or the strong people who arrived later, all looked at him curiously. Admittedly, the name Brother Devon was gradually turning into a legend and myth. With late grotto stage cultivation strength, his fame spread across Earth, known even by many geniuses outside China. Dream message? I think you're dreaming. Darren rubbed his fat belly, rolled his eyes, but then showed curiosity. What kind of dream did he give you? Though everyone felt that Carl was pretending to be a mystic, even his closest friend, Nova, was curious and wanted to hear what dream it was. He told me he's a student at Jinling University, Carl said with a mysterious smile. Before he finished speaking, Nova's small hand already appeared on his waist, pinching him viciously. Screw it. Isn't that obvious? Knowing more about Phyllis's affairs than I do, a Jinling University classmate of hers, could he possibly be a student of some unknown university? The incredibly curious Fatchian immediately sneered at Carl when he heard this result. This Carl used to look down on Fiki and him, but now he turned into a fortune teller. Who knows who really looks down on whom now? The others naturally reacted the same way as Chin Fatso, thinking Carl was just talking nonsense. He also said that as long as he gives me a dream message and lets me post a casual Weibo, the disappeared Jinling University can be rebuilt. Carl mysteriously smiled again and continued. Of course, the most important thing he said is that even if he falls into reincarnation, anyone who opposes or disrespects him is trash, destined for endless calamity, invincible in life, dominant even after death. Upon hearing this, everyone changed their expressions. Invincible in life, dominant even after death. Such arrogant words truly matched the style of that mysterious figure who stirred up the Chinese storm upon appearance. Chapter 169. Spiritual Charlatan. Bullshit. Drake picked his nose, almost wishing to throw the booger into Carl's mouth, sneering in disdain. Though Xander had died, he also felt a bit sorry for it. However, this could not justify Carl pretending to be a mystic and acting like a spiritual charlatan. Dreaming a dream and posting a status could rebuild Jinling University which had vanished? Just by hearing this sentence, it sounded absurd. Jinling University, an age-old prestigious school, located on the dragon vein of southern Jiangnan. After the revival of heaven and earth, prestigious universities like Yinjing Tsinghua and Peking, as well as Jinling University, all situated at optimal geomantic locations, had already undergone strange changes. Like how Peking University's Weiming Lake has now transformed into a vast, boundless lake spanning thousands of miles, frequently echoing with clear and loud reading voices. It was said that the carps in the lake had become spirits, influenced by the diligent studies of countless students over 100 years, attaining extraordinary wisdom, turning it into their private domain. Naturally, Jinling University was no exception. Even the countless noble families in Jiangnan could not stop these anomalies and could only let Jinling University dissolve. What virtue or talent did Xander possess to bring Jinling University back to the world? Not to mention he was dead. Even if he were still alive, he would merely be someone at the late cave mansion realm, not even qualifying as a genius compared to those present here. After all, anyone here who dared speak up loudly either came from a famous family or was an outstanding figure invincible at the Middle Divine Sea realm. Ha ha ha. I heard that although Carl awakened only during this large-scale spirit energy revival, due to his exceptional talent and extraordinary intelligence, he was designated as the successor by the Gusu Gu family. Looking at him now, how does he seem anything but a complete fool, obsessed with delusions? No, he's not a fool, just a brain-damaged fan of the fantasizing Xander. This is more frightening than being a fool. We, born into noble families with extraordinary bloodlines, should naturally look down upon the world, vying for supreme opportunities in the chaotic times. A person like him is destined never to reach the pinnacle of cultivation and will eventually be abandoned by the Gu family. If the Gu family doesn't abandon him, the Gusu Gu family might directly vanish in the near future. The reason being that the heir only pretends to be a mystic and attracts attention like a clown. Previously, my family even thought about setting me up with him. My goodness, thank heavens I refused. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How could someone so excellent end up marrying a fool? Using a dead man to act like a spiritual charlatan, too stupid. Even if this Xander were alive and reached the Divine Sea realm, Indian Buddhist disciple Morgan could suppress him with one hand. For a moment, countless people cast contemptuous glances at Carl. Nova's body trembled slightly. These people weren't just calling Carl a fool but were insulting the Gu family as well, making her very upset. Of course, the insults against Xander, whom she deeply admired and who was now deceased, added 3 parts of anger to her. Although she didn't understand why Carl suddenly acted like this, having respected her brother and family since childhood, she couldn't tolerate it and prepared to show some strength to make them shut up. Keep in mind, among those mocking were both enemies of the Gu family and those who licked their faces wanting to marry Carl but, after being rejected by the Gu family, turned around to mock Carl. Regardless, if it were just a one-on-one fight here, she could still rank in the top 5. But just as she was about to act, Carl, smiling gently, held her back, signaling her not to rashly move. Why not try what he mentioned in his dream? Posting a status can rebuild Jinling University. Although everyone present says it's impossible, since Xander said that those opposing him are trash, there's no need for me to listen to a bunch of trash. After all, I'm not trash. Carl's expression was calm, and he smiled faintly. At the same time, not far from here, Fiki, who had just killed 2 demonic elephants, sneezed and privately wondered who was thinking about him, causing restlessness and unease in his heart. After listening to Carl's words, everyone froze, looking at him with icy gazes. Morgan, the Indian Buddhist disciple who claimed he could suppress Xander even if he were alive and entered the Divine Sea realm, snorted coldly, saying indifferently, if you're capable, post that status now and let us see how this deceptive and self-destructive Xander manages to rebuild Jinling University with just a single dream. Yehya, who continuously refined golden Buddha pupils, narrowed his eyes sharply, his eyes seemingly seeing through Carl, sneering dismissively, oh, Carl, I really overestimated you. Being so naive, trying to use the name of the already dead worm Xander to rebuild your alma mater. Don't you think you're overestimating Xander's influence? He's nothing but a corpse now. People in Huaxia excel at forgetting, something that will never change. No matter how much contribution Xander made, he's dead now, and nobody will care about him anymore. Chapter 169. Spiritual Charlatan. Bullshit. Drake picked his nose, almost wishing to throw the booger into Carl's mouth, sneering in disdain. Though Xander had died, he also felt a bit sorry for it. However, this could not justify Carl pretending to be a mystic and acting like a spiritual charlatan. Dreaming a dream and posting a status could rebuild Jinling University which had vanished? Just by hearing this sentence, it sounded absurd. Jinling University, an age-old prestigious school, located on the dragon vein of southern Jiangnan. After the revival of heaven and earth, prestigious universities like Yinjing Tsinghua and Peking, as well as Jinling University, all situated at optimal geomantic locations, had already undergone strange changes. Like how Peking University's Weiming Lake has now transformed into a vast, boundless lake spanning thousands of miles, frequently echoing with clear and loud reading voices. It was said that the carps in the lake had become spirits, influenced by the diligent studies of countless students over 100 years, attaining extraordinary wisdom, turning it into their private domain. Naturally, Jinling University was no exception. Even the countless noble families in Jiangnan could not stop these anomalies and could only let Jinling University dissolve. What virtue or talent did Xander possess to bring Jinling University back to the world? Not to mention he was dead. Even if he were still alive, he would merely be someone at the late cave mansion realm, not even qualifying as a genius compared to those present here. After all, anyone here who dared speak up loudly either came from a famous family or was an outstanding figure invincible at the Middle Divine Sea realm. Ha ha ha, I heard that although Carl awakened only during this large-scale spirit energy revival, due to his exceptional talent and extraordinary intelligence, he was designated as the successor by the Gusugu family. Looking at him now, how does he seem anything but a complete fool, obsessed with delusions? No, he's not a fool, just a brain-damaged fan of the fantasizing Xander. This is more frightening than being a fool. We, born into noble families with extraordinary bloodlines, should naturally look down upon the world, vying for supreme opportunities in the chaotic times. A person like him is destined never to reach the pinnacle of cultivation and will eventually be abandoned by the Gu family. If the Gu family doesn't abandon him, the Gusugu family might directly vanish in the near future. The reason being that the heir only pretends to be a mystic and attracts attention like a clown. Previously, my family even thought about setting me up with him. My goodness, thank heavens I refused. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How could someone so excellent end up marrying a fool? Using a dead man to act like a spiritual charlatan, too stupid. Even if this Xander were alive and reached the Divine Sea realm, Indian Buddhist disciple Morgan could suppress him with one hand. For a moment, countless people cast contemptuous glances at Carl. Nova's body trembled slightly. These people weren't just calling Carl a fool but were insulting the Gu family as well, making her very upset. Of course, the insults against Xander, whom she deeply admired and who was now deceased, added 3 parts of anger to her. Although she didn't understand why Carl suddenly acted like this, having respected her brother and family since childhood, she couldn't tolerate it and prepared to show some strength to make them shut up. Keep in mind, among those mocking were both enemies of the Gu family and those who licked their faces wanting to marry Carl but, after being rejected by the Gu family, turned around to mock Carl. Regardless, if it were just a one-on-one fight here, she could still rank in the top 5. But just as she was about to act, Carl, smiling gently, held her back, signaling her not to rashly move. Why not try what he mentioned in his dream? Posting a status can rebuild Jinling University. Although everyone present says it's impossible, since Xander said that those opposing him are trash, there's no need for me to listen to a bunch of trash. After all, I'm not trash. Carl's expression was calm, and he smiled faintly. At the same time, not far from here, Fiki, who had just killed 2 demonic elephants, sneezed and privately wondered who was thinking about him, causing restlessness and unease in his heart. After listening to Carl's words, everyone froze, looking at him with icy gazes. Morgan, the Indian Buddhist disciple who claimed he could suppress Xander even if he were alive and entered the Divine Sea realm, snorted coldly, saying indifferently, if you're capable, post that status now and let us see how this deceptive and self-destructive Xander manages to rebuild Jinling University with just a single dream. Yehya, who continuously refined golden Buddha pupils, narrowed his eyes sharply, his eyes seemingly seeing through Carl, sneering dismissively, oh, Carl, I really overestimated you. Being so naive, trying to use the name of the already dead worm Xander to rebuild your alma mater. Don't you think you're overestimating Xander's influence? He's nothing but a corpse now. People in Huaxia excel at forgetting, something that will never change. No matter how much contribution Xander made, he's dead now, and nobody will care about him anymore. Yilinging smiled like a chrysanthemum, eagerly expecting to see Carl's joke, and indifferently said, Carl is too naive. If the heirs of the Suzhou and Hangzhou aristocratic families were as naive as him, our great Yamato nation's geniuses entering these 2 places would easily wipe out those families. As long as the big financial magnates of our Yamato nation don't forget the previous agreement, then at that time, our Jinling family will help you. Yehya nodded slightly and smiled. The 2 of them discussed a plan they had decided on long before. As for Carl's idea to use Xander's name to rebuild Jinling University, it was completely ignored. If they paid too much attention to someone who was lost in fantasy, it would lower their own standards. Holding a red umbrella and rejecting countless offers of alliance, the pure moonlight shone on her body, making her exquisitely beautiful features even more charming. Megan frowned slightly, murmuring, what gave Carl the courage to say such things? Or is Carl really crazy enough to want to rebuild Jinling University? Megan was puzzled. She knew very well how wise Carl was. One must remember that even when Fiki was once called a rare financial genius in Jinling University every 50 years, he couldn't overshadow Carl's brilliance. She also graduated from Jinling University and had left many beautiful memories there. Perhaps Carl only harbors a faint hope. After a while, Megan sighed softly. She didn't believe that the deceased Xander could have such great influence. K off, Fiki. At this moment, Carl was also deeply doubting himself. It was all because Fiki's text message had excited him so much that he ended up telling a huge lie in excitement. Of course, he still had a suspicion. The one who called himself the second best, Elijah, was secretly observing Fiki's mysterious Xander. If anyone could revive the various prestigious schools of China that cultivated disciples regardless of wealth or poverty, it had to be Elijah. He wanted to take a gamble and see if Fiki truly had the capability to make Elijah issue orders. Chapter 170. Reopening a prestigious national university. Losing would merely mean losing face. Since these people were already mocking him fiercely, he didn't mind if the storm raged even more intensely. He posted on his Weibo account with several million followers that Jesus' brother had appeared in his dream and wanted to rebuild Jinling University. Really posted it? This Carl is truly unwilling to admit defeat until he sees the coffin. There's no way around it. I know this guy. He's someone who won't turn back until he hits a wall. Previously, whatever he did was always aimed precisely, not delusional like now. Maybe it's because of his trip to Jinqing, where he got influenced by the carefree self-indulgence of Jesus' brother. I'll give it a thumbs up and forward it. I want to see if a dead man's dream can really reconstruct Jinling University. Remember, many Jiangnan families once tried this but failed. I'll help forward it too. Not because I think it'll work, but just out of sheer boredom. Yehia finished refining the golden Buddha eye, so we still have at least 2 or 3 hours. We can't just stare at each other doing nothing. For a moment, everyone was surprised when they saw Carl actually post. Brother, you've really gone all out this time. Can you stop acting like a fortune teller? If Jesus' brother appeared in anyone's dream, it should be loyal fans like me and Jacqueline, right? You used to be jealous of him. Jesus' brother wouldn't favor you from beyond. Nova looked at Carl helplessly and sighed. Though she ridiculed Carl, she still feared that his post might receive no response, leading people to believe he was using Jesus' brother's name to seek attention. Therefore, she helped share the post. Jacqueline and her brother, as well as Chin Fatso, also shared it helplessly, for they were now allies. While most ridicule was directed at Carl, they couldn't escape association either. Dream visitation? Carl, is he the brother who fought alongside Jesus' brother atop Mount Ame? He's so righteous, he wouldn't lie. Jesus' brother, truly a national hero, caring about the world both in life and after death. Jinling University, his alma mater, which nurtured such individuals, is indeed one of China's top 10 universities. If rebuilt, I'd donate money that I never got to tip Jesus' brother. Yes, same here. Even though Jinling University hasn't updated its Weibo in 3 years, those connected to it haven't died off. We can donate to them. A school, fundamentally, has students first and then becomes a school. The campus may be gone, but another location can be chosen for reconstruction. We shouldn't retreat just because of some difficulties. With dozens of diverse people forwarding Carl's message, it became a hot topic. The internet, which had been silent since Jesus' brother's death, once again boiled over, astonishing everyone. A lifetime ago, his every move could cause waves online, and now, even just a dream story caused the same effect. How can this be? Having students like this is Jinling University's blessing. Though it was late at night, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, buying himself a drink by the Qinhuai River in Jinling, heard people discussing the topic in the small tavern and checked his phone, falling into a daze with shock. He was Jinling University's president. 3 years ago, during the resurgence of spiritual energy, the campus where tens of thousands of students once thrived changed drastically, forcing him to announce the university's dissolution. Later, with the frequent emergence of awakened evolvers, reopening the university elsewhere left questions about what to teach, naturally delaying any plans. He fell into depression and resorted to drinking daily. A century-old prestigious school managed to nurture generations of students through wars and battles, yet ended under his watch. The pressure and guilt were indescribable. Seeing the Weibo comments, mentioning various graduation years and majors, brought tears to his eyes. Meanwhile, amidst the uproar about reopening Jinling University, students from the 2 most prestigious universities in Yanjing, Tsinghua and Peking, began fundraising for the same cause. Suddenly, across China, alumni yearning for their alma maters called for their reconstruction. Shortly after, a stunning announcement spread across Weibo. The Awakening Organization of Jincheng announced on their official Weibo account that they would answer Jesus' brother's call and rebuild the former Sichuan University, once one of China's top 10 schools, pledging support with countless resources. They established a new motto: establish the heart of heaven and earth, secure the destiny of the people, continue the lost learning of the sages, and bring peace to the world. Seems like you little fellow really didn't die. Otherwise, Carl wouldn't dare do something like this. On the West Lake, Elijah suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in a seemingly hopeless chess game. After being informed of this situation by his subordinate, a smile crept onto his lips, and he said calmly, "But it makes sense. The person Shane, that old guy, takes a fancy to wouldn't die easily." In ancient times, Duke Huan of Qi initiated Jixia Academy, the first school in China, gathering talents from all over for education. Why should we be inferior to our ancestors? Let's reopen the prestigious schools of Huaxia. Take the Holy Heart Scripture as the foundation and provide abundant resources for these reconstructed prestigious schools. Elijah placed the chess piece firmly, issuing orders with determination and resolve. His expression suggested he had made a tough decision. What? When the Zhang family announced this news under Elijah's name, it immediately caused a stir. No one could have imagined that this would actually succeed. This matter was of such significance that it could influence the landscape of Huaxia, and it originated from something as absurd and unrealistic as a dead man's dream. Could it get any more ridiculous? Chant. No one knew that after making this decision, the second best in the world, dressed in black, revealed a divine light in his eyes, gently stroking the blade known as the Slayer of 9 Abysses. The night was cold, filled with murderous intent. Reopening prestigious schools would inevitably draw opposition from many hidden forces. These people would not want the students trained by these schools to compete for opportunities. Only through a bloody battle could those forces be silenced. Chapter 171, Unparalleled in Life, Supreme Even After Death. Hehehe, now our boss is really impressive, being able to send dreams even after death. I have to admit, Carl is quite a talent. The grudge for his earlier beating on me has diminished by 1/10,000th. Maybe I'll retaliate less against him in the future. While killing an early divine sea realm beast and skillfully extracting its essence blood, Barnaby casually scrolled through his phone, exclaiming, "Brother 2, you really hold grudges. With such significant contributions, your hatred should at least be reduced by 1,000th. Alpha also extracted a ball of essence blood from a dead beast and smiled warmly. The previous 100 beasts array and 1,000 beasts array were no longer sufficient to significantly enhance Fiki's combat power. To grow with the strength of late cave mansion realm, they must collect essence blood and form the 10,000 beast grand array to compete with those middle divine sea realm geniuses. Of course, even so, there was still a significant gap compared to someone like Yehia, a top-tier talent at the middle divine sea realm. If encountered face-to-face, they would probably still need to run away. After all, The realm difference was hard to bridge. Only thorough preparation could allow them to enter the Buddha Tower. This kid sure knows how to leverage people, just like someone who graduated from finance, always turning small advantages into huge gains. Fiki chuckled to himself, muttering, what if someone sends dreams after death? It's perfectly normal. Besides, with my brilliance as your leader, it's already lenient not transforming into a deity to guide this little guy who often sings, conquer in front of me. Oh, conquer? Barnaby made a Lanhua finger gesture and winked at Fiki teasingly. That look, those movements, radiated endless charm, vividly displaying the mockery of a young girl. If someone fond of cute, sprightly girls were here, they would likely be mesmerized. But Fiki could only kick out, wishing to stomp this shameless creature to death. Meanwhile, he felt the 9 golden Buddha tears in his arms releasing gentle waves of warmth. The towering Buddha Tower emitted a strong sense of invitation, as if eagerly awaiting their arrival. Around the Buddha Tower, the scene was already boiling over. Exclamations echoed through the air, everyone staring at Carl in disbelief. They couldn't believe that this absurd, unbelievable matter had been accomplished simply by Carl posting a status update. Especially that Indian Buddhist disciple Morgan, who had always mocked everything, looked shocked and incredulous. He knew all too well the difficulty of rebuilding top schools. After the revival of heaven and earth, India was bathed in the light of Buddhism but remained perilous. There were dragons ravaging the seas, monks achieving enlightenment amidst slaughter, ancient Thai boxers massacring far and wide to master unmatched martial arts, all to seize various legacies and strengthen themselves. The disparity between rich and poor, strong and weak in the already troubled India became even greater. Forget about prestigious schools. Even awakening organizations did not exist. In that land, only absolute power and might reigned supreme, and the ancient Buddhist kingdom had long been ravaged and soaked in blood. Because of this, he was certain that China would follow a similar path, with people like Yehya committing various cruel acts for personal gain. So when others mentioned Brother Jesus, whom he deemed false and insincere garbage, he dismissed it with contempt. Now, he was utterly stunned. What seemed like a mere fantasy had become reality. No, not just realized. It far exceeded his imagination. Across China's vast territory, prestigious schools were rebuilt en masse. He had no words to describe this monumental feat. One could imagine the immense pressure faced by Elijah, seated by the West Lake, maintaining order. There would inevitably be countless powerful beasts and cultivators emerging to challenge Elijah, trying to make him abandon this crazy idea. Indian bald monk, the splendor of our great China is beyond your comprehension. Even if Brother Jesus is dead, a simple dream can leave you speechless. You, frog at the bottom of a well, go play with mud dolls at home. Montgomery had always disliked the arrogant Morgan. Seeing his embarrassed and shocked expression, he immediately became bold and laughed loudly. You. Morgan was instantly choked with anger, unable to utter a single word. Hey, Montgomery, didn't you say you didn't believe that a dream could rebuild Jinling University? Why are you showing off now? Carl, who had endured the most ridicule, looked at Montgomery with frustration and dissatisfaction. In this matter, he had suffered the most criticism from the world. Now that his post had indeed achieved miraculous results, he naturally wanted to slap the faces of those who mocked and ridiculed him. But this Montgomery, who previously doubted him and treated him like an idiot, came forward first. What kind of situation was this? How could I not believe it? I did it on purpose, making these fools think Jesus' brother was incapable. This way, when they stood up to question you, we brothers could have the perfect chance to slap their faces, these ignorant ants who don't know the true elegance of Jesus' brother. Montgomery chuckled and put his arm around Carl's shoulders, flattering him. We brothers have keen eyes. With a quick calculation on my chubby hands, I knew long ago that Jesus' brother's dream of rebuilding Jinling University would definitely succeed. You misunderstood my well-intentioned efforts. Whoa, not only Carl, but Jacqueline, Nova, and Hampton all stared blankly at Montgomery. They thought they were well-versed in the ways of the world and had a deep understanding of human nature. But now they realized they were wrong, and their mistake was huge. Montgomery's actions had lowered their perception of shame to a new level. Being shameless to this extent really was an art form. Before, he wanted to cut ties with them, unwilling to be implicated by Carl's foolish actions. Now that things succeeded, he turned around and started calling out loudly to Big Brother, as if their relationship had always been incredibly close. Hey, all those who mocked me before, why aren't you saying anything now? Yehya, Margaret, weren't you barking loudly just moments ago? 2 dogs can't have broad horizons. And that cheap woman who wanted to break off our engagement, weren't you so smug? I remember rejecting your family's offer of marriage to me. You even said you and your sister would marry me. Can someone like you possibly reach my level? I'm the only one in this world who received Jesus' brother's message through dreams. I'll say it again. Jesus' brother was peerless in life, supreme even after death. Who knows, maybe in the next second, he'll appear mysteriously like Yama, collecting souls, since your influence isn't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Carl shook off the non-existent dust from his clothes, straightened his appearance, and scanned all the people present with a faint smile. Chapter 172. On the second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head. Wild. Too wild. He was a living replica of Brother Jesus. Some people even felt that it wasn't just in dreams that Brother Jesus had visited Carl but had directly descended his soul into Carl, yearning to fight for another 500 years in this world. The skill to infuriate heroes from all over with just a few words. Indeed, this showed the essence of Brother Jesus. Carl, don't be too arrogant. 3-star Enrique and the Western Eganurch's holy son Eliam both angrily shouted in unison, their faces ugly. What? Do you have differing opinions? Do you think you can even tie Brother Jesus' shoes? What are you thinking? A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Carl's mouth as he said coolly, ask yourselves, can either of you trash rebuild prestigious schools in the West or South Korea? No, I would be impressed if you could build even a tiny school. If Brother Jesus chose me to pass on his will, would he let you tie his shoes? The question is, do you deserve it? Enrique and Eliam's faces turned sullen. They wanted to respond, to refute, but not a word came out. They weren't Brother Jesus. They didn't have that kind of boldness or influence to make everyone roused. More crucially, among those peak experts where they were, no one dared speak like Elijah, who claimed to be second best yet was unmatched by anyone. His word alone could settle countless matters. Where they stood, many strong figures rose up, yet there was a consensus. Only financial clans and influential families ruled. Whoever dared to leak martial techniques or battle tactics to commoners would inevitably face joint sanctions from all the powers. Brother Jesus? Even if he was extremely influential, he was still killed by us. Even if he comes back to life, would he dare stand within 100 steps before me? I could kill him just as easily. Yehia supported two golden Buddha eyes in his hands. The azure dragon gate was illuminated by Buddha light, making it terrifyingly majestic, emitting dragon roars. Humming noises resounded. Before his voice died down, infinite Buddha light burst forth from those two golden Buddha eyes, causing the relics at the tip of the pagoda to tremble ceaselessly. Mysterious Buddha texts emerged vividly, forming horrifying illusions. Dragons soaring, phoenixes dancing, Xuanwu supporting the tablet, Suzaku being reborn in flames. All these released an aura akin to ancient prehistoric times, shaking everyone present. Dong dong dong. The deep sound of the Buddhist bell, accompanied by the tapping of wooden fish, echoed like it resonated deep within every person's heart. Ha ha ha, Carl. Now let the Brother Jesus who appeared in your dream show up. I'd love to see what he can do, coming back from hell to fight me. Feeling his body being wildly transformed by the harmonious Buddha light, Yehia sneered arrogantly. Instead of speaking further, Carl merely stared at Yehia, his gaze heavy. This person truly was a rare genius. From Jinsheng to Juzhegu, although often severely wounded, each time he recovered stronger, advancing to higher levels of martial arts. Besides, rebuilding prestigious schools hasn't been finalized yet. You think Lord Elijah can certainly achieve that? Yehia laughed arrogantly and continued, let Brother Jesus go back to hell. He doesn't deserve to be mentioned alongside geniuses like us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. If any remnant soul remains in this world, let it show itself. Exactly, he's so powerful. Why doesn't that remnant soul come out, and I can suppress him single-handedly? The Indian Buddhist disciple promptly echoed. Just blind luck meeting the right situation. What's there to boast about? Only the ones who survive are kings. A dead man boasting? Nonsense. I'm ranked 63rd on China's long tiger list. Have the ability to let this dead man surpass me. Even rank 99 was bestowed by Alicia. Now he's dead. Nothing but trash. Even when alive, I, Tracy, could force him to death. Even if he revived somehow, I could still kill him. For a moment, surrounding people echoed. Hold on, Lord Elijah personally updated the China Long Tiger list, with Brother Jesus ranked 49th. He also announced that famous school's reconstruction starts today, and will recruit the first batch of students next year on the second day of the second lunar month. Just as Carl was speechless, unsure how to respond, Drake waved his phone excitedly, laughing loudly. Upon hearing this, those who had been mocking under the lead of Yehia fell silent. Rank 49th was a position none present had ever reached. After all, the top 50 of the Long Tiger list had all been sent to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace ruins. Unsatisfied, deep dissatisfaction surged in their hearts. The China Long Tiger list wasn't just about ranking. Being listed symbolized how much support they could receive from their clans. What qualifications did a man forced to die have to take the 49th place? As for the matter of rebuilding schools, it was like slapping them repeatedly. This indicated that Elijah had once again triumphed over those great demons and the ancestor-level figures of various hidden families with his netherworld saber, which could suppress all foes, leaving them no choice but to compromise. The second day of the second lunar month, the day when the dragon raises its head, a day of special significance in Huaxia. Buzz. Yehia, with an ashen face, pointed at the golden Buddha eyes, causing the relics at the tip of the pagoda to resonate intensely. A string of mysterious symbols appeared, emitting boundless and dazzling starlight. 9 stars aligned, brilliant stars shining. The Buddha tower emerged, and phoenixes appeared. What's happening? Not far away, Fiki and his 2 brothers felt the 9 golden Buddha tears resonating with the distant pagoda. Damn! Amidst Alpha and Barnaby's curses, 9 beams of golden light enveloped the 3 brothers, carrying an unparalleled momentum. They streaked towards the pagoda like a comet falling. Chapter 173. 9 stars in conjunction. 9 stars in conjunction. 9 beams of golden light resonated with the relic at the spire of the Buddha tower, and the star map preserved on the Buddha's tear formed a pattern of stellar bagua, adding celestial luster to the golden Buddha's tear. A massive golden vortex rose from the upper part of the Buddha tower, and the strange scenery inside the 9-story tower appeared for the first time as a mirage, seemingly spanning long ages, once again revealing itself to the world. Rare treasures were scattered everywhere, and on the ancient bluish-green walls hung Thangka scrolls unique to Tibet, each breathtakingly beautiful, as if harboring supreme Buddhist power. Thousands of emaciated golden-bodied Buddhas, who had long lost their vitality, continuously struck the wooden fish before them, chanting Buddhist scriptures. These Buddhas seemed to be fulfilling their fated tasks, ceaselessly, without rest. The chanted scriptures, under the benevolent illumination of the golden vortex, transformed into visible Buddhist texts, all converging toward the 9th story of the Buddha tower. The scene within the 9th story was the last to appear before everyone's eyes. Inside, there were no rare treasures but only a single Buddha's coffin. The Buddha's coffin was dark golden, covered with densely packed Buddhist characters, absorbing those texts as if nurturing something growing within. My God, a dark gold Buddha's coffin, something that hasn't appeared in our Buddha kingdom. Why is it here? It's said Tibetan Buddhism has its uniqueness. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Morgan, the Indian Buddhist disciple, changed expression drastically. Others might not understand the true significance of the dark gold Buddha's coffin, but he knew very well. According to legend, only great Buddhist sages could possess a Buddha's coffin after their passing. The current Indian holy man Bob had declared that under the present level of spiritual revival, it was impossible for a dark gold Buddha's coffin to appear. After all, every dark gold Buddha's coffin contained countless secrets, each secret linked to the prosperity 10 years later. Buddhism originated in India, and they had long considered themselves orthodox, looking down upon other branches. But now Morgan dared not underestimate Tibetan Buddhism any longer, feeling only deep reverence. Tibetan Buddhism, influenced by Chinese culture, local Tibetan culture, and Buddhist culture, had integrated these elements to create its own doctrines, no less profound than the orthodox Indian tradition. Yehya's gaze burned with intensity. With his golden Buddha's eye and full support from the corpse escort sect and the Yi family of Nanjing, along with the 4 great allied forces like the Qinya clan, he was the most likely to gain the greatest fortune. He even sensed the green dragon gate, resonating with his golden Buddha's eye, awakening to even more terrifying potentials. Wait, what's that? How can there be 3 figures inside? Damn, did someone get here first? Impossible. We went through so much effort, and now we have to watch these 3 enter the Buddha Tower first and claim the blessings? I can't accept this. Damn. Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement. All could see that Yehya's golden Buddha's eye resonated far less with the tower compared to the treasure made of 9 golden Buddha tears in the star map. His face was filled with sorrow, helplessly wailing. Why does that white-clad figure feel so familiar? And the windcoat man before felt familiar too. Logically, I shouldn't have this feeling. Gently shaking her red umbrella, a red glow entered Megan's eyes, as if her divine pupils could see through everything. A wave of familiarity washed over her heart, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Since awakening, her intuition had rarely been wrong. Yet, both the windcoat man and this white-clad figure stirred up an intense sense of familiarity. Could this be the windcoat man's master? Impossible. If he were the master who taught such a disciple, he would not remain silent after the disciple's death. Countless possibilities flashed through Megan's mind, leaving her even more puzzled. Yehya, Morgan, Margaret, and you garbage. Weren't you trying to find the residual soul of the windcoat man to easily annihilate him? Carl, utterly frustrated, stared at the 3 figures, eyes twinkling, laughing loudly. See those 3 figures? They are the windcoat man and his 2 brothers. He reappeared in human form as a residual soul. Can you kill him now? I think you can only bark, watching like fools as the windcoat man and his companions enter to claim the treasure. What? Everyone was stunned. Carl was really good at lying with his eyes wide open, even if their eyes were blind. Once the golden Buddha's eye has completed its cultivation and the Buddha Tower opens wide, it will be our time to show our prowess. As for the fool Carl, we'll deal with him later. Even if he's just pretending to be a holy man, he must pay a heavy price. After reading the words presented on the Buddha Tower, everyone couldn't help but become excited. As for what Carl said, they automatically ignored it as nonsensical ramblings. Carl, do you think any of the 3 brothers could be as beautiful as that young girl? Haha. Montgomery rubbed his hands together, squinting his eyes with a lascivious look, and said excitedly, that girl is my type. I've decided. They say meeting a good person can ruin your life, but after seeing her, I've decided to go straight. I'll leave behind all the pretty girls who used to surround me and chase after her. Chapter 174. Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. TCH, if you don't believe it, then forget it. The masses are always vulgar and refuse to trust my instincts. Carl smiled faintly. In truth, he merely wanted to rile up Yehya and the other audacious folks, but didn't wish to be looked down upon by Jared. So he said offhandedly, Jared, how did you determine that the girl is beautiful? She hasn't shown her face from start to finish. What if she's hideous? Fool. Jared, walk among countless beauties all year round. Haven't I seen all kinds of gorgeous women? Just by looking at the silhouette, one can tell that she's the best of her kind. You still need a lot of practice in this regard. And that includes you, Hampton. Neither of you is competent enough, and you two should learn more from me. Jared gave them a haughty look as he spoke disdainfully. Carl and Hampton both turned grim, acknowledging they couldn't compare to Jared when it came to being lecherous since the man was a professional. Novak and Jacqueline pinched the 2 of them angrily, glaring at Jared with displeasure. That dead fatty had been trying his best to please the 2 ladies earlier, even complimenting them on their looks. But once he saw the girl whose back faced everyone, he loudly declared that meeting such a good person could lead him astray for life, stating he wanted to give up his debauched lifestyle and reform himself. To Novak and Jacqueline, these words sounded terrible, as if they were just pretty things, completely inferior to a girl who only showed her back. I don't think she's all that pretty. Be careful. She might shock you when she finally shows her face. Jacqueline snorted unhappily. Inside the Buddhist pagoda, Buddha light shone upon the dark golden Buddha coffin, while dark black butterflies danced around the sarcophagus. A fresh fragrance filled the 9th level, making people feel ethereal and lost in this strangely wonderful peril. Damn, isn't Carl an undercover agent sent by Yehya? How dare he expose our disguise in front of so many people? Divine Rat has decided. I'll hate him twice as much now. Don't give me a chance to deal with him, or else I'll make his life worse than death. Jamal paced back and forth around the dark golden Buddha coffin, grumbling discontentedly. Fiki could only smile bitterly, secretly mourning for Carl who unknowingly became hated by Jamal. Jamal's hatred fades slowly but grows at an unimaginable speed. Surveying the layout inside the 9th level of the pagoda, Fiki increasingly felt that the Buddha statue in the temple where Phyllis and the others were situated was not simple at all. This pagoda seemed to be a derivative of that Buddha statue. However, the secrets hidden within that Buddha statue far exceeded what he could probe into with his current strength. In other words, the current level of spiritual energy resurgence wasn't enough to reveal the true peculiarity of the statue. Dark black butterflies? Butterflies, common creatures, yet dark black butterflies are extremely rare in the world. In Buddhist theory, black represents misfortune and destruction. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, there was a big news story in China about a woman who bought a Buddha pendant in Thailand engraved with a dark black butterfly. After returning home, her relatives encountered a series of calamities like car accidents, falling off cliffs, and other strange events. These anecdotes weren't important to Fiki before, but now, he realized some mysteries were always lurking around us, just unnoticed. A butterfly goes through two significant stages in its life, first as a pupa, then as a butterfly. This is why we have the saying emerge from the cocoon as a butterfly. In Taoist texts, this also symbolizes elevation, similar to the allegory of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. First, it's oneself. Second, it's the self after transcendence. In modern terms, a butterfly symbolizes achieving one's dreams, saving oneself, escaping existing hardships, and truly transcending. Is this dark golden Buddha coffin related to the Buddha pendant, or the story of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? Fiki didn't dare to act rashly. Great opportunities often come with great danger. There were no ferocious beasts guarding this place, nor any dangerous traps, indicating the danger here was hidden and required utmost caution. Of course, this was also a benefit of entering the pagoda ahead of time. If they had entered with the main group outside, there wouldn't be enough time to observe carefully, possibly leading to needless deaths. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold chill blew from behind, making the three brothers' hairs stand on end. Oh my goodness, don't scare me. I'm scared. Buddha bless me, Laozi bless me, Confucius bless me. If I get out of here with treasure, I'll burn more incense for all of you. Jamal and Beverly had reverted to their original forms, which was necessary to stay at their best in the presence of unknown dangers. Beverly put his bare paws together and prayed devoutly. He even took out 3 thick incense sticks, bowing continuously. Panda burning incense? Looking at Beverly's actions, Fiki couldn't help but smile bitterly. His brother's well-meaning gestures didn't seem to be a good omen. After all, the last time he saw Panda burning incense, it was a computer virus causing countless computers worldwide to crash. Fool, it's no use to start praying only when you're in trouble if you don't usually burn incense. Jamal gave Douglas a slap on the head, lamenting with frustration. Bang. But when Jamal stepped onto a blue stone brick in front of the dark golden Buddha coffin, the sound of a mechanism being triggered echoed loudly. Get down. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Fiki's mind, and he immediately shouted. But nothing like poisonous arrows or terrifying beasts appeared. Instead, the dark golden Buddha coffin surrounded by countless dark black butterflies began to move, slowly opening. Golden light intertwined with dark light, creating a breathtaking scene. The dark black butterflies started to fly around in circles, their mouths spitting out droplets of green light which grew in the glow, eventually developing into lush green vines and red fruits that released a fragrant aroma. Fiki felt the remaining 3 chains binding his dragon elephant grotto trembling, as if they were about to crack and shatter at any moment. Chapter 175 The Mausoleum of Hassan. Boss, I have to say that your shout to lie down just now was truly awe-inspiring and ghost-weeping. Even your voice broke. I see you have the potential to become a maiden. Why don't you become my disciple? I'll teach you how to be a woman, making you alluring so that every smile and frown makes those stinky men's hearts race. Fiki looked at Jamal with a half-smile, and retorted teasingly, when the 3 of us turn into women and swindle money from those stinky men, then intentionally eat ourselves fat to break their hearts. Get lost. Embarrassed beyond measure, Fiki never expected there to be no danger here at all, but upon further thought, he found it quite reasonable. After all, those 9 golden Buddha tears were obtained by luck, allowing them to enter this place early without any dangers. As for Jamal's remarks, they were quite powerful indeed. All he could do was give him a thumbs up, showing his admiration. Walking into the dark gold Buddha coffin, the emerald vines that grew around seemed to automatically avoid them as if they had consciousness. The pitch-black butterflies appeared to have completed their mission of remaining here. Their bodies started shriveling, transforming into cocoons. However, Fiki, with the green abyss divine eyes, could sense that these cocoons contained surging vitality, evolving towards higher levels of life, much like the path of awakening and evolution of humans and demonic beasts. Put away these cocoons, they might be useful in the future. Fiki quickly called out. Thus, the 3 brothers each used their own methods to collect these cocoons before closely observing the open dark gold Buddha coffin. Inside wasn't what they expected, the remains of a golden-bodied Buddha, but rather a coffin made of black jade. A coffin within a coffin? The terrifying notion flashed through Fiki's mind. Usually, the outer coffin in such setups is just for show and not particularly valuable. But now, the outer coffin was an extremely rare item from Buddhism. Even the origin country of Buddhism, the so-called Buddha Kingdom India, has not seen its emergence in the world. This left Fiki struggling to imagine how terrifying the black inner coffin must be. Instinctively, he activated his green abyss divine eyes, trying to see through the secrets hidden within this black inner coffin. In the next second, a strong backlash made his pupils feel on the verge of exploding, only managed to suppress most of it by the vibration of his netherworld and ancient, heavenly court inside him. Even so, his pupils still oozed black blood, causing him excruciating pain. Damn it, my treasure-seeking hand feels like a toasted bare paw. What is this thing? At the same time, Jamal's claws, his tool for manipulating objects from a distance, became swollen from the heat. He observed clearly visible black steam rising from the point he touched on the inner coffin. The flawless black jade surface automatically evolved, displaying a row of text. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be ancient Chinese script known as small seal characters which had circulated in China for a long time. I swept across the 8 wildernesses and unified the 6 directions. Only the first 9 characters were clear, exuding boundless majesty. Damn, this couldn't be Hassan's tomb. Jamal wiped his eyes with his swollen rat claws, exclaiming, hopefully not, that would scare the living daylights out of me. Spike touched her chest, heart pounding. Hassan? Just as this thought crossed Fiki's mind, he dismissed it instantly. Although mysterious, this inner coffin absolutely couldn't be the mausoleum of Hassan. After all, In the places where the earth awakens, Xijing is bathed in 10,000 rays of light. The former 800-mile-long land of Qin resonates with the sounds of war. It seems like the ancient emperor was maneuvering his troops as if attempting to return from hell to conquer once more. The changes around Hassan's tomb are the largest, with the dragon-like Qi running for 1,000 miles of the Qin mountains subtly harmonizing with Lishan Mountain. That peerless ruler who laid the foundation for China's unification had countless underworld soldiers guarding him, being the king of hell even after death. Even the terracotta warriors had transformed into entities far more terrifying than the zombies created by the Zixia sect, indicating that this emperor who unified scripts and standards surely rests in Lishan. But one thing is certain. This inner coffin hidden beneath the cover of the dark gold Buddha coffin, absorbing power born from the recitations of the 3,000 Buddhas within the pagoda, hides unimaginable secrets. Sizzle. Just then, a pitch-black lotus emerged from those words, seeping into his mind and generating an insatiable greed to devour the lotus, aiming for the dragon elephant grotto guarded by 3 sturdy devil chains. Plank. The dragon elephant grotto rose from his head, the devil chains rattling continuously. Boss, quickly use the grotto to take this thing away. It will help you tear off the shackles. You can't take anything else from this tomb, only this black lotus. Jamal hurriedly urged, Spike nodding vigorously beside him. Without hesitation, Fiki immediately tried to absorb the black lotus containing countless manifestations. Now, what they needed most was to enhance their strength, for after leaving this place, no one knew what kind of fierce battles they might face. Moreover, the black lotus had a miraculous effect on tearing apart devil chains, and he didn't want to miss it. Usually, the 3 brothers would bicker, but at critical moments, they wouldn't care who gained more benefits. In an instant, he felt his head as if it were about to burst. The black lotus swirled in his mind, resonating with the dragon elephant grotto, opening up new divine sea space. The divine sea begins to form only when reaching the divine sea realm, serving as a medium for awakened evolutionists to communicate with heaven and stars. It can be correlated with the dantian, the upper part being the divine sea and the lower part being the dantian, which is like heaven and earth composing a human body's cultivation cycle. Like the ancient heavenly techniques for killing and entering the reincarnation, ancient heavenly quartz, and other divine artifacts, they can all be introduced into the divine sea, making it as solid as a fortress. In this way, it could more effectively harness the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation and attacks, which is the most important capital that allows divine sea realm powerhouses to crush those at the grotto realm. But now, Fiki was still only at the grotto realm yet able to form a complete divine sea. If this news got out, it would inevitably provoke envy from countless financial elites and aristocratic families. In this world, he might be the only one. Even absolute geniuses like Tracy and Aisha have only transformed existing grottos into divine seas through refinement. The coexistence of divine sea and grotto was not supposed to be tolerated by the universe, yet it became a reality under the influence of this black lotus. The ancient heavenly court instantly ascended above the divine sea, its radiance illuminating the divine sea and lighting up star-like spots within it, subtly aligning with every acupuncture point on his body, significantly increasing the absorption rate of spiritual energy in the space. The runes and images containing Donald's book, Yanzi, 2A Bei 2, and Bodhi Heart Sutra, were all imprinted on the ancient heavenly court, emitting unique colors, distinct and uninterpretable of what mysteries lay inside. Yet, they all had the same effect, which was to jointly nurture Fiki's divine sea, making it stronger constantly. Chapter 176, Treasure Seizing. Hiss. Suddenly, the black lotus bloomed, and threads of black gas flowed into the divine sea and the dragon elephant cave, assimilating both. 3 thick devilish chains also appeared above the divine sea. Yet this did not bring any oppression to Fiki, but instead made him feel an immense elevation in physical quality. A peculiar scene was presented in the azure spirit eye as if it could penetrate through the black jade coffin and see clearly what was hidden inside. Inside lay a headless corpse. There was a terrifying ganchan wound on his chest that was horrifying, emitting sky-filling devilish energy that was constantly eroding the flesh around the wound. Energies generated by the chanting of the 3,000 Buddhas were nourishing him, slowly repairing the injury. In his left hand was a tightly gripped ancient bronze sword. The sword was covered in rust, yet it exuded an oppressive feeling as if shedding a piece of the bronze rust could easily obliterate all enemies in the world. I have incorporated the strengths of hundreds, standing proudly with my sword under the vast sky, undefeated. When the phoenix blood falls, when the chaos arises from the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, I shall emerge. A majestic voice echoed in Fiki's mind while the black lotus, illuminated by the ancient heavenly court, hummed incessantly due to this voice. Then, a streak of sword aura, filled with endless devilish energy yet radiating bright harmonious vibes, appeared in Fiki's mind, born from the black lotus. The devilish energy released by the sword aura was distinctly different from the chaos demon art he had practiced but concealed immense power. Fiki had an instinctive feeling that if he could refine even 10,000th of this sword aura, his swordsmanship would reach an unimaginable level. Thump thump. At this moment, 2 drops of blood, carrying the aura of the ancient prehistoric age, also appeared on the surface of the jade coffin. Their essence was irresistible, enough to make countless fearsome demon beasts flock. Even those hidden beast kings who looked down upon the current opportunities in Shu region might go mad over these. Hee, thanks dead man in the coffin. I knew you wouldn't be so stingy, just sending out 1 black lotus. Now, we can call it even for burning my rat claws. Spike, hurry up, this blood has consciousness, don't miss it or it might escape. Jamal excitedly patted the black jade coffin, shouting. The 2 drops of blood were originally pulsating with a tendency to escape but were stopped as Jamal and Spike sat on them, absorbing them directly into their bodies. Damn, is this right? It wasn't supposed to be like swallowing the essence of ancient demon beasts should rejuvenate us like taking a full health tonic pill, energetic and vigorous? Not even flying up in daylight, at least effortlessly reaching late-stage divine sea realm. How come I only reached mid-stage? After breaking through, Jamal, with a depressed look, complained, "You in the coffin, if you still have a breath of life, I want to give you a bad review. If you disagree, then argue. Second brother, don't be ungrateful. Wait until you're as powerful as this guy. You probably won't even bear to give your essence to successors. According to this baby's bold guess, you getting one mouse droplet would make others thank heaven." Spike nodded seriously. Of course, this person inside the coffin is indeed a bit stingy. I felt that I could unlock the first seal of this battle drum, but failed at the crucial moment. Very frustrating. Like seeing a beautiful panda mother and unable to chat her up. You two, shut up, let's go get the treasures in the 8th level. Fiki watched the dissatisfied brothers, feeling depressed. In Jizhaegu, these two had already crossed 2 realms in no time, still complaining about being slow. How could he live? The Black Lotus and the Sword Aura were undoubtedly the greatest boon bestowed by the entity in the Black Jade coffin. However, Fiki hadn't broken a single devilish chain but was instead binding his newly formed divine sea with it. Such disparity between people, how could anyone live? Jamal and Spike immediately got excited and ran towards the 8th level, humming songs as they collected the Buddhist treasures. It must be said, this Buddha tower was very friendly to those with 9 Buddhist tiers and star charts, encountering no danger on the way, allowing them to take treasures freely. Buzz. At the same time, endless Buddha light surged from the earth around the tower, bringing joy deep within the souls of those watching the entrance of the 1st level of the tower. And that snow mountain not far away, towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist and mystery, was subtly changing, with the mist below gradually dissipating. Everyone knew that the treasures in this tower could definitely elevate them to higher levels. The opportunity within this tower was closely related to the deepest secrets of the subsequent snow mountain. No matter which aspect to look at, they had to fully strive to seize the opportunities within the tower. Humph, I wonder what dogs hit luck those 3 bastards who went in first have to obtain the secret treasures of levels 8 and 9. It's fine. As long as we wait for them to come out, we'll surround and kill them together. I don't believe those truly terrifying existences would dare to defy Lord Elijah's orders and appear here. The secret treasures inside are destined to be mine, Jeremy's. No one can snatch them away from me. Order Fox to bring Christopher's corpse to me immediately once it leaves the range protected by the snow mountain, after the snow mountain gradually becomes unsealed. I want to shred him into pieces and scatter his bones before the whole world after obtaining the secret treasures of the Buddha Tower. Chapter 177. I am a wild man from Egan, Phoenix Song mocks Confucius. Outside the Buddhist pagoda, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was itching to make their move and rush in to seize opportunities and blessings once Yehya had finished refining the golden Buddha eyes and the pagoda's golden gates opened. Damn it, I'm mad now. So many people are envious of us. When we escape and lie in ambush outside, I'll knock out whoever passes by and snatch everything they have, even their belt, so as to assuage my anger. Alpha, while holding a Thanka painting, watched unhappily at those outside who were declaring to intercept and attack them 3 brothers, grumbling aloud. From this 8th level, one could see everything outside clearly. Every movement of anyone outside came into full view. Among them, the Indian Buddhist disciples, Yehya, Margaret, Eliam, and other enemies spoke most fiercely, as if the 3 brothers had already fallen into their hands, becoming their playthings, with their lives controlled by these people. Yes, ambushing is a skill. Wait for my command, ensuring that they experience cruelty, said Meadow, clenching his fist, a sinister smile appearing on his face. We've been chased and oppressed all the way here to Jizhaegu. I've been extremely annoyed. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll treat this divine mouse with utter contempt. No, we should not do this. Fiki, however, received a wooden fish containing surging Buddhist power into the ancient heavenly court, rejecting the idea. When Andre and Alpha looked at him in puzzlement, he smiled and said, Andre, Alpha, dare you play a big game? The 2 brothers were even more puzzled, unable to figure out what Fiki was thinking. Since they want treasures so much, let's give them a chance to take the treasures. Of course, they have to offer something sufficient in exchange. Most importantly, remember, after altering the treasures with the Aniwan magic art, whether or not they explode depends on me. The smile on Fiki's face grew wider as he spoke. His azure mystic eyes revealed many treasures he needed to tear apart magic chains and refine a new divine sea from these people. Only treasures related to Buddhism would not achieve these 2 goals. Obtaining everyone's treasures was essential. Do you mean we should launch a direct counterattack now? But if our identities are exposed, we're doomed. Among these people, there are at least 20 geniuses from China's Dragon Tiger list, not counting the talents from other countries, muttered Andre, startled. What? Scared? Fiki raised his eyebrows, teasingly. Fear? Afraid of nothing. Dealing with these guys, we have Rena's undergarments to cover and ankle bells for protection. Who can harm us? Alpha responded first, swinging the silk ribbon on his paw, the small bells on his anklet jingling excitedly. Hey, you stupid bear, is it your turn? You're being too eager like a little 3rd brother, leaving your 2nd brother speechless. Are you looking for a beating? Andre glared at Alpha discontentedly. This clumsy bear had become so capable, making him appear cowardly. I've decided, once we go out, we'll open the 9th level so they can see the legendary dark gold Buddha coffin and the black jade coffin. Only, what they get won't be opportunities but surprises I've prepared for them. After speaking, Andre returned excitedly to the 9th level, surrounded by an imposing aura around his paws, preparing a profound array. Brother, what's little 2nd brother doing? Alpha was completely baffled and asked curiously. He's preparing gifts, right? What do you think your despicable 2nd brother will prepare? Fiki laughed. Alpha's eyes widened, imagining an incredible possibility, murmuring, no way, this is immoral. I need to stop him. He's desecrating divinity. Saying this, Alpha rushed back to the 9th level, leaving Fiki alone to gather Buddhist treasures inside the 8th level of the pagoda. Unimaginable, countless people online begged for rat droppings on Weibo. Yet these geniuses from the Chinese Dragon Tiger list got ahead. Fiki shook his head with a smile, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. He whispered, however, Since they provoked us 3 brothers, they must pay a heavy price. Perhaps our current strength can't kill you, but playing you in the palm of my hand is very simple. I am a wild man from Egan, and Phoenix Song mocks Confucius. This is my ambition, naturally proven by actions. A wild man has his own methods. Many outside forced him into this situation, using the identity of Jesus' brother. Now, he would retaliate with the identity of a wild man from Egan. And this clearly superior 8th level Buddhist treasure and the 9th level opportunity are his greatest assets, able to control the rhythm of any transactions with these people. Though there was a risk of being discovered during this process, he was confident in his ability to perceive opponents' attack intentions with the azure mystic eyes, his speed with the 8 steps of heavenly demon, and the skill of concealing his aura using the silk ribbon wrapped around his ankle. Youth was for taking risks, for seizing the moment. If one could not even dare to resist when oppressed, then what was the point of pursuing the path of awakening and evolution, which defied the heavens and altered fate? By the time Fiki had collected all the Buddhist treasures, Hua Hua and Alpha had already transformed into human form, their arms around each other's shoulders, wearing contented smiles as they leaned against the door of the 9th level, waiting for him. Fiki knew without asking that Alpha, who had run off in righteous indignation to stop Hua Hua, not only failed to stop him but likely even helped him carry out his plans. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately afterward, as Fiki infused pure spiritual energy into the 9 golden Buddha tears imprinted with star charts, the pagoda began to tremble, transporting them to the top of the pagoda. The relic at the pagoda's peak shone brightly, enveloping the 3 brothers within its glow. Fiki took out 3 lotuses emitting Buddhist light, and the 3 brothers sat on them. Under the watchful eyes full of endless malice, they remained calm and composed. Dressed in white, Fiki's silver hair danced wildly, and his ancient silver sword floated in midair, with a thread of sword chi drawn from a black lotus attached to the blade, adding an ethereal and lively aura, as if he were a legendary sword immortal descending from ancient times. Hua Hua wore a green robe, with a faint smile revealing 2 dimples, her graceful and slender figure accentuated by the green garment in the gentle breeze. She mimicked the barefoot goddess in a green robe on Mount Ame, swinging her jade legs while the clear and pleasant bell sounds rang intermittently. Alpha, dressed in a small suit, had rosy cheeks and looked incredibly adorable, like a divine child. Chapter 178. Do you have any shame? Why wait? Now that they've emerged, seize them, take the golden prayer beads, and claim the great fortune. The Buddhist disciple from India, Morgan, said coldly with urging, can these 3, who don't understand Buddhism at all, truly grasp the essence of a treasure of the Buddhist faith? Kill them, share this chance. I can give you free lectures on the secrets of Buddhist treasures. If I say I'm second in the depth of my understanding of Buddhism here, no one dares to claim first, not even third can catch up with you. He held a monastic blade in one hand. Its blade gleamed coldly as he looked greedily at the 3 splendid green lotuses under Fiki and his 2 brothers. Even just the casual display of green lotus Buddhist treasures by Fiki surpassed most Buddhist treasures produced in India. Of course, this level of quality was limited by what he could obtain based on his current strength. How could he not want to get the green lotus immediately, especially when Fiki certainly had more than just those 3 lotus treasures? Chiming sounds resounded. In an instant, someone held an ancient sword, another wielded a long halberd, yet another swung a demonic saber, all glaring maliciously at Fiki and his 2 brothers. A bloody battle was about to start. I am Montague, laughing at Confucius while singing like a phoenix. Having come to this world, I shall dance my ambitions with a single sword. Having come with good intentions, if anyone dares to step forward, I will kill without mercy. Ask yourselves, who wishes to step forward? Fiki's black pupils narrowed, feeling a sudden tension in his heart. These people really couldn't control their desire to snatch treasures, but he was prepared too, lightly tapping Tai-Bai sword and standing up, releasing boundless combat intent, sweeping across everyone present. Buzz. In an instant, amidst the swirling black lotus in his divine sea, the sword chi bestowed by the existence within the black jade coffin began to be absorbed by him using the godly prison dragon elephant technique, filling him with a vast and mysterious aura, making him seem like a god within the sword itself. Just a strand of his energy brought a sense of mortal threat to these geniuses ready for a fight. This was also his confidence to face everyone head-on. The coexistence of divine sea and grotto made it impossible to discern his cultivation level. Now, right from the beginning, he needed to exude absolute confidence to intimidate everyone. Otherwise, any plans of negotiation or schemes against Yehia and others would be nothing but empty dreams, futile efforts, and might even lead to being hunted like a stray dog again. Everyone paused. None were fools. Having been specially cultivated by major families and financial tycoons, their wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary people, making them extraordinarily cautious. May I ask for this brother's name? Yehia stepped forward, smiling warmly, making one feel no malice. He laughed. Montague. Fiki's fingertip touched the hilt of Tai-Bai sword, sitting down cross-legged once more, saying indifferently, Montague, you alone occupy the most precious Buddhist treasures from the upper levels of the pagoda. No one will agree to that. Yehia smiled slightly, then turned to look at Hampton, Carl, and others who had been watching passively, saying, Hampton, Kian. I believe you have the same thought, right? Hampton and Kian remained silent, only nodding slightly. With just these words, he pulled Hampton and Kian, who initially intended to watch, into the common attack against Fiki. Once there was any sign of opposition from Kian and others, Yehia would find an excuse to persuade these people to deal with Kian first, avoiding any scenario where they helped Windy Brother again. And Kian and others, first, did not wish to anger the crowd. Second, the unfamiliar Montague had no connection with them, and it was impossible for them to assist as they had for Windy Brother. And third, they also desired rare Buddhist treasures. No one would refuse an opportunity to enhance their strength. After all, the primary purpose of coming to Jishegu was to strengthen themselves. Montague, you see we all share the same goal. Hand over 90% of the Buddhist treasures you obtained from the upper levels of the pagoda and open your mind, so we can probe whether you have any hidden treasures inside you. We won't kill you, okay? Seeing his plan to ally with Carl at all working, Yehia slowly smiled, looking at Fiki. I think none of you three practice the Buddhist path, so you may not be able to truly understand the essence of the treasures. Let Morgan appraise the treasures, distribute them according to our abilities, and you can leave safely. Hearing this, these people on edge all nodded, agreeing with Yehia's suggestion. Especially the Indian Buddhist disciple Morgan, whose smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum, felt secretly glad. Having him appraise the treasures allowed him to benefit by asking for additional items, maximizing his gains. He secretly rejoiced at joining forces with Yehia. This Yehia could unite Lin Juha, Qin, Ilium, and others, forcing talented Windy brother to death. Indeed, his reputation wasn't undeserved. Do you have any shame? The girl transformed from Huang Huang opened her cherry lips, saying astonishingly, ha ha ha, I told you this girl is no ordinary person, yet you didn't believe me. Not only does she have a face that can make fish sink and birds hide, her personality is also impressive. How could I not pursue her? If I don't, even my late mother's spirit will blame me. She would appear in my dreams just like Brother Devon did, scolding me for being unfilial. Montgomery was so excited that he waved his arms wildly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Kian and Jacqueline were slightly stunned, inwardly sighing that this fatso must be crazy. The girl beside Montague did indeed look pretty and spoke sweetly, but she wasn't at the fairy level, right? Who said I didn't believe it? I've believed it all along. Montgomery, you better not compete with me. She's the one I've chosen, so you have no chance. Carl retorted, saying, meeting the right person can lead to lifelong regret. It's such a classic phrase. How did the ancients come up with this? Meeting her among countless people in Juzhegu, after she smiled at me 3 times, how could I not respond to her heartfelt feelings? Anyone who dares to interfere, I'll do everything in my power to stop them. She's genuine and true-hearted, exactly the type I like. Carl, you bastard. Montgomery looked utterly dejected and exclaimed in shock. Earlier, when he praised the girl, Carl had showed disdain, even calling him infatuated and sarcastically questioning how he saw her beauty. Now, here he was, shamelessly competing with him. Chapter 179, Coffin Within a Coffin. Every move made by everyone present was clear as day to Fiki. But when he heard that the unreliable Alistair and Carl nearly fell out over Barnaby, a few spasms tugged at the corner of his mouth, almost making him burst into laughter. How could their tastes be so heavy? A strong doubt emerged in his heart. Was Barnaby's charm really that great? And did she meet her match in someone who would lead her astray for life? Before leaving, he had repeatedly warned Barnaby not to misbehave, not to make too much of a scene, to stay quiet, and speak less so as not to be found out. It now seemed there was no need to worry about being exposed. Barnaby disguised herself as a lowly rat so successfully it surpassed his imagination. Most importantly, after speaking, Barnaby showed a serene and refined smile towards the two men, which caused the usually unbothered by beauty and flirtatiousness Carl to reveal a bright and broad smile, replying with a nod and a gentle smile like a gentleman. What? Are you dissatisfied with the conditions we proposed? Yehia ignored this small episode, the golden Buddha eyes in his palm trembling slightly, resonating intensely with the Buddha pagoda. Qing Long Gate exuded a terrifying power as he said coldly, if so, then you can only die. Greed leads to one's downfall, just like the python trying to swallow an elephant. The others also watched Fiki intently. They could clearly sense the cultivation level of Barnaby and Alpha, being at the middle stage of Divine Sea Realm, thus not worthy of concern compared to them. Only Fiki's aura remained incomprehensible to them, especially his ability to wield a sword to emit sword chi while holding an ancient sword, giving them a considerable amount of pressure. To snatch this opportunity for creation and change, they must collectively attack and kill Fiki decisively. I dare to step forward openly, so I have the capability to resolve this matter. At least I can ensure that several people within 30 feet of me will die. If anyone wants to test this, come forward. Fiki scanned those who might suddenly attack him, a faint smile on his face as he threatened. Just seeing Tai Bai sword, under his command, cut a long sword scar in the air at a distance of 9 zhang away from him, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The sword energy was wildly unrestrained, the force of the sword chillingly awe-inspiring. Those who originally intended to act paused, looking at him warily. Admittedly, that effortless slash still left them all shaken, none of them wanting to take the first step. Previously brimming with confidence, Yehia now stared straight at Fiki, intending multiple times to use the golden Buddha eyes and the evolved Qing Long Gate for a powerful strike. But he wasn't quite sure, locking onto Fiki with his aura. Any hint of trouble from Fiki would prompt him to unleash the most powerful attack immediately, aiming to finish him off in one blow. Since that's the case, let me express my goodwill. Fiki drew a deep breath with no expression on his face. Even the tangible pressure still made his heart tremble. After all, many of these people were listed on China's Dragon Tiger ranking, especially ones like India's Buddhist disciple Morgan and the Western Eganurch's holy son Ilium, whose tricks were endless. These people, who hadn't revealed their bottom cards, could launch unimaginable, unconventional attacks at any time to kill him. If he fought any one of these people in a single combat, he estimated he would be defeated. After all, he was currently only at the late-stage cavern stage, a vast cultivation gap from them. Buzzing sounds filled the air. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of Buddhist treasures obtained from the 8th layer emerged like stars adorning the space behind him. Each treasure had some connection with the string of 9 golden Buddha tears, ready to explode should he redirect the energy from Xinyu Longxiang power through them upon a mental command. If anyone is confident they can instantly kill me before I detonate these treasures, feel free to attack. I'll sit here waiting for you to come and kill me. Fiki's lips curled into a cold smile as he arrogantly declared, but I don't think anyone here has that capability. Speaking, his body radiated boundless self-confidence and arrogance. Why does this Egan Cure feel so familiar whenever he talks? This isn't an illusion. In the crowd, holding a red umbrella, standing apart due to her breathtaking beauty, Megan knitted her brows slightly, murmuring softly. She felt the figure of someone familiar overlapping with this Egan cure in her mind, but couldn't figure out who it was. He's indeed a madman, no? Maybe even a crazy man. Even those at the mid-stage of Divine Sea Realm wouldn't dare bind their soul to so many Buddhist treasures. After all, damaging just a few of these treasures would cause significant damage to his soul, hard to heal. For now, let's put aside thoughts of killing him and see what he intends. This world's most irritable people are lunatics. Like Jesus Guy, who was forced to commit suicide earlier, or this Egan cure. But Jesus Guy had a soft spot, whereas this Egan cure doesn't. Pass the order down. Let those hidden people wait. If they make a move, Montague might die, but those Buddhist treasures will vanish as well. It's not worth it. Moreover, I heard that the Egan family of Panglai Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea is notorious for producing madmen. This person is likely one of their outstanding ones. For a moment, everyone was astonished by Fiki's actions and abandoned the idea of attacking. Yehya, the Indian monk Morgan, and others had cold and grim expressions as they glared at Fiki. Since you dare not kill me, let's talk terms. Exchange your treasures with me. Even if their value falls short of the Buddhist treasures, it's fine as long as I'm satisfied. During the Buddha Pagoda's light display, you all saw all the treasures in the 8th layer. I didn't keep anything back. Fiki smiled gently. As for the 9th layer, when the Buddha Pagoda opens, I will help you remove the barrier. Those who wish to enter can do so anytime. But I warn you, there are 2 coffins inside. The dark golden Buddha coffin is only the outer one. The inner coffin has nothing to do with me, and I got nothing from it. 2 coffins? Fiki's words caused a huge wave, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Chapter 180. The Dark Gold Buddha Coffin. The dark gold Buddha coffin was incredibly precious. Even the Kingdom of India, which was renowned as a Buddhist country, had not yet produced one in all its history. It was truly terrifying to think that within this pagoda, it was merely an outer coffin meant as a disguise for the world. Their imagination could not fathom what kind of mystery lay within the inner coffin. They watched as Fiki pointed into the air, and the scene of the 9th level of the pagoda reappeared before everyone's eyes, identical to before, without any changes. The dark gold Buddha coffin continued to shimmer with dark golden Buddha scriptures, tempting them and leading them to believe what Fiki had said. Ordinarily, if the auspicious opportunities tied to it were taken away, the dark gold Buddha coffin would have long since become a mundane object, turned to dust, or completely taken away. It wouldn't possibly remain there quietly. How could this be? In Indian legends, even the cave left by the ancient Buddha Dipankara when he practiced meditation has never seen something as divine as using a dark gold Buddha coffin as an outer coffin. Indian monk Morgan stood as still as a wooden puppet, stunned as though struck by lightning, muttering woodenly, "Is ancient China really that terrifying? If just this strange place at Juzhaga can harbor such horrors, then what will appear when the famous Lulan ancient city, the Taishan Fengshan site, and the 3,000 Li Qinling range fully awaken? No wonder the history of China has never been interrupted. Descendants can trace the lost truths hidden in the long river of time, through historical relics and traces preserved from later generations." He had more to say but tried to calm himself down, yet he was still shocked beyond words. "Brother Madman, I have some expertise in Buddhism and can help you identify the rarity of Buddha treasures, maximizing your benefits and exchanging for the due treasures." Morgan clasped his hands together, no longer showing any hint of belligerence, smiling benevolently. "Afterward, if you give me 9 Buddha treasures as payment, you'll also gain the valuable friendship of our Indian monks. What do you think? It's quite a profitable deal." He was confident that this brash madman named Egan wouldn't refuse. After all, who could turn down profit? Everything inside this pagoda was the supreme treasure of Buddhism, and among those present, only he had the deepest understanding of Buddhism, naturally making him a coveted ally. After all, not knowing the true utility of a treasure would only let it gather dust, a sheer waste of a rare item. "I never collaborate with people who want to kill me. You can leave. I don't need the friendship of Indian monks. An inch of respect shown to me, I'll return a yard. If someone offends me, they should ask my 3-foot greensword whether it agrees. Not slaying you is already the greatest leniency I can offer." A sneer appeared at the corner of Fiki's mouth as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Even though they all knew Morgan was despicable, they couldn't deny that none of them could match his knowledge of Buddha treasures. Collaborating with him was undoubtedly the best choice. If Morgan were to switch sides and help explain the hidden utilities of those well-concealed treasures to these people, Egan would likely suffer losses and not get the equivalent value in exchange. Fine. Don't regret it. Brother Kalang, it's time we arrange for someone to bring back the Buddha treasures we need most. Egan, you've provoked me and are destined to lose out. Morgan's face instantly turned iron gray, laughing angrily. Despite his anger, he managed to maintain his composure. Even if Fiki targeted them and didn't exchange Buddha treasures with them, they could still order their subordinates to exchange low-quality treasures for valuable ones. After all, Morgan had the ability to discern the true value of Buddha treasures. "Brother Madman, you made a mistake here," Yehya sneered. "Madman? I see it as a presumptuous and arrogant person, not knowing how high the heavens are. Failing to analyze the situation is bound to lead to a loss. Ha ha ha." 3-star Elio laughed mockingly, shaking his head in disdain. "Brother Kalang, Brother Yujun, perhaps Brother Egan wants to give us benefits, letting us exchange the best Buddha treasures with minimal cost. We should collectively thank him, understand?" Tracy and Eliam exchanged glances and sarcastically echoed in unison. Watching Yehya and company look so smug, Carl and others felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't long ago that Yehya and his group consolidated into the strongest team present, able to obtain the most mysterious and rarest treasures from the 8th level of the pagoda. But despite their dissatisfaction, they were powerless. Who could they blame but the fact that they had Morgan, a monk with profound Buddhist knowledge, on their side? So what if he's great? Why is he being so boastful? "When I reach the late Divine Sea Realm first, I'll show you all the power. I will not only avenge Brother Devon but also settle this score." Nova humphed lightly, secretly vowing. Even though Carl and others didn't say anything, she knew very well that breaking through to the late Divine Sea Realm, which bridged the gap between the Dragon Gate realm and the Divine Sea realm, was extremely difficult. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so long without breaking through to the late Divine Sea realm even after obtaining the opportunity in Qinling. Who says one must understand Buddhism to know if a Buddha treasure is good or not? Fiki said with a light snort. What? Not only Morgan and Yehia were dumbfounded, but even those around who had been wary of the mighty sword aura of Fiki's tie by Jin were all stunned. There must be limits to how arrogant one can be. Buddhism has spread across the world for many years, gaining countless followers, and especially showcasing extraordinary power after the spiritual energy revival. It could be described as profound and abstruse without exaggeration. Even someone like Morgan, who had been taught by Buddhism experts in the Kingdom of India and was steeped in Buddhist culture, did not dare to claim he could see through all the secrets of the hundreds of Buddha treasures behind Fiki. Where did this Coleman get the confidence to say such things? Morgan opened his mouth to mock, but then closed it, merely shaking his head slightly. A person like this wasn't worth mocking. After all, who would argue with a fool? Buzz, buzz, buzz. But in the next moment, their gazes all froze. The originally fairy-like Fiki with silver hair dancing wildly pointed his finger, and instantly the hundreds of Buddha treasures shone brilliantly. Chapter 181. The Bodhi Heart Sutra. Above the Divine Sea, the ancient heavenly court's majestic walls gleamed under a brilliant light illuminating the Black Lotus. Etched upon it was the mysterious and profound Buddhist text of the Bodhi Heart Sutra, obtained from a Buddha statue. Fiki couldn't understand any of the characters written there, yet he firmly believed in the principle that understanding one method led to comprehending all methods. Now he might not be able to cultivate the Bodhi Heart Sutra, but he could guide the faint traces of Buddhic power within it just as he guided the sword chi inside the Black Lotus. The Bodhi Heart Sutra was no less significant than cultural treasures like Donald's book or the Tuabetu scroll. Otherwise, Fiki would have been able to cultivate it already. Thus, this single thread of Buddhic power alone could elicit changes in these Buddhist treasures, leaving Jamal and Spike staring wide-eyed, almost instinctively wanting to shout an expletive. But they still remembered Fiki's warning, trying to maintain their serene and detached demeanor to bolster Fiki's presence and avoid saying too much. The Bodhi seed contains pure Buddhic power. According to legend, the Buddha bear attained enlightenment beneath an ancient Bodhi tree, mastering 3,000 dharmas in a day and becoming a Buddha on the spot. This Bodhi seed is one of the most precious items among these treasures, which can be exchanged for spirit medicine seeds or treasures that strengthen the body. The Bodhi flower. When one thought arises, flowers bloom, filling the sky with fragrance. The precept knife, imbued with the lifetime legacy of a high monk, its Buddhic power is abundant. Mastering it makes one no weaker than any Buddha's disciple. The wooden fish, its tolling sounds like morning bells and evening drums. Its sound waves can cleanse impurities within the body and elevate the soul. Fiki pointed at these treasures, recounting them as if reciting a familiar list. He would only keep 3 or 4 of these treasures, as he didn't specialize in Buddhism, and the Black Lotus, which had been nurtured by the recitations of a golden Buddha for countless years, provided more than enough Buddhic energy. What he urgently needed were rare medicinal seeds and treasures that strengthened his foundation. Only then could he tear apart the demonic chains binding his cave abode and the Divine Sea, achieving true breakthrough into the Divine Sea realm. Only then would he possess strength that rivaled anyone. That Dharmic Buddha statue will be mine. If I hadn't collected countless marine herbs from the South Sea, I wouldn't even have the qualification to exchange it with my current early-stage Divine Sea strength. Clever as I am, while others were fighting over ancient treasures in the South Sea, I focused on collecting medicinal herbs specifically for this exchange with Egan Quirin. This is a secret treasure from the 8th level of the pagoda. Had I fought normally, I wouldn't have gotten anything. I found a miraculous plant on a peak where dragon veins converge in the Qinling Mountains, infused with the essence of heaven and earth. It should be worth exchanging for 5 treasures. I have a jade that enhances physical strength and boosts vitality. It should be worth exchanging for 9 treasures. Numerous people cheered and rejoiced. Since Fiki only needed medicinal seeds and foundation-strengthening items, this reduced the gap between the average and the top-tier cultivators. After all, such items weren't exclusive to the top-tier cultivators. Everyone had a chance to exchange for treasures. Damn it, no matter what, I must get that precept knife. It definitely contains a lost battle technique from India. Even if I sacrifice everything, I must obtain it. Indian monk Aurelio clenched his fists tightly, his voice filled with hatred. He silently vowed to never let go until death with this Egan Quirin, but was compelled to lower his head in compliance. Pride wasn't important. Obtaining the battle technique within the precept knife was paramount. People like Conroy who had mocked Fiki earlier felt extremely embarrassed. They never imagined that this Fiki, devoid of any Buddhic power, could actually activate the mysteries within these treasures. Sorry, don't look at me like a fighting cock. I really can see through what you need. Fiki activated the Qingyu divine pupil, his eyes filled with amusement, smiling lightly. Margaret, you want this green lotus Buddha seat to refine a new lotus throne, not Guanyin. So why are you playing at being Guanyin sitting on a green lotus? Ilium, you want this 9-dragon wooden fish to nourish those 9 lizards with abundant life force. Don't embarrass yourself by bringing lizards to eat flies. You don't belong here. Kin, the whole world is your country and your Samsung families. You want everything? Sorry, not available. No matter how rich you are in my eyes, you're poor enough to sew and mend your own undergarments. Conroy, your Yi family has been grabbing all the attention recently, but that doesn't change the fact that you got pummeled by a kung fu panda. I enjoy your murderous gaze, hating me deeply yet unable to do anything. Isn't that a great feeling? As for Andre and Ainsley, there's nothing much to say about 2 garbage like you. It would just waste saliva. Fiki played with 2 putti seeds carved with Buddha statues, casually standing on the edge of the green lotus as if he were an elderly man sitting in a rocking chair in the park, hurling insults nonchalantly. In an instant, Conroy and others' aura surged as if they couldn't wait to kill Fiki right away. This feeling was all too familiar, strikingly reminiscent of someone they knew. Just like the trench coat guy who always taunted them endlessly with his scathing remarks, driving them mad whenever he appeared before them. Chapter 182. We seem to have met before. Indeed, your instincts are correct. I am doing this for Brother Jesus. Anyone who participated in the ambush on Brother Jesus will have to pay double the price for swapping Buddha treasures. Fiki gave a disdainful smile and said calmly, as for you, Yehia, and others, I'll reluctantly give you an opportunity. The price is 5 times the original. I'm a whimsical businessman, but certainly not foolish. Don't think of conspiring against my interests. The items you need are set aside for you. If you don't swap, I'll take them back. You, not only Yehia and his people, but also those who had joined in the attack on Fiki for personal gains all paled with anger at that moment. However, they had no solution. They did not dare to attack Fiki. The reinforcements that arrived one after another were far more powerful than they were. These people would never risk damaging these Buddha treasures by allowing any attacks on Fiki. In an instant, Yehia's pupils contracted sharply. An incredible idea surfaced in his mind. Could this Montague be Brother Jesus? Thinking it impossible for heaven to send 2 people to torment him so, he then recalled the unsatisfied look in Brother Jesus' eyes when he died and the sorrow across China at the time, deeming it equally unlikely. Connecting these dots with the confirmation from Fox about Brother Jesus's remains never being disturbed, his heart finally settled. How could I possibly think he is Brother Jesus? Against this Montague, I only have a 30% chance of winning. If the arrogant and overbearing Brother Jesus possessed such strength, wouldn't he have come to settle scores long ago? Yehia murmured to himself, I must be truly driven mad if I'm considering such a ridiculous possibility. He decided to wait. Even if he had to pay 5 times the cost, he would still swap to get the Buddha treasure he needed. After all, the golden Buddha eye was his reliance for entering the pagoda later to vie for opportunities. With the Buddha treasure aligning with the Buddha eye, he would be as comfortable as a fish in water. Other things like spiritual medicine seeds or fundamental strengthening treasures were easily obtainable, insignificant compared to Buddha treasures. Tap, tap, tap. From the crowd emerged a woman in white attire, holding a red umbrella, gracefully stepping forward. Is she the top beauty of Jiangnan, Megan? Why do I feel her gaze on Montague carries a hint of affection? This can't be possible. Flint of the Jiangnan Lin family ranks 4th on the Dragon Tiger list of China and has ardently pursued Megan, yet he hasn't even gotten a glance from her. Exactly. Rumor has it that Flint made enemies with Brother Jesus over this. Know why? Because of someone named Fiki, an insignificant ant. Apparently, the only romance goddess Megan ever experienced was with him. And Brother Jesus' awakening came from snatching a bottle of 6-flavor Remania pills sold by Fiki. Whoa, that's quite unbelievable. What qualities does this Fiki have to cause such a big stir, creating a peerless figure like Brother Jesus and even dating the goddess? He isn't an ant, but practically a life mentor. Watching Megan, draped in white, her slender and graceful silhouette highlighted, the crowd buzzed with discussions. Gossip, especially about beauties, was an eternal topic among humans. No way, my goddess wouldn't possibly favor this Montague, unless there's something wrong with her taste. Hampton looked at Megan with bewildered eyes, shaking his head with a bitter smile. But since she once fancied Fiki's cousin, maybe her standards aren't that commendable. Perhaps she might actually fancy this Montague. How unfair. Being so excellent myself, why doesn't she look at me with affection? Jacqueline and Novak looked speechlessly at Chin Fengo, and the two drooling over Jamal disguised as a young girl, silently wondering what had gone wrong with the world, as if everyone was in the throes of spring fever. We seem to have met before, do you remember? Megan's penetrating eyes gazed directly at Fiki, her red lips parting slightly as she murmured softly. Despite Fiki believing he was fully prepared, he was still taken aback by Megan's words. Could she really have seen through it? Fiki couldn't believe it. The mysterious force created by the green-robed goddess's anklet and the silk ribbon perfectly concealed his true aura. This was why he dared appear before these enemies like Yehia. There was no way Megan could recognize him. Girl, though you're quite beautiful, I keep away from women. You've miscalculated. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fiki's mouth, and he said teasingly, given that you used unconventional means to try and get close to me, disrupting the rule of fair trade. If you want to exchange for Buddha treasures, you'll have to pay extra. Chapter 183, thrice smiling, she leaves affection. Unconventional means to get close? Disrupting the rules of fair trade? Want to exchange for Buddha treasures? Extra payment is required. These words drilled into the ears of everyone present, leaving them overwhelmingly astonished. Coleman truly lives up to his name. His actions are indeed outrageously bold. Facing such a ravishing beauty who was speaking so gently, he blatantly ignored her and declared that extra payment was needed. How much more? Megan's smile first froze, then she continued in a gentle tone. The nature of this attempt to get closer isn't too serious, just a light punishment as a warning. Double the price. Fiki chuckled lightly. This string of jade Buddha beads suits you quite well. Hand over your spirit medicine seeds or foundation consolidating items and leave. Of course, if you want to exchange for other Buddha treasures, I'll charge you at normal prices. Under Megan's profound gaze, Fiki made an effort to appear unperturbed, calmly receiving the spirit medicine seed. He could only silently mourn for Megan in his heart. It wasn't easy for him either. If he revealed any sign of recognition, it would be dangerous. Of course, this move was also aimed at maximizing benefits. After punishing Megan, no one else would dare bargain with him. After all, even such a great beauty had been punished. No one would dare use their charm to try to lower the price. Could I have misunderstood? Has he never seen me before? On her way back, Megan frowned slightly, deep in thought. Oddly enough, a faint sense of displeasure rose in her heart. Fiki's behavior earlier made it seem like she was shamelessly trying to seduce him. If someone acted like this normally, she would instinctively view them higher. After all, she didn't wish to be treated merely as eye candy, gaining favors easily by showing up. But when facing this silver-haired man, she felt different. She thought perhaps he wanted to be unconventional to draw more attention from her. I wonder what his game is. I want to exchange for Bodhi seeds. What if I gain enlightenment accidentally? I need a golden lotus flower. It must be very helpful for dispelling my heart demons and achieving mastery in my martial arts. I have a green, translucent ancient jade-like seed. Can it be exchanged for a Buddha treasure? With this opening, a crowd surged forward, trading for one enviable Buddha treasure after another. Especially those who had participated in attacking Devon, they were now deeply regretful. Not only did they gain nothing from that incident, but now they had to pay twice the cost compared to others to acquire top-grade treasures from the 8th level. If anyone lacks spirit medicine seeds, I can sell some to them. A bit of eye-catching treasure will do. I'm not as picky as Coleman, demanding only spirit medicine seeds or foundation consolidating treasures. With a nod from Fiki, Alpha joyfully hopped off the Blue Lotus platform, a simple yet endearing smile on his face. He swung the bag of spirit medicine seeds, moving among people like Bond. Looking at this incredibly cute little boy, except for Bond and others whose Buddha treasure exchanges had doubled, no one felt the slightest bit of disgust. The only thing amiss was that this cute little boy, still wearing his simple, endearing smile, was already reaching into their pockets, almost openly seizing treasures. However, there were still those who desired Buddha treasures, willing to exchange rare treasures for spirit medicine seeds, wishing brothers and sisters a lifetime of peace and safety. After the exchange, Alpha bowed gracefully to these people, smiling cheerfully, wishing you all a good morning, afternoon, and evening every day. Only after feeling satisfied did the group pat his head, forgetting the uneasiness caused during the trade. That kid. We should also get some spirit medicine seeds and foundation consolidating treasures. Imperial Buddha Son Morgan glanced menacingly at Coleman, suppressing his immense displeasure, and shouted. Though he had treasures capable of exchanging for the Vajra knife, he had his eyes on other Buddha treasures, so he reluctantly asked Alpha for help. You need 10 times the amount of treasures to get the same spirit medicine seeds they received. Alpha kept his smile unchanged, replying pleasantly. Why? Morgan's face turned instantly pale. This seemingly harmless little boy was clearly taking advantage, obviously extorting him. Because you're annoying. Alpha dismissed it casually, exchange or don't. I'm not short of buyers. But you big baldy, don't be too unhappy. Bond, Tracy, and others have to pay 20 times the amount because they annoy me more. Instantly, the faces of Morgan, Bond, and others became uncertain and moody. They finally realized that the people around Coleman were not to be underestimated. This cute little boy, who appeared gentle and elegant on the outside, was actually full of mischief and could easily bring them to a miserable end with just one slip. You don't have to exchange if you don't want to. Anyway, I can still find buyers for these Buddha treasures even if I lower the price. But selling to you guys, not a penny less. Fiki's voice filled with taunting disdain sounded just at the right moment. Crack, crack, crack. Bond's knuckles cracked continuously, while Elio, Andre, and others glared at them with such intensity that they wished to flay them alive and tear them into pieces to relieve their hatred. Exchange. After staring at Fiki for a long time, Bond's lips curled into a smile, coldly saying. He handed over his treasured items to Alpha in exchange for spirit medicine seeds that were obviously worth far less. Tracy, Andre, Rose, and others also made similar moves, suppressing their killing intent and choosing to wait for the right opportunity to kill the three brothers. In doing so, they paid 50 times the price to exchange for Fiki's Buddha treasures. Barnaby looked at Alpha, who was basking in the spotlight, with envy, silently regretting why he didn't let Alpha dress up as a girl to disguise their identity. If that had happened, he would be the one venting his frustration now by tricking these people. Just as Barnaby was feeling down, Carl and Money looked at him with adoring eyes, which only made him blink teasingly at them to barely calm his depressed mood. I told you, she smiled thrice at me, leaving affection, but you didn't believe me. Now you do, right? Think about it. With my handsome appearance and lifelong good character, naturally heaven would bless me with a soulmate like her, meeting me in this vast sea of people. Feeling these gazes, Carl instantly got excited and said smugly. As he spoke, he adjusted his black clothes, wanting to present his best self to his dream goddess. Chapter 184. I am very gentle. Nova and Jacqueline looked at Carl as if he were a fool. How could the usually rational Carl suddenly change like this? Was it because Lloyd had activated the hidden perverted factors deep in his soul? F***CK. Do you have any shame? Just because you're educated doesn't make you something great, right? It was obvious she was sending me affectionate smiles. Lloyd, with a look of depression, glared at Carl and roared, I may not be educated, and I'm quite ugly, but I'm very gentle. This beauty must have seen my concealed purity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have smiled just at me. Carl gave a disdainful side glance up and down to assess Lloyd, shook his head with a smile and sighed, originally, I wasn't very confident, but with you here as contrast, I can't help but feel confident. The gap between people is indeed comparable when put side by side. Truly two living treasures. Hampton shook his head and laughed. Upon hearing Hampton's words, Nova and Jacqueline breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had one normal man in their small group. Otherwise, people would think they belonged to a lunatic group. Why don't I have someone as awful as him around to highlight my greatness when Megan pays attention to me? After all, I am one of the strongest among the ones openly present here in Juzhegu. Then, Hampton glanced at Carl, jealousy flashing in his eyes, mumbling, this way, the image I leave on Goddess Megan will far surpass Cousin Fiki. Since he and Goddess Megan are impossible anyway, his elder cousin should at least try to win her favor. The slight comfort that had arisen in Jacqueline and Nova instantly vanished. Hampton was even worse than the other two, bringing in a person who wasn't even there for comparison. Buzz. While they were marveling, Yehia and others had already spent nearly 50 times the usual price to obtain those Buddha treasures hidden with rebellious dark power. Now, only 7 Buddha treasures remained behind Fiki, specifically chosen by Fiki for Carl and the others. These Buddha treasures are gifts for you. No need for anything in return. Brother Devon has passed away, but you all helped before, and I find you quite pleasant. Fiki waved his hand, and the 7 Buddha treasures fell before Carl and the 4 others, adding with a smile, The extra 2 are given to Brother Carl and Brother Chien by an old acquaintance. Now you can enter the pagoda to seek opportunities. These 9 golden Buddha tears are destined to return to the pagoda. I'll send them back. Whoever has the ability to claim them shall have them. Seeing Fiki hurl the 9 golden Buddha tears, which were covered with star maps, toward the direction of the pagoda relic, the pagoda immediately burst into brilliant light. The energy barrier of the lower 7 layers of the pagoda, resonating with the golden Buddha eye held by Yehya, instantly opened up. Snap! From the central golden Buddha door emerged illusions of dragons, elephants, lions, tigers, and terrifying scenes inside. With this success, the trio decided to step back while everyone was still exhilarated and preoccupied, taking advantage of Yehya and others' lack of attention to slip away. In summary, they had reaped considerable rewards this time. If they waited for Yehya and others to spare a moment and confront them, given their current strength, they would likely end up seriously wounded or even unable to survive. Brother Carl, you need to watch out for the dark golden Buddha coffin. It's very strange. We 3 were injured there. If the situation seems hopeless, you must know when to retreat. Before leaving, Fiki glanced over many people rushing by towards Carl and the others, cautioning, that old acquaintance doesn't want anything to happen to you. Wishing you good luck. Fiki had always been concerned about the safety of Carl and company. Even with outstanding young talents like Nova and Hampton present, he couldn't rest easy. Yehya was too cunning, generating countless schemes in a single thought. Though Fiki had managed to embarrass Yehya multiple times during their encounters, he still had to tread cautiously, not daring to be complacent for a moment. If he let his guard down, he might fall into an irreversible abyss. As for Lloyd, though Fiki hadn't initially thought highly of him, Lloyd's courage to step forward and help him escape despite severe injuries, without knowing that Fiki was Devon, earned him an additional Buddha treasure. Repay kindness with kindness had always been Fiki's principle. After Carl nodded solemnly, he mixed into the crowd along with the others, scrambling into the pagoda. Numerous opportunities awaited within the pagoda, and though their quality might not match those in the 8th layer, they were plentiful. Moreover, each layer had its own treasure, often superior in quality compared to what Fiki had sold from the 8th layer. Hee Lloyd, did you see my charm? Without needing to talk to that girl, she became so sad and even asked Crazy Egan to give me an extra Buddha treasure, warning me about the dangers of the dark golden Buddha coffin. Then, Carl chuckled and patted Abdurrahman's hefty shoulder emphatically, saying in a weighty tone, you have no chance. Didn't you see that girl kept sneaking glances at my back before she left? She was just too shy, so she made Montague say it was an old acquaintance's arrangement. Montague and I have never met. How could there be an old acquaintance? If not her, then who could it be? Abdurrahman was momentarily speechless, wanting to argue but found Carl's words so reasonable that he couldn't muster any counterarguments. He could only hold the formidable ancient jade ruler and force open a path through the crowd to facilitate their passage. As for Fiki and his 2 brothers, they ran like mad to a safe place, looking excitedly at these people who had gone crazy, hoping someone would reach the 9th level as quickly as possible and claim the grand gift specially left by Jamal and Beverly. Chapter 185. Misfortunes never come singly. Bang bang bang. The pagoda, which was originally a pure land, was now filled with the sounds of fierce battles. Blood flowed like streams from its edges, while the sound of wooden fish tapping resonated through the air like morning and evening bells. Among them, the most prominent were those on China's Dragon Tiger list, as well as those who came from the West, India, South Korea, and Japan but were not on the list yet were not inferior to those listed. They formed small groups, each having an absolute advantage in the struggle for Buddhist treasures and opportunities. Among them, Yehya and his group stood out the most. The 6 major forces, plus Morgan, the Indian Buddhist disciple who had a deep understanding of Buddhist formations, various Buddha treasures arrangements, and uses, naturally excelled, with no team daring to challenge them. Fiki quietly observed everything, noting that death occurred constantly, a predictable outcome in such circumstances. In this chaotic era, everyone wanted to be superior and had to pay a price. To be human meant to compete. Only competition could lead to strength, dictated by the survival of the fittest. Boss, shall I arrange a funeral for you online? Suddenly, Jamal, who had turned back into a rat-like form, smiled broadly and said brightly, a funeral? And online? Fiki couldn't help but twitch his lips. His forehead creased with annoyance. How did his brother manage to dig himself into such a hole so easily? Was he trying to get revenge? Though officially dead, he was very much alive and kicking in reality. Moreover, who would hold a funeral for someone still living? That was absurd. Boss, earlier you and Alpha both put on quite a show, but I only got to say one line. It's so unfair. I'm clearly the coolest, yet everyone ignored me. You understand how difficult that feels, right? Besides, you've misled all those adorable people online. Shouldn't you give them an explanation? Jamal, with a mournful face, continued pitifully, if we want to announce your triumphant return as Brother Jesus from the depths of hell, what better way than at your own funeral? Surprising them wouldn't be great? Plus, this can make people like Yehya feel proud and overconfident. This way, the gifts Alpha and I have prepared in the coffin will hit them right on the head. As he spoke, Jamal shook Fiki's arm coquettishly and threatened, if you don't agree, I'll turn back into a girl and say you didn't die but were heartless, abandoning me after seduction, and that I'm pregnant. Impressive. Fiki surrendered, giving up with a thumb up to acknowledge Jamal's shamelessness. People. No. Rats without shame even scare ghosts. He genuinely feared Jamal might carry out such a scheme, especially knowing that Monica, Lizette, and Alyssa knew about his identity as Brother Jesus. But when he saw Jamal efficiently putting on the custom-tailored white morning attire and urging Alpha to do the same, Fiki felt his heart sinking into chaos. Clearly, Jamal had been thoroughly prepared, and everything he'd said earlier was just a guise to issue him an ultimatum. Boss, this time I need some donations. Don't worry. Once I reach my little goal of 10 billion, I'll stop. After all, you guys are making profits, and I can't lose to you. Moreover, what funeral doesn't accept condolence money? That wouldn't be proper. After everything was set, Jamal grinned. Besides, when we return to Jinsheng, We can pass by Harvey's thatched cottage and use its special terrain to transmit suitable combat techniques or cultivation methods to everyone. Consider it advanced tuition since we brothers are risking our lives doing this. Fiki waved his hand, tears welling up in his eyes, allowing Jamal to proceed. He was speechless against his brother's ingenious mind, far sharper than any human. He began planting those spirit medicines into the ancient imperial court-illuminated Shirong soil. Strangely, the black lotus that catalyzed the birth of the divine sea and coexisted with the cave abode started rooting itself into the Shirong soil, oscillating with sword energy. In an instant, thousands of spirit medicine seeds were drained of their life essence, turning dry and lifeless. Damn it, misfortunes never come singly. Do I have to be this unlucky? Everything wants to devour the vitality of the spirit medicines to improve. Even if I opened a bank, I couldn't support these ancestors. Fiki couldn't help but swear under his breath. On the surface, he had acquired many divine artifacts, but each one treated him like a master. Either they revealed nothing special no matter how he studied them, or they consumed resources extravagantly, making it impossible for him to maintain them. If he were a slave working for these masters, wouldn't they at least give him some rewards? As if understanding his complaint, the Black Lotus responded with the Janchi Etunir Ed becoming more condensed, allowing Fiki greater control over it. This was like the process of taming a wild beast. Giving it small benefits gradually would elicit a positive response in turn. Chapter 186, Sit and Die. In just a moment, Fiki's comprehension of the sword path advanced significantly, and those three divine seeds, under the subtle transformation of sword chi, cracked open another seam, causing countless fractures to appear in the three chains of shackles that bound the dragon, elephant, divine sea, and grotto. Had it not been for Fiki's third exertion of chaotic demon power previously, this sudden change alone might have allowed him to truly break through to the divine sea realm, where the majority of the awakened young evolutionists resided. He threw all the spirit medicines and treasures that solidified fundamentals into Shirong. For Shirong, this divine object, these things were the best nourishment. Shirong greedily devoured these treasures filled with enormous energy, began growing automatically, and exuded white essence, making Fiki's soul enlightened, rapidly advancing his understanding of techniques like the dragon subjugation art, 8 steps of heavenly demons, ancient technique of killing to enter samsara, etc. Such a divine object as Shirong, besides nurturing divine medicines, could also greatly benefit the soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't be recorded in the Shanhai Jing, a legendary book of Huaxia. After all, everything inside was about terrifying existences from ancient times. But Fiki did not focus all his mind on refining the techniques he had mastered. Instead, he wanted to comprehend traces left behind by extraordinary books like the Back-Pushing Chart and Donald's book. To return to Jincheng, they would have to pass by Harvey's thatched cottage, where relics of the great poet Harvey could emerge, and coupled with its unique mountains and rivers, there must be many secrets. Now that Fiki had already imparted the Sacred Heart Sutra to everyone, he had long been placed on the hit list by countless tycoons and reclusive figures. Might as well teach the world another long-term cultivation method or combat technique. This was Amir's last wish. He wanted to fulfill it. During the Warring States period, there was a flourishing of 100 schools of thought. Later, during the Han Empire era, only Confucianism was revered. In the ancient books passed down from pre-Qin times, including the tradition of the back-pushing chart, there must be cultivation methods from the pre-Qin and prosperous Tang eras. However, the existing treasures seemed insufficient, only able to transmit scattered fragments to Fiki. Only by continuously accumulating could he integrate them into a complete cultivation method. At the same time, Jamal and Beverly had also completed the preparations for their live stream. Both beasts wore mournful expressions, tears constantly welling up in their eyes, muttering, "Boss," non-stop. "Hey, we haven't even started the funeral live stream yet. You guys are making this face like I'm really dead. Is that really okay?" Fiki called out, looking gloomy. "Boss, please be professional. Pretend you're dead now." "No, you should say you're already dead. Can you show some professionalism and stop talking? Do you think holding a funeral is easy?" Jamal produced white paper from somewhere and started scattering it, saying indifferently, "Do you think collecting red packets is easy? It has to make people sob uncontrollably. Step aside. Don't affect my acting." Speaking of which, he pushed Fiki away, who was covered in white paper, wiping tears from his eyes while opening his phone. "Boss, don't misunderstand Big Brother 2. Beverly moved beside Fiki, smiling. Fiki felt warmth in his heart. Still, our country's national treasure panda had conscience and knew how to comfort him. Big Brother 2 is an actor, while I, a natural idol, just need to manage my beautiful facial expressions. Wouldn't red packet money roll into our accounts endlessly? What do you think, boss?" But what Beverly said next plunged Fiki's warm heart to the bottom. While speaking, Beverly proudly stroked his own hair with his paw, self-admiringly. Damn, Fiki was speechless. This panda was even less reliable than Jamal. He didn't know where that formerly innocent and kind cub had gone, so he slumped listlessly on the side. What's going on? How did Devon's account start streaming again? He isn't dead, right? I knew someone like him wouldn't die so easily. Devon, as long as you dare to appear, I'll unconditionally support you. I get it now. The old friend Egan Kuerin mentioned is actually Devon. He's Devon's friend, specially taking care of Yehya and those people to avenge him. Now that those enemies have entered the Buddha Pagoda, Devon naturally has to take the stage and secretly develop, eliminating them as he did on Mount Amei. What are those Indian Buddha disciples, Western Holy Sons, Li family of Samsung, and Lin family of Jiangnan compared to Devon? When they saw the familiar account come back online, preparing to start a live stream, busy people across China stopped what they were doing, instantly moved to tears. Inside the 8th level of the Buddha Pagoda, corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing. The strongest from various factions had already refined the precious Buddha treasures from the first 7 levels, each sitting cross-legged to recover their strength, eyeing each other warily, afraid that the opponent might suddenly attack, sneaking up on them. But nobody dared to make a move recklessly. The dozens of people who made it here were all exceptional, each a standout among their generation, equipped with endless stratagems. Once a major battle broke out, someone could reap the benefits like a fisherman profiting from fighting storks and egrets. Ding ding ding. Someone's phone rang, indicating an alert from Huaxia live streaming. Can't be. Did Brother Devon really come back from the dead? He's actually live streaming? A surprised voice came from a woman of a prestigious family from the South China Sea. Yehia slightly raised his eyebrows, a sense of unease rising in his heart as he immediately opened his phone. Others mirrored his action, making for a rather eerie sight. Everyone held phones, each having caused dozens of deaths, yet now they paused to watch the same live stream account. On the screen, Jamal and Beverly, dressed in white morning clothes, eyes red, murmured through sniffles. Boss, may you rest in peace on your journey. We will definitely take revenge for you. People like Yehia, Ainsley, and Margaret will surely be crushed by us. Chapter 187. Wearing hemp and mourning. Jamal, Spike, don't cry. People like them will definitely be killed by someone. You both are doing great. You need to live on with strength. If you go to Yinjing, come to my Wang family. No one would dare to chase and kill you. Yes, many people remember Brother Jesus' enmity in their hearts. That mysterious Montague made Paolo, and others have faces as difficult as eating shit because of this matter. I believe when Snow Mountain is completely revealed before people, Montague will pick up his crazy man sword and specifically kill these scoundrels. You must practice well. We'll give you more money as tips this time. You can't refuse. In the future, when you become stronger, you should inherit Brother Jesus' will, continuing to fight in the Jianghu. Make those disciples of noble families who dared to chase and kill you live in fear. Everyone kept consoling Jamal and Spike, gazing at these two poor creatures who lost their backbone due to their leader's death. How could they not feel heartache? Sometimes humans are inferior to beasts. This statement really makes a lot of sense. Previously, Montague demonstrated great power, forcing Paolo, the Indian Buddhist son Jaden, and others to bow their heads. The scene was already circulating online. Now they could only hope that Montague, this person just like Brother Jesus who never plays by the rules, would reappear again, seeking justice for Brother Jesus so that these two innocent beasts wouldn't lose faith in humanity. Brother Jesus took a long time to influence them gradually, making them so loving and considerate for China. Their sincere hearts should not be buried or stained by people like Paolo who only know profit and would use any means. Humph. Indian Buddhist son Jaden, who was originally elated thinking that his Buddhist cultivation would greatly advance after obtaining many precious Buddhist treasures, now looked embarrassed. In the live stream, countless people despised his actions. He truly realized the influence of Brother Jesus, whom he considered insignificant and easy to crush, like flipping one's hand over an ant. An endless jealousy surged within him. Life in the world revolves around fame, wealth, rank, and profit. The kind of influence that Brother Jesus possessed could make War Joyo, who claimed to be second to none in the world, emulate Duke Huan of Qi and establish Jixia Academy, provoking numerous hidden masters, beast kings, and financial nobles, thus reopening the renowned academy. Within such a short period, these two little animals wearing hemp and mourning had said only one sentence and were showered with generous donations amounting to roughly 10 billion. The number was still less because many people couldn't tip due to the crash of China's live streaming platform from overwhelming traffic. How could this not make him jealous, further deepening his hatred towards the deceased Brother Jesus? Why get angry, Jaden? It's just a dead man. Once Fox obtains his corpse, we can also start a live stream, flogging and burning it in public. Isn't that delightful? Paolo narrowed his eyes, smiling without mirth, and said lightly, even if all the people in the world scold us then, it would be futile. I am the butcher, and he is the fish. Life and death are in our hands. They can do nothing but bash their keyboards on the internet. That's right. When the time comes, we should do a global live stream. My Lee family in South Korea has an unimaginable influence. I want to tarnish his reputation and make sure he finds no peace even in death. I'll handle Japan for him, declared someone. I'll take care of India. For Western Eganurch, it's on me. Lin family, Resurrection Sect will fully support Brother Klyang's actions. We have a film crew under our command. After recording it, it can be played in any cinema in China. I believe no cinema would dare defy our intentions and not show this magnificent masterpiece of whipping Brother Jesus. Not only did Tracy respond, but other disciples of wealthy families who supported Paolo and benefited greatly from the pagoda also looked excited. Shameless. Jacqueline and Novak glared coldly, cursing. While alive, Brother Jesus helplessly died under the immense pressure on Snow Mountain, hating that heaven didn't grant him another 500 years. After death, he would be discussed by these people to be lashed and humiliated, with videos of Brother Jesus' mutilation being broadcast globally. Such malicious intentions couldn't help but infuriate them. Unconsciously, Brother Jesus' image in their hearts was no longer simply described by the word idol. Brother Jesus had become a symbol of spirit, a spirit that defies power and benefits the world. Even born into wealthy families and facing the turmoil of survival of the fittest, they wanted to bring more love to the world. Because they had once enjoyed the beauty of a peaceful era, they were human beings, not beasts. They had people they respected and ideals of their own. They were not created solely for killing and becoming stronger. Is it useful? Among you, only you, Nova and Hampton, can be taken seriously by us. But because you chose to admire Brother Jesus, you are destined to have no allies, and you are bound to fail in today's struggle at the 9th level of the Buddha Pagoda. Yehia wore a self-satisfied and rampant smile. During this time, he had refined 2 more Buddha treasures. His golden Buddha pupil shone brightly, enhancing his powerful aura as he sneered, "Don't believe me? You can ask these others if they would foolishly stand up for Brother Jesus." As he spoke, Yehia appeared full of vigor, scanning over the others present in the space. These people remained silent, even though flashes of anger and displeasure could be seen in their eyes. Still, they endured it. It was impossible for them to form an alliance against Yehia and company. Each represented the interests of their own power, and these forces often had friction in normal times. There was long-standing hatred among them from competing for opportunities at various places of revival. Joining forces would make them worry about someone stabbing them in the back. If they were to offend Yehia too much, those 9 Buddha tears already integrated into the pagoda would give the powerful Yehia and his group with golden Buddha eyes the ability to gather and kill them during a chaotic escape. Losing the opportunity to obtain the treasures at the 9th level of the Buddha pagoda would be a terrible outcome. Nova's face darkened, wanting to act on the spot but was stopped by Carl. Incompetent fools. Seeing this, Yehia laughed smugly. Please update your social media to inform everyone about our upcoming global live broadcast of lashing Brother Jesus' corpse. We can't let the 2 mourning animals steal the show, right? Also, remind those who know nothing but cursing how powerless they are. In a moment, Yehia and his crew updated their posts on Weibo and China live streaming, and also hired trolls from major forces to spread this news in Jamal's live streams. Chapter 188 Incense Offering. Brother, why are you stopping me? I wanted to kick that bitch Yehia's smelly horse face with my size 37 feet, even if we don't get the 9th level Buddha treasure. Hattie glared at Carl angrily, very confused as to why Carl was holding her back. Based on her understanding of her brother, he would not just let Yehia slander the hoodie brother who had helped him like this, all for the sake of getting the 9th level Buddha treasure. Yes, Carl, why are you acting like this? I, Abdurrahman, look down on you. Do you know what my biggest advantage is compared to you? Abdurrahman also wore a look of anger and scolded. It's that I'm braver than you. That beautiful girl must have noticed this advantage of mine, which is why she showed favor towards me. The Hampton siblings were equally puzzled and couldn't help but feel some blame toward Carl in their hearts. At this moment, Yehia noticed the movements of Carl and others, shaking his head disdainfully. How could these people be worthy of competing against him for the final Buddha treasure? Carl had a bitter expression. He couldn't possibly say that Fiki had messaged him saying he wasn't dead, right? Wouldn't that make Yehia and the others realize they should continue hunting the hidden Fiki? So he could only harden his heart and say, actually, it was the remaining soul of Hoodie Brother who appeared to me in a dream, telling us not to act rashly and to know when to step back. The hell? You didn't even sleep. What did the Hoodie Brother use to appear to you in a dream? You're such a coward. Abdurrahman looked at him with disdain and cursed. Hattie and the others remained silent, their disdain clear. They knew that even if they took action, nothing would change. They would only get hurt. Perhaps others wouldn't watch as they left due to heavy injuries without helping them, thus enhancing Yehia and his team's strength, but certainly no one would aid them. Yet, their discontent toward Carl continued to grow uncontrollably. Carl couldn't help but secretly blame Fiki, the one person who always caused him grief. Knowing the truth alone felt so difficult. To actually be despised by the ever looked down upon Abdurrahman and couldn't even refute it. It was simply unbearable. Meanwhile, Fiki watched as Yehia and his party's post got criticized and went viral. The smile on his lips widened. Only by doing this would Yehia and the others lower their guard, allowing the gift Jamal concealed using a formation to reach them safely. As Jamal said, he wanted to declare his return in the most impressive way possible, certainly not wanting to disappoint those who missed him. Brothers and sisters, please stop sending donations. 100 billion is enough. We will live well, and we will repay you. Alpha, who had been keeping track of the donations, shook her head seriously and said, when we visit Harvey Thatched Cottage with my brother, we'll bring you a surprise. Now, second brother, and I just want to offer incense to our leader. He definitely wouldn't want us to accept too much from you. With that, Alpha handed 3 sticks of incense to Jamal, and the 2 creatures bowed 3 times toward Fiki before lighting the incense. Of course, I've also prepared a surprise for you, coming soon. Please look forward to it. Jamal's eyes sparkled with anticipation and pride, while his surface was filled with deep sadness. He waved the incense in front of Fiki, feeling the thin smoke rising, blurring his vision. Fiki's heart became chaotic in the wind. Did these 2 brothers start this live stream just to take revenge for not letting them receive too many donations? Was this a way to make fun of him? Wasn't it unnecessary to go through all these eerie actions just to make Yehia careless? These 2 adorable little beasts are truly pitiable, losing Hoodie Brother at such a young age. Hoodie Brother, rest in peace. May you not be so excellent in your next life. Be good to yourself. We can wait for you to grow. Wait for you 500 years, until you fulfill your wish. Hoodie Brother, my boundless sorrow can only be conveyed by offering incense from afar. I am going to curse those shameless bastards like Yehia to seek justice for you. They are not pitiable but respectable. The spirit of Hoodie Brother is reborn in them. I look forward to the surprises they will bring after reaching Harvey Thatched Cottage, and the surprise Jamal mentioned coming soon. They never disappoint. Within a short time, countless voices emerged, and the 9th level of the pagoda was no longer quiet, with a steady stream of people rushing in, hoping to gain the greatest opportunity. Chapter 189. The Phoenix and Dragon in Harmony. Inside the 9th level of the pagoda, a dark golden Buddhist coffin was quietly placed at the center. With the arrival of the golden Buddha eye, the 9 hidden golden Buddha tears now formed the shape of the Big Dipper constellation, together with the arrangement of the bright and dim stars, emitting an auspicious light. The extraordinary phenomenon of the Phoenix and Dragon in Harmony appeared out of nowhere, swirling and dancing above the dark golden Buddhist coffin. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry echoed endlessly. The coiling dragon spun, making the dimly lit 9th level of the pagoda as bright as daylight. Murals of Vajra Bodhisattvas and the Buddha preaching on the surrounding walls came to life vividly. Regardless of whether it was the murals of Vajra Bodhisattvas or those listed among the Buddhas, they all clasped their hands in prayer, their gazes converging on the dark golden Buddhist coffin at the center. Phoenixes soared in flight, and with each graceful movement, countless profound and mysterious Buddhist scriptures emerged, forming a gigantic Buddhist bell. Dong dong dong. 9 tolls of the Buddhist bell resonated through the space like echoes in an empty valley, startlingly loud and reverberating through one's soul. It felt as if every part of the body, flesh, bones, tendons, and muscles, were receiving the most perfect purification. Ha ha ha, looks like Winston didn't lie. He is indeed a complete fool who gained no blessings from this 9th level of the pagoda. Although the 9 golden Buddha tears allowed 3 of them to enter first, without the golden Buddha eye, there's no way they could activate such a sacred place. Whether in Buddhism or Chinese legends, dragons and phoenixes are supreme beings. The sight of the phoenix soaring and the dragon circling confirms that Winston wasn't wrong when he said it's a coffin within a coffin. The dark golden Buddhist coffin alone couldn't create such phenomena. This time, the opportunity might surpass even the remains of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Obtaining even a portion of these blessings might be enough to rival the top talents on China's Longhu list or our country's own elite lists. Morgan's eyes were wildly excited, and his mouth burst into uncontrolled laughter. Everyone present drew a sharp breath. All those who made it here were unique awakened evolvers with exceptional abilities. Even if some hadn't made it onto prestigious lists like China's Longhu list, their true strength was not to be underestimated. They knew very well what it meant to surpass those listed ahead of them. After all, individuals like Yehia, who received unwavering support from ancient families like the Yi family of Nanjing, with unlimited resources for cultivation and even risking the family's reputation for him, were extremely rare. Only top-tier noble families and hidden clans from each country could cultivate outstanding talents ranked at the forefront. For instance, the geniuses in the top 9 spots on China's Longhu list had incredibly powerful forces backing them, representing the depth of their supporters. In other words, the opportunities contained within this coffin within a coffin were unimaginable, almost akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. That Winston was too arrogant. If he hadn't been greedy for small gains, just wanting to exchange Buddhist treasures and run away, participating personally with the help of the 9 Buddha tears, he surely would have received significant blessings. Unfortunately, he was too foolish, sitting at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. He grabbed peanuts but lost watermelons. Andre of the Lin family from Jiangnan recalled how many treasures he had lost, instantly venting his pent-up anger in a wild laugh. Brother Juha, you're mistaken. He's just afraid we might overpower and kill him. At most, he can be called cowardly, not foolish. Kin from the 3 stars said with a mocking smile, speaking broken Chinese. We don't need to rush. We should remain cautious of potential dangers. Once we obtain the blessings, I will certainly use this peerless bronze spear to kill him outside. Watching Yehia and company reveling in confidence, Carl and others' hearts sank. Could they really only watch helplessly as Yehia and his group seize the greatest blessing? They felt pessimistic, knowing that even if they gave up on the blessings, they couldn't stop these people from uniting. Recall that even after teaming up with Megan earlier, they couldn't prevent Devon brother from being hunted to the brink of death by these people, leaving him with no choice but to commit suicide. Now Megan stood in a corner, observing coldly, with no intention of joining forces with them. There's absolutely no need to worry now. Unknown dangers like those encountered in the lower 7 levels of the pagoda won't appear. Buddhism speaks of suffering for 30 years like oxen and horses, then transcending for 60 years as dragons and elephants. This means that after enduring countless hardships in the first half of life, the second half will bring about blooming flowers from bitter winter and the sharpening of swords through adversity. The first 7 levels were trials, but now we only need to align with the grand trends of Buddhist Taoism contained here to open the dark golden Buddhist coffin and obtain the true treasures. Of course, among those present, only I can open the dark golden Buddhist coffin. After studying for a while, Morgan's face showed a self-satisfied smile as he spoke slowly. He never dreamed that this 9th level of the pagoda would contain no danger at all. It was like the legendary holy land of Buddhism. The principle of cherishing life in Buddhism was fully demonstrated here. This was his greatest advantage because the arrangement of these murals of deities was extremely special, and the Buddhist scriptures containing the essence of Buddhist teachings were in perfect harmony with the murals. Disrupting this layout would only lead to energy collapse. At that time, no one here could walk out alive. Everyone present was smart. How could they not understand the implied meaning in his words? Since there is no danger, we should allocate the benefits in advance now. We also want to resolve this matter peacefully. Mutual happiness is the best outcome. Yehia stepped forward, focusing his gaze on a young man in azure armor and a maiden, smiling. Haim, Priscilla, what do you think? Chapter 190. Receiving Gifts. Haim, ranked 55th on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, had gathered more than 10 powerful figures from both the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list and foreign realms behind him. Priscilla's small group of supporters was on par with Haim's, both being among the few formidable factions present. I have no objections, but there are only so many treasures, and they need to be properly distributed. Otherwise, let's settle it by showing our true abilities. Haim nodded in agreement. The woman named Priscilla also expressed the same opinion as Haim. Yehia finally focused his gaze on Megan, who had remained silent throughout, seemingly indifferent to everything that transpired. Though Megan was alone, her influence was far from simple. Jiangnan Hideo was merely one of her many admirers, and he was among the most outstanding ones. Among the top 20 on the Huaxia Dragon Tiger list, 4 or 5 were captivated by her, not to mention the supreme geniuses abroad. It was said that her constitution was unique. Those who united with her would receive an unimaginable bloodline baptism, helping to awaken and elevate an evolved talent to new heights. Otherwise, even if she were incomparably beautiful, it wouldn't suffice for her to firmly hold the title of Jiangnan's #1 beauty. I don't care either way. I might even forego the opportunity inside. But if there isn't a treasure that can aid cultivation, help someone transcend the physical body realm quickly, and nourish the physical body, you'll have to provide me with one such item. How about that? Megan spoke indifferently. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Was the decisive factor here, Megan, really asking for something so simple? Just a single item to accelerate cultivation and help someone quickly transcend the physical body realm, while nourishing the body. It was rare indeed, but compared to the unparalleled opportunities potentially hidden within the gilded Buddha coffin, it was nothing significant. Fiki? Immediately after, a familiar yet strangely unfamiliar name surfaced in everyone's minds. The only person Megan seemed to care so much about could be none other than her former boyfriend, Fiki, an insignificant existence like an ant. Fine, I agree to your terms. Yehia's expression darkened as he thought of how a peerless beauty like Megan could be so preoccupied with Fiki, whom he had never taken seriously before. It made him inexplicably angry. After all, the Jesus brother, who had caused him repeated setbacks and failures, had risen to power because of Fiki. How could he not be enraged? Morgan, would you like a share of the best opportunity? This way, you can confidently decipher the Buddhist Taoist array, right? Seeing Morgan nod, Yehia continued, there must be some compensation for the losses. I suggest that Carl and others should only get 1% of the opportunities. What do you think? What do you mean, Yehia? Gu Shiyao and Hampton immediately released waves of powerful aura, angrily questioning. I don't mean anything special. You've opposed me due to Jesus brother, and there must be some price to pay. Haim, Priscilla, I'm sure you wouldn't want them to claim too many treasures either. Yehia snorted. Haim and Priscilla immediately sided with Yehia. After all, they had conflicts with Gu Shiyao and Hampton in Qianling before and saw no problem with further antagonizing them. Fine, we agree to these terms. We won't participate in opening the gilded Buddha coffin. Carl pulled back Gu Shiyao and Qin Fenggo, then sneered, don't forget what Coleman said before he left, that the gilded Buddha coffin is dangerous. I advise you to be cautious and not to overly trust the foolish Indian Buddhist disciple. Carl, as the heir of the Sujogu family, you still believe Coleman's nonsense. He activated the Buddha treasure only because he had 9 tiers of Buddha. In terms of Buddhist teachings, he doesn't even deserve to tie my shoes. With my skills, I assure you the gilded Buddha coffin will be harmless. Morgan scoffed disdainfully. Hearing this, Gu Shiyao, Hampton, and the others felt disheartened. Even though they didn't want to admit it, they had to acknowledge that Morgan spoke the truth. Coleman himself admitted he knew nothing about Buddhism, and there was no sign of any Buddhist power emanating from him. But now, they were at a loss for what to do. If the 9th level posed danger, they could seize the opportunity to snatch treasures. Now, they could only watch helplessly as these combined forces pressured them. Only Carl held on to a glimmer of hope. Coleman had left him with a peculiar impression. Despite only meeting once, he felt unconditionally trustworthy. Dangerous? That's quite interesting. Megan watched silently, murmuring to herself. She had a special perception of danger and made the same judgment as Morgan. As long as one comprehended the essence of the Buddhist array, there would be no danger. However, for the words of Coleman, who gave her a strangely familiar yet distant feeling, she harbored a slight anticipation. Outside the pagoda, Fiki's lips curled into a slight smile. Boss, are they about to receive the gifts we sent? Barnaby said excitedly. Before leaving the pagoda, at his strong insistence, Fiki had left an energy arrow on the indescribable gift he and Alpha possessed, one that could almost rival a perfect strike. Fiki must have sensed that the arrow, imbued with the essence of 10,000 beasts' blood before leaving, was about to be triggered, which made him laugh. Now, their arrangement was about to bear fruit. How could they not be excited? They're about to receive it. Under the urging of Barnaby and Alpha, Fiki chuckled and posted a status update from his account. The gifts are prepared. Please remember to check them out. If you enjoy, please like and comment. Chapter 191. Damn Montague. Barnaby and Alpha have posted another update. What gift could it be? Every time I see updates from this familiar account, my heart races with excitement because whoever operates this account is always positive and gives us something to look forward to, just like Brother Jesus. Even though I don't know what the gift is, it will definitely make those who bully Brother Jesus pay a heavy price. Kung Fu Panda, Super Rat, keep it up, we're proud of you. This post was instantly forwarded by countless people, mostly leaving messages of encouragement and anticipation. That Barnaby and Alpha updated again. Maybe Montague and the girl who flirted with me leaked information to them. Knowing that people like Yehia are about to face humiliation, they're making a grand announcement about gifting the world. Inside the Buddhist pagoda, Morgan cautiously used a treasure to activate powerful Buddha power, dropping rare Bodhi seeds into the intersection of the Buddha script and murals as the array gradually weakened. Carl, bored while idly checking his phone after being marginalized, became excited and said, this time, even Nova and the other 3 did not want to bother with him. In their eyes, he had gone mad. No, more precisely, he had been mad since entering Jishegu, behaving too inconsistently with his previous demeanor. Gift. Feeling the strong resonance between the golden Buddha eye and the dark gold Buddha coffin, Yehia's mood oscillated. He felt like ridiculing Carl as he said, when we globally livestream videos of grinding Brother Jesus's bones into dust, then we can talk about gifts. Hey, Yehia, didn't your mom teach you manners? Spewing nonsense. Carl, already irritable, cursed furiously. Yehia cast a cold glance at them, a mocking smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Shaking his head, he wasn't even in the mood to bicker with Carl. To him, these few were nothing but desperate clowns who knew nothing but to hurl insults. Once they gained significant fortune from within the dark gold Buddha coffin and grew stronger, killing people like Carl would be child's play. Whoosh. At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes, the dragon and phoenix shadows hovering over the dark gold Buddha coffin vanished without a trace. The mural projected intense light into every nook and cranny of the coffin. Boom boom boom. A sound like an ancient heartbeat resonated through space. The relic on top of the pagoda began trembling, merging with hidden relics around the pagoda, forming a translucent Buddha rosary. The rosary embedded itself into the recesses of the dark gold Buddha coffin, instantly sweeping away accumulated dust that had collected over unknown years. Fortune has arrived. Morgan waved his hand, his 3 Buddha treasures infused with his essence blood glowing brilliantly, stirring the dark gold Buddha coffin to tremble. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the slowly opening coffin, its interior pitch black. This was only the first layer. The inner casket concealed within was the main event. Only Carl et al. Watched all this with despondency, as if these matters were unrelated to them. Any slight move from them would result in an immediate assault by the vigilant group. So what? Even if you get the biggest fortune, you won't sprout horns or tails. At best, you'll sit on a lotus. So pretentious, Drake muttered discontentedly. However, their irritation only made Yehia and others more elated, operating their Buddha treasures, channeling energy into the dark gold Buddha coffin, eagerly awaiting great fortune. Especially Yehia, holding the golden Buddha eye, stood at the forefront, looking serene and holy, bathed in Buddha light. Swoosh. As everyone anticipated, the Buddha gate formation Morgan revealed suddenly reversed. Dragons and phoenixes mourned, the mural underwent changes, Vajra roared, and all Buddhas rebuked. An endless chorus of resounding Buddha sounds echoed throughout the space. A brilliant arrow emerged, nourished by the vast Buddha light, bursting forth with immense power toward Yehia. What's happening? Terrified, Yehia's pupils constricted as he shouted. But I don't know either. According to reason, this shouldn't happen. Morgan's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he looked distraught. Bang! The invincible arrow burst with a powerful sonic boom, emitting dazzling light. Yehia felt himself locked on and hastily activated the green dragon gate, releasing a frenzied aura, attempting to knock down the arrow right before his eyes. But a familiar yet alien sensation surged. The explosive force within this arrow was identical to the silver bow that once injured him. Despite his extremely quick reaction, the sudden anomaly of the formation and the excitement of being about to obtain the opportunity within the dark gold Buddha coffin made him slightly careless. He was directly grazed by the arrow across his cheek. The violent spiritual energy corroded that patch of skin, causing blood to flow. But what really made his scalp tingle was not the injury, but the foul smell that came with the explosion of the arrow. Damn! What the hell? Who did this? I will kill him. I swear I will kill him. Montague? It must be Montague. Damn his grandmother. I swear, I will find him and ruin him. Otherwise, I can't quench my anger. Chapter 192. A Cursed Oath. There were many others who shared the same experience as Yehia. Although people like Tracy weren't targeted by the energy arrows, in this sudden explosion, their battle armor and pristine clothes emitted a foul-smelling black substance and oozed fluids. The promised treasures of unparalleled value? The unparalleled opportunities within the dark golden Buddha coffin that could elevate one to surpass those at the forefront of China's dragon tiger list and the peak tiers of various countries. Where had these come from? How did it end up like this? Even the subordinates of Haim and Priscilla, who had helped drive away Carl and his group, couldn't escape unscathed. They all had small black dots on them. Megan was neither too close nor too far. Had it not been for her slight regard for Carl's warning and thus being alert, under slightly different conditions, she might have faced the same plight as Yehia. Of course, she wasn't entirely spared either. Around where she stood were countless small black spots emitting a stench, causing her, who usually appeared elegant and serene, to frown deeply with visible anger. Holy crap, Carl. Is your mouth blessed or something? Is it really that magical? You said Yehia would spew filth, and now he really does. I can't stand this disgust. Even the smell makes me feel nauseous. It's unimaginable what they must be experiencing. Drake's eyes were wide open, looking at Carl with disbelief, as if Carl wasn't human but a semi-deity. Each word spoken sounded ridiculous but was undeniably true. Brother, you can pretend to be blind and go under the bridge to read fortunes, and I've already given you a title, Master Gu Banshin. Nova couldn't find the right words to describe the complex emotions inside her. When did her brother learn how to predict things so accurately? Could it be that Devon brother's spirit truly possessed him? She wrinkled her nose and said, but little sister has a request. If you can do such disgusting predictions, will you stop? Damn, even my goddess Megan wasn't spared. Although her body remains spotless, the place she stands is covered in filthy droppings. Carl, you've ruined my goddess. Once you understand the essence of the demon saber legacy, we'll have 3,000 rounds of battle. Hampton looked at Megan hovering in midair, trying to find a clean spot to land, and lamented sorrowfully. I didn't know either. Facing this sudden change, Carl was somewhat at a loss, innocently stating. Earlier, those arrows coated in golden light from the Buddha aura, and now this scene of black droppings scattered everywhere within the 9-tiered Buddha tower, perfectly matched the images of Egan Quirin's madman demeanor and Fiki's cheeky face. Recalling Hua and Beverly's livestream actions, it confirmed his suspicions. He could only say angrily, I don't know if I should say this, but let me give you a reminder. The bastard Jesus brother has appeared again. No, don't speak. Lloyd admits he's inferior to you. Please, refrain from opening your enlightened mouth. Your words are magically effective, and my mind is already in chaos. I can't accept more shocking facts. Lloyd extended his hands in surrender, shaking his head. Master Gu Banshin, please, cease your supernatural powers. Others also shook their heads vehemently, pleading. Buzz. At this moment, a beam of golden light emerged from the dark golden Buddha coffin, revealing Egan Quirin with his familiar silver hair. Everyone could see that this was an image preserved earlier by the Buddha light. Gentlemen and ladies, are you well? How is the gift I gave you? Isn't it wonderful? A laugh echoed through the air. At the same time, the stream inside China Live synced the scenes within the 9th tier of the Buddha tower, captured by a phone placed at a specific location. Dear brothers and sisters, the gift has arrived. Hua and Beverly's warm and contagious voices rang out in the live room. What's happening? Are these scenes from the 9th tier of the Buddha tower? Hua, Beverly, run fast. If you're caught by people like Yehia, you'll be in trouble. That's odd. Why is Yehia's face injured? Hua and Beverly, are you safe? This isn't the strangest part. What's on Yehia, Tracy, Haim, Priscilla, and others' bodies? Why do they all look like they want to vomit? Ladies and gentlemen, I have a bold guess. Are those little black dots from Hua? Is this your gift? This is way too powerful. I'm utterly convinced. The live room erupted instantly, filled with various discussions and speculations. Buzz. Yehia's expression was grotesque, blood mixed with droppings streaming down, his gaze icy cold. A burst of turbulent spiritual energy repelled all the filth. He stared at Egan Quirin, whose image was preserved, and roared, Jesus brother, I will never let you rest. No matter whether it's in heaven or hell, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 193. I am not alone. Brother in the Windbreaker? Everyone inside the 9th level of the Buddha Tower was taken aback. What did this have to do with brother in the Windbreaker who had supposedly died long ago? Could it be that Yehia was driven mad by Winston's provocation? It made perfect sense. After all, going from obtaining supreme Buddhist treasures and laying the foundation for a future unparalleled powerhouse, only to be shot and thoroughly humiliated in such a manner. It was like falling from the heavens to the earth. The roller coaster-like contrast would drive anyone crazy. The people in the livestream were stunned as well, one after another asking Lori and Alpha, who wore mysterious smiles. A glimmer of hope arose within them. To be cursed at by Yehia so irrationally likely meant that the man wasn't dead. Congratulations, you're right, but there's no prize. Fiki, leaving an image inside the 9th level of the Buddha Tower in the guise of Winston, smiled faintly. After all, I've bestowed upon you the elusive rat shit sought after across the entire network. It's the greatest boon I could give you. What more do you want? What? When these words came out of Winston's mouth, everyone was stunned into silence. He admitted it. He admitted he was brother in the Windbreaker? This can't be. Who was the girl who fell for him? Oh my god, this can't be happening. My dreams, they can't be shattered. Montgomery was dumbstruck, feeling as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. He shouted in disbelief. He thought of an impossible possibility, immediately wanting to spit blood. Brother in the Windbreaker, you bastard. Carl's face turned ashen, remembering how he lost his reason and acted like a lovesick fool. Looking back at how he watched the beauty's every smile and frown, making him lose himself completely and babble nonsensically, he wished he could strike himself dead. All he could do was roar in fury. Keeping secrets, what nonsense. He had endured ridicule and disdain from many people, including Kian and Jacqueline, just to protect the secret that brother in the Windbreaker was not dead, that brother in the Windbreaker was Fiki. All this, he endured. But what did he get in return? Betrayal, outright betrayal. Even his innocent young heart was shattered into pieces. Megan, who had finally found a clean and peaceful place to rest, watched Fiki's remaining image with a complex expression, her eyes burning with a mixture of warmth and anger, feeling like she had been toyed with like a monkey. Brother in the Windbreaker, I swear I will crush your bones to ashes and subject you to the severest punishment known to the world. Morgan's clothes were disheveled, and he was on the edge of madness, roaring furiously. The once despised brother in the Windbreaker had played him around like a toy, disgracing him utterly. He used profound Buddhist laws to open the dark gold Buddha coffin only to receive this outcome. How could he not be enraged? How could he not go mad? The others, like Margaret, Gay, Eliam, Ken, and more, were also on the brink of madness, continuously vowing to wage endless battles against brother in the Windbreaker. Weren't we already sworn enemies? Didn't you say you would tear me limb from limb, crush my bones to dust? A bunch of unoriginal fools. You can only repeat these same words over and over again. The image of Winston gradually transformed into the appearance of brother in the Windbreaker, seemingly predicting what they would say, mocking them coldly. I've said before, there is none who can rival me in this world. Yet, you still dare to challenge me, the chosen one. Do you think you're worthy? The resounding voice hit everyone like a tolling bell. They never imagined that the brother in the Windbreaker, supposedly long dead, had plotted such a grand scheme behind the scenes, manipulating them like puppets. The faces of Haim, Priscilla, and their ilk, the heirs of wealthy families and powerful clans who arrived late and claimed seats on China's Dragon Tiger list, turned grim. From beginning to end, they had never considered brother in the Windbreaker more than an insignificant insect. They even boasted that if someone like him ever appeared before them, they could kill him with a casual wave of their hand, since he had taught the Sacred Heart Sutra to the masses, threatening their interests. Not being able to join in forcing brother in the Windbreaker to die had left them quite regretful. Now, all they felt was boundless madness and rage. Today's humiliation would surely be etched into their memories, like when Yehia was publicly embarrassed or when Dean bullied a pig. These moments would become jokes, memes, and stories. Brother in the Windbreaker is alive. He's really alive. Ha ha ha. My deceased faith has been revived. I knew someone like him couldn't possibly be dead. Brother in the Windbreaker, you tricked me badly. I previously offered to help you with anything, retracting my offer after sending it. Now, if you dare send me your location, I'll fly over immediately. The internet was in an uproar. When Nova uploaded the original footage, it was immediately edited by computer experts into videos and GIFs that highlighted the moments when Yehia and company went from their pinnacle of arrogance to their lowest point of despair. In no time, these expression packs and reactions flooded the top 20 trending topics on Weibo. Lucien, you're right. This Weibo trending list is practically made for brother in the Windbreaker. Whenever he makes a move, others find it as hard as climbing to heaven to get on the list. I now truly regret working so hard to cultivate and perform brilliantly, only managing to reach number 50 on the hot search list. What a loss. The moment I uploaded the footage, I jumped to second place. Nova excitedly said, if we upload that story about my brother and Fatsy supposedly being heartbroken over a lifetime mistake, but actually liking a cheap rat, would that make it onto a hot search? Jacqueline nodded definitively, saying, I have footage of them shamelessly fantasizing about meeting Hua Huang's gaze from the crowd. Hot search? We'll aim for first place. Hey, isn't it too cruel to rub salt in their wounds like this? Carl and Montgomery's faces immediately turned as black as coal, gasping weakly. Seeing the beautiful girl transform into that familiar stinky rat shattered their last shred of fantasy. They felt life had become bleak and uninteresting, feeling completely downcast. How pitiful. Jacqueline and Nova couldn't help but sigh, adding, but it seems irrelevant to us. The pain of salt in a wound will teach you a lesson. Next time you see a beauty, don't swoon. In the end, you might meet a cross-dresser, breaking your heart and disgusting others. As they spoke, they posted this update. Within less than half a minute, it shot up to the top 10 hot search list, with only one title, I Am Not Alone. Ultimately, I am not alone. Hua Huang, you lied, topped the trending charts. Below were comments like, Hua Huang, you liar, I hate you, return my innocent teenage heart, and so on. Chapter 194. clean hands and hidden glory. Sorry, I didn't want it to be this way. My plan was to gradually gain some weight and then appear before you, so as not to upset you too much. But reality doesn't allow it. The biggest liar forced me to reveal that I'm the invincible beauty queen. If you have to blame someone, blame him. Barnaby's eyes gleamed with triumph, envisioning countless young hearts breaking, knowing he had managed to grab attention. He feigned innocence and shifted all blame to Fiki when turning the camera towards him. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Fiki's eyes as he admitted, "Sorry for deceiving you over the past 2 days. I've just survived a trial, fought through hell, and earned 500 years of life. From now on, let's face another 500 years together. Welcome back from hell, brother Jesus. Over the coming 5 centuries, we will be together." Was that a trial? It looked more like you created a disaster for those boasting types who threatened to whip you live-streamed globally. Brother Jesus, you deceived our feelings, we hate you. But considering you kept your promise to send us rat droppings online, showing us such a spectacular scene that even smelled thrilling through our screens, we forgive you. As an expert, I can tell those aren't just rat droppings. I dare say there's also panda droppings used for papermaking in there, right? Alpha, you should eat more bamboo and less barbecue. You're getting indigestion. Other pandas' droppings have a bamboo aroma. You need to study them. Everyone went wild when they saw Fiki appear dressed as Brother Jesus. Created a disaster? Inside the 9th level pagoda, everyone's faces were unpredictable, staring intently at their phone screens. Despite trying hard not to look at the contents on their phones, they couldn't resist opening them and immediately felt devastated. Unresolved, eternal. These 4 words dominated their minds. Worst of all, they'd publicly vowed to livestream whipping Brother Jesus to discredit him, and karma struck back. Some powerful figures posted the video overseas directly, causing phones of foreign geniuses like Leah, Elio, Ilium, Morgan, and others to ring nonstop, filled with messages from old enemies. Megan lightly touched her red lips, her pupils sparkling as she murmured, "Brother Jesus seems quite interesting. However, if you can pretend once as Egan Quirin, you could do it again. You slipped out of my grasp. If I really find something, the consequences will be dire." As she spoke, even she didn't notice the faint smile gracing her usually cold face, dazzling and captivating. "I've come, seen, and conquered this land. No one deserves to be my enemy. They can all kill me with a snap of their fingers, yet when I, the arrogant and unbeatable one, appear, they can only exchange treasures at 50 times the price. But would I truly give my enemies genuine treasures? Some fools just don't understand this. They still haven't discarded the Buddha treasures." Haha. Fiki declared arrogantly in the live stream. Immediately, those who traded for Buddha treasures turned pale, especially Yehia and Morgan, who rushed to take the Buddha treasures from their storage rings. Snap. In the live stream, Fiki calmly snapped his fingers, triggering the chaotic demonic aura planted within the tampered Buddha treasures, causing them to explode violently. Though these explosions only caused minor injuries, the livestream visuals depicted a tragic downfall. "This is the calamity I created. I am Egan Quirin," laughing at Confucius. "Even as a madman, I wouldn't dare mock a sage, but mocking you ants is easy. I am the one playing you all like puppets. Being undefeated is so lonely." Leaving this remark as Yehia and others bled furiously, the 3 brothers headed towards the slowly unveiling mystery of the snow mountain. Remaining outside the pagoda was mainly to control the chaotic demonic aura, which required proximity. Now, having triggered the explosion, they fled to avoid being surrounded and endangering themselves. Mission accomplished, he left quietly, glory hidden. Strangely, the exhilarated crowd suddenly recalled Pierre's verse. After achieving his mission, he cleans his hands and disappears, leaving behind no trace of glory. The immortal poet, with his timeless spirit, had once showcased the world's most beautiful admiration with unparalleled skill. Chapter 195, Phoenix Weeping Blood, No Suffering and Reincarnation. Kill, kill, kill. The voices of Yehia and others converged into a mad cry for slaughter that echoed within the 9th level of the pagoda, reverberating through the vast emptiness. The opportunity has all dispersed. Leave within 3 breaths. Those who disobey will be executed. Death means no reincarnation. A drop of black blood emerged from the black jade coffin tomb, floating before Yehia as an ancient, indifferent voice boomed across the void. 9 stars align. The multitude of stars shine brilliantly. The pagoda appears, and the phoenix emerges. The weeping blood phoenix shall also be born, seeking its own fortune. What? Is there truly a legendary phoenix emerging? Not only were Yehia and company's expressions drastically changed, but even the people watching livestream showed shock. This news was undeniably a bombshell to everyone. Phoenix, known as the mythical phoenix, the legendary divine beast, engulfed in the flames of rebirth, can be reincarnated without suffering the pains of the cycle, remaining eternal and unextinguished. The phoenix weeps blood when it cannot enter the cycle after being consumed by the flame of rebirth, enduring the endless suffering of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The phoenix weeping blood, with no suffering and reincarnation, this is an ancient myth passed down through generations. With the appearance of the weeping phoenix, could the cause of no suffering and reincarnation be far behind? All eyes were on the drop of black blood in Yehia's hand, an item deliberately left by the owner of the black coffin tomb, undoubtedly linked to the weeping phoenix hidden in the snow mountain. Brother Kalang, we've always cooperated, and now there is only 1 drop of essence blood. Christina's pupils contracted slightly as she began. The rest of them watched Yehia with burning gazes, ready to strike at the slightest sign of disagreement. Facing such a rare opportunity, they would not show any humility. If I don't gain any benefit from this drop of essence blood, I will become the king of the dark night, disregarding honor and resorting to any means necessary. Even if you are at the climax of intimate moments, I will act. Nova stepped forward, threatening with her intimidating tone. I agree. Hampton also declared resolutely. Now, even Yehia's staunch allies had wavered, let alone Haim and Priscilla who temporarily excluded them. It was time for a stance. Megan silently stepped forward half a step, showing her position. Yehya's face flushed red, wanting desperately to claim the blood for himself, yet he knew he wasn't worthy. He spat out bitterly. Only the members of China's Dragon Tiger list, and those powerful enough to be on it, deserve to share this drop of essence blood. Everyone else, scram. Hiss. He used his golden Buddha eye to condense flaming energy filled with formidable Buddhist power, dividing the pitch-black essence blood into many portions, which fell into their hands. We should forget past grievances and remain allies. Jesus managed to get here quickly, obtaining the opportunity inside without triggering Dragon Phoenix resonance or mural changes, indicating he has not only 9 Buddha tears, but also a treasure equivalent to the golden Buddha eye. He must have received the greatest opportunity. If we don't want him to have the best chance to gain the Weeping Phoenix's fortune, then everyone must give it their best shot. There are still many capable people seeking opportunities elsewhere, so spread this information. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to deal with the cunning Jesus. Don't forget our previous lesson. Until we personally tear him apart, don't believe he's dead. He might truly be a chosen one. Yehya took a deep breath, smiled at Christina and others, then spoke sternly to everyone before leaving with his clan and reanimationists. Christina, Eliam, Ken, Morgan, and others followed him, seeing that the golden Buddha eye in his possession did not need returning to the pagoda, and alliance with him was the best choice. Suddenly, numerous individuals started forming alliances with other talents they befriended. Their goal was singular: to encircle and kill Jesus. This Yehya truly lives up to being the heir of the Yi family of Nanjing, one of the deepest hidden great families of China. His decisiveness is terrifying. A slight misstep in confronting him will lead to complete failure. Carl's expression darkened as he said seriously, "In the future, we must be cautious around him." He had to admit that despite being suppressed multiple times by Fiki, Yehya could still stand toe-to-toe with any talent and subtly control the situation. Nova and the others nodded, understanding how formidable Yehya was. "Hello, Carl. We haven't met before, but I know of you. Fiki often mentioned you. Did you visit Fiki when you passed through Jingqing?" At this point, only Megan and Carl's group remained in the 9th level of the pagoda. Megan walked over, her wise eyes gazing meaningfully at Carl, asking gently. Carl was slightly startled, not expecting the usually aloof Megan to seek him out. After understanding Megan's intention, he gently shook his head and said, "I did visit him, but the current Fiki is no longer worthy of being someone I strive to surpass. However, he has awakened. I saw a yearning for power in his eyes. Perhaps in the near future, he will rise again." After some hesitation, Carl chose to keep Fiki's situation hidden from Megan. He knew how heavily Fiki valued his self-esteem. After being rejected by Megan, Fiki even invited him, who had always been at odds with him, for drinks. Though Fiki didn't say anything, Carl knew that Fiki still deeply cared about her. Even when facing him, Fiki chose to conceal his true feelings when he was weaker, let alone his ex-girlfriend, Megan. After all, nobody wants to be seen as worse off or vastly inferior compared to their exes, especially given Megan's special status, with nobody knowing the full extent of the Yin family's resources in Jiangnan, and several formidable figures like Lin Jiuxiao pursuing her. Based on the current situation, it could be inferred that Megan wanted to speed up her cultivation to help Fiki break through the physical realm barrier. If those people inadvertently found out that Jesus was Fiki, they might personally take action against Fiki, making the situation more uncontrollable. "Really? Thanks." While Carl spoke, Megan stared intently at him. After he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on her lips, seemingly genuinely happy to have confirmed her suspicions. Without lingering, she handed over a business card before leaving, saying softly, "We are now allies. If you encounter danger, inform me ahead of time, and I will come to help. Due to my special circumstances, I can't stay with you. Staying alone is safer for everyone." Everyone watched curiously as Megan nurtured the black essence blood with Buddha light on her fingertip, and then handed over the card, sparking endless gossip among them. "My goddess, why do you only think of your cousin Fiki? Can you spare a glance for me? I'm quite excellent, you know." Hampton managed a bitter smile, lamenting, "Even if you won't look at me, can't you stay a moment longer so I can enjoy your fragrance?" They all knew that the drop of black essence blood Megan kept was most likely for Fiki. Otherwise, she would have refined this highly precious essence blood right away, fearing it might be snatched away. Chapter 196, Illuminating 10,000 Rivers and Mountains. "Bro, can we not indulge in unrealistic fantasies? It's really not good. We need to be more practical." Jacqueline sighed and patted Hampton's shoulder as a warning. "Hold it. Don't talk. If I can't be with my goddess, isn't it all right to keep a sliver of beautiful imagination?" Hampton said seriously. "Hampton, although I, Lloyd, am not well educated, I at least graduated from Jinling University. I must warn you, there's a difference between imagination and unrealistic fantasies." Lloyd sneered with a smug smile. Hee, Brother Funga's unrealistic fantasies are still pretty mild compared to certain people who idolize rats as their goddesses, declaring deep love that would make them miss out on a perfect match. I've seen girls obsessed with handsome guys, but never men so infatuated with crossdressers. Nova laughed like the tinkling of a silver bell. Carl and Lloyd immediately turned grim, saying nothing, feeling indescribably bitter. They didn't want this kind of situation either, but since it happened, what could they do? It was worse than drinking too much and wanting to forget an embarrassing incident, only to have someone forcibly remind you of it. As Carl and others walked out of the pagoda, the tower emitted translucent Buddha light, gradually sinking into the ground as if it were not meant to appear in the world and was destined to vanish. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But the strange phenomena did not weaken with the disappearance of the pagoda. The snow-capped mountain covered in clouds harboring tremendous power began to change. Within the deep clouds, there is a home. Looking at the sky's anomaly, everyone had this thought. Under the clear blue sky, the snow-covered mountain stood cold and solitary like a fairy, showcasing its own unique beauty. And those beautiful white clouds, refracted by sunlight, revealed scenes like mirages. Luxurious palaces projected themselves, intricately carved beams and pillars, dragons and phoenixes embellished, making the palaces seem alive. A giant tree with pale blue blossoms covered hundreds of miles, swaying in the breeze, dropping delicate blue petals onto the pristine white snow, creating myriad changes. A folded space? A familiar yet unfamiliar term surfaced in everyone's minds. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Earth has always had a saying. In places where true wonders of nature converge, relics left by ancient practitioners or divine traces might appear. According to research by top cultivators, Earth was originally not as vast as it seemed before the spiritual energy resurgence. These ancient practitioner relics, or so-called divine traces, exist within folded spaces. If they forcefully descended upon Earth, they would cause environmental collapse. There is also a mysterious, mighty force in the universe preventing these folded spaces' contents from descending to Earth. However, when a place reaches a certain level of spiritual energy and can withstand the descent of a folded space, it will definitely occur. At that time, true great opportunities and transformations will emerge, deciding one's fate. Sing. Under everyone's gaze, endless flames rose from countless palaces and the towering tree with pale blue blossoms, the scarlet gold flames seemingly eternal. The space was filled with a vast and ancient aura, as a drop of blood emitting 9 brilliant colors descended. The blood landed atop the snowy mountain peak, instantly evaporating the year-round snow and revealing the original green stone face. Instantly, everything around that drop of blood underwent a dramatic transformation. Innumerable thin blood strands seeped into the stones, while dormant seeds sensing the abundant life force within the blood greedily absorbed, sprouting and blooming, releasing fragrant scents. A single drop of blood, like a pearl descending to earth, illuminated 10,000 rivers and mountains. A single drop of blood, nurturing countless lives, defying fate. Many wanted to trace the source of this blood. All they saw was deep within the folded space, a divine beast's shadow hidden among countless stars, whose flame emanated enough brilliance to shine across all the stars. The phoenix had a massive blood hole in its chest, countless feathers burning with immortal scarlet gold flames, tears of blood red falling from its eyes. The cause of the blood hole was a broken human finger, pinning the phoenix's corpse among countless stars. Could humans, having awakened and evolved to their ultimate form, be truly this terrifying? Whether it was Fiki deep in the snowy mountain, the geniuses in Juzhegu looking up at the sky, or people watching via live streams worldwide, a massive question arose in their hearts. Chapter 197. He is not worthy. The phoenix weeps blood, but reincarnation brings no suffering. But even the phoenix, this divine beast, cannot escape the hardships of birth, aging, sickness, and death. What kind of existence could pin down and slay a phoenix with a single finger, remaining unextinguished through countless years? The opportunity that comes with phoenix blood tears is mine. No one can snatch it from me. The Azure Dragon Gate harbors the legacy of the Azure Dragon, an existence equal to the phoenix. If I can obtain the phoenix legacy, then I will truly enter the ranks of those who decide the destiny of prodigies. Yehia's gaze was intense as he growled. Before heaven bestows great tasks upon a person, it must first test their heart, weaken their body, and leave them destitute. Through all trials and tribulations, I will only become stronger. Christopher, you cowardly turtle, you will eventually show your true colors. Deep within the snow mountain, beside a misty lake that turned indigo blue due to pale blue flowers falling into its waters, Alicia quietly gazed at the celestial palace and the billions of stars where the phoenix corpse lay, her eyes filled with fervor. She murmured, a great era is about to unfold. As a descendant of the ancient Battle Clan and the Moon Clan, I will always be among the best, no matter what time it is. She knew very well that legendary figures in her family once prophesied. 10 years later, everything within the folded spaces appearing in various places would descend upon Earth. By then, extraordinary talents from other realms would also descend, coming to Earth seeking opportunities for transformation. This was also why Shane and Elijah kept saying that they had to suppress the Chinese martial arts world for at least 10 years. Because after 10 years, the martial arts world would be in such chaos that no one could stand out, and China might fall into endless darkness like the rest of the world, with the strong growing stronger and the weak accepting their fate of being oppressed. But Christopher, you really do keep surprising me. I guessed you weren't dead, but I didn't expect you to actually transform into Coleman, openly flaunting yourself before the world in such audacious ways. What an interesting person. That rat is indeed talented, and that Kung Fu Panda is quite adorable. Then Alicia looked at her phone displaying all the news about Coleman being Christopher, a smile of surprise spreading across her lips. She laughed. I hope you grow quickly and truly become my opponent. I want to see how much skill you can display before me. Alicia, I really misjudged you. How could you consider such lowly beings as your future opponents? You disappoint me. At this moment, a girl appeared by the lake, wearing tight purple clothing that accentuated her perfect figure. Her purple hair flowed like a waterfall, with nothing covering her chest, exuding fiery allure. Yet, she radiated a cold aura that repelled people, making anyone who dared look at her feel as if their soul was frozen, left only to be manipulated by her. In her left hand, she held an ancient shield engraved with the Gorgon Medusa from Western mythology, while in her right hand, she wielded a red golden ancient spear. A dense aura of killing intent permeated the space, as if any movement of hers could turn the serene lake into a barren wasteland. Rachel, it's not the time for us to fight yet. Besides, in a battle with me, you would have at most a 40% chance of winning. Let's wait until all those who wish to profit from our mutual destruction leave, before we have our final battle. Alicia stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes filled with absolute confidence. She said casually, though we are in enemy territory, I find you somewhat agreeable. Let me remind you, never underestimate Christopher. Although he is inferior to us now, I might not even match him in the future, and you are destined to be surpassed by him. Although Alicia did not want to admit it, after observing Fiki's growth, she knew there were many mysteries hidden within him that made him a formidable opponent she took seriously. Just his recognition by Shane was enough to make the whole world blush. Shane led an army of 30,000 white-robed soldiers, sweeping through the land and suppressing countless people. After waiting 3 years, he must have traveled throughout China, and yet he chose Fiki over his outstanding granddaughter Aisha or others. There must have been deep reasons behind this choice. Is that so? The purple-haired girl named Rachel, whose near-perfect face slightly froze, knew through multiple encounters how proud Alicia was. She sneered, those who haven't grown up will always remain ants. Although Ilium isn't strong, another member of the Pugong family has come to Juzhegu. Let's talk about Christopher being immortal after he dies. In my life, I have never taken those weaker than me seriously. By the time they desperately try to catch up to me, I have already reached the peak, leaving someone like Christopher without even the qualification to glimpse my back. She had reason to be proud. Over 10 years ago, during the second spiritual awakening, the inheritance of Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom from Western mythology, descended upon her. Recently, she obtained the most mysterious legacy in the lost city of Atlantis, ranking her among the top 3 on the Western Dark List. The Dark List compiled by the Western countries carries significant weight, as the West has long been in turmoil, and only those who attain enlightenment through slaughter can earn honors. The top 3 on the Dark List, like China's Dragon and Tiger List, do not have a specific ranking, seemingly waiting for one of the top 3 to truly possess overwhelming power before being ranked first. Perhaps he will surprise you. The prerequisite is that you must have the mental strength to bear the surprise he gives. If he inadvertently goes through a tribulation and creates another calamity, you won't even know where to cry. Alicia giggled faintly, suddenly recalling how Fiki had sent so-called gifts to Yehia and others, revealing that they were Hua Hua Beverly's droppings. She teased him. Humph, does he deserve to? Rachel's face darkened slightly. She hadn't expected that Alicia, who was always cold and looked down upon the world, would make such low-level jokes. She lightly huffed in dissatisfaction, saying, after I shake off those ants who are eagerly awaiting our slaughter to explore opportunities, we will surely have a battle when we meet again. With that, Rachel stepped onto purple clouds and vanished into the sky. Odd, why do I keep thinking of Brother Devon? But I have to admit, he really is quite amusing. Alicia also came to her senses, murmuring softly to herself. Chapter 198 All are my brothers. On the west lake, the netherworld blade, emitting an eerie cold light, dripped blood onto the lake's surface as Elijah sheathed his blade and gazed at the scenery with hands clasped behind his back. Before him lay corpses aplenty, each a testament to the once mighty beast kings and human powerhouses whose bodies still held vast amounts of life force. Even a wisp of their remaining energy was beyond what an awakened evolver in the sea of God's realm could muster. Truly, having not unsheathed my blade for so long, do these newly risen beast kings and mere ants really think I, Elijah, am some kind of vegetarian? To even dare go against my wishes, attempting to coerce me into agreeing to their expedition to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and Juzhegu Valley. Truly, they know not their own limitations. Elijah sniffed disdainfully. Not long ago, within the ruins of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, there appeared the corpse of a green dragon, its head severed, body desiccated and dull, shrouded in overwhelming demonic chi. It seemed that during ancient times, this entity was beheaded by an unparalleled powerhouse. A terrifying space-folding phenomenon had also occurred. This scene echoed through the void, corresponding with Juzhegu Valley as if completing a resonance across countless star systems. Devon, even this old man doubted your immediate retaliation. You have surpassed my expectations once more. But are you really a man? I deeply suspect this. After all, even that little mouse can become a cross-dressing expert. What a charming generation of successors. These opportunities, I won't vie for them with you, nor will I allow others to snatch them away. Grow freely. In 10 years, I shall hand over the Jianghu to you. The usually merciless and indifferent Elijah suddenly chuckled softly to himself, muttering, spread my decree. Let Abigail and Beverly be listed on the Dragon Tiger list. Post my personal pronouncements alongside it. Since Juzhegu is already in turmoil, let's stir it up further. Yes. A voice responded from the void, accepting the order. A crooked-mouthed, flamboyant crossdresser who often warns people to be good, sparing rats online, Abigail, ranked 50th on China's Dragon Tiger list. An adorable impersonator who eats more vegetables and less barbecue. The Kung Fu panda named Beverly, ranked 51st on China's Dragon Tiger list. Lonely at the peak of invincibility, hence more lonely. Brother Devon, ranked 49th on China's Dragon Tiger list, marked with gold. Guaranteed to enter the top 10 within a year. 3 minutes later, the updated China's Dragon Tiger list spread across the internet. The remarks about Fiki and his brothers were personally written by Elijah, sealing the authenticity of this ranking list. Ha ha ha, crossdresser Abigail, send less poop online. It has been a year since Master Elijah last inscribed in gold. How down to earth he has become. He perfectly summed up Abigail's characteristics, calling out Kung Fu Panda Beverly online. We can endure your cuteness, but you must eat more vegetables and less barbecue. Otherwise, your poop stinks. Not every time you defecate will someone like Milton catch it as if on an adventure. We urge you to be kind. Crooked mouth, full firepower? No, I can't believe such lines come from the revered Master Elijah, yet they make perfect sense. Previously, Abigail's beauty, just one glance with that sweeping eyes and crooked mouth, caused numerous otaku hearts to race, indeed igniting a firestorm. Marked in gold? Oh my god, just how much does Master Elijah see in Brother Devon? To guarantee a top 10 spot within a year, this seems unprecedented. The heated discussion on social media regarding Fiki and his brothers, which had gradually died down, reignited. Various comments urging kindness towards the trio flooded in. Contrasted with their joy, the man who was showered in feces upon leaving the Buddhist Tower region, despite washing himself multiple times, raged furiously, wanting to command his family's influence to erase these comments. Yet, upon seeing that the words were personally inscribed by Elijah, he fell into helpless despair. Entering the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list within a year, only the living can enter. Dead men can't enter jack squat. Even Milton, always reminding himself to stay calm, couldn't help but roar wildly. Christinag and others also bellowed, venting their discontent. Meanwhile, within Jushegu Valley, those coveting the three brothers' fortune quietly wove a vast net to hunt them down, searching extensively for their whereabouts. God damn it, crooked mouth, full firepower? Kiss your grandma. Your mouth is the one crooked. This divine rat is both male and female, naturally beautiful. How could my mouth ever be crooked? Elijah, you're no good. Wait until I grow stronger. I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. In a snowy area, where Abigail changed his fur to snow white, he yelled furiously. Yes, who says pandas must only eat vegetables? I'll eat barbecue if I want. And saying this baby is just pretending to be cute. Who's pretending? This baby is genuinely adorable, okay? Beverly also wore a dissatisfied look, expressing her frustration. Guys, you're both my brothers, right? We're running for our lives to evade the pursuit. Can you be a little more serious? Those creatures are catching up. Faced with the two brothers who were still in the mood to check their phones, Fiki could only call out with a bitter smile. Chapter 199. A rat crossing the street, hunted by all. Even he hadn't expected that they would now be like rats crossing the street, hunted by all. After Yehia proposed that anyone with an unclear identity should submit to capture when meeting prominent families and financial magnates, waiting for their identity to be verified before being released, their methods of using disguised identities and suppressing their aura to evade the hunt became utterly useless. Almost everyone who could come to Jushegu seeking opportunities was from a prestigious lineage. When they united, they naturally suppressed those solitary cultivators and awakened evolutionary individuals who harbored Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing in Chinese. It can be interpreted as Jiaoxing here, but not used in English directly. Instead, those who came with Jiaoxing hopes tightly. The animal taming families even dispatched demonic beasts like snow leopards and snow wolves to search for them from all directions. Of course, not only the animal taming families could command demonic beasts. There were also extremely intelligent demon beast kings that awakened during the second Lingqi Fusu, the same reason as above. It is not used directly. During the second spiritual revival from Jushegu who joined the hunt. There was even a trend of abandoning past grievances, forgetting the hatred of these human families and financial magnates, killing their relatives and people, and joining forces with them. At present, Jamal's utilization of the ankle chain from the Alida was still incomplete, unable to evade the highly sensitive perception of these demonic beasts in the snow. Such beautiful scenery with colorful forests and divine pools, such magnificent views right in front of us, yet we can only be chased and killed by a few little leopards. It's too tragic. I was about to write a poem called Wokeishi to express my feelings. Jamal, as if not hearing Fiki's words, spread his rat-like arms, his rat-like face showing enjoyment, and lamented grandly. Wokeishi? Second brother, what is this? Alpha's large eyes full of curiosity asked. TCH, no culture. In ancient times, poets drank wine amidst beautiful scenery, reciting poems with great passion. With my talent, I can certainly do the same. Not to brag, but my Wokeishi will absolutely be unprecedented and unmatched. I can shout Wuotao in 990 different tones.